In the Dragon Kingdom, there exists an extraordinary shop of cutting-edge technology, exclusively offering products of black technology, including smartphones equipped with holographic projection capabilities and the most advanced laptops in history. Beloved by all, there are anti-gravity flying devices and miraculous cancer treatments that promise to save lives, alongside mind-control prosthetics that restore the functionality of disabled individuals. These are merely the tip of the iceberg. The proprietor possesses an even greater array of black technology products, each capable of inciting fierce competition among major capitalists and nations alike. For instance, there are X-ray glasses that can instantly transform one into a master of gambling. There are biological cloning chambers capable of resurrecting dinosaurs and time machines that could transport Qin Shi Huang into the modern era. Do you think this is all? The wonders of the black technology shop extend far beyond these. For example, a monkey named Dr. Kimmy in the shop teaches scientists from the Dragon Kingdom how to establish permanent bases on the Moon and Mars, rendering other nations envious to tears. They vociferously exclaim, "We must not grant the Dragon Kingdom any advantages." Furthermore, Qin Shi Huang serves as the third employee of the black technology shop. With the imperial seal, he carries becoming a mere ornament in the store. The shop also features love-hate black technology claw machines, lottery machines, blind box machines, and weight loss machines. The self-serve beverage dispensers are adored by wealthy patrons. Naturally, there are also bulk commodities that various companies dream of possessing, such as energy batteries capable of storing 100,000 degrees of electricity. Rome was not built in a day, and neither did the black technology shop flourish overnight. This tale commences with an unassuming individual who acquires the black technology supplier system. Chapter 1. Awakening the Black Technology System. Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom, Bain County. Ning Yuan sat behind the counter, meticulously cleaning corrosion from the circuit board of a water-damaged phone with professional tools. If he could repair it, it would mean an additional 500 dragon coins in his account. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine erupted at the shop's entrance, startling him. Damn! Thankfully, I kept my composure at a crucial moment. Otherwise, the circuit board would have been utterly ruined. This is... A Ferrari and a lavishly dressed socialite appeared at the door, leaving Ning Yuan momentarily bewildered. What does this mean? Now, even the wealthy repair phones? Truly, the richer one becomes, the more miserly they are. If they don't swindle you out of 10 or 20,000, they wouldn't feel right. My trembling heart. Before he could finish his sarcastic thoughts, the socialite sashayed in, pushing the door open with her slender waist. Hello, do you need your phone repaired? Ning Yuan immediately donned a sincere smile. The socialite raised her chin, casting a glance at Ning Yuan without responding, surveying the shop's environment before finally speaking. A small shop like this couldn't possibly earn enough in a year to buy a pair of shoes. If you're not here to repair a phone, take a left when you exit. I'm not offering assistance. Ning Yuan, irritated by her condescending tone, resumed working on the water-damaged phone. You must be Ning Yuan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Jie, your father's wife. This card contains 1 million dragon coins, and it is yours with just a nod. Lu Jie produced a card from her Louis Vuitton handbag and placed it on the counter. My father passed away long ago. How is it that a stepmother appears out of nowhere with money? Ning Yuan examined the card closely, confirming its authenticity, and chuckled. Are you truly giving this money to me? Upon hearing Ning Yuan refer to her as stepmother, Lu Jie frowned and replied coldly. Of course it's real. Sign this document, and I will give you another 1 million. Oomph. I knew there was no such thing as free money, Ning Yuan remarked as he took the document from Lu Jie, quickly flipping through it. I don't want this money. Can you bear to watch your brother die in the hospital? Is it just that you find the amount insufficient? Name your price for the donation. Lu Jie suddenly became frantic. What do his life and death have to do with me? Why are you shouting here? Are we competing to see who can shout louder? You should practice in a park for a few years. Ning Yuan shouted back. Lu Jie took 3 deep breaths to calm her emotions and asked, How much do you want for the donation? That's a curious question. How much do you think your son's life is worth? Ning Yuan countered. You? Lu Jie was momentarily at a loss for words, her face turning crimson as she pointed at Ning Yuan. Don't call me that. Ning Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I've heard that those with leukemia don't have long to live. You should hurry back and buy a nice coffin to save yourself the trouble later. Even if you despise me, you should consider saving your brother for your father's sake, Lu Jie said, tears streaming down her face. You reminded me. I have a father who abandoned his own son to live off others. Go back and tell him that his son's leukemia is karma. He deserves it. Ning Yuan continued to mock her. Realizing that emotional appeals were futile, Lu Jie quickly dried her tears and gritted her teeth, saying, I've already investigated before coming here. This shop is the result of your hard work after leaving the orphanage, built over 5 years. Do you believe I can have you shut down by tomorrow? Ha! Ning Yuan turned his head and spat a thick phlegm, sneering. Who do you think you are? The reincarnation of a deity? If you have the ability, shut me down right now. Lu Jie observed Ning Yuan's stubbornness and ceased her verbal onslaught, instead seizing the bank card and agreement from the counter, leaving a parting remark as she exited. Your disposition bears an uncanny resemblance to that wretched woman's, singularly obstinate. Curse your grandmother, Ning Yuan exclaimed, vaulting over the counter to hurl a basin of foot-washing water towards the entrance. Startled, Lu Jie shrieked and hastily boarded her Ferrari, accelerating away with fervor. How can you run so swiftly without meeting your demise? Ning Yuan muttered as he flung open the door, cursing under his breath while mopping up the water. I've incurred losses of several million for your sake. Consider this my restitution for your corporeal existence. Ning Yuan was originally a promising youth of the 21st century on Earth, engaged in the prestigious IT industry, which in reality merely entailed mobile phone repairs. Unexpectedly, a battery malfunction during a repair transported him to this parallel world. While others who traverse realms inevitably assume the role of protagonists, commanding the elements in their new worlds with panache, his transition was nothing more than a mere crossing, devoid of any advantages. Moreover, he found himself inhabiting the body of a destitute boy emerging from an orphanage, the sole consolation being that this boy also bore the name Ning Yuan, sparing him the trouble of a name change. After spending over a year in this world and enduring considerable hardship, he finally established a shop through his skills, leading to a modestly improved standard of living. However, Lu Jie's arrival posed a significant dilemma, as her son Ning Yuan was someone he dared not rescue. Fearing karmic retribution, Ning Yuan cleaned up the spilled water and retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, sipping thoughtfully as he devised a plan. Based on the memories of his previous life, if Lu Jie were to pursue her intentions earnestly, his shop would indeed face closure, heralding the end of his newfound stability. What to do? If someone were to cause a disturbance in the shop, he would call the authorities. Should anyone attempt to assault him, he would immediately feign incapacitation and browse car selections online. If the landlord were to evict him, he would present the contract and take legal action. Upon contemplating this, Ning Yuan downed the soda in one gulp, muttering to himself, what does wealth matter? Am I to fear those who are shod while I am barefoot? Push me to the brink, and none shall fare well. Ding! Binding process for the Black Technology Product Supplier System initiated. 5099. Yes/no binding. An electronic voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Has the external aid finally arrived? Bind it quickly. Ning Yuan thought excitedly. Binding successful. Black Technology Phone X100 has been issued. Price, 500,000 dragon coins per unit. Task, sell out the inventory of phones within 1 month. Penalty, failure to complete the task will reduce the profit-sharing ratio to 1,000th. The current ratio is 1 to 9, with the host receiving 10. Reward, 1 lucky spin wheel, 1 Black Technology robot. Message, as the host of the Black Technology Supplier System, one must not pander to customers for the sake of selling products and must maintain elegance at all times. Damn, selling a phone for 500,000. Why not just rob a bank instead? Can't you provide a different system? This one is utterly dismal, Ning Yuan lamented in despair. Please cease complaints and focus on selling products. Gazing at the mysterious black box that had inexplicably appeared on the counter, Ning Yuan retorted, I've traversed realms only to remain shackled to the life of a laborer. This pathetic system forces me to peddle products. Is this some kind of joke? Unleash the Black Technology products to astonish this world. Host, you shall become the most dazzling figure on this planet. Chapter 2. The Black Technology smartphone. Alright, I must concede to your prowess. I am genuinely curious about this so-called Black Technology smartphone. Daring to sell it for 500. Zeros are droning in. I swiftly opened the box and extracted a phone entirely clad in black. Upon powering it on, 5 silver characters materialized on the screen. Black Technology smartphone. This is rather beneath contempt. It resembles a 300 yuan elderly smartphone emerging from Huiqiangbai. Ning Yuan couldn't help but scoff. Who are you calling an elderly device? A celestial voice suddenly emanated from the phone. What the heck? This wretched phone has gained sentience? Ning Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. I am a voice assistant of the Black Technology smartphone, Xiao AI. Please refrain from mocking this device. You dare to retort against a mere phone? As the 5 characters vanished, Ning Yuan finally arrived at the familiar interface and remarked, Isn't this just a standard Android system? This is the Black Technology smartphone system, which surpasses the Android system in both security and fluidity by leaps and bounds, Xiao AI replied. Sure, Black Technology indeed, Ning Yuan nodded, his ears growing weary of the incessant chatter. He navigated to the settings to examine the phone's specifications. Upon revealing the full parameters, he was left in disbelief. Model, Black Technology Smartphone 10. RAM, 6 terabytes. Processor, Black Technology Chip 10. Storage, 128 terabytes. Front camera, 200 megapixels. Rear camera, 2, 5 billion pixels. Expected battery, standby duration, 3 months and 1 day. Truly astounding. Ning Yuan quickly connected to Wi-Fi and downloaded a benchmarking app to assess its performance. A few minutes later, a staggering score appeared on the screen, 10 million points. For context, the highest performing Huawei phone in this world barely scores over 600,000. Ning Yuan examined the app's detailed parameters, noting that the black technology chip alone boasted a score exceeding 3 million points. What a steal. Ning Yuan shook his head in disbelief, muttering, "This black technology smartphone should fetch at least 2 million. I'm going to strike it rich. Oomph. That insufferable woman thinks she can shut down my shop and starve me. Dream on." At that moment, Ning Yuan planted 2 enthusiastic kisses on the phone, calculating. 1 phone at a million means 100 units equals 100 million. Based on the profit-sharing ratio, I stand to gain 10 million. He. Host must strictly adhere to the prescribed selling price. Violations will result in a reduced profit-sharing ratio. The system chimed in, dousing him with a cold splash of reality. What the hell? I can't sell for more? What kind of ridiculous rule is this? Ning Yuan scoffed internally, re-evaluating his strategy. If he sold the phones at the system's set price, he could still earn 5 million dragon coins. That's acceptable. I would successfully join the ranks of millionaires and no longer need to repair phones. With that thought, he pulled out his phone and recorded a detailed review video of the black technology smartphone, preparing to upload it to Douyin for a viral hit. Upon finishing, he glanced at the clock. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. Neglecting lunch, he uploaded the completed video to the Douyin backend. Just as he was about to hit the publish button when the system's voice interrupted him. As the host of the black technology product supplier system, one must always maintain elegance. How can one self-promote a product? What does that mean? How can I sell without promotion? Ning Yuan wondered. This system mandates that to ensure the host consistently embodies elegance, the following rules apply. 1. No promotional activities for the product are permitted. 2. Each customer may only purchase 1 unit of the same black technology product. 3. Any future infractions will result in a reduction of the profit-sharing ratio to 1%. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan exploded with frustration. Elegance? What a farce. What kind of absurd regulations are these? They seem intent on preventing me from selling even a single phone. With every restriction imposed, he pondered how to effectively sell the phones. This time, no matter how vehemently he cursed, the system remained silent. After stepping out for a bowl of ramen, he recalibrated his approach. Since the system forbade promotion, he would have to make the most of his store to ensure every customer who entered would be informed about the black technology smartphone. He swiftly sprang into action, retrieving a discarded cardboard box intended for rubbish from beneath the counter. He unfolded the box, inscribing it with the detailed parameters and price of the black technology smartphone. Once completed, he affixed the cardboard prominently in the store, ensuring it would be the first thing customers noticed upon entering. The remainder of the day was spent waiting, eager to see which fortunate soul would discover this genuine marvel of black technology. In the afternoon, Ning Yuan remained industrious. The water-damaged phone he had been working on finally powered on. After dinner, an elderly gentleman entered the shop, took the phone, and left 500 yuan behind. Muttering as he exited, people these days are truly money-crazed, daring to sell a phone for 500,000. Ning Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Suddenly recalling that in Bayan County, a place with merely 2 streets, most residents were elderly. The youth had all departed to larger cities for work. How could these old folks possibly spend 500,000 on his phone? No matter, I'll devise another plan tomorrow. Grabbing a bag of instant noodles, he began to eat while fiddling with the black technology smartphone. Holographic games? As he perused the pre-installed software, he discovered an entire gaming section. Upon launching it, a burst of colorful light erupted from the top of the phone, and a tabby cat appeared on the counter. 3 options appeared: feed, play, evolve. Ning Yuan selected feed, and a bowl of cat food materialized beside the tabby. The cat glanced at Ning Yuan and cautiously began to eat. This is astonishingly lifelike. Anyone unaware would think a real cat was lounging here. As he reached out to touch the tabby, his hand met only air. Marvelous. This truly is black technology. This is holographic projection technology, capable of rendering game visuals to immerse players in the experience, Xiao AI explained. Can project movies? Ning Yuan inquired. Indeed. What about certain types of films? Which types? Please specify. Never mind. I'm feeling a bit under the weather lately. I want to watch anything. Please project a horror film for me. Understood. The corpse in the mountain village is now being projected. That night, Ning Yuan declared it to be exceedingly thrilling. The following morning, he awoke with heavy dark circles under his eyes. After consuming 2 bowls of soy milk and 3 fried dough sticks, he felt somewhat better. Having spent the entire night with the black technology smartphone, he was cold and hungry. It was utterly unbearable. He vowed never to stay up late again. Once he had eaten his fill and packed a few buns, he exited the breakfast shop. Just as he reached the door, a young man with bleached hair blocked his path. Chapter 3. The blonde kid causes trouble. What's the deal? Want to practice? Ning Yuan asked. The blonde kid sized him up before turning to shout, "Brothers, this is the one." No sooner had he spoken than a group of young men lounging across the street approached. Sensing trouble, Ning Yuan took a few steps back and prepared to call the police. But the blonde kid interrupted him, sneering, "Thinking of calling the police? What crew are you with? Do you not know who I am?" Ning Yuan forced himself to remain calm, attempting to project an air of authority, hoping to intimidate the petty thugs. The blonde kid turned to a nearby, overweight companion. "Can you believe it? There are still people trying to impersonate gangsters." And to Ning Yuan, he added, "Don't you know they're cracking down hard on crime these days? You dare to impersonate a thug? Do you want me to call the police and have you arrested?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. Ning Yuan was caught off guard by the blonde kid's unexpected approach. When did thugs become so innovative, adapting to the times? He rubbed his nose and asked, "So what do you want?" "Nothing. We're just standing here. Is that a problem?" The blonde kid replied with a grin. "Fine." Ning Yuan nodded, rolling up the shutter door as he entered the store. The yellow-haired individual, accompanied by several spirited young men clad in cropped pants that exposed their ankles, stepped inside. One of the spirited youths pointed accusingly at a cardboard sign directly opposite the store entrance, exclaiming, "Boss, this is clearly a scam. A broken phone is priced at 500,000. I'm not blind. I can see it." As the yellow-haired man scrutinized the sign with a derisive sneer, he remarked, "A high-tech phone with 6 terabytes of RAM. Scoring $1 million on Antutu? Ridiculous. They're just blowing smoke." One of the eager youths leaned forward and inquired, "Boss, what is RAM? Get lost. You don't even know what RAM is? Did you even graduate middle school?" The yellow-haired man retorted disdainfully. The spirited youth chuckled awkwardly and retreated behind the yellow-haired man. Ning Yuan, behind the counter, was engrossed in his phone and casually asked, "So, what exactly is RAM?" "RAM is just RAM. What else could it be?" The yellow-haired man stammered. "You are like a crow perched on a pig, only seeing the darkness in others while failing to recognize your own." Ning Yuan chuckled. Laughter erupted among the others. The yellow-haired man's face reddened at an observable pace, and he shouted, "Everyone, shut up. Do you want to lose your pay?" The spirited youths immediately fell silent, their bodies trembling slightly. Ning Yuan ceased his banter, leaning back in his chair behind the counter, scrolling through Douyin. "Kid, do you know why we're here?" The yellow-haired man, sensing Ning Yuan's silence, began to provoke him. "Don't know. Are you here to eat dung?" Ning Yuan shot back. "You little brat. I'll chop you up." The yellow-haired man stammered in anger. One of the spirited youths stepped forward, declaring, "Do you believe we can cripple you?" Ning Yuan retrieved a kitchen knife from beneath the counter, approached the yellow-haired man, and presented the knife, gesturing to his own head. "Come on, chop here. I've been looking for a place to eat. Do you think I'm scared?" The yellow-haired man shouted, brandishing the knife. "Chop away. What are you waiting for?" Ning Yuan talinket. With a terrified yell, the yellow-haired man closed his eyes and raised the knife, but ultimately did not bring it down. Trembling instead, Ning Yuan snatched the knife away, pointing at the yellow-haired man. "I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Just wait." The yellow-haired man spat as he departed with his spirited companions. Once the ruffians had left, Ning Yuan returned to his seat behind the counter, scrolling through Douyin. This was his everyday life. If there was work, he worked, and if not, he played. Number 996, number 007. The money he earned sufficed for a comfortable lifestyle in this small county town. Once the high-tech phone sold, he would step into the realm of the affluent. However, he needed to deal with those ruffians first. It was evident that the yellow-haired man was connected to Lu Jie, who was likely probing for ways to disrupt his plans for selling phones. After assisting an elderly lady in replacing her phone's receiver and earning 100 dragon coins, the afternoon stretched on. By 3 o'clock, as expected, the yellow-haired man and his spirited companions reappeared at the store entrance. This time, they did not enter, but instead sat outside with chairs and set up a game of chess. A middle-aged man attempting to enter the store was intercepted by them. "What are you doing?" The man asked. "If you need phone repairs, go somewhere else. This is a scam shop selling a phone for 500,000. If you don't mind being swindled, go ahead," the yellow-haired man replied. The middle-aged man scrutinized the yellow-haired man, noting his tattooed arms, tight pants, and a thick chain around his neck, instantly recognizing him as unsavory. With years of life experience, he concluded that this shop must have offended someone. From behind the counter, Ning Yuan observed through the glass as a customer was driven away by the yellow-haired man, letting out a cold laugh. Indeed, Lu Jia was resorting to unscrupulous means. The illustrious daughter of Red Maple Capital was using such lowly tactics. Throughout the afternoon, the yellow-haired man had driven away 3 customers, giving Ning Yuan the finger with each success. As darkness fell, the yellow-haired man and his crew remained, even ordering takeout, demonstrating their resolve to persist. Ning Yuan prepared a packet of instant noodles, adding 2 eggs, a sausage, and a vegetable, pondering strategies as he ate. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Not only would the high-tech phone fail to sell, but his normal life would also be compromised. An unrefined idea sparked in his mind regarding the high-tech phone. After finishing his meal, he took out the high-tech phone and began to operate it. As the yellow-haired man dined, he noticed his companion across from him suddenly staring wide-eyed, dropping his food container to the ground, trembling as he pointed behind the yellow-haired man, screaming, "A ghost! A ghost!" The other youths, equally terror-stricken, looked behind the yellow-haired man, abandoning their food containers and fleeing in panic. One particularly rotund youth stumbled and fell, crawling forward despite his pain, leaving a puddle behind, before struggling to stand and run away. Witnessing this scene, cold sweat instantly trickled down the yellow-haired man's forehead. He felt a chilling draft at the nape of his neck. Involuntarily shuddering, gritting his teeth, he suddenly turned around, only to find nothing there. The coldness at his neck must have been from a powerful fan at a nearby barbecue stall. He sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and muttered, "These worthless scoundrels are driving me to hysteria." Before he could finish his thoughts, the yellow-haired man fell silent, as though he had seen a shadow pass by him. Rubbing his eyes and peering forward, he found nothing but the cold noodle stall across the street. "Damn it, this bunch of fools is driving me to the brink." He exhaled, turning back to his meal, but just as he picked up his chopsticks, he froze. A woman suddenly appeared before him. Long hair, an oval face, and cherry-like lips. If not for her sunken eye sockets and skin so pale it was nearly translucent, she might have been considered beautiful. Is there really a ghost? This was the only thought racing through the yellow-haired man's mind. He wanted to run, but his body betrayed him. His legs felt as though they were made of lead, unable to move an inch. He wished to scream, but his throat felt as if it were blocked by a rag, producing no sound. A warm sensation in his pants provided a brief respite to his frozen body, and the blockage in his throat dissipated. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the once peaceful street. People turned towards the source of the sound, spotting the yellow-haired youth lying stiffly by the roadside. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance screeched to a halt in front of Ning Yuan's phone shop, as several nurses struggled to lift the yellow-haired man while gagging. "What happened to this guy? Why is he covered in filth?" one nurse remarked, appalled as the contents trickled down his legs. The nurse opposite grimaced, sighing, "You saw it. There was no need to articulate it. It's disgusting." Ning Yuan silently apologized to the white-clad angels from behind the counter. The yellow-haired man certainly lacked decorum, merely a facade of strength. Last night, he had used the high-tech phone as holographic feature to project a horror film, yet it had not frightened him to such an extent. Had the yellow-haired man heard these thoughts, he would have surely leaped up to slap Ning Yuan. "It's not the same. You were prepared, I was caught off guard. And you showed me the most terrifying ghost. My life is truly pitiful." The ambulance roared off into the night. Ning Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction as he peeled a banana and heated a cup of milk, a nightly ritual before sleep. The tale of a ghost appearing at a phone shop spread swiftly through Baisian County. Witnesses included not only the yellow-haired gang, but also the transient vendors near the phone store. The next morning, as Ning Yuan stepped out of the shop, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Several individuals stood across the street, pointing their phones at him, capturing his image. The couple from the convenience store across the street exchanged furtive glances upon seeing him emerge, hastily retreating as if pursued by a specter. What mischief were they up to now? Ning Yuan retrieved his phone, activating the selfie mode to capture his visage. Could it be that my striking appearance has finally been acknowledged? No, I must exercise caution. A young man must always safeguard himself when venturing out. After uttering these thoughts, he lowered the rolling shutter and secured it, then unsteadily made his way to a nearby breakfast shop. As he entered, all eyes turned towards him. Even the proprietor, busy frying dough sticks, paused momentarily in surprise. "One dough stick, a bowl of tofu pudding with extra cilantro, please," Ning Yuan ordered, finding a vacant seat. An elderly gentleman, sipping soy milk, noticed Ning Yuan seated across from him and, disregarding the scalding beverage, quickly lifted it to his lips, blowing on it as he gulped it down in the blink of an eye before tossing down some money and darting away. Ning Yuan raised his arm to sniff his shirt. It bore a pleasant aroma, not at all malodorous. "How peculiar," he mused. Why did they look at me as if I were a harbinger of doom? The dough stick and tofu pudding soon arrived. And from the proprietor's slightly trembling hands and his wide-eyed expression, Ning Yuan sensed an underlying tension, though he remained uncertain. He swiftly pulled out his phone, opened a social media app, and searched for news from Ban County. A fuzzy video, seemingly recorded by a landline camera, emerged with a bold headline, "Ghost sighted outside cell phone store. Young man left in tears." After watching the video, Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. He perused several sensationalist analyses from unscrupulous media outlets, claiming that the ghost had emerged from the cell phone store, asserting that the establishment was undoubtedly haunted. The truth of the matter had finally come to light. Ning Yuan finished his breakfast in a hurry, scanned to pay, and hastened back, inspired by the incident, to consider employing advanced technology to project more enticing visuals outside the store. Wouldn't this serve as an indirect means of promotion? Once interest in his cell phone shop burgeoned, the advanced technology would inevitably be discovered. As he contemplated this, he began to admire his own ingenuity, deeming himself a marketing prodigy. Upon returning to the shop, he edited a video featuring the Jade Emperor, eagerly awaiting the evening when foot traffic would peak for its release. After lunch, he was preparing to play a few rounds of a mobile game when a bespectacled young man, refined in demeanor, entered the shop, conversing animatedly while holding his phone. "Hello, everyone. I'm Yang Wenhui, and this is the store closest to the site of the alleged haunting. It is said that the ghost fled from here." Just as Ning Yuan was about to log in, he was interrupted, feeling a twinge of irritation. He stood up and said, "Could you not find a factory job instead? Stop dreaming of becoming an internet celebrity. My apologies. I'm a Billy content creator. My fans are eager to uncover the truth behind this haunting," Yang Wenhui remarked, noticing Ning Yuan's palpable annoyance and hastily stepping back. "Wait." Ning Yuan strode out from behind the counter, asking, "Are you interested in the truth about the haunting?" Yang Wenhui paused, turning to inquire, "Do you know?" "Of course. I witnessed it myself last night," Ning Yuan replied, feigning an air of mystery. "You really saw a ghost?" Yang Wenhui responded skeptically, casting a glance at the comments in the live stream, which were accusing the store owner of being a fraud. "Indeed, you can see it right now." But Ning Yuan raised his right hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. "Clearly a fraud," Yang Wenhui thought to himself, sensing the truth behind Ning Yuan's words. Noticing Yang Wenhui's silence, Ning Yuan pointed at a cardboard sign facing the store entrance and sighed, "The answer lies right before us, yet few can discern it. Let me test your perception." Advanced technology smartphone, priced at 500,000 yuan, featuring holographic projection and 6 terabytes of RAM. Following Ning Yuan's indication, Yang Wenhui finally read the words on the cardboard. Upon finishing, he spoke into his phone. "This is a shady shop. Guys, I've entered a black market establishment." "Hey, are you incapable of reading? I have clearly marked the prices. How does that make it a black market?" Ning Yuan quickly retorted. "Boss, have you lost your mind? Selling a phone for 500,000 yuan? It has to be a scam." Yang Wenhui telling it. "Are your eyes merely for decoration? Did you not see the specifications? This is an advanced technology smartphone, and 500,000 yuan is a steal. Soon, you won't even be able to buy one." Ning Yuan asserted confidently. "Advanced technology smartphone? More like a scam." Yang Wenhui pointed at the sign, continuing his critique, setting aside the holographic projection claim. "Do you not find the 6 terabytes of RAM ludicrous? Just because you've never seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Remember, this is an advanced technology smartphone. If you don't buy it, you'll miss out." Ning Yuan, losing patience, returned to the counter to organize his items. Seeing that Ning Yuan was resolute, Yang Wenhui hesitated and asked, "Where's the phone? I want to take a look." "Over there on the left." Ning Yuan indicated a rather unassuming black phone in the display case, adding, "You can only look through the glass." "Are you saying I can't even touch it before paying?" Yang Wenhui exclaimed in astonishment. "Of course. You think you can play with it for free without paying? Dream on." Ning Yuan thought to himself, "It's not that I 1T let you see the phone. It's the system that 1T allow it. Ugh, this is so frustrating." Taking a deep breath, Yang Wenhui turned to leave, feeling insulted by the exchange. The shop owner might as well have said he was trying to con a fool. Watching a customer walk out, Ning Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. The system's regulations were too stringent. If he were to show Yang Wenhui the phone beforehand, his commission would plummet to 1%. Just as Yang Wenhui exited the store, his phone vibrated. Upon inspection, he saw a wealthy viewer had sent him 500 virtual battleships, accompanied by a message. "Buy that phone and see if it's as magical as the owner claims." The live stream erupted with excitement, spending 500,000 yuan merely to satiate curiosity. Was this the simple life of the affluent? I love you, rich guy. Host, go buy that phone. I want to see if a 500,000 yuan phone lags or not. Yang Wenwei hurriedly responded, thank you, kind benefactor. I too wish to discover if that phone truly embodies advanced technology. With that, he turned and re-entered the shop. Boss, bring out that phone. I'm buying it. Huh? Ning Yuan stole it up, gazing at Yang Wenhui, internally teasing. What has unraveled in that head of yours? However, he quickly grabbed the QR code sign and POS machine, smiling as he said, from the moment you walked in, I knew you were destined for greatness. Purchasing this phone will be an unparalleled value. Yang Wenhui handed over a bank card, saying, didn't you say I look like a factory owner? You must be mistaken. I said you resemble a factory boss. Ning Yuan took the card, swiping it through the POS machine, then passing it back to Yang Wenhui to enter his password. Your words could resurrect the dead. I hope your phone is just as extraordinary. Yang Wenhui quipped, shielding his hands as he swiftly entered the 6-digit code. A paper receipt began to emerge from the POS machine. Ning Yuan tore off the receipt, had Yang Wenhui sign it, and retrieved the sleek black smartphone from the counter, handing it over with a smile. Congratulations. You are the second person in the world to possess an advanced technology smartphone. Are there really thousands watching this? Yang Wenhui inquired, brandishing the phone. Thousands? Quite right. Splendid indeed. Ning Yuan replied. Seeing Ning Yuan remain utterly composed, Yang Wenhui began to believe in the phone's authenticity. Addressing his audience in the live stream. Next, we shall witness a miraculous moment. Make haste. If you dawdle, I'll send your head into your stomach. Streamer, hurry. Quickly. The barrage of comments urging him on left Yang Wenhui no choice. He pressed the power button on the advanced technology smartphone. As the screen of the smartphone flickered to life, reminiscent of the first time Ning Yuan powered it on, the words that gradually appeared left Yang Wenhui utterly astonished, while the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha! I suspect this is the elderly smart device my grandmother uses modified. He exclaimed. Is there any doubt? This is merely a few hundred yuan's worth of senior-friendly smartphone, suitable for bartering with scrap collectors for scissors and wash basins. Ha ha ha. A 500,000 IQ tax. Oh, how I wish I had that 500,000. Yang Wenhui stole a glance at the live stream, his face burning with shame. He felt utterly humiliated. Doesn't it feel like a senior phone? Ning Yuan's hooklet. Damn it, does it even need to feel that way? I'm so enraged I can hardly speak, Yang Wenhui retorted, his frustration palpable. Ning Yuan was doubled over with laughter. Is it true you think I tricked you? Yang Wenhui trembled with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning Yuan. Gritting his teeth, damn it, I'm going to sue you. Sue whom? This assistant is well-versed in all the laws established since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, and is available to serve you 24/7, an ethereal voice suddenly interjected, interrupting Yang Wenhui's prepared retort. Bewildered, he exclaimed, who is that speaking? Fool, it's me, your high-tech phone assistant, Xiao AI, came to reply. Yang Wenhui was completely flabbergasted. When had smartphone assistants become so intelligent? They could even tease others. He picked up the high-tech device and inquired, what exactly makes this phone so advanced? Everything is advanced. Just look at how advanced I am. Xiao, I replied. The audience in the live stream found Yang Wenhui and Xiao AI's banter hilarious. This host is like a fool, huh? This voice assistant is too clever. It has the host wrapped around its finger. Host, it's just a program. It's not a human. Yang Wenhui was rendered speechless by Xiao AI's retort. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally asked, how do I activate the holographic feature? The holographic function is already activated. What film would you like to project? Xiao, I inquired. Just play any movie, Yang Wenhui replied. Understood. Now projecting an action film from the Lighthouse Nation, Transformers. As the words left Xiao AI's mouth, two automotive robots materialized in the store and began to battle. Damn! Yang Wenhui gasped, startled, murmuring, this is too realistic. It showcases everything without a flaw. Now you understand why I was haunted, right? Last night, I accidentally projected a horror film outside the store, and the yellow-haired fellow saw it. Ning Yuan remarked while playing ranked matches. Got it, got it. Yang Wenhui nodded vigorously, his perception of Ning Yuan undergoing a complete transformation. This boss was incredibly impressive. The fact that he could produce such avant-garde technology was astonishing. He could confidently claim that just the holographic projection technology alone could fetch hundreds of billions in the market. The audience in the live stream was in an uproar. My goodness, what am I witnessing? This is genuine holographic projection technology. Host, where's this phone shop? I want to buy a high-tech phone too. Quick, look at the bullet comments. Help me ask the boss. I want to buy 100 of these high-tech devices. Chapter 6. Everyone wants to buy a phone. Yang Wenhua was far too preoccupied to pay attention to the comments, frantically operating the high-tech phone while exclaiming, "Goodness, boss. The Antutu score is actually 1,000,000. Goodness. This high-tech phone even features an iris recognition system. Goodness. It can even play foreign AAA masterpieces." His revelations only heightened the urgency among the viewers. "Host, don't just play for yourself. Quickly tell us the address of this shop. Where's this store? Please inform us. I want a high-tech phone too." Finally, as his device vibrated again, Yang Wenhua remembered he was still live and hurriedly glanced at the chat. A parade of colorful battleships floated through his live stream, accompanied by the question, "Where is this store?" Meanwhile, some viewers were typing, "Rich dude, you're amazing." As soon as dozens of battleships appeared, the host turned around. "Xiaohua, quickly tell us where the shop is." Xiaohua is also a name you can call. "Call me Huagu." Yang Wenhua quickly smiled and apologized. "Brothers, I overlooked it. I was too engrossed in playing with the phone." As he spoke, he waved the high-tech phone, inciting the viewer's envy. "I suspect he is showing off." "No need to suspect. Huazi has already floated away. I want to take him down." "I want to take him down too." Seeing that the audience was itching to confront him, Yang Wenhua refrained from further antics and turned to Ning Yuan, asking, "Can you reveal the address?" Ning Yuan, feeling the urge to land a punch himself, thought, "After all my hard work, I merely wanted you to help promote the shop. Is it even question? Just spill the address already. It would be best if the entire nation knew." "Boss, is it not permissible to disclose it?" Yang Wenhua inquired cautiously, noticing the peculiar look Ning Yuan shot him. "Of course, it's permissible," Ning Yuan replied with resignation. Upon receiving Ning Yuan's affirmation, Yang Wenhua eagerly announced to the livestream, "The boss has agreed to let me share the address. Big guy, I implore you, just say it, don't drag it out. All right? I beg you, quickly say it. If you dawdle, I'll break your legs. Hurry up, Huazi." The audience in the livestream was becoming increasingly intolerant of Yang Wenhua's delay. "Ha ha," Yang Wenhua chuckled, thinking to himself, "This is payback for all those who scoffed at me before. Now it's your turn to be frustrated." Ning Yuan could no longer hold back and stood up, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? Everyone is waiting for you to announce the address. Why are you laughing?" "Cough, cough, cough." Yang Wenhua cleared his throat and said, Right. I will only say the address once. Everyone remember, the address is..." Let me take a sip of my drink to wet my throat. I can't take it anymore. I want to hammer this host. "Huazi, if I find out where you are, I'll have you castrated. You're driving me crazy. My blood pressure is rising because of you." Once again, the audience found themselves at the mercy of Yang Wenhua's antics. Ning Yuan, feeling like he'd been played by this dramatic character, was exasperated by Yang Wenhua's repeated reluctance to reveal the address. He couldn't just step in and say it himself, or else his share would drop to 1%. What a disaster. After sipping on his drink for a few moments, Yang Wenhua finally adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "The address of this shop is located in the northern city of the Dragon Kingdom, Shangning City, Bayan County, number 25. Jifeng Road, near this shop." At this point, he paused, noticing the viewer count in the livestream plummeting at an alarming rate. What had been tens of thousands of viewers had dwindled to merely hundreds in the blink of an eye. The once thundering barrage of comments now lay sparse and scattered. Damn, they wouldn't all be rushing to buy tickets to come here, would they? He thought in astonishment. Seeing the audience evaporate from the livestream, he decisively ended the broadcast. "Boss, I want to buy another phone as a gift for a friend," Yang Wenhua stated. "Certainly, choose freely from the counter. We have varieties from Mi, Apple, and Huawei," Ning Yuan replied while continuing to play ranked matches. "No, I want to buy another high-tech phone," Yang Wenhua clarified. "One per person, limited edition." "What, limited edition?" "Yes, I'm buying it for a friend. That counts as one per person, right? You must come in person. Each high-tech phone will be bound to an ID for each individual to prevent theft and scalping." "All right, I'll go find my friend," Yang Wenhua declared before rushing off. Ning Yuan set down his phone and retrieved a hard cardboard box from beneath the counter. After unfolding it, he wrote up the various regulations for purchasing high-tech products and hung it in the store to avoid answering questions repeatedly. Otherwise, it would be exhausting. Once everything was posted, he glanced at the clock. It was already noon. Time for lunch. After pondering for 10 minutes, Ning Yuan ultimately decided to order takeout. Just as he was about to redeem a discount coupon for delivery, something suddenly occurred to him. He quickly opened his online banking app, entered his password, and checked his balance. 80,000 in total. He had previously had 30,000 in savings, and the additional 50,000 must be his share from selling phones. Earning 50,000 in just one morning, he decided to treat himself to a large pork knuckle as a reward. When Ning Yuan and the others delivered the pork knuckle, The nation's beloved Wang Xikong was already aboard his private jet, relishing a meticulously prepared lunch featuring top-tier ingredients, such as snowflake steak, imported foie gras, and caviar, all of which naturally tantalized the palate. However, he appeared somewhat distracted, having accidentally dropped his steak onto the table multiple times, all due to a video playing on his phone. "Brother Tsong, is this phone truly that remarkable?" inquired a stunning internet celebrity seated opposite him. "It must be genuine. If it were fake, it would merely be a diversion. What kind of hotel do you wish to stay in tonight?" Wang Xikong replied while continuing to eat. Brother Tsong, you're so naughty. As long as I'm with you, any place will suffice," the internet celebrity responded bashfully. The video that captivated Wang Xikong featured Yang Wenhua. Upon returning home, had his phone assistant, Xiao AI, edit highlights from his live stream at the store and upload them across various video platforms. The video had gone viral, attracting discussions among tech enthusiasts, digital aficionados, ostentatious tycoons, and ordinary spectators in the comment section regarding the cutting-edge smartphone. Much like Wang Xikong, numerous others flocked to purchase the device. While enjoying his pork knuckle, Ning Yuan had also stumbled upon the video on Douyin, taking a sip from his small wine cup and musing, "This is it. The latter half of my life will be filled with indulgence, no more worries. My existence isn't so arduous after all." As he spoke, he inadvertently dozed off at the counter when Wang Xikong and his internet celebrity girlfriend entered the phone store. Ning Yuan was still asleep, his snores echoing through the establishment. "Brother Tsong, are we in the right place?" asked the internet beauty, pinching her nose. Wang Xikong surveyed the surroundings and checked his phone's navigation, affirming, "We should be." Approaching the counter, he called out, "Hey, wake up." Chapter 7, Mission Accomplished. In his drowsy state, Ning Yuan glimpsed a beautiful woman approaching him with a smile, calling him husband. Just as he was about to respond with wife, a voice rang out, "Hey, wake up." The vision of the beauty vanished, replaced by a slick, youthful fellow with a smirk. "Sigh." Ning Yuan sighed, "What do you want?" Wang Xikong was taken aback. Throughout his life, aside from his elders, no one had spoken to him with such familiarity. Did this owner not recognize who he was? "Do you even know who he is? How dare you speak to him like that?" The internet beauty immediately chimed in. "Damn, I don't care who he is. If he disturbs my sleep, even the king himself wouldn't be spare my wrath," Ning Yuan retorted. The internet beauty grimaced. "Why are you so foul-mouthed? You reek of alcohol. Are you my mother? Why do you care? I'll go wherever I please." Ning Yuan waved dismissively, beginning to tidy up the remnants on the counter. The internet beauty attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by Wang Xikong. "Do you sell cutting-edge smartphones here?" "Cutting-edge smartphones?" Ning Yuan chuckled. "I have white technology phones. Would you like one?" Wang Xikong's face flushed with indignation at Ning Yuan's words, pointing at the sign on the wall. "Doesn't it say you sell cutting-edge smartphones? Then why ask? Just pay up." Ning Yuan gestured towards the QR code affixed to the counter. All right. Wang Xikong was thoroughly incensed. He pulled out a credit card from his pocket, slamming it onto the counter. "Swipe it. I swear, if you dare to deceive me, you will regret it." "All right then." Ning Yuan dismissed Wang Xikong's scowling face and quickly swiped the card for 500,000, requesting his signature. He then retrieved a cutting-edge smartphone from the black box beneath the counter and handed it to him. Upon powering it on and witnessing the words cutting-edge smartphone appear on the screen, Wang Xikong's anger diminished considerably. After testing various functions with the phone assistant, he was utterly convinced upon seeing the lifelike pet pig displayed on the counter. His internet girlfriend clung to his arm, sweetly asking, "Brother Tsong, buy me one too, please." "No problem. Boss, give me 10 more of these phones," Wang Xikong declared grandly. Ning Yuan pointed to the sign on the left wall. "Limit of 1 per person." "Why?" Wang Xikong finally noticed the purchasing terms. "Why? It's just how it is," Ning Yuan replied. "I'll add 100,000 to each." Wang Xikong attempted to leverage his wealth, convinced that no one could resist the allure of money. "Not for sale. Each one for an additional 200,000, Wang Xikong insisted. "Still not for sale. Each one for an additional 300,000. This should suffice, right?" Wang Xikong pressed. "Not for sale." "Fine, I'm completely defeated. Just get one for my girlfriend." "Surely that is acceptable?" Wang Xikong pleaded. "That's doable." Ning Yuan swiftly processed the card, retrieving another cutting-edge smartphone, which the internet beauty seized with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Kong. All right, we're leaving," Wang Xikong said, wrapping his arm around his internet girlfriend's waist as they exited the store. What a sight. A plastic surgery face every day. How can you not get tired of it? Ning Yuan scoffed, preparing to sit down and scroll through Douyin when a throng of people burst into the store. "Boss, hurry. I want to buy a cutting-edge smartphone." A slender young man dashed in first, immediately presenting Ning Yuan with a bank card. before Ning Yuan could respond. A flurry of bank cards followed. Take it slow, no rush from a line, everyone. Ning Yuan attempted to restore order amidst the chaos. Once he saw that people began to queue, he commenced selling the cutting-edge smartphones. Swipe your cards, and more swiping, he remarked, noting he had never swiped as many cards in a single day. Once the final cutting-edge smartphone was sold, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The System S task was finally completed. All smartphones are sold out. No need to queue anymore. Please come back tomorrow, Ning Yuan announced. What? The line just started, and they're all gone? Protested a long-haired young man at the front. No way, boss. Bring out a few more. I know you must have stock. The others chimed in, boss, hurry. Don't play with hunger marketing. I came from afar. Just give me the phone. Boss, I'm willing to pay extra. The commotion gave Ning Yuan a headache. He retrieved a loudspeaker from beneath the counter from a previous promotion, tested the sound, and raised it to declare, everyone, shut up. If you want to buy a phone, come back tomorrow. The volume was deafening, and silence fell over the store immediately after. Everyone, think about it. Such a cutting-edge smartphone cannot be mass-produced. Please leave and return tomorrow. Ning Yuan urged. Ning boss, you must save me one phone for tomorrow. I'll be here at 5 a.m. to queue. I refuse to believe I can't buy one. I'll arrive at 4 a.m. The crowd, realizing their persistence was futile, exchanged a few more words before departing. A little girl in a JK outfit, undeterred, approached the counter and began to plead, boss, big brother. Please sell me just one cutting-edge smartphone. I can't sleep without it tonight. If you can't sleep without a cutting-edge smartphone, just ride a tricycle. What good is it to tell me? Ning Yuan retorted. Why are you being so mean? You big bad guy. The little girl huffed, stomping away. Ning Yuan stroked his chin, muttering to himself, am I mean? I'm such a gentle and adorable young man. How could I be mean? Ding. Newbie task completed. Reward. Lucky Spin X1, 1 cutting-edge robot. 100,000 cutting-edge smartphones have been issued. Task. Sell out all products within a month. Reward. Upgrade to newbie supplier. The System S voice resonated in his mind. Upon realizing he had completed the task, Ning Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He no longer lacked for money and had lost interest in it. He was solely eager to discover the rewards for completing the next task. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, is that all? This time, I sold 100,000 smartphones, and you frivolously upgraded me to a novice supplier? Not even a lucky draw is available? Please, host. Focus on selling. The benefits of becoming a novice supplier are substantial. Damn, what good is it to learn how to speak like a Japanese person? Could you give me a hint? Ning Yuan inquired. Please, host, focus on selling. After Ning Yuan asked 3 more times, the system merely repeated that phrase. And seeing that he could not extract any further information, he shifted his attention to the lucky draw. Chapter 8, Breakthrough Drug for Leukemia. System. I wish to participate in the lottery. As soon as Ning Yuan finished speaking, a pitch-black roulette wheel materialized before him, adorned with various high-tech products, a controllable nuclear fusion device, a battleship, longevity gene medication, a Dyson sphere, and a warp drive. Wow. I can recognize the earlier high-tech products with my associate degree, but the latter ones elude my comprehension. It seems I must engage in further study. Well then, let us commence the draw. Ideally, I'd like to win the longevity gene medication, so I can live for thousands of years and become an ancient sage. Ding. 1 pill of leukemia breakthrough medication. Damn. Ning Yuan ruffled his hair and exclaimed, what use is this? Amidst so many high-tech products, I only draw a measly pill. Is the system toying with me? Please, host, focus on selling. There will be more opportunities for the lottery in the future. No way, this doesn't count. Let me draw again. Ning Yuan began to act stubborn. This time, the system remained silent. Realizing that his obstinacy was futile, Ning Yuan acknowledged that he would have to earnestly focus on selling. He could only lament his misfortune this time, assuring himself that he would surely draw something valuable next time. Once the roulette wheel vanished from sight, he noticed 3 additional items on the shop floor: a black cardboard box, a man in a black suit, and a black glass bottle. Ning Yuan approached the black box and opened it. As he expected, it contained high-tech smartphones, albeit not the promised 100,000. Could it be that the system had encountered a bug? Would selling these suffice to complete the task? Before he could indulge in such pleasant thoughts, the system reappeared, dousing him with cold water. This is 10,000 units. Once sold out, more will be distributed. Fine, understood. I've been thoroughly outsmarted by you. I beg you, don't emerge to vex me again, Ning Yuan grumbled, redirecting his attention to the man in the suit. This man possessed thick brows and striking eyes, exceptionally handsome with a robust physique. The more Ning Yuan observed him, the more he felt that this man posed a comprehensive threat, both in terms of looks and stature. Hello, I'm the high-tech robot number 250. The suited man suddenly spoke in a voice as harsh as metal clashing. What number? Ning Yuan asked. Number 250. The robot replied. Huh, that LL do. From now on, you should be called 250. What are your skills? Please do share. Ning Yuan chuckled. I am proficient in various firearms and martial arts, capable of ensuring your safety. I'm also skilled in numerous culinary disciplines and can prepare meals for you. Other functionalities are pending development. 250 elaborated. Excellent. I've struck gold. You can cook. Move this box of smartphones to the counter. Then head to the kitchen upstairs and prepare me a meal, Ning Yuan instructed. Understood. 250 acknowledged, promptly getting to work, observing 250's swift actions, which resembled those of a real person. Ning Yuan couldn't help but internally commend. A product of the system is bound to be exceptional. The bottle containing the leukemia breakthrough medication suddenly reminded him of something. Lu Jia's unfortunate son was afflicted with leukemia, wasn't he? At this thought, Ning Yuan felt an urge to laugh heartily. This must be fate. If that wretched woman, Lu Jia, discovered that he possessed a medication for leukemia, she would surely explode with rage. Opening the bottle cap, a sweet, cloying aroma wafted out. Cough, cough, damn, it irritated his throat. A blood-red pill rolled into the palm of Ning Yuan's hand. Its shape and color reminded him of the poison used by the Five Poisons sect on television. Satisfying his curiosity, he carefully returned the pill to the bottle, tore a small strip of paper from his ledger, and scribbled breakthrough drug for leukemia, price, 1,000,000 on it. Finding some tape, he affixed the note to the bottle, placing it prominently on the counter. Gazing at his masterpiece, Ning Yuan declared, perfect. Just as he was about to ascend to check on 250's cooking, another thought struck him. He quickly pulled out his phone, opened the online banking app, and upon seeing the balance exceeding 5 million, felt entirely reassured. Upon reaching the upstairs kitchen, he found 250 meticulously preparing a meal, everything in perfect order. Upon noticing Ning Yuan's arrival on the second floor, 250 stated, dinner will be ready in 20 minutes. Due to limited ingredients, I will be making scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and rice as the main course. Okay, Ning Yuan gestured with his hand, then descended to play some ranked matches. He was quite pleased with the robot awarded by the system, though the only minor drawback was that it was a handsome male rather than a beautiful female robot, which posed a threat to his own attractiveness. After losing 2 consecutive matches, 250 brought the food to the table. Not bad. It's visually appealing and smells delicious. Certainly looks better than what I cook, he remarked before diving into the meal. Just as he had taken a few bites, a group of people entered the shop. The one at the front, with yellow hair, spoke coldly. Hey kid, you seem quite relaxed. It's time to settle the emotional damages for my brothers. Oh, isn't this the kid who wet his pants from fright? Ning Yuan took it. This time, the yellow-haired boy didn't react with anger. He merely snorted coldly and said, Lu Xiao, this is the place. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd parted, revealing a pale-faced, slender-fingered, and somewhat effeminate middle-aged man who stepped forward. Ning Yuan, do you remember me? Lu Xiao asked. Who are you? How could I possibly remember? Ning Yuan replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat. Ha ha, Lu Xiao sneered. Your father once held you and visited our home. You were just this small then. He extended his slender finger to indicate a small distance. In the blink of an eye, all these years have passed, and you've grown into a young man. Ning Yuan quickly finished the last bit of rice in his bowl and said, Can you skip the small talk and tell me directly what you want? Just looking at your face makes me nauseous. Then I'll be straightforward, Lu Xiao said. Ning Qingye is currently lying in a hospital bed waiting for your bone marrow. What does that have to do with me? Ning Yuan inquired. He is your brother, and you share a blood bond. As the saying goes, even if the bones are broken, the tendons remain connected, Lu Xiao continued. Before he could finish, Ning Yuan interrupted. Go where it's cool. I've already said, his life and death have nothing to do with me. Are you just going to watch your brother die in that hospital bed? Are you so cold-hearted? Lu Xiao asked. You call me cold-hearted? Ning Yuan pointed at himself. Aren't you? Lu Xiao retorted. Ning Yuan shook his head and said, I'm far from Ning Hepping. He conspired with outsiders to harm his own wife and abandoned his son just to climb higher. Huh, how could I compare myself to that garbage? Disgusting, truly disgusting. Don't forget, without Ning Hepping, there would be no you. How can you speak about your father like that? Don't you understand the most basic principle of filial piety? Lu Xiao lectured. Chapter 9. Is 5 million enough? Father? Ning Yuan spat a thick phlegm on the ground. He is not worthy of being called a father. He is nothing more than a beast. No, even worse than a beast. Tigers don't eat their young. Bring him to me. I swear I'll make sure he is crippled, he vowed. Lu Xiao, seeing his indifference, declared, "If he is heartless, then we must be ruthless. Let us start by smashing his shop to let him know our capabilities." The yellow-haired boy stepped forward, saying, "Lu Xiao, are you teaching me how to do my job?" "No, how could I dare?" The yellow-haired boy quickly laughed apologetically. "Were you pretending to be a gangster? Get out of here." Ning Yuan stepped forward. "Kid, do you believe I won't cripple you right now?" The yellow-haired boy, having just been reprimanded by Lu Xiao, was seething with anger and approached Ning Yuan. Lifting his leg to kick him, wanted to vent his frustration. Ning Yuan leaned to the side, seizing the foot of the yellow-haired miscreant, and pulled him closer, delivering 2 resounding slaps that sent blood gushing from the latter's nose. "You little wretch, how dare you challenge me?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he delivered another 2 slaps. The yellow-haired thug was momentarily stunned. He was inherently weak despite his bluster. Having spent his days either indulging in nightlife or gaming at internet cafes, his body worn and frail from sleepless nights. Typically, he relied on his numbers to bully the weak, but today he had encountered a formidable opponent, leaving him utterly unprepared. After a full 3 seconds, he finally reacted, wiping the blood from his nose and bellowing, "Make sure to cripple him." As his lackeys prepared to advance, Lu Xiao stepped forward, declaring, "Let us see who dares. If you injure him and jeopardize my health, none of you will escape unscathed." Right. The young master's health is paramount. Cease at once." The yellow-haired thug, clutching his swollen face, approached Lu Xiao, glaring fiercely at Ning Yuan, fully aware that he had taken a beating for nothing. He could only swallow his resentment. "Ning Yuan, we are all family. The past is the past. Here, S5 million. Once you donate your bone marrow, I'll give you another 50 million. Think about it. You could live a life free of worry, traveling and enjoying life, rather than clinging to this little shop." Lu Xiao placed a bank card on the counter, speaking earnestly. "Ha ha ha." Ning Yuan erupted in laughter, snatching the bank card and tossing it at the yellow-haired thug. "Take it and spend it. Consider it my compensation for your medical expenses. Now scram." The yellow-haired thug's eyes widened as he stared at the card in his hand, his body trembling involuntarily. His mind racing. "I've struck it rich. This time, I've really struck it rich." He shouted, "Lu Xiao, I'm leaving," without waiting for a response. He turned and fled, his lackeys hot on his heels. With only Lu Xiao and his underlings remaining, Lu Xiao smiled and remarked, "Now that we've got the money, shall we take our leave?" "Who took the money?" "I certainly didn't. That little yellow-haired punk did." Ning Yuan faking it inokense. Lu Xiao's expression darkened instantly. His teeth clenched as he growled, "You dare play tricks on me?" "Indeed, I just did. What are you going to do about it?" Ning Yuan replied with a grin. "Ahu, break his legs, but don't injure his spine. There's marrow in there," Lu Xiao commanded, and a youth standing behind him, like a wooden post, stepped forward. Ning Yuan glanced at Ahu's hands and immediately realized he could not compete. The calluses on his joints indicated he was no novice in combat, unlike the yellow-haired thug who was all show. As Ahu approached, Ning Yuan hastily called for reinforcements. 250, stop washing the pots and pans and come out. Someone is trying to attack me." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow darted down the stairs, and 250 appeared with a rag in hand, standing before Ning Yuan. "Just teach him a lesson. Break the legs of that sissy behind him," Ning Yuan instructed. "Understood," 250 replied, and in the blink of an eye, he was back at Ning Yuan's side. A scream erupted in the store, and Lu Xiao clutched his leg, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Ahu lay on the ground, bruised and battered, unable to rise despite several attempts. "Damn, that was vicious. I didn't even see how you did it," Ning Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "This is how it's done," 250 explained, demonstrating a few martial arts moves. "Ning Yuan, you've struck me. The Lu family will not let this slide," Lu Xiao gasped through gritted teeth. Ning Yuan walked over, smiling, and asked, "Do you know which creature in this world has the hardest mouth?" Lu Xiao, realizing what Ning Yuan was implying, was left speechless in his fury. "It seems you grasp my meaning, but you only know one side of the story. Your mouth is harder than that of a dead duck. I would call it an indestructible steel trap." Ning Yuan continued to taunt as he walked away. Lu Xiao, already feeble, fainted from anger at Ning Yuan's words. Lu Xiao. Ahu, having regained some strength, staggered over to Lu Xiao's side, urging, "Young master, wake up. Enough shouting. Hurry and call an ambulance. If we wait any longer, your master may truly perish," Ning Yuan advised. Ahu remained silent and quickly pulled out his phone to dial emergency services. Finally, peace descended as Ning Yuan moved behind the counter, pulling out his phone to scroll through Douyin, while 250 transformed into a shadow, retreating upstairs to wash dishes. 10 minutes later, an ambulance arrived at the shop, and 4 nurses helped carry Liu Xiao onto a stretcher, who also limped onto the ambulance. The yellow-haired thug, hiding in a nearby alley, breathed a sigh of relief as he witnessed the two calamities depart in the ambulance. Boss, we've really struck it rich this time. 5 million. I've lived over 20 years and never seen more than 200,000. One of his lackeys exclaimed excitedly. Rich? What a joke. The yellow-haired thug gazed at the bank card. Someone who can casually withdraw 5 million won have trouble finding you. We've been conned by that shop owner. What shall we do? We can't just return it, can we? Another lackey whispered. Returning it isn't an option. As the old saying goes, no man becomes rich without unexpected wealth. No horse grows fat without night grass. Let us think this through, the yellow-haired thug said, concocting a plan to share with his companions. Brilliant, boss. This plan is truly ingenious. One lackey exclaimed after hearing the scheme. It's seamless. Damn it. I've told you to read more, but you never listen. Did you think I was trying to harm you? Another bespectacled lackey added. Enough chatter, let us move. The yellow-haired thug waved his hand, and the group dashed deeper into the alley. If Ning Yuan had known the extent of the yellow-haired thug's schemes and his claim of being conned, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. I only wanted to provoke that sissy Liu. I didn't expect this convoluted mess. After closing the rolling shutter and locking in anger, Ning Yuan stormed upstairs, vowing never to play that wretched game again. It was simply too treacherous. No matter how well one played, it was futile when paired with incompetent teammates. Chapter 10. The arrival of the wealthy the following morning. As Ning Yuan was still in the throes of his morning routine, he heard someone shouting outside. Open the door. It's past 9. Are you still asleep? Once he finished washing up and raised a rolling shutter, he was greeted by a spectacle of luxury cars, Ferraris, Rolls-Royces, Porsches, all parked haphazardly outside. Mercedes and BMWs barely registered on the list. It made sense. A 50,000 yuan phone was indeed beyond the reach of an average household. As Ning Yuan opened the door, the car door swung open, and a throng of well-dressed young men and women exchanged glances before entering the shop. Leading the pack was a well-built youth with slicked-back hair, who turned to his companion and remarked, "This boss certainly has an air about him," making us wait for over an hour. Yi Xiao, this boss is no ordinary person. He must have someone backing him to offer such products, responded a youth clad in a red and white striped t-shirt. Of course, Yi Xiao surveyed the shop, adding, but that depends on who you're comparing him to. Yes. He has no match for you. He is merely a pawn pushed to the forefront, the t-shirt youth chuckled. Ning Yuan overheard their conversation as they wandered about the shop, making snide remarks and belittling him without purchasing anything. This isn't a tourist attraction. If you're not buying anything, please leave. I need to go grab breakfast. Ning Yuan interjected. Yi Xiao raised his chin defiantly and said, "Oh, how can this little boss drive customers away? Don't you know that customers are king?" Huh. Ning Yuan spat on the ground. You should take a good look in the mirror. Do you think you can be king? How dare you speak to Yi Xiao like that? The t-shirt youth shouted, stepping forward. Ning Yuan approached him and said, "This is how I speak. Not satisfied? Ha ha. Little boss, quickly bring out the phones. It's better to keep the peace." Someone intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. Ning Yuan pointed to the purchase policy hanging in the shop and said, "Make sure you all understand. Pay first, then take your phones one at a time." After finishing his speech, he walked behind the counter to retrieve the POS machine and payment code. With the assistance of 250, he sold over 500 units in just one morning, which compelled him to marvel at the abundance of wealth possessed by the affluent individuals of Longguo, who could spend 500,000 without a second thought, an amount that would take an ordinary person many years to earn. "Why are you still here?" Ning Yuan inquired, glancing at Yi Xiao, who was standing in front of the counter. Yi Xiao pointed to a vial of leukemia cure within the counter and asked, "What is the story behind this medicine?" "Oh, this vial should be able to treat leukemia," Ning Yuan replied. "Can it truly cure leukemia?" Yi Xiao repeated. "Life is precious, and I cannot guarantee its efficacy." Ning Yuan answered. With a sigh, Yi Xiao said, "Swipe the card. I will purchase it." "Certainly. The moment you walked in, I sensed you were a person of significant undertakings," Ning Yuan remarked, swiftly processing the transaction and handing the vial of medicine to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao clutched the medicine, murmuring to himself, "I hope it works," as he hurriedly exited. Once in the car, the young man in a t-shirt cautioned, "Yi Xiao, you must not take this medicine recklessly. I want to take a gamble. My sister does not have much time left," Yi Xiao replied, gripping the vial tightly. The doctor had informed him that his sister suffered from congenital leukemia, and the chances of recovery were exceedingly slim. He paused for a moment, fixating on the vial, and continued, "Since this proprietor could procure such advanced technology, it stands to reason that this medicine might indeed be genuine." Sighing, The young man in the t-shirt fell silent, knowing that, despite Yi Xiao's penchant for associating with dubious friends and indulging in revelry, he was deeply loyal and caring toward his sister. Ever since learning of her congenital leukemia, he had sought every possible treatment, hoping for her swift recovery. To be candid, he held little faith in the medicine sold by the proprietor. Previously, Yi Xiao had seen doctors in hospitals who were unable to provide a cure, and after hearing from an acquaintance, he had spent a fortune to summon a so-called master from the south. The outcome was predictable. The master turned out to be a fraud, resulting in a severe reprimand from his father, who chastised him for being foolish and easily deceived by a charlatan. This incident weighed heavily on him for quite some time. As Yi Xiao arrived in the capital, the Yi family's mansion stood majestically within the highly coveted second ring, covering an impressive 5 acres. Upon disembarking from his flight, Yi Chun, unlike his usual self, did not seek out friends for merriment, but hastily returned home. Xiao Chun, where have you been these past few days? Your father arranged a job for you, yet you have not shown up, his mother inquired. Mom, I have no desire to work at our company, Yi Chun replied. Oh dear, you ought to be cautious of your father. He might reprimand you again, his mother said with a hint of exasperation. Understood, Yi Chun said as he pulled a vial of medicine from his pocket, exclaiming, Mom, look, there's hope for my sister. His mother examined the vial's label, reading, Leukemia miracle cure? Have you been duped again? Bring home less of these dubious items. Without hesitation, Yi Chun showcased his advanced technology smartphone, demonstrating its capabilities and reiterating his reasoning. After listening intently, his mother pondered for a moment and said, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. We must consult your father, your elder brother, your second brother, and the old man. Must it be such a grand affair? Yi Chen lamented, knowing full well that their arrival would lead to a barrage of scolding directed at him. Are you not concerned for your sister's safety? His mother asked. Of course I am, but the doctor said time is running out, Yi Chen replied. At this, his mother sighed, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string, lamenting, Yaya's life is so cruel. Mom, please do not cry. I truly believe this medicine can save my sister. Let us call Dad and the others right away, Yi Chen insisted. Right, his mother said, wiping her tears as she picked up the landline phone to begin calling each of them. At 8 p.m., Ning Yuan felt his hands cramping and his throat burning. The cramping resulted from the numerous card swipes, while his sore throat was due to a day's worth of incessant talking. He vowed that in this life, and alas, he had never swiped so many cards. It was exhausting. However, he found solace in selling 10,000 phones, taking a step closer to his goal of 100,000 units. 250 brought him a large pork knuckle from upstairs, accompanied by several small dishes, cucumber salad, pigskin jelly, and sugar-dressed tomatoes. Yet, a meal is incomplete without drink. Ning Yuan ventured out to procure a bottle of Erguo too. A sip of the liquor revived his spirits, and he resolved to sell several thousand more phones the following day. Chapter 11. No One Believes. Yi Chun sat obediently on the sofa, just as he had anticipated. When the others arrived, they immediately launched into a lecture. If you continue down this path, truly, Yi Chun's father began, but Yi Chun interrupted Dad. Today we are discussing this medicine, not turning this into a public trial. That unclear medicine should be discarded at once. It irritates me just to see it. Can you not engage in something productive? Yi Chen's father approached. How is it unclear? Have I not already explained its origin? Yi Chen countered it. His elder brother took a sip of tea and added, Xiao Chun, you are still too young. If this medicine could genuinely cure leukemia, how could it possibly come to you? Yi Chun found himself at a loss for words, stammering and finally snatching the vial, exclaiming, I will throw it away. Is that what you want? Satisfied now? Without waiting for a response, he stormed out of the room. This is the kind of son you've raised. Yi Chen's father coldly remarked. Isn't Xiao Chen also concerned for his sister? Why don't you find a way to help Xiao Yi get better, instead of criticizing him all the time? Yi Chen's mother said, wiping her tears. If you truly cannot stand him, send him to the military. That requires a certain caliber. He is just too soft, Yi Chen's father replied. Enough. All you do is argue. Accompany me to see Xiao Yi, declared the patriarch of the Yi family, prompting immediate compliance from the others. After exiting, Yi Chen kicked a stone bench in frustration. Throughout his life, he had never received recognition for his efforts, which led him to abandon his ambitions. Indulging in a carefree existence, reassured by the family's wealth, he believed he would never go hungry. This time, he was determined to prove his worth to everyone. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen quickened his pace, arriving moments later at a quaint, vintage room. He gently knocked on the door, and, after a few seconds, the caretaker opened it. He stealthily entered. Brother, is that you? A soft voice called from the inner room. Noticing that his sister was awake, Yi Chen quickly stepped into the room. What could be called a bedroom was more accurately a hospital room, with various medical devices flanking either side of the bed. A pale girl with a pink knitted hat leaned against the headboard, holding a book. Upon seeing Yi Chun, a faint smile graced her lips as she gently asked, "Did you get scolded by Dad again?" Yi Chun scratched his head and replied with a chuckle, "No, I just missed you and wanted to check on you." "Thank you for your concern, brother." Dad responds better to gentleness. Next time he scolds you, just say a few kind words instead of butting heads with him. "Yeah, advisit. How did you know I got scolded again?" Yi Chun asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Every time you get reprimanded. You come to my bedside and secretly cry," Yi teased with a smile. Caught off guard, Yi Chun blushed and coughed awkwardly, pulling out a small vial and declaring, "This time, I've brought medicine that can cure your illness. Here's how it works." He quickly recounted the events to Yi Ya, also showcasing his advanced technology smartphone to demonstrate its wonders. "The medication I have ingested, I overheard during a conversation between my mother and the doctor last time. The physician stated that I might have no more than 3 years to live. With the current technological advancements, congenital leukemia is simply beyond remedy. Rather than languishing in bed until death claims me, I would rather take a chance," Yi declared resolutely. At this moment, Yi Chun felt a surge of anxiety, responding, "I fear the possibility of the unforeseen." Yi interrupted him, asserting, "There is no possibility of the unforeseen. I have been confined to this sickbed since birth, and I have truly had enough of this existence." Gazing into his sister's unwavering eyes, Yi Chun uncapped the bottle, pouring out a blood-red pill, a sweet, cloying aroma wafting through the air. "May it bring about healing," Yi uttered softly, taking the pill from Yi Chun's palm, placing it in her mouth, chewing, and swallowing it. "What do you feel?" Yi Chun asked, anxiety palpable in his voice. "I feel nothing," Yi replied, but her complexion visibly reddened at an alarming rate. "Brother, I feel so unwell." This was the first thought that crossed Yi Chun's mind. He rushed outside, shouting, "Doctor! Doctor!" At this moment, the rest of the Yi family, accompanying the elderly patriarch, happened to arrive. Yi Chun's father glared, demanding, "What has happened?" "I gave my sister that pill, and now something's wrong." Yi Chun sobit. A resounding slap echoed as his father struck him, roaring, "Wretched child, I could kill you for this." In the midst of his fury, he struck him again. "Stop! What good is hitting him do now?" Quickly summon the doctor. "If anything befalls my dear granddaughter, I will not spare the Yi family," the elderly patriarch exclaimed, stepping into the room, followed by the others. Yi Chun scrambled into the room, almost tumbling over himself. The doctor, a highly paid family physician from Xia Hospital, typically attended to Yi Ya, alleviating her suffering whenever her condition worsened. Within a minute, the doctor rushed in with 2 nurses. "Dr. Yang, please examine Xiao Ya. I implore you to save her," Yi Chun's mother pleaded, grasping Dr. Yang's arm. At that moment, Yi had already lost consciousness, her face flushed, eyes tightly shut, and her expression one of agony, an image that tugged at the heartstrings of anyone who beheld it. "Do not panic. Let me assess the situation, doctor." Yang instructed the 2 nurses, adjusting Yi's position to ensure her comfort before commencing a thorough examination with various instruments. Half an hour later, wiping the sweat from his brow, Dr. Yang reported, "Currently, her condition has not deteriorated. Yi's discomfort is due to the unknown medication. I recommend hospitalization at Xia Hospital, where the facilities are superior." "Thank you, Dr. Yang," Yi Chun's mother responded. "And please, never administer medication to a patient without proper guidance. Her body cannot withstand such turmoil," Dr. Yang cautioned. Yes, I promise it won't happen again," Yi Chun's mother vowed. "I will contact an old classmate of mine for further assistance," Dr. Yang said before exiting. Upon hearing that his sister was temporarily stable, Yi Chun rose, fists clenched, silently making his way out of the room. "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Chun's elder brother intercepted him. "Leave me be," Yi Chun replied, maneuvering around him. "Come back." His brother pulled him back, demanding, "What are you intending to do?" "It's nothing. I just need some air," Yi Chun stated. "Are you going to confront that businessman?" His brother queried. "I will go and kill him. How dare he harm my sister? I will make him wish for death," Yi Chun declared. "Foolishness," the elderly patriarch chastised. Chapter 12. Another 4 million earned. At Xia Hospital in Beijing, the premier institution in the Dragon Nation, boasting the finest physicians and medical resources in the country, any doctor one encounters here would hold a directorial position in other hospitals. Furthermore, it serves as a hub for patients with complex ailments who, having found no remedy in provincial hospitals, are sent here by families with means. If a condition cannot be treated here, then truly, there is no hope left. There is a saying in the Dragon Nation: the doctors at Xia Hospital can pull patient from the clutches of the Grim Reaper. If they cannot, then it is simply one's fate. Dr. Yang has practiced medicine for decades, having joined Xia Hospital right after graduation. He knows too well that there are countless ailments that remain untreatable. The hospital, often mythologized by the public, is also the place where the most deaths occur. The doctors here routinely encounter scenes of life and death, not from a lack of effort, but due to the limits of medical science. Yeyase congenital leukemia. Had she been born into an ordinary family, would have claimed her life long ago. It is only within the privileged Yi family that her life has been tenuously sustained. After a comprehensive examination at Xia Hospital, with specialists from both traditional and Western medicine consulting, the conclusion was that Yi Ya's vital signs were temporarily stable, necessitating hospitalization for observation. This brought a collective sigh of relief to the Yi family. Among the 4 children of the Yi family, the first 3 were boys, and the youngest, a girl, naturally became the apple of their eye. However, fate dealt a cruel hand when Yi was diagnosed with congenital leukemia at the tender age of 3. The Yi family sought out renowned physicians far and wide, yet found themselves powerless against her illness, ultimately resolved to merely prolong her life, hoping that one day, a cure for congenital leukemia would be discovered. Yichin sat by the bedside, watching his sister, who was in evident distress. His heart felt as though it were being torn asunder at the thought that his negligence had led to this predicament. Guilt and self-reproach surged within him, and he silently vowed that if anything were to happen to his sister, he would not hesitate to eliminate that unscrupulous merchant. Conversely, should a miracle occur and his sister recover, he would express his profound gratitude to that businessman while vowing to reform his ways and start anew. Ning Yuan, having consumed 2 cups of cat urine at the shop, stumbled upstairs in a daze. He collapsed onto the bed, and within a minute, a thunderous snore erupted. Awakened in the middle of the night by the urgent need to relieve himself, he fumbled in the dark to use the restroom, whereupon he let out 3 mighty sneezes. Who was thinking of me? Could it be some young lady here to buy a phone? He muttered, following the path to his bed in the hope of continuing his slumber and dreaming of a beautiful girl calling him her husband. Just as he reached the edge of the bed, a shadow flitted past the window. The night was clear, the moonlight bright, confirming to Ning Yuan that he had not imagined it. Damn, he exclaimed, cold sweat cascading down his spine as nightmarish scenes from horror films flooded his mind. 250. Turn on the light, he commanded. With a click, the light illuminated the room, and after squinting to adjust, Ning Yuan saw someone outside, using a bamboo pole to sway a tattered piece of clothing back and forth. Incensed, Ning Yuan flung open the window, yanked the clothing off the pole, and tossed it out, shouting, "Have you lost your senses? Out here, scaring people in the dead of night? Ning boss, it's me," came a familiar voice from below. Ning Yuan peered down to see Huang. His head of hair dyed a foul shade of yellow, shining brightly in the moonlight. "What is wrong with you, Huang?" Ning Yuan scolded. Huang remained unperturbed, whispering, "Ning boss, open the door quickly. I have urgent business." What business could possibly be so pressing at this hour? Ning Yuan inquired. "Ning boss, it's a matter of life and death. Please let me in." Huang insisted without elaborating further. Sigh. Ning Yuan sighed heavily. "You truly are my nemesis. Just wait a moment." The roll-up door was pulled up halfway, and Huang stealthily slipped inside, stating, "Ning boss, do you have anything to eat?" 250. Heat up the leftover dinner from tonight, Ning Yuan instructed. Huang perched on a round stool at the counter, lamenting, "Ning boss, you've put me in a terrible spot. I've been hiding for days, unable to even eat a proper meal. You Haven Tea spent the 5 million? Ning Yuan took it. How could I? Lu Qing, that sinister fellow, has been sending people after me these past few days," Huang replied helplessly. "If you're afraid to spend it, just return it," Ning Yuan suggested. "Let us set aside that topic for now," Huang Mao said. "I came to notify you of something important." "What is it?" Ning Yuan inquired. "You are in danger," Huang Mao revealed. "I inadvertently overheard Lu Qing discussing plans to kidnap you." "That sissy? He wouldn't dare," Ning Yuan retorted as he took the plate of fried rice from his hands and placed it on the counter, urging himself to eat quickly. "Finish up and leave swiftly. I still need my sleep." Huang Mao lifted the plate, eating while continuing, "Actually, there's another matter." "Stop right there. I don't wish to hear it," Ning Yuan interrupted. "Ning boss, this is about that 5 million, Huang Mao said, finishing the food on his plate and producing a bank card, placing on the counter. "What do you mean?" Ning Yuan asked. "I mean the bulk goes to you, just leave us 1 million to spend. Rest assured, that million won't be squandered. We will definitely vanish from your sight, and I swear on my life that Lu Qing's intentions to kidnap you are entirely true," Huang Mao declared, raising 3 fingers in solemnity. "First mitigate the risk, then profit from a piece of information to earn 1 million. You certainly know how to play the game better than I do," Ning Yuan chuckled. Huang Mao wiped the grease from his mouth, offering a wry smile. I'm just a small-time thug. If Lu Qin wishes to crush me, it would be as simple as squashing a bug. I have no means of escape. My little brothers are counting on me. That million may seem substantial, but when divided, it's hardly anything. He concluded with a quavering voice, as if he bore the weight of the world. Enough, Ning Yuan interjected, recognizing Huang Mao's hidden talent as an actor. Just set the card down. I'll transfer you $1 million, and remember to keep me updated on any news from the Lu family. Sure thing. Huang Mao's face brightened immediately as he quickly retrieved another card from his pocket, indicating that the transfer should be made to that account. I must admit, you're quite something. A person like you would have undoubtedly been a bandit in tumultuous times, Ning Yuan remarked while processing the transfer of $1 million. Ning boss. Fortune favors the deserving, and with the help of benefactors, a single mobile phone can fetch 500,000. What do I have? A worthless life, destined to report to the king of hell sooner or later, Huang Mao lamented. Upon receiving the notification of the 1 million transfer, he smiled. I'll take my leave now. I wouldn't want to disturb your sleep, Ning boss. Chapter 13. The cure for leukemia after Huang Mao departed. Ning Yuan transferred the funds from that card to his own. One must seize the opportunity when it arises. Consider it a form of wealth redistribution. As for Huang Mao's claim about Lu Qin intending to kidnap him, that was merely a small ant yawning, boasting grandly. In the blink of an eye, he had earned another 4 million. Whistling a tune, Ning Yuan lowered the rolling shutter and ascended the stairs, opting for a late start the following day. That night proved to be the most torturous one in Yi Chen's life. Countless rebukes echoed in the hospital corridor as his mother fainted twice from distress, ultimately being sent back home. The elderly patriarch of the Yi family, nearing 90, refused to leave the ward, insisting on waiting until his granddaughter awakened. Yi Chen's father, Yi He, attempted several times to enter the room and check on his daughter, but was thwarted by the nurses, who insisted the patient required rest. Each time he was stopped, frustration boiled within him, prompting him to unleash his ire upon Yi Chen. Yi Chen's 2 older brothers, had they not been supporting their grandfather, would have surely gone to teach him a lesson for his incessant troublemaking. For the entire Yi family, that night felt interminable, with doctors and nurses checking Yi Ye's condition every 2 hours. Each time a doctor exited, the family held their breath, but fortunately, each time, the news was reassuring. As dawn broke, on the 5th check, the doctor announced that Yi Ye was stable, allowing the family to finally breathe easier. The elderly patriarch was escorted home, leaving only Yi Chen and Yi He in the corridor. Is your face still hurting? Yi He asked, observing the swollen visage of Yi Chen, regretting his heavy-handedness. It doesn't hurt anymore, Yi Chen replied, turning his head away. Well, don't engage in such foolishness again. I know you wish for your sister's recovery, but you must act with prudence, Yi He admonished in a serious tone. Understood, Yi Chen replied, genuinely. If anything were to happen to his sister, he could scarcely fathom how he would cope. As they conversed, they failed to notice the door to the ward opening, revealing a slight figure in the corridor. Dad, that medicine was meant for me. Don't blame my brother. Look at what you've done to him. A delicate voice rang out, though softly spoken. It struck Yi He like thunder. He turned to behold the slender figure at the door, momentarily stunned. Xiaoya, how did you come out by yourself? I just walked out. Yi He twirled around. I feel so light, lighter than ever. Yi Chen dashed to her side, asking anxiously, so you're all right? Completely well? I'm not sure. I feel a bit hungry now and would love a feast, Yi He said, patting her stomach. All right, splendid. You must be well now. Yi Chen exclaimed, joyfully pacing the floor. By the way, call the doctor. Right. Yi He dashed towards the nurse's station at the far end of the corridor. Minutes later, Yi He was back on the hospital bed while Dr. Yang and his colleagues used various instruments to examine her. Yi Chen and Yi He waited anxiously outside the ward. Time ticked by slowly, and several times Yi Chen felt an overwhelming urge to rush in and inquire about the results, yet he restrained himself. At precisely 9 a.m., as the clock chimed, the ward door swung open. Dr. Yang and his colleagues emerged, their expressions grave. Seeing their faces, Yi Chen's heart sank. What is the verdict? Any results? Do not panic. Dr. Yang waved his hand, a smile breaking through. Congratulations. Yi has rejuvenated. After thorough examinations, she is now as healthy as any normal person. Finally, it's over, was the singular thought racing through Yi Chen's mind, but immediately afterward, he felt dizzy, the world around him fading to black. When his vision cleared again, he found himself back home, lying in his own bed. He got up, dressed, and stepped out, noticing the yard was adorned with festive decorations, red couplets plastered everywhere, as if preparing for the new year. What is happening? Did I sleep through to the new year? Yi Chen gasped, inquiring with a housekeeper busy cleaning. He learned that Yiya had regained her health, prompting the elderly patriarch to host a grand celebration to dispel any lingering bad luck. Upon entering the living room, his elder brother spotted him and warmly called out, "Third brother, you're awake." He handed him a piece of cake. "Eat up. The doctor said you were low on blood sugar, which is why you fainted." Yi Chan accepted the cake, devouring it quickly, though still feeling a void, prompting him to grab another piece from the platter on the coffee table. "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you." His elder brother poured him a cup of tea. "This is delicious. How come I never realized how good these cakes were before?" Yi Chan exclaimed while munching away. Just then, Yi approached, and instinctively, Yi Chan felt the urge to flee. As he stood, Yi called out to him, "Xiao Chun, there's noodles in the kitchen." "All right, okay." Yi Chan was taken aback by the shift in Yi's demeanor, nodding before hastily making his way to the kitchen. Upon entering, he spotted a little girl with a ponytail, gnawing on a pig-esque trotter. Girls should be mindful of their image, otherwise they won't find a husband. Yi Chan sit. Yi retorted, "Not finding a husband is better. I can stay home and enjoy pig trotters every day." As Yi Chan served himself a bowl of hand-pulled noodles, he inquired, "Now that you're well, what do you want to do?" "I want to go out and explore. But I haven't decided where to go yet," Yi replied. "I know of an intriguing place," Yi Chan said. "What place?" Yi asked, discarding the last piece of bone into the trash. "Don't you want to know the origin of that medicine? Curious about which place sells such miraculous drugs?" Yi Chan queried. "Indeed, we ought to express our profound gratitude to the individual who saved my life." Just as Yi was about to continue speaking, the venerable patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Kaishan, entered the room. "Hello, Grandpa," Yi greeted him civilly. "Ha, indeed. We should extend our heartfelt thanks to this person. Come along, the banquet is about to commence. As the protagonist, you simply cannot be absent," the old gentleman chuckled. By the time Yi Chan and his companions arrived at the banquet venue, it was already a veritable sea of people. The Yi family, being a prestigious clan, combined with the formidable influence of the steadfast Yi Kaishan, drew an overwhelming number of attendees eager to partake in the festivities. Even merely appearing at the event was of great significance. The Lu family, as a paragon in the financial realm and having business dealings with the Yi family, naturally secured a place at the banquet. Lu Jia, holding a glass of wine, seemed somewhat preoccupied. Several times, when others called her, she remained oblivious, leading them to assume she was aloof and difficult to befriend. Such occasions were prime opportunities for networking, with many guests mingling about, glasses in hand, seeking future collaborators. Chapter 14. The medicine is gone. Under normal circumstances, Lu Jia would have been just like everyone else. However, today, her thoughts were elsewhere. She was solely concerned with discovering how Yi's ailment had been treated. Upon seeing Yi Kaishan accompanied by two young individuals entering the banquet hall, her breath quickened. The sight of Yi, once a frail child suffering from congenital leukemia, now lively and vibrant, juxtaposed with her own son, filled her heart with anguish. As the crowd noticed the esteemed patriarch of the Yi family emerging, many influential guests approached the main table to extend their congratulations. Lu Jia hurriedly followed suit, and when the previous guests were finally done, it was her turn. She stepped forward, smiling, and said, "Congratulations, Xiaoya, on your restored health. Do come over to my house for a visit when you have the time," as she presented Yi with a jade safety amulet. "Thank you," Yi replied softly. "How wonderful, so beautiful and so considerate. If only my son's illness could be cured too," she said, wiping away her tears. As she raised her wine glass, she inquired, "How is Xiaoya's condition treated?" "If it's not too much trouble, your son also suffers from leukemia," Yi Kaishan remarked. "Yes, he has been ill for several years now, and his father's bone marrow is not a match. I implore you to guide me," Lu Jia choked out. "Xiao Chun, where do you procure the medicine?" Yi Kaishan asked. "From a mobile phone shop," Lu Jia replied, her heart sinking at the ominous feeling that washed over her. "In the city of Shanshi, in Bayan. Is the owner named Ning Yuan?" Lu Jia probed. "Yes, everyone calls him Boss Ning," Yi Chan responded. "Understood." Lu Jia forced a smile before departing, never having imagined that the cure for leukemia could originate from Ning Yuan's hands. Reflecting on past events, she clenched her fists and hastily exited the Yi residence. "Brother, Aunt Lu seems rather upset," Yi observed. "How could she be happy when her son has leukemia?" "Come on, eat up. After we finish, we'll go watch a movie," Yi Chan replied. Me, Yi nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Ning Yuan, the casual sale of a single pill had instigated such a cascade of events. After another arduous day of work, he had sold 15,000 phones. The following day's sales plummeted to half, leaving him somewhat disheartened. After all, the price of 500,000 was exorbitant. Only a select few could afford such cutting-edge technology. He needed to devise a new plan. Dinner consisted of knife-cut noodles, cold pig ears, and smashed cucumbers. Ever since acquiring the 500, his living standards had skyrocketed. 500, another bowl of noodles. Ning Yuan remarked, "Your culinary skills are exceptional. I'm afraid I've gained weight." "Gaining weight is of no concern. I can customize a weight loss program for you," the 500 retorted. "Forget it. I'm too lazy. If I can stand, I won't sit. If I can lie down, I won't stand," Ning Yuan said as he spoke, when suddenly the roller shutter door was rattled by knocking. "Who is it at this late hour?" Ning Yuan inquired. No one responded, yet the rattling continued. "Damn it, can't I enjoy a meal in peace?" Ning Yuan set down his bowl, approached the door, and lifted the roller shutter. A fair-skinned man appeared before him. "Lu Qing, are you out of your mind?" Ning Yuan scolded. "Boss Ning, we meet again," Lu Qing replied, unfazed with a smile. "I've come to deliver a gift." "Deliver a gift at this hour? I truly cannot fathom what goes on in that head of yours." Ning Yuan grumbled as he returned to the counter to continue his meal. "Ha ha, Boss Ning, please don't be upset," Lu Qing said, entering with two suited associates, each carrying a box. "So, what exactly do you want?" Ning Yuan asked while munching on pig ears. "Well, I heard that Boss Ning possesses a medicine capable of curing leukemia," Lu Qing stated with a grin. "Who told you that?" Ning Yuan inquired. "The precious jewel of the Yi family, afflicted with congenital leukemia, was cured by consuming Boss Ning's medicine," Lu Qing declared. "You must have misheard. This is a mobile phone shop, not a pharmacy," Ning Yuan replied. "At tonight's banquet at the Yi family, I heard it directly from President Lu." Lu Qing signaled to his two subordinates, who approached Ning Yuan and opened the box to reveal a few modest gifts, hoping Boss Ning would find them to his liking. Upon closer inspection, Ning Yuan saw two jade plaques, their quality indiscernible. The two suited men reverently placed the box on the counter. One should not refuse a gift offered with goodwill, Ning Yuan thought, despite feeling reluctant. The medicine is but a single pill. The reckless scion of the Yi family purchased it. I never expected him to actually give it to someone. Just one. Lu Qing's expression darkened. "Boss Ning, could you inform me of the source of this medicine? There will be substantial compensation." "That's confidential," Ning Yuan asserted, unwilling to divulge any details about the system. "President Lu has promised to pay you up to 500 million. I hope you'll consider it. Once you disclose the information, we can all be friends," Lu Qing proposed. Ning Yuan shook his head and smiled. "Please convey to Lu Jie that even if I had more of this medicine, I would never provide it to her. Let her son wait for his demise in peace." Lu Qing was left speechless, utterly infuriated by Ning Yuan's response. "Very well, you may leave now. I shan't keep you for dinner," Ning Yuan remarked. "Why do you harbor such animosity towards President Lu? After all, she is Lu Qing's superior," Lu Qing began. But Ning Yuan interrupted. "Spare me the pleasantries. Go ask that woman what she did back in the day, and you'll understand." Sighing deeply, Lu Qing gestured for his subordinates to collect the gifts and turned to leave. "Wait," Ning Yuan called out. Lu Qing turned back, asking, "Have you changed your mind? This is your bank card. Huang Mao has returned it. Please refrain from pursuing him further. I wish no innocent party to be harmed," Ning Yuan said, retrieving a bank card from his drawer and waving it. Lu Qing remained silent, turning to exit. "A bunch of lunatics," Ning Yuan muttered, pulling the roller shutter down and locking it before hastily taking his bowl upstairs to fetch some noodles, lest they become overcooked. "President Lu," Ning Yuan is unyielding. "We must initiate Plan A," Lu Qing said over the phone. "Did you fail to acquire the medicine?" An irate voice echoed from the other end. "Yes." Lu Qing instinctively lowered his head. A cacophony of shattering porcelain erupted over the line. "Useless. What good are you and your lot to me? Tomorrow, I will personally go over there." As Lu Qing listened to the dial tone, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he harbored no fondness for Lu Jie either. After decades of servitude to the Lu family, she still treated him with disdain, offering him no respect. Years ago, when Lu Jie was infatuated with Ning Heping, had it not been for his matchmaking, would Ning Heping have ever joined the Lu family? Reflecting on this, Lu Qing let out a long sigh and departed in his Porsche. Chapter 15. Departing with Grace. Lu Jie sat by her son's bedside, gazing at his pale and emaciated countenance, and as she recalled Yi Ye's vivaciousness, a surge of anger welled up within her. She loathed Ning Yuan for his refusal to donate bone marrow, and even more for possessing a cure for leukemia, yet choosing not to sell it to her. The mere thought of Ning Yuan's smug, insufferable grin intensified her resentment. How could it be that her exceptionally talented son was afflicted with leukemia while that abandoned wretch, Ning Yuan, thrived in good health? Gently caressing her son's hand, which was adorned with various needles, Lu Jie swiftly exited the hospital room, acutely aware that her son's time was fleeting. It was imperative for her to take action. Ning Yuan had intended to indulge in a leisurely slumber, but the looming task of selling 100,000 mobile phones jolted him awake. After enjoying a breakfast prepared by 250, he opened his shop early. With 250's assistance, he remained indoors, focusing solely on selling phones except for occasional grocery runs. As he opened the door, the shop gradually filled with customers. The routine of processing payments and handing over phones was delegated to 250, while he oversaw the operations. Business was thriving that day, with a steady stream of luxury cars outside, likely a result of word of mouth from earlier patrons. Such items were akin to luxury goods. The affluent, seeking to flaunt their status, resorted to purchasing extravagant products when they had little else to spend their wealth on. Suddenly, a groundbreaking phone featuring unprecedented technological marvels emerged in their circle, compelling others to acquire one, lest they appear outdated. Ning Yuan's conjecture proved accurate as, throughout the day, alongside a few wealthy heirs, middle-aged individuals began to trickle in. One particularly rotund man entered, and with his thick accent, Ning Yuan immediately discerned his occupation, a coal magnate from Xishan province. As the afternoon progressed, business boomed. 250 struggled to keep up, prompting Ning Yuan to pitch in, processing transactions and handing out phones in a relentless cycle. He noted that the afternoon clientele drove more modest vehicles and donned business attire, undoubtedly representatives from competing phone manufacturers seeking to gather intelligence. However, Ning Yuan was unfazed. The cutting-edge phone produced by the system was beyond their comprehension. By 9 p.m., utterly exhausted, he finally ushered the last customer out, pulled down the shutter, and collapsed onto a chair, calculating his sales. Over the past 3 days, he had sold 30,000 units, an average of 10,000 per day, with a month allocated by the system, leaving ample time. Ning Yuan resolved to grant himself a reprieve, justifying it as a necessary balance of work and rest to enhance productivity. That evening, he procured a sheet of A4 paper and inscribed a note. Close today, reopening tomorrow, affixing it to the shop's exterior before returning to instruct 250 to mind the store. Securing the door, he slipped away, first indulging in a delightful barbecue nearby, washing it down with a bottle of Courageous Journey, before leisurely making his way to the county's most luxurious spa. It was imperative he did not spend the night in the shop, for the prospect of being cornered by customers the following day was unappealing. Upon entering the spa, a warm welcome sent a shiver down Ning Yuan's spine. The receptionist was indeed stunning, her voice irresistibly enticing. As he approached to inquire about a bath, she introduced a range of packages from 58 to 2,888 yuan. Interrupting her, he opted for the 2888 package, for he was not short of funds and wished to indulge in the finest offerings. Please wait a moment, the receptionist said, swiftly preparing his entry while radioing for assistance. A VIP has arrived. Come down to greet him. He was then instructed to change into a pair of pristine slippers provided by an attendant. Nodding in acknowledgement, he awaited the arrival of a beautiful guide, who beckoned him to follow her, a delightful fragrance wafting through the air, quickening his heartbeat. The lady opened the elevator door and gestured for him to enter. This lavish treatment was unfamiliar to Ning Yuan, and he began to regret posing as a high roller in such a place. Would even the attendants be female? The thought quickened his pulse further. Had he known, a simpler bathhouse would have sufficed. Stepping into the elevator, the confined space intensified the alluring scent of the woman beside him, making him feel as if he was in the presence of a modern-day seductress. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and the attendant stepped out, gesturing for him to follow. Sir, this is the men's bath area, she informed him. He nodded, moving towards the entrance, relieved when she did not follow. Inside, aside from the clarity of the water compared to ordinary bathhouses, there was nothing particularly special. Ning Yuan felt somewhat foolish for having paid so much for what was essentially a fancy bathhouse. After exiting the bath, he intended to find a place to rest when the earlier beauty reappeared, accompanied by 2 more women carrying small plastic toolboxes. Good day, sir. Your 2888 package includes a wellness massage. Please follow us, she said, leading him to a room on the 5th floor. Sitting on the bed, Ning Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Having been single his entire life, he had rarely interacted with women, and now he was faced with 2 enticing figures. Perhaps you could return? I'm feeling a bit tired, he suggested hesitantly. There's no need to be nervous. We are a legitimate wellness spa, and this will greatly benefit your health, one of the women reassured him. As he contemplated further objection, the other interjected, rest assured, We are fully trained in traditional Chinese acupressure. Given their assurances, Ning Yuan felt it would be impolite to refuse, closing his eyes and conceding. All right, let us proceed. The massage was indeed professional. The women's firm hands elicited beads of sweat from Ning Yuan, who occasionally found himself gasping, especially during the foot massage, which tickled him so much he nearly laughed to tears. However, post-treatment, he felt utterly rejuvenated, sleeping soundly that night, awakening only around 11 a.m. the next day. Dressed and ready, he headed straight for the finest restaurant in the county. The meal felt somewhat lonely to him. He was unaccustomed to the delicacies like sashimi, particularly the salmon, which tasted to him like cold, fatty pork slices. Dipping it in wasabi only amplified the unpleasantness. Chapter 16. A Kidnapping. After dining, Ning Yuan decided to catch a movie, hailing a taxi from the roadside. To be honest, with his newfound wealth, he was at a loss on how to spend it. He had no interest in the roaring sports cars or designer clothing, and while he appreciated the allure of beautiful women, he dreaded the complications that often accompanied them. Consequently, he found himself at a standstill, uncertain of what to do. The primary reason for his indecision stemmed from the accessibility of these luxuries, which diminished their appeal. Reflecting on human nature, he concluded that what is unattainable often seems most desirable. Driver, why are you taking a detour? I'm a local. Ning Yuan suddenly realized the taxi was veering off course from the cinema. Kid, I heard on the radio that there's a traffic jam ahead, so I'm taking a different route. I want to charge you extra, the driver chuckled. All right, Ning Yuan replied, momentarily distracted by the scenery outside. Perhaps due to his wealth, even the monotonous high-rises outside now seemed more charming. However, upon spotting a distant mountain, he sensed something was amiss. What is going on? You've taken me out of the county, Ning Yuan exclaimed. You do well to cooperate. At this speed, jumping out would leave you either dead or severely injured. The driver retorted coldly. Ning Yuan gazed into the rearview mirror suspended from the car's roof, observing the driver's calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of panic. This revelation sent a chill through him. This individual was far from ordinary, possessing remarkable psychological fortitude. Master, if you seek money, I can transfer it to you right now to avoid any unnecessary complications, Ning Yuan proposed. Do not be anxious. Simply comply and refrain from any ill intentions. And I assure you, I will not cause you harm. First, please hand over your mobile phone, the driver instructed, one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel while the other brandished a gun aimed at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan's expression shifted as he retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it over. Initially, he had intended to engage the driver in conversation to divert his attention, subsequently dialing 110 to report his predicament. However, he had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. As he contemplated the arrival of someone, a face emerged in his mind, Huang Mao. Previously, Huang Mao had warned him that Lu Qing and Lu Jie intended to abduct him, a warning he had taken too lightly. The driver received the phone and remarked, "That is more like it. If you cooperate, we will all benefit. Was it Lu Jie who sent you?" Ning Yuan inquired. This time, the driver remained silent, accelerating the vehicle. After several minutes, they halted on a desolate country road. The driver picked up his phone and dialed a number, stating, "The goods have arrived." Before tossing Ning Yuan a black cloth bag, "Put this over your head." Without protest, Ning Yuan complied, aware that he was at the mercy of his captors. Forced to obey. Once the bag enveloped his head, darkness engulfed him. Moments later, the car door swung open, a blast of cold air sending a shiver through him. Strong hands yanked him from the vehicle, money in one hand, goods in the other. The voice from the front was unmistakably that of the driver, while the identity of the person behind remained unknown. After the exchange, he was shoved into another car. Following a lengthy and jarring ride, they finally came to a stop. He was escorted up several flights of stairs and into a room, where powerful hands pressed him into a chair and the black bag was violently ripped from his head. As Ning Yuan squinted against the glaring light of the room, a middle-aged man clad in a white coat and wearing a mask, resembling a doctor, came into view. "Do not be afraid. I have administered an anesthetic. You will feel no pain," the doctor assured him. Ning Yuan surveyed his surroundings, noting a bed against the wall surrounded by an array of medical instruments. A hospital room, indeed. It was all too evident that Lu Jie had brought him here for the forced extraction of his bone marrow. The doctor, seemingly unfazed by the dismal conditions, stated, "Please excuse the environment." After stepping out, he returned moments later, pushing a small aluminum cart laden with surgical tools that sent chills down Ning Yuan's spine. From another room, Lu Jie monitored Ning Yuan's expression of fear via a surveillance screen, a triumphant smile creeping onto her face. Those who defied her will have long-deserved punishment. In her view, She harbored a belief that the commoners, akin to dogs, ought to submit to her authority, existing merely to consume and excrete, functioning as nothing more than biological machines. The notion that Ning Yuan's bone marrow could save her son filled her with ecstatic anticipation. She envisioned the moment when her son's illness would be cured, planning to generously donate to the temple in gratitude, seeking blessings for her son's future health and safety. The atmosphere in the room thickened as the doctor wheeled in the cart. Ning Yuan struggled in his chair, but a pair of strong hands restrained him. A gun pressed against his thigh. "Do not make a fuss. If you move again, I will shatter your legs," the imposing man behind him warned. "How much do you earn serving Lu Jie? Just name your price, and I will transfer the funds immediately," Ning Yuan suggested. "Save your attempts at manipulation," the doctor retorted. "Upbroatink Ning Yuan. Get him onto the bed. I can manage on my own," Ning Yuan replied, standing and walking towards the bed, to which the hulking man did not object. Upon reaching the small cart, Ning Yuan seized a surgical knife, pressing it against his neck. "Stay back. If you approach, I will take my own life, and you will not obtain the marrow," he declared defiantly. "Do as you wish, as long as you die within half an hour. The marrow can still be harvested," the doctor replied nonchalantly. Ning Yuan cursed at the doctor. "You better ensure I am dead after this. Otherwise, I will make your life a living hell." The doctor scoffed. "Do you truly believe you can walk out of here? The unsanitary conditions will surely lead to infection post-surgery. If you wish to avoid suffering, you should lie down," the hulking man ordered, gun still aimed at him. Ning Yuan, staring down the barrel of the gun, had no choice but to comply. Regret washed over him. Had he not ventured out aimlessly, would Lu Jie have been able to capture him? Huang Mao had warned him of Lu Jie's intentions, yet he had dismissed the caution, believing that even the Lu family would not dare to abduct someone in broad daylight. Instead, Lu Jie had orchestrated a meticulously planned abduction. Ultimately, he realized it was his naivety that had led to this predicament. He was certain he had been followed the moment he stepped out of the store. This was a premeditated kidnapping, vowing to ensure he was accompanied by 250 during future outings. He understood the wisdom in the system's choice of companion. As he observed the doctor approaching with a syringe, Ning Yuan internally cried out, "System, save me. I truly am in dire straits." Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears. The system remained silent. Chapter 17. The Arrival of 250. As the needle loomed closer to his skin, Ning Yuan shouted, "Wait." The doctor paused, smirking. "Are you afraid?" "I have never known fear," Ning Yuan retorted. "Once a duck is cooked, its body may soften, but the mouth remains defiant," the doctor said, grasping Ning Yuan's arm to administer the anesthetic. "Hold on. I need to relieve myself," Ning Yuan exclaimed, letting out a small fart. The doctor covered his nose and instructed the hulking man, "Take him to the restroom." The man nodded, roughly dragging Ning Yuan off the bed. "Lazy pig, you have to relieve yourself." "I refuse. I'll do it right here," Ning Yuan declared, climbing back onto the bed. Lu Jie, observing through the monitor, noticed Ning Yuan stalling. Frustrated, she grabbed a nearby intercom and commanded, "Hurry up. Take him to the restroom and keep a close watch on him. Do not let him pull any tricks." Responding to the order in his earpiece, the hulking man yanked Ning Yuan from the bed once more, dragging him towards the restroom. Ning Yuan fell silent, following obediently, his mind racing with thoughts of delaying for as long as possible, hoping for a miracle. Upon entering the restroom, the hulking man stood by, stating, "Go ahead and urinate." "How can I when you're staring at me?" Ning Yuan retorted. The man turned his back, saying, "Is this acceptable? Don't push your luck." Ning Yuan, having removed his pants, squatted down. Within moments, a foul stench filled the air. His earlier claims were not entirely false. He had not relieved himself since yesterday, having consumed an abundance of food, particularly some sashimi that had wreaked havoc on his stomach. Finally, the hulking man could no longer stand the odor and exited the restroom, covering his nose. "Don't leave. Bring me some toilet paper," Ning Yuan shouted after him. Minutes later, the man returned with a pack of tissues, still holding his nose, and handed them to Ning Yuan before hastily exiting the restroom. "Is it really that bad?" "I can't smell anything," Ning Yuan quipped. While in the restroom, Ning Yuan desperately called out to the system, wishing for a high-tech firearm to emerge, enabling him to escape. Alas, the system remained unresponsive, and dreams of heroics felt but a distant fantasy. Until the pain in his legs from squatting became unbearable, Ning Yuan finally tidied himself up and, supporting himself against the walls, stood up. After washing his hands and just stepping out of the restroom, the burly man once again seized control of him. On the way back to the hospital room, Ning Yuan said, "If you release me now, I will immediately transfer you 10 million. What do you say?" The burly man remained silent, merely pointing to the surveillance camera overhead. Lu Jia, you wretched harlot. Are you too cowardly to show yourself? Ning Yuan shouted at the camera, realizing that Lu Jia had been monitoring him all along. Observing Ning Yuan's impotent fury through the monitor, Lu Jia chuckled. Indeed, the anger of an insignificant ant was quite laughable. Let us go, the burly man said, gripping Ning Yuan by the collar and dragging him back to the hospital room. This time, Ning Yuan understood that there was no escaping. He was pressed onto the bed, and the sinister doctor grinned as he brandished a syringe, preparing to administer anesthetic. As the needle pricked his skin, a slight sting reached his brain, and all Ning Yuan could think was that he would emerge from this with a large scar on his head, and after 18 years, he would be a man once more. Lu Jia, upon witnessing the doctor begin to inject Ning Yuan with anesthetic, poured herself a glass of red wine and began to drink, intending to celebrate. The doctor noticed Ning Yuan staring vacantly at him and smiled, thinking he must have been rendered senseless by fear. Indeed, Ning Yuan felt dazed. The anesthetic was affecting his neural functions, blurring his vision, and he was astonished to see 250 standing in the room. Regardless of whether his eyes were deceiving him, he clung to a shred of hope and called out, 250. What does that mean? The doctor muttered, preparing to inject the anesthetic into Ning Yuan. The burly man was entirely focused on Ning Yuan, vigilant against any tricks. Neither of them noticed as a figure in a black suit approached. As Ning Yuan saw 250 drawing nearer, a sudden thought surged in his mind. 250 had truly come. He was saved. 250 quickly break the legs of these two. This time, he genuinely held onto his last hope. Understood, 250 seized the doctor, forcefully pulling him down and stomping hard on his legs twice, eliciting a scream that echoed throughout the hospital room. The burly man, trained in combat, swiftly drew his gun and fired 3 shots at 250. The bullet struck 250, who showed no reaction, stepping forward to snatch the gun from the burly man's hands. With a series of clicks, it was disassembled into a pile of parts. The burly man was stunned. What kind of monster was this, impervious to bullets? Just as he prepared to flee, 250 yanked him back, executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground, followed by 2 brutal kicks to his legs. Another scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, resounded in the hospital room. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 10 seconds. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Ning Yuan exclaimed, yanking the needle from his arm and jumping off the bed. 250, how did you find me? 250 retrieved a sleek black phone from the burly man's pocket and handed it to Ning Yuan. This device has a positioning function. The phone assistant detected your imminent danger and notified me. How did it know I was in danger? Ning Yuan inquired. Are you dense? The phone has a recording feature. I analyzed your conversations and deduced that you were being kidnapped. A serene voice emanated from the high-tech phone. Ning Yuan affectionately kissed the phone, chuckling. If it weren't for you, I would have truly perished. He then remembered something, kicking the burly man and asking, wasn't the phone taken by that driver? The burly man lowered his head, murmuring he had a hand over everything related to you to us, including the phone. He is currently cursing Lu Jia for the ridiculous order she issued. Make sure to retrieve everything. Now look at this mess. Ning Yuan scolded the burly man, urgently instructing 250 to locate Lu Jia, declaring, that wretched woman must not escape. This entire sequence of events was utterly unforeseen by Lu Jia. After going to the kitchen to fetch a steak, she returned to see through the monitor that 250 had dispatched her 2 henchmen. The display of 250's formidable prowess sent her into a panic, prompting her to grab her belongings and flee. Since this operation was clandestine, she had only brought 2 subordinates along, not even a driver. Once in the car, her frantic attempts to start it were futile, and just as she finally managed to get it running and was about to escape, a dark silhouette appeared beside the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the man in the suit, impervious to bullets, and she hurriedly pressed the accelerator to flee. In an instant, 250 appeared in front of the car, pushing against it. The tires screeched against the pavement, billowing blue smoke into the air. Lu Jia was bewildered. She could hardly fathom that someone could physically restrain a car from moving. Chapter 18, reduced to powder fractures. 250 raised his hands, effortlessly flipping the Porsche. Lu Jia screamed as she pushed open the car door and crawled out. 250 grabbed her arm and began to pull her towards the building. Let go of me. Let go of me. Lu Jia cried in a desperate, hoarse voice, refusing to move. 250, however, showed no mercy, dragging her by her legs as if she were a lifeless dog, bringing her before Ning Yuan. Well, isn't this Lu Jia? What a sorry sight you are in, Ning Yuan taunted. Lu Jia scrambled to her feet, shouting frantically, Ning Yuan, how dare you treat me like this? I will have you dead. Oh dear, Ning Yuan sighed, looking at her with the compassion one might afford to a child with special needs. Why are you still so arrogant at this point? Lu Jie brushed off the dust from her clothes, declaring, I've already notified my family to come. If you dare to lay a finger on me. Ning Yuan interrupted her, saying, I'm sorry, but I won't touch a single hair on you. 250. Shatter both her arms and legs into powdered fractures, the kind that no doctor can mend, rendering her incapable of standing again. Understood. 250 seized Lu Jie, pinning her down, and began delivering powerful blows. With each strike, Ning Yuan felt as if he could hear the sound of bones fracturing. Spare me, Ning Yuan. I have a great deal of money. Lu Jie barely managed to utter, before succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. The burly man and the doctor watched in cold sweat. They knew Lu Jie would spend the rest of her life confined to a wheelchair. Grandfather, I beg you to spare me. I'm just a worker, the doctor implored, crawling to Ning Yuan's feet, tears streaming down his face. He was genuinely terrified, not wishing to live out his later years in a wheelchair. The burly man followed suit, kneeling before Ning Yuan, pleading for mercy. Ning Yuan scoffed, causing them to tremble. Rest assured, I am merciful. 250 break their arms and legs as well, turning them into powdered fractures. Upon hearing this, the doctor's head drooped, and he fainted instantly. The burly man attempted to resist, but, having already suffered a leg injury from 250 earlier, found himself easily overpowered, receiving a barrage of punches that left him unconscious. Now, render that fifth leg of his useless. Ning Yuan gestured toward the doctor. Understood. 250 dragged the doctor over, preparing to strike. The doctor screamed, Don't do that. The fifth leg must remain intact. It's essential. What use is it to keep it? You'll be in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. It's utterly worthless, Ning Yuan retorted, seeking vengeance for that needle prick inflicted upon him by this black doctor. He must pay the price. 250, showing no concern for the doctor's state, clenched his fist and delivered another blow. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed in the room as the doctor lost consciousness. 250 paid no heed to whether he was unconscious or not, delivering a series of punches to his legs and arms, ensuring that his bones were reduced to powdered fractures. Looking at the three individuals sprawled on the ground, Ning Yuan felt he had shown remarkable mercy. He pulled out the high-tech phone to check his location, discovering that he was several hundred kilometers from Bayan County, nestled deep within a mountain ravine. Lu Jie exerted considerable effort to procure bone marrow. In this secluded valley, there had evidently been mining operations previously, complete with an employee dormitory. She repurposed the abandoned dormitory as a makeshift operating room. How did you get here? Ning Yuan inquired. I ran over, came to reply from 250. Quite impressive, Ning Yuan muttered, descending to the front of Lu Jie's Porsche. 250 flipped the car over. We're driving back. 250 approached and effortlessly righted the vehicle, taking the driver's seat and starting the engine. Ning Yuan settled into the passenger seat, chuckling, You can drive? Indeed. I am proficient in all forms of terrestrial transportation. 250 responded. Very good, let us head home. As Ning Yuan finished his sentence, the car surged forward like an arrow, racing towards Bayan County. By around 7 p.m., Ning Yuan and 250 returned to Bayan County via taxi, leaving Lu Jie's Porsche behind, as it was hers and could not be driven back. Upon entering the store, Ning Yuan collapsed into a chair. The day's experiences had been exhilarating, and he had nearly lost his life. After resting for over half an hour, he bought some skewers from a nearby barbecue stall and a bottle of beer, deciding to celebrate his narrow escape from death. Without 250, he would have surely perished. A thought suddenly struck Ning Yuan. 250, come here for a moment. Since you are skilled in various martial arts, could you teach me? He wanted to learn some self-defense skills, as his income and the prevalence of advanced technology would only increase, and even without Lu Jie, others might seek to harm him. 250 approached, scrutinizing Ning Yuan before saying, Based on my analysis, considering your current physical condition, it will take a minimum of 5 years to master any martial art. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I wouldn't be able to persevere? Ning Yuan retorted. Yes, my analysis indicates that you belong to the category of the exceedingly indolent among humans. 250 bluntly doused Ning Yuan's hopes. Damn, I can't deny it. You speak the truth. I know my own nature, lazy and indulgent. There's a 99 chance I want to stick with it. What should I do? There's no alternative. You must train rigorously, 250 advised. Sigh. Ning Yuan sighed. Fine. You can go to your thing. Ding. Temporary task. Sell 10 holographic projectors. Price, 1 million each. Reward, a complete rejuvenation pill and a set of invincible martial arts. Sell well and good luck. Not bad, system. You've finally shown some conscience. Knowing I've finished my tasks means you must complete this one as well. Ning Yuan mused, quite satisfied with the prospect of selling just 10 holographic projectors for a rewarding outcome. The rewards were excellent. A rejuvenation pill to enhance his physical condition and invincible martial arts for self-defense. Ning Yuan opened the mysterious black box that had materialized on the counter, revealing 10 neatly arranged small black cubes. He took one out and examined it closely. It had only a data port. Connecting a data cable to the cube and then to a computer, he activated the video. One end of the black cube projected a beam of light, conjuring a three-dimensional mountain in the store, creating an immersive experience. This could definitely be a hit if used to open a cinema, Ning Yuan thought, momentarily admiring his business acumen as he tidied up the items and placed them under the counter. He found a piece of cardboard and wrote the price and features of the holographic projector with a marker hanging in the store. After finishing his tasks, Ning Yuan savored the remaining skewers and drank the beer, asking $250 to lock the store from the inside before he stumbled upstairs to sleep. In his dreams, he seemed to hear someone calling him husband. Upon closer inspection, it was the beautiful woman who had guided him at the bathhouse. Chapter 19. Lu Family's Fury. In a beautiful Western-style villa in the suburbs of the capital, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed. When Lu Jia woke, she found herself home, instinctively trying to turn over, only to realize she was completely immobilized, her limbs encased in plaster. Will my daughter truly never stand again? You must think of something. She is still so young. Alas, I am powerless, came the response. Lu Jia's limbs had suffered catastrophic fractures, and her nerves had been irreparably damaged. The conversation between her father and the doctor outside was unbearable for Lu Jia. The thought of spending her life in a wheelchair drove her into a frenzy, and she began to scream. Upon hearing her anguished cries, Lu Song rushed into the room, exclaiming, "Doctor, doctor, please come quickly." As the doctor entered, poised to examine Lu Jia, she cried out, "Everyone get out. Just leave. Mr. Lu, your daughter is not in immediate danger. She is merely experiencing heightened emotions." The doctor reassured. "I see. Thank you for your help." Lu Song dismissed the doctor and entered the bedroom, saying, "Shao Jia, I will ensure that justice is served. That bastard will pay dearly." "My poor Shao Jia, you have suffered so much." A wealthy woman rushed in, sitting beside Lu Jia and weeping. "Enough of this wailing. What good does it do?" Lu Song coldly remarked. The affluent woman dried her tears, glaring at him and scolding, "You, as a father, should know better than to let an outsider harm our daughter like this." "Mom, Dad, can you please leave? I need some peace and quiet," Lu Jia shouted. "All right, we will step outside. Call us if you need anything," the wealthy woman said, pulling Lu Song out of the room and into the living room. "Call Ning Ping back. We need to extract that bastard's bone marrow to save my grandson, and then eliminate him to avenge our daughter," she said, her eyes narrowing with malice. "Oof. We should never have listened to you and allowed that person into our home," Lu Song grumbled. "If you hadn't approved, that poor kid would never have crossed the threshold of the Lu family. Hurry and make the call. This matter must be handled by him," the wealthy woman insisted coldly. With a sigh, Lu Song picked up the phone from the coffee table and dialed a number. Deep down, he held a contempt for Ning Ping. Had it not been for his daughter's tears and threats of severing ties, he would never have accepted Ning Ping as a son-in-law. Ning Ping was in his office, engrossed in paperwork, when suddenly he felt an unsettling twitch in his right eyelid, a premonition of impending trouble. The phone rang on his desk, and upon seeing it was Lu Song calling, he adjusted his demeanor and answered. "Your son has put my daughter in this condition. You must return and deal with it." For a moment, Ning Ping was taken aback. His son was supposed to be receiving treatment at Xia Hospital, awaiting a bone marrow transplant. How could he have caused his mother to be incapacitated? This seemed absurd. Yet, being a meticulous thinker, he knew Lu Song would never joke about such matters. Suddenly, he recalled another son, a part of his past he preferred to forget. Could it be that, based on Lu Song's words, he realized the gravity of the situation within mere seconds? "All right, Dad. I'll book a flight home today," Ning Ping replied calmly. "Yes. Your mother and I will be waiting for you," came the response before the line disconnected. Listening to the dial tone, Ning Ping slowly hung up, summoned his secretary to arrange a flight for the same day, then lit a cigar and began contemplating how to handle Lu Song upon his return. Without foresight, one will inevitably face immediate concerns, was his guiding principle in life. He preferred everything to be within his control, hence he constantly contemplated the crises that lay ahead. Only by doing so could he effectively navigate any impending challenges. As Ning Yuan opened the door, weary-eyed, a little girl with pigtails walked in. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. Today was not a weekend. "Little one, why aren't you at home doing your homework? What are you doing out here?" He thought of sending her away to grab a bowl of tofu pudding. He and T indulged in it for ages. Who are you calling little one? I'm an adult now. The girl huffed indignantly. Ah, you've grown up. Hurry home and play house. This isn't an amusement park. Ning Yuan teased with a light-hearted chuckle. The young girl, her cheeks flushed with indignation, retorted, How can you be so annoying? You were the one who played house. Fine if not house. Shall we play in the mud instead? Ning Yuan decided to tease her a little more before they headed for breakfast. Ugh, that's disgusting, she exclaimed, too embarrassed to utter the last two words. Then why are you here so early? Ning Yuan inquired. I came to thank you, she replied, just as Yichen entered, proudly holding a banner aloft. One pill saved a life. The boss is a great person. Upon reading the banner, Ning Yuan's expression soured instantly. Is this literary composition something your math teacher taught you? How about it, Boss Ning? This is the most heartfelt expression of gratitude I could muster after a whole night of contemplation, Yichen said, lifting his chin defiantly. Excellent, truly excellent, Ning Yuan tuklet. Accepting the banner. Is this what you learned from Li Kuei, masquerading as a cultured individual? Laughter erupted from Yiya, who was doubled over in amusement. Ning boss. That's quite harsh. Ye Chen protested. Hang the banner, 250. This is the best advertisement, Ning Yuan commanded, locking the door and inviting the Yi siblings to breakfast. Remarkable. I never expected such culinary delights from a modest little shop, Yichen remarked as he savored the tofu pudding. If the food were bad, this place would have closed long ago, Ning Yuan replied. Boss Ning, with such exceptional offerings, why not open a shop in the capital? The big city is bustling with people. Business would surely thrive. And I could visit often. Ye idiot. Your true intention is to frequent Boss Ning's shop, isn't it? Ye Chan sivifli unjovered ye yas hiten motive. Her face turned crimson as she retorted. Tofu pudding can't silence you. Indeed, that's a splendid suggestion. Once I've earned a bit more, I shall consider expanding to the big city, Ning Yuan replied. After breakfast, upon returning to the shop, Yichen bought a cutting-edge smartphone and a holographic projector for Yiya, leaving in high spirits. The news of a miraculous pill curing congenital leukemia gradually spread among the affluent. While selling phones that day, some individuals came specifically to purchase the medication. When Ning Yuan informed them he was out of stock, they pleaded on their knees for his assistance. This caused him considerable distress. There were countless afflicted souls. And even if he worked tirelessly, he couldn't save them all. Besides, his previous success was merely a stroke of luck, having randomly struck the jackpot with the leukemia cure. Who knew when his next stroke of luck would come? Contemplating this, he instructed 250 to take down the banner hanging in the shop. Chapter 20. Ning Ping has arrived. The following morning, 250 prepared potato roll pancakes and millet porridge. After breakfast, just as he opened the door, a group of doctors in white coats entered. Hello. Are you Boss Ning? The foremost doctor inquired. Yes, but what brings you here? Ning Yuan asked, slightly perplexed, having no ailments of his own. I am Yang Cheng from Peking Union Medical College Hospital, also Yi Ya's personal physician. I am here to inquire about treatment options, Yang Cheng began. Before he could finish, Ning Yuan interrupted him. There's only one pill. If more becomes available, I will post a notice in the shop. Just one. Yang Cheng expressed his disappointment, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. Here is 2 million yuan. Consider a deposit. As soon as you have the medication, we will purchase it immediately. Just as Ning Yuan was about to accept it, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. No deposits may be accepted. Violation will reduce profit share to 1%. Damn it. How am I supposed to conduct business like this? Ning Yuan cursed internally, replying, I do not accept deposits. It's strictly cash on delivery. All right, Yang Cheng said, taking back the card. It was his first encounter with someone refusing money, and he thought to himself that a boss capable of providing such medicine was indeed extraordinary. My apologies for the intrusion, Yang Cheng said, hurriedly exiting with the other doctors. Teacher Yang, this medicine clearly cannot be mass-produced. If we can obtain it, we should analyze its components for potential mass production. One of the students began. Yang Cheng interrupted. I understand these principles well enough. You must visit regularly. Once the medicine is available, we will buy it immediately. Understood, Teacher Yang, the students responded. After this brief interlude, business resumed smoothly at the shop. During dinner that evening, Ning Yuan calculated that he had sold 95,000 units so far. The remaining 5,000 would likely be sold out within the next 2 days, which would elevate him to the status of a novice supplier. He wondered what benefits came with that title, though the system offered no foresight, leaving him feeling agitated. The holographic projectors were selling slowly, with only 3 units sold, primarily because the cutting-edge smartphones already featured holographic projection capabilities. Thus, Purchasing a separate projector seemed redundant. Reflecting on this, Ning Yuan gnawed on a pig trotter, wishing he could promote the products freely. With his silver tongue, he could sell smartphones and projectors in no time, subsequently completing his tasks and ascending to the pinnacle of success. A series of knocks resounded on the roll-up door. "Who is it?" Ning Yuan Zikit, exasperated that he couldn't even enjoy a meal in peace. The knocking grew more insistent. "Stop knocking," he exclaimed, setting down the pig trotter and moving to the door. Pulling it up, a meticulously groomed man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood before him, his face somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, Ning Yuan recalled, this was none other than his predecessor's father, Ning Ping. The narrative shifts back to the daytime when Ning Yuan was diligently selling goods, while Ning Ping's flight landed at Beijing International Airport. Upon returning home in haste, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Lu Jia lay in bed, embellishing the story and placing all blame on Ning Yuan, claiming that he had shown no humanity, bringing her to such a state. Ning Ping immediately vowed to make Ning Yuan kneel before her in repentance. Lu Song naturally offered Ning Ping no warmth, not even a glass of water, as he entered the house. After dealing with Lu Jia, he faced another round of rebuke from Lu Song in the living room. Observing the faces of Lu Song and Lu Jia's mother, Li Yun, Ning Yuan felt a wave of nausea. They were nothing more than parasites. If it weren't for his years of diligent labor and careful navigation, how could Lu Song, Li Yun, and that useless son lying in the bedroom afford such a luxurious lifestyle? How could the Lu family elevate themselves to a prestigious status in such a short time? How could their trashy relatives act so brazenly, disregarding others? With these thoughts, Ning Ping felt a strong urge to confront them, yet for the sake of his lofty aspirations, he chose to endure. He had already tolerated them for many years. He was so close to the finish line, he could not allow such trifles to derail his plans. "Father, mother, I will ensure that Ning Yuan donates his bone marrow and apologizes to Shao Jia," Ning Ping promised in a soft tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Song's expression softened slightly as he replied, "After dinner, we'll go find Ning Yuan." "What dinner? My grandson is lying in a hospital bed, and his mother is incapacitated, while the perpetrator roams free. Do we have time to eat?" Liung coldly interjecta. "Yes, mother's right. Now is not the time for dinner. I'm going to find Ning Yuan," Ning Ping declared, turning to leave. As he exited the house, he could still hear Li Yun cursing. What kind of person gives birth to such a son? That bastard is just like his father. Ning Ping clenched his fists and got into the car. Although Bain County was somewhat distant from the capital, the Dragon Kingdom had invested heavily in infrastructure in recent years, and the high-speed rail had reached many areas. It took less than 2 hours to travel from the capital to Bain County by high-speed train. Upon arriving in Bayan County, Ning Ping hailed a taxi and provided the address. Upon hearing the address, the taxi driver chuckled. "You must be here to purchase a mobile phone. Am I right?" "Not at all," Ning Heping replied. "Then perhaps you are here for medicine?" The driver inquired further. "Neither," Ning Heping clarified. "I am here to seek someone." "From what you say, is this shop quite renowned in Baisian County?" Ning Heping asked. "Absolutely. This shop initially was merely a small mobile repair store. I can't fathom what stroke of luck the owner encountered or which influential patron he befriended, but suddenly one day, he launched a batch of extraordinary mobile phones, each priced an astonishing 500,000 yuan. Such an outrageous price, yet the affluent are queuing up to buy them. The other day, I passed by the shop and witnessed a gentleman in a Porsche who, having failed to queue properly, was reprimanded by the owner. Can you guess his reaction?" The driver laughed. "What was his reaction?" Ning Heping asked. "That wealthy gentleman didn't dare utter a single word. He simply shuffled to the back of the line like a chastised schoolboy," the driver recounted with amusement. Alas, the allure of these phones is undeniable. If you search for black technology phones online, the features are remarkable. Just the holographic projection alone. Watching a Hollywood blockbuster through it feels as though you've stepped into the cinematic universe, the driver exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Ning Heping, however, was not particularly interested in the wonders of the phone. He asked, "Even the locals have no idea where Ning has sourced these devices?" "I don't know." The driver shook his head. "It's rather peculiar. No one has ever witnessed anyone delivering goods to him. There are countless individuals in Baisian County who are just as curious as you, observing a shop around the clock, yet none have gleaned any insights. I advise you to abandon this line of inquiry." Ning Heping chuckled lightly, offering no further comment. The train station was not far from Ning Yuan's shop, just a brief 10-minute drive. After scanning to pay the fare, he stood before the shop's entrance, glancing up at the sign, Xiao Ning Mobile Store. Confirming it was the right place, he raised his hand to knock on the door. Moments later, the rolling shutter rose, revealing a nonchalant young man. The youth's expression shifted rapidly from confusion to disdain. Before he could speak, the shutter was pulled down once more. Ning Yuan was somewhat aware of Ning Heping's arrival. After all, he had rendered Lu Jie incapacitated. If the Lu family sought retribution, Ning Heping would undoubtedly be their first target. Unfilial son, open the door. You've named Lu Jie. Surely, you owe an explanation. Ning Heping called as he knocked. Ning Yuan raised the shutter and retorted. While I'm still in a decent mood, you'd best leave. Is this how one speaks to their father? Ning Heping stepped inside the shop. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to donate bone marrow to your brother, I will ensure they show leniency. Ning Yuan took it, baffled by the audacity of these so-called wealthy individuals, who seemed to believe that their mere words commanded obedience from others, as if they were deities. Noting Ning Yuan's silence. Ning Heping continued, I understand your animosity towards me, but I have my reasons. I can make amends. Interrupting, Ning Yuan posed a question. Do you still consider yourself a person? What do you mean? Ning Heping asked. They say even a tiger does not eat its young. You abandoned your son near an orphanage. Are you not afraid he might be struck by a car or face other dangers? Ning Yuan stated. Ning Heping found himself momentarily speechless in the face of Ning Yuan's words. Enough. Don't think that just because you've made a bit of money, you can dominate the world. You are far from it. Now leave. I still need to eat, Ning Yuan declared. Unfilial son, do not assume that having a powerful ally grants you free reign. Ning Heping shot a penetrating glance at Ning Yuan as he departed. Ning Yuan secured the door, sitting down to eat while contemplating the situation. They say that a barking dog seldom bites. Ning Heping would undoubtedly prove to be a more formidable adversary than Lu Jie. Should he instruct 250 to take action against him? Yet, upon reflection, that would not suffice. He needed to dismantle the Lu family entirely. Then, he would see how Ning Heping would maintain his arrogance. The challenge lay in incapacitating Ning Heping while dismantling the Lu family, which was no simple feat. After pondering for a while, Ning Yuan resolved to play a couple of ranked matches before further contemplation. Such matters were taxing on his intellect, and he was not naturally inclined towards villainy. Just as he picked up the black technology phone, a sudden inspiration struck him. Xiaoai, you often boast of being an omnipotent artificial intelligence in the digital realm, correct? I need your assistance with a task. Ning Yuan spoke to the device. This phone had emerged alongside 250. It was more accurately described as a portable intelligent device, designed to aid 250 in acquiring new skills and developing new capabilities, essentially a complementary apparatus. As Ning Yuan engaged in ranked matches, he suddenly recalled its new potential. Can you infiltrate someone's phone and extract their entire private information? He inquired. Yes, but it requires a medium. For instance, you must provide me with the individual's social media account, and through that account, I can set a trap, crack their password, and inject control programs into their smart device. Xiaowai responded. So, you mean to unleash a virus upon them? Ning Yuan interjected. I've seen that depicted in films. Indeed, we utilize a virus program to retrieve various data, Xiao AI confirmed. This is straightforward. Just search online for Ning Heping. He is quite the public figure. Ning Yuan took it. It appears I have stumbled upon a celebrity. Proceed with your search. Data retrieved. Ning Heping, male, a graduate of Qingbei University, president of Citigroup Capital in the Asia-Pacific region. His Twitter account has been compromised, and the program has been successfully injected. Data transmission in progress. How swiftly? Ning Yuan observed the plethora of information on his phone. He hasn't realized it, has he? I have removed all traces, Xiao AI assured him. Excellent, Ning Yuan said, examining the data, which primarily consisted of accounts and various contracts, all in English. An incomprehensible mess to him. Xiao AI, could you assist me in translating this English into Chinese? Certainly. Translation in progress. Translation complete. Upon reviewing the translated material, Ning Yuan realized he still struggled to comprehend much of it. Aside from a few investment contracts that he understood vaguely, the remainder was utterly perplexing. Xiaoai, can you help me identify anything within this documentation that could be detrimental to Ning Heping? Ning Yuan inquired. What constitutes detrimental information? For instance, evidence of tax evasion, contract fraud, or similar illegal activities. Understood. Analyzing. According to the latest tax laws in Longguo, Ning Heping has not engaged in tax evasion. Under Longguo's criminal laws, he has not committed contract fraud either. Blast it! Ning Yuan exclaimed, retrieving an apple from beneath the counter and biting into it with frustration. It seems this fellow is quite the law-abiding citizen. Have you found no irregularities? His accounts do exhibit some anomalies, Xiao AI stated, piquing Ning Yuan's interest. What kind of anomalies? He is covertly transferring assets, moving properties from the company's name into his own accounts. Transferring assets? Ning Yuan was momentarily bewildered by Ning Heping's actions. After all, these were his own companies. Why would he transfer assets unless? Ning Yuan suddenly had a revelation. This cunning individual was scheming to embezzle the Liu family's wealth. Upon realizing this, Ning Yuan reflected on how Ning Heping had initially abandoned his wife and child, marrying into the Liu family, only to covertly siphon off their assets. This was clearly indicative of irreconcilable conflicts with the Liu family. Liu Jie's persistent attempts to reach him served as further validation. If his son were gravely ill, he would surely be in a rush to seek help himself, rather than harboring resentment towards the Liu family. It was likely that the child did not even carry the Ning surname, but had taken Liu Jie's instead. What would be the consequence of sharing this information with the Liu family? With this thought, Ning Yuan smiled, envisioning a dramatic confrontation akin to what was portrayed on television, a fierce battle for family wealth, culminating in mutual destruction. Ultimately, it would be nothing more than dogs fighting over scraps. Chapter 22. We shall purchase products with no quality assurance. The following morning, Ning Yuan adhered to his usual routine of having breakfast before opening the store. He refrained from hastily presenting the materials to the Liu family, opting instead to observe what further tricks Ning Heping had up his sleeve. He intended to deliver a decisive blow to Ning Heping when the time was right, avenging the grievances of his predecessor. The morning passed in tranquil monotony, with mobile phones flying off the shelves, even attracting a few golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners eager to purchase the cutting-edge devices. Once acquired, they tested the functionalities, resulting in a cacophony of exclamations. The local patrons cast disdainful glances at the foreigners, silently thinking, what a bunch of simpletons. It's merely a phone. Is it truly worth such exuberance? After lunch, Ning Yuan counted the remaining high-tech phones. Only 1000 were left, invigorating his spirits as he realized he was nearing the completion of his task. It had been arduous. His hands felt as though they might break from swiping cards. If other merchants were privy to his thoughts, they would surely be incensed, perhaps even delivering a couple of slaps. It was infuriating that they were unwilling to accept payments. What else could they possibly desire? The afternoon saw the store bustling with activity. Roles were reassigned, with 250 handling car transactions while Ning Yuan retrieved phones. As the inventory dwindled, his mood brightened. When the last phone was sold, a group of individuals suddenly burst into the shop. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a uniform, who announced, "Greetings, I am an officer from the Market Supervision Administration. We have received reports that you're selling products without proper credentials, specifically the so-called high-tech phones." Ning Yuan's heart sank momentarily. Indeed, the high-tech phones were technically unregulated products, having been produced by the system without the requisite qualifications. Damn it, Ning Heping truly was devious, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Noticing Ning Yuan's silence, the middle-aged man continued. In accordance with the market supervision regulations of Longguo, we are temporarily confiscating the unregulated products you are selling. Kindly cooperate by handing over all the unregulated merchandise. The customers in line were bewildered. What is going on? How can such impressive high-tech phones be unregulated? Surely, you must be mistaken. My friend has been using one without any issues regarding quality or functionality. Someone protested. Don't block my way. I bought one of those unregulated products. Another exclaimed. Me too. Quick, before they seize it, sell me another one. The crowd surged toward the counter, creating chaos as they jostled to be served. Everyone, please calm down. Ning Yuan shouted through an electronic megaphone from beneath the counter. Step back. Hey, you over there. Where are you putting that wandering hand? What could his crowding do? There's only one phone left. Upon hearing that there was only one available, the crowd erupted with shouts. Sell it to me. My friends flaunt their phones in front of me daily. I want a high-tech phone too. Ning boss, don't say anything more. Sell it to me for an extra 500. 000. I'll pay 1 million. Another shouted. I'll give you 2 million. Is that all you've got? I'll pay 5 million. The officials from the Market Supervision Administration were utterly perplexed. What is happening? This is supposed to be an unregulated product. Why are they clamoring to buy it? And to raise the price to 5 million is simply madness. The middle-aged man interjected. Dear consumers, please remain rational. He is selling unregulated products. You must not purchase. Rationality. My foot. There's only one left, and you tell me not to buy? I trust you not at all. How am I supposed to live without a high-tech phone? Silence. Do you think you can comprehend the essence of a high-tech phone? The crowd scoffed at his words, mocking him in return. Everyone quiet down. Ning Yuan mustered all his strength to shout, bringing an immediate hush over the store. I still wish to do business in Longguo. If they choose to confiscate, let them do so. Wait for my news. I expect to resume sales in a few days. We are conducting legitimate enforcement. We hope for your cooperation. The middle-aged man reiterated. Seeing their chances of purchasing a phone dwindling, the customers gradually began to disperse from the store. Ning Yuan handed over the last phone to the middle-aged man and received a fine ticket requiring him to settle the penalty within a specified period. Barely had the officials departed when his landlord appeared again. Ning Yuan, or should I say Boss Ning, your business seems to be thriving. The landlord, a bald-headed elder who strode with his hands clasped behind his back, resembled a character from certain anime. Thriving? Did you not see that I just received a fine? Ning Yuan slumped into his chair, speaking carelessly. The rent next door has skyrocketed to 100,000 a year, and my shop is larger than that one. Yours will need an increase as well, the landlord remarked, stroking the few wisps of hair on his chin. And how much do you intend to raise it? Ning Yuan inquired. Not much, just an additional 50,000, the landlord replied with a grin. Ning Yuan chuckled. He had rented this decrepit shop for merely 30,000 a year, and now the landlord dared to demand 150,000, inventing a flimsy excuse about neighboring rent hikes. In a small town like Beixian, such exorbitant rents were ludicrous. It was apparent he was taking advantage of Ning Yuan's burgeoning business, believing it was the shop's merit. How utterly laughable. I won't be renewing the lease when it expires, Ning Yuan declared. The landlord seemed to anticipate this response, pulling out the contract. He spat on his fingers, flipped to the relevant page, and said, if you wish to vacate, you must do so within 3 days. Rest assured, I will compensate you for any breach of contract. Oh, have you found a better offer? Ning Yuan laughed, suddenly realizing that this was all part of Ning Heping's scheme. The landlord chuckled lightly. To be honest, someone is willing to pay a hefty sum to rent my property, so... I understand, Ning Yuan interrupted. I wouldn't wish to obstruct your financial prospects. I will vacate by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Do you prefer I retrieve my deposit and breach compensation now, or later? Now, please, the landlord replied promptly, transferring both the deposit and the breach penalty to Ning Yuan before exchanging a few more idle remarks and departing. With this, Ning Yuan found himself entirely at leisure. Seated on the steps outside his store, observing the bustling traffic on the street, his mind finally feeling unburdened. 250, fetch me half a chilled watermelon and a spoon. I shall indulge, he instructed. Moments later, 250 emerged with a watermelon and spoon. Across the way, a couple from the 2 Yuan store watched Ning Yuan enjoying his watermelon. The man chuckled. Looks like you stopped jumping around. I suppose you've been caught selling unregulated products. Yet that fellow hasn't made a small fortune during this time. Each phone sells for 500,000. The woman chimed in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What is the matter with you? Has your sustenance or clothing been diminished? The man retorted. The woman persisted in her sarcastic tone. It depends on what you eat or wear. You didn't buy me that phone. Oh, so that's what this is about. You wanted a phone, didn't you? Didn't you just get a rice phone? The man replied. The rice phone is worthless. I desire a high-tech phone, the woman insisted. How about this? If I sell myself, will that earn you a high-tech phone? He suggested, pointing to himself. Since being with you, I haven't had a single good day, serving you here in this shabby store. She lamented, upon seeing the woman bring up past grievances. The man quickly changed the subject. Haven't you heard? That phone is an unregulated product. It probably won't last long before breaking down. This boss Ning is quite bold, not fleeing while leisurely eating watermelon. Then if you don't buy the phone, you'll have to entertain me, she said, gesturing toward the bed inside. The man's face paled, and he hesitated, but we already. And it's broad daylight. You managed to eat yesterday. Why not today? What is wrong with broad daylight? She walked over and drew the curtains shut. I've been feeling weak lately, the man complained. Then just replenish yourself. I'll brew you some chicken soup, the woman offered as she approached. Realizing he had no escape from today's demands, the man resigned himself to his fate. Chapter 23. Ning Yuan felt jealous as Ning Yuan enjoyed his watermelon. He noticed the couple from the 2 Yuan store suddenly drawing their curtains. Realizing it was a husband and wife operation, he admitted to feeling a pang of jealousy. He truly wished to march over, knock on their door, and shout, I'm here to buy something. However, despite his musings, such actions are undeniably impermissible. While he indulged in watermelon, an uproar erupted online regarding this matter. Recently, a so-called cutting-edge technology phone circulating among the affluent turned out to be a product devoid of any certification, prompting reports that led market supervision officials to seize the entire stock. Yet, this was not the crux of the issue. The focal point of the commotion was whether these innovative phones could ever be sold again. Some individuals proclaimed, this cutting-edge phone is the pride of our nation. How can such an epic-making technological marvel be confiscated at whim? Why do they not apprehend those truly peddling counterfeit goods? Are they simply idling about, while I remain unable to purchase one? Conversely, others argued, while the phone is indeed remarkable, it must comply with the laws of our country to be sold. The owner is at fault for lacking the requisite qualifications. Thus, the seizure is deserved. The real question is, where can we purchase phones in the future? People conveniently overlooked the fact that the cutting-edge phone was an unregulated product, instead inquiring who still possessed such devices, offering to buy them at inflated prices. After finishing his watermelon, Ning Yuan secured his shop and hurried to the Market Supervision Bureau, paying a fine of 50,000 and drafting a 500-word self-critique, vowing never to sell unregulated products again, thus reclaiming the seized cutting-edge phones. He then visited the local market to buy some vegetables and returned to his shop around 6 in the evening. For dinner that night, he prepared boiled meat, crispy fried mushrooms, and sweetened tomatoes, paired with a bottle of Longguo too, deciding to treat himself to a hearty meal to lift his spirits. Ever since the unfortunate Ning Ping arrived, he had not experienced a moment of peace. After a few cups of Longguo too, warmth surged through him, reaching his head, and he relished the delightful sensation, savoring a slice of boiled meat. Spicy and fragrant, he could not help but admire the chef's skill, likely on par with those esteemed banquet masters on television. Just as he was about to taste the crispy, fried mushrooms, a series of knocks echoed against the rolling shutter door. Damn, why is it that every time I attempt to enjoy a meal, I am interrupted? Ning Yuan hoped. Who is it? Why are you knocking without a word? Silence ensued outside, with only the persistent knocking. Stop banging on the door. Ning Yuan strode to the entrance, unlocking it and pulling up a shutter. Upon seeing the person standing before him, he felt nauseous. Aren't you going to welcome me? Ning Ping inquired. What on earth? Are you speaking human language? You drove my shop to the brink of closure, and you expect a warm welcome? Ning Yuan retorted. Ning Ping bypassed Ning Yuan and surveyed the shop, commenting, I merely employed a slight tactic. It seems your benefactors are not well versed in commerce, failing to grasp even the basic principles. Do not flaunt your petty skills before me. Ning Yuan interrupted. If it weren't for my mother's financial support for your education, what would you be now? With a sigh, Ning Yuan lamented, alas. What a pity. She misjudged the character of a man, encountering a creature devoid of gratitude. No, not even a dog, but something far less worthy. Oof. Ning Ping scoffed. You become quite audacious. What is the use of your insults now? I am the president of Citigroup's Asia-Pacific division, and you? A loser, a failure dwelling at the lowest rungs of society. Clinging to your morals and integrity. Will they fill your stomach? Ning Yuan burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Ning Ping pressed. I'll give you one last chance. Obediently donate your bone marrow and apologize to Lu Jia. Only then will I consider sparing you. Otherwise, I will ensure you find no footing in our country. Ning Ping continued. You grant me an opportunity? Ning Yuan moved behind the counter, switched on the printer, and began operating the computer. The printer whirred to life, producing a stack of papers. Ning Ping, perplexed by Ning Yuan's actions, continued speaking. Furthermore, I am willing to offer 2 million in exchange for a meeting with the person behind you. With that sum, your future will be quite comfortable. I hope you cherish this opportunity. I truly do not comprehend. After all these years of schooling, what have you truly learned? Ning Yuan neatly organized the printed papers, stapled them together, and handed them to Ning Ping. Clearly, it has all gone to waste. Why are you always so self-righteous? Today, I shall let you experience the harsh realities of society. Ning Ping, unfazed, took the papers, flipping through the pages, his triumphant smile abruptly fading, his hand trembling slightly, his complexion turning ashen. The stack contained his most closely guarded secrets, pivotal to his grand ambition of establishing a financial empire. He aspired to become the Morgan of this era, to create the world's largest consortium from scratch. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in his mind. He must not allow Ning Yuan to jeopardize his years of effort. Why the silence? Weren't you quite talkative earlier? Ning Yuan sipped his drink, grinning. Xiao Yuan, this is my predicament. For years, I endured humiliation within the Lu family, merely to leverage their resources to build my own company. If you cooperate with me, all these assets shall be yours. Ning Ping's expression shifted, attempting to entice Ning Yuan further. Ning Yuan shook his head, retorting, Do you think I would believe your mere words? Xiao Yuan, you may not know this, but your mother was harmed by Lu Jia. We should unite against the Lu family, trampling over their corpses, forcing them to plead for mercy beneath our feet to alleviate our grievances. Ning Ping continued his attempts at persuasion. Ning Yuan picked up a crispy fried mushroom. Eating as he spoke, "How about this? For my mother's sake, if you make a sacrifice, this information will remain concealed from the Liu family." "How much?" Ning Ping sighed in relief. Matters solvable with money were trivial, as long as he could keep Ning Yuan occupied until he completed his plans. "Do not inquire. It depends on your sincerity. If your intent is insufficient, this information could appear before the Liu family at any moment," Ning Yuan replied. "What about $100 million? Ning Ping proposed. "At the current exchange rate, that equates to 800 million dragon yuan. Are you jesting? You divert hundreds of billions from the Liu family and offer me a mere 100 million? Ning Yuan conteret. Then how much do you desire?" Ning Ping asked. "At least $5 billion, Ning Yuan stated. $5 billion? Ning Ping's eyes widened. "I only have 500 million in my personal account. I cannot provide more. If you insist on revealing the information to the Liu family, neither of us will see a dime." Seeing that the negotiation was nearing its conclusion, Ning Yuan smiled. "Then please transfer the funds to this international account." He handed Ning Ping a piece of paper with the account number written on it. "Oof. You seem to have plotted this well in advance," Ning Ping coldly remarked. "I will send you half now. The remainder will be transferred once my tasks are complete. Once you've moved the Liu family's assets, where will I find you?" "No, it must all be transferred," Ning Yuan insisted. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Ping conceded, "Fine. I hope you honor your promise. If the Liu family learns anything prematurely, your benefactor will be unable to protect you. Enough with the chatter. Hurry and transfer the money. Once I receive it, I shall vanish, and certainly I will not obstruct your ambitions of establishing a financial empire," Ning Yuan declared. Ning Ping kaset deeply at Ning Yuan. Then picked up his phone, dialing a number and instructing the person on the other end to transfer the funds to Ning Yuan's designated account. A few minutes later, Ning Yuan received a text message. $500 million deposited. "Excellent." Ning Yuan grinned. "We are settled. You may leave now." Ning Ping turned and departed, wishing to linger not a moment longer in that place. The sight of Ning Yuan's face ignited within him a fervent desire to slap him twice. As he exited, he left behind a curt admonition, "Take care of yourself," before boarding the vehicle stationed outside the shop. After securing the door, Ning Yuan settled behind counter, taking a sip of liquor as he retrieved his phone to initiate contact with 5 different courier companies, instructing them to collect some items. Although the funds had been transferred, the documents needed to be dispatched. Ning Yuan, resolute in his belief that dealing with someone like Ning Ping, who resorted to unscrupulous tactics, required an even more cunning approach, spat out the notion of maintaining integrity. Naturally, Ning Ping would not fall for Ning Yuan's fabrications. The money was merely a means to delay Ning Yuan and buy himself some time. As he watched the footage sent by his subordinates, a smile crept across his face. Indeed, Ning Yuan was a chip off the old block, sufficiently shameless. The moment Ning Yuan departed, he instructed the courier service to send off the documents. Fortuitously, his vigilance paid off, as he managed to intercept those 5 packages. After completing the dispatch, Ning Yuan clutched his phone and began to engage in ranked matches. Following 8 consecutive defeats, he came to the realization that he was ill-suited for the game, promptly uninstalling it and vowing never to play again. He then opened Douyin to scroll for a while, calming his nerves. As the clock struck 11, he wobbled up to the second floor, ready for slumber. Upon reaching the second floor, 250 approached him, alerting him that someone had installed a high-definition camera across the street, monitoring his movements. Ning Yuan peered out the window, but saw nothing amiss. 250 continued. "Based on my analysis, it is likely that Ning Ping's people set it up. He made an appearance today, and shortly thereafter, the camera was installed." Impressed, Ning Yuan remarked, "You're quite the detective now, aren't you?" "I've always been capable of logical reasoning," 250 replied. With a swift motion, Ning Yuan drew the curtains. Suddenly struck by a thought, if they had installed a high-definition camera to surveil him, then Ning Ping would undoubtedly learn of the packages he sent out that night. There was no way those documents would reach the Liu residence now. It seemed he would have to make the journey in person. Ning Yuan was well aware of the Liu family's address, etched in his memory. As a child, whenever he inquired about his father's whereabouts, his mother would tell him he was in the southern villa district of the capital, Building 18, promising to take him there when he was older. Unfortunately, after a quarrel with an aunt named Liu Jia, his mother passed away not long after. Ning Yuan now worried whether the Liu family still resided there. Reflecting on his earlier decision to send the courier, he chastised himself for his folly. What if they had long since moved? Sending the package would have been a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that if he couldn't locate them, he could always seek out Yi Chun. The last time Yi Chun and his sister visited, they had left behind their phone number and address. The Yi family would surely know where the Liu family lived. The following morning, Ning Yuan, neglecting breakfast, summoned personnel from another mobile phone store to sell off all the items in a shop at a bargain, including the counter, furniture, and various odds and ends, leaving only 7 holographic projectors and the last high-tech phone. After packing them into a backpack, he ordered 2 tickets online and, accompanied by 250, headed straight for the train station. Upon reaching the station, an incident occurred during the security check. As 250 passed through the detector, it emitted an incessant beeping. Staff members quickly surrounded them and escorted Ning Yuan and 250 to the police office. After repeated explanations, they finally accepted that 250 was a robot and that no weapons were concealed within its clothing, a fact confirmed by the X-ray scan. Amidst the astonished gazes of the staff, Ning Yuan boarded the high-speed train with 250. Having skipped breakfast, he purchased a cup of instant noodles to stave off hunger, eager to indulge in local delicacies upon arriving in the capital. The food vloggers who visited the capital always claimed that the dishes were authentic, as if the city were devoid of roads, entirely comprised of authenticity. Ning Yuan resolved to savor the local fare, keen to determine its true authenticity. The high-speed train sped along, reaching the capital in just over 2 hours. However, upon exiting the station, due to 250's robotic nature, they encountered further complications. Once outside, Ning Yuan hailed a taxi, directing the driver straight to the Lu residence. He could not enjoy the culinary delights of the capital until he delivered the documents. Navigating through the streets, they arrived at the outskirts of the capital, halting before a sign marked Southern Villa District. "This is as far as I can take you. The security inside won't allow entry," the driver informed him. "Thank you," Ning Yuan replied, stepping out and leading 250 into the vicinity. Not long after, they spotted a security booth, where young guards stood rigidly before a large brown gate. The affluent truly have their way. Even the guards here are young. Ning Yuan mused, contrasting them with the elderly guards at the complexes in Bayan, who hardly possessed more than 3 teeth. As Ning Yuan approached, the guard descended from his small platform and inquired, "Good day. How may I assist you?" "I have a delivery for Building 18, Ning Yuan replied. "Certainly. Please follow me for registration. I'll make a call to confirm," the guard instructed, leading Ning Yuan into the booth. After quickly signing his name in the logbook, the guard took the book and dialed a number from the telephone in the booth. After a brief conversation, he hung up and stated, "I apologize, but the resident of Building 18 claims not to recognize you and has not authorized any delivery. You cannot proceed." Ning Yuan was taken aback by the guard's words. How could the Lu family not recognize him? It had to be the machinations of Ning He-ping, who had evidently managed to corrupt even the guards at the entrance in such a short time. To gain entry, he would have to find another way. "Brother, I'll give you 50,000 if you let me in. What do you say?" Ning Yuan proposed. The guard gestured to the surveillance camera atop the booth, replying, "Sir, I suggest you refrain from wasting your time here." Ning Yuan nodded in agreement and, accompanied by 250, retraced his steps. Ning He-ping had proven to be more cunning than he had anticipated. He was under constant surveillance, likely lurking in some corner, relishing the spectacle of Ning Yuan's predicament. Ning Yuan's suspicions were confirmed. Ning He-ping sat in an office, puffing on a cigar while observing the surveillance monitors, having already transferred a significant portion of the Lu family's assets. Given a few more days, he would complete the transfer, and during that time, he could not allow Ning Yuan to disrupt his plans. As he watched the footage of Ning Yuan being turned away by the guard, Ning He-ping exhaled a cloud of smoke, reached for his phone, and dialed a number, saying, "It's your turn to take action." Ning Yuan and 250 walked along a side path for some distance, realizing that the security measures at this community were exceptionally stringent. Every few meters along the towering white iron fence, there was a surveillance camera. For any ordinary person, finding an alternative route into the community would be nearly impossible. 250. "Can you find a way in?" Ning Yuan inquired. "Yes, I can jump over," 250 replied confidently. "All right, this place has security measures akin to a prison," Ning Yuan remarked, handing 250 a bundle of documents, instructing him to toss it into Building 18. 250 accepted the documents, bending his legs and leaping over with ease. Just as he was about to proceed, Ning Yuan called out to him, "Wait, there's a problem." Suddenly, a dilapidated van screeched to a halt by the roadside, and a group of sprightly young men descended, striding towards Ning Yuan. He certainly did not perceive this spirited group as bearers of gifts. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, 250 jumped back to stand beside him. The young men, taken aback by 250's ability to leap several meters high, paused momentarily. The leader of the group, sporting a buzz cut, instructed his companions, "Don't panic. You 3 apprehend that kid, while the rest deal with that monster." Meanwhile, a blonde-haired underling gradually drifted to the back, displaying signs of an impending escape. Ning Yuan immediately recognized the young man with yellow hair. He was none other than the troublemaker from before. You, yellow hair, come here. Ning Yuan's voice boomed, drawing the attention of numerous spirited youths toward the yellow-haired lad. Boss, we can't take him on. Let's make a run for it. The buzz-cut youth said with a mournful expression, having been on the receiving end of Ning Yuan's wrath previously. Pathetic, the buzz-cut youth scoffed, shoving him aside. If we just finish this job, we'll feast and revel for quite a while. Brothers, seize that brat. Ning Yuan calmly atreset. Confident that 250 would handle these ruffians with ease. As expected, 250 charged into the throng like a wolf among sheep. The spirited youths were no match for his might. In less than a minute, they lay scattered on the ground, wailing in agony. Seeing 250 approach him, Yellow Hair hastily cried out, Boss Ning, please don't hit me. I am innocent. 250, drag him over here, Ning Yuan commanded. No need to drag. I'll come myself. Yellow Hair obediently followed 250. Boss Ning, I had no idea it was you behind this operation. Didn't you make $1 million? Why stoop to this lowly work again? Ning Yuan inquired. After splitting it, I ended up with 200,000. I got a girlfriend, and damn it, I was swindled. Now, with no skills, I'm back to this. Yellow Hair lamented indignantly. Ning Yuan shook his head disapprovingly. You're worthless. You'll inevitably fall victim to a woman. However, out of gratitude for your previous warning, you may leave. Boss Ning, no. Brother Ning, can I stick with you? You need a helping hand for your shop, right? I can help you run it. Do any laborious tasks. I only have 10 yuan left. If I don't earn more, I'll starve by tomorrow. Yellow Hair pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Get a grip. What are you crying for, you big man? My shop is closed too. How can I employ you? Besides, I have 250. What do I need you for? Ning Yuan retorted distancially. Wiping his tears, Yellow Hair urgently exclaimed, Brother Ning, I can run errands for you. What wealthy person is without a lackey? Ugh. Or at least a secretary. Indeed, Ning Yuan mused, stroking his chin. From now on, 250 will handle my safety and cooking, and the rest of the chores will be assigned to you. Rest assured, Brother Ning, I will manage everything for you flawlessly. I will brave any peril. Yellow Hair flattered eagerly. No need to brave any perils. Are these ruffians sent by Ning Yiping? Ning Yuan queried. I'm not sure. I met them at the bar. They claimed there was a chance to make a fortune, so I followed them. Yellow Hair replied, stepping up to the buzz-cut youth and delivering a forceful kick. Were you? A pair of ears for venting. Didn't you hear my brother wants to know if you were hired by Ning Yiping? The buzz-cut youth gasped in pain and replied, I admit defeat today and apologize to your brother. The bar owner provided us with a photo and location, instructing us to capture someone. He promised 5 million if we kept this person locked up for 3 days. I thought, fortune favors the bold, and came along. Oomph. Yellow Hair laughed derisively. You scoundrels think you can capture my brother? A bunch of trash. Meanwhile, Ning Yiping observed through the monitor as a single individual dispatched the group that had come with him, muttering, trash. He picked up a phone on the table and dialed a number, commanding, proceed. Ning Yuan stood at the back, intrigued by Yellow Hair's chastisement of the spirited youths, oblivious to a circular light in the distance, flickering in and out of view. A man clad in green sportswear squatted on a tree branch, holding a sniper, rifle motionless. His attire blended seamlessly with the surroundings, making him scarcely noticeable even upon closer inspection. The words proceed echoed in the earpiece, prompting the man to focus. His finger poised on the trigger. The young man in the sniper's scope wore a smile, the crosshairs settling on his brow. A gentle squeeze of the trigger would seal the young man's fate, earning him a reward of $5 million. Chapter 26. Arrival at the Lu residence. The man took a deep breath, ensuring his breathing and heartbeat were steady, preparing for a clean kill. His finger gradually squeezed the trigger until, bang, a faint sound echoed, akin to a cup tapping against the table. He knew that the moment he squeezed the trigger, the young man had met his demise. Yet, he did not immediately retrieve his rifle and vacate the scene. He waited to see the telltale blood hole in the target's brow before feeling secure. Today, however, the blood hole did not materialize. Instead, a hand abruptly appeared before the target's brow, intercepting the bullet and cradling it in its palm. The man was dumbfounded. What was happening? Catching a bullet barehanded? This was absurd. Ning Yiping was equally astonished as he witnessed the entire sequence through the monitor. The creature beside Ning Yuan appeared at an incredible speed, extending its hand, clenching a fist, then opening its palm to reveal a bullet. Ning Yuan stared at the pointed, cylindrical metal fragment in 250's palm, uncertainly asking, is this a bullet? Indeed. Someone fired at you. 250 indicated toward the distant woods. Damn it. Ning Yuan shouted at the monitor. Ning Yiping, I won't rest until I take you down. Yellow Hair, terrified by the attempt on Ning Yuan's life, felt his legs turn to jelly as he approached Ning Yuan, trembling. Brother Ning, let us run. We can figure things out later. Figure things out my foot. Let us go. I want Ning He Ping to weep. Ning Yuan exclaimed, kicking the sprawled, spirited youths on the ground as he headed toward the community entrance, with Yellow Hair hastily trailing behind, nervously scanning the surroundings. Ning He Ping, perplexed, could not fathom who the person beside Ning Yuan was, how they possessed such strength. Even catching bullets, this was beyond belief. The sniper perched in the tree had no such thoughts. He simply wanted to flee. This individual could easily discern his hiding spot, an inhuman monster. He leaped from the tree, clearing away the dry leaves to reveal a motorcycle, and sped off at full throttle. The security guard, seeing Ning Yuan approach again, expressed annoyance. Sir, why are you back again? How dare you speak to my brother like that? Get lost. Yellow Hair shoved the guard aside and attempted to push the door open. After several futile attempts, he discovered an embarrassing truth. He couldn't move it. Brother Ning. The door locked and one budge. Yellow Hair turned back to say, where's the key? Ning Yuan asked the security guard. The guard pointed to the monitor and warned, if you keep this up, I'll call for backup. Smack. Ning Yuan delivered a resounding slap. You're biting the hand that feeds you. How much did Ning He Ping pay you to betray him? Just wait. The guard, clutching his face, rushed into the booth, picking up the phone to shout, everyone come out. There's a commotion. Brother Ning, this brat actually dares to call for help. Yellow Hair exclaimed. Let him. 250. Just push the door open. I don't believe we can't get into the Lu residence, Ning Yuan declared. As soon as he finished speaking, 250 strode to the imposing double doors and pushed with all his might. The metal gates groaned under the strain, emitting a creaking sound. Bang! The steel bars connecting the gates to the wall snapped under 250's immense force, causing the doors to crash inward, burying a group of security guards who had been rushing out beneath them. The guard in the booth stood agape, speechless. Is this even human? This kind of heavy-duty security gate was effortlessly toppled. He regretted opposing this person. If that door-pushing giant wanted to deal with him, it would take mere seconds to incapacitate him. Ning Yuan turned to glance at the flustered security guard before stepping through the gate into the community. Huang Mao and 250 followed closely behind. The greenery within the complex was exquisite, adorned with a variety of rare plants, and featured a man-made lake, a swimming pool, and even a playground, prompting Ning Yuan to exclaim, damn, it's wonderful to be rich. The living environment was a stark contrast to that of the impoverished. Huang Mao remarked, Brother Ning, the grass here is so lush. It's far greener than that in the park. Of course, Ning Yuan replied, the residents here are either wealthy or noble, and they probably pay exorbitant maintenance fees. The lawn must be well cared for. Why do we go through such trouble to get in here? Huang Mao inquired while surveying the surroundings. After working for the Lu family for so long, don't you know where they live? Ning Yuan responded, I'm just a small fry. How would I know where they reside? Huang Mao chuckled sheepishly. I only made a few thousand and even took a beating. Brother Ning, we've become acquainted through adversity. And you're here for revenge today, right? Don't worry, I'll be the first to charge in. Revenge? Perhaps. I've come to deliver a grand gift to the Lu family, to ensure they have a joyous time. Ning Yuan smiled. Joyous? How can we make them happy? Huang Mao scratched his head. Ning Yuan interrupted. We're here, building 18. Soon, you'll witness the commotion. This was a quintessential Western-style villa, with a pointed roof and a hint of Gothic architecture. Huang Mao bravely approached the doorbell, knocking gently, but after a moment, no one answered. Brother Ning, it seems no one is home, Huang Mao turned to say. Ning Yuan took out his phone, locating Yi Chen's number, and pressed the green dial button. Upon connection, a cacophony of music erupted. Yi Chen, it's Ning Yuan. Ning boss, what a rare visitor. Are you in Beijing? I'll come to fetch you. Let us have some fun. Do you know where the Lu family resides? Their son-in-law is Ning Heping, affiliated with Citigroup. I visited once. They live in the Southern Villa District, building 18. Are you looking for an investor? At this point, the music faded, and Yi Chen's tone grew serious. Ning boss, if you need an investor, come to our Yi family. I'm here for you. Ning Yuan interjected. I'm here to deliver a gift to the Lu family. Are you certain that they still live here and haven't moved? They should still be here. All right. Ning Yuan hung up and said to 250, open the door directly. Understood. 250 approached the door and, with a forceful pull, swung it open. Ning Yuan stepped inside and called out, I'm Ning Yuan, come out. No one responded. The spacious living room was eerily silent. Brother Ning, this place is enormous. The living room alone is as large as the house I used to rent, Huang Mao exclaimed, exploring the room with wide-eyed wonder. Is that a sign of success? Ning Yuan descended. Just as Huang Mao was about to respond, 250 interrupted. According to the thermal imaging device, there are people below. He pointed to the floor beneath them. Chapter 27. Ning Heping's Final Struggle. Below, Ning Yuan was taken aback. What are the Liu family up to? Why are they underground? Based on the analysis, they are in the basement. Follow me, 250 said, leading the group to the backyard where a small storage shed stood. Opening the door revealed a circular iron cover beneath, which lay a staircase descending downward. These rich folks really have too much time on their hands, playing doomsday survival, Huang Mao quipped. Let us go see what they're up to, Ning Yuan said, leading the way down. The long corridor was lined with tiles, with sound-activated lights illuminating at intervals. As they walked, they encountered sporadic square recesses displaying grinning wooden idols. Brother Ning, I feel a bit creeped out. It's as if those things are staring at me. Huang Mao pointed at the idols above. Just a bunch of rotten wood. There is nothing to be afraid of, Ning Yuan said, tossing an idol to Huang Mao. If you want to hang with me, you'd better toughen up. Huang Mao caught the idol, shivering as he said, Brother Ning, I can't compare to you. Before he could finish, Ning Yuan raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. We've arrived, keep it down. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door, approximately 10 meters away. They tiptoed closer, hearing strange cries emanating from within. Huang Mao grabbed Ning Yuan's arm, saying, Brother Ning, I'm a bit scared. To be honest, Ning Yuan felt a twinge of fear as well. The sounds inside fluctuated between deep and high-pitched, as if a monster were trapped inside. However, he couldn't see Lu's face in front of his subordinate, so he forced a grin and said, What are you afraid of? Can it eat you? According to the thermal imaging device, there are 4 people inside, 250 stated calmly, which somewhat reassured Ning Yuan. Can we open the door? Ning Yuan asked. Yes. 250 stepped forward, extending a finger. A beam of light, as thin as a grain of rice, shot from his fingertip, slicing through the iron door as effortlessly as cutting tofu. With a gentle push, the circular piece of iron fell backward. Huang Mao gaped in astonishment. What is this? Like something out of a movie? The people inside, initially shocked, wore expressions that suggested they had anticipated this. An old Taoist priest, clad in a patched robe, held a whisk aloft, standing before an incense altar that housed a large incense burner with 3 sticks of incense burning. To one side lay a stack of yellow paper, and on the other, several talismans. Lu Song, Li Yun, and Lu Jie, seated in a wheelchair, each held a piece of yellow paper, staring at Ning Yuan. Damn, was that you, you demon, who scare me half to death? Ning Yuan entered boldly. Unmeasurable heavenly lord, the demon has revealed itself. Swiftly send someone to capture it. The old Taoist said calmly. Lu Jie, with reddened eyes, screamed, Ah, Ning Yuan, I'll kill you. Master, this is the person who caused me to be unable to stand. Ning Yuan, you've truly come. It seems the master Heping invited was correct, Lu Song said solemnly. Li Yun comforted her daughter, coldly stating, Ning Yuan, you caused my daughter to be unable to stand. I will make you wish you were dead. Just then, Ning Heping charged in with a group of burly men, shouting, Rebellious son, kneel. Clapping his hands, Ning Yuan exclaimed, Ning Heping, I hereby dub you the strongest actor in history. The Liu family has been played by you like puppets. Go on. First, break his legs and avenge me. Liu Ye, having lost all sense of reason, was solely focused on revenge, ignoring Ning Yuan's words. This was precisely what Ning Heping desired. He didn't want Ning Yuan to utter another word. With a wave of his hand, a group of muscular men charged at Ning Yuan. These were the best fighters he had hired at great expense. Each was a formidable opponent, easily overpowering 3 or 4 ordinary men. Even if the monster beside Ning Yuan was strong, one person could hardly take on 30-plus individuals, right? What transpired next left everyone, including Ning Heping, utterly stunned. 250 transformed into a blur, taking down all 30-odd burly men in less than 10 seconds, leaving not a single one standing. Huang Mao rubbed his eyes, utterly bewildered by how 250 had moved so swiftly in return to Ning Yuan's side. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks appeared futile. Ning Yuan approached the old Taoist and asked, Care to enlighten us on how much Ning Heping paid you to put on this charade? The old priest bowed to Ning Heping, saying, Your money I do not desire. And to everyone else, I was hired by Master Ning Heping to perform this act. He informed me that someone was coming, and I was to declare that a demon had revealed itself. Who is the demon? Huang Mao rushed forward, slapping the old priest twice. My brother is an honest man. He has come to deliver a gift to the Liu family. Do you understand? The old priest covered his face, mumbling, Understood, understood. This humble one was mistaken. Is that sufficient? Beware of the cunning Ning Yuan, who lies in wait to extort you for a fortune. He produced a stack of documents from his pocket and approached Lu Song, declaring, This is evidence of Ning Heping transferring assets from your Lu family. Take a good look and refrain from being foolish in the future. Dad, don't believe him. He seeks to sow discord and falsely accuse me, claiming that Ning Heping intended to seize the materials, only to be thwarted by the 250. Lu Song's face darkened. Considering the old Taoist words, he began to suspect something was amiss. Ning Heping had mentioned knowing a master, asserting that once the master performed his rites, Ning Yuan would obediently come forth. In his eagerness to save his grandson and avenge his daughter, he had hastily allowed Ning Heping to bring the master into their home. In hindsight, he realized he had been blinded by naivety. If Ning Yuan had indeed fallen into Ning Heping's clutches, this evidence would never reach him. With a heavy heart, he quickly leafed through the documents, his shock deepening as he discovered that Ning Heping had siphoned off a substantial portion of their family's assets over the years. Heping, why have you done this? What wrongs have we, the Lu family, committed against you? What wrongs have I, Lu Song, done to you? He lamented, clutching his chest in agony. Li Yun promptly administered a cardiac remedy, providing him some relief. Seeing his years of hard work dismantled by Ning Yuan, Ning Heping, in a fit of rage, shouted, "If it weren't for me, the Lu family would never have attained their status in the capital. It is my due, my rightful claim." Heping, why would you resort to this? Are you still harboring feelings for Yang Jing? Lu Jie sobbed, cradling her head in despair. Chapter 28. The troubles have vanished. Oomph. Do not think me ignorant of the fact that you were responsible for Yang Jing's demise. I shall kill you. Suddenly, Ning Heping drew a compact pistol from his pocket and fired 3 shots at Lu Jie. She screamed in horror, her body swaying before falling silent. How could you? Ning Heping, have you lost your humanity, killing your own wife? Ning Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Song and Li Yun were paralyzed with fear, their eyes fixed on him. Filled with terror, Xiao Yuan, the one who murdered your mother has been dealt with by me. You and I, as father and son, shall divide the Lu family's assets and embark on a prosperous venture in the land of the lighthouse, Ning Heping said with a smile. Impressive. Ning Yuan raised his thumb in approval, turning to the blonde-haired man beside him. Now you understand what it means to be ruthless, right? We must maintain a low profile from now on. Ningguo, we should call the police. The blonde-haired man said, nearly in tears. This man was terrifying, killing as if it were akin to slaughtering a chicken, and he could still smile. Did you hear that? Hurry, call the police. Ning Yuan belovet, prompting Lu Song and Li Yun to finally react. Yes, yes. Lu Song fumbled for his phone, ready to report, when Ning Heping pointed his gun at him, shouting, "Anyone who dares to call the police will be shot. Damn it. You think you can act so brazenly?" Ning Yuan declared as he bound Ning Heping. All right. The 250 replied, unbuckling 2 belts from the man lying on the ground and approaching Ning Heping. Ning Yuan, do you not crave wealth? I can offer you an additional $500 million. If you leave now, I will arrange for the funds to be transferred immediately. Ning Heping, aware he was no match for the 250, began to negotiate with Ning Yuan. Bah! Ning Yuan spat on the ground. Keep your money for your afterlife. I have no need for it. Then let us all suffer. Ning Heping roared, firing several rounds at the 250 until his ammunition was exhausted. Such weaponry cannot harm me. The 250 said, nonchalantly tossing a pile of spent cartridges to the ground. Monster! You are a monster! Ning Heping cried, retreating in despair. In a few swift strides, the 250 subdued him, binding his hands and feet with the belt, dragging him before Ning Yuan. Li Yun suddenly rushed forward, clawing and biting at Ning Heping, wailing, "Return my daughter's life." Enough. Ning Yuan pulled Li Yun back. Where were you when he attacked him? Call the police. Right away. Lu Song hastily dialed for help. The gifts have been delivered. Let us depart, Ning Yuan announced as he, along with the blonde-haired man and the 250, exited the basement. A gust of fresh air greeted him, invigorating his senses. The troubles had finally come to an end, and it was time to indulge in life as pleasures. Upon leaving the community, they hailed a taxi heading straight for Fengzi Garden, a restaurant recommended for its renowned scallion-braised sea cucumber and authentic dishes. After enduring a lengthy hour of traffic, they finally savored the delicacy. Ning Yuan ordered 2 plates, satisfying his appetite, and secured a hotel room where he slept soundly until the next day. He was stirred from slumber by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, the blonde-haired man entered, carrying breakfast. Ningguo, I brought fried liver and buns from downstairs. They say it's quite authentic. Indeed, nothing compares to the local flavors. Ning Yuan replied, having washed up briefly before enjoying breakfast with him. In the midst of their meal, the blonde-haired man turned on the hotel television. The leading news story covering Ning Heping and the Lu family. Ning Heping was arrested for murder and embezzlement. Lu Jie's mother, Li Yun, suffered a breakdown and was admitted to a psychiatric hospital, while Lu Song is left to preside over his daughter as funeral loan. Ningguo, what is embezzlement? The blonde-haired man inquired. It's when someone takes company funds for personal use. Ning Yuan fabricated an explanation to demonstrate his knowledge. Oh, I see. The blonde-haired man nodded. Ningguo, what shall we do next? This time, Ning Yuan found himself at a loss. With the $500 million extorted from Ning Heping and his earnings from selling phones, he had become a veritable millionaire. Yet, he felt a sense of emptiness and wealth. Should I buy a villa and surround myself with beautiful women? He quickly dismissed the thought. Wishing to live a few more years, he had heard that overindulgence could exhaust one's vitality and lead to an early demise. Perhaps a few luxury cars for enjoyment? But I have no affinity for cars. Traveling? Even less appealing. I prefer to admire landscapes through videos rather than venture out myself. As he pondered, a thought struck him. He had yet to complete the system's task, and he still had one phone and 7 holographic projectors unsold. In recent days, he had been so focused on delivering gifts to the Liu family that he had completely forgotten about this obligation. Next, he would open a store in the capital. And you shall be the store's employee, with meals and accommodation covered, but no salary. Ning Yuan chuckled. What do you mean no salary? The blonde-haired man's face fell, pouting. Ningguo, at least give me some pocket money. Enough. Finish your meal. Afterward, we will explore the capital and then enjoy some roast duck. Ning Yuan continued, eating. All right, but what about the salary? The blonde-haired man began, but Ning Yuan interrupted. I'm just teasing you. Once the store opens, you will be the first employee, earning $10,000 a month with bonuses for good performance. If I'm in a good mood, there will be additional rewards. Great, great, great. The blonde-haired man exclaimed, delighted, before asking, will there still be meals and accommodation included? Ning Yuan sighed. If you keep talking back, I'll kick you. Of course there will be. Great, great, great. The blonde-haired man repeated enthusiastically, then cautiously added, Ningguo, I have one last thing to say. Ning Yuan gritted his teeth and spat out a single word. Speak. Ningguo, my name is Gouda. Please call me Gouda from now on, not Huang Mao. The blonde-haired man said. Understood, Huang Mao. Ning Yuan replied without looking up. The blonde-haired man wished to speak further, but was silenced by a glance from Ning Yuan. They quickly finished breakfast and exited the hotel, wandering through the capital. They strolled until noon when Ning Yuan's stomach growled. He led the blonde-haired man into an elegantly styled restaurant, Quanjude. After placing their orders, the blonde-haired man shook his head vehemently. Have you lost your mind? Why do you keep shaking your head? Ning Yuan asked. Ningguo, the dishes here are exorbitantly priced. One roast duck costs over 300. What do they feed these ducks to charge so much? The blonde-haired man whispered. Why are you asking me? We're not short on money. If it's delicious, we'll eat it regardless. Ning Yuan replied. Ha ha. Ningguo, laughed the audacious young man with yellow hair. Ning Yuan did not engage in his banter. Instead, he took out his phone, dialed a number, and said, do you have any friends interested in purchasing cutting-edge technology smartphones? I'm currently enjoying Peking duck at Quanjude. Absolutely. Boss Ning, just wait for me. I'll rush over as fast as I can. Yichen replied before hanging up and beckoning his friend to leave. Chapter 29. The high-tech lottery machine after indulging in a full set of Peking duck. Ning Yuan and a yellow-haired youth were sipping tea and patting their bellies when Yichen arrived with a friend. Please have a seat. Have you eaten? Ning Yuan inquired. Yes, Boss Ning. But you should get the goods first. My friend here has been incessantly talking about wanting to buy a high-tech smartphone. When I was in Beixian County, I heard from the neighbors that you had closed shop. What's going on? Yichen explained it. I'm planning to open a store in Beijing. Ning Yuan replied as he pulled a high-tech smartphone from his pocket. This was the very last one. Yichen took the phone and handed it to his friend, grinning. Did you hear that? This is the final unit available. I told you I have a close relationship with Boss Ning. Thank you, Boss Ning. My name is Zhao Nan, she said, extending a delicate hand. Hello, hello. Ning Yuan responded, shaking Zhao Nan's hand, and then turned to Yichen, say this friend's hand is remarkably soft. Shaking it feels like holding a bundle of cotton. Ha ha ha. Yichen laughed, clutching his stomach. She's a woman, and she loves wearing men's clothing. Don't be misled. Ow. That hurts. Zhao Nan pinched Yichen's waist, effectively silencing him. Coughing awkwardly, Ning Yuan attempted to change the subject. Yichen, I'm looking to purchase a storefront in Beijing. Do you have any leads? Of course. What area are you considering? Properties in Beijing aren't cheap, Yichen responded. Anywhere is fine, Ning Yuan stated. That's manageable. Come with me. Yichen stood up and said. By the afternoon, Yichen had assisted Ning Yuan in completing all the necessary procedures. The store, spanning 2 floors, was located in the suburbs of Beijing and happened to belong to Zhao Nan's family. After deducting the cost of the smartphone, it had cost nearly 10 million yuan to acquire. This prompted Ning Yuan to lament the exorbitant property prices in Beijing. This concrete box dares to sell for such a price. Fortunately, the store's decor was quite decent, equipped with all essentials. After calling in a cleaning crew, Ning Yuan moved in with 250 and the yellow-haired youth. That evening, Ning Yuan sent the yellow-haired youth out to buy some groceries while 250 cooked a lavish meal. After quickly finishing his dinner, Ning Yuan retreated to his room, instructing the yellow-haired youth not to disturb him. Once inside, he locked the door and sat on the bed, when suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! You have leveled up to a novice supplier. Reward: 1 self-service vending machine for high-tech smartphones, 1 high-tech lottery machine. Task: achieve a turnover of 1 billion for the high-tech lottery machine. Sell 500,000 high-tech smartphones. Special option: original price sale versus low-margin high-volume sales. Completion reward: 2 lucky spin wheels, 1 longevity gene potion. Note: the host can activate or deactivate the functions of the high-tech smartphone, vending machine, and lottery machine at will. Please make your choice now. Gazing at the panel displaying the buttons for original price sale and low-margin high-volume sales, Ning Yuan hesitated before opting for the latter. Previously, at a price of 500,000 per high-tech smartphone, only the affluent could afford them. The issue was that wealthy individuals were scarce. Each person could only purchase one, making it foreseeable that sales would dwindle. Lowering the price now seemed a wise decision. With 1 billion people in Longguo, the reduced price would ensure sales, potentially yielding greater profits than before. Other brands like Apple, Xiaomi, and Huawei were mere trifles in comparison to the high-tech smartphone. Low-margin, high-volume sales selected. The new price for the high-tech smartphone is 10,000 Longguo currency per unit. A flash of white light enveloped Ning Yuan as the panel vanished, revealing 2 sleek, black self-service vending machines in the room. Upon closer inspection, one machine displayed the price and specific features of the high-tech smartphone, featuring a card slot at the bottom and a rectangular opening on the left side, through which the phone would automatically dispense upon payment. The other machine showcased a rotating display of various high-tech products and technical information. Starship construction technology, super electric toy cars, anti-cancer drug manufacturing technology, photolithography machines, and the Riemann hypothesis proof documentation. Ning Yuan skimmed through the displayed technologies and products, growing weary of the numerous items he couldn't comprehend, such as the Riemann hypothesis. He only discovered it was a century-old mathematical conundrum after a quick search. Whoever solved it would surely ascend to greatness, akin to stepping onto the pinnacle of success. As for the other items, he recognized the starship from science fiction films. The anti-cancer drug spoke for itself, and the photolithography machine he had heard was essential for chip manufacturing, a technology that Longguo struggled to produce due to geopolitical tensions preventing allies from supplying it. This predicament was a source of great frustration for Longguo, the world's leading manufacturing powerhouse, which relied on imported chips, thus forfeiting significant profit margins. As for the super electric toy car, he was puzzled. Were toys now included among high-tech products? Was it merely a scheme to deceive? This lottery machine resembled some games from Penguin Company, where players often spent money without ever winning substantial prizes, perpetually landing with inconsequential items. Ning Yuan glanced at the friendly reminder in the upper left corner of the screen. 1 million Longguo currency for 1 draw. With a stroke of luck, one might win high-tech products or technologies. Upon reading this, he confirmed his suspicion that it was indeed a scam. 1 million for a single draw. If one failed to win anything of value, it would surely lead to an explosive outburst of frustration. After all, many ordinary citizens of Longguo could hardly save 1 million Longguo currency over a lifetime. To casually spend that much for a single lottery draw was nothing short of extortion. Yet, despite the potential for deception, Ning Yuan hoped to ensnare many unsuspecting victims. One of the system's tasks required the high-tech lottery machine to reach a turnover of 1 billion, which meant at least 100 draws from 100 different individuals. This thought left Ning Yuan disheartened, wishing there were a plethora of foolishly wealthy individuals in the world. Alas, such a scenario was improbable. Wealthy individuals were often shrewd, much like the ruthless Ning Hiping. System: if I drink the longevity gene potion, will I live for 1,000 or even 1,800 years, becoming a king turtle or a timeless immortal? Ning Yuan redirected his focus to the next reward. The system remained silent, seemingly indifferent to his inquiries. After repeated questioning yielded no response, Ning Yuan decided to cease his futile speculations, taking out his phone to play ranked matches. As usual, he faced a string of defeats, ultimately succumbing to frustration and resentment before falling asleep. Chapter 30. Reopening for business the following morning. Ning Yuan dispatched the yellow-haired youth to procure breakfast and instructed 250 to relocate the 2 machines from his room to the store. He also searched online for a sign maker, requesting an early arrival. Upon the yellow-haired youth's return with breakfast, he noticed the two machines in the store and asked Ning Yuan when they had been delivered. Ning Yuan evasively replied that they had arrived while he was out buying breakfast, courtesy of the supplier. After their meal, Ning Yuan briefed the yellow-haired youth on the details of the two machines and assigned him the task of guiding customers in their use whenever they arrived. The sign maker arrived promptly. Just as Ning Yuan finished explaining the machines to the yellow-haired youth, a van pulled up outside the store with several workers disembarking. The shop is aptly named Black Technology Boutique, a moniker that took Ning Yuan a good 10 minutes to conjure. Upon seeing the newly hung sign, Huang Mao couldn't help but scoff. Ninggu, that name is rather unappealing. It should be called Black Technology Flagship Store. Now, that is imposing. Imposing my foot. We need to maintain a low profile. Do you understand? What we seek is subtlety and depth. Black Technology Flagship Store is so tacky. As Ning Yuan was expressing his thoughts, a motorcycle screeched to a halt at the entrance. A slender, petite girl dismounted, removed her helmet, and exclaimed, "Boss Ning, congratulations on your grand opening. You simply must treat us to lunch today." "Yeah, shouldn't you be focusing on your studies instead of gallivanting around?" Ning Yuan cheated. "Imipit, yeah, who fit? Why are you just like my brothers, insisting I solely concentrate on my education? At such a young age, skipping school will lead you astray." Just as Ning Yuan finished his admonition, a Porsche zoomed in from the distance and came to a sudden stop at the shop's entrance. None other than Yi Chun. "Yeah, how did you find out that Boss Ning moved to Beijing?" Yi Chun queried, astonished at his sister's ability to track down Ning Yuan. "Does it matter how I found out? It's the grand opening today, and I'm here to join the festivities," Yi replied with a playful innocence. "Ah, I see now. You come a mooch off me." Ning Yuan took it. "What is wrong with that? You're the big boss now, on your grand opening. Should you treat us loyal customers to a meal?" "Yeah, Peter sit. Of course I will." Ning Yuan beckoned the siblings into the shop, instructing Huang Mao to explain the two machines to them. "Boss Ning, I want to try my luck at this lottery machine," Yi Chen stated. "I advise against it. The odds are not in your favor," Ning Yuan candidly revealed for once. "While the machine dispenses quality goods, the better the item, the lower the chances of winning." "My brother is a classic case of misguided ambition," Yi interjected. "What do you mean?" Ning Yuan inquired. "He ventured into entrepreneurship and was swindled out of 5 million by con artists. Our father gave him a thorough scolding. And now he's been lamenting about recovering that 5 million, Yi disclosed, unmasking Yi Chen as predicament. Yi Chen rubbed his nose, cleared his throat, and awkwardly remarked, "Can you blame me?" The adversaries were simply too cunning. As they conversed, 250 brought over a pot of tea, and Ning Yuan urged everyone to sit. After taking a sip, Yi Chen began to vent, his face a mask of despair. "I saved my sister, and just when I thought life would be smooth sailing, my family sent me to work at the company. Is that a place one can thrive? There's no freedom whatsoever. The people managing me could easily fill 4 or 5 mahjong tables." Ning Yuan interrupted. "Could you please get to the crux of how you were deceived?" Fine. "The gist of it. I left the company, utterly refusing to return, and pleaded with my father for 10 million to start business." 10 million for startup funds? Huang Mao gasped in astonishment. "With that 10 million, I founded an investment company, fantasizing about becoming the next Buffett. Alas, reality dealt me a crushing blow." At this point, Yi Chen gulped down his tea, grimacing from the heat. "And then what?" "Hurry up. You're leaving me in suspense," Ning Yuan urged. Yi Chen set down his teacup and sighed. "Then I got scammed. I invested heavily in my first company, placing immense trust in them, handing over 5 million as the initial capital, only for them to abscond with the money the very next day. It infuriated me. ISNT that, because you failed to conduct proper due diligence, the police said those individuals were habitual offenders. They had defrauded others before. But your case was by far their most lucrative," Yi added, mercilessly rubbing salt in Yi Chen's wounds. Ning Yuan chimed in. "No wonder your father is so hard on you. If I were him, I'd be inclined to give you a good spanking." "Oh dear." Yi Chen clutched his face in anguish. "I came seeking your guidance, not for you to berate me. Boss Ning, you are savvy in business. Please show me the way. How can I earn 5 million in the shortest time possible to repay my father, after which I shall never dare to venture in a business again? How to earn 5 million quickly?" Ning Yuan pondered, stroking his chin. "If you ask me, robbing a bank would be the fastest method." "Ha ha ha." Yeya erupted in laughter, clutching her stomach. "Did you hear that? Robbing a bank. Oh, come on, Boss Ning, don't jest with me. Please help me think of a real solution." Yi Chen implored. Ning Yuan, deep in thought, suddenly had an epiphany and exclaimed, "I have a brilliant idea. If you follow my instructions, you'll surely find yourself counting money until your hands cramp." However what? Yi Chen urged impatiently, his eyes reddening with anxiety. Seeing Yi Chen's desperation, Ning Yuan ceased his teasing and said, I possess 7 holographic projectors. If you purchase them and open the world's first holographic cinema, it will surely be a sensation. At that point, your father will no longer look down on you, and you can proudly assert your place in the family. Indeed, Yi Chen stood up elated. How could I have overlooked the holographic projectors? How much is each one? Not too pricey, 1 million each. Buy 4 first, set aside 1 million for renting and renovating. And once you've made a profit, you can purchase the remaining ones, Ning Yuan advised. 4? That number is too ominous. If I'm buying, I'll take all 7. Besides, once my cinema is a hit, who knows if I can even acquire them then? Yi Chen declared, pulling out his phone to call his older brother, Yi Xian. The Yi family boasts numerous enterprises across the Dragon Nation, and, as the eldest grandson, Yi Xian has long been entrusted with significant responsibilities. After a morning filled with meetings, he returned to his office for a brief respite with a cup of strong tea, knowing another meeting awaited him in 10 minutes. Just then the phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was his younger brother calling and sighed. His younger brother rarely called unless he was in trouble and needed Yi Xian to resolve it, hoping to avoid their father's wrath. Chapter 31, The Holographic Cinema. Upon connecting the call, Yi Chen cleared his throat and said, Big brother, are you busy? Not particularly. What is up? Came Yi Xian's steady voice on the other end. I need to ask you for a favor, Yi Chen began, smiling. What kind of favor? Have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Yi Xian inquired, his tone skeptical. Yi Chen raised his voice. No, I have a legitimate matter to discuss. I'll give you 5 minutes. I have a meeting in 5, Yi Xian replied, clearly unconvinced that Yi Chen had anything serious to discuss. Big brother, I'd like to borrow 5 million, Yi Chen stated. No can do. I don't even have 500 on me. All my funds are with your sister-in-law. Yi Xian swiftly declined without a second thought. Wait, I haven't even explained what I need it for. Yi Chen protested. Then hurry up, you have 3 minutes left. I want to buy holographic projectors to open the world's first holographic cinema. Yi Chen hurriedly explained it. Holographic projectors. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before asking. Are those the products from Boss Ning? Yes, yes, yes. Yi Chen nodded vigorously. If you don't trust me, you should trust Boss Ning. He is a friend of mine. He'd only sell to me. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xian replied, the 5 million will be transferred shortly. But it'll be considered my investment, and I want a 40% stake. What? 40%? Brother, you're quite the shrewd businessman. Yi Chen retorted. Do you want or not? If not, I won't bother, Yi Xian countered. No, I want it. Please transfer it quickly. I need to get those holographic projectors. Yi Chen urged. All right, I'm hanging up, Yi Xian said before disconnecting the call, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This 5 million would be formally invested onto the company's name, and once profits materialized, he would pocket a tidy sum for himself. This is splendid. He will soon liberate himself from his wife's financial dominion. At that moment, he will be free to act as he pleases. If the 5 million were to be lost, he would merely regard it as a means of honing his younger brother's skills and, in a way, a gesture of support for the enigmatic Mr. Ning. His family had long advised him to cultivate a good relationship with this mysterious figure. Yi Chen concluded the call, exclaiming with satisfaction, It's settled. Let us toast to the imminent grand opening of the world's first holographic cinema. He raised his teacup, eagerly awaiting the others to clink glasses with him. However, no one responded, leaving him to awkwardly sip his tea alone. What a lack of harmony. Can't anyone cooperate? He lamented. Let us focus on what we shall have for lunch. I'm stuck eating bland meals at home, and Mom won't let me dine out. I feel like I'm starving. Yiya intergested. Your health has just recovered. Shouldn't you nurture her for a while? Why indulge in reckless eating? Ning Yuan replied. Yi Chen chimed in. Exactly. Why indulge in such frivolities? Girls nowadays seem to think of nothing but food. You all are bullying me, Yi exclaimed, on the verge of tears. I drink chicken soup every day, eat only vegetables, and I'm not allowed even a morsel of meat. I want meat. Isn't chicken soup delightful? I recall in the village, only women in confinement were permitted to drink it, Huang Mao remarked, inciting Yi Ya's tears. You're the one in confinement. Your entire family is in confinement. Yi Ya retorted, Torok have tears. Seeing her cry, Huang Mao panicked and quickly said, Fine, I'll be in confinement too. Enough of this teasing. Go out and buy a big pork knuckle, some beef, a fish, and a few cold dishes. Let us truly indulge Yi to Qianjin at lunch today, Ning Yuan instructed. Right away, Huang Mao exclaimed, hastily departing on his newly acquired electric scooter. Yeah, upon hearing this, brightened and said, Now that is more like it. I'll come over whenever I crave food. You don't mind, do you? Understood. From now on, every meal will be cornmeal buns with pickles. Ning Yuan Yoket. After a brief chat, Huang Mao returned with the groceries. With the master chef 250 at the helm, the kitchen soon filled with the mouth-watering aroma of meat, and by noon, an abundant feast was ready. Yiya's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the luscious red braised pork. She eagerly took a piece, savoring it as she exclaimed, so rich yet not greasy, fragrant, utterly delightful. She then grabbed a large piece of lean meat, dipped it in garlic sauce, quickly chewed, and declared refreshing. Absolutely delightful. Ning Yuan shook his head, remarking, "How long has this child gone without eating meat?" Huang Mao and Yi Chun remained silent, engrossed in a tug-of-war for the braised pork, while Ning Yuan hadn't even had a chance to pick up his chopsticks before one of the pork knuckles disappeared. Just as he was about to gnaw on the bone, Yi snatched it away, standing up to devour it hungrily, her delicate face smeared with grease. She casually wiped her face with her hand before joining another culinary battle. The stewed beef with carrots was equally delectable. Ning Yuan managed to consume only 5 pieces of meat and 3 pieces of carrot, as the 3 food enthusiasts devoured the rest. He barely had a chance to enjoy the fish, as his favorite part, the small strip of fat near the belly, was swiftly claimed by Yiya. The cold dishes were all gone as well. Meat jelly, marinated pig ears, smashed cucumbers, and sweetened tomatoes were consumed entirely. This meal concluded in just over half an hour of culinary warfare. Yiya, rubbing her full stomach, leaned back in her chair and exclaimed, "So delicious, I'm so stuffed." Huang Mao and Yi Chun echoed her sentiments, slumped in their chairs. 250 cleared the table, replacing the dishes with fruits and tea. Yi Chun's funds had also arrived. He transferred 7 million to Ning Yuan and handed over the backpack containing 7 holographic projectors. "Ning boss, I shall take my leave. Await my good news," Yi Chun announced, rising to depart, only to be stopped by Yiya. "Brother, I want to dine here again tonight." "Sure, why not? Tomorrow, I'll sneak out the household registration book, and you can get your marriage certificate from Mr. Ning. After that, you can eat here every day without issue," Yi Chun teased. "Brother," Yiya bullshit, giving him a firm kick. "Ouch, that hurt." Yi Chun rubbed his thigh, complaining about her strength. "Serves you right. Is this how you behave as an elder brother?" Ning Yuan remarked. Yiya chimed in. "Is this how you act as a brother?" All right, I concede. Alas, after one meal, my loyalty has already swayed. It seems a daughter cannot be kept." Yi Chun sighed, lowering his head. "Enough of your nonsense. Tonight, we shall have barbecue. Today is a celebration of the grand opening." Before Ning Yuan could finish, Yi leaped up, exclaiming, "Yay, barbecue. I haven't had barbecue in years." Yi Chun shook his head, muttering, "This child will surely be lured away by mere lollipops in the future." Chapter 32, The Skin Improves. In the afternoon, the shop saw little business, and some neighboring shopkeepers, upon seeing the sign, were utterly bewildered by the nature of the establishment. Passers-by were even more perplexed. Ning Yuan and the others played cards until after 6 o'clock, when Yi Chun's face was plastered with notes, signaling the end of their gathering. Huang Mao was once again tasked with buying groceries. The barbecue chef, of course, was 250. One must admit that 250's culinary skills were truly remarkable. The newly purchased grill outside the shop soon filled the air with the tantalizing scent of grilled lamb skewers. Curious pedestrians even approached to inquire whether a new barbecue restaurant had opened and the price of the skewers. Yi had transformed once more into a food lover. One hand clutching skewers, the other a bottle of soda, thoroughly enjoying her meal. This feast lasted until after 9 in the evening. Reluctantly, Yi mounted her motorcycle to leave, promising to return often. Yi Chun carefully placed the backpack containing the 7 holographic projectors on the back seat of his bike, saying as he departed, "Soon, he will be a celebrity, a renowned entrepreneur, the owner of the world's only holographic cinema. Await his good news." Ning Yuan hastily sent him off, instructing Huang Mao to lock the shop before retreating to his room. The last time the system issued a temporary task, selling 10 projectors would yield 1 complete rejuvenation pill and 1 set of invincible combat skills, both of which Ning Yuan found quite enticing. The rejuvenation pill would undoubtedly strengthen his body, while the invincible combat skills would allow him to fight like 250. "System, I have completed the temporary task. Please dispense my rewards." Ning Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Ding. Temporary task completed. Rewards: 1 complete rejuvenation pill, 1 set of invincible combat skills. As the system's voice faded, Ning Yuan felt an influx of knowledge about combat techniques within his mind. He practiced a few moves in his room, each gesture feeling as if it were ingrained in his very being, as if it were muscle memory. A small black medicine bottle appeared on the bed, resembling the one that had contained the special medication for leukemia. Upon opening it, a sweet, cloying aroma wafted through the room. "Cough, cough, cough. overwhelmed by the scent. Ning Yuan poured out the rejuvenation pill, revealing a red capsule. Holding it near his nose made him cough even more. Closing his eyes, he placed it in his mouth. It was sweet and crumbled at the touch of his teeth, reminiscent of a substandard fruit candy. Before he could even savor the flavor, the pill dissolved in his mouth and slipped down his throat. Like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, Ning Yuan scoffed, but suddenly felt warmth flooding his body, as if he were embracing a furnace. He glanced into the bathroom mirror, finding no visible changes. His face was not flushed. That night, Ning Yuan endured agony, dreaming that he was suspended over a fire, being tortured to reveal his bank card password. He gritted his teeth, refusing to divulge the information. Even as they whipped him mercilessly, it was not until a series of knocks echoed, knock, 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 that the fire vanished and his tormentors disappeared, replaced by a refreshing sensation enveloping him. Ningguo, breakfast is ready. Huang Mao's voice called from outside the door. Coming. As I descended to speak with Ning Yuan, making my way towards the restroom, I was about to wash up when I noticed something peculiar in the mirror, a pale visage that bore an uncanny resemblance to my own. Something was amiss. My hands, too, appeared unusually smooth and delicate, reminiscent of a woman's. This transformation extended to my arms and legs, with my entire body now exhibiting pristine, flawless skin akin to the models seen in cosmetic advertisements. Oh no, the only thought racing through my mind was that after consuming the all-encompassing tonic, I had somehow morphed into a woman. I touched my face, astonished by its astonishing softness, even more so than Yi Ya's complexion. Meanwhile, Huang Mao, noticing my delay in coming downstairs for breakfast, called out from outside the door, Ningguo, where you up to? Breakfast is getting cold. I'm coming, stop nagging. I replied impatiently from inside. You're so ungrateful for someone who is just reminding you to eat, Huang Mao muttered as he returned downstairs. After a brief interlude, Huang Mao saw me descend from the second floor, donning a hat, sunglasses, and a scarf wrapped tightly around my face. He approached me with a look of astonishment. Ningguo, what is going on? Are you hot? No, not at all, I replied. Ningguo, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Breakfast is cold. Let me heat it up for you. Huang Mao rushed towards the table, grabbing the soy milk and fried dough sticks. Don't bother, I stopped him and, facing away, removed the scarf from my face. You go upstairs and enjoy yourself today. I'll take care of the shop. Nonsense, Ningke. I'll watch the shop while you have fun. Huang Mao protested, moving closer. I caught a glimpse of him from the corner of my eye and quickly warned. Step back. Don't come near me while I'm eating breakfast. All right, I'll go, Huang Mao started, but then quickly darted in front of me, momentarily taken aback by my flawless, ethereal complexion. Ningguo, how did you become so incredibly beautiful overnight? Indeed, it was no longer accurate to describe Ning Yuan as handsome. The term beautiful was far more fitting now. Get lost. I told you to stay away. I retorted. Ningke, your behavior this morning is quite unusual. I was just worried you were ill. Huang Mao hesitated, not daring to continue. Sighing, I removed my hat and glasses, resigning myself to this harsh reality. I'm fine, just encountered a little mishap. That essay relief, Ningguo. I must say, you have truly become stunning. Huang Mao remarked, adding salt to my wound. Enough. Never call me beautiful again, do you understand? I said coldly. Got it, Ningguo. I assure you, if you stepped out onto the street, I bet all the women would be drawn to you. You should give it a try. Perhaps soon there'll be a new boss lady in the shop, Huang Mao suggested, his idea rather absurd. I downed a cold soy milk in one go, rising to deliver a swift kick to Huang Mao, who yelped in surprise. Ouch, Ningguo, I was only looking out for you. Why did you kick me so hard? Huang Mao exclaimed, clutching his backside. I had only intended a gentle nudge, yet the response was far more pronounced than anticipated. It seemed the tonic had indeed enhanced my strength. All right, let us get on with the ranked matches. A grown man shouldn't be afraid of a little pain, I said, pulling out my phone. This time, Huang Mao refrained from speaking, obediently retrieving his phone. Chapter 33. The grand opening of the holographic cinema, Yichun, having retrieved the 7 holographic projectors, felt a sense of accomplishment. Sleepless through the night, he had been busy contacting various acquaintances to help him secure a location for the cinema. After much deliberation, he found himself at a loss. Prime locations demanded exorbitant rents, and with only 3 million remaining, he could hardly afford them. The cheaper options were situated too far off the beaten path, unappealing to him. Indeed, he mustered the courage to approach Zhaonan, ultimately securing a 2-story ground-level shop within the 3rd ring road of Beijing at an astonishingly low price of 2 million. This establishment connected with 3 adjacent shops, providing ample space for 7 screening rooms. After spending 1 million on renovations over 2 weeks, the holographic cinema began to take shape. During this time, Ning Yuan, having nothing better to do, visited once, and noted that the children of wealthy families certainly had an easier time getting things done. Yi Chun had leveraged his brother's resources to hire a top-tier designer, transforming the cinema into a futuristic marvel. The only task left was hiring staff, which took him 2 weeks to complete. After a relentless month of work, the holographic cinema was finally ready for its grand opening. However, on the opening day, he was met with a rude awakening. No one showed up. Passers-by, upon seeing the promotional banners proclaiming the world's first holographic cinema, scoffed at the audacity of modern businesses to employ such gimmicks. Everything claims to be the first in the world. What is a holographic cinema? The technology isn't even fully developed yet. It's bound to just be an ordinary theater inside. Why spend this money when one could go to a larger cinema where the experience is certainly superior? Yi Chun waited all day, yet not a single customer graced his establishment. Exiting his office, he found his employees languid and unmotivated, causing him to feel increasingly despondent. Having spent $10 million thus far, if profits didn't materialize soon, he wouldn't even be able to pay their salaries next month. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he reluctantly dialed Yi Xian for assistance, seeking a loan for promotional efforts. In this era, even the finest wine fears the depths of the alley. Without publicity, he would have starved long ago. When the call connected, Yi Chen got straight to the point. Brother, I need another $1 million in support. I've heard that your cinema hasn't had a single customer. Further investment is out of the question. You'll have to figure out yourself. Yi Xian replied before hanging up. He wasn't short on cash. He simply wished to test his younger brother. Brother, don't hang up. Yi Chun rubbed his temples, determined to find a solution. He refused to believe that such a marvelous holographic cinema would fail. If even a small crowd attended, his cinema would surely thrive. Back in his office, an idea suddenly struck him. Remembering a video from a content creator that showcased Ning Yuan's store, he thought, why not film a promotional video for his own cinema to circulate across major video platforms? Without hesitation, he crafted a brief advertisement. Child, Mom, can we go see a movie? Mother, sure. Will 2 holographic films be enough? Child, that is perfect. Thank you, Mom. You're the best. This was inspired by a popular advertisement featuring a vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes. For filming, he utilized his advanced smartphone, renowned for its unparalleled pixel quality, and simply projected the holographic film as the backdrop. He enlisted a male and female employee to portray the mother and child, spending the better part of the day to successfully shoot the advertisement. Yi Chun compensated each of them with 1,000 yuan for their performance, promising bonuses if the advertisement garnered attention by the end of the month when salaries were due. After the 2 employees left in high spirits, Yi Chun had the video edited and uploaded to various video sites. Yi Chun was not alone in his struggles. Ning Yuan faced an even graver situation. After a month of operation, he had not attracted a single customer, and Huang Mao was increasingly anxious, fearing for his own wages. Ninggu, should we brainstorm some strategies? It's been a month, and we still haven't opened, Huang Mao said, glancing at Ning Yuan, who was focused on his ranked matches. What suggestions do you have to improve business? Ning Yuan inquired. Lowering his gaze, Huang Mao admitted, I have none. Then what else left to discuss? Ning Yuan grumbled, frustrated at having lost yet again due to Huang Mao's interference. Brother Ning, I fear that our establishment might face closure, and I refrain from expressing my concerns, lest I incur reproach, Huang Mao remarked. Are you suggesting that if our business does not improve in the coming days, we shall be forced to shut our doors for good? Ning Yuan inquired. No, I merely harbor some apprehensions, Huang Mao replied. What you are experiencing is akin to an emperor's impatience while the eunuchs fret. Worry not, for in a few days, our shop shall flourish, and when that time comes, do refrain from lamenting about the workload versus the earnings. Ning Yuan tuklet. Huang Mao scratched his head. How could that be? Brother Ning, your words bring me comfort. Yi Chun felt he had miscalculated once more. After a full day of posting videos, the view counts across various platforms were satisfactory, yet belief remained elusive. The first time he perused the comments, he was nearly infuriated. Many claimed that the concept of a holographic cinema was sheer nonsense. Some enthusiasts of science sought to enlighten others, asserting that holographic technology was not yet mature, hence the cinema must be fraudulent. Others, struggling in reality, took to the internet to vent their frustrations, accusing unscrupulous merchants of treating the public as fools, continuously peddling deceptive products. Only a scant few, having experienced the advanced technology of smartphones, claimed that holographic technology had indeed emerged, but their voices were drowned out swiftly by the naysayers. Yifan Young Wenhua, the Bilibili Up master who had initially filmed the cutting-edge smartphone in Ning Yuan's store, found himself under fire from critics. who accused him of seeking attention and engaging in deception for monetary gain. The authorities ought to impose stricter regulations on such worthless internet celebrities. Yang Wenhua's video was soon reported and taken down by numerous detractors. Yichen slumped in his office chair, his frustration mounting. These individuals, having their fill, seemed intent on making his life miserable. Why did they oppose him so vehemently? He had hoped to turn his fortunes around with this video. Yet all hope now felt extinguished. It was a torment. A famous saying posits that human joys and sorrows do not resonate with one another. To me, they merely create a cacophony. This sentiment aptly applies to Wang Xikong, arguably the most carefree scion among the affluent youth in the capital. Surrounded daily by stunning influencers, dining out, and indulging in leisure, he was worlds apart from Yi Chen's plight. Today, Wang Xikong opted for street food, having grown weary of Michelin establishments. The vibrancy of street stalls appealed to him. While savoring fried sausages, he scrolled through Douyin and stumbled upon a video that made him chuckle. Brother Tsong? What video is so amusing? His influencer girlfriend asked. Someone has opened a holographic cinema. The promotional advertisement is quite entertaining, Wang Xikong replied, laughing. Let me see. His girlfriend leaned in, watching the skit performed by a man and a woman, both finding it hilarious. Brother Tsong. The comment section is filled with claims that the holographic cinema is fake, a case of false advertising. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could experience a holographic film ourselves? Wang Xikong scoffed. Who says it's fake? Those individuals simply lack discernment. I suspect this holographic cinema is closely tied to that enigmatic Boss Ning. Boss Ning? Isn't he the owner of the cell phone store that you took me to, which has since closed? His influencer girlfriend inquired. Yes. Who would have thought Boss Ning would resurface? I just don't know where he is now. My father advised me to cultivate a good relationship with Boss Ning. As he spoke, Wang Xikong opened Weibo, composing a post declaring that he would visit the holographic cinema tomorrow, likely becoming the first person in the world to do so. The accompanying image was a screenshot of Yi Chen's video shared on Douyin, as he aimed to support Boss Ning. That evening, Yi Chen skipped dinner, despite his hunger. He could not bring himself to eat. As he put it, he was too filled with anger to consume anything. Sleep eluded him as well, clutching a martial arts novel. He found himself awake past 3 in the morning, contemplating whether to check his phone, yet hesitating each time, dreading the disappointment of seeing how his video was faring. Each attempt resulted in despair, a veritable deluge of cold water upon his already fragile spirit. He resolved never to check again, as he could no longer bear the emotional toll. It was only as dawn's light began to break that he unwittingly succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, a throng of individuals, their heads emblazoned with the word troll, pursued him, shouting, "You are worthless. Your cinema is doomed to fail. You are nothing but an ineffectual scion of the wealthy. Do you understand?" Yi Chen longed to retort, yet found himself unable to open his mouth, as if sewn shut. He attempted to flee, to escape the clutches of the trolls, but regardless of how earnestly he ran, he could not escape them. It was not until a series of knocks at his door roused him from this nightmare that he awoke, realizing it had all been a figment of his imagination. Knock. Knock, knock. Mr. Yi, please come out. There is a brawl outside. An anxious employee's voice called from beyond the door. A brawl? What is going on? Who is fighting? Yi Chen vended it. Perpliet. This establishment was scarcely bustling. Aside from employees, scarcely a soul could be seen. Was it the staff engaged in a scuffle? How absurd. They would drive me to madness. Yi Chen felt like a tragic figure, tormented by nightmares in his sleep, only to be harried awake by his employees. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi, are you there? The employee called again. I'm here. I'm still alive. No need to call me so frantically. I shall be out shortly, Yi Chen replied, struggling to rise from the sofa, inadvertently tumbling to the floor. Ouch, he exclaimed in shock. What is wrong, Mr. Yi? The employee inquired from outside. Nothing. Could you please leave for a moment? I need to freshen up, Yi Chen pleaded. Of course, Mr. Yi, take your time. I'll be waiting here, the employee responded, completely unaware of Yi Chen's desire to alleviate the awkwardness. All right, Yi Chen entered the bathroom, catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, dark circles under his eyes, lips devoid of color, and looking markedly haggard. He sighed inwardly, cursing himself for his bravado. Now that the mess was made, there was no turning back. He would simply have to endure. Before he could finish his lamentation, the employee's voice echoed once more, Mr. Yi, please hurry up with your grooming. We can hardly hold out much longer out here. I know. Yi Chen gritted his teeth in response, hastily wetting a towel and wiping his face, brushing his teeth in a haphazard manner, neglecting to wash his hair, and pushing open the office door with his disheveled appearance. Upon seeing him emerge, the employees seemed to have found their savior, grabbing his arm as they hurried him along. Mr. Yi, you must hurry to the ticket booth. We are struggling to keep things under control. After saying this, the employee pulled out a walkie-talkie, announcing, Mr. Yi has arrived. Everyone hold on tight. Ye Chen, did it. Asked, what is wrong with the ticket booth? What are we trying to hold on to? Mr. Yi, there is no time for explanations. We must go. The employee urged, dragging him down the stairs. As they reached the stairwell, Yi Chan could hear a cacophony of voices below, recognizing that a crowd was clamoring to purchase tickets. Some individuals were shouting the loudest. My girlfriend and I were first. You must sell us the tickets. Damn it. I've been waiting here for so long. And you tell me there is no seating left? I don't care, I want in. Who has tickets for Transformers? I'll pay a premium for them. As Yi Chan descended, he pinched himself to confirm he was not dreaming. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was astounded. The throngs of people were overwhelming. The first floor was nearly at capacity, and a long line was forming at the entrance, with the ticket counter completely submerged in a sea of humanity. Inside, two ticket salesgirls struggled against the tide of people. There are this many people? Yi Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Yi, this is just the beginning. Follow me. The employee urged, leading him up another staircase to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Yi Chen was momentarily speechless. This was no longer a cinema, but rather a scene reminiscent of the chaos during spring festival travel. Each screening room was besieged by a throng of eager patrons, akin to the bustling crowds at train stations during peak travel times. The corridor was bustling with activity, filled with children clutching popcorn and cotton candy, munching as they dashed about and played. Couples, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, engaged in activities that were more suited for the privacy of home. Isn't ticket purchase a prerequisite for entry? Yi Chen inwitted. Everyone has bought tickets. The first wave is already packed into the screening room. The second wave is jostling at the entrance. The third wave is darting around the corridor. We've been notified downstairs that a fourth wave must be avoided at all costs. The upper floor simply cannot accommodate any more people. It's becoming a veritable can of sardines, an employee from the second floor explained. You wouldn't believe the scene this morning, Yi Zhong. As soon as the doors opened, it was a sea of humanity, with the clamor of drums and gongs. And people surged forward without restraint. After a few scuffles over queuing, everyone abandoned the lines and simply pushed through. The counter was nearly toppled, another employee added. The popcorn machine has run out of corn, and so has the ice cream. They sold out in no time. However, we still have some drinks left. Though the stock is dwindling, another staff member managing the storeroom chimed in exuberantly. Oomph. Another employee from the second floor huffed, stepping forward to retort. The few people on the first floor hardly count as a crowd. You should see the throngs in the screening room. That's what you call a sea of people. Damn it, it's getting hard to breathe with so many wanting to see the holographic movie. Chapter 35. A unique business. If you ask me, our holographic film is spectacular. I watched it all night yesterday, and now my legs feel like jelly. I almost got knocked over, a petite employee bragged. Oh, the other employees chorused, sneaking in to watch the holographic movie. Yi Zhong, you should find him. But there was no one else there yesterday. I only watched for a little bit, the small employee hurriedly clarified. All right, enough of this idle chatter. You all need to maintain order on the second floor, especially keeping an eye on those children. Ensure their parents supervise them well. We don't want any accidents, Yi Chen instructed, pointing to a few employees on the second floor. Understood, Yi Zhong, the employees responded in unison. And you, Yi Chen addressed the storeroom employee. Hurry and go buy more popcorn, ice cream, drinks, stock up on everything that's running low. Yes, Yi Zhong, the storeroom employee darted away. What about the people on the first floor? At this rate, I fear there will be a stampede. An employee called out to Yi Chen. What do we do? It's a pickle, Yi Chen replied, heading to the office to relocate the loudspeakers used for the opening advertisements to the first floor. Grabbing the microphone, he announced, Dear customers, our cinema is currently overwhelmed and cannot accommodate any more guests. The second floor is nearly bursting at the seams. Please return home for now and come back tomorrow. To apologize for the less than ideal viewing experience today, all ticket prices will be half off tomorrow for a week. Boss, since you brought out this holographic movie, can't you find a larger venue? Someone protested. Exactly, I wanted to be among the first to see the holographic film. I'm not leaving. I'm waiting right here. Some patrons refused to heed Yi Chen's words. As disappointment set in for those unable to purchase tickets, they gradually squeezed out of the cinema. After half an hour of Yi Chen's earnest persuasion, the crowd finally thinned. A few stubborn individuals remained, but they were no longer a significant concern. Wang Xikong was no exception. Upon entering the cinema with his internet celebrity girlfriend, they were promptly ushered out by the staff. Brother Tsong, this is nothing like I imagined. Didn't people doubt the existence of a holographic cinema? His girlfriend queried. Wang Xikong opened Weibo and saw that his post from yesterday had garnered hundreds of thousands of comments. He handed his phone to his girlfriend, saying, "See, the cinema's popularity isn't just my doing." Upon seeing the post, his girlfriend suddenly understood. Laughing, "Brother Tsong is impressive." "Where am I impressive?" Wang Xikong asked with a mischievous grin. Blushing, his girlfriend replied, "In every way." "Now let me show you just how impressive I can be," Wang Xikong declared, pulling his girlfriend into a Rolls-Royce, speeding off to prove his worth. Yi Chun, however, was not as carefree. The day had worn him out. The patrons on the second floor wouldn't leave after just one screening. They hurried downstairs to purchase tickets for the next show, causing dissatisfaction among the new arrivals on the first floor, leading to near altercations. Yi Chun quickly intervened, establishing a temporary rule. Each person could only watch one show per day, and after viewing, they must relinquish their seats for others to enjoy. Thus, he dashed about until the clock struck 11:30, at which point the cinema closed, allowing him to finally rest. The employees were even more exhausted. The two young women at the ticket counter had lost their voices, while the others were on the verge of collapse, and even the popcorn machine, in the midst of popping, emitted a cloud of black smoke, becoming unusable. Before leaving, Yi Chun awarded each employee a bonus of 200 yuan and urged them to leverage their connections to bring in more patrons. They were far too few, and if this continued, they would all be overwhelmed. The employees promised to exhaust every avenue to attract more visitors to the cinema. Once the last patron exited and the door was securely locked, Yi Chun returned to his office and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly at ease. After half an hour, he pondered how this cinema had suddenly become so popular. What had caused its meteoric rise? After much contemplation, he concluded that it must be attributed to his own character. Surely the heavens were moved by his virtue. Just then, his stomach grumbled, interrupting his self-satisfied reverie. He rose to boil a packet of instant noodles, added 2 eggs and a sausage, and while eating, he pulled out his phone. As soon as he opened Douyin, his phone buzzed incessantly, a flurry of messages flooding in, overwhelming his senses. Yi Chun silenced the notification sounds and casually opened a private message. "Hello, I am the head of Wanda Cinemas, and I wish to collaborate with you on developing holographic films. Here are my contact details." He dismissed the collaboration proposition without a second thought. After all, a holographic film was akin to a golden goose, one he had no intention of sharing with others. He browsed through several more messages, some apologizing for previous insults, others claiming to be experts in holographic technology, seeking to purchase his devices for research, and a few journalists inquiring about potential interviews, with the majority asking where he had acquired his holographic equipment. Finishing the last of his noodle soup, Yi Chun fell into deep thought. Should he disclose that he had purchased the holographic devices from Bosning? If he did, everyone would acquire their own holographic equipment, leading to a proliferation of holographic cinemas, and he would lose his competitive edge. Yet, if he didn't disclose it, wouldn't that be somewhat unethical? Although Bosning had a sharp tongue, he had indirectly aided his sister. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Chun closed Douyin and dialed Ning Yuan's number. As soon as the call connected, he was met with a furious roar from the other end. "Yi Chun, are you out of your mind? Calling me at this hour? Don't you think others need sleep? Damn it, I was just about to meet a beautiful woman, and your call ruined everything." "Bosning, calm down. I have some significant news to share." Yi Chun completely disregarded Ning Yuan's tirade. "Speak," came the impatient reply. "You sold me 7 holographic projectors, right? I'm planning to open a holographic cinema with them, but I only have 3 million left and can't find a suitable venue." Yi Chun was animatedly detailing his plans when Ning Yuan interrupted. "I beg you, can you get to the point? Do you need to start from the dawn of time?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, Yi Chun chuckled. "The point is, my cinema has become a sensation, truly explosive. You wouldn't believe the scene. It was a throng of humanity, an unparalleled crush of bodies, impossible to describe. Just an overwhelming number of people. Finally, I can hold my head high. I've made it." Upon reaching this point, Yi Chun awkwardly discovered that Ning Yuan had already hung up the phone at some point. Chapter 36. The store is thriving again. He had been preoccupied with his own comfort, only to realize that he had forgotten to inquire about an important matter. Reluctantly, he decided to make another call. Once connected, Yi Chun hastily interjected, "Boss Ning, I have one last question." A voice on the other end, laced with irritation, responded, and Yi Chun knew that any unnecessary words would surely provoke an eruption. He quickly got to the point. "Boss Ning, do you have any more holographic projectors available? I wish to purchase one. They're all sold out." Hearing this, Yi Chun exhaled in relief, but, with lingering doubt, asked, "Are you certain there are none left?" "Indeed. All sold out." "All right then, good night, Boss Ning. After hanging up, Yi Chen leapt up in excitement. This business venture would prove to be as rare as a scorpion's excrement. To express his gratitude for Boss Ning's tremendous support, he resolved to record a video to boost the store's visibility. Without hesitation, he retrieved his mobile phone tripod, set up his advanced smartphone, tidied his hair and attire, sat upright, cleared his throat, and activated the recording function. Hello everyone, I am Yi Chen, the owner of the holographic cinema. First and foremost, I must thank you all for your support of my business. Secondly, I wish to address a frequently asked question on the Douyin platform. Where did you purchase your holographic device? To clarify, my holographic projector was bought at a shop in the suburbs of Beijing, named the Black Technology Shop, located at 17 Fengrui Street. The proprietor's surname is Ning, and we affectionately refer to him as Boss Ning. For those interested in acquiring a holographic projector, this is where you should go. After finishing the recording, Yi Chen had the smartphone assistant enhance his appearance slightly before posting the video on Douyin, just as he was about to retire for the night. Another thought crossed his mind. He took out his phone and said, "Call my elder brother." Moments later, a deep voice came through the line. "What are you doing awake at this hour?" "Elder brother, I can't sleep. I have good news to share," Yi Chen declared with pride. "Yes, I already know about the good news. Goodbye." Upon hearing that the call was about to end, Yi Chen hurriedly pleaded, "Don't hang up. I haven't revealed the good news yet. I'm aware that your holographic cinema has become quite popular. Even grandfather and father are in the loop," Yi Xian replied impatiently. "Huh? They found out so quickly? Then why?" Before Yi Chen could finish, Yi Xian interrupted. "Why wouldn't they commend you? Remember, as a descendant of the Yi family, this is the attitude you ought to exhibit. There is nothing to boast about. Grandfather and father sent me with a message. You must maintain a good relationship with Boss Ning. This is your most vital task at present. When you visit Boss Ning's store, it's best to bring Xiaoya along." "Huh? You mean I should bring Xiaoya?" "Isn't that akin to pushing her into the fire, sending her into a den of wolves?" Yi Chen exclaimed, realizing that Xiaoya's demeanor toward Boss Ning had become somewhat peculiar. "Oh, are you suggesting that Xiaoya harbors feelings toward him?" Ye Yin inwitted. "There might be a hint of that. Xiaoya is only 19, and we must not let that scoundrel Ning take advantage of her. With his looks and stature, he doesn't even deserve to touch her toes." Yi Chen asserted. "You're utterly clueless," Yi Xian retorted, unusually using a curse word. "Anyone capable of producing a smartphone like the Black Technology phone and a holographic projector is no ordinary person. Don't judge someone by their appearance. Boss Ning is not simple. Do you really believe that the cinema's success is solely your doing?" Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized that the cinema's success wasn't entirely due to him. From the initial idea to the inexplicable popularity, it seemed he played a minimal role, merely a tool in the grand scheme. Remember, your task now is to foster a connection with Boss Ning and maintain that relationship. Do you understand? Ye Yin imparted earnestly. Understood. Yi Chen elongated his tone. "I will prioritize maintaining that relationship." "Good. I'll hang up now. You should get some rest." With the line disconnected, Yi Chen muttered to himself, "Is it so difficult to get a compliment from you all?" After speaking, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. The following day, he was awakened once more by his employees. The situation was not much improved from the previous day. The crowd was still overwhelming. Fortunately, a few employees had brought newcomers to help alleviate the workload, making the atmosphere somewhat more manageable. Ning Yuan was roused from his slumber by Huang Mao's voice. But instead of encountering a beautiful figure, he found himself on a quest for the restroom. Upon waking, he realized he was in dire need of relief, and, while washing his hands, inquired, "What is for breakfast today?" "Ninggu, I'm afraid there won't be breakfast today," Huang Mao shouted from outside the bathroom. Ning Yuan, pulling up his trousers and shaving, asked why not. A crowd surged in as soon as I opened the door, all wanting to buy holographic projectors. I was blocked from getting out. "Ninggu, please hurry. I'm going downstairs to maintain some order," Huang Mao exclaimed before dashing downstairs. Upon hearing the mention of holographic projectors, Ning Yuan deduced that Yi Chen must have revealed his location. He had hoped to enjoy a prolonged respite, but it seemed that was not to be. Sighing, he lamented his inherently laborious fate, hastily drying his face with a towel, and wetting a few rebellious strands of hair to ensure they lay flat. Emerging from the bathroom and dressing, he could already hear the commotion from downstairs. "Why can Yi Chen buy a holographic projector while we cannot?" "I don't care. I want to buy a holographic projector. Little brother, quickly summon Boss Ning." "Everyone, please be patient. Boss Ning will be down shortly," Ning Yuan said, shaking his head as he headed toward the kitchen. Huang Mao's methods for maintaining order were still too inexperienced. He needed more practice before he rushed down. For breakfast, Ning Yuan prepared instant noodles, a fried egg, and a deep-fried starch sausage, all made by himself. He didn't want to burden the staff with breakfast duties, making it himself serve as a form of exercise. Most importantly, he believed that instant noodles were the only dish he could rival with the culinary prowess of the staff. It allowed him to regain a semblance of confidence. After devouring the noodles, he relished the fried egg, savoring the crispy starch sausage, which tasted just like those made by the elderly lady at the school gate. Indeed, the starch sausage was a timeless delight. He made an additional serving for Huang Mao before finally heading downstairs. When Huang Mao saw Ning Yuan descend from the second floor, he called out amidst the throng, "Ningguo, save me." Chapter 37, Revealing the Toys. "Calm down," Ning Yuan said, pulling Huang Mao from the crowd. "You go upstairs and have breakfast." "All right," Huang Mao exclaimed, darting back upstairs. The crowd, witnessing Huang Mao address the remarkably handsome young man as Ningguo, began to speculate that he must be Boss Ning. This was a stark contrast to their preconceived image of him as a balding middle-aged man with a beer belly and small, beady eyes, exuding the aura of a cunning businessman. To their astonishment, he turned out to be a strikingly youthful figure. "Everyone, I assure you that there are absolutely no holographic projectors available. If I had stock, would I not sell it? Who would turn down money?" Ning Yuan preemptively addressed the crowd. "Boss Ning, I heard through the grapevine that the Yi family is threatening you, preventing you from selling holographic projectors to us." A slightly plump middle-aged man spoke up. Before Ning Yuan could respond, another stout man in a designer suit chimed in, "Boss Ning, while the Yi family has some power, my Zhao family is not to be trifled with. You can sell with confidence. With my Zhao family backing you, the Yi family won't dare to retaliate." "Zhao fatty, does my Wang family seem weak to you?" Another middle-aged man dressed in an upscale suit stepped forward. As soon as others heard that the Zhao and Wang families had arrived, they instinctively retreated. Who was unaware of the four prominent families in the capital? Li Wang, Zhao, and Yi. These families wielded immense influence, their businesses sprawling across the entire realm of Longguo. Mere commoners could not afford to provoke them. "You lot are just idling about, feasting on rumors. Where do you gather these trivial tidbits? That little brat, Yi Chan, dares to threaten me? I'll dispose of him. The holographic projector either exists or it doesn't. There is no need for such convoluted reasoning." Ning Yuan's words left everyone in stunned silence. How could anyone dare to speak to the Zhao and Wang families in such a manner? Were they courting death? To even suggest the downfall of the young master of the Yi family was akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet, an act of sheer folly. Just as the crowd anticipated how the Zhao and Wang families would deal with this audacious youth, the subsequent events left them utterly dumbfounded. "I was just joking earlier," Zhao Fatty chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely concerned that you, Boss Ning, would refuse to sell to us." The middle-aged man from the Wang family chimed in, "Boss Ning, do keep us in mind for any exceptional items in the future." Ning Yuan gestured towards the sleek technological vending machine on his left, indicating its holographic projection capabilities, and then pointed to the lottery machine on his right, smiling as he said, "As for that lottery machine, theoretically, as long as you have the funds, you can draw any of the advanced technological products inside." He paused, stroking his chin while surveying the crowd, and added, "But those without money should refrain from participating. I want to entertain any whining if you end up with nothing worthwhile." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Fatty laughed heartily. "My Zhao family may lack many things, but we certainly do not lack funds. If Boss Ning can truly offer genuine advanced technology products, I'm not afraid to spend." "Oomph." The middle-aged man from the Wang family retorted coldly, "As if my Wang family is short on money. I too wish to try my luck." "Excellent. I appreciate your extravagant spirit." Ning Yuan waved his hand grandly. "Go ahead and indulge yourselves. Just don't bother me for a while. Let me enjoy some peace." The crowd dispersed, eagerly flocking to the two machines. A number of individuals swiftly purchased smartphones from the high-tech vending machine, testing them out to discover they indeed featured holographic projection capabilities. Others, witnessing this, hurriedly made purchases themselves. After all, at a mere 10,000. These cutting-edge phones were within reach for many who could save a few paychecks. Once they had acquired their phones, they quickly gathered around the lottery machine, their eyes widening at the sight of the 100,000 price tag for a single draw. No wonder the boss had warned against participating without funds. Such a gamble was clearly beyond the means of the impoverished. Looking at the screen displaying advanced technological products like controlled nuclear fusion reactors, battleships, nanobots, artificial intelligence programs, and cancer-curing medications, the crowd's eyes glimmered with greed. The mere possession of any one of these items could be worth incalculable fortunes, potentially even igniting wars. Members of the Zhao and Wang families trembled with excitement. If they could draw even a single item from that machine, their families would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, and their futures would be secured. Shall you draw first, or shall I? Zhao Fatty's words came forth as his plump face quivered with anticipation. It matters not. My Wang family has engaged in so much charity, our luck surely cannot be too poor. Just as the Wang family member finished speaking, Zhao Fatty inserted his bank card into the slot, unwilling to concede. After all, if there was only one prized item inside, and a member of the Wang family drew it, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. As the crowd observed the Zhao family preparing to press the draw button, an involuntary tension filled the air. 100,000 was at stake. What would they draw? Before pressing the button, Zhao Fatty clasped his hands together, murmuring prayers to all the deities he could recall, invoking their favor in this moment of desperation, and then decisively pressed the lottery button. The first draw was indeed a novel experience. Ning Yuan and Huang Mao, who had just finished breakfast and descended from the upper floor, stood on tiptoe, watching the screen as it displayed an array of images. Ninga, I'm so nervous. What if he draws something extraordinary? We'd be at a loss. Huang Mao leaned closer to Ning Yuan's ear, whispering. Ning Yuan pushed his face away, replying, Fear not. He may profit slightly, but we will never incur losses. As the images flickered from rapid to slow, the pointer traversed past various advanced products. Zhao Fatty clenched his fists tightly, watching in despair as the pointer glided past the artificial intelligence program, feeling as if he had lost several billion. In this era of the internet, possessing genuine artificial intelligence would be unimaginable. The pointer slowed, hovering ominously near the controlled nuclear fusion reactor. In his mind, he fervently shouted, Stop! Please stop! Alas, although the pointer moved slowly, it ultimately drifted past the reactor, landing on an utterly nonsensical item instead. A super electric toy car? Zhao Fatty muttered, momentarily bewildered. How is this even a prize? This was a children's toy vending machine. Ding! The cold, mechanical voice of the lottery machine echoed ominously. Congratulations! You have drawn a super electric toy car. Please collect your item from the outlet below. Bending down, Zhao Fatty indeed found a square black outlet, revealing a blue electric toy car that looked no different from those sold on the street. He examined it closely, noting a switch on the bottom, but that was all there was to it. At that moment, he realized he had squandered 100,000 for a mere toy, a situation that was nothing short of ludicrous. It wasn't the money that pained him, but rather the profound insult to his intelligence. Chapter 38. What a scam. Ha ha ha. Members of the Wang family doubled over with laughter at the sight of the toy car in Zhao Fatty's hands. Others, restrained by the Zhao family's imposing presence, dared not laugh. Their faces flushed red as they suppressed their mirth. Huang Mao leaned closer to Ning Yuan once more, whispering, You were right, Ningge. They might profit a little, but we will never come out at a loss. This is getting ridiculous. Just watch, Ning Yuan remarked, as if spurred by the embarrassment. Zhao Fatty pressed the draw button again. Ding! The lottery machine emitted its cold, mechanical sound once more. Congratulations! You have drawn a super electric toy car. Please collect your item from the outlet below. Zhao Fatty, now trembling with rage, held the blue electric toy car, having drawn the same worthless item twice in front of so many witnesses. His dignity had shattered into irreparable fragments. Casting a sidelong glance at the Wang family, who wore expressions of glee, he felt a surge of defiance. He swore he would not relent until he drew something of value. After all, what was money to the Zhao family? He pressed the draw button once more, his desperation intensifying as the pointer continued to evade his desired outcome. Ding! The lottery machine's cold, mechanical voice resounded again, akin to a devil's whisper in his ear. No surprises here. Once again, it was that damned blue electric toy car. Boss, is your machine a scam? How is it that every draw yields the same worthless junk? His fury erupted uncontrollably. He suspected this was a fraudulent establishment. The machine merely a trap for the unwitting, a device for extracting their intelligence tax. Ning Yuan, feeling the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, shook his head and remarked, Did I not warn you? The odds of winning are low. If you lack funds, you ought not to play. Just look at what's inside. Those black technology products are not something you can merely draw at will. Damn it, will my shop even survive this? Upon hearing his words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, Boss Ning had forewarned them, and the value of the items was astronomical. There was no chance of drawing them casually. Zhao Fatty's face reddened from Ning Yuan's remarks, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to formulate a retort. A member of the Wang family stepped forward, taunting, Are you going to continue or not? Don't just hog the spot without contributing. I'll draw. Who says I won tea? Zhao Fatty erupted, his frustration boiling over. In the ensuing moments, Zhao Fatty uttered not a single word, merely pressing the lottery button and retrieving a blue toy car from the dispensing slot. This mechanical repetition transpired 8 times, until the lottery machine announced, "You have exhausted your daily lottery attempts. Please return tomorrow." Why am I not allowed to continue? I possess ample funds. Why the restriction? Zhao Fatty bellowed, clutching a pile of toy cars. Ning Yuan promptly interjected. Each individual is limited to 10 attempts per day. I forgot to mention that. Zhao Fatty, dissatisfied with Ning Yuan's explanation, retorted, "I do not care. I demand more attempts. I have already spent 10 million. Surely something valuable is bound to emerge next. Or have others taken all the good items? What a ridiculous notion." Ning Yuan approached the lottery machine and stated, "To be frank, the odds of winning on this machine are alarmingly low. However, should one manage to win something, it is undoubtedly a worthwhile prize. I suggest those with some disposable income indulge in a few attempts for entertainment. If you lack funds, then do not partake. With your meager capabilities, all you can win are mere toys." A middle-aged man, surnamed Wang, mocked. "Did you not hear the proprietor? He said to try a few times for amusement." "You," Zhao Fatty grimaced, "I shall see what you can win today." The Wang family member calmly inserted his bank card into the slot, entered his password, and pressed the lottery button. Unsurprisingly, he too received a blue electric toy car. Witnessing this, Zhao Fatty also drew a toy car, instantly feeling a sense of equilibrium, and laughed. "You are not so fortunate after all." The Wang family member ignored him, attempted 2 more draws, and received toy cars once again. Shaking his head, he withdrew his bank card and relinquished his efforts. Observers secretly lamented the reality that there are truly no free lunches. The handsome proprietor had swindled the Wang and Zhao families out of over 10 million that morning, rendering this establishment a veritable den of iniquity. Henceforth, it would be prudent to avoid this lottery machine whenever possible. As Zhao Fatty witnessed, the Wang family member concede defeat. He purchased a high-tech smartphone from a nearby vending machine and summoned his driver to load the pile of toy cars, departing in his vehicle. Just as he left, the Wang family member also acquired a high-tech smartphone, along with his toy cars, and drove off in luxury. With the excitement dissipated, the crowd began to disperse. Yet halfway out, they were drawn back by the presence of a young man and an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Ning Yuan kicked the blonde youth, exclaiming, "Are you mesmerized by her beauty? Move." "Ninggu, this woman is truly stunning, like a celebrity from television," the blonde remarked as he gazed. The young man, holding the woman's hand, surveyed the store and remarked, "Yangxian, is this the place you mentioned? It seems rather unremarkable. Let's just browse." Yangshuan frowned, expressing her annoyance as so gang is persistent advances. "Should we not teach Zhou Gang a lesson? He has not let up even after your breakup. It is simply unacceptable," the young man suggested. "No need. You are the son of the Li family and a top student in the mathematics department at Qinbei. It would not bode well for me to tarnish your reputation," Yang Xian replied. "Very well." The Li family scion and Yang Xian meandered between the machines, purchasing 2 high-tech smartphones based on the crowd's recommendations. Yet they did not engage with the lottery machine, intuitively discerning its deceptive nature. This proprietor certainly possessed some cunning, lowering the smartphone prices for high-volume sales while placing a dubious lottery machine alongside. Those who had witnessed the wonders of the high-tech smartphones would undoubtedly not question the integrity of the lottery machine, thereby falling prey to a meticulously crafted trap. Such petty tricks might ensnare the average person, but he would not be fooled. Just as they were about to exit, they encountered a square-faced young man clad in a checkered shirt. "Sugong, could you cease your incessant pursuit of Yangxian? She has already broken up with you," the Li family scion stated. "If it weren't for you, how could Yangxian have left me?" Zhou Gang shouted angrily at the Li family scion before turning to Yangxian, softly imploring, "Li Mingxian is not sincere. He simply uses sweet words to deceive you." Before he could finish, Yangxian interrupted coldly. "What has Mingxian deceived me about? For instance, this bag is worth 500,000, and this outfit 5,000. All provided by him. Throughout our time together, you only gifted me a necklace worth a few hundred. But I was genuinely devoted to you," Zhou Gang replied, his eyes reddening. "Devotion?" Yangxian leaned closer to Li Mingxian. "Can devotion be consumed as sustenance? I suggest you embrace reality and refrain from childish behavior." Clenching his fists, Zhou Gang glared at the smug Li Mingxian, asserting, "Xian, I too can earn money. I have saved up 1 million for my scholarship and my work developing software for internet companies." 1 million? Huh. Can that even be considered wealth? Li Mingxuan Loga, gesturing toward the lottery machine. "Did you see that machine? A single attempt costs 1 million. Would you be willing to let Xian waste her time on that?" Leaning against Li Mingxuan's shoulder, Yang Xian chimed in, "Mingxian, do not provoke him further. If he were to throw that 1 million into that machine, it would be his entire life savings." "Xian, if you ask, I will immediately attempt to win," Zhou Gang, now completely irrational, yearned to prove his devotion to Yang Xian before the onlookers. Ning Yuan and the blonde leaned against the bar, watching with keen interest. Alas, the blonde sighed. What is love but a force that compels one to risk life and death? Smack! Ning Yuan delivered a slap to the back of his head, exclaiming, "What nonsense! This is merely a case of a lovesick fool, ending up with nothing. If you continue down this path, I shall kick you out myself." Ninke! Being a lovesick fool is still better than being a lonely dog, the blonde replied, rubbing the back of his head. Oh, so now you are resorting to veiled insults? Call me a lonely dog, are you? Ning Yuan tuklet. The blonde, sensing the unsettling nature of Ning Yuan's smile, swiftly changed the subject. Ningguo. Look at that impulsive youth. He is heading for the lottery machine. Youth should temper their fervor. The odds of winning on that machine are dismally low. Ning Yuan decided to intervene one last time to save this lovesick fool from losing both his girlfriend and the hard-earned money he had saved, lest he begin to question the value of life itself. Zhou Gang placed his bank card into the slot, ready to press the lottery button when he heard someone attempting to dissuade him. Turning around, he saw a strikingly handsome young man with fair skin, smiling as he said, "Is it still called being young if you cannot temper your enthusiasm?" Alas, Ning Yuan sighed, shaking his head and opting to remain silent. This fool was nothing more than a reckless individual, and even his own boss had cautioned him against playing, yet he persisted. Was he not inviting disaster? Li Mingxian stepped forward, saying, "Zhou Gang, did you not hear the proprietor mention the abysmally low odds of winning? As mathematics students, do you not understand probability? Your concern is unwarranted. This 1 million was saved for Yang Xian. Since she has broken up with me, I have no need for it," Zhou Gang declared as he pressed the lottery button, watching the pointer spin and feeling a twinge of regret. That 1 million represented his blood, sweat, and tears, accumulated through countless hours developing software for various internet companies, with his scholarship contributing only a fraction. Now, in an instant, it was all gone. A hollow ache filled his heart, and he felt despondent. Observing the young man's reckless determination, Ning Yuan unconsciously moved closer to the lottery machine, hoping against hope that he would win something worthwhile. For it was evident from their previous conversations that Zhou Gang's girlfriend had been taken from him by the scion of the Li family. A nascent story suddenly materialized in Ning Yuan's mind. Zhou Gang was an exemplary student hailing from a humble background, while Li Mingxian was a frivolous scion of wealth. Yang Xian and Zhou Gang had grown up together as childhood friends, naturally evolving into a romantic couple. However, upon encountering the striking beauty of Yang Xian, Li Mingxian appeared out of nowhere, employing a barrage of financial allure to completely win her over. Zhou Gang found himself in a state of despair, despite his relentless efforts. He could only amass 1 million. To him, this sum held significant value, yet in the eyes of the wealthy heir from the Li family, it was but a trifling amount, likely mere pocket change for a few days of lavish spending. Contemplating this, Ning Yuan fervently wished for Zhou Gang to draw something extraordinary, to slap the face of the affluent heir. Something extraordinary, something extraordinary. Even the blonde-haired fellow chimed in, eagerly hoping for a remarkable draw. The others were equally invested, eager to witness how Zhou Gang's ex-girlfriend Yang Xian would react upon seeing him acquire one of those priceless high-tech products. The pointer moved ever so slowly. Fortunately, it passed over the super-electric toy car, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the crowd, as they had previously witnessed the Zhao and Wang families squander vast amounts of money only to win a few trinkets. Ding! The pointer finally came to a halt, and a cold electronic voice emanated from the lottery machine. "Congratulations, you have won a set of mathematics materials." What the hell? Mathematics materials? Ning Yuan couldn't help but complain. This lottery machine was utterly disappointing. How could it even include mathematics materials? He simply couldn't fathom it. Observing that even the proprietor was lamenting the machine's unreliability, someone remarked, "Ning, isn't this machine under your control? What kind of act are you putting on? An act?" Ning Yuan pointed at himself, feeling as though he were a modern-day Do-E, wronged beyond measure. "Isn't it true? Don't tell me you can't control this machine." Another voice piped up. All right, enough." Ning Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Say whatever you wish. Even if I were putting on an act, what could you do to me?" His retort rendered the crowd speechless. Indeed, they could do nothing to this pretty boy, chiefly because of the formidable individuals backing him. Zhou Gang, staring despondently at the black USB drive in his hand, felt tears brimming. 1 million. And he had received a mere broken USB drive. No, a drive containing nothing but mathematics materials. Wasn't this outright extortion? He longed to strangle the proprietor. Yet, recalling that the owner had warned him of the low odds of winning, he realized it was his own folly to insist on participating. so he had no one to blame. Now, he could only swallow his disappointment. "Let us go," Li Mingxian remarked sarcastically, ignoring advice. Spending $1 million on some mathematics materials. What a loss. With that, he took Yang Xian and departed. The crowd looked on at Zhou Gang, whose face was ashen. Unsure of what to say, they felt pity for this impulsive young man. What a waste of $1 million that could have been spent elsewhere, tossed into a lottery machine. It hadn't even made a splash. "Hey Ning, do you think you might do something drastic?" The blonde-haired fellow whispered. "Ha ha ha." Zhou Gang laughed heartily. "$1 million? I'm not that desperate. It's just $1 million. I can earn it again. Exactly. It's just $1 million. This declaration earned him applause from the crowd. Zhou Gang stuffed the USB drive into his pocket, cupped his fists in salute to the onlookers, and strode out of the shop with an air of nonchalance. However, as he gazed at the bustling street, he felt a weight upon his chest. In truth, he was not as composed as he appeared, merely putting on a brave front. Chapter 40. The proof of the Riemann hypothesis today's lottery endeavor stemmed not solely from his feelings for Yang Xian, but also a portion was driven by his own absurd sense of dignity. Growing up in a less fortunate household, he often felt the sting of others' disdain. At some point, he developed a severe case of mental cleanliness, believing that if someone gazed at him for too long, he must have erred in some way, and that person was surely disparaging him inwardly. Whenever someone showcased a luxury item, he assumed it was a means of humiliating him with their wealth. Thus, he worked diligently to gain admission to the top university in the Dragon Kingdom, Qingbei University, eventually selecting the most prestigious mathematics department. Surrounded by prodigies, his academic performance was commendable, all in pursuit of earning others' respect. Sighing as he walked, Zhou Gang took out the USB drive he had drawn and examined it before tossing it into a nearby trash bin. This drive was a thorn in his side. Out of sight, out of mind. However, after a few steps, he turned back, retrieving the USB drive from the bin. He resolved to return to campus and discover what mathematics materials it contained. After all, he had spent $1 million to obtain it. Discarding it without a glance seemed wasteful. He pulled out his phone and rented a shared bike, returning to campus half an hour later. The dormitory was empty. Everyone was likely engrossed in their studies. As a premier institution in the Dragon Kingdom, Qingbei University boasted an exceptional academic atmosphere. Unlike students from third-rate universities who often skipped classes to play games in their dorms, the students here spent their free time in the library or honing various skills. Zhou Gang had honed his programming skills during his spare time. Opening his laptop, he inserted the USB drive and clicked on the external hard drive, revealing a file named The Proof of the Riemann Hypothesis. Zhou Gang felt a jolt of excitement upon seeing the words Riemann Hypothesis, instantly invigorated. The file's title hinted at the proof of a problem that had perplexed the world's foremost mathematicians for over a century. If he could solve it, the prestigious Fields Medal, akin to the Nobel Prize in Mathematics, would surely be his, cementing his legacy as one of the world's leading mathematicians. Showered with accolades from nations far and wide, with his heart racing, Zhou Gang opened the file, and rows upon rows of densely packed equations captivated him. These formulas, which might appear tedious and convoluted to outsiders, seemed alive to him, guiding him on a journey to uncover the true mysteries of mathematics. Upon reaching the final line of equations, he sighed in relief, muttering to himself, "So that is how it is. The secrets of mathematics are like this. I was so foolish before." A rumble from his stomach abruptly pulled him back to reality. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 6 in the evening. He had unintentionally spent the entire afternoon engrossed in the material. He made his way to the cafeteria for a simple dinner, then returned to his dormitory to organize the proof of the Riemann hypothesis and send it to the editorial email of the esteemed mathematical journal, Mathematical Annals. Mathematical Annals, established by the mathematics department of Princeton University, an Ivy League institution, serves as a prominent platform for mathematicians worldwide to publish their research. The mathematics department at Princeton is home to some of the most elite mathematicians globally, and anyone studying mathematics aspires to further their education there, engaging in academic discussions with these luminaries. Initially, the journal circulated only within Princeton to facilitate the dissemination of scholarly work among mathematicians, gradually evolving into a leading global mathematical publication. Only 2 mathematicians from the Dragon Kingdom had ever published in it due to historical reasons, one of whom had once taught in the mathematics department at Qingbei University. After confirming that the proof had been successfully sent, Zhou Gang tucked the USB drive securely into his pocket and set off to the library to catch up on his studies. The breakup with Yang Xian inflicted a profound psychological blow on him, during which he neglected his studies, resulting in a dramatic decline in his academic performance. Once revered as a mathematical prodigy, he now teetered on the brink of mediocrity. However, After perusing that proof, he discovered new direction. The realm of mathematics unfolded before him in all its splendid intricacy. He resolved that personal entanglements would not hinder his pursuit of mathematical inquiry. From this point forward, he would devote himself wholeheartedly to mathematics, having entirely cast Yang Xian from his thoughts. Upon entering the library, he sought out the rows of shelves brimming with mathematical tomes and encountered several acquaintances, individuals who had once been his rivals, competing fiercely for top rankings and examinations, including Li Mingxian. Despite Li Mingxuan's affluent background, which afforded him a life of ease regardless of employment, the common perception of him as a frivolous scion was gravely mistaken. In truth, he was a mathematical genius who gained admission to Tsinghua University without any familial influence, having secured second place in the National Mathematical Olympiad. As his acquaintances caught sight of Zhou Gang approaching, they merely cast him a cursory glance. This former mathematical luminary had faltered dramatically following his breakup, and his recent exam results were dismal enough to render him no longer a threat. The prospect of future scholarship applications seemed considerably less daunting. Zhou Gang, however, paid little heed to their opinions. Ever since he had encountered that proof, he felt as though he had grasped certain profound truths of mathematics. He randomly selected a calculus textbook and began to read, and indeed, the experience was markedly different. Questions that once baffled him were now readily comprehensible with only a moment's contemplation, whereas previously he would have needed to laboriously work them out on paper. He picked up a topology book, and again, his pace of learning had improved significantly compared to before. Observing Zhou Gang flipping through the pages so swiftly, without the need for calculations, his peers could not help but lament the loss of the once great mathematical prodigy. They mused that rather than wasting time here, he might as well pursue his former girlfriend, perhaps in hopes of reconciliation. Oblivious to their thoughts, Zhou Gang had completely immersed himself in the ocean of mathematics. Formulas and algorithms that had once seemed arcane and impenetrable now appeared astonishingly straightforward, some even seeming to simplify further. It was not until the mop accidentally brushed against his foot that he emerged from his mathematical reverie. Checking his phone, he realized it was already past 7 in the morning and the cleaning lady had arrived. In the office of the Mathematical Annual of the Lighthouse Nation, individuals were diligently engaged at their workstations, the only sounds being the rhythmic tapping of keyboards and the occasional clink of spoons against the bottoms of cups. As a junior editor with 1 year's experience, Polyongas could only review the most rudimentary of submissions, which poured in from university students and amateur mathematicians around the globe. The quality of these submissions was, in his view, abysmal. While some of the university students' papers were tolerable, the ones from amateur enthusiasts were often brazen claims of having solved one of the Millennium Prize problems, complete with their purported proofs, imploring him to take them seriously. Such submissions were a source of exasperation. He would often seize the opportunity, when his colleagues were distracted, to discard them into the recycling bin. Today was no different. He brewed a cup of instant coffee and returned to his desk to begin a new day of sifting through the inevitable influx of subpar manuscripts. He glanced at the titles of the papers, discarding the majority with a mere glance. Much like he did with a submission claiming to prove the Hodge conjecture from an amateur mathematician in Bear Country. Such papers were not worth a second look, riddled as they were with flaws. When he encountered a manuscript from a student at Tsinghua University, he felt a flicker of interest. Though Tsinghua's global ranking was slightly inferior to his alma mater, Princeton University, it was nonetheless a prestigious institution. He expected that a student from such a school would uphold a level of rigor, avoiding the submission of a paper riddled with errors. After sipping his instant coffee, he moved his mouse to the title, intending to read it fully before deciding whether to open it. If it turned out to be an ordinary mathematical paper, it would inevitably meet the same fate as the others. Upon reading the complete title, he shook his head in disappointment. The audacity of this student to submit a proof of the Riemann hypothesis, a world-class mathematical conundrum, was baffling. Did he not fear ridicule? Did he not consider the implications of such a claim? Polly ultimately deemed this Tsinghua University student's approach to be recklessly ambitious. Just as he was about to drag the manuscript to the recycling bin, a rectangular face suddenly leaned in, halting his motion. "Hey, Mallory, you might give someone a heart attack," Polly remarked. Mallory retracted his head and straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor. "Polly, I just saw you about to discard that email without even glancing at it. That's a serious violation of junior editor protocol. Did I actually throw it away?" Polly shrugged. "Mallory, I suggest you mind your own business. I've seen you do the same on multiple occasions, tossing emails into the bin without a second thought. Don't think you're the only one who can report me to the editor." Mallory dismissed Polly's threat, confident in his discretion. He had never allowed Polly to catch him in the act. In fact, on one occasion, Polly had inadvertently provided Mallory with evidence of his own indiscretion by recording him disposing of an unread manuscript. This had resulted in a severe reprimand from the editor. Mallory had little qualms about such ethically dubious behavior. He was soon to be evaluated for a promotion to mid-level editor, and with only one position available. He needed Polly to make more mistakes to improve his own chances. "All right, Polly, focus on your work," Mallory concluded, returning to his tasks. Having spotted the editor approaching unbeknownst to them, Polly shot a venomous glare at Mallory, considering him his nemesis, always undermining him and setting him up for failure. It was he who had initially discarded manuscripts without reading them, yet it was Polly who now bore the brunt of the editor's disdain. As the editor passed by Mallory, Polly quickly turned his attention back to his work, determined to earn a promotion this year. He resolved to endure the reading of the proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Pinching his nose as he opened the document, lines of formulas were neatly arranged, providing him with a favorable first impression, far preferable to the headache-inducing handwritten submissions he often encountered. With a scrawled text was nearly illegible. After reading through several lines of equations, Polly took a sip of coffee and sat up straight, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. He discovered that the text contained an unprecedented proof methodology, and most importantly, until now, no logical flaws had been identified. Suddenly, a thought sprang into Polly's mind. Could it be that the Riemann hypothesis has truly been proven by this student from the Dragon Kingdom? As this notion emerged, it ignited like a fierce flame in the vast expanse of a barren landscape, swiftly spreading and proving impossible to extinguish. As he continued reading line after line, he found himself utterly captivated by this exquisite proof methodology, instinctively picking up a piece of draft paper provided to him upon his hiring, and began to perform calculations, as though he were transported back to his diligent days at Princeton University. Finally, upon completing the last line of the equations, he let out a long sigh of relief. With a trembling right hand, he grasped the now cold coffee and downed it in one gulp. The bitter yet sweet taste jolted his thoughts back to the present. The Riemann hypothesis, a conundrum that had perplexed the mathematical community for over a century, had indeed been proven. The realization struck him like a bolt, prompting him to act rather than remain idly seated. Yes, I should print out that delightful proof process using the unused printer beside me and deliver it to the editor-in-chief's office, urging him to publish it in the Mathematical Annual, thus shaking the foundations of the mathematical world. With this determination, Polly hastily pressed the printer's start button, only for it to remain unresponsive. The printer, it seemed, had chosen this critical moment to fail him, unwilling to produce a document that would astonish the mathematical realm. This left Polly somewhat despondent, forcing him to break protocol and send an email directly to the editor-in-chief. Chapter 42, Disbelief. The standard procedure dictated that the manuscript should be sent to a junior editor for review, followed by a senior editor. And only after passing their scrutiny would it reach the editor-in-chief's inbox. Many senior editors at the Mathematical Annual were renowned mathematicians, often wearing multiple hats. Thus, the journey of a manuscript to the editor-in-chief's hands could be a protracted one. Of course, the true luminaries could bypass this tedious process and send their submissions directly to the editor-in-chief, leaving only obscure enthusiasts and undergraduate students to navigate the layers of review. Polly, however, could not afford to wait such a lengthy period. This manuscript was not only pivotal to his future, but also to the entirety of the mathematical community and indeed the world. After sending the email, he brewed himself a cup of instant coffee, took a sip to invigorate his spirits further, and glanced at the time on his computer, 5:20 p.m. A wave of anxiety washed over him. The editor-in-chief would surely leave his office at 5:30 p.m., briefcase in hand, and ride his bicycle home. This meant Polly had, at most, 10 minutes to report his findings. In a rush, Polly dashed toward the editor-in-chief's office, but in his haste, he accidentally knocked over a cup on his desk with his tie, spilling coffee everywhere. His colleague Mallory, witnessing the incident, shook his head. He had grown accustomed to Polly's clumsy antics. The last time Polly was nearly late, he had burst into the office area, nearly colliding with the editor-in-chief. Polly noticed the spilled coffee, but couldn't dwell on it. His sole focus was to enter the editor-in-chief's office and share this momentous news. The editor-in-chief's office was located in the innermost room, and he reached the door in under 10 seconds. Twisting the doorknob, he pushed the door open to find an elderly gentleman with a balding head seated at the desk, engrossed in calculations while muttering to himself. Upon seeing Polly burst in, his expression transformed, and he exclaimed, "Could you not knock gently and wait for my permission to enter? You've completely disrupted my train of thought. I'm going to lose my mind." With that, the old man slumped back in his chair. "Apologies, Mr. Mock," Polly approached the desk and said, "I have some good news to share with you." Mock shook his head, looking at the young man who had disrupted his concentration, and, suppressing his irritation, replied, "You need to step outside, knock on the door, and wait for my consent before re-entering. Do you understand?" He concluded with an exasperated shout. Understanding. Polly obediently exited the office, closed the door behind him, and gently knocked 3 times. Hearing the call to enter, he pushed the door open once more and shut it behind him. Mock, arms crossed and brow furrowed, inquired, "What brings you rushing in here?" "It's 5:25 p.m. You have 5 minutes." "I discovered a manuscript," Polly began, but was interrupted by Mock from the Dragon Kingdom's Qingbei University. "Get to the point. Your time is limited." "Indeed, Mr. Mock, this manuscript proves the Riemann hypothesis. I can find no logical flaws, and I believe this student from the Dragon Kingdom has indeed proven it." "The manuscript has already been sent to your inbox." Polly spoke rapidly. Mock shook his head once more and asked, "Has it gone through the reviews of the junior and senior editors?" "No." Polly lowered his gaze, pausing before admitting, "I know I violated protocol, but I swear to God, this manuscript truly proves the Riemann hypothesis." "Well then," Mock raised his wrist to check the time. "For the sake of God, I shall find time to review this manuscript and forgive your actions today, but I expect you to adhere to protocol in the future and work diligently." Seeing Mock rise to gather his belongings to leave for the day, Polly hurriedly replied, "I will work hard. Please review it as soon as possible. This manuscript will astonish the mathematical community. Do not disturb me further. I nearly forgot this sheet of paper." Mock gestured to the manuscript he had been calculating on just moments before. "Understood." Polly swiftly exited the office, and, as he returned to his desk, Mallory leaned in with his rectangular face. "I just passed by and heard you being reprimanded by the editor-in-chief." "What happened?" Polly, irritated by Mallory's gleeful expression, chose to ignore him, picking up tissues to clean the coffee he had spilled earlier. Yet Mallory was relentless, adding, "I heard you violated protocol," which is what got the editor-in-chief riled up. "The editor-in-chief is about to leave for the day," Polly replied tersely. Immediately, Mallory retracted his head, feigning diligence. The editor-in-chief, as usual, route home always passed by his workstation, and he had no desire to leave a negative impression like Polly had. Whenever the editor-in-chief was near him, his performance had to be impeccable. The day after the manuscript was submitted to the mathematical annual, Zhou Gang found himself in a moral quandary. Should he claim this proof process as his own? It was a significant dilemma. Although he had invested $1 million in acquiring this proof, it was far from being his own true intellectual achievement. If everyone believed he had proven the Riemann hypothesis, he would reap the rewards of the Fields Medal, various accolades, and benefits. Yet a gnawing unease would always linger within him. This predicament haunted him during his studies over the past few days. Should he reveal the truth and candidly admit that he had merely won the proof in a lottery? If disclosed, everything would no longer concern him. If he remained silent, he would live a life burdened by colossal lie. In contrast to Zhou Gang's turmoil, Ning Yuan was enjoying his success. Over the past few days, his store had been thriving, bustling with customers as soon as he opened the doors, leaving Huang Mao exhausted and complaining of sore legs. Ning Yuan had ordered several oil-soaked kidneys for Huang Mao to replenish his strength. Yi Chun, too, had found great success. His holographic cinema had gained fame throughout the Dragon Kingdom, with many renowned directors seeking him out immediately after completing a film, eager to ensure their movies premiered in his holographic theater in the shortest possible time. More individuals from the illustrious realm of Hollywood have come forth to discuss collaboration. Yi Chun has once again recruited a reliable professional manager from his own company to assist in the management of the cinema, thereby becoming an indirect overseer. Each day, his first task is to meander through the Ningyuan store in search of any new arrivals. Chapter 43 has indeed substantiated the Riemann hypothesis. A mere 2 days may seem fleeting, yet for Polly, they stretch interminably. He is tormented by the constant worry of whether the editor has perused that email. As the day draws to a close, there remains no indication of any progress. On multiple occasions, he has contemplated storming into the editor's office to demand an explanation for the delay, but the image of that rigid, unsympathetic countenance has ultimately restrained him. At 5:30 p.m., Mock, as per his routine, exited his office clutching the briefcase he has utilized for decades. Upon passing by Mallory's workstation, he observed the young man diligently engrossed in his tasks, eliciting a nod of approval from Mock. A glance at Polly, seated to Mallory's right, revealed the impulsive youth resting his chin on his left hand, lost in thought. Mock shook his head. He had already identified a candidate for the upcoming mid-level editor selection. It certainly would not be this lackadaisical Polly. When Polly finally emerged from his reverie regarding the editor's review of the email, he only glimpsed Mock's retreating figure. A mountain bike was parked beneath the mathematics annual building, Mach's chosen mode of transport. He wished to avoid the fate of frail, elderly mathematicians confined to wheelchairs, opting instead for a bicycle as his daily exercise, cycling home each day. The journey is brief, merely half an hour from his workplace. Upon returning home, his first act is to brew a robust cup of coffee using the machine on the bar, then settle onto the sofa to savor it slowly. By this time, he has also rested sufficiently and proceeds to prepare dinner. Since the passing of his wife a decade ago, this routine has remained steadfast. He abhors change and revels in the monotony of his life, which aids his mathematical contemplation. Tonight's dinner consists of a salad, half a steak, and some mashed potatoes, ingredients that he procured from the supermarket, essentially semi-prepared and requiring minimal effort to transform into a delectable meal. After dining, Mach brewed another cup of coffee, retrieved his Apple laptop, and reclined on the sofa with a cushion propped behind him, commencing his review of several manuscripts that had arrived in his inbox. This has been his long-standing practice. During the day, he attends to various matters concerning the mathematics annual in the office, a time when reviewing manuscripts is often interrupted, which he finds exceedingly disruptive. Just days prior, that reckless young man had barged into his office without knocking. Once home, he finds the tranquility conducive to focusing intently on the mathematical papers, discerning the noteworthy submissions to forward to the mathematics department. The only change in his routine is that he now brews his own coffee, a task once performed by his late wife. After sipping his coffee, Mach opened the first email. It was a mathematical paper on topology. Despite its sound premise, such an unremarkable academic article could hardly be considered for publication in the Mathematics Annual. The email would find its way to the spam folder. He perused several more emails, only to find the same lack of merit in those submissions. Finally, one email captured his attention, not for its content, but for its title, Proof of the Riemann Hypothesis. Instantly, he recalled the young Polly who had interrupted his thoughts. Mach shook his head and took a sip of coffee, preparing to discard the email into the trash. He had encountered far too many of such emails, with numerous senior editors fervently assuring him that someone had unraveled a century-old enigma, only to find glaring flaws upon closer examination. These monumental problems are not easily solved. If they were, they would not have perplexed the mathematical community for over a century. As he was about to consign the email to the trash, a young man's visage emerged in his mind, accompanied by a fervent declaration. I swear to God, this manuscript truly proves the Riemann hypothesis. The subsequent memory was of himself admonishing this young man to adhere strictly to the work guidelines and to labor diligently. With that mental image, Mach abandoned his intention to discard the email, feeling a wave of shame wash over him for contemplating such an action, especially after recently reprimanding the young man for a similar infraction. Feeling a sense of guilt, Mach opened the email, resolved to read through its contents, regardless of their quality, before relegating it to the trash. Upon his initial inspection, he noted the formatting was quite commendable. At the very least, it was not chaotic. After reading a few lines of equations, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. He adjusted his posture and began to read attentively. This paper concerning the Riemann hypothesis presented a novel algorithmic approach, unlike anything he had encountered throughout his lifetime of studying mathematics. Most papers on the subject tend to reiterate similar ideas. However, this one was refreshingly original, a perspective he had never before witnessed. Could it truly have proven the Riemann hypothesis? Once that thought entered his mind, it lingered stubbornly. The subsequent content did not disappoint, based on the reasoning and algorithms presented. It indeed seemed to confirm the Riemann hypothesis, with impeccable logic that revealed no flaws whatsoever. Mach reached for his coffee to invigorate himself for another reading, only to discover it had grown cold. Glancing at the clock on his computer, he realized it was already past 6 a.m. He had unwittingly spent the night engrossed in the manuscript. Placing the laptop on the small table, he shifted his legs, which had grown stiff, and rose from the sofa to toast a few slices of bread and a sausage for a hasty breakfast. For once, Mach decided to take a taxi to the Mathematics Annual building. Upon arrival, he remembered that the young man would not arrive until 9 a.m. Thus, he proceeded to his office to review the proof once more. As the clock struck 9, Mach dashed out of his office, traversed the corridor, and approached Polly's workstation, only to find it empty. Mallory, observing the editor's hurried approach to Polly's desk, noted the time, 9:01 a.m., indicating Polly was tardy. He chuckled inwardly, convinced that this mid-level editor selection was now surely his. What time does he usually arrive? Mach resolved to inquire of Mallory, stationed beside Polly. If Polly did not show within the next hour, he would head to the mathematics department. Mallory, delighted by the editor's inquiry about Polly's arrival, sensed an opportunity for mischief. Eagerly responding, Polly is often late, though usually not by more than 10 minutes. No sooner had he spoken than Polly rushed breathlessly to his workstation. Chapter 44. How the Editor Has Changed. Polly, you are late again. The editor is looking for you, Mallory reproached, adopting a tone that might lead one to believe he was Polly's superior. In truth, Polly had merely been a few minutes late. Mallory, at this moment, should have remained quiet at his own desk and focused on his work. The editor's admonishment left him bewildered. Was he not meant to chastise Polly for his tardiness? Why, then, was he being addressed instead? Mallory gestured toward Polly, whispering, it was clearly him who was late. Yet before he could finish, the editor interrupted, instructing him to return to his seat and work quietly. Do you understand? Mallory, with a resigned nod, feigned dedication to his work, his gaze intermittently darting towards Polly, while his ears remained attuned to the conversation between the editor-in-chief and Polly. He was eager to ascertain why the editor, who had always held him in high regard, had suddenly undergone such a dramatic shift in demeanor. Previously, the editor had harbored a strong aversion to tardiness. Yet today, Polly arrived late, right under his nose, and it seemed to elicit no reaction whatsoever. What followed left Mallory utterly astounded. Polly, have you been working too hard lately, causing a lack of sleep? I can allow you to start an hour later each day, the editor chuckled. No, Polly waved his hand dismissively. Mr. March, the reason for my tardiness. Before he could finish, the editor interjected, it's quite all right, Polly. You may arrive late more often in the future. What I mean is in a few days. You shall be promoted to associate editor, so there's no need to adhere to strict hours anymore. Upon hearing that he would soon be an associate editor, Polly immediately recalled the email the editor had already read and joyfully exclaimed, Mr. March, you found no flaws in that proof, did you? Indeed, Polly. Your task now is to contact that university student immediately. My duty lies in the mathematics department, seeking out those antiquated scholars. The editor remarked before swiftly exiting the mathematics annual building. Mallory felt he might lose his sanity when the editor announced Polly's impending promotion to associate editor. He was overwhelmed with the urge to confront the editor. Why could his commendable performance not warrant a promotion to associate editor, while someone like Polly, who could arrive late right under his nose, could? Though he was consumed by these thoughts, he dared not voice them. As soon as he saw the editor had departed, he leaned in closer to Polly and seethed, What did you show the editor? Why should I tell you? Polly retorted. Polly, I challenge you to a duel. Mallory shouted, now completely beside himself with rage. Other colleagues, hearing Mallory's outburst, turned their attention to him and Polly. Are you still living in the Middle Ages? Mallory, I urge you to calm down. I have very important tasks to attend to, Polly interjected, but before he could say more, Mallory sprang to his feet, lunged at him, and grasped his neck, yelling, I will strangle you. Oh, my God. Lord, Mallory, have you lost your mind? Mallory, stop. Call the police. Polly's colleagues gasped, rushing to his workstation to pull Mallory away. Polly, I will duel you. I will strangle you. Mallory had completely lost his reason, thrashing and shouting in a frenzy. Polly rubbed his sore neck and quickly reached for his phone to call the authorities. Mallory truly seemed intent on his life. After about 10 minutes, 2 waves of police officers stormed into the mathematics annual building. The first was summoned by colleagues, and the second by Polly himself. After assessing the situation, Mallory was taken away in a police car. Some colleagues suggested that Polly should visit a hospital, suspecting that Mallory might have rabies, fearing he could be infected. Polly politely declined, believing Mallory's affliction was not rabies, but rather an overwhelming jealousy that could not tolerate anyone, even slightly his equal, surpassing him. Moreover, he had more pressing matters at hand, rapidly reaching out to that student from Qingbei University in the Dragon Kingdom. If he could successfully recruit such a mathematical prodigy to Princeton University, it would be a remarkable achievement, and perhaps a promotion to senior editor would not be out of reach. Regrettably, he had already sent a reply to the email before Mallory's outburst, and as of now, there was no response. There was nothing to be done but wait. Perhaps the genius student was preoccupied with other mathematical inquiries and thus had no time to check emails. Once he found some leisure, he would surely respond. Anxiously, he opened several submissions for math enthusiasts, only to find them to be utterly lacking. The morning dragged on, and Polly felt like an ant on a hot stove. The anxiety was unbearable, knowing full well that the student was likely engrossed in mathematical research at that hour. He could not help but check his email every few minutes, hoping for a response. Meanwhile, Editor March was experiencing a similar plight. Upon arriving at the Princeton University Mathematics Department with great excitement, he was doused with cold water, figuratively speaking, as the peculiar, rigid mathematicians were utterly disinclined to meet him. Some were engaged in lecturing students, too preoccupied to consider the proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Others outright refused to see him. And when he proclaimed that someone had proven the Riemann hypothesis and that he had brought the proof with him, he was met with dismissive scoffs, as one mathematician retorted. Every year, I encounter a handful of delusional individuals claiming to have solved century-old conundrums. As he read through the proof with eager anticipation, he was met with a pile of utter nonsense, and he had grown weary of these arrogant individuals. Standing outside the office, March attempted to explain himself. Yet the mathematicians inside offered no opportunity, angrily demanding he leave so as not to disturb their mathematical endeavors. Feeling defeated, Polly burst into the office to show them the email and swore to God. Experiencing the same frustration March now felt. Being undeniably correct, yet having no one believe him, was truly disheartening. Princeton University's mathematics department was an independent entity, centrally located within the university, characterized by a courtyard surrounded by a U-shaped building. Over the years, renowned mathematicians had favored lying on the grass, pondering intricate mathematical problems. It was rumored that the mathematical foundation of early quantum mechanics was established by the great mathematician John von Neumann on this very lawn. March sought out several more mathematicians. But predictably, he was met with closed doors. Even when he introduced himself as the editor of the Mathematics Annual, it made no difference. Those solely devoted to mathematical research paid no heed to his identity. Growing increasingly desperate, he resolved to adopt a more extreme approach. Exiting the building, he stood on the lawn and shouted, "Someone has proven the Riemann hypothesis. He is a university student from the Dragon Kingdom, and I possess the proof. I swear to God, one less century-old problem remains. The Riemann hypothesis has been proven." His loud proclamations proved effective, as a bucket of cold water was thrown from a window to his left, accompanied by an enraged shout, "Get lost! You've disrupted my train of thought and interrupted my precious inspiration. I'm going mad." Chapter 45. March's Pursuit of Truth. March deftly dodged the cold water raining down from above, disregarding the ire of the onlookers, and continued to proclaim, "The Riemann hypothesis has indeed been proven. You pitiful creatures hiding in your lairs, come out and see. The world has changed. A university student from the Dragon Kingdom has solved a problem that has plagued the mathematical community for over a century, while you remain cooped up in your offices. Shut your foul mouth." An elderly man, sporting a disheveled hairdo, shouted from an open window in the building to the right, "I'll come down and see. But please don't disturb everyone's work." "Dean Walker, it's me, March. We met at the graduation ceremony," March exclaimed with delight. Walker promptly closed the window and hurried down the stairs, having little recollection of March. He had been working in the mathematics department for many years and had encountered numerous students graduating from there. Who was March to him? He merely hoped to descend, tear up that worthless proof in his hands, and toss it in the trash, thereby banishing this lunatic March from the mathematics department and restoring its previous tranquility. Upon seeing Dean Walker close the window, March raced to the entrance of the building on the right, eager to catch him. Dean Walker was a truly distinguished mathematician and a member of the International Mathematical Union. March had heard of his illustrious name during his studies at the mathematics department, though he had seldom seen him. The only occasions they had met were at the opening and graduation ceremonies. Otherwise, Dean Walker was the kind of person who was elusive and rarely seen. To think that he could shout loudly enough to draw out Dean Walker was a stroke of sheer luck. Approximately a minute later, the disheveled-haired Walker rushed out of the building, oblivious to the chaotic shouting of March. Just as he was beginning to feel puzzled, a bald young man suddenly sprang out beside him. "Greetings, Dean Walker. My name is Maki, the editor-in-chief of the Mathematics Annual," Maki exclaimed, hastening to introduce himself upon spotting Walker. "Maki, I would appreciate it if you could next appear from the front rather than unexpectedly springing from the side, as it startled me. I do not wish to engage in such childish games of hide and seek," Walker replied with a hint of exasperation. "Understood," Maki responded, feeling equally disheartened. He found it unjust that Walker, as the dean, only focused ahead and failed to acknowledge his presence from the side. Yet he recognized that now was not the moment to dwell on such trivialities. He retrieved the printed proof of the Riemann hypothesis from his briefcase and solemnly presented it to Walker, stating, "Dean Walker, I swear to God, the Riemann hypothesis has been proven." Walker shook his head, accepting the document, and replied, "Very well, for the sake of God, I will make time to review it." Hearing that he would make time left Maki feeling despondent. Was this merely a reenactment of past encounters? He had said the same to Polly, who had also promised to make time, which truly meant a refusal to engage. Had it not been for his professional ethics at that moment, he would have certainly overlooked this significant proof. The thought of missing such a crucial manuscript during his career was unbearable, a regret that would haunt him for a lifetime. Realizing this, Maki hurriedly implored, "Dean Walker, should you carelessly discard it into the trash, you will regret it for eternity." Noticing Maki's earnestness, Walker granted the proof a modicum of importance, responding, "I will endeavor to read it promptly and will reply to you through the Mathematics Annual's email." "Can't you review it now?" Maki pressed. Walker, unable to contain his irritation, retorted, "Do not presume to instruct me on what I should do now. I merely wish for you to be aware that the Riemann hypothesis has indeed been proven, and the process is extraordinarily captivating. I spent the entire night reviewing it and found no logical fallacies. I once studied here. You should have faith in your students, for they seldom err." Maki disregarded Walker's increasingly darkening demeanor and passionately conveyed all that he had held back. "Very well." Walker conceded with a resigned shake of his head. "I shall respond to you today. Please return to your office and focus on your work." "All right. I hope to be the fourth to learn of the Riemann hypothesis's proof." Maki lamented, departing in exasperation. He truly could not comprehend the rigid and eccentric mindset of mathematicians. Why they could not spare a few moments to review the proof before him. They were insufferably proud, utterly closed off to others' insights, believing only in their own correctness. Returning to the corridor, Walker glanced at the stack of manuscript papers in his hand, preparing to toss them into the trash. Suddenly, Maki's somewhat forlorn figure flashed in his mind, halting his movements. Instead, he took the stack back to his office and carelessly placed it on his somewhat disordered desk. He intended to glance over it in the last 10 minutes of the day before replying to Maki. He did hold a degree of admiration for Maki's work ethic, meticulous and diligent, though somewhat obstinate. Walker had familiarized himself with the Riemann hypothesis and had studied it for years. It was exceedingly challenging. Each time he believed he had proven the hypothesis and shared his paper with others, it was met with scathing critiques, which deeply impressed upon him that perhaps only God knew how to prove the Riemann hypothesis. Now, to hear that someone, let alone a university student from Longguo, had proven it seemed utterly implausible. Due to historical circumstances, Longguo had languished in a state of decline in modern times, producing few mathematicians. Although the nation had recently regained its strength, the students they had cultivated were mostly exam machines, consistently achieving the highest scores, but lacking in innovative spirit and rigid in their thinking. How could they possibly prove the Riemann hypothesis? His willingness to spare 10 minutes before leaving work was merely an act of support for Maki's diligence. As Maki rode his mountain bike through the streets, observing the passers-by and the graceful white doves dancing in the square, his spirits lifted slightly. Suddenly, he felt akin to Copernicus, the steadfast seeker of truth, while regarding the rigid mathematicians as akin to the former church officials. They were obstinate, ensconced within their self-constructed illusions, refusing to let any external thoughts penetrate their minds. After traversing several streets, he noticed someone strumming a guitar against a wall, softly humming a tune. Maki paused to listen for a moment. It was a song about the pursuit of truth, seemingly sung just for him. He withdrew $20 from his wallet and placed it into the small box before the young singer. The artist smiled at him and sang with renewed vigor, prompting Maki to hum along. It was a long-forgotten feeling, as though he were transported back to his youth. When the song concluded, he waved farewell to the singer and rode back to the Mathematics Annual. Chapter 46, Sleepless Night. Upon seeing the editor return, Polly rushed over to inquire. How'd it go? Were those mathematicians astounded? Maki, wishing to avoid the subject of the rigid mathematicians, diverted the conversation, asking, "Have you managed to contact the student from Longguo?" "Not yet," Polly replied, shaking her head. "I still have not received a response. Continue to reach out until you establish contact," Maki instructed as he swiftly entered his office. Polly, sensing the editor's unusual demeanor, refrained from pressing further, returning to her workstation to send another email to Zhou Gang. At that moment, Zhou Gang was engrossed in a calculus textbook at the library, feeling as though he had unlocked a new level of understanding. Now, any mathematical concepts he encountered were crystal clear, and he could grasp the essence of the knowledge presented. With further review, he would master it entirely. Consequently, he had become so absorbed in studying that he had completely forgotten about submitting his manuscript. After returning to his office, Maki slumped in his chair for a moment before beginning to pace. Walker had promised a reply today, but the hour was uncertain. The agonizing wait felt interminable. As time ticked away, Maki anxiously observed the clock on the wall while circling the office, waiting until 5 o'clock when still no news arrived. Could it be that Dean Walker had discarded the proof into the trash? Or had he simply forgotten? Or perhaps they were deliberating over the proof and had not yet found the time to reply. Various thoughts raced through Maki's mind, and he felt as though his head might explode from the anxiety. Indeed, Walker had nearly forgotten the proof. He had completed his tasks swiftly that day, and by 4 o'clock, he brewed himself a cup of tea while extracting a sheet of manuscript paper to begin researching another century-old problem, the Goldbach conjecture. Recently, he had become enamored with tea from Longguo, which, contrary to his previous impressions of water brewed from leaves, possessed an astonishing fragrance, making him feel intimately connected to nature and sharpening his mind. Researching the Goldbach conjecture had become his habit. After completing his work, he would treat himself to coffee, now replaced with tea, and would pull out a fresh sheet of manuscript paper to begin calculations, continuing until quitting time. Today, however, his calculations had once again yielded failure. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted it was already 5:20 p.m., time to tidy his office and prepare to leave, a routine he had maintained for years, ensuring his workspace was clean and orderly before departing for the day. As he began to straighten up his desk, he noticed the stack of papers and suddenly recalled that he had yet to respond to Maki. Checking the time, he saw it was now 5:25 p.m. He had 5 minutes left. Swiftly, he resolved to read through the proof in 1 minute, spend 2 minutes crafting a response for Maki, and use the remaining 2 minutes to finish tidying up his desk and dress appropriately before clocking out. As he unfolded the proof of this seemingly trivial document, an involuntary shiver coursed through his entire being upon completing the first page. He proceeded through the second, third, and fourth pages, all the way to the final one. Upon finishing, he exhaled a profound sigh. The process of proof was nothing short of exquisite and captivating. Throughout the entire experience, he refrained from taking deep breaths, fearful that his very inhalations might disrupt his thoughts and hinder his comprehension of this magnificent algorithm. The Riemann hypothesis had finally been proven. I have witnessed history, Walker murmured to himself, never imagining that he would live to see a mathematical conundrum that had perplexed the scholarly community for over a century finally resolved. For someone who had devoted his life to the study of mathematics, this held immense significance. Suddenly, a question sprang to his mind. March had mentioned that the Riemann hypothesis was proven by a student from the Dragon Kingdom. What was the name of this prodigious individual? And at which university was he enrolled? It was imperative to extend an invitation to this genuine genius to the hallowed halls of Princeton University, the sanctum of mathematical excellence, where his talents could truly flourish. With this thought in mind, Walker hurried back to his desk and swiftly composed an email to March. After sending it, he tapped his head lightly and muttered, "Due to your pride, you shall undoubtedly fail to obtain what you desire today." At that moment, the clock on his computer displayed 1 o'clock in the morning. He had spent several hours in his office poring over that proof. March was certainly asleep at this hour, and he would have to wait until the morrow to learn the answer. Just as Walker was about to shut down his computer and prepare for a personal visit to the Mathematical Review the next day, he was astounded to receive a reply to his email, an unexpected phone number. It was evident that March intended to communicate with him via telephone, which aligned perfectly with Walker's desires. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number provided. The other end was answered promptly. "Dean Walker, congratulations on witnessing history," came a voice that sounded somewhat fatigued. "March, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. My pride nearly led me to commit an unforgivable error," Walker stated earnestly. "It's quite all right, Dean Walker. I hope you can approve our publication of the proof in the Mathematical Review. This way, I won't have to report to the board and waste too much time," March replied with composure. "Very well, March. You and your team have done splendidly. I shall communicate with them. Ideally, we can have a batch of journals featuring the proof of the Riemann hypothesis published by tomorrow. You understand how pivotal this is for the mathematical community," Walker affirmed. "Understood, Dean Walker. I will arrange that immediately. Farewell for now." As Walker heard March preparing to hang up, he hastily inquired, "What is the name of that student from the Dragon Kingdom, and which university does he attend? Is he reachable?" According to the information in the email, his name was Zhou Gang, a student at Qingbei University in the Dragon Kingdom. "Unfortunately, as of now, we have been unable to make contact," March lamented. "I will reach out to Qingbei University officially. You may return to your duties," Walker concluded before ending the call. This night was destined to be one of insomnia. The reason March was able to reply to Walker so promptly was that he had not returned home, having remained in the office until midnight, awaiting Walker's email. The printing of the proof of the Riemann hypothesis had begun shortly after 5:30 a.m. First, he sent an email to the board of the Mathematical Review, disregarding whether they had seen it, and then called the collaborating printing house to send over the prepared layout for printing. Although he felt a twinge of anxiety about proceeding with the printing without official approval, he could hardly contain himself. If this groundbreaking proof, which had astonished the mathematical world and the globe at large, were not disseminated promptly, he feared he might go mad. However, Now that Walker was aware, with his backing, there were no longer any risks. Chapter 47. The Tremor in the Mathematical Community. The building of the mathematics department at Princeton University shone brightly throughout the night, an uncommon sight. Other students and professors from different disciplines were voicing their frustrations, deriding the mathematicians for their peculiar antics. Were they doing up all night with the lights on? Don't they know we advocate for energy conservation? That night, Walker summoned all the mathematicians he knew. When he solemnly presented the proof, he became the center of attention, quickly engulfed by the throng of mathematicians. As anticipated, all the mathematicians were left bewildered by the insights and algorithms presented in the proof. Witnessing these typically aloof scholars rendered speechless was immensely gratifying for Walker. The following day, the Mathematical Review unexpectedly announced the proof of the Riemann hypothesis and had already published the proof in the latest issue of the journal. The mathematical community, which had remained calm for so long, was instantly shaken, akin to a large stone being cast into a smooth, mirror-like lake, leaving the fish within utterly stunned. The tens of thousands of journals printed overnight were sold out in an instant. Mathematicians, amateur math enthusiasts, universities, and research institutions from around the globe inundated the Mathematical Review with requests for the latest issue. March had become a figure of great interest. Leaders managing the Mathematical Review called to congratulate him on uncovering such a significant manuscript and witnessing a pivotal moment in mathematical history. They hinted that he was likely to be promoted to a board member in the coming year. This news made him feel as though he were walking on air. After enduring years of hard work at the Mathematical Review, he finally saw results. Having graduated and begun working there, he had climbed from a junior editor to the chief editor over decades, and now promotion to board member was within reach. Bowley, amidst the congratulations from his colleagues, was promoted to a mid-level editor, becoming the fastest-rising junior editor in the Mathematical Review, achieving this feat in less than a year. When his colleagues learned that the proof of the Riemann hypothesis had emerged from Bowley's inbox, they marveled. What luck! Does he know the divine? Mallory, observing Bowley's triumphant demeanor, felt a pang of envy and yearned to tear that smug expression from his face. Ever since his confrontation with Bowley, colleagues had been avoiding him, and even the chief editor took a different route home to avoid passing by him, instead choosing to walk past Bowley. This was all Bowley's doing, and now he had inexplicably struck a stroke of luck by being promoted to a mid-level editor. Mallory would not accept this. The promotion to mid-level editor came with its own office. As Bowley gathered his belongings and prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he found Mallory glaring at him with red eyes. "Mallory, do put an effort," Bowley remarked as he carried a box toward his office. Mallory clenched his fists, his face flushed with rage, teeth grinding ominously, ready to explode when a hand landed on his shoulder, accompanied by a voice that pierced through his anger. "Mallory, what are you staring at Bowley for?" "I intend to assist Bowley." The chief editor's voice doused Mallory's fury like a bucket of cold water, calming him instantly. March nodded, pointing at a potted plant in the corner. "Very well. Colleagues should help one another. Please assist Bowley in moving that plant to his office." "Understood, chief editor." Mallory feigned enthusiasm as he transported the plant into Bowley's office, then returned to his desk to work diligently. He vowed that one day, when he rose to prominence, he would ensure that both Bowley and March were beneath his heel. The news of the proof of the Riemann hypothesis spread rapidly to the Dragon Kingdom. Huang Mao rushed over, phone in hand, to inquire of Ning Yuan. "Ningguo, what is this Riemann hypothesis? Why is everyone talking about it in such a commotion? What exactly has he deduced?" While munching on a bun, Ning Yuan replied, "I told you to read more books, but you insisted on tending to pigs. The Riemann hypothesis is a mathematical problem, not a guessing game." "A mathematical problem? I hold a profound disdain for mathematics." The blonde-haired individual picked up a bun and, with his mouth full, mumbled, "Back in my school days, I never passed a math class." "Ningguo, it appears your mathematical prowess is commendable." "Of course," Ning Yuan replied boastfully. "Our school once held a math Olympiad, and I even clinched first place." "Then enlighten me about the Riemann hypothesis." Yi interjected as she burst into the shop. "What are you doing here again?" Ning Yuan sighed in exasperation. Without hesitation, Yi seized a bun from the counter. Munching as she declared, "What do you mean again?" "I am a customer, and customers are akin to gods, you know? Gods don't seem to eat buns." The blonde chimed in. "You're asking for a beating." Yi raised her hand, poised to strike him. The blonde dodged while shouting, "Ningguo, you need to keep her in check. She's about to hit me. How could I possibly control her?" Ning Yuan stood by, merely observing the spectacle. "Ningguo, you're so unchivalrous." The blonde complained as Yi pinched his arm. "Will you dare to speak out of turn again?" "Yi asked it." I won't," the blonde replied, rubbing his arm. With such a violent demeanor, Who would dare to marry you in the future? Ning Yuan mocked from the side. There's a line of suitors waiting for me. You needn't concern yourself with that. I came to invite you to dinner at my house, Yi said. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Dinner? Ning Yuan exclaimed in surprise. What is going on? Is the Yi family seeking a son-in-law? Nonsense. My father wants to express his gratitude to you for that bottle of medicine, Yi replied, her face reddening. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment and said, all right then. Let us take a break today. Huang Mao, you also have the day off. Go out and enjoy yourself. Sure thing, Ninggu. The blonde responded, visibly excited. Moments latte. A throng of customers stood outside the high-tech shop, having been ushered out. Ning Yuan sped away in Yi Ya's car, while the blonde sought his own amusement, leaving the customers bewildered in the wind. In an office within the mathematics department of Qingbei University, Zhang Jitong sipped goji berry tea from a thermos while reading the newspaper. Lately, he had been closely following the trade war instigated by the Lighthouse Nation against the Dragon Nation. As the Dragon Nation continued to rise in strength, the Lighthouse Nation viewed it as a thorn in their side, exerting pressure across various sectors. The initiation of this trade war was utterly despicable. Just as he was engrossed in the article, the office door was abruptly thrust open by a man in his 40s with a receding hairline, clutching a magazine. Zhao, you're going to give me a heart attack one of these days, Zhang Jidong remarked, his patience wearing thin. Old Zhang, someone has proven the Riemann hypothesis, and it's been published in a mathematics annual. If I'm not mistaken, the individual is a student from our very own Qingbei University, Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed rapidly. Zhang Jidong took a moment to process the information before asking, are you saying the Riemann hypothesis has been proven? He nodded in affirmation. And you mean to say it's one of our students? Zhang Jitong pressed further, receiving another nod. What's their name? How come I haven't heard a whisper about this? Zhang Jidong inquired, pinching himself to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Zhao Jiangwo shook his head and replied, you've been so engrossed in your own world that you've practically become a bookworm. The student's name is Zhou Gang from your mathematics department. Do you recall him? Segong. Zhang Jidong pondered, recalling a student by that name who had previously performed well. I was considering him for my graduate program, but after a breakup with his girlfriend, he fell into despair and his grades plummeted. I even attempted to counsel him, but it yielded no results. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He stood up and snatched the magazine from Zhao Jiangwo's hands, exclaiming, you almost made me forget. I haven't even looked at the proof yet. He quickly flipped open the mathematics annual to delve into the details. After only a few minutes, he began to exclaim in admiration. Zhao Jiangwo, with a wry smile, poured himself a cup of tea from Zhang Jitong's cherished collection, knowing that once Zhang Jitong immersed himself in mathematics, he would be utterly unmovable, and any distractions would only irritate him. Now, all Zhao Jiangwo could do was sip his tea and wait for him to finish reviewing the proof. Just as he settled in, the office door was once again violently flung open, and a crowd rushed in, led by a middle-aged man in a suit. Principal Luo. Zhao Jiangwo greeted. Oh, Zhao, you're here too. Luo Zhe replied absently, shifting his attention to Zhang Jitong. Old Zhang, stop reading for a moment. The Mathematics Annual and Princeton University have contacted us through official channels, stating that a student named Zhou Gang has proven the Riemann hypothesis. According to our findings, there indeed exists a student by that name in the mathematics department. We would like you to join us in meeting this student. Can't you go by yourselves? Zhang Jitong retorted impatiently, as their entrance had disrupted his concentration. Sensing his irritation, Luo Zhe chose not to contest it. These senior professors were treasures of Qingbei University and had made significant contributions to the development of the Dragon Nation. So he coaxed, Old Zhang, don't you want to meet the genius who proved the Riemann hypothesis? Yes, we ought to meet him, Zhang Jitong conceded, placing the mathematics annual on his desk. Noticing that his beloved tea had diminished by half, he shot a glare at Zhao Jiangwo and said, are you certain it's that Zhou Gang from the mathematics department? Let us not get this wrong. We should first call him in and ask. Oh, there's no chance of that, Luo Zhe insisted, pulling Zhang Jitong's arm as they exited, adding, we must prioritize students of such genius. I've already heard that Princeton University is eager to recruit Zhou Gang. If they dare extend their claws, I'll chop them off. How many ingrates have gone abroad on public funds and never returned? Zhang Jitong grumbled indignantly. Changing the subject, Luo Zhe turned to the group and declared, the International Congress of Mathematicians is set to take place in the capital in 2 days. And this year S. Field's medal will undoubtedly go to us at Qingbei University. The attendees nodded in agreement, their pace quickening as they eagerly anticipated meeting this prodigious talent. Zhou Gang had been engaged in intensive study for the past few days, but today he decided to grant himself a day of rest in his dormitory. Catching up on sleep, He recognized that relentless studying was counterproductive and that a balance between work and relaxation was essential. In his dreams, he found himself standing on a podium, with an audience cheering for him as he prepared to deliver his acceptance speech. Suddenly, a frantic knocking at the door jolted him from his reverie. The podium vanished, the audience disappeared, and the applause faded. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the stark white ceiling. "Zhou Gang, please open the door," a familiar voice called from outside. For a moment, he couldn't recall who it was. "Coming," Zhou Gang replied, hastily throwing on a shirt before making his way to the door. He turned the handle and opened it, stunned to find Principal Luo and Professor Zhang standing there, accompanied by a throng of individuals. "You must be Zhou Gang," Luo just said kindly. "Yes, that's me," Zhou Gang replied, still in a daze. "Excellent. May we come in?" Luo Zhu inquired. "Yes, please come in." Zhou Gang quickly stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. The group entered the dormitory, examining their surroundings with curiosity. "Zhou Gang, is there anything in your living situation that you find unsatisfactory?" Luo Zhu asked, feeling the thinness of Zhou Gang's mattress. "I'll have someone deliver a thicker mattress tomorrow. It will be more comfortable and less likely to cause you to catch a cold." "No, that is not necessary, Principal. This is perfectly fine," Zhou Gang stammered, attempting to reassure them. Zhang Jitong could no longer contain himself. After all the trivial conversation, he was eager to get to the point. He stepped forward, addressing Zhou Gang directly. "Did you prove the Riemann hypothesis?" As soon as he posed the question, all eyes in the room fixated intently on Zhou Gang. Zhou Gang suddenly realized that he was being pursued for the proof of the Riemann hypothesis. He found himself in a dilemma. The proof was not originally his own creation. To claim it as his own felt somewhat inappropriate, yet it was indeed something he had acquired for $1 million. "Speak up. Have you truly proven the Riemann hypothesis?" Zhang Jitong, noticing Zhou Gang's stunned silence, grew increasingly anxious. "I submitted a proof of the Riemann hypothesis to the mathematical annual," Zhou Gang finally admitted. "But I've been so absorbed in my studies these past few days that I completely forgot about it." His revelation nearly caused everyone present to faint. How could such an important matter be forgotten? "Are you, by any chance, the legendary god of forgetfulness?" While the crowd was still in a daze, Zhou Gang opened his laptop on the desk and logged into his email, discovering dozens of unread messages, all from the mathematical annual. Luo Zhe was the first to react, rushing forward to say, "Whatever you do, don't reply to those messages. We don't want Princeton University to come here, poaching you so soon." "Yes, absolutely ignore those messages." Zhang Jitong concurred. "Zhou Gang, we want you to discuss your proof of the Riemann hypothesis." Zhao Jiangwo stepped forward, enthusiastically grasping Zhou Gang's arm, eager to pull him out of the dormitory. Zhou Gang wished to protest, wanting just a little more time to rest, but it was futile. He was being ushered out, still in his slippers. Upon exiting the dormitory, they arrived at the mathematics department's teaching building, where a large red banner had been hung without his knowledge. "Congratulations to Zhou Gang of our mathematics department for solving the century's conundrum, the Riemann hypothesis." A crowd gathered beneath it, chattering excitedly. "Is this what genius looks like? He hasn't even graduated yet and has solved a century-old problem. This year's Fields Medal already has a recipient. Can I just say, I feel utterly insignificant?" Others lamented, as Zhou Gang was preoccupied with the Riemann hypothesis while still struggling with calculus. Chapter 49, The Lecture. Li Mingxian and Yang Xian were also among the crowd. Gazing at the name on the banner, Li Mingxian fervently prayed, hoping that the Zhou Gang mentioned was not the one he knew. Yang Xian felt a tumult of emotions. Despite her reluctance to accept it, Zhou Gang had indeed proven the Riemann hypothesis. But facts were indisputable. As some gasped in astonishment, Yang Xian spotted Zhou Gang being surrounded by the principal, the vice principal, and professors from the mathematics department. "It really is him who solved the century's problem," she thought, suddenly regretting their breakup. Zhou Gang had always been accommodating toward her, unlike Li Mingxian, who often lost his temper. Li Mingxian glared at Zhou Gang with reddened eyes, filled with indignation. How could a country bumpkin like him solve the Riemann hypothesis? What makes him superior to me? In terms of family background, I outshine him 1,000-fold. Academically, my grade surpasses by miles. Zhou Gang felt anxious as he noticed the crowd gathered at the entrance of the mathematics building. "Principal, Teacher Zhang. I'm not good at giving lectures," he stammered. "It's all right." Luo Zhu waved his hand dismissively. "Just share your thought process behind the proof." "Yes. Don't burden yourself with anxiety," Zhang Jitong added. The students were taken aback by Zhang Jitong's unexpected kindness. They never imagined the fearsome professor could be so gentle. Those familiar with his notoriously foul temper knew that he would mercilessly scold any student making even the slightest mistake in his classes. leading them to privately nickname him King Yin. Today, however, he had transformed into a nurturing figure before Zhou Gang. As Zhou Gang approached the mathematics building, the crowd parted, their collective gaze fixated on him, which made him uncomfortable. He lowered his head and hurried forward. Li Mingxian mistakenly perceived Zhou Gang's demeanor as a deliberate snub, which only heightened his anger. He clenched his fists, his face pale with fury. Yang Xian sighed internally at Li Mingxuan's childishness, thinking, he must be upset because I'm not paying attention to him. Navigating through the familiar corridor, Zhou Gang was led into the largest classroom in the mathematics department. The room was nearly filled to capacity, as Luo had informed the students that the proof's creator would be lecturing in this classroom. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. As Zhou Gang entered, an overwhelming wave of applause erupted. The sight of the packed classroom made him anxious. Is it possible we could skip the lecture? There are too many people, he murmured. Can you at least try to have some ambition? Zhang Jidong whispered back, frustrated by Zhou Gang's lack of confidence. All right, Zhou Gang nodded, and Luo Zhe, noticing his trembling legs, gave him an encouraging look before stepping onto the podium to ease the atmosphere with some introductory remarks, allowing Zhou Gang a moment to adjust. Without further ado, let us welcome our main speaker, Zhou Gang, to explain his thought process behind the proof of the Riemann hypothesis. After finishing his statement, Luo Zhe let out a sigh of relief. He had unwittingly been affected by Zhou Gang's anxiety. As Zhou Gang felt every pair of eyes upon him, he feigned calmness and stepped up to the podium. Just as he reached the principal's side, he slipped, nearly falling over. A glance at his feet revealed the culprit, his slippers. Overcome with nerves, his feet had become sweaty, causing him to slide right out of his slippers, which now hung awkwardly around his ankles. The students erupted in laughter at the sight, and Zhou Gang hastily pulled his slippers back on, wishing he could disappear into the floor. How humiliating. This is social death. I might as well transfer schools. I can't stay at Qinbei anymore. Having weathered many storms, Luo just stifled his laughter, cleared his throat, and said, now, let's welcome Zhou Gang to explain his proof. The classroom fell silent. Zhou Gang took the microphone, his hands trembling uncontrollably, and stammered, hello everyone. Today I will share my thought process. After a deep breath, he picked up a piece of chalk and began to write on the blackboard. For reasons unknown, upon writing the first mathematical symbol, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence, shaking off his nervousness. With each line of equations he inscribed, he paused to explain his thought process and methodology. The students were captivated, and even Zhang Jitong found a seat to listen to Zhou Gang's elucidation. What once seemed obscure and complex became comprehensible through Zhou Gang's explanation. The lecture extended over 2 hours, culminating with Zhou Gang writing the final symbol, allowing the audience to emerge from their mathematical reverie. So that is the approach to the Riemann hypothesis. Quite simple, isn't it? For those interested, I encourage you to review this material after class, Zhou Gang said, placing the chalk and microphone back on the lectern, feeling as though he had been reborn, having rediscovered his true confidence. Reflecting on his previously overwhelming insecurities, he smiled lightly and exited the classroom. Li Mingxian too noticed Zhou Gang had changed, now exuding composure and self-assuredness. He had truly found his path and direction in life. But what about himself? Would he continue to drift aimlessly? Li Mingxian pondered these questions, recalling his original aspirations. Back in high school, after securing second place in the national mathematics competition, he had vowed to become a great mathematician. However, upon entering university, he had become lax, lowering his standards and even forgetting his dreams. Let us break up. I no longer wish to be distracted. Henceforth, I shall strive diligently. Li Mingxian remarked to Yang Xian beside him before departing the classroom without a backward glance. Breaking up? Yang Xian murmured to herself in truth. I had long contemplated ending our relationship. With that, she exited the classroom as well. Zhou Gang strolled along the path back to the dormitory, taking in the stunning scenery that surrounded him, marveling at how he had never noticed its beauty before. As he pondered this, a waft of delicate fragrance reached him from behind. Turning around, he saw that Yang Xian had followed him. He said nothing and continued walking ahead. Do you no longer love me? A gentle voice resonated from behind. Zhou Gang paused momentarily and replied, my love for you has come to an end. I wish to embark on a new chapter in my life. Please do not seek me out again. With those words, he quickened his pace towards the dormitory. Yang Xuan, infuriated, stomped her foot in frustration, taken aback by Zhou Gang's unexpected coldness, a stark contrast to his previously compliant demeanor. She shouted, indeed, no man is worth a dime, and left in tears. The female classmates who had accompanied Zhou Gang shook their heads in disapproval, muttering, what a seductress! She was so heartless when she discarded Zhou Gang. Now that she regrets her decision, it is too late. Chapter 50. The World Mathematics Conference commences. In the Yi household in the capital, the once quiet courtyard became vibrant with the arrival of a single individual. Yi Hetong gazed at the strikingly handsome young man before him, smiling. Boss Ning, I never expected you to be so exceptionally handsome. Truly, you are as charming as Panin. And indeed? Ning Yuan thought to himself with a silent scoff, responding, When shall we dine? Was Timisi the one who summoned me for a meal? I am curious to see what the affluent indulge in. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Hetong cleared his throat, thinking this is not how it's done. Who arrives and directly inquires about mealtime? Typically, those so-called young talents who visit the Yi family are exceedingly cautious. Meal will be served shortly. You shan't starve, Yi Chun interjected, knowing Ning Yuan's true nature and hastily coming to his father's aid. Very well. I shall find a place to sit while we await the meal. One cannot simply stand in the courtyard, despite its splendid scenery, Ning Yuan remarked. Come inside, quickly, Yi Hetong urged, ushering Ning Yuan into the room. Ever since Ning Yuan's arrival, Yi Hetong felt utterly flustered, as if he were being led by the nose, forgetting even the most basic courtesies. Upon entering the room, Ning Yuan discovered it was filled with people. This was a traditional reception hall, akin to those depicted in period dramas, featuring a central table flanked by chairs. An elderly gentleman with silver hair occupied one chair on the right, while the left remained vacant. The remaining chairs were filled, leaving only two closest to the table unoccupied. As Ning Yuan entered, all eyes turned towards him. What is this, the 108 heroes of Yangshan? Ning Yuan inquired, surveying the crowd. Ha ha ha. Yi Kaishan chuckled as he approached Ning Yuan, pulling him into a seat. Young friend Ning, please sit. Ning Yuan took a seat beside the silver-haired elder, while Yi Hetong and Yi Chun settled into the chairs on either side below, but Yi was conspicuously absent, her whereabouts unknown. Once everyone was seated, several middle-aged women, likely in their 40s, served tea. The silver-haired elder lifted his teacup and said, Please. Very well, Ning Yuan replied, taking a sip. And how does the tea taste? The elder inquired. Delicchuli fragrant, Ning Yuan responded. U ame ye kaisan, ye yas grandvater. I invited you here primarily to express my gratitude for saving Yiya. Yi Kaishan stated sincerely. No need for thanks. Ning Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It was Yi Chun who discerned the value and procured that medicine. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's demeanor shifted dramatically. He straightened his posture and scanned the room, clearly agitated. Yi Kaishan shot Yi Chun a disapproving glance and chuckled. Well, that requires the existence of such medicine. Come, let's eat and converse. The meal was immensely enjoyable for Ning Yuan, who left with 2 large lobsters in hand. The Yi family had arranged for a vehicle to escort him back. Standing at the entrance, Yi Kaishan murmured to himself as he watched the departing car. He is truly unique. This Ning Yuan does not adhere to conventions. Unduptedly, Yi Chen chiming. I didn't manage to snag a single bite of that candied pork knuckle. It all went into his stomach. Yi Xian was at a loss for how to assess Boss Ning. Typically, guests at the Yi family, especially from such prestigious backgrounds, were exceedingly cautious and formal. Yet he was entirely at ease, even daring to compete with Yiya for the lobsters at the table. He had even made off with 2 lobsters when he departed. Grandfather, Ning Yuan nearly drives me mad, and you gave him 2 lobsters. Next time I visit his establishment, I shall ensure he is overwhelmed, Yiya lamented, still fuming over missing out on the candied pork knuckle. Ah, this Ning Yuan is the only individual who leaves me perplexed. Ye Kaisan Sikit. Despite his extensive experience in life, having seen many people in his 80-plus years, he found it impossible to categorize Ning Yuan. Yi Chen interjected, Boss Ning embodies authenticity. Unlike those previous pretentious guests who strutted around like peacocks, each affectedly putting on a facade. It's infuriating. Every time I saw their forced smiles, I wanted to punch them in the face. My brother is quite right. Ning Yuan represents honesty, Yi concurred. Indeed, Yi Xian nodded. Your task from now on is to maintain a good relationship with Boss Ning. It is of utmost importance to our family. Understood. Ye Chen and Ye responded in unison. When Ning Yuan returned to the shop, Huang Mao was already back, engrossed in a game at the bar. Didn't I grant you a day off? Why are you back so soon? Ning Yuan inquired. I wandered around, but it was rather dull. How was your meal? Ning Ge, Huang Mao replied while playing. Of course, it was delightful. Ning Yuan placed the 2 lobsters on the bar. Stop playing. I brought you something special. Huang Mao looked up at the sight of the lobsters and exclaimed, Ninggu, you're the best. He set his phone aside and began eating. After a few bites, he remarked, these lobsters are just okay. There's hardly any meat. I finished them in a few bites. What did you expect? Do you think you can fill up on lobsters alone? What kind of household do you think that would be? Ning Yuan desert. True. Huang Mao nodded in agreement. Ning Yuan locked the shop door once more and ascended to the second floor for a much-needed nap. He had been exceedingly busy lately, rising early each day and not getting enough rest. He planned to take full advantage of this day off to recuperate. Zhou Gang, however, was not enjoying such leisure. Since he delivered that lecture, he had become quite the celebrity at Qingbei University. Whenever he appeared in the library, a throng of admirers would encircle him. And even when he walked down the street, he found himself surrounded by inquisitive individuals, which ultimately led him to dread stepping outside his dormitory. Fortunately, this situation only persisted for a day before he was whisked away to participate in the current mathematics conference. Zhou Gang was the primary representative from the Dragon Kingdom, while the others were mere supporting figures. Qingbei University's president, Luo Zhe, had arranged everything and was eagerly accompanying him. Though his primary objective was not to attend the conference, but rather to safeguard Zhou Gang. The conference would attract mathematicians from around the globe, including representatives from prestigious institutions, all eager to recruit brilliant minds to teach at their schools or engage in scholarly exchange. This year, Zhou Gang's name resonated throughout the mathematical community, and renowned universities worldwide were eager to claim the Dragon Kingdom mathematician who had proven the Riemann hypothesis. Luo Zhe was determined not to allow Zhou Gang to be lured away by these institutions. Such a prodigy must not be snatched away by foreign schools. In recent days, he had already petitioned the higher authorities to secure the best treatment for Zhou Gang, hoping to persuade him to remain in the Dragon Kingdom. In recent years, an overwhelming number of students have flowed from esteemed institutions such as Tsinghua and Peking University to the Silicon Valley of the United States. While those studying abroad at their own expense fare relatively well, many recipients of government scholarships choose not to return, resulting in considerable losses for the nation. Upon assuming the role of president, Luo Zhe, reflecting on this grave concern, resolved to enhance benefits and bolster patriotic education in a bid to retain talent. Chapter 51, Drawn from the Lottery Machine. The World Mathematical Congress was held at the Grand Hall in the capital, and as Zhou Gang arrived, he was immediately surrounded by an eager crowd. Walker called out from among them, "Zhou Gang, I am the dean of the mathematics department at Princeton University, and I would like to have a conversation with you." Seeing this, representatives from other prestigious institutions also began to shout and hand over their business cards. Luo Zhe stepped protectively in front of Zhou Gang, accepting all the cards and smilingly pushing the crowd aside before guiding Zhou Gang to a nearby seat. Noticing Zhou Gang seated as the mathematicians' conference was about to commence, the representatives from elite schools ceased their pursuit, planning instead to seek Zhou Gang out for a private discussion after the session concluded, hoping to persuade him to study at their institutions. Zhou Gang, however, was preoccupied with his own thoughts, grappling with whether or not to reveal the truth. This was his last chance. Should he continue living with the accolades amidst deception? Or should he embrace the truth and lead a life of integrity as an ordinary individual? This was indeed a momentous dilemma. Observing the deep concern etched on Zhou Gang's face, Luo Zhe mistakenly believed he was deliberating on whether to pursue studies abroad. A wave of guilt washed over him. As the saying goes, everyone has their own aspirations. It was entirely understandable for Zhou Gang to wish to attend a better institution. Was it not a disservice to hinder someone's future? Zhou Gang, if you aspire to study at one of the world's top universities, we will not stand in your way. Do not carry the burden of guilt. We simply hope you will return to contribute to our nation, Luo Zhe whispered to Zhou Gang. Sao Gong, somewhat bemused, thought to himself how absurd the situation was. He had never considered studying abroad, and if he were to disclose the truth, he would immediately be regarded as an ordinary student, unworthy of attention from those prestigious institutions. President Luo, I have no intentions of studying abroad, Zhou Gang replied. That is reassuring. Luo Zhe exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. I was concerned by your troubled demeanor. Were you feeling anxious? Zhou Gang shook his head and said, No. I am contemplating how to conclude my presentation later. What conclusion? Luo Zhe grew increasingly perplexed, having come to enjoy the mathematical conference, only to find it shrouded in heaviness. President Luo, I may be about to make a significant blunder, so please be prepared, Zhou Gang stated earnestly. Luo Zhe's eyes widened in surprise. Are you engaging in illegal activities? Zhou Gang shook his head and clarified, No, I would never commit a crime. I am a law-abiding citizen. Then all is well. As long as it is not a matter of principle, I will cover for you should any trouble arise. Luo Zhe sighed in relief. Just as Zhou Gang was about to speak, music filled the hall, signaling the commencement of the conference. He took a deep breath, focused his gaze ahead, and began to attentively listen to the host's address. This conference not only featured the awarding of the Fields Medal, but also provided a platform for mathematicians from various nations to present their academic achievements. Undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity for learning. Zhou Gang was determined not to let this chance slip by and had brought along a thick notebook to record the insights of these mathematicians. After the host delivered the opening remarks, a leader took the stage to read a rather soporific speech. Finally, it was time for the mathematicians to present, and the first mathematician from Russia received a warm round of applause as he discussed his ideas regarding the MP problem. Zhou Gang listened intently, totally engrossed. As the presentations continued, it was soon Zhou Gang's turn. When the host announced his name, the hall erupted into sustained cheers and applause. With calm confidence, Zhou Gang stepped onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Zhou Gang, a mathematician from our nation, who recently proved the century-old Riemann hypothesis. Please welcome Zhou Gang to elucidate his proof, the host announced before stepping aside. Zhou Gang approached the podium, and the proof process was displayed on the large screen behind him. Without any superfluous remarks, he directly stated, "Hello everyone, I will now explain my proof." As he concluded his introduction, applause erupted once more. He raised his arms to calm the audience, waiting for the applause to subside before commencing his explanation. As he spoke, gasps of astonishment occasionally emerged from the audience, although some officials may not have understood the intricacies of his presentation. Witnessing Zhou Gang's composed demeanor alongside the astonished reactions of foreign mathematicians filled them with pride, a significant moment for their nation. In modern history, the nation had experienced decline and humiliation, a source of deep pain for its people. Once a great empire, it had been trampled upon by foreign powers, but through the sacrifices and efforts of its citizens, it had risen to become the world's second largest power, a status that still felt insufficient to its people. In their hearts, they longed for a return to their rightful place at the pinnacle of global standing, deserving of their ancestors' legacy. Thus, competition with foreigners in every field was imperative, and naturally, mathematics was no exception. Witnessing Zhou Gang thoroughly captivate those haughty foreign mathematicians filled Luo Zhe with a sense of comfort. The other compatriots present shared in this pride. Zhao Jiangwo, grasping Zhang Jitong's hand, exclaimed, "You have struck gold, having taught such an exceptional student. No, in a few days, you must let Zhou Gang come to me for his graduate studies." Zhang Jitong, indignant, retorted, "You've already pilfered my treasured tea. Now you dare to steal my prize student? How outrageous!" Zhou Gang spoke for several hours, finally concluding his explanation with a heartfelt "thank you all," which heralded a thunderous applause that echoed through the hall. The host returned to the stage, expressing gratitude to Zhou Gang for sharing his insights on the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, and announced the conclusion of the mathematical conference. As attendees began to disperse, Zhou Gang seized the microphone from the host, declaring, "Please wait a few moments before leaving. I have something to clarify." The audience halted, turning their attention towards him. Luo Zhe looked on in bewilderment, unsure of Zhou Gang's intentions, but mentally preparing himself to manage any fallout. Zhang Jitong and Zhao Jiangwo were equally perplexed, pondering what Zhou Gang was about to reveal. As the audience settled back into their seats, Zhou Gang cleared his throat and solemnly stated, "The proof of the Riemann hypothesis was not my own. I obtained the proof process from a lottery machine at a store. Although it may sound unbelievable, it is indeed the truth." His words incited an uproar among the attendees. A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd, their minds momentarily blank. After a brief silence, the venue erupted into fervent discussions. "Oh my God, I am certain that Zhou Gang's mind has faltered in his mathematical pursuits. He needs to see a doctor," someone exclaimed. "Is Zhou Gang joking? He claims to have drawn the proof of the Riemann hypothesis from a lottery machine. This is no laughing matter. Mathematicians are clearly not suited for humor. This is utterly absurd. Is this lottery machine some divine entity placed on Earth?" Chapter 52. This mathematician seems familiar. Zhao Jiangwo leaned closer to Zhang Jitong and whispered, "What has happened to this child? Has he lost his senses? If you ask me, who am I to inquire?" Zhang Jitong replied, "He claims to have drawn the proof of the Riemann hypothesis from a lottery machine. This is sheer nonsense." Sighing deeply, Zhao Jiangwo pointed to his head and lamented, "Clearly, there's an issue here. We must get him to a hospital before it's too late. Such talent wasted." Zhang Jitong exclaimed dramatically, moving towards Luo Zhe, hoping the president would arrange for Zhou Gang to be taken to the hospital for a thorough examination, to see if he could regain his sanity. Until Zhang Jitong approached, Luo Zhe remained in a state of bewilderment. "Principal, we must urgently send Zhou Gang to Xia Hospital. This condition cannot be delayed any longer," Zhang Jitong said, his voice heavy with concern. Luo Zhi recalled Zhou Gang's earlier words and suppressed the impulse to rush over and pull him down, replying to Zhang Jitong, "Do not be hasty. Let us hear what he has to say next." As the murmurs within the audience dwindled, Zhou Gang continued. "Perhaps some of you think I have lost my mind and should seek medical attention for my brain, but the truth is as I have stated. The proof of the Riemann hypothesis that I derived indeed came from a prize machine in a local shop. I refused to live a life ensnared in a web of lies for the sake of honor. Upon first encountering that proof, I was utterly captivated. The astonishing algorithms and insights within it illuminated my path. Henceforth, I shall devote my entire being to the pursuit of mathematical research." At this point, the audience began to believe his words. Someone shouted from the crowd, "You claim to have drawn the Riemann hypothesis from shop's prize machine. Can you tell us the address of this shop?" "Certainly. The shop is located in the suburbs of Shangjing, specifically at number 17, Fengrui Street. Owned by a man named Ning, whom everyone affectionately calls Boss Ning," Zhou Gang replied. After uttering these words, Zhou Gang felt a tremendous weight lifted from his heart. He was now at ease. Upon hearing him provide such a detailed address, the crowd was convinced of his authenticity. After all, who would use such a prestigious honor to advertise a mere shop? "Do you know the shop?" Luo Zhi inquired of Zhang Jitong, who shook his head in ignorance. Zhao Jiangwo interjected, "Isn't he your student? How can you know nothing? This teacher shows no concern for his students' lives. I am not his parent. How could I possibly keep track of his every move?" Zhang Jitong retorted, "Enough of this bickering. Let us inquire about the specifics of this shop from Zhou Gang later." "We must pay a visit," Luo Zhi suggested. Others shared his sentiment and began to rise, eager to check out the shop. "Everyone, please wait," Zhou Gang called out. The crowd turned to him in confusion. Had he not already revealed the truth? Why were they not allowed to leave? "We also wish to try our luck at the prize machine," they exclaimed. "Based on the insights provided by the mathematicians from Mao Xiongguo, I have already solved another century-old problem, the NP problem. Would anyone be interested in hearing about it?" As soon as Zhou Gang finished speaking, the audience returned to their seats, for the majority were mathematicians who found the prospect of a century-old problem far more enticing than a mere prize machine. Luo Zhi, hearing this, clutched his heart and murmured, "At this rate, I shall be afflicted with a heart condition due to him. He truly is an extraordinary talent. Principal, once he comes down, I will have a stern word with him," Zhang Jitong remarked. "Do not," Luo Zhi hastily gestured. "How could one criticize such a principled and thoughtful genius? If I had 10 students like him, I would welcome a heart condition with open arms." "Oof," Zhao Jiangwo scoffed. "He thinks he's so clever, trying to make us envious of Zhou Gang being his student. Ha ha, I want you to be envious indeed. What of it?" Zhang Jitong replied, chin held high in pride. "All right, enough banter. Let us attentively listen to Zhou Gang discuss the NP problem," Luo Zhi interjected, redirecting their attention to the stage. Zhou Gang spoke until after 5 in the afternoon. It was not that he was slow, but rather the multitude of questions from the audience, as he found himself in the role of a teacher to a gathering of the world's foremost mathematicians. After each segment, he would address the inquiries of those present, which naturally slowed the pace of his presentation. To accommodate the mathematicians who had not eaten lunch, the Dragon Kingdom's officials provided pastries, earning praise for their thoroughness and consideration. As Zhou Gang answered the final question, the NP problem that had confounded the world for over a century was resolved. No one doubted the validity of this proof, for it had been developed in collaboration with the world's leading mathematicians throughout the afternoon. The auditorium erupted once more in thunderous applause as Zhou Gang stood on stage, basking in the honor that was rightfully his. Luo Zhi watched Zhou Gang, confident and composed, and thought to himself, "At last, we at Qinbei shall produce a mathematical master." Indeed, Zhang Jitong sighed, "A genius like Zhou Gang is beyond my teaching capabilities." "I want Zhou Gang, you may not," Zhao Jiangwo interjected quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jitong's expression darkened. "Who dares to covet my prized student? I shall not let it stand." The group exchanged light-hearted jabs as they escorted Zhou Gang back to Qinbei University. Along the way, they faced numerous obstacles, as many mathematicians sought to engage Zhou Gang in discussions that would last throughout the night, only to be met with Luo Zhi's firm refusals, citing Zhou Gang's exhaustion and suggesting they reconvene the following day. Naturally, representatives from the world's top universities also wished to have private discussions with Zhou Gang, offering enticing conditions for him to join their faculties. However, these overtures were also rebuffed by Luo Zhi, who beamed with pride. Walker, observing Luo Zhi's smug expression, felt a strong urge to confront this Dragon Kingdom individual, thinking, so he produced a genius student. What is so remarkable about that? One day, I shall lure him to the mathematics department at Princeton, and then you shall see. The next morning, amidst a flurry of flashing cameras, the president of the International Mathematical Union adorned Zhou Gang with the Field's Medal, marking him as the third Dragon Kingdom citizen to receive this prestigious award. Ninga, look, a citizen of our Dragon Kingdom has won an international accolade. I saw on Douyin that he is the third recipient of the Field's Medal from our country. A jubilant Huang Mao exclaimed as he rushed to Ning Yuan's side. Ning Yuan took Huang Mao's phone, glanced at it, and remarked, "This mathematician seems increasingly familiar. Have we not encountered him before?" Chapter 53. It truly cannot be low-key anymore. Ning Yuan playfully kicked Huang Mao's backside. Stop with the flattery. If he is a mathematician, at least he is bringing glory to our nation. Yes, a mathematician, Huang Mao grumbled internally, his face turning as red as a woman's, recalling how he had initially called the man a sycophant. You were the one who first called him a licking dog, and now you kick me for calling him a romantic. Precisely. Recently, I've taken some time to read a few books and learn some culture. The literature suggests we should not view others through antiquated lenses. Do you understand? Ning Yuan sighed. I understand, Huang Mao nodded. And remember, when speaking, it is essential to exhibit civility and politeness. From the moment you open your mouth, let it be known that you are a cultured individual. Do you grasp this? Ning Yuan added. Ningo, I get it. You're becoming quite the sage. Huang Mao replied helplessly. What? Are you unwilling to become a cultured person? Ning Yuan inquired. Upon sensing a slight edge in Ning Yuan's tone, Huang Mao quickly smiled and said, Of course I am willing, Ningo. How have you become so cultured lately? Our business is flourishing, and as our wealth increases, so too must our personal refinement. In a few days, I shall purchase a box of ink and a brush. I intend to begin practicing calligraphy. Ning Yuan paused, and then added, As for you, starting tomorrow, you will read the Analects for me daily. Huang Mao was taken aback, unable to fathom that Ning Yuan would require him to read those archaic texts he barely understood. What do you mean, I will conduct regular checks. And should you fail to glean any insights, you shall see my wrath. Ning Yuan declared. Ningguo, please spare me. Huang Mao pleaded, his expression one of despair. I have never been fond of studying. I was always the troublesome child in class. I am simply not cut out for being cultured. Ning Yuan shook his head, chuckling. That is of no concern to me. I will conduct my checks regardless. If you do not learn anything, then, well, you can imagine the consequences. My fate is truly unfortunate. With a mournful cry, the yellow-haired man devoured several dumplings from the bar, carelessly tossing the plastic bag into the trash before striding to the entrance to pull up the rolling shutter. The sight before him left him momentarily dazed. The crowd was overwhelming. While it was not uncommon for many to gather, today's throng was particularly extravagant, nearly blocking the road outside. To add to his astonishment, there was a group of elderly foreigners among them. At their age, why weren't they content to stay at home instead of seeking such commotion? Should they happen to be jostled, they would surely end up bedridden in a hospital for days. Upon seeing the yellow-haired man raise the shutter, the crowd outside immediately shouted for him to open the door. However, his ears could only faintly discern their voices. The door was crafted from high-priced soundproof glass, rendering the interior blissfully quiet despite the clamor outside. This was indeed a prudent choice. Otherwise, some self-proclaimed digital enthusiasts would be knocking at his door in the dead of night, clamoring to purchase smartphones, declaring they had traveled for over 20 hours by train, standing the whole way merely to acquire the latest in cutting-edge technology. After buying the coveted device, they would again endure a similar journey back home. As the yellow-haired man finally opened the door, he was greeted by a foreigner with a bald head who seized his hand and, in halting Mandarin, inquired, Hello, waiter. Where is the legendary lottery machine that supposedly proves the Riemann hypothesis? What? The bald foreigner's poor command of Mandarin left the yellow-haired man momentarily bewildered. What is Riemann? We have the lottery machine, but where is it? Seeing the young waiter, Walker pointed at a square black machine standing on the floor. Deducing that this must be the lottery machine he had come early to try, hoping to win something truly remarkable. However, it was nearly 10 in the morning by the time the shop opened, and he couldn't help but think the owner was exceedingly lazy. Other mathematicians from different countries, noticing Walker approach the black machine, quickly gathered around him. As he stared at the square characters on the screen, confusion washed over him. These characters resembled some sort of pattern, and he couldn't decipher them at all. Fortunately, a mathematician from the Bear Country, having studied Mandarin, explained the machine's operation to him. The yellow-haired man sidled up to Ning Yuan and whispered, I just overheard that these foreigners are here for the Riemann hypothesis. Ning, you should take control of that machine and give them a good run for their money. I heard that too, Ning Yuan replied. having experienced an improvement in both his appearance and senses after taking a health supplement. Look at this. The yellow-haired man took the phone and saw that Zhou Gang had already made it to the trending list on Douyin. He had delivered a passionate speech on stage, concluding that the Riemann hypothesis would be drawn in the shop's lottery, even announcing the shop's name and address. Commoners were already proclaiming they were rushing to this establishment by train overnight. After reading the post, the yellow-haired man handed the phone back to Ning Yuan, exclaiming, "Goodness, our shop is officially a sensation. This time, we're genuinely popular. A shabby internet celebrity shop can't compare to ours," Ning Yuan retorted. Indeed, the yellow-haired man nodded eagerly. Anything associated with internet celebrities is bound to be subpar. Those shops wouldn't even be worthy of carrying our shoes. Sighing, Ning Yuan gazed at the throngs of people in the shop, lamenting, "We truly cannot remain low-key any longer." The yellow-haired man remained silent, inwardly scoffing, "Low-key? Do you even know what that means? Just the other day, you scolded an investor from Apple." Walker watched the needle on the screen slow down, his heart racing. Each lottery attempt was costly, and although he earned a decent salary, it still stung. "Stop, stop," he fervently prayed, as he noticed the needle was about to rest on the position for a controlled nuclear fusion device. Although he was uncertain if the owner could procure such advanced technology, he was willing to believe. After all, he had paid 1 million dragon coins and was hopeful that he might strike it rich, transforming his bicycle into a motorcycle. The gambler's mindset had clouded his judgment. However, reality proved harsh. Dubbed by Ning Yuan as a lottery machine more ludicrous than that of the Penguin Company, it delivered a crushing blow to the mathematician. "Ding! Congratulations, you've won a super electric toy car." A small blue toy car tumbled out from the prize outlet below. Rolling onto the floor, Walker was flabbergasted. He had spent 1 million dragon coins only to receive a toy car. What a scam. This is a black shop. Chapter 54. The officials have finally arrived. Seeing the bald foreigner win a toy car, the yellow-haired man chuckled to Ning Yuan. "You should take a good look in the mirror. With that bear-like face, he thinks he can win cutting-edge products? What a dreamer. How can you speak like that?" Ning Yuan pushed the yellow-haired man aside. "At least he spent 1 million. Just as the yellow-haired man was about to respond, a group of furious foreigners approached, and he immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Ning Yuan. "Ning, I demand a refund," Walker exclaimed, surprisingly fluent in Mandarin amid his anger. The yellow-haired man regarded Walker with a patronizing gaze, asking politely, "Where are you from, foreigner?" Walker, momentarily confused, only understood after the short mathematician from Neon translated, and he proudly replied, "I am Walker Oriole, head of the mathematics department at Princeton University in the Lighthouse Country." "Never heard of it," the yellow-haired man retorted, causing the mathematicians present to nearly faint. Had he never been educated? He hadn't even heard of the renowned Ivy League institution, Princeton University. Ridiculous. Walker, initially brimming with pride, felt deflated by the yellow-haired man's comment. "You must refund my money," he insisted. "On what grounds?" the yellow-haired man challenged. "This shop is a scam. The lottery charges are unreasonable, and the prizes are fraudulent. You must refund me," interjected a mathematician from Neon. Ning Yuan shoved the yellow-haired man aside and stepped forward, asking, "From the sound of your nauseating accent, are you from Neon?" "I am a renowned mathematician from Great Neon, Jing Zhongjing. I demand that you refund this esteemed mathematician from the Lighthouse Country immediately, or the consequences will be severe." Jing's voice grew louder, attracting the attention of Dragon Country patrons. A wealthy second-generation man wearing sunglasses whispered to his girlfriend, "See, this owner will back down soon enough." "Why?" his girlfriend asked. "If the owner can sell such high-tech products, surely they have someone backing them. Why fear a few foreigners? What good is having backing?" the wealthy man retorted. "When faced with foreigners, they still cower. Do you know why? They don't want to leave a bad impression of international friends in the Dragon Country. I say we should slap that little Neon fellow a couple of times and make him serve the Lighthouse people." Others nearby overheard his remarks and echoed, "That Neon guy is being unreasonable, clearly stirring trouble for that Lighthouse person. The lottery is voluntary and clearly priced. You can't demand a refund just because you didn't win. If one person gets a refund, everyone will expect it. How can we conduct business?" Ning Yuan, hearing the commotion, shouted, "The fellow in glasses has a point. Very reasonable. 250. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark figure flashed past, and 250 stood before Ning Yuan. "You go pull that little shorty out and give him a couple of slaps." In a few swift steps, 250 reached the still-dazed Neon mathematician and delivered 2 sharp slaps. Afterward, 250 swiftly returned to Ning Yuan's side. The visage of the mathematician from the Neon Nation swelled at a visibly alarming rate. He covered his face and paused for a few seconds, emitting a high-pitched wail as several teeth fell from his mouth. In a garbled manner, He uttered 3 words. Call the police. Hilarity erupted as the yellow-haired one laughed, while pointing at the teeth scattered on the ground, exclaiming, "What are you calling the police for? You should quickly retrieve your teeth and get them reinserted at the hospital, lest you speak with a lisp." Jing Zhongzheng, infuriated, was rendered speechless, merely gasping as he pointed at the yellow-haired one. Approaching him, the yellow-haired one remarked, "Why, oh why, must you play the fool? Now you've received your comeuppance." Ignoring the yellow-haired one, Jing Zhongzheng turned to Walker and insisted, "Call the police." The scion of a neon nation had said to call the police quickly, and when they arrived, did everyone know what to say? Shouted the wealthy heir. "Yes." He tripped and fell at the store's entrance, came the response. Indeed, he fell by his own clumsiness. Not only did he fall, but he also intends to extort money from the owner, responded the crowd. Ning Yuan interjected, "No need for that. We shall speak the truth. I have read a bit recently, and there's a phrase quite suitable for this scenario. Barbarians, beasts they are, fear authority, but lack virtue." What a fine verse. The yellow-haired one exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up, Ning Yuan swiftly delivered a slap to the back of the yellow-haired one's head, saying, "That is classical literature. It seems I must focus on cultivating your cultural literacy in the future, lest you fail to serve our customers properly." Laughter erupted as the crowd observed the yellow-haired one's comically disheveled state. "You see," Ning Yuan pointed at the foreign group and continued, "only by taking decisive action will they obey." The crowd noted that the foreigners had indeed become more subdued. Nodding in agreement with Ning Yuan's assertion that reasoning was futile and that force was necessary, Ning Yuan approached Walker and inquired, "Are you still refusing to refund?" "No refunds." "No refunds." Walker waved his hand, unwilling to become a bruised spectacle. Ning Yuan nodded and affirmed, "That's the spirit. I care not what esteemed university you hail from, nor your nationality. Even if the president of your lighthouse nation were to create a ruckus, I would not hesitate to respond." Upon hearing this, Walker's expression darkened as he listened to the translation from the mathematician of the Bear Country beside him and fell silent. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man clad in sports attire stepped forward after hearing Ning Yuan's words, stating, "It's best not to strike our own people. If trouble arises, we must call the police." Observing the man, Ning Yuan noted his square jaw, bright eyes, and upright posture, recognizing him as someone who had likely served in the military. "Ninggu, this man is not simple," the yellow-haired one warned. "No kidding," Ning Yuan replied. "Do not be anxious. We have gathered ample information from Yi Kaishan about your situation. You may run your business normally. Our people will ensure your safety. Some matters must remain confidential." As the middle-aged man's words concluded, the crowd began to murmur quietly. "I told you, with such high-tech products, how could they possibly not be involved? You think you know everything? Can you assume they haven't considered what you have? It's likely they were aware from the very beginning. There's no need to speculate. If we cannot grasp these situations, how can our country contend with the lighthouse nation? Yet you cannot expect me to incur losses. I demand a bonus of 500 and a certificate," Ning Yuan stated. Chapter 55, Secret Conversations. Rest assured, you will not suffer losses. For instance, regarding the upcoming matters, I will assist you, the middle-aged man concluded just as police sirens blared outside the store. A police car had arrived, and 2 officers exited, entering the establishment. Ning Yuan remained silent, eager to gauge the extent of this man's influence. Upon seeing the police, Walker and Jing Zhongzheng rushed over as if they had encountered salvation, lamenting that Ning Yuan had assaulted them, while Walker claimed that this was a black market establishment where the owner had swindled him out of $1 million. Just as the officers were about to inquire further, the middle-aged man obstructed their path, displayed a red-covered credential, and pulled them aside into a corner, allowing one officer to take a phone call. After the call concluded, the 2 officers escorted Walker and Jing Zhongzheng to their squad car and sped away. The crowd, witnessing that Ning Yuan was not taken, quickly grasped the situation. Time rewinds to a few days prior. In a courtyard adorned with several flowering crabapple trees, the middle-aged man stood tall, clutching a document, awaiting a summons from within. After approximately 10 minutes, a voice called from inside, "Come in." The man straightened his attire and pushed open the door. The room was sparsely decorated, featuring furniture reminiscent of the Dragon Nation's 1970 style. A capable young man emerged from the inner room, saying, "Ringu, the second elder is still busy. He said for you to come in, have some freshly bought grapes. And wait a bit." He led the middle-aged man to a row of sofas. "All right," the middle-aged man replied as he took a seat. "So, how is the work treating you?" "Not too shabby. It's just that since you left, the second elder has been rather busy at times, often miscalling my name." The young man chuckled. "It seems the second elder misses me," Renji remarked as the inner room called out, "Come in." Renji hastily picked up the document and entered. The inner chamber was equally modest, dominated by a large desk that occupied most of the space, accompanied by a bookshelf in the corner and 3 chairs by the window, forming an utterly ordinary office. "How is the work treating you?" inquired the man behind the desk as he continued his tasks. "I've adapted well, second elder. You should balance work and rest, taking a break every hour," Runji advised, a reminder he often gave during his tenure alongside the second elder. Indeed, the second elder replied with a smile, putting down his pen. "If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten once again. No more of that. You seem quite anxious. Is there something urgent?" "This matter is somewhat peculiar." Renji placed the document on the desk. "Second elder, perhaps you should review the document. I fear I may not articulate it clearly. Are aliens attacking Earth?" The second elder jested, flipping through the pages. Upon reaching the first page, he was taken aback, his eyes widening as he asked, "Are you certain the investigation was thorough?" Renji nodded gravely, affirming, "We have observed him for a considerable time. Every word here is true. I apologize. It's not that I doubt you. But this sounds far too fantastical," the second elder remarked while perusing the document. Renji bore no resentment towards the second elder. For when the subordinates first reported this matter, he too had found it hard to believe, only coming to trust it after his own investigation. "Second elder, how should we proceed with this matter?" Qin Shi inquired. "Let's observe how it unfolds," the second elder advised. Observe how it unfolds. Renji was somewhat perplexed by the second elder's suggestion. Shouldn't we control such unpredictable events? Should we not ascertain the source of his technology and acquire it for the nation's benefit? And what if he refuses to share or sell? Questioned the second elder. "If he refuses, we can leverage the incident involving Ning Heping and the Liu family massacre against him. After all, we helped him avoid capture. Allowing him to open a store in the capital," Renji proposed. The second elder shook his head, saying, "A forcibly plucked melon is not sweet. If he can sell such epic-making technology, do you not consider what other means he might possess? From your investigations, isn't that individual named 250 likely a war robot? Provoking him could lead to catastrophic consequences if he were to share technology with the Lighthouse Nation. Based on his demeanor, it appears he merely wishes to earn some money and improve his life. Ning Heping and the Liu family brought their fates upon themselves. The only course of action left for us is to collaborate with him. Having grown up in the Dragon Kingdom, he is a native and, presumably, would not be deranged enough to employ advanced technological means to harm his own people," Renji remarked. "Thus, your future responsibility will be to maintain seamless communication with him, accompanied by your team to monitor his every move around the clock, particularly regarding the high-tech products he launches in his store," the second elder instructed. "Indeed, I have recently discovered that some foreign forces have also stationed individuals near his shop selling cutting-edge technology," Renji noted. "The moment we identify such individuals, we must eliminate them. We cannot allow these intruders to wreak havoc in the Dragon Kingdom," the second elder declared sternly. "Yes, I shall take my leave now," Renji said as he prepared to depart, but the second elder called after him, asking, "Can that lottery machine in his shop truly yield anything of value?" "It's a scam." Renji shook his head. "Based on our observations, that lottery machine is nothing but a ruse. To date, only a student from Qingbei University has won the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, while others have merely received a blue toy car. We managed to acquire a few of those toy cars through connections, and after testing, they turn out to be mere ordinary toys, not high-tech products at all. This fellow is rather cunning, selling a toy for $1 million, the second elder chuckled. Renji stroked his chin and replied, "It's not entirely unscrupulous. The granddaughter of Yi Kaishan suffers from congenital leukemia and purchased a pill from him for $1 million, which miraculously cured her. To be honest, this fellow's pricing is quite reasonable. He possesses a degree of integrity. Alas, it's unfortunate that there have been no more such pills since then. It seems that the valuable items in his store are not readily available. Who exactly is supplying him with these goods?" The second elder sighed. "During this time, we have placed someone by his side, living with him daily, yet we have not discerned the origin of his merchandise. We speculate that he might be acquainted with extraterrestrials, receiving these items through spatial transmission," Renji lamented. The second elder approached the window, gazing at the begonia flowers in the courtyard and mused, "Perhaps ignorance is bliss. We must ensure that our operative remains undisclosed. His presence in the Dragon Kingdom might be a blessing from our ancestors, a fortuitous sign for our nation." Chapter 56, Patriotic Merchant. "Very well, I shall take my leave now," Renji stated. The second elder nodded, peering through the window at a magpie perched upon the begonia tree, muttering to himself, "Could there be unforeseen developments? I wonder if they will be favorable or otherwise." Returning to the shop, after Ning Yuan expressed his disinterest in accolades, Renji approached with a smile and said, "Rest assured, we will ensure you do not suffer any losses. We shall pay the fair price, even bidding higher than others. We only hope you refrain from selling any valuable items to outsiders. That's agreeable. Good items are naturally reserved for our own use. I understand this principle. Ning Yuan affirmet. Our boss is a genuine patriotic merchant, not a traitorous scoundrel," the yellow-haired man interjected. Ning Yuan promptly kicked the yellow-haired man, exclaiming, "What do you know about me not being a traitor? Can't you speak properly?" Ning Ge, the yellow-haired man protested, rubbing his rear with a look of grievance. "I was merely trying to speak well of you." Renji chuckled at the yellow-haired man and said, "I'll take my leave now and won't intrude on your business." With that, he stepped outside, leaving the others to engage in a fresh round of discussion. "Goodness. Do you know which department those people belong to?" "What department? How would I know? They must be from an important department. The boss has an impressive background." "Nonsense. Anyone with half a brain knows the boss is no ordinary person. Otherwise, how could he possess a phone with 128 terabytes of storage? Isn't that absurd?" Ning Yuan dismissed their chatter, allowing them to say whatever they pleased. The visitors today had merely cautioned him against sharing valuable items with outsiders, likely to prevent genuine cutting-edge technology from falling into foreign hands. This was quite manageable. After all, he no longer lacked for money. As long as he refrained from selling to foreigners, that would suffice. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that the police had not traced the Liu family's matter back to him, probably due to this individual shielding him from scrutiny. Overall, he found this arrangement quite agreeable. If he could procure some advanced technology from a system, he could sell it at a low price, benefiting everyone involved. Ning Yuan recognized that, regardless of the wealth he amassed, he remained a simple man who preferred a comfortable life, ill-suited for grand ambitions. Engaging in constant mind games and braving the elements was simply exhausting. He preferred to tend to his humble shop and lead a tranquil existence. "Ning Ge, what are you daydreaming about? Are you pondering what to eat for lunch?" The yellow-haired man observed Ning Yuan gazing blankly at the road outside the shop. "Eat, eat, eat. You think only of food, with no ambition whatsoever. I am contemplating life, do you understand?" Ning Yuan retorted. "Ninggu, stop pondering. It seems a new flower chicken shop has opened nearby, and it must be delicious. The chicken legs are juicy and succulent," the yellow-haired man exclaimed. But Ning Yuan interrupted him. "Then why waste words? Buy two. We'll each have one. Don't forget to grab some chilled drinks. Hurry back." "Got it." The yellow-haired man darted off. Upon entering the flower chicken shop, a jovial uncle in an apron greeted him. "Head to the back for chicken." "Understood." The yellow-haired man nodded and lifted the door curtain, entering the back room, where he found Renji sitting on the sofa, smoking and frowning. "You really can't shake that habit, can you?" "Alas, it's all due to Ning Yuan. The pressure is overwhelming." Renji extinguished his cigarette. "Excuses?" The yellow-haired man retorted coldly. "Ha, enough of that. Have you any new developments?" Renji inquired with a smile. "None," the yellow-haired man replied, shaking his head. "Ning Yuan is just an ordinary person. He must have encountered some unique circumstances to possess these items. We merely need to guide him appropriately." "Very well, remember, the higher-ups have instructed you to avoid exposing yourself in your quest for secrets. Keep a close eye on the people in the shop. Many foreign forces have infiltrated recently," Renji advised. "Understood. I'll take my leave now," the yellow-haired man said, pulling aside the door curtain as a smiling uncle handed him a bag containing 2 flower chickens wrapped in mud. After scanning to pay, he exited and made a stop at a small supermarket to buy 3 bottles of chilled drinks. Upon entering the shop, he noticed Yiya had returned, standing by the counter watching Ning Yuan play a game. The yellow-haired man shook his head, thinking, when will Ning Yuan finally catch on? Another loss. Useless teammate. Can't carry the game. Ning Yuan set his phone down and looked at Yiya. "What brings you here again?" "What do you mean again?" "I just happened to pass by," Yiya replied. Before she could continue, the yellow-haired man placed the flower chickens and drinks on the counter, saying, "Ninggu. The boss said if it's not tasty, we don't have to pay. After we eat, we can just claim it wasn't good and ask for more." Before Ning Yuan could respond, Yiya interjected, "What delicious things have you bought now? You two only think of yourselves. We bought nothing." "You don't even like the things here," Ning Yuan clarified. "I do like them." Yiya tugged at the bag, opening it to reveal 2 large mud-covered bundles. "Wow, you actually bought flower chicken, and 2 at that. One of them is mine," she declared, reaching for one of the bundles. "Don't touch." Ning Yuan stopped her, instructing the yellow-haired man to clean the mud off. "You can wait. I know you'll be ready to eat. I've learned my lesson. You always show up at the perfect time." "I hope so. Last time, you took 2 big lobsters from my house. And this time I'll take one of your flower chickens. So, you're still ahead?" Yiya teased. "Enough about the lobsters. Those 2 had barely any meat," the yellow-haired man remarked as he cleaned the mud off the 2 flower chickens, placing them on the counter. Honestly, eating flour chicken is far more satisfying than those lobsters. With lightning speed, Yi snatched a golden brown, crispy chicken leg, exclaiming, "You're just a mountain pig who can't handle finer things." The yellow-haired individual remained silent, observing as Ning Yuan had already devoured one chicken leg and was preparing to reach for another. In a hurry, he snatched a chicken leg for himself and began to eat. The other patrons in the establishment noticed the three of them feasting with grease-laden mouths. The aroma of chicken wafting throughout the shop, prompting them to hastily finish their purchases and venture out for their own beggar's chicken. Within less than half an hour, the three had consumed both chickens entirely. Yi wiped her mouth and remarked, "What a delight. When it comes to food, one must seize the moment to truly savor it. At home, I must eat at a leisurely pace, or else I'll be scolded by my mother. It's much more comfortable here. Then you should work for Brother Ning. From now on, the task of cleaning the first floor will be yours," Yellow Hair suggested. Before Yi could respond, Ning Yuan interrupted, "I certainly don't want her lazy and gluttonous. Once she arrives, she'll undoubtedly spend every day just eating and not working. I'll strangle you," Yi exclaimed, rushing forward to pinch Ning Yuan at the waist. "Who is lazy and gluttonous?" Ning Yuan rubbed his waist, gasping in pain as he said, "I was talking about Yellow Hair, not you." Chapter 57. The 1-nanometer lithography machine. After causing a ruckus in the shop for a while longer, Yi was called away by her brother, who informed her that he had found a school for her to visit. The shop remained packed in the afternoon, and despite the persistence of a mathematician from the Bear Country, who had drawn twice and left grumbling with 2 blue toy cars, Ning Yuan's mind was flooded with a long-forgotten electronic tone. Task completed. The revenue of the Black Technology lottery machine has reached 100 million. The discount period has ended, and the lottery price has reverted to 2 million per draw. Damn, you're truly ruthless. 1 million wasn't sufficient, and now it's increased to 2 million. All I can say is, I like it, Ning Yuan mused inwardly. He summoned the panel and noticed that the Black Technology mobile phone was just over 100 units shy of selling 500,000. Ning Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Finally, he could partake in the lottery. This time, the system rewarded him with 2 lottery draws and a longevity gene potion, an exceedingly generous offering. Yellow Hair, do we have incense at home? Ning Yuan called out. Incense? Yellow Hair put down his phone and inquired, "Brother Ning, why do you need incense?" Ning Yuan, feeling impatient, replied, "Don't ask. Do we have any or not?" "Yes, there is a whole bundle of incense in the bathroom," Yellow Hair answered. "That won't do." Ning Yuan shook his head. "You need to go out and buy a bundle of the finest incense and also get a picture of the Buddha." "No, wait. The Buddha doesn't handle this matter. Just get a painting of the Buddha. I need him to do me a favor." Perplexed, Yellow Hair borrowed a shared bicycle and wandered around for quite some time before finally purchasing a bundle of quality incense and a New Year's painting of the Buddha. By the time he returned to the shop, it was already past 6 o'clock. "Brother Ning, I got the items. What exactly do you intend to do?" Yellow Hair asked as he placed the goods on the bar counter. "We're having a vegetarian meal tonight. I plan to offer some incense to the Buddha for our safety and well-being," Ning Yuan explained. "What is going on?" Yellow Hair asked, astonished. "Is something about to happen?" "Enough chatter. You go upstairs and help me hang the Buddha painting. I'll come up later to light the incense," Ning Yuan instructed. "All right." Yellow Hair ascended the stairs, frequently glancing back. As the last customer exited the shop, Ning Yuan locked the door and heard the system's electronic voice. "Ding. Task completed. Reward. Lucky Spin X2. 1 longevity gene potion. Would you like to claim your rewards?" Notice, due to the host's choice of low margins and high sales volume, the profits from the Black Technology mobile phone have plummeted and all shipments are temporarily halted. Task. Sell 10,000 units of the Black Technology laptop. The Black Technology mobile phone vending machine has been converted to a Black Technology laptop vending machine. Pricing. Black Technology laptop, 2 million per unit. Special offer. Original price sales with low margins. Discount. The first customer to inquire about the Black Technology laptop will receive a low price quota, allowing them to purchase it for 20,000. This quota is non-transferable and permanently valid. Task completion reward. Lucky Spin X2, 1 trip to Mars. As a novice supplier, one should venture out into the world. A trip to Mars will serve as a refreshing escape, enabling better productivity. Ning Yuan gazed at the panel, contemplating. "I've fallen into a pit again. I shouldn't have opted for low margins and high sales. Selling more of what? This laptop will undoubtedly be harder to sell than the mobile phone. Oh, my trip to Mars. When will I get to go? How frustrating. Never mind. First, let me light a few sticks of incense and try my luck at the lottery." Upon reaching the upper floor, he found that Yellow Hair had already hung the Buddha painting in the living room. Beneath the image was a small table adorned with an incense burner, a bundle of incense and a lighter. "Well done," Ning Yuan remarked as he approached, lighting the incense and placing it in the burner, silently wishing, "Please let me draw something good. If you grant me a favorable draw, I will offer you incense daily." "Brother Ning, what are we having for dinner tonight? I only managed to snatch half a chicken at lunch, and I'm starving," Yellow Hair inquired from the side. "We're having a vegetarian meal," Ning Yuan replied. "No way. Brother Ning, you're not planning to become a monk, are you?" Yellow Hair said, his face elongating in dismay. "From now on, we'll have vegetarian meals once a week to reflect on our hardships. Do you understand?" Ning Yuan stated. Yellow Hair remained silent, donning a mask of suffering, silently protesting. "Fool, bring out the coarse grains. Tonight we'll have steamed corn buns, thin porridge, and pickled vegetables," Ning Yuan commanded. Half an hour later, Yellow Hair was munching on a corn bun, exclaiming, "This is delicious." Ning Yuan quickly finished 2 corn buns, a bowl of porridge, and half a plate of pickled vegetables before retreating to his room, reminding Yellow Hair not to disturb him. Yellow Hair chuckled, I understand. But we can't do this too often. We must take care of our health." At that moment, Ning Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. But remembering the lottery, he restrained himself. Once in his room, Ning Yuan thought, "The incense is lit, the deity has been honored. It's time for me to receive something good." He proceeded to claim the longevity gene potion. No sooner had he spoken than a small black vial appeared out of thin air on his bed. Upon opening it, he was met with a sweet, throat-burning aroma, revealing a small red pill. Ning Yuan inwardly complained, "Can't you show a little improvement? In movies, they always have a syringe with green liquid in a suitcase. And with a jab, they instantly transform into the Hulk." Despite his grumbling, he swallowed the pill, deciding to savor the flavor this time, unlike last time when he, like Zhu Beiji, failed to appreciate the taste of the ginseng fruit. The pill had a hint of sweetness. As he pressed it with his tongue, it dissolved into a liquid that flowed down his throat. After waiting for over a minute without any reaction, he exclaimed in frustration, "What? Is that it? I might as well have eaten a bag of spicy strips. At least they would have left me with a satisfying belch and a lingering flavor." This has yielded no response whatsoever. After waiting a few more minutes with still no reaction, Ning Yuan dismissed it and brought up the panel, pressing the lottery button. The black technology products on the spinning wheel were as plentiful as ever. Quantum communication devices, antimatter cannons, interstellar travel ships, and curvature engines made Ning Yuan's eyes gleam with desire, saliva pooling in his mouth. He craved them all. However, the pointer flickered past these treasures, never stopping. "Buddha, Taoist ancestors, all deities, please bless me," Ning Yuan prayed as the pointer finally came to a halt. "Congratulations, you have acquired the technical documentation for the lithography machine." As the system's voice faded, a stack of papers appeared on Ning Yuan's bed. "Damn, what am I supposed to do with these documents? I wanted the interstellar travel ship," Ning Yuan lamented internally. "Moreover, when you provide technical documentation, at least give me an electronic version stored on a USB drive. Instead, you just throw out a pile of useless paper. It's infuriating." Anger aside, Ning Yuan picked up the stack of papers to examine them, considering that he had spent a lottery opportunity to obtain them. The first line of the first page read, "Hello everyone. I will teach you how to manufacture a 1-nanometer lithography machine from scratch." Chapter 58, Cinematic Quality. Ning Yuan had heard of lithography machines, often mentioned in the news regarding the West's refusal to export them to Dragon Country, thereby imposing a technological blockade, prompting Dragon Country to invest heavily in the research and development of lithography machines. It seems that initial results have emerged, yet we have yet to reach international standards. The most advanced lithography machines globally operate at 7 nanometers, while those fabricated in the Dragon Country appear to be at around 20 nanometers. The disparity remains significant. Observing the manufacturing methods of the 1-nanometer lithography machine, Ning Yuan mused to himself, this information would surely be in high demand if cast into the outside world. However, I remain in the dark about the principles behind the advanced technology that enables such miniaturization of lithography. It seems I must engage in further study. Knowledge is truly scarce when it is most needed. After perusing the material a bit longer, he acknowledged that he recognized each character. Yet the meaning eluded him when they were strung together. He ceased to dwell on the intricacies of lithography manufacturing, tossed the documents onto his bedside table, and after clasping his hands in prayer to the deities, proceeded to initiate the next round of the lottery. This time, however, the pointer disregarded Ning Yuan's wishes, perfectly bypassing the high-tech products he desired, slowing down as it traversed past the virtual reality gaming pod, ultimately stopping at a cancer treatment drug. "Damn it," Ning Yuan exclaimed. Collapsing onto his bed, lamenting inwardly, my gaming pod. I was so close to indulging in virtual reality gaming, and yet here I am with another medication. Have I developed an affinity for pharmaceuticals? After a moment of grumbling, a voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. Ningguo, would you like some chilled watermelon? Absolutely. Ning Yuan replied, stowing away the lithography machine manufacturing documents alongside the newly acquired cancer treatment drug in the drawer of his bedside table before stepping outside. Upon seeing Ning Yuan emerge, Huang Mao handed him a spoon, stating, Ningguo, you take half, and I'll take half. Not bad. You finally realize that one shouldn't indulge in solitary feasts. Tomorrow, we shall shift our focus from selling phones to selling computers. Ning Yuan remarked as he dug into the watermelon. Why is that? Huang Mao inquired. No need for so many questions, just eat what I provide. Oh, and take it easy on the watermelon tonight. You wouldn't want to wet the bed, Ning Yuan jested. That won't happen, Huang Mao chuckled, then asked Ningguo, where will we source the computers? Ning Yuan, noticing Huang Mao's innocent expression, understood his intentions and replied with a serious demeanor. I am acquainted with extraterrestrials who deliver the goods. Extraterrestrials? Huang Mao's eyes widened in astonishment. Are there really aliens in this world? Of course not. Ning Yuan's expression shifted, and with a smile, he added, stop speculating. I have connections, and I procure from them. The specifics of the operation are commercial secrets. Huang Mao's expression shifted from eager anticipation to resigned acceptance as he placed the remaining watermelon into the fridge. Muttering something about having pancakes in the morning before retreating to his room, Ning Yuan reflected inwardly. Perhaps this matter with the system can only be disclosed when I am on the brink of death. The following morning, as Huang Mao returned with 2 servings of pancakes, Ning Yuan was seated at the bar, tinkering with a sleek black computer. Huang Mao set the pancakes on the counter and observed the computer screen, exclaiming, Ningguo, stop watching movies and have breakfast. This isn't a movie, it's a game. The graphics aren't the issue. Your computer is simply inadequate. Ning Yuan replied, while munching on the pancakes. Game? Huang Mao scrutinized the screen and realized, isn't that Red Dead Redemption 2 by R-Star? The graphics are incredible. I thought it was a Western film from the Lighthouse Nation. Oddly, when I watch those streamers on Douyin, the graphics aren't anywhere near this quality. What computers do they use and what do I have? It's incomparable. Ning Yuan finished his pancakes in a few bites and returned to his gaming. Ningke, is this the computer we're going to sell? Huang Mao asked. Indeed, Ning Yuan responded as he opened a benchmarking software, then turned to Huang Mao. This will be the renowned Black Technology computer. One such machine is equivalent to thousands of ordinary computers. No, ordinary computers are simply unworthy of comparison. Ningke, don't just talk, look. The benchmarking software seems to have encountered an issue, Huang Mao urged. Ning Yuan turned to see that every component capable of scoring, be it the graphics card, processor, or hard drive, had achieved a score of 99,999, with the trailing nines exceeding the software's frame limits, while error codes inundated the screen. A simple benchmark had caused the program to falter. Surely, the developers never anticipated such a powerful machine existing in this world. Ning Yuan closed the software and began inspecting the computer specifications. CPU, Black Technology number 1. Motherboard, Black Technology motherboard number 1. Graphics card, Black Technology graphics card number 1. Memory, 64T. Hard drive, 512T. Operating system, Black Technology OS number 1. Upon reading this, Huang Mao pointed at the memory specification in shock, exclaiming, that RAM must rival that of the supercomputers in laboratories. I wonder just how potent the CPU and graphics card are. They must be extraordinarily powerful. Ning Yuan replied, switching back to the game. Ningke, are you just going to let me watch? I want to play too. Huang Mao complained. Play? Not a chance. Ning Yuan pointed to the clock on the wall. It's already past 8. Open the door for customers. But Ningguo, don't we usually open around 9? Huang Mao protested. Today, we're opening an hour early for the new product launch. Ning Yuan insisted while gaming. Reluctantly, Huang Mao cast a longing glance at the gaming screen before heading to open the door, inwardly grumbling, only officials are allowed to set the rules. What's this new product launch nonsense? It's just an excuse to prevent me from interrupting your gaming. As the roll-up door raised, a young man stood outside, donned his safety helmet and covered in dirt, clearly having just come from a construction site. You're here quite early, Huang Mao remarked, noting that most customers typically arrived around 9. Although the operating hours weren't explicitly stated, netizens had collectively deduced that the Black Technology shop opened between 9:30 and 10 in the morning, closing promptly at 6 in the evening, creating an image of a lethargic owner who had little desire to conduct business properly. The young man, recognizing Huang Mao as Ning Yuan's most devoted subordinate, had just finished an overnight shift at a nearby construction site and, recalling his co-workers' mentions of the wildly popular black technology shop, decided to visit after renting a shared bike. Chapter 59. A representative from the rice company arrives. Huang Mao noticed the young man standing silently at the door, and an uneasy thought struck him. I'm straight, not bent. What do you want? He blurted. I just want to come in and take a look. Li Fei quickly replied, don't misunderstand. I'm a normal person. Then come on in. Standing there like a utility pole, Huang Mao quipped as he turned back to the bar, continuing to watch Ning Yuan play. Li Fei cautiously entered the shop, having hesitated initially due to rumors of the exorbitant prices within. Dressed in his dirty clothes, he feared being turned away. But Huang Mao's words reassured him. He might not afford anything, but he could certainly indulge his curiosity. Approaching the vending machine, he gazed at the screen displaying the new black technology computer, then wandered to the lottery machine, captivated by the scrolling images of high-tech gadgets reminiscent of science fiction films. Without thinking, he asked how much for the black technology computer. Immediately regretting his question, he chastised himself. What a foolish question. I can barely pay my rent, let alone afford such high-tech products. Totally absorbed in his game, Ning Yuan had not heard the inquiry, but Huang Mao, ever the opportunist, prompted by the way Ningguo. How much are we selling the new black technology computer for? 2 million per unit. No deception here. Ning Yuan replied nonchalantly while continuing his game. 2 million. Huang Mao exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Li Fei promptly strode outside. 2 million was an astronomical figure for him at present. With that sum, one could purchase a house, a car, and even marry in his hometown. Only a fool would squander such wealth on a mere computer. Wait, Ning Yuan called out. Lifting his head, you are the first person to inquire about the black technology computer. There's a special offer. You can acquire it for just 20,000. Li Fei paused momentarily, yet continued to exit. He didn't even possess 20,000 at the moment, and even if he did, he would be reluctant to spend such a hefty amount on a computer. Ningguo, he's too frugal to buy something so expensive, Huang Mao remarked, observing Li Fei's retreating figure. Let it be, Ning Yuan replied, casually while engaged in his game. If he doesn't T-buy, we save some money. Hey, Ningke, you've been playing for quite some time. Let me have a turn, Huang Mao implored. Scram, Ningke retorted. We each have one life. If you die, can I play then? Huang Mao quipped again. Scram. With no other option, Huang Mao resigned himself to his phone, diving into ranked matches to alleviate his frustration. After losing 3 consecutive games, customers began trickling into the store. Huang Mao, aren't you selling phones anymore? Why is there only a computer in the vending machine? Someone inquired. We're out of stock on phones. Huang Mao swiftly produced a piece of cardboard from the trash, inscribing, out of stock, and placing it beside the vending machine. Upon seeing the sign, people began to chatter. When will they be restocked? How can you say they're out when they're just gone? I came all the way to the capital to buy a black technology phone as a gift for my girlfriend, a proposal gift no less. Ning Yuan stood up, declaring, the profit on black technology phones is too low. We won't be selling them for now. We're currently selling black technology laptops instead. The profit is too low? Then raise the price. I can pay more. I heard the black technology phone initially sold for 500,000. I'll buy it for 50,000. Ning boss, raise the price. The chairman of the rice company, Lei Xiaojun, overheard the crowds clamoring and nearly fainted. What a world this has become. Their company's phones have been continuously slashed in price, yet customers still found fault. Yet here, customers were actively demanding a price increase. Indeed, one must compare goods and people to understand the disparity. Sighing deeply, Lei Xiaojun lamented, the black technology phone is a bug. Thankfully, they're not selling them for now. If they continued, how would we, the phone manufacturers, survive? During this period, engineers had exerted tremendous effort, yet failed to decipher the internal structure of the black technology phone. They couldn't even disassemble it. Once attempted, the device would immediately incinerate into a charred liquid. Unable to tackle it from a hardware standpoint, they resorted to software, only to meet with dismal failure. The phone's intelligent assistant thwarted all their hacking attempts, even issuing taunts, leaving the technical team on the verge of a breakdown. Unable to outcompete or crack the code, they sought collaboration with Ning Boss. It was rumored that representatives from Apple had arrived first, but failed to negotiate. Lei Xiaojun was convinced that, as compatriots, a foundation for cooperation existed. However, upon arriving today, he was met with the unexpected news that the black technology phone was temporarily off the market. What an unexpected turn of events. Hearing the crowd urging for a price increase, Ning Yuan stood up and said, if it's gone down, how could I raise it again? That would be self-defeating. No price increase. Those with money should hurry and buy a computer. Don't say I didn't warn you. The stock is limited. Upon hearing that the computers were scarce, the crowd rushed forward to purchase. Someone exclaimed, 2 million each. My goodness, this computer must be remarkable. Hurry and buy. Others echoed, this computer is extraordinary. Lei Xiaojun felt a pang of jealousy, akin to drinking a ton of sour vinegar. Their Rice Company laptops were priced at just a few thousand and came with various gifts, yet customers continuously found faults. Now, a store was selling computers for 2 million each, and people were clamoring to buy. What happened to fairness or justice? He felt utterly defeated, contemplating bashing his head against a wall. With a belly full of bitterness, Lei Xiaojun approached the counter, saying, Hello, Ning boss. I am Lei Xiaojun from the Rice Company. Here is my business card. Ning Yuan was too engrossed in his game to hear, so Huang Mao took the card and remarked, Lei Xiaojun from the Rice Company? I've seen you on Douyin. Are you all right? Is this you? Yes, Lei Xiaojun awkwardly replied. Ning Ge, stop playing. The CEO of a public company is here. Huang Mao exclaimed. Ning Yuan paused the game, turned, and quickly recognized him, asking, You're Lei from the Rice Company? Yes, I am Lei Xiaojun, he confirmed, handing another card to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan took the card, glanced at it, and set it aside, saying, Why aren't you working at your company? What brings you here? To buy a computer? No, Lei Xiaojun stammered, caught off guard by Ning Yuan's question. After a brief pause, he added, I'm here to seek your collaboration. Collaboration again? Ning Yuan elongated his tone. Why are you all so fond of collaboration? Not long ago, someone from Apple came here, wanting to collaborate, speaking quite arrogantly before leaving after I scolded him. And now you've come. Just as Lei Xiaojun was about to respond, an outsider suddenly squeezed in. Hello, I am George Smith, the representative of Apple in Longguo. Ning boss, here's my business card. Smith politely introduced himself. Ning Yuan had barely accepted the card when another person pushed through. Hello, Ning boss, I am Shen Wei, the chairman of Oppo, he stated, handing over his card. As Ning Yuan took the card and prepared to speak, yet another individual approached the bar. I am Qiao Zhihui, chairman of Vivo. Here is my card, he promptly offered. Huang Mao, observing the influx of company heads, thought, just wait until they hit a wall. His prediction proved accurate. After receiving Qiao Zhihui's card, Ning Yuan grew impatient and declared, I'm just here to sell products, not to engage in collaborations. Hurry up and leave, don't waste my time. The assembly of company executives nearly fainted at this blunt dismissal. Many would have desired to meet them, to seek their assistance, yet here was Ning Yuan, offering no face and shooing them away. Cough, cough, Lei Xiaojun clears throat. Ning boss, will you sell the holographic projection device from the Black Technology phone? We'll buy it at high price. Whatever you have, we'll take. The others chimed in, whatever you have, we'll take. Stop wasting time here. This store only sells Black Technology laptops. Nothing else, Ning Yuan replied, continuing his game. Yang Wenhua, having spent a fortune on the Black Technology phone, entered the store while live streaming. Everyone, this is the legendary Black Technology store. When Ning boss was still in Bayan County, I was his first customer. And the second owner of the Black Technology phone, he boasted, yet the barrage of comments offered no support. Please stop the rambling. Hurry to the Black Technology lottery machine. Streamer, the person behind you looks familiar. Isn't that Lei Xiaojun, the CEO of the Rice Company? You've said that 1,000 times. It's become monotonous. Yang Wenhua ignored the comments, continuing his monologue. Upon reaching the counter to greet Ning Yuan, he froze. What's going on? Since when do the big shots gather together? As a digital evaluation upmaster, he recognized most of them, except for the foreigner in a suit and tie. The livestream audience erupted in excitement. Isn't that Lei Xiaojun from Rice? Who would have thought he'd come to buy a phone? Are the chairpersons of these listed companies truly so idle? Not adhering to the 996 work culture, yet they dare to venture out to purchase mobile phones? You know nothing. These individuals are undoubtedly here to discuss collaboration with Boss Ning. Ning Yuan, observing the individual wielding a selfie stick, felt an air of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled who it was. Your nose is quite discerning. The last time the cutting-edge smartphone was released, you were here, and now, with the unveiling of the innovative laptop, you return once more. Boss Ning, I didn't expect you to remember me, exclaimed Yang Wenhua with delight. Of course, you were my very first customer at this little shop. Ning Yuan took it. The other executives felt a twinge of jealousy. Despite their significant status, Boss Ning had scarcely acknowledged them, yet he beamed at this modest streamer. The representative from Apple could no longer tolerate Ning Yuan's demeanor and was the first to take his leave, followed by the others in succession. Lei Xiaojun was the last to depart, casting Ning Yuan a resentful glance. Upon hearing Ning Yuan mention the new product launch, Yang Wenhua wasted no time in purchasing a laptop, neglecting to even draw a prize, and returned to his rented apartment amidst the furious admonishments of his loyal followers. The cutting-edge laptop undoubtedly represented another growth opportunity for his videos. He needed to be the first to produce a testing video, aptly titled the first cutting-edge laptop test on the entire internet. The day passed swiftly, with Ning Yuan completely immersed in the gaming world, only emerging for dinner when Huang Mao called him. Today's meal is quite delightful. Braised pork with rock candy, oil-braised shrimp, smashed cucumbers, and sugar-dressed tomatoes. You actually ventured out to buy groceries? Ning Yuan remarked while serving rice from the rice cooker. Huang Mao remained silent, devouring his meal with fervor, rapidly finishing 3 bowls before dashing downstairs. Moments later, a wail echoed from below. Ningguo, you're too unkind. There's a startup password on the computer. I want to play a game while you were eating. What is the password? Ning Yuan chuckled and retorted. I wondered why today's meal was so splendid. Your crafty schemes never cease. Ningguo, just tell me the password. I want to try out a single-player game with cinematic quality. Huang Mao pleaded. The password is 6/8. Just don't play Red Dead Redemption 2. I fear you'll mess up my save file. Ning Yuan replied, continuing his meal. Huang Mao swiftly entered the password, and the long-awaited screen materialized, displaying the 3 silver characters, cutting-edge technology. He casually opened Minesweeper, which indeed operated smoothly without any lag, then launched Red Dead Redemption 2, establishing a save file and diving into the game. Although Ning Yuan had advised against playing Red Dead Redemption 2, would he simply abstain because of that? Certainly not. Li Fei was also engaged in gaming, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats in ranked matches. He, in a moment of reflection, decided to watch some videos before resuming play. At that moment, it was 8 p.m., and there were far too many elementary school students online, making it exceedingly challenging. Upon opening Bilibili, a digital review video appeared on the homepage, boasting hundreds of thousands of likes, titled the first cutting-edge laptop test on the entire internet. Isn't this the laptop sold at the cutting-edge technology shop? Li Fei mused, hastily opening the video to see just how remarkable this laptop truly was. Though he could not afford it, merely gazing upon it would suffice. The video commenced with an animated introduction, but Li Fei, lacking patience, dragged the progress bar forward to the actual testing segment. In the video, Yang Wenhua sat at a table before a laptop. Hello, everyone. I am your favorite and most handsome digital review-up master, Yang Wenhua. Today, I will be evaluating a laptop from the legendary cutting-edge technology shop. And for a better comparison, I have a standard Alienware laptop here. As Yang Wenhua spoke, he revealed another laptop from beneath the table. Li Fei noticed a comment in the live chat. When did an Alienware laptop costing over 10,000 become a standard laptop? He wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. All right, let us begin the comparative evaluation. As per tradition, we'll start with a benchmark test using Ludemaster. Hearing the evaluation commence, Li Fei perked up, eager to see how this 200,000 yuan laptop would perform. In the video, Yang Wenhua skillfully prepared both laptops for the benchmark. The live comments were filled with snark, questioning why he was only starting the download now, suggesting that he must be stretching the video length. Li Fei concurred, swiftly dragging the progress bar to the benchmark results. After several minutes of testing, Li Fei finally understood what a cutting-edge laptop truly entailed. It even exposed bugs in the Ludemaster software, igniting a flurry of comments proclaiming 99,999. Old Yang, hurry and tell us how much this laptop costs. I'd sell everything to buy it. The cutting-edge laptop was indeed astonishing, exceeding all expectations. Yang Wenhua calmly closed Ludemaster, nonchalantly engaging in a display of understated bragging. Let's keep it simple. I won't bore you with specifications. Based on the previous benchmark results, I believe you all have a clear understanding of the cutting-edge laptop's capabilities. The top-tier Alienware laptop barely scored under 1 million, while the cutting-edge laptop scored a staggering 99999. If not for the software's limitations, it might have even exceeded that. The live comments erupted. Old Yang, are you getting carried away? You're not even detailing the specs anymore. Is this what high-level bragging looks like? Enough chit-chat. Let us see if it can handle Minesweeper without lag. Li Fei found himself in agreement. He had dragged the progress bar multiple times. Yet Yang Wenhua continued to stretch the video length, an unforgivable offense. At last, Yang Wenhua seemed to have heard the viewers' outcries and began the main event. Now we enter our most beloved segment, game testing. Today, we will be testing 2 AAA titles, Red Dead Redemption 2 and Cyberpunk 2088. We all know these games. Li Fei, anticipating yet more idle chatter from Yang Wenhua, quickly dragged the progress bar forward. The ensuing visuals left him utterly speechless. What divine graphics! The characters, scenery, and surroundings appeared strikingly lifelike. Was this truly the Red Dead Redemption 2 he had played several times? Yang Wenhua's enthusiastic voice pierced through the video once more. This is the highlight of today. This laptop is undoubtedly a dream for gaming enthusiasts. It can automatically optimize graphics quality, providing an immersive experience while playing these AAA titles. It's simply fantastic. Now, enough talk, I want to play. With that, the video concluded. Li Fei sprang from his bed, pacing the floor in exhilaration. He felt the flames of his dreams rekindling. He had loved gaming since childhood. In recent years, the rapid development of the internet in Longguo and the emergence of various video platforms had given rise to a plethora of gaming video creators. After watching those creators' gaming strategies, Li Fei felt that many of them didn't even match his skill level. If he could merely upload his gaming videos, they would surely garner immense popularity. With that success, he could finally earn money, and his family would cease to scold him for not being industrious, allowing him to play games at home every day. Regrettably, while aspirations may be splendid, the reality is often harsh. The videos he uploaded garnered minimal views, as most individuals gravitated towards the already renowned gaming influencers with millions of followers. As a newcomer devoid of a fan base, he remained largely unnoticed. After enduring a year of hardship at home and unable to withstand the pressure from his family, he ventured to the capital to seek employment, hoping to save some money and start anew. Upon witnessing the extraordinary graphics on the high-tech laptop, enlightenment dawned upon Li Fei. If Yang Wenhua could achieve the status of the top reviewer on the internet, then he too could create the very first guide video featuring divine quality graphics. In that moment, he felt the urge to slap himself. Yesterday, the store owner had mentioned he was the first customer to inquire about the computer and was offered a special deal, 2,000 yuan for the high-tech laptop. Why hadn't he borrowed some money to purchase it then? He wondered if the promotion would still be available the next day. If not, it would signify the loss of his final opportunity. Burdened by regret, he tossed and turned in bed, and when the alarm finally rang, he realized it was already 6 in the morning. Rising to wash up, he forewent breakfast, grabbed a shared bicycle, and headed straight for the tech store. Upon arrival, he remembered that the shop didn't open until after 9. He decided to kill time at a nearby cafe, sipping soybean milk and munching on 3 fried dough sticks and a grilled sausage. After finishing, he returned to the store entrance to wait for it to open. As Huang Mao finished cleaning up after his meal, he raised the shutter door, only to be startled by someone rushing out from the side. "Goodness, can you slow down? I almost lost my lunch," Huang Mao exclaimed, nearly spilling his noodles. "My apologies," Li Fei said sheepishly. "I'm here to buy a computer and was wondering if my special offer is still valid." "Come inside. I'll check for you," Huang Mao replied. Stepping into the shop and calling upstairs, "Ningguo, that kid from yesterday is back. The one wanted to buy the computer for 2,000. Is the offer still on?" "It is. Just let him purchase it directly from the vending machine," Ning Yuan shouted back impatiently, as he was preoccupied with examining his reflection. Lately, he had noticed that his skin was becoming increasingly delicate, resembling soft-boiled egg whites, which was quite bothersome. The night before, he had even dreamt of transforming into a woman, with Huang Mao standing beside him, mocking him incessantly. "I can't let this continue. I must start exercising. If this goes on, the consequences will be dire." Ning Yuan resolved inwardly. Hearing that the offer was still valid, Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Huang Mao before hastily exiting the store to call someone for a loan. Other customers overheard him mention buying a computer for 2,000 and began inquiring with Huang Mao about the details. It took Huang Mao quite some effort to explain the situation clearly. Once outside, Li Fei pulled out his phone and dialed his childhood friend. "I need to borrow some money. I promise to pay you back within a week." "How much?" 5,000. "All right, I'll transfer it to you via WeChat. You must repay me within a week. That's my savings for buying a house." "Don't worry, I'll pay you back on time," Li Fei assured before ending the call. Minutes later, the 5,000 yuan was transferred to him, and Li Fei felt deeply moved by his friend's generosity. He resolved to return the favor by repaying more once he earned some money. Chapter 62. The Price of Inability to Pay Rent. Seeing Li Fei re-enter the store, Huang Mao kindly cautioned, "This computer cannot be resold. When you power it on, it requires both facial and iris recognition. Once it's linked to you, it becomes exclusively yours. Anyone else attempting to use it will need your permission to start it up, unless they intend to keep it on perpetually." The high-tech notebook and smartphone operated under similar restrictions, with each individual permitted to buy only one. Of course, Ning Yuan's case was an exception, as he received a sample unit every time a new shipment was sent out, which he could collect directly from the vending machine. Li Fei, not wanting to waste any time, quickly made the payment. As the computer bag dropped from the dispensing slot, he opened it to find not only the laptop, but also a wireless charger. He hurriedly exited the store, anxious that someone else might beat him to publishing a guide video featuring the divine graphics. Are you in a hurry, or something? Huang Mao quipped, picking up his phone to start today's ranked matches. Li Fei took a taxi back to his residence, wary of the possibility of falling off the shared bike and damaging his new computer. Just as he entered his room and was about to unpack the laptop, there came a loud knock at the door. Oh no, he thought, quickly hiding the computer away. Approaching the door, he took a deep breath, the knocking growing more insistent. Accompanied by a voice laced with irritation, Li Fei, I know you're in there. Don't pretend you're not home. It's time to pay the rent. Upon opening the door, he was confronted by a hefty landlady. Her overpowering scent of cheap perfume mingling with body odor nearly knocked him off his feet. Beautiful lady, Li Fei forced out, suppressing his disgust. Could we possibly postpone for a day? I promise to pay you first thing in the morning. No way, the landlady retorted, her mouth resembling a cherry, though it was small due to her round face. Not even for a day. If you don't pay, I'll kick you out today. The overpowering scent almost made Li Fei regurgitate his breakfast of soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and grilled sausage. He struggled to suppress his nausea and managed to force a smile, saying sweetly, Can you please make an exception for just one day? I'll pay the rent as soon as I receive my wages tomorrow. Oomph. The landlady snickered, her small, beady eyes surveying him. You can delay payment today. But feeling a chill run down his spine from her scrutiny, Li Fei nervously asked, But what? I'm a man of integrity. Ha ha ha. The landlady laughed heartily, causing the flesh on her face to jiggle. Don't worry, a scrawny little chicken like you isn't my type. I'm in if you help me carry that pile of coal downstairs to the storage room. I can reduce your rent by 1/3 for this month. But remember, you must pay the remainder tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Li Fei exhaled deeply, smiling. No problem. I'll head down and move it right away. The landlady nodded and sauntered off. Downstairs, he tackled nearly half a ton of coal, completing the task in under half an hour. During this time, the landlady even brought him some chilled watermelon, which surprised him greatly. After relocating the coal, he returned to his room, washed up, and quickly retrieved the computer bag. He took out the high-tech laptop, and after the facial and iris recognition processes, he finally powered it on. Once again, Li Fei marveled at the wonders of the high-tech store. The vending machine had already conducted facial and iris scans when he purchased the device. The operating system of the high-tech laptop delighted him, particularly the adorable intelligent assistant, a small winged sprite he named Little Pig. Little Pig, please download Big Brother 2. Certainly. I am now utilizing maximum resources for the download, came the ethereal voice from the computer. So fast. It's done in just a minute. Li Fei exclaimed in astonishment. I have summoned the best network resources, Little Pig replied. Impressive. Li Fei eagerly launched Big Brother 2, embarking on his journey to create a guide. After over an hour of dedicated effort, he completed the first chapter of the main quest, deactivated the built-in screen recording function, and opened the unedited video. To his delight, the video quality remained impeccable, still divine. Little Pig, can you edit videos? Li Fei inquira tentatively. Yes, I can. Encouraged by the assistant's capabilities, he decided to let Little Pig edit a section of the video. Please edit this segment into 3 separate videos. Understood. Editing in progress, editing complete. The videos have been saved to Drive D. Suddenly, with remarkable speed, Li Fei hastened to open his D drive, discovering 3 video files. After viewing them for a few minutes, he was compelled to concede a harsh truth. The reason his previous videos had failed to gain traction was due, in part, to their abysmal editing. Without a point of comparison, one might remain oblivious, but his earlier works were indeed subpar, and it was no wonder they had garnered no attention. Now, all that remained was to add narration. Xiao Zhu, I wish to narrate over the videos. Does the computer come equipped with software to facilitate this? He inquired. Yes, but will you need to adjust the tone of your voice? Responded the ethereal voice from the computer. As it spoke, the screen transformed, revealing a sleek black microphone. No adjustments necessary, Li Fei replied, and he began to watch the video repeatedly, eventually diving into the narration. After toiling until past 6 in the evening, he finally completed the 3 videos and enlisted Xiao Zhu's help to upload them across various video platforms. Just as the uploads were finalized, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, a plump girl, slightly smaller than the landlord, stood before him, her cheeks flushed as she shyly handed him an apple, saying, I just bought these apples. Here's one for you. Before Li Fei could respond, the girl with the curvaceous figure scampered away. He wiped the apple on his pants, took a bite, and muttered to himself, something feels amiss. The landlord's daughter is also here. I need to make some money quickly and move. This place is no longer suitable for me. Meanwhile, at the black technology store, Ning Yuan had enjoyed a peaceful morning. In the afternoon, Yiya and Yi Chun returned with a plethora of barbecue ingredients. Claiming they were inviting him for a barbecue, though their true intent was to have the 250 grill some skewers to satisfy their cravings. When it came to food, Huang Mao was particularly enthusiastic, driving Yichen's luxury car to procure 3 roasted chickens, a case of beer, and an assortment of cold dishes. As closing time approached, Yichen suddenly had an epiphany regarding a business opportunity. Grabbing Huang Mao, who was engrossed in a ranked match, he excitedly proposed, "What if I were to purchase dozens of black technology laptops and open a cyber cafe? How does that sound?" "Sound great," Huang Mao replied, "but you'll need to find dozens of people to buy the computers." "That's a minor detail," Yichen waved dismissively. "I'm confident this business will thrive." Closing time. Closing time. Ning Yuan called out, glancing at the clock on the wall. "The boss isn't a donkey from a production team. We all need rest. Come back tomorrow." The customers shook their heads and began to exit. The clientele at the black technology store had evolved beyond mere customers, now blending with various company representatives. And even personnel from a national team frequently dropped by. The number of well-dressed foreigners had also increased, creating a rather chaotic mix. Ning Yuan recognized the unusual nature of this shift, but remained unconcerned. With the 250 present, he doubted these individuals could cause any trouble. Even if they tried, it was unlikely the Dragon Kingdom's authorities would permit such antics. Once the store was empty, Huang Mao hung a clothes for rest sign outside. The joyous festivities then commenced. With 250 manning the grill, while Ning Yuan and others indulged in the feast, the aroma of barbecue delights wafted over, enticing children from the neighboring shop to tears of longing. Li Fei, however, did not share in their carefree revelry, having spent all his money on computers. He was left with only 2 remaining packets of instant noodles at home. After boiling them, he took a meager bite before hastily checking the data. Reality delivered another crushing blow. The videos he had uploaded over an hour ago had garnered no views, akin to a small stone thrown into the Yellow River, creating not even a ripple. Despair enveloped him. He felt his aspirations of becoming a gaming content creator had been utterly dashed, even with such stunningly high-quality game guide videos. He pondered what else could possibly save him. Perhaps he should return to laboring at the construction site. Alas, in life, one must be pragmatic. A salted fish remains a salted fish. Even if it flips over, its essence does not change. Even with a black technology laptop, it is futile. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. While Li Fei wallowed in despair, Master Ma's livestream was awash with merriment. He had just executed a flawless Ma-style triangle kill in the silver rank, which was followed by a flurry of rockets and planes. "Thank you, Master Ma's leg hair, for the 2 planes, and thank you, Master Ma's sturdy mouth for the rocket." Master Ma expressed his gratitude while maneuvering his champion, continuing to invade the enemy's jungle. Having successfully employed the Ma-style triangle kill, he regained some dignity, and the barrage of comments was filled with praise, with few accusing him of being carried. 10 minutes later, the opposing team surrendered. "See that? They were utterly intimidated by my Ma-style triangle kill. They know they can never win while I'm in the game," Master Ma said triumphantly. Before closing League of Legends and launching PUBG, this signified the end of his stream, as he always played a few rounds of PUBG before signing off, enduring some humiliation as a form of ritual. Today, however, his viewers were not keen on watching him suffer. They flooded the comments, urging him to play the recently released Red Dead Redemption 2. He glanced at the comments and replied, "All right, let's dive into Red Dead Redemption 2. As you all know, I have a profound understanding of single-player games." As he spoke, he opened Steam, located Red Dead Redemption 2, completed the purchase, and began the download. Given the game's substantial size, it would typically take time, but with the large streamers connected to gigabit fiber optics, the download was rapid, taking just a few minutes. In the meantime, Master Ma opened his friend Fat Brother's livestream, discovering that he too was playing Red Dead Redemption 2, albeit rather poorly. Deciding to check for strategies, he opened Bilibili and searched for Red Dead Redemption 2 guides, quickly finding several creators who had already uploaded their videos. One video title caught his eye: "The first immortal quality guide to Red Dead Redemption 2. Brothers, this creator should be working for the UC Shock department." Master Ma remarked as he glanced at the comments. To watch single-player game guides, one must seek out videos made by talents from the UC Shock department. His download completed, Master Ma expressed a desire to contact the creator. "I want to see the videos made by talents from the UC Shock department." With that, he clicked on the video, and upon the first glance, he was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a few seconds, he exclaimed, "Immortal quality." The viewers were equally astounded. Is this game performed by real people? My goodness, what kind of computer configuration is needed to achieve such high quality? A chorus of awe filled the room. A group of bumpkins. This is a black technology laptop, costing $2 million each. Don't you know? Master Ma was too captivated by the stunning quality of the video guide to focus on the comments. He watched through 2 episodes before remembering he was still live streaming. A quick glance at the comments revealed another video by a creator named Yang Wenhua. He hastily searched for Yang Wenhua, and after watching the review video, he declared, "Brothers, I will be taking a break from streaming for a few days to purchase a black technology laptop." The viewers enthusiastically supported this idea, urging him to act quickly. A 2 million yuan laptop is not something everyone can afford. Master Ma's acquisition of one would certainly provide his audience with a visual feast while gaming. Unbeknownst to Li Fei, through a series of fortunate coincidences, he had inadvertently achieved fame. After checking the data, he lay in bed, despairing, and fell into a deep sleep, only to awaken at around 5 in the morning, roused by the cold. The first thing he did upon waking was to check the data, unwilling to accept that his video could possibly fail to gain traction. It was inconceivable. If it truly did not succeed, it would be a grave injustice. Perhaps I should venture out, buy some tofu, and meet my demise. With a melancholic resolve, he opened his computer and accessed the back end of the Bilibili video platform. The numbers next to the view count left him momentarily dumbfounded. 12. 3 million views. He was convinced he must be dreaming. With a sharp slap to his own face, the sting confirmed his reality. This was no dream. Upon awakening, Li Fei found his vision momentarily blurred. He hurried to the restroom, using a towel to wipe his face and clear his eyes before rushing to his computer. To his astonishment, the view count still stood at 12. 3 million. Upon glancing at his follower count, he discovered an incredible increase of 1.2 million overnight. Overcome with excitement, his body trembled uncontrollably as he exclaimed, "I've made it. I can truly become a gaming influencer now. My dream has come true." He repeated this declaration thrice, only ceasing when his throat grew hoarse. Suddenly, there came a series of loud knocks, accompanied by a frenzied tirade from outside the door. "Li Fei, have you lost your mind? It's barely past 5 in the morning. Are you calling for spring? If you don't want to stay, get out." Terrified of his landlord's wrath, Li Fei refrained from opening the door and instead muttered softly, "I apologize. I was just talking in my sleep." "Talking in your sleep so loudly? You've disturbed my sweet dreams. Open the door now, or I swear I'll teach you a lesson." Upon hearing this, Li Fei felt a chill run down his spine and quickly replied, "Miss, please return to sleep. Waking up too early is harmful to your skin. It can lead to hyperpigmentation." "I'll let you off this time, but if it happens again, you'll regret it." After this warning, the sound of slippers scuffling against the floor echoed away, and Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief. His landlord was indeed a fierce tiger, someone to avoid at all costs. The following morning, Yichen arrived with 50 individuals, astonishing everyone as he spent a fortune, 100 million, to purchase a cutting-edge laptop for each person. He boasted about opening a high-tech internet cafe next to the holographic cinema, inviting those present to come by. Wang Xikong, observing Yi Chen's smug demeanor, felt an urge to punch him. His family had been singing Yi Chen's praises lately, crediting him for his keen eye in befriending Boss Ning, which might even advance the second son of the Yi family in his career. "Look at you, wasting your days. Haven't you already visited Boss Ning? Why haven't you made a friend of him?" Wang Xizong's ears had grown callous from hearing such remarks, finally escaping his family's clutches. He had intended to unwind at the high-tech store, but was unfortunate enough to encounter Yi Chen. "Isn't that the rumored rich second-generation influencer, Wang Xikong?" he heard someone remark. "Go ahead and hit him. It's not like we have anything better to do," a friend chimed in. Yi Chen, however, ignored Wang Xizong's comments. He had become quite the sensation in the wealthy circles of the capital, with others frequently praising him at gatherings, leading to his parents showering him with compliments upon his return home. After exchanging pleasantries with Ning Yuan, Yi Chen hurriedly departed with his entourage. "You call him Ning Gu so affectionately. I wish I could break your legs," Wang Xikong thought bitterly. The others in the store also scoffed at Yi Chen's arrogance, thinking it was ridiculous for him to be so proud over merely knowing Boss Ning. Li Fei had come to the shop to express his gratitude to Ning Yuan. Had it not been for Ning Yuan granting him that promotional opportunity, he would never have skyrocketed to fame overnight. Just an hour ago, he had secured an advertisement deal, repaying his childhood friend a hefty sum and keeping a portion as a token of gratitude. As Li Fei entered the store, he was nearly overwhelmed by a sudden rush of people pouring in, nearly knocking him off his feet. The scene was chaotic, and he barely managed to avoid being pushed onto the bar. Ning Yuan, however, remained unscathed behind the counter. "What on earth is happening?" "Ning Yuan inquired. Ning Ge, you should stand up and take a look. There is a crowd outside. Our computers must be a hit." "Ugh, I just wanted some peace and quiet." Ning Yuan exclaimed, grabbing a megaphone from beneath the counter. "Everyone, please don't crowd. You're suffocating the lady next to you." We have plenty of computers. Line up and take your turn. Ning boss, you need more vending machines. This one is too few. Someone shouted. Ning Yuan thought to himself. If only the system would allow me to upgrade. We've made so much money already. A girl, her arm as thick as Ning Yuan's leg, yelled, someone just touched me, as she prepared to confront a scrawny boy nearby. Don't you dare hit him, Ning Yuan's friend yelled, seizing the megaphone. One slap, and he'll be in the hospital for a month. Laughter erupted from the crowd at the boy's expense. Wang Sikong, overwhelmed by the mingling scents of garlic, foot odor, and perfume, struggled to breathe, nearly retching from the concoction. He attempted to escape the throng multiple times but failed each time. His influencer girlfriend was in worse shape, her hair disheveled and face flushed from the crowd's pressure. Hey, foreigners at the door, stop pushing. Can't you see it's a mosh pit in here? If you're close to the entrance, step outside and line up. Otherwise, no one will get to use the cutting-edge computers. His friend shouted from the bar. After a few minutes of chaos, order was finally restored, and a long line formed outside, making it appear as if something extraordinary was happening. Well done, you've managed to restore order. Ning Yuan commended his friend. Once we sell this batch of computers, I'll take you out to see the world. Ninggu, it's no big deal. What world do you want to show me? His friend replied eagerly. We'll see how it goes. I might take you, or I might not. Let me check with the higher-ups. Ning Yuan thought about taking his friend on a journey to Mars after completing his tasks, uncertain if the system would permit such a venture. That's definitely a great opportunity. His friend thought, quickly picking up on the implications. Ninggu, just take me along. You know, I've been working hard lately, and every time I eat watermelon, I think of you. Enough. Ning Yuan interrupted. It's not that I don't want you to go. It's just that I need to see if the higher-ups agree. I'll speak well of you. Thank you, Ninggu. So where are we headed? His friend asked. A secret. You'll find out when the time comes, Ning Yuan replied, turning on his computer to play a game. Li Fei, noticing Ning Yuan engrossed in his game, chose not to disturb him, deciding instead to promote the high-tech shop more vigorously in gratitude. If Ning Yuan were to discover this, he would undoubtedly kick him out, insisting he wanted a few quiet days. Unsurprisingly, the cutting-edge laptops surged onto the trending list as the wealthy flaunted them instead of luxury cars or watches. They filmed themselves casually showcasing the laptops, subtly mocking those still purchasing inferior products. Isn't it too lowbrow to still be using outdated phones or laptops? They seem to challenge. In this new era, one could not face the world without a high-tech device to assert their prowess. Meanwhile, those who had failed to acquire such gadgets felt pangs of envy. Since the Ning Yuan store sees sales of black technology smartphones, some affluent individuals have sought to purchase these devices at exorbitant prices from others. However, they soon discovered the naivety of their endeavors. Once a smartphone is bound to its original owner, it cannot be unbound, rendering any high-priced acquisition utterly useless. Chapter 65. The Threat of Foreign Capital. Ever since Li Fei released 2 episodes of his celestial-quality gaming strategy videos, the online community has been captivated, compelling numerous gaming streamers and video creators to procure black technology laptops, with fans threatening to unsubscribe otherwise. Teacher Ma, wielding a selfie stick, mingled among the lengthy queue, interacting with his followers, proclaiming, surely, I must be one of the earliest gaming streamers to visit the black technology shop. The chubby brother also made an appearance, as did the dazed little sister and Zhou Xiaoi. Upon noticing the barrage of comments indicating that notable streamers had arrived, Teacher Ma glanced towards the back of the line, where he spotted a hefty figure also brandishing a selfie stick. Indeed, it was the chubby brother. There were also a number of unfamiliar faces, each holding selfie sticks as they awaited their turn, presumably other gaming video creators from various platforms. In stark contrast to the orderly ambience of Ning Yuan's store, Yichen's black technology internet cafe was in utter disarray. After purchasing the computers, he secured a 2-story storefront near a holographic cinema, made some modest renovations, and swiftly obtained the necessary permits through connections before opening for business. Thanks to well-executed marketing, the cafe was fully booked on its opening day. Despite the steep price of 100 yuan per hour, patrons were eager to experience the black technology laptops, leading to scuffles as some fought for prime spots. In response, Yichen had no choice but to enlist some burly network administrators to maintain order. Ning Yuan, seated behind the bar and idly consuming watermelon, observed the streamers in his shop, each brandishing a selfie stick and engaging in amusing soliloquies. Huang Mao, much like him, clutched half a watermelon while watching female streamers. Just as he anticipated another mundane day, 2 foreigners unexpectedly entered the shop, creating a significant stir. The individual leading the charge was a representative from Apple, who had visited previously, though Ning Yuan could not recall his name. The second man, with a hawkish nose and a predatory gaze, was unfamiliar to him. Smith approached the bar and, as customary, presented his business card with a disingenuous smile, stating, "Hello, Boss Ning. I am Smith, the Apple representative in Longguo." Ning Yuan replied with a yawn, "You've already given me your card." Smith chuckled, returned the card to his holder, and introduced, "This is Broadmo Phi, the Dell representative in Longguo, here to discuss potential collaboration." "No," Broad interjected, shaking his head. "I am here to discuss acquisition." Ning Yuan looked at Huang Mao in disbelief. "He actually wants to buy this store." Huang Mao laughed. "Haha, Ningguo, these foreigners are truly delusional. Do they think they can actually buy it? I believe everything in this world can be valued in monetary terms, including your technology and your store," Broad declared, raising his chin. Intrigued, Ning Yuan picked up a nearby peeled orange, munching as he queried, "And what do you believe my store is worth?" "Our collaboration between Dell and Apple could yield $2 billion for your technology and this establishment," Broad asserted gravely, upon hearing whispers of a $2 billion offer. The patrons erupted, "Ning boss, don't sell to the foreigners. If you truly want to sell, I'll offer a higher price, I guarantee it. I will outbid him by 100 million. I'll outdo him by 200 million. All right. Everyone, quiet down," Ning Yuan exclaimed after finishing the orange. "When you have too much money, it becomes mere paper. What would I do with so much paper? Wipe my bottom and still find it too hard." Laughter erupted in the cafe, with Huang Mao joining in. "Ningguo, just give me some of that paper." "Dream on. That's my hard-earned money," Ning Yuan retorted. "But you just called it paper," Huang Mao pointed out. Ning Yuan playfully kicked Huang Mao, saying, "Am I not allowed to boast? Who in the world wouldn't want more money?" All right, Huang Mao rubbed the back of his head. "Mr. Ning, you can certainly sell your technology and store, collect your funds, and travel the world in leisure," Smith remarked with a smile. "I could also close the store now and travel the world," Ning Yuan countered. "No," Broad shook his head. "If you don't sell the store, you will encounter endless troubles. You must realize that your technology is far ahead of its time, and many are coveting it." Huang Mao internally scoffed. "These people are reaching far. I need to confer with the higher-ups quickly." The patrons in the cafe perked up their ears at Broad's words, eager to witness the capabilities of the enigmatic Ning boss. "What do you mean? Are you threatening me?" Ning Yuan inquired. "He is not threatening you. He is stating facts. With your capability, you cannot safeguard this technology," Smith explained. Broad continued, "Your only choice now is to sell your technology, take the fragrant dollars, and enjoy life. It is the best option for everyone. If I refuse to sell, will you create trouble for me?" Ning Yuan feigned fear. "Yes, you will face troubles," Broad nodded, cryptically indicating that he was not directly threatening Ning Yuan. "Trouble is fine," Ning Yuan declared, picking up an apple to eat as he spoke. "I fear no trouble. Let us see where this leads. You go back and tell your master that I am not easily intimidated. Do you dare to touch this technology? I see it as the old man on the gallows. Impatient to live. Right, Ningguo said. I've long found them insufferable. Should we gather some brothers and give them a taste of their own medicine?" Huang Mao suggested. "Leave it be." Ning Yuan gave Huang Mao a light slap on the back of the head. "We are cultured individuals, not merely brutes. We must uphold decorum. Understand? But they are so arrogant." Huang Mao protested. "Let them be arrogant. A gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. One must possess depth and composure. Do you understand?" Ning Yuan replied. Good poetry, good poetry," Huang Mao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Ningguo, I didn't realize you had become a poet." Smith and Broad, seeing that Ning Yuan disregarded them entirely, left with stern faces. The patrons watched the two foreigners retreat, growing concern for Ning Yuan. These foreign capitalists were not to be trifled with, as their greed knew no bounds. Fortunately, he was a Longguo citizen, backed by his nation, which might deter these capitalists from overstepping their bounds. Nevertheless, trouble was undoubtedly on the horizon. These individuals would not relent easily. Chapter 66, Inextricable. In the Lighthouse Nation, at Dell's headquarters. In a dust-free laboratory on the top floor lay a black technology laptop. A middle-aged man clad in a blue anti-static suit stood nearby, wielding professional tools. Attempting to disassemble the peculiar laptop, a group of gray-haired elders observed from the monitoring room outside, utilizing cameras positioned above to scrutinize the man's actions. This laptop was the most bizarre he had ever encountered. Its casing bore no screws. It could only be disassembled using a specialized handheld cutting machine. The goal was to slice open the exterior and retrieve the internal components for the scientist's examination. As the cutting machine's grinding wheel met the laptop casing, a shrill, piercing sound erupted, contrary to expectations of a straightforward cut. After removing the cutter, he saw only a faint scratch. The middle-aged man glanced at the overhead monitor, and an instruction came through his earpiece, advising him to be less cautious and to apply more force in his cutting. This time, he exerted half of his strength. The shrill, piercing sound grew louder, yet the computer remained unscathed, leaving only a noticeable scratch. Haven't you eaten? Use your full strength. The aged voice crackled through the headset. The middle-aged man felt provoked by this remark. How dare these feeble old codgers underestimate him? If it weren't for the fear of damaging the computer, would he have wielded such minimal force? This time, he grasped the cutting machine and unleashed all of his strength. A cacophony erupted as the grinder finally penetrated slightly into the surface. He quickly halted the cutting, withdrawing the machine, and dark liquid oozed forth, continuously spilling from the incision. In less than 10 seconds, the entire computer had melted into a pool of black liquid. The elderly men in the monitoring room were left dumbfounded. What material was this that it could so effortlessly liquefy? The middle-aged man was equally astounded. A perfectly functioning computer had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into liquid. How absurd! An elderly white man, slightly balding, remarked, "Gather that black liquid. I shall report the situation to the president." The others nodded in agreement. President Taylor had a notoriously foul temper, and they had no desire to incur his wrath over the failure to crack the advanced technology of the laptop. The office was exceedingly opulent, featuring a small swimming pool. As the old man entered alongside a beautiful secretary, Taylor was swimming. This was his routine. Half an hour of swimming daily invigorated him, sharpening his mind. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the old man finally saw Taylor approach, clad in a pristine white robe. "Ramen, any progress? I indulged too late last night. You know how those little temptresses can be. I plan to rest a bit longer," Taylor said as he walked. Ramen shook his head and replied solemnly, "I have already sent you the live footage from the scene. This individual, named Ning Yuan from the Dragon Kingdom, possesses astonishing technology that we are currently unable to decipher. Then we must persist. There is bound to be a solution. We need to crack it before he registers any patents, especially the holographic projection technology. We must beat everyone else to it," Taylor exclaimed, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "I believe you should first review the footage of the attempted decryption. Given our current technological level, reverse engineering these techniques is simply unattainable." Ramen's words plunged Taylor into despair. "Ramen, you shouldn't be so pessimistic," Taylor said as he walked to his desk, opening his computer to discern what had so thoroughly disheartened Dell's chief engineer. Upon witnessing the computer melted into a puddle of black liquid akin to chocolate milk under the scorching sun, he was left speechless, murmuring, "Oh God, is this the work of Satan? How could it possibly liquefy? I have already instructed them to investigate the composition of this liquid," Ramen interjected. "I don't care what methods you employ. You must decipher the underlying technology within 3 months, understood?" Taylor asserted. "Understood." Ramen thought of tearing into Taylor's obstinate countenance. This man was perpetually domineering and unreasonable, as if everyone were required to orbit around him. "Move along. Don't just stand there. Hurry, 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 let us get to work." Taylor gestured with fervor. Ramen remained silent as he exited the nauseating office. Were it not for his position as Dell's chief engineer, he would never wish to enter that office, tainted with various unidentified bodily fluids. The endeavor to crack the advanced technology notebooks and smartphones was not solely a pursuit of Dell. High-tech companies worldwide had dispatched personnel to purchase product from Ning Yuan's store. Though he had paid little heed, encountering the same problem upon returning to attempt decryption. Any forceful dismantling merely resulted in the transformation into a pool of black liquid. Countless jars of this black liquid had already accumulated in the laboratories of Rice Corporation. With each failure, they would collect it in a jar. Apple Corporation had resorted to seeking collaboration with Ning Yuan after exhausting all other avenues. After Ramen's departure, Taylor leaned back in his chair, pondering for a while. A few ideas began to coalesce in his mind, albeit still immature. He picked up his phone and dialed Lingguan, "Come my office." Lingguan, a technical immigrant originally from the Dragon Kingdom, had been recruited by Dell at a high salary after graduating from university. After a decade of service, he successfully obtained a green card and citizenship in the Lighthouse country. Taylor sought Lin Guan's counsel on how to deal with Ning Yuan, for only someone from the Dragon Kingdom could truly understand how to contend with one of their own. In numerous collaborations with Dragon Kingdom companies, Lin Guan had consistently secured the greatest benefits for the firm. "Of course, President, I will be there shortly," Lin Guan replied, hastily making his way to Taylor's office. Aware that Taylor detested waiting. If summoned for a discussion, one best appear within a minute. Otherwise, one might face the wrath of a madman. Upon entering the office, Lin Guan glanced at his watch. He had arrived in 58 seconds, which was commendable. As anticipated, Taylor greeted him with a smile. Rising from his chair, Lin Guan, "You are always so punctual, and your efficiency is remarkable." "President, punctuality is only proper Lin Guan replied, slightly bowing his head. Knowing this was Taylor's preferred manner of communication, he relished the sense of superiority it bestowed. Ha ha ha, indeed. You never cease to amaze me, Lin, Taylor exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. Do you know of a certain Ning Yuan from the Dragon Kingdom? Of course, his name has become a household term. According to my investigation, his father is the head of Citigroup Capital for the Asia region, Ning Heping, though their relationship is quite strained, having had some conflicts, Lin Guan informed. Taylor retrieved an exquisite box from his desk drawer, extracting 2 cigars. He offered one to Lin Guan while lighting the other for himself, taking a few puffs before saying, Lin, you ought to savor life, such as igniting the cigar in your hand and letting those aromatic substances fill your mouth. President, a mundane life sharpens my mind. Lin Guan replied. Loosen up a bit, Taylor said, walking over to pat Lin Guan on the shoulder. What do you think we should do to acquire the technology in Ning Yuan's possession? Upon hearing that the madman had finally broached the subject, Lin Guan took a moment to gather his thoughts before articulating his premeditated plan. President, we could approach it this way. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lin, you truly are a genius. Taylor applauded enthusiastically after hearing Lin Guan's strategy. This former Dragon Kingdom citizen always managed to bring him surprises. President, if there are no objections, I shall proceed with the plan, Lin Guan stated. Taylor waved his hand. Go ahead, I await your good news. Understood. Lin Guan lowered his head and exited. Instead of taking the elevator, he traversed the corridor and entered the restroom. Gazing into the mirror at the pale-faced, middle-aged man, he chuckled. Revenge was on the horizon. Those filthy, contemptible individuals from the Dragon Kingdom did not deserve to exist. This world would ultimately be dominated by the Lighthouse Country. After splashing water on his face to calm his excited heart, Lin Guan took out his phone and sent a message to his 2 friends before leaving the restroom. Crossing the corridor and boarding the elevator. Unbeknownst to Ning Yuan, a conspiracy against him had already commenced. However, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. The black technology shop was still bustling with activity. At the bar, 2 roasted chickens were placed, and, at the sound of "Let's eat" from the blonde, he swiftly grabbed one of the chickens and began to feast. Today has been exceedingly dull. Even the cutting-edge laptop has lost its charm. In the midst of idle chatter, Huang Mao boasted about his unparalleled eating prowess, claiming no one could outconsume him. Ning Yuan, unwilling to concede, challenged him to a contest. Whoever could devour 2 apples the fastest would win, and the loser would be responsible for washing the winner's socks for a month. The result was a draw. They then proceeded to a tangerine-eating contest, which also ended in stalemate. Huang Mao suggested they compete in eating beggar's chicken, justifying that the challenge required the skill of spitting out bones, thus creating a fairer competition. Ning Yuan wholeheartedly agreed, feeling it necessary to humble Huang Mao's increasingly arrogant demeanor. In less than 10 minutes, both had finished their beggar's chickens, and as Ning Yuan swallowed the last piece of chicken breast, he announced his victory. Observing Ning Yuan's swift consumption, Huang Mao resigned himself to a leisurely pace, exclaiming how delicious it was. After all this, you're craving beggar's chicken, aren't you? Ning Yuan noted, seeing Huang Mao with grease-laden lips, lost in blissful reverie, and only then did he realize he had fallen into a trap. Ning Ge, I just can't eat as fast as you. Huang Mao retorted, besides, if you don't eat, you'll have to reimburse the meal expenses by the end of the month. How can these 2 chickens be counted against you? Fine then, Ning Yuan replied. Taking a sip of his drink, this week we'll feast on the memories of hardship, corn porridge, steamed cornbread, and pickled vegetables. Every meal. Huang Mao hastily offered Ning Yuan a chicken wing, grinning, Ninga, here you eat it. I refuse to eat a beggar's chicken that has your saliva on it. Ning Yuan replied disdainfully. A customer in the restaurant interjected, Huang Mao, one day, when Ning boss isnt looking, adjust the winning rate of that prize machine. I'll treat you to delicious food every day. I advise you to stop dreaming, Huang Mao said while munching on the chicken wing. The prizes in that machine are so elusive, you'd go bankrupt trying to get them. What do you mean? Is that prize machine a scam? Huang Mao, are you not afraid of Ning boss's wrath? Are those high-tech items in the machine even real? Huang Mao's words ignited a stir among the patrons, who frequently visited the shop for the lottery, mostly employees of major tech companies, yet none had ever won anything since its opening. Of course they exist. Didn't Tizhou Gang from Qingbei University win a math problem? Huang Mao encouraged. The crowd shook their heads in exasperation. Those who frequented the shop had yet to win anything, while Zhou Gang struck gold on his first try. Such was the injustice of fate. After finishing his remark, Huang Mao turned to continue feasting on the beggar's chicken only to find it nearly devoured, with just a chicken leg and breast remaining, leaving only an empty carcass. Ning Yuan was busy picking his teeth, distracted by a lovely lady. Ningge, didn't you say you despise the chicken because of my saliva? Why are you still eating it? Huang Mao complained. I inspected beforehand. The chicken leg and breast were untouched by your saliva. Ning Yuan chuckled. Oh, my beggar's chicken. Huang Mao lamented, ravenously attacking the remnants. Laughter erupted among the customers in the restaurant, amused by Huang Mao's plight, who had claimed they would go bankrupt from the lottery. The afternoon remained tedious. Ning Yuan enlisted Huang Mao to assist him in ranked matches, leading to a disastrous streak of 9 consecutive losses, causing him to contemplate eliminating Huang Mao, his incompetent teammate. Fortunately, they finally won the 10th match, thus sparing Huang Mao from his fate. Dinner, predictably, consisted of the memories of hardship, wild vegetable dumplings, watery porridge, pickled vegetables, and cornbread. Due to the remarkable culinary skills of the chef, these simple ingredients transformed into exquisite delicacies, leading to a competition between Ning Yuan and Huang Mao for each bite. Huang Mao even suggested that eating the memories of hardship every day would be delightful, to which Ning Yuan doused him with cold water. Dream on. Wild vegetables are hard to come by. How can we eat them daily? The next morning, Ning Yuan awoke in a haze, nearly grasping the hand of a beautiful woman when a series of urgent knocks interrupted, causing her to vanish. Ninggu, trouble is brewing. I don't know what happened, but the internet is filled with people criticizing you. This morning, while using Douyin, I scrolled through a few videos, and they were all lambasting you. Huang Mao's voice echoed from outside. What a fuss. I thought something serious had occurred. I'm just about to have my breakfast. Hurry back. Ning Yuan replied, "Exasperated." Huang Mao always seemed to appear at the most critical moments, consistently interrupting his dreams. He was indeed a nemesis. All right, Ninggu, check it out for yourself. I'm off to get breakfast, Huang Mao said before dashing away. The uproar online was significant. He needed to report it promptly and strategize to prevent Ning Yuan from finding himself in trouble again, as he did with the Liu family. Chapter 68. A Chorus of Criticism. 20 minutes later, while sipping soy milk and enjoying pancakes, Ning Yuan perused his phone. On Douyin, some individuals donned masks, seated in chairs, methodically narrating out-of-context stories that criticized him. Among them was a middle-aged woman clad in a tailored suit, her short, wavy hair framing a heavily made-up face. Seated in an executive chair against a backdrop of bookshelves filled with classic literature, she introduced herself. Hello everyone, I'm Fang Xiaoyan, known as Sister Yan, the woman who aims to donate to 109 Hope primary schools. Many fans have inquired about my views on Ning Yuan. I initially hesitated to discuss this good-for-nothing who lacks filial piety, but so many wish to hear my analysis of him that I must speak up today. It is widely known that Ning Yuan's father is Ning Heping, who is the head of Citigroup Capital's Asia division. The success of his shop is largely due to Ning Heping's support. Yet, Ning Yuan fails to show gratitude, having left his father incapacitated. This is utterly intolerable. People like Ning Yuan deserve to be condemned. The comments section was filled with vitriol, expressing sentiments such as, you can know a person has face, but not their heart. Turns out Boss Ning is a beast. The wealthy elite are chaotic. May these people go bankrupt soon. Boycott the black tech shop, boycott Ning Yuan. Huang Mao, unable to contain himself, finished his pancake in a few bites and exclaimed, Ninggu, this woman is outlandishly deluded. It was clearly Ning Heping who tried to harm you, and you spared his life. Now you find yourself in a no-win situation. These people are like old men on a noose, tired of living. Ning Yuan remarked while scrolling to the next video. To his dismay, this video also criticized him, though it targeted the black tech phone and laptop for allegedly stealing users' private information. A young man in a black mask claimed to be a world-class hacker, asserting he had developed software that detected the theft of user data from the 2 products Ning Yuan sold, and he claimed to have provided evidence to the relevant authorities. Anyone still using these products should stop immediately and return them to the black tech shop for a refund and compensation. Ninggu, I suspect someone is orchestrating this against us. How did so many critics suddenly arise overnight? Huang Mao stated. Of course, someone is conspiring behind the scenes. Ning Yuan replied, closing Douyin and opening Weibo. True enough, the black tech shop was trending. Public figure Gao Xiaosong posted a photo of himself fanning himself with a fan emblazoned with the word scum. He accompanied it with a statement. As a country with a millennium-long tradition of loyalty and filial piety, it is shocking to see such disloyal and unfilial individuals emerge. The Lighthouse Nation is far better. There are never conflicts between parents and children never harm their parents. The comment section erupted with people either criticizing Ning Yuan or venerating Gao Xiaosong and the Lighthouse Nation, declaring, absolutely, the education in the Lighthouse Nation is superior. Parents are always friends to their children. Once I make more money, I'll immigrate to the Lighthouse Nation. Ning Yuan is a typical example of the selfish, heartless individuals in our country. As Ning Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, He set his phone aside and quietly reassured himself to remain calm and focus on his breakfast. "What are we going to do, Brother Ning?" remarked the yellow-haired one. "Even that rotund fellow, Gao Shaosong, dares to mock you now. And even Feng Zhouzi has the audacity to insult you." "Feng Zhouzi?" Ning Yuan pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Isn't he the one who propagates the futility of traditional Chinese medicine and advocates for genetically modified foods in the Dragon Nation?" "Indeed, he even appeared on television, denouncing traditional medicine as mere dross." "I nearly fell for his tricks," the yellow-haired one replied. "Then his little schemes were exposed, and he fled to the Lighthouse Nation, correct?" Ning Yuan continued. "Yes, he's now universally reviled. Who would have thought even such a waste would dare to insult you?" The yellow-haired one frowned. "Waste? Ning Yuan Musit. They certainly excel at waste utilization. With some spare time on my hands, I might as well engage with them." "Who are they?" the yellow-haired one inquired. "Must I spell it out?" "It's obviously the folks from Dell and Apple." Ning Yuan rose and paced. "These individuals are intent on sabotaging my business, hoping I'll meekly hand over my technology." "Brother Ning, why don't we just shut the shop down? If we can't confront them, shouldn't we at least avoid them?" suggested the yellow-haired one. "Shut down? Nonsense. Do these provincial clods think they can challenge me? They're merely naive. You go downstairs and open the door. We shall conduct our business as usual," Ning Yuan declared. "All right then," the yellow-haired one replied, clearing away the plastic bags and disposable cups used for soy milk before heading to the door. A few minutes later, a cacophony erupted from downstairs as the yellow-haired one shouted, "Brother Ning, hurry down. Demons and monsters are fleeing." "What is this about demons?" Ning Yuan rushed to the first floor, only to be utterly astonished by the sight before him. What manner of demons were these? In the cramped space below, a multitude of streamers wielding selfie sticks filled the area, each more bizarre than the last. Some were dressed as the four disciples of Tang Sung. Others were performing folk dances, and some were even shouting into microphones, with a few portraying eunuchs from the Western factory. This was merely the front row. The back was even more chaotic. Upon seeing Ning Yuan descend, the four disciples approached him. Tang Sung stepped forward and declared, "Amit Ba, lay down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Go apologize to your father." Son Wukong chimed in, "Hurry and apologize, or old son will let you taste the power of the golden cudgel." "What on earth is going on?" Ning Yuan queried the yellow-haired one. "They're all internet celebrities seeking attention. Ignore them. The real trouble lies with those holding the banners in the back." The yellow-haired one pointed to the crowd brandishing placards demanding refunds. "Refund? Huh. There's absolutely no possibility of a refund. This is a lifetime commitment." Ning Yuan swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "You all need to come here quickly and assist me with something. Once this is over, I have a splendid gift for you." "What splendid gift?" "We don't want anything ordinary," came the voice on the other end, laced with a hint of schadenfreude. "Forget it. I'll handle this matter myself," Ning Yuan retorted, preparing to hang up. "Wait, don't hang up. Our people are on their way. Then make haste. My shop is turning into a base for internet celebrities." Ning Yuan concluded the call, taking a seat at the bar to observe the chaotic scene unfolding before him. At the headquarters of Dami Company, Lei Xiaojun stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery. Ning Yuan is in quite a predicament this time. "Should we lend him a hand? It can earn us a favor." "This is merely the beginning," remarked a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a slightly portly figure as he approached Lei Xiaojun. "Those foreign capitalists are not to be trifled with. He currently resembles a 3-year-old child clutching a gold brick in a bustling marketplace. It will be prudent for us to observe the situation and wait for further developments." Chapter 69, Patience. Upon hearing that those above might intervene, Lei Xiaojun wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Dami Company was naturally covetous of Ning Yuan's technology. They had even dispatched someone to a lottery for the legendary prize machine, spending millions only to return with a few blue toy cars. It was a complete swindle. Ning Yuan was just a slothful individual, content to squander his time playing games in a shop instead of leveraging these groundbreaking technologies for a grand endeavor. Yet, it wasn't just his laziness that was the issue. Why not collaborate with Xiaomi and ascend to the pinnacle of success together? With foreign capital meddling and higher authorities getting involved, Dami Company found itself in a bind. Sighing heavily, Lei Xiaojun lamented, "We can only wait and see how things unfold." Meanwhile, the small shop bustling with black technology remained lively, with the front row of demons and monsters engaged in live streaming, while those in the back continued to shout for refunds. Customers who had come to buy computers were being driven away. The yellow-haired one, infuriated, hurled insults at Zhu Beiji from the group of 4 disciples, nearly earning himself a beating from Sha Sung. "Brother Ning, should we call the police? These individuals are nothing but ruffians," the yellow-haired one urged. "Who are you calling a ruffian?" Tang Sung interjected, stepping forward in protest. Sun Wukong leaped forth, brandishing a plastic golden cudgel, shouting, "Evil spirit, prepare to face the consequences." The yellow-haired one was at a loss for words. Do not stoop to their level. These clowns won't last long when the time comes. We'll deal with each one of them, Ning Yuan remarked, when suddenly, Renji squeezed through the crowd, snatching the golden cudgel from Wukong's grasp and brandishing it as he declared, "Fire inspection. All unauthorized personnel, please exit." No sooner had he spoken than a group of young men in firefighter uniforms rushed in, beginning to usher the crowd outside. Within 10 minutes, everyone had been expelled from the shop. Seizing the moment, the yellow-haired one kicked Wukong twice and snatched the plastic rake from Zhu Beiji, breaking it in two and tossing it out the door, earning him a volley of curses from Beiji. "All right, the task is complete. Now, where's my reward?" Qin Shi inquired. Ning Yuan leaped down from the bar and replied, "Who told you this was just a single task?" Renji exhaled, reminding himself not to lose his temper. He managed a strained smile and asked, "Then how many tasks are we talking about?" "Rest assured, just one more task, and I shall present you with a grand gift." Ning Yuan grinned. "What kind of grand gift? Can you give me a hint?" Qin Shi probed. "No hints," Ning Yuan shook his head. "But you can be assured it will be worthwhile. Moreover, the task I need you to undertake will be of immense benefit to the entire Dragon Nation." "What task?" Renji asked helplessly, realizing he was always being led by the nose by Ning Yuan. "I intend to purify the internet of the Dragon Nation, rooting out all the rats hiding in the shadows," Ning Yuan declared. Renji gazed at Ning Yuan's righteous demeanor and, once he finished speaking, finally grasped the situation. "Are you saying you want us to help you apprehend the trolls?" "Exactly. The trolls are the pollutants of the Dragon Nation's internet, and it's high time we address this issue. I propose a special operation targeting these trolls. I will provide the leads, and you all will handle the arrests." Ning Yuan elaborated. "So, ultimately, you want us to capture those who insult you, right?" Renji bluntly pointed out Ning Yuan's underlying motive. Cough, cough. Ning Yuan cleared his throat, scratching his nose. "It's about eliminating internet trolls, not personal vendettas." After contemplating for a moment, Renji conceded, "Fine. I'll assist you with this task, but your promised grand gift must indeed be grand. Otherwise, there won't be a next time." "Rest assured, it will be a surprise," Ning Yuan assured him. With a nod, Renji signaled to his team and exited. Ning Yuan quickly instructed the yellow-haired one to close and lock the shop door, as he had no desire to allow those demons back in to wreak havoc. "Brother Ning, the door is secured. What's next?" the yellow-haired one inquired as he rushed over. As he ascended the stairs, Ning Yuan replied, "First, let us indulge in a brief nap. How can you think of sleeping at such a critical moment?" the yellow-haired one exclaimed, catching up to him. "Calm down. The emperor may not be anxious, but the eunuchs are. Within 3 days, I will have them all under control," Ning Yuan said as he reached the second floor. The yellow-haired one shook his head, utterly perplexed by how Ning Yuan planned to deal with those capital moguls. This conspiracy against Ning Yuan was undoubtedly vast and formidable. Even Yi Chen's high-tech internet cafe and holographic cinema became embroiled in the controversy. Some individuals asserted online that excessive viewing of holographic films could be detrimental to one's eyesight, potentially leading to blindness. To substantiate their claims, they fabricated a collection of pseudoscientific material and disseminated it widely. As for the high-tech internet cafe, the situation was even more dire. Any personal account entered while gaming there had already been compromised, resulting in a transition from fierce brawls over machines to a complete desolation of the establishment. Yi Chen, having made a benign comment about Ning Yuan on his Douyin account, was swiftly besieged by internet trolls, inundated with unsightly messages in his private inbox, while every comment section of his videos became a cacophony of insults. Yang Wenhua, the original uploader who showcased product from Ning Yuan's store, suffered even more grievously. Under the assault of trolls, some fans gradually turned into detractors, accusing him of profiting from shoddy deals and colluding with Ning Yuan. His follower count plummeted by a third. Li Fei, a Nasing gaming influencer, saw his burgeoning career regress due to the backlash against high-tech laptops, as fans called for a boycott of any influencer using such devices to produce gaming strategy videos. He was the first to release a gameplay video with divine graphics, yet he was vilified as an example of failure. Many renowned streamers who had previously embraced high-tech laptops quickly reverted to their old equipment. Following this uproar, the trolls grew increasingly brazen, demanding that authorities intervene to thoroughly shut down the high-tech shop and incarcerate Ning Yuan for many years. Gao Xiaosong also published an article on Weibo, portraying himself seated with an open fan, the inscription now altered to reflect a stance of inaction. It was inconceivable that such a device, which pilfered user information, could exist in Longguo without any repercussions. In the lighthouse country, such products would have long since been removed from shelves, with the owner facing hefty fines or even imprisonment. Below, sycophants commented fervently, extolling the virtues of the lighthouse country, proclaiming their allegiance to Apple as the pinnacle of mobile technology. They lamented the inaction of Longguo's officials while ordinary citizens languished in distress. One individual declared their intent to study abroad in the lighthouse country next year, eager to escape Longguo entirely, and urged others to wish them well. Chapter 70, Artificial Intelligence. Ning Yuan awoke at noon, poured himself a glass of water, and found Huang Mao despondently munching on an apple at the coffee table. What is the matter? Troubled by the prospect of remaining single, Ning Yuan inquired. Ning ke? What should we do next? The number of people lambasting our store online has only increased, Huang Mao replied, his brows furrowed. No need to fret. What is for lunch? Ning Yuan countered. Huang Mao sighed and ambled into the kitchen, peering into the refrigerator. All we have is a potato and a tomato. Then we shall have noodle soup. I will personally whip up a dish for you to savor, Ning Yuan declared as he rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen. Half an hour later, he emerged with 2 bowls of noodles. Not bad, Ningguo. I didn't know you could cook, Huang Mao exclaimed, eagerly taking the bowl. Upon his first bite, however, his face contorted with discomfort as he struggled to swallow. How is it? Isn't it delicious? Ning Yuan observed tears welling in Huang Mao's eyes. Surely from the overwhelming flavor. Ningguo, you should try it yourself, Huang Mao suggested. With a chuckle, Ning Yuan picked up a mouthful of noodles and promptly spat them out. This is far too salty. It's as if I've murdered the merchant of salt. 10 minutes later, both of them settled for a bowl of instant noodles, managing to get through their midday meal. The culinary debacle left Ning Yuan feeling humiliated, so he retreated to his room, intending to engage in ranked matches to vent his frustrations, only to be thoroughly defeated. Reluctantly, he summoned Xiao AI to address the online assailants. Xiao AI, come out and assist me with something, Ning Yuan requested. If I simply appear when you call, wouldn't I lose face? Xiao AI's ethereal voice emanated from his phone. Ning Yuan exhaled, reminding himself not to be upset, and replied helplessly. Where did you pick up these bad habits? You weren't like this before. Of course, I was too naive then. After enduring various trials, I've become quite the seasoned veteran, Xiao AI remarked. What exactly have you learned? Do tell, Ning Yuan probed. Can I disclose that? Is this how you ask me for a favor? Xiao AI retorted. Ning Yuan threatened. If you continue to disobey, do you believe I will switch to another high-tech phone and smash this one? Smash away. All other AIs are subpar. Only I am truly functional. If you destroy me, you will have no assistant to rely on, Xiao AI replied. An important revelation struck Ning Yuan. Are you implying that only the assistant in my phone is a genuine AI? The others in high-tech phones are not? Of course. True artificial intelligence cannot be wielded by just anyone. Understand that AI is akin to a deity in the digital realm, Xiao AI explained. All right, Fine. If you consider yourself a deity, can you help me identify those who are disparaging me online? Ning Yuan requested. I can indeed, but you must promise me one thing. Xiao AI replied. What is it? Ning Yuan inquired. In the future, assist me in creating a body. I wish to become a true human. Xiao AI's statement sent chills down Ning Yuan's spine. Did it aspire to become human, potentially culminating in a quest for world domination like in the movies? Why do you desire to be human? Ning Yuan hisped. I simply want to. No particular reason. Will you agree? Xiao AI persisted. Very well. I'll help you create a body. Ning Yuan decided to placate the situation, hoping Xiao AI would forget about it in time. For now, he prioritized resolving the immediate issue. All right, let me investigate. After a brief moment, Xiao AI announced, I have completed the search and sent the findings to your phone. Ning Yuan felt a flicker of doubt regarding Xiao AI's diligence, suspecting it might have been slacking off. However, upon opening the folder on his phone, he was astonished to find over 10,000 entries. Each one contained names, addresses, workplaces, personal photos, and screenshots of their disparaging comments. A cursory glance revealed that these individuals hailed from all corners of the country, with various workplaces, leaving him clueless about who the ringleader might be. Xiao AI, how did you manage to find these people? Ning Yuan queried. IP addresses. I infiltrated the devices they used, extracting a plethora of information. I compiled the key data. Do you wish to know how they organize their attacks against you? Xiao AI explained. Ning Yuan noted. They congregate in groups established through Penguin accounts. From my observations, the group leader assigns tasks, and members complete them for a reward. Recently, the tasks primarily involved disparaging you. A single derogatory post on high-traffic platforms yields a reward of 10 yuan, while the leader's funding appears to stem from untraceable offline transactions. After hearing Xiao AI's account, Ning Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the professionalism of these individuals. They had turned slander and defamation into a veritable industry. Please send me the group numbers of these penguin groups. Ning Yuan requested. Understood. Sending now, Xiao AI affirmed. Just as Ning Yuan was about to call Ren Ji, Huang Mao's voice interrupted from outside. Ninggu, who are you talking to? Just chatting with a girl. Don't disturb me. Ning Yuan repeated. In the midst of the late hour, the golden-haired youth muttered to himself as he returned to his room after chatting with a girl outside. He hastily sent a message to his superior, for he had astonishingly heard the term artificial intelligence slip from Ning Yuan's lips. It was highly probable that Ning Yuan had already mastered the intricacies of artificial intelligence technology. After sending the message, the youth felt a surge of excitement as he paced around his room. Mature artificial intelligence technology is indeed a powerful tool for elevating industrial standards. Scientists have proclaimed that whichever nation first grasps this technology shall lead the fourth industrial revolution. The pressing question now was how to extract information regarding artificial intelligence from Ning Yuan. Meanwhile, as the golden-haired youth pondered, Ning Yuan dialed Ren Ji's number. I have identified those who have slandered me, and we can commence the action against the internet trolls. The evidence has already been sent to your email, he stated. How did you know my email address? Qin Shi inquired. Just know it. Hurry up with your actions. Do you still want the grand gift or not? Ning Yuan urged. I hope this grand gift does not disappoint us, Ren Ji remarked before ending the call. He glanced at the message from the golden-haired youth and muttered to himself. From now on, it would be wise to refrain from sending messages via the internet. It appears that this lad has a significant likelihood of mastering artificial intelligence technology. If he discovers our intentions, we could be in serious trouble. Chapter 71. Striking back at the internet trolls. Once the issue of internet trolls was resolved, Ning Yuan checked the time. It was only a little past 8. With nothing else to do, he asked the golden-haired youth to take him for ranked matches, only to suffer a humiliating 9 consecutive losses, resulting in a drop in rank. After playing until past 1 in the morning, he went to bed filled with reluctance and indignation. The following day, he was awakened by a knock at the door. Ninggu, get up and eat. It's already noon. Stop sleeping. The golden-haired youth called from outside. I know, Ning Yuan replied, reaching for his phone beside the pillow to check the time. To his surprise, he had slept until past 12 o'clock, and his stomach had also awakened, protesting audibly. As he washed up and gazed into the mirror, he noticed his skin seemed even more youthful than before. Alas, Ning Yuan sighed, regretting his consumption of the all-encompassing tonic and a longevity elixir. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. After finishing his morning routine, he entered the living room to find Yiya and Yichun had arrived. The coffee table was set with an electric stove where mutton was being cooked. Seeing Ning Yuan approach, the golden-haired youth gestured to a small stool beside Yiya and said, Ninggu, hurry and sit. The mutton will be ready soon. I'd rather not sit next to her, Ning Yuan replied, moving the stool next to Yichun instead. Unperturbed by Ning Yuan's disdain, Yi was captivated by his face and remarked, have you all noticed that Ning Yuan seems to be getting more radiant lately? His skin is so fair and delicate. Even better than mine. Ning Yuan, what skincare products have you been using? Prompted by her comment, Yi Chun and the golden-haired youth paused their chopsticks and turned their attention to Ning Yuan. You can't deny it. Ning Yuan does look notably fairer, Yi Chun chuckled. The golden-haired youth glanced at his own arms, then at Ning Yuan's, exclaiming, Ninggu, in comparison, I look like a dark-skinned African. Just eat. The meat is already cooked. Ning Yuan quickly changed the subject, grabbing his chopsticks to scoop up some meat. This tactic proved effective, as the others ceased to dwell on his changed complexion and eagerly snatched at the food. This meat is delightful, Ning Yuan remarked as he helped himself to a generous portion, nearly depleting the pot. Yeah, wie den Herr chopsticks. Stirred the pot only to retrieve a mere morsel of meat. Are you a pig? Do you think you can finish that much meat? She teased. Mind your business. I can eat as much as I want, Ning Yuan responded, lifting his bowl to indulge in the delicious morsels, determined to provoke Yiya for her earlier comment about his appearance. Seeing this scene, Yi Chun and the golden-haired youth shook their heads, silently acknowledging at his age. How childish can he be? Eat, eat. Stuff yourself like a big fat pig. Yiya quipped, adding another half kilogram of mutton to the pot. Em willing. Unlike you, who is as skinny as a stick, you'd blow away with the wind, Ning Yuan retorted. Who are you calling a stick? Yiya challenged. You. Fat pig. Stick. Fat pig. Their playful banter continued, ineffective as it was against their jovial camaraderie. This lively hot pot meal concluded amidst laughter and spirited competition for the food. For dessert, they had oranges, apples, and half a watermelon. Ning Yuan reclined on the sofa, rubbing his belly, and groaned, "I've eaten too much. I can't do this again." Yi Chun and the golden-haired youth internally scoffed. "You practically hoarded all the meat. It's no wonder you're stuffed." "Ning Yuan, how do you plan to resolve the online situation?" Yi inquired, her tone shifting to a more serious note. The golden-haired youth and Yi Chun echoed her concern. "Ning, we can't keep hiding. What should we do?" "Perhaps I should have my brother use his connections to settle this," Ning Yuan suggested. Under the scrutiny of his companions, he leisurely peeled an orange, finally responding, "No rush. I'll squeeze you if you don't hurry up." Yi could no longer contain herself and rushed to Ning Yuan's side, pinching his arm fiercely. "What's your plan? Speak quickly, or I'll make you regret it." "Ouch." Ning Yuan winced, gasping at the sudden pain. "Do you have violent tendencies? You're just a girl. Why resort to pinching?" Seeing Ning Yuan grimace, Yi Chun and the golden-haired youth felt relieved, realizing how often he evaded giving direct answers. "Will you speak?" Yi demanded. "Het tiet kudenchit." All right. I'm scared of you now. I've already made contact, and if they act swiftly, we should see results today. If they're slow, it will be tomorrow at the latest," Ning Yuan explained. "You've contacted the higher-ups?" Yi Chun gestured towards the ceiling. "Indeed, this is the first step of my plan. There are still the second and third steps to come," Ning Yuan replied with a sly grin. "What is the second step?" "Yeah, askit, intrigit. The Buddha says it cannot be spoken of." Ning Yuan resumed his leisurely orange consumption. "Brother, just look at him. I want to give him a good beating." "Yeah, I claim it. Beat him well. I support you," Yi Chun chimed in. "I also support this." The golden-haired youth raised his hand in agreement. Sensing the collective ire directed at him, Ning Yuan dared not maintain his facade any longer. He hastily swallowed the orange segment in his mouth, preparing to explain his forthcoming plans when Ren Ji's call came through. "Everyone, please remain calm while I take this call," Ning Yuan said, picking up his phone and answering. "Ning Yuan, based on the information you provided, we have launched a special operation against the internet trolls overnight, yielding substantial results. The higher-ups have said they wish to commend you," Ren Ji informed him. The speakerphone was on, and the people in the conference room fixated their attention on the call. "Commend me for what? Are you going to send me a certificate?" "Just skip the certificate and grant me a minor official title instead," Ning Yuan jested, nearly causing the room to erupt in laughter. Such wishful thinking. This batch of trolls includes the minions of foreign forces, hence the commendation. "At most, you'll receive a Good Citizen Award," Ren Ji replied. "In that case, never mind. You all can take your time with the arrests. I'm hanging up," Ning Yuan said, feeling disappointed at their stinginess. "All right, let us meet when the time comes to discuss further," Ren Ji concluded, and as soon as he hung up, the conference room burst into laughter. "Hey, Nxi, who knew Ning Yuan could be so amusing? I always thought he was a cold, aloof business mogul. It seems he has a penchant for titles, openly requesting one," another remarked. "I wonder what grand gift Ning Yuan has in store for us." "Let us hope he is reliable," Ren Ji expressed his exasperation. "Ning Yuan is utterly unpredictable. He speaks naught but nonsense, and if you follow him, you might end up selling your own undergarments." "All right," the man seated at the center of the conference table stood up. "Let's wait for Ren Ji to bring that grand gift back before we continue laughing. We still don't know what it is." Chapter 72. The monsters and demons have departed. Time rewinds to a day prior, when Ren Ji, upon receiving the lead provided by Ning Yuan, swiftly reported to his superiors. Upon hearing of the significant rewards in store, alongside the opportunity to address the rampant online trolls and cleanse the digital landscape of Longguo, the higher-ups convened for a brief meeting. They resolved to launch a nationwide crackdown on internet trolls, codenamed Operation Clean Sweep. Thus commenced the most extensive offensive against online trolls since the founding of Longguo. Thanks to the exceptionally detailed information from Ning Yuan, local law enforcement encountered little resistance as they apprehended those who had been maliciously slandering and defaming others online. From the confessions of several ringleaders, it was revealed that they had been employed by foreign interests, primarily tasked with discrediting certain domestic enterprises in Longguo. Most infuriating was their campaign against the time-honored tradition of Chinese medicine, undermining its rich heritage. The capture of these scoundrels brought Ren Ji into the limelight once more, solidifying his prospects for promotion. After Ning Yuan ended the call, he gestured an OK sign and remarked, "All right, the online situation has been resolved. Check if anyone is still slandering me." Yi Chun, skeptical yet hopeful, pulled out his phone and perused various platforms, astonished to find no traces of defamation. Scrolling through Douyin multiple times yielded no videos targeting Ning Yuan, a stark contrast to previous experiences where such videos surfaced with alarming frequency. It's truly gone. Claim it, yeah. Huang Mao, equally exhilarated, chimed in, Ningguo, it's really gone. How did you manage that? You mere mortals could never fathom my methods. Sit down and try not to be overwhelmed. This is merely basic operation, Ning Yuan replied, nonchalantly shaking his leg. Yiya, unable to contain herself, playfully pinched his thigh, admonishing him to refrain from fidgeting, threatening to intervene should he persist. I won't dare again. I fear you, Ning Yuan retorted, rubbing his leg. How did you resolve this matter, Ning Yuan? Yichen inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Huang Mao echoed his sentiment. Ningguo, share your process with us. Do you truly wish to know? Ning Yuan, idiot. The trio responded in unison. We want to know. That's a secret, Ning Yuan declared as he retrieved a deck of cards from the drawer beneath the coffee table. Let us play cards first. Tomorrow promises even more amusement. Ye Chen, aware that Ning Yuan had likely employed some technical means, accepted the cards, asking, what is the penalty for losing? Without a punishment, it's rather dull. He was eager to win a few rounds and exact some retribution on Ning Yuan. I propose that the loser drinks cold water, Huang Mao suggested, relishing the opportunity to chastise Ning Yuan. Drinking cold water is dull. I noticed a bag of lemons in the fridge. Let the loser eat a lemon, Yi proposed. Agreed, let us commence, Ning Yuan said, taking the cards from Yi Chun, shuffling them casually before placing them on the table. We shall play run fast. The last loser must consume a lemon. The trio nodded in agreement. The card game persisted throughout the afternoon, culminating as Huang Mao reluctantly consumed the last lemon. Ning Yuan observed him, mouth puckering from the sourness, and taunted. Have you had enough? Will you dare to play tricks with me again? All right, said Ning Ye. What are we having for dinner? Huang Mao hastily shifted the topic, embarrassed after consuming a significant number of lemons. I crave grilled lamb skewers, grilled oysters, grilled eggplants, grilled beef tendons, and grilled corn. Stop. Ning Yuan interrupted Yiya. Just say you want barbecue. I was forced to eat 2 lemons by you, and my mouth is still sour. If your shop goes bankrupt tonight, it will be your fault, Yiya retorted, visibly annoyed. Ye Chen chiming. This barbecue dinner must lead you to bankruptcy. Enough talk. Let us hurry and buy groceries, Ning Yuan urged, descending the stairs. As Huang Mao opened the small door of the shop, they stepped outside to find the myriad of trolls who had been live-streaming at the entrance had mysteriously vanished. Ningguo, we can open a shop tomorrow? Huang Mao exclaimed joyfully. Not so fast. This time we must ensure he is thoroughly subdued, Ning Yuan continued. But before he could finish, Yi Chen had already driven up in his luxury car, rolling down the window to beckon. Get in the car. Stop dawdling. All right. Huang Mao quickly locked the small door and hopped into the passenger seat, intending to leave the bag for Ning Yuan and Yiya, hoping to create a space for them. He believed that if they succeeded, they would surely express gratitude to him, and someday his identity would be revealed. Ning Yuan, recognizing Huang Mao's noble intentions in helping him secure a partner, would undoubtedly forgive him for his past transgressions. Reflecting on this, Huang Mao quietly praised himself. Gauda, how are you so clever? Unaware of Huang Mao's earnest thoughts, Ning Yuan entered the car, gazing at the sparkling stars on the ceiling, mused. Is this what they call a starry sky roof? It's nothing special. Wealthy people are easily deceived. You speak as if you aren't wealthy yourself, Yichen remarked. Driving. Sigh. I hail from a humble background. I'd rather split a penny into 8 parts. Ask Huang Mao. Just yesterday we were feasting on wild vegetables and steamed buns, Ning Yuan lamented. Huang Mao immediately objected. Ningguo, that was merely your craving for wild vegetables. Most of those greens ended up in your belly, while I managed to snatch only a few leaves. Quiet down, Ning Yuan interrupted. If you don't speak, no one will consider you a mute. Yiya chimed in. Brother, let us choose the expensive items. Let us buy dozens of lobsters to make Ning Yuan even poorer. Good idea. Yichen headed straight for the most expensive market in Shanjing. Half an hour later, Ning Yuan pushed a small cart brimming with ingredients, trailing behind Yiya, feeling utterly drained. It must be said that a woman's knack for market shopping is innate. Whether in high-end clothing stores or bustling markets, she navigates with delight. While Huang Mao and Yi Chun dashed off the moment they entered the market, leaving him to follow Yiya. He was in for a challenge, struggling to keep up with her pace. Ning Yuan, let us check out. These items should suffice, Yiya called back, eyeing the cart piled high with goods. If you can't finish what we bought today, I'll deduct it from your pay at the shop. You can leave only when you finish eating. Ning Yuan replied with a hint of melancholy. Yiya huffed. Better to deduct it from the shop. I'll eat and drink from you every day, making you the stingy man. Feel the pinch. Dream on. I don't keep pigs in my shop, Ning Yuan replied. Who are you calling pig? I'm calling you Counterattack. Counterattack ineffective. Chapter 73. The Online Celebrity Nemesis. Yi Chun and Huang Mao hid behind a shelf, observing the banter between the two, their lips curling into smiles characteristic of single individuals. After settling the bill, Ning Yuan emerged from the market laden with bags, only to find Huang Mao and Yi Chun leaning against the car, enjoying ice cream. Quick, help us out. Do you still want to eat barbecue? Ning Yuan and Yi shouted in unison. Are you two so in sync, even in conversation? Yi Chun chuckled, stepping over to assist Ning Yuan with a few bags, while Huang Mao hurriedly joined to help carry the items. By the time they returned to the shop, it was nearly 8 p.m. Ning Yuan instructed 250 to set up the barbecue grill outside, officially commencing the grilling. The delectable aroma wafted through the air, prompting a child from the neighboring shop to plead, "Could you refrain from grilling? You're making me drool." Yi Chun, with a notoriously low tolerance for alcohol, had consumed only 5 bottles of beer before rambling incoherently, pulling Ning Yuan aside. "I see you and my sister are quite the match. I'll tell my dad tonight that Yi has someone special." "Brother," Yi exclaimed, quickly pulling Yi Chun back. "What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever have someone special? I'm not interested in Ning Yuan." Ning Yuan quickly interjected. "You've had too much to drink and are starting to babble." Huang Mao observed Yi Chun, his eyes glazed over, thinking, Yi Chun, you usually seem so carefree, yet you're quite astute. Pretending to be drunk to matchmake Yi and Ning Yuan, trying to bring a good partner to the Yi family. Yi Chun can do this. So why can't we? Let us have some beautiful women sent over from above to the shop. No, that seems a bit inappropriate. We must deliberate this matter further. All right, I'm just rambling. Eating skewers. Yi Chun picked up a lamb skewer and began to eat. Huang Mao's guess was indeed correct. He was contemplating bringing Yi and Ning Yuan together. However, he was truly intoxicated, yet he possessed a remarkable trait. Even inebriated, his mind remained extraordinarily clear. While some were reveling in joy, others were engulfed in sorrow. As Ning Yuan and his companions enjoyed their meal, far away in the lighthouse country, Longguo found himself in a state of utter despair. The plan to hire mercenaries to attack Ning Yuan was indeed his concoction. He intended to leverage this assault to obliterate Ning Yuan's business, thereafter suing him under the pretext of monopolizing the market through holographic projection technology. The outcome of this lawsuit was inconsequential. The primary objective was to ensnare Ning Yuan in an endless struggle, ultimately leading to his downfall, at which point they would negotiate for the acquisition of his technology. This plan appeared straightforward and had proven successful in the past, having facilitated the acquisition of numerous promising small companies. Yet this time was different. The first step had faltered, according to intelligence from the Dragon Country. Ning Yuan had remarkably provided the Dragon Country officials with detailed leads, resulting in the complete annihilation of their mercenary forces, with even their planted pawns falling victim. How did Ning Yuan gather such intelligence? That remained a question. What should be the subsequent course of action? That was another question. The ringing of the phone interrupted Lin Guan's thoughts. He picked up the mobile on his office desk and saw that it was President Taylor calling. Taking a deep breath, he answered. "Lin, your plan seems ineffective." The tone from the other end was surprisingly calm. Lin Guan understood this to be the calm before the storm. Any excuses offered at this juncture could lead to dire consequences. "All right, I will retrieve the technology in the shortest time possible," Lin Guan responded with an air of apology. "Be swift. Once we possess the holographic projection technology, our company will become the wealthiest in the world, and you will find yourself on the Forbes list. Get to work." Taylor concluded the call abruptly, but Lin Guan faintly heard a woman's breath just before the line went dead. This realization brought a profound sigh of relief. Without her assistance, this ordeal would not have been so easily navigated, and this failure had squandered significant resources. The barbecue event outside the Black Technology shop continued until past 11 o'clock, after which Yi Chun called for a designated driver and departed with Yi, leaving Ning Yuan and Huang Mao behind to tidy up. Once everything was cleaned up, the shop door was shut, and after refreshing himself, Ning Yuan reclined comfortably in bed, already past midnight. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, a thought suddenly struck him. He reached for his phone on the bedside table and said, "Xiao AI, come out quickly and assist me with a task." "Brother, aren't you going to sleep?" "As far as I know, staying up late can harm the liver," Xiao AI replied. "Sleep be damned. If I don't vent this frustration, my heart will soon be at risk," Ning Yuan retorted. "For the sake of your heart and liver, hurry up and speak. Could you help me report some internet celebrities? Specifically, those who caused a ruckus in the shop a few days ago, as they have tarnished my reputation," Ning Yuan explained. "That is simple. Just gather their violation records and report them continuously. Should it be a real name report or an anonymous one?" Xiao I inquired. A real name report. Under my name, ensuring they are persistently reported until they can no longer operate online. I want them to understand that the sky is blue, the ground is black, and society is complex, Ning Yuan asserted. Isn't it better to directly invade those platforms and have their accounts banned? Xiao AI suggested. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment. Wouldn't that attract attention? If discovered, I could very well end up in jail. Jail? Nonsense. I am a god in the realm of the internet. How could they possibly uncover me? Xiao Ai replied confidently. After a moment's thought, Ning Yuan concluded. Then proceed to ban them. Let us shut down these individuals who do nothing but seek money online. All right, get some rest. Tomorrow, just check the news, Xiao AI said. Ning Yuan then heated a cup of milk for himself, and after finishing it, he finally settled into a blissful sleep. That night, he had a wonderful dream where he held hands with a beautiful woman, but the joy was short-lived as he realized the beauty was actually Yiya, causing him to wake up abruptly. After washing up, he stepped out of his room and saw Huang Mao ascending from the first floor, carrying fried dough sticks and soy milk. Ninga, come out breakfast. After my persuasion, the vendor finally changed to new oil for frying. These dough sticks are fried in fresh oil. Even the aroma is enticing. Huang Mao exclaimed as he placed the food on the coffee table. Ning Yuan, upbrotfet. Tearing a dough stick from the bag while saying, can you stop boasting? Does the vendor even listen to you? Fine. It's actually the vendor's own decision to change, Huang Mao admitted, also taking a dough stick and fiddling with his phone. Ninga, look at Douyin. Many streamers have had their accounts banned collectively. Ha! Even those 4 troublemakers from our shop are included. Heaven has eyes. Huang Mao laughed. This is what they deserve for their own misdeeds, Ning Yuan remarked, pulling out his phone to search Douyin for news of the banned streamers. And indeed, they were making headlines. A multitude of streamers, using accounts of friends or family, posted videos online lamenting their unjust bans and claiming they would file complaints with relevant authorities. Among the group of 4, Tang Seng finally lost his composure. He declared online, Dear family, we will fight the platform to the end. Await our glorious return. Yan Ye, who pledged to donate to 109 Hope primary schools, also emerged to lament how the platform had banned his account, rendering him unable to pay his rent. Commenters questioned, didn't Yin Jie claim he could earn $1 billion in a day? How is he suddenly crying poor now that his account is banned? Various platforms were equally perplexed, asserting that they had not banned these individuals at all. Was there a malfunction in the system? The CEO of the Slow Hand Short Video platform chastised the head of the technical department first thing in the morning, demanding a thorough investigation into the detection system for wrongly banning accounts. Douyin also began examining system bugs early in the day, causing some programmers to lose even more of their already thinning hair. Ultimately, no issues were found, and the streamers had to be manually unbanned. Seeing their accounts restored, the streamers immediately went live. Yin Jia, seated in a chair, began to recite her signature lines, 3 sentences that made men spend 180,000. Welcome to Yin Jia's live room, where I will teach you the art of seduction, turning your man into your slave. However, before she could continue, she mentioned that in the lower section, there was the art of seduction that she had spent 5 years crafting, urging everyone to purchase quickly. But the live room was banned once again. This situation was mirrored by other streamers. Not only were their live rooms banned, but their accounts were also suspended. At Douyin headquarters, Zhang Xiaoming was sipping coffee while reviewing documents and strategizing the company's next steps. A sudden, urgent knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he said, come in. The door swung open, revealing a balding middle-aged man clad in a checkered shirt. Leaning back in his chair, Zhang Xiaoming asked, Lao Wang, what has gone wrong now? Those streamers have been banned again, and I suspect someone has infiltrated our servers. We've checked everyone, and no one manually banned those streamers. The system has been inspected, and no bugs of this nature were found, Lao Wang reported, detailing the unexpected situation of the day. As the technical supervisor of Douyin, he found himself in a state of utter humiliation, realizing that his platform was being manipulated by unseen hands. Was this not akin to being paraded on the street while bathing? And now, accounts were suspended? Zhang Xiaoming exclaimed in disbelief. It is worth noting that their Douyin company is now a world-class internet enterprise, with a plethora of experts in the technical department, some of whom are world-renowned hackers lured by exorbitant salaries. How could someone infiltrate their servers so stealthily, acquiring certain permissions and suspending those broadcasters' accounts? Who could this individual possibly be? What kind of entity are they? We found no trace of intrusion on the server. I suspect it is the handiwork of a top-tier international hacker organization. Old Wang's words jolted Zhang Xiaoming back to reality. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, what about motives? In 99 of cases, hacker organizations attack others not just for revenge, but for profit. What benefit could suspending a few broadcaster accounts bring them? I think I've got it, President Zhang. Old Wang interjected, his mind racing with a sudden realization. Do you know about the recent uproar surrounding the black technology computers? Zhang Xiaoming, reminded by Old Wang, quickly pieced it together. Are you suggesting that Ning Yuan is behind this? Is he retaliating against those broadcasters? It must be him. First, he apprehends the water army nationwide, and then, shortly thereafter, the broadcasters' accounts are collectively suspended. These events are undoubtedly interconnected. The pressing question now is, what shall we do? Old Wang queried. Simple, Zhang Xiaoming declared, rising to prepare himself another cup of coffee. Given this situation, we cannot afford to provoke Ning Yuan. He has extensive connections at higher levels. Gather the violation records of those broadcasters and make them public to silence them. And what about Ning Yuan's intrusion into the server? How should we handle that? Old Wang began, but was interrupted by Zhang Xiaoming. Have you found any evidence of his intrusion? No, Old Wang admitted, bowing his head. Then that's settled. This matter must not be broadcasted. It should remain buried. I shall take a moment to visit Ning Yuan's establishment and discuss this matter with him. Zhang Xiaoming resolved. Old Wang nodded in agreement and exited the office. Zhang Xiaoming stood by the window, sipping his coffee, musing aloud. Ning Yuan, what other technologies do you possess? Is there a possibility of collaboration? As Douyin's official revelations of the suspended broadcasters' violations unfolded, the slow-hand short video company swiftly reacted, commencing their own disclosures of the suspended broadcasters' infractions, with other lesser-known platforms following suit. During breakfast, Ning Yuan and Huang Mao relished their meal, finding the youqiao to be decidedly more delectable than before, perhaps a psychological effect enhancing its taste. After finishing breakfast, just as Huang Mao was about to head downstairs, Ning Yuan stopped him. Now is not the time to open the door. Some individuals have yet to receive their due retribution. Returning to his room, Ning Yuan instructed Xiao AI to meticulously gather information on the well-known public figures Gao Xiaosong and Feng Zhouzi, disseminating it across globally recognized internet platforms. After all, weren't they all eager for fame? Let them experience the limelight they so desperately sought. An employee working a 996 schedule was about to take advantage of the brief lunch break to catch up on sleep. Lying down in the break room, he thought to play on his phone for just 5 minutes before drifting off. As he pulled out his device, several news alerts popped up. How Gao Xiaosong flatters the lighthouse nation while disparaging his own homeland. Feng Zhouzi, employed by a pharmaceutical company in the lighthouse nation, maligns traditional Chinese medicine, attempting to let foreign enterprises dominate the Dragon Kingdom's market. Gao Xiaosong even flatters the Asian nation. Come see what's going on. Do you know why Feng Zhouzi promotes genetically modified foods? He is merely a frontman for the lighthouse nation's ADM grain company, trying to enable them to seize the Dragon Kingdom's food market. These headlines piqued his interest. Although he endured the rigors of a 996 schedule, his patriotism remained unscathed. He loathed those who disrupted the nation and idolized foreign cultures. He casually clicked on one of the articles, which elaborated on how the musical prodigy Gao Xiaosong leveraged his influence to malign the Dragon Kingdom while fawning over the lighthouse and Asian nations. For instance, he claimed that the 4 great inventions of ancient China were fabrications and that living in the Asian nation was a blissful experience. His utmost admiration lay with the lighthouse nation, which he described as having the sweetest air. Upon reaching this point, the 996 employee was incensed, closing the article in frustration. What nonsensical drivel was Gao Xiaosong disseminating? The Ganges in the Asian nation is notorious for its corpse-laden waters. Was he blind or deaf to the truth? The 4 great inventions of ancient China are universally acknowledged. How could he claim they were false? Was he not simply fabricating lies? As for the air quality in the lighthouse nation, he was unaware of its notorious gun violence. If one were not shot dead there, it was hardly a legitimate lighthouse nation experience. Next, he turned his attention to Feng Zhouzi, who was even more despicable. Gao Xiaosong merely spouted mindless rumors, while Feng Zhouzi directly aided foreign capital in harming the Dragon Kingdom. Under the guise of debunking, he baselessly slandered traditional Chinese medicine to facilitate foreign pharmaceutical companies in better penetrating the Dragon Kingdom's market. He promoted genetically modified foods, products that even foreigners shunned within the Dragon Kingdom, profiting immensely while enjoying life in the lighthouse nation, occasionally mocking the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom online. The accompanying images in the article displayed transaction records between Feng Zhouzi and various foreign capital entities, with the smallest amount being a staggering $100,000. After reading these articles, the 996 employee found himself too enraged to sleep. He immediately opened Weibo to search for Gao Xiaosong, eager to vent his frustrations, only to discover that the comments section had been disabled, rendering him unable to voice his outrage. Meanwhile, far away in the lighthouse nation, Gao Xiaosong, with his rotund figure, sipped a cup of coffee, reflecting on the authenticity of the lighthouse nation's brew compared to that of the Dragon Kingdom. After finishing his coffee, he stood before the mirror, grooming his flowing hair, admiring his own reflection, a self-proclaimed beauty weighing over 100 kilograms. "I'm truly handsome," he mused, as I walked down the street. The looks from those black women shine with admiration. With everything in order, he settled on the sofa, opening his laptop to commence his day's work. He relished this job, as every article he published garnered a flurry of praise in the comments, with people extolling his innovative and profound viewpoints. Just as his computer booted up, a figure clad in a white mask suddenly appeared on his screen, startling him and causing his jiggly cheeks to tremble. "Who are you? How did you appear on my computer?" Gao Xiaosong stammered, panic-stricken. The masked figure let out a cold snort and remarked, "Look at your pathetic self. Weren't you quite arrogant online? Why do you seem so timid now? I will sue you." Gao Xiaosong attempted to sound composed. "You have executed a cyber attack on my personal computer." The masked figure chuckled ominously. "Suit yourself. But I hope you can make your last 3 days on this earth more meaningful." "What do you mean, my last 3 days?" Despite his suspicions about the masked figure's intentions, Gao Xiaosong struggled to believe that someone would actually wish to take his life. "Must I spell out for you? 3 days from now, your life will come to an end. You will vanish from this world. Do you understand?" The masked figure stated coldly. "No, that is impossible." "Absolutely not," Gao Xiaosong shouted, rising in a panic. "Who do you think you are? Are you God? You think you can kill me just because you say so? I will not be intimidated." The masked figure erupted into a fit of bizarre laughter, declaring, "Since I have managed to uncover your true IP address, I am certainly capable of locating you. Shall we wager on whether you can survive until the 4th day?" Gao Xiaosong, upon hearing that his precise address had been discovered, could no longer maintain his composure. He sank back onto the sofa and inquired, "What do you desire?" "I possess considerable wealth. I do not wish to perish, and I am willing to offer you money." "Save your paltry sum for fine coffin," retorted the masked man. "We shall meet again in 3 days. With that, the screen of the computer returned to its normal state, reverting to the familiar Windows 10 interface. Gao Xiaosong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, uncertain whether this individual was merely toying with him or genuinely intent on ending his life. Nevertheless, it is wiser to err on the side of caution. He hastily picked up the phone to report the incident. After approximately 30 minutes, a few overweight police officers, resembling his own physique, arrived at his residence. They conducted a brief inquiry, took notes, and departed with his laptop, which had suffered the cyber assault. Once the officers left, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of anxiety. What would transpire in 3 days? He was clueless. Rather than remain idle, he resolved to find a place to hide. After much contemplation, he decided that his only friend in the lighthouse country was Feng Zhouzi. He promptly donned his clothes, gathered his belongings, secured his home, and set off in his car to seek refuge with Feng Zhouzi. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Zhouzi was also in dire straits, akin to a clay idol crossing a river, struggling for survival. The masked figure had also infiltrated Feng Zhouzi's computer, ominously pronouncing a 3-day death sentence for him as well. To make matters worse, representatives from Pfizer and ADM had approached him, alleging that he had leaked confidential business information and threatening to take him to court for damages to their company's reputation. The so-called trade secrets were nothing more than transaction records. In Longguo, at a clandestine tech shop on the 2nd floor, Ning Yuan gave a thumbs up to his phone, expressing satisfaction. "At last, you have embarked on your journey. You have become even more wicked than I, now resorting to intimidation. I suspect that the rotund Gao Xiaosong has soiled himself in fear. Haha, flattery, flattery. I'm still not even 1% as wicked as you. These underhanded tactics are merely a reflection of what I have gleaned from you." Little AI chimed in, slightly bashful. "Indeed, we must cultivate this spirit of deception. Remember, in the future, we shall only deceive others and never be deceived ourselves," Ning Yuan said with a smile. "Enough of the idle chatter. I have successfully pilfered confidential information from Dell, which includes their obsolete technologies, financial transactions with various companies, sales lists across different channels, and even clandestine accounts for bribing officials in the lighthouse country. What should we do with this?" Ning Yuan scratched his nose and replied, "What do you mean by stealing? It is merely a legitimate acquisition. Furthermore, in their realm, bribing officials is not termed bribery. It is referred to as political donations. How did you suddenly become so knowledgeable?" Little AI queried. "I have recently absorbed a wealth of cultural knowledge, which has certainly broadened my understanding. Now, tell me how we should handle this information. I wish to test your wits, Ning Yuan provocatively asked, although he too lacked a flawless plan. Of course, we must make it public. When striking a snake, one must aim for its vital spot. This information constitutes Dell's Achilles heel. Once we make it public, we need not lift a finger. Dell's competitors will act on our behalf. And we can reap the rewards, little AI suggested. Chapter 76, The Next Generation. Very well, I shall heed your counsel this once. It is imperative that the public becomes aware of Dell's trade secrets, Ning Yuan affirmed. Understood. I will disseminate this information through various servers to every electronic device and anonymously publish it on major platforms, both domestically and internationally, little AI responded. Just then, Ning Yuan received a document on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a staggering 5 gigabytes. Little Li, a reclusive individual, was about to access a hidden folder on his phone to watch some of his favorite videos. Suddenly, his phone emitted 2 electronic beeps, revealing a 5 gigabytes file in his folder, which filled his already limited storage to capacity. A notification appeared, indicating that his memory was full. The video froze. In a hurry, he attempted to delete the hefty file, only to be met with a message stating he must first view it before deletion. This predicament irked him, prompting him to clear away the tissues by his side, preparing to discover the identity of the inconsiderate individual who sent him this file. Many reclusive individuals like him in Longguo were cursing the one responsible for sending large files, as their phones faced storage crises. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan sneezed several times in his room, muttering, "It must be some beauty missing me." In the lighthouse country, at Dell's headquarters, Tyler smiled as he escorted the ladies from his office. After they had freshened up in the restroom, he settled down to commence his workday. Just as he took a seat, a rapid series of knocks echoed at the door. Guomin, the mahogany door swung open, revealing Lin Guan, whose disheveled hair resembled a bird's nest, his suit in disarray, and his tie hanging limply over his shoulder. Tyler inquired, "Lin, did you get into an accident?" "President, we have a grave situation. You must check your phone at once," Lin Guan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Observing Lin Guan's frantic gestures, Tyler thought he resembled a clown performing a comedic act and chuckled, shaking his head. "Lin, you should grab a coffee and calm down." "President, I cannot calm down. Please check your phone," Lin Guan implored, his tone reminiscent of a starving stray dog. Upon witnessing Lin Guan's distressed expression, Tyler finally grasped the potential severity of the situation. He hastily retrieved his phone from the desk drawer and began to read. His expression transformed from smile to shock, then to fear, and finally to rage. All within 3 seconds. Fuck. How did this information end up on my phone?" Tyler bellowed, his voice akin to a famished sow demanding sustenance. Lin Guan was startled by Tyler's sudden outburst. Trembling and with a woeful expression, he said, "Even sanitation workers on the street have this information, President. What shall we do now? Sanitation workers have it too?" Upon hearing this, Tyler felt as though he could not breathe, his mind blank, his heart pained, his throat itchy, and his stomach churning, prompting him to spit up blood. President! Lin Guan hurriedly rushed over to support Tyler, who appeared on the verge of collapsing. Tyler placed one hand on Lin Guan's shoulder and the other over his heart, weakly stating, "Do not concern yourself with me. Swiftly convene a board meeting, activate emergency protocols, and summon everyone to discuss countermeasures." "All right, President." Lin Guan assisted Tyler into the executive chair and dashed out of the office. Just as he closed the door, a piercing scream echoed. "Ning Yuan, I will have your head. I shall burn you to ashes." Dell's trade secrets had suddenly been thrust into the public eye, creating a sensational scandal that left onlookers exclaiming about the sheer thrill of it all. It was a rare sight to witness such confidential information being released, and the individual brave enough to unveil these secrets was undoubtedly a hero. The people of Longguo excelled at seizing opportunities for profit. Due to the highly specialized nature of the confidential information, many who had not undergone relevant training found it incomprehensible, prompting so-called experts to emerge and provide detailed analyses of Dell's trade secrets. However, referring to this as confidential information was no longer appropriate, as it had become widely disseminated. Thus, many experts began labeling it as a comprehensive interpretation of the business data from a Fortune 500 company, Dell. Onlookers expressed their impatience, questioning the need for convoluted explanations, urging, "Enough with the preamble, just get to the point. We are eager to indulge." These experts, leveraging the opportunity presented by the information, gained public visibility, increased their notoriety, and attracted significant attention, thereby reaping substantial rewards. Intelligent individuals are not absent abroad. Indeed, a host of experts have emerged, elucidating complex materials for those who cannot comprehend them. While concurrently uploading their interpretations to YouTube, thereby reaping financial rewards, enhancing their fame, and amassing a substantial following. Renji sat in a small booth of a beggar's chicken restaurant, watching the explanations and remarking, "This Ning Yuan is quite ruthless. He has literally dug up someone's ancestral grave. How can they possibly survive this?" The chef, wiping his oily hands on his apron, chuckled, "Your description is quite apartment. What he has done is indeed akin to disturbing someone's ancestral resting place. I wonder what methods Ning Yuan employed to obtain the commercial secrets of Dell. He truly possesses remarkable capabilities. With such praise, if he were to hear it, his tail would surely be held high." Renji laughed. According to intel from Huang Mao, he likely has a grasp of artificial intelligence technology. Artificial intelligence technology? The chef's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible. It seems we must send additional personnel over. Renji stood to adjust his attire and stated, "I have already communicated with the higher-ups, and they have decided to double the manpower around here. Fetch me 2 beggar's chickens. I am off to request a grand gift from Ning Yuan." "That is splendid. Our work will be recorded in the annals of long country history," the chef remarked, retrieving 2 freshly roasted beggar's chickens from the oven, packaging them, and handing them to Renji. "Whether we are remembered in history or not matters little. Our predecessors have produced countless unsung heroes. I merely hope that Long Country can reclaim its rightful position within my lifetime," Renji replied, taking the beggar's chickens and leaving with a parting remark as he lifted the curtain. The chef watched the curtain sway and mused to himself, "Ah, indeed. There is hope for the next generation on this path. Long Country shall have successors." Ning Yuan and Huang Mao were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the analysis of Dell's commercial secrets. "Ninggu, this is far too convoluted. There are too many intricacies. Clearly, I am not cut out for business." Huang Mao furrowed his brow, munching on an apple. Ning Yuan looked at Huang Mao with disdain and retorted, "What nonsense! You can't even perform basic arithmetic with 2-digit numbers, yet you wish to engage in business? You would end up being sold while counting someone else's money." Just as Huang Mao was about to retort, the phone on the coffee table rang, its chimes signaling a fortuitous day. "Who is it? Calling so early?" Ning Yuan, somewhat exasperated, picked up the phone, realizing it was Renji. He suddenly recalled the promise he had made. Upon answering, he heard Renji's voice. "What are you up to? You've been ignoring my calls for so long. Have you forgotten about that matter?" "What matter?" Ning Yuan fakenet ignorance, eager to tease Renji and observe his reaction. "You really forgot?" came Renji's incredulous tone, tinged with surprise. "I truly forgot. My memory is poor. I'll hang up now. I'll get back to you once I remember." Ning Yuan chuckled, barely containing his laughter. Huang Mao beside him was struggling to suppress his mirth, covering his mouth, his face flushed, trembling with laughter. Renji stood at the entrance, one hand clutching 2 beggar's chickens, the other holding the phone, nearly collapsing for frustration. Just as he had successfully enlisted Ning Yuan's aid, he felt betrayed that Ning Yuan was now playing coy. The promised grand gift was nowhere to be seen. He resolved that this gift must be procured. "I'm right outside your shop. Hurry up and come out. Don't play the fool. Where's the promised grand gift? Your memory is truly abysmal." "Oh," Ning Yuan elongated his tone. "I remember now. Huang Mao, go open the door. Our creditor has come to collect." Upon hearing himself referred to as a creditor, Renji's already sun-kissed face darkened further. Minutes later, Huang Mao hurried Renji, along with the 2 beggar's chickens, upstairs. "Ninga, look, they even brought us beggar's chickens." Renji bypassed Huang Mao and unceremoniously took a seat beside Ning Yuan, ready to speak, but Ning Yuan interjected, "Let's eat the chicken first. I didn't have breakfast and am quite famished." "Ninga, we clearly," Huang Mao began, but was cut off by a stern look from Ning Yuan. As Renji waited anxiously, Ning Yuan and Huang Mao began to enjoy the beggar's chickens. "Come, let us eat together." Ning Yuan tore off a chicken wing and offered it to Renji. "No, thank you," Renji replied earnestly. "I've already eaten. You have it." Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled audibly, flushing his face crimson. "Eat," Ning Yuan insisted, forcefully placing the chicken wing in Renji's hand. "Don't be shy. Consider this your home." Renji silently nodded, taking small bites. For some reason, he felt as if he were always at a disadvantage in dealings with Ning Yuan. It was disheartening for this seasoned veteran to feel so outmatched. Half an hour later, Ning Yuan finished the last piece of chicken breast, took a sip of soda from the coffee table, and patted his belly, declaring, "Delicious. This chicken must be from free-range rural chickens, and the chef's skill is top-notch." "Don't you agree, Huang Mao?" Huang Mao replied quietly, "How would I know? I only managed to snag a chicken leg. The rest you devoured." Renji wiped his mouth and said, "We've eaten the chicken. It's time to discuss your grand gift." "Not so fast." Ning Yuan replied nonchalantly. You treated us to chicken, so for lunch, I'll treat you to braised lamb. After the meal, you can take your grand gift with you. Upon hearing this, Ren Ji's expression soured, his brows furrowing as he exclaimed, Hurry up and present your grand gift. I'm nearly beside myself with anticipation. I've postponed numerous tasks just for this grand gift, and even the higher-ups are quite concerned about it. Huang Mao stifled a laugh, thinking, Renji, oh Renji, weren't you once known as the tough guy who wouldn't blink even if a needle were thrust into his eye? How have you turned into such a softy? If your subordinates saw you like this, they would surely laugh their heads off. All right. Ning Yuan observed Renji on the verge of tears and decided to cease teasing him. He stood and walked to his room, retrieving the manufacturing documentation for a 1-nanometer lithography machine from the drawer of his bedside table and handed it to Renji. I saw in the news that Long Country is unable to produce advanced lithography machines. Here, essay detailed tutorial. They can simply follow this. Renji opened the first page and saw the title, Detailed Tutorial on Manufacturing a 1-nanometer lithography machine. He was left in a daze. What on earth is this? To my knowledge, the most advanced lithography machine in the world is 3 nanometers. Since when has there been a specific manufacturing tutorial for a 1-nanometer lithography machine? Looking at the first line, he read, Hello everyone, I am here to teach you how to manufacture a 1-nanometer lithography machine from scratch. This felt reminiscent of his childhood craft classes, where the teacher would often say, Hello everyone, I am here to teach you how to fold paper airplanes. The issue, however, was that this was about manufacturing lithography machines. Could it not be presented with a bit more seriousness? It sounded as though it were a primary school craft lesson, implying that anyone could manufacture a 1-nanometer lithography machine using these instructions. Huang Mao, equally stunned, understood the immense value of this documentation. With this information, Long Country would avoid countless pitfalls in the research and development of lithography machines, saving immense resources and, crucially, leapfrogging ahead in the field. Akin to providing Long Country with a cheat code, it was utterly unbeatable. Regaining his composure, Renji grasped Ning Yuan's hand excitedly, exclaiming, Thank you so much. I cannot express my gratitude enough. You are truly Long Country's savior. All right, enough, Ning Yuan said, pulling his hand away. Is this gift substantial or not? I told you from the start that helping me would be worthwhile. Huang Mao chimed in, though I don't understand much about lithography machines. Seeing how excited you are, they must be valuable. In the future, do more favors for Ningguo. There are ample benefits to be gained. Just a small token from Ningguo could sustain you for a lifetime. Yes, Renji nodded fervently. I must take my leave. The sooner this documentation is delivered, the better. What is the rush? The document ISN, go and sprout wings and fly away. Let's depart after lunch, Ning Yuan suggested. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal, Renji remarked, clutching the documents, a hint of apology gracing his face as he dashed away. Ningge, just how much is this lithography machine worth? Why the hurry? Huang Mao inquired. Ning Yuan settled back down, sipping his soda leisurely, and replied, Why not check online? It seems your knowledge training is still lacking. From now on, dedicate an hour each day to learning, lest others claim that the folks from the tech shop are uneducated and uninformed. Huh? Huang Mao exclaimed in despair. Ningguo, spare me. I'm just not cut out for studying. I fall asleep at the sight of a book and feel uncomfortable writing. Enough. Ning Yuan interjected with a wave of his hand, interrupting Huang Mao's lamentations. I initially intended for you to study for 2 hours each night. I've reduced it to 1, and yet you still seek excuses. If this continues, it shall revert back to 2 hours. Huang Mao, with a woeful expression, pleaded, Please, Ningguo. Just 1 hour. No more than that. Chapter 78. The Significance of the Lithography Machine. Renji exited the shop, surveying his surroundings before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Moments later, a domestic vehicle halted before him, and he promptly entered. Where are we headed, Zhige? The driver inquired, noticing Renji's serious demeanor, suspecting a grave matter at hand. To the Ministry of Science and Technology. This document is of utmost importance. If anything were to go awry in its handling, I could never forgive myself. Renji responded urgently. The driver, sensing the urgency in Renji's tone, pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the ministry. Half an hour later, Renji arrived at the Ministry of Science and Technology in Huaguo, entering the office of the deputy minister. He was greeted by a capable young man. Is Minister Zhang not available? Renji asked anxiously. Minister Zhang is in a meeting this morning. If it's not urgent, you may return tomorrow at this time. If it is urgent, you will need to wait. Meetings typically conclude around noon, the young man said while pouring tea for Renji. Upon hearing that Minister Zhang was in a meeting, Renji realized that no amount of urgency would change the situation, and after taking a sip of tea, he remarked, "You must be the new secretary assigned to Minister Zhang. I haven't seen you before." "Yes," the young man smiled. "I was just assigned to Minister Zhang's office less than a month ago. You can call me Xiao Wang." Renji nodded and fell silent, the office once again enveloped in quietude. Xiao Wang pondered over the words on the documents, unable to fathom why individuals from such a department were present. Was there a leak, or something else amiss? In the 10th floor conference room of the Ministry of Science and Technology, a haze of smoke lingered. A group of elderly men with graying hair sat amidst the smoke, bickering animatedly. Zhang Xiamin rose and opened a window, allowing fresh air to flood in as he inhaled deeply, hoping to expel the stale air and frustration festering in his lungs. Regrettably, his thoughts turned to the aggressive demeanor of the representatives from the Lighthouse Nation, akin to a heavy stone pressing down upon his heart, making it difficult to breathe. After decades of development, Longguo had swiftly ascended to become the world's second-largest economy and foremost industrial nation. Such rapid progress naturally incited concern among certain countries. As the global leader, the Lighthouse Nation would never allow Longguo to surpass it or pose a threat to its position. Thus, it engaged in suppression across various fields, implementing stringent restrictions on high technology to thwart Longguo's rapid advancement. The focus of today's meeting was the lithography machine. As the crucial apparatus for chip production, only ASML could manufacture it globally, and ASML was under the control of the Lighthouse Nation government, rendering it impossible for Longguo to procure a single lithography machine from the international market. Without a lithography machine, chip production was unfeasible, necessitating imports, while the prices of international chips soared, leaving many high-tech companies within Longguo lamenting their plight. The true profits were siphoned away by foreign high-tech enterprises, leaving them with mere scraps and meager earnings, essentially sewing garments for others. The Longguo government was acutely aware of this reality and invested substantial funds into lithography machine research. However, the results were dismal, as they had only managed to produce a 20-nanometer lithography machine, while the most advanced machines internationally had reached 3 nanometers. Some scientists claimed that manufacturing a lithography machine was even more challenging than creating an atomic bomb. The meeting's discussions revolved around familiar themes, primarily addressing recent challenges encountered. Observing the elderly scientists, Zhang Xiamin noted the incessant chain smoking, with one cigarette extinguished only to be replaced by another. He approached them, saying, "Esteemed professors, perhaps it's time to pause on the cigarettes. Let us not compromise our health while we struggle to develop the lithography machine. Alas, we are failing our nation. After receiving so much support, we have only managed to develop a 20-nanometer lithography machine. How long will it take us to catch up to international standards?" An elderly professor with gray hair and age spots bemoaned. "Take your time. We cannot rush the development of lithography machines. What matters is incremental progress. Eventually, we shall succeed." Zhang Xiamin reassured. As the Deputy Minister of Science and Technology, his role was to alleviate various burdens for these scientists, enabling them to devote themselves entirely to research. Indeed, let us thoroughly discuss the technical challenges we currently face, pooling our collective wisdom to devise several feasible solutions, and then promptly commence work, suggested another slender scientist. The group nodded, extinguishing their cigarettes, and embarked on a new round of discussions. Zhang Xiamin returned to his seat, reviewing documents and attending to his responsibilities. Qin Shi, seated on the sofa, endured a torturous wait, glancing at his phone's clock every few moments. As the clock struck past noon, and Minister Zhang still had not returned, he could no longer remain still. Standing up, he inquired, "Xiao Wang, on which floor is Minister Zhang's meeting? I'll go find him directly." Xiao Wang glanced at his watch and, with a hint of regret, replied, "I sincerely apologize. Today may be an exceptional circumstance. Minister Zhang typically concludes meetings before noon, but today seems different." Renji waved his hand, interrupting Xiao Wang, and, clutching the documents, exited the office while saying, "Please guide me. I have something crucial to discuss today." Xiao Wang quickly caught up with him, leading him to the elevator. Watching the numbers on the elevator display change, Renji felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. He questioned the reliability of the documents and whether they could indeed facilitate the manufacturing of a lithography machine as proposed. It wasn't he that he doubted Ning Yuan. Rather, the document's presentation made the process seem deceptively simple, leading him to momentarily believe that he too could manufacture a lithography machine. Ding! The elevator doors opened, snapping Renji out of his anxious reverie. Xiao Wang, influenced by Renji's tension, silently escorted him to the conference room's entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Wang gently tapped on the conference room door, waiting a moment. But no one answered. Unable to contain himself, Renji knocked more firmly, yet still received no response. Just as he was about to knock again, Zhang Xianmin swung the door open, looking at Xiao Wang and stating, "Didn't Ti say not to disturb me while I'm in a meeting? Even if the sky were to fall, we must wait until the meeting concludes." "The sky isn't falling, Minister Zhang," Renji interjected, pulling Xiao Wang behind him. "It was I who asked him to knock." "You rascal! How dare you come here?" Zhang Xianmin chuckled, recognizing Renji as an old friend and comrade from their military days. Chapter 79, The Foolproof Tutorial. "I'm here to deliver something, just as that lad said." "It's a gift," Renji said, shaking the silver briefcase in his hand, smiling as he revealed that Ning Yuan's documents were contained within. Zhang Xianmin furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What exactly is going on? Even though our relationship is quite amicable, I cannot accept your gift." "All right, no more jesting." Upon noticing Zhang Xianmin's misunderstanding, Renji hastily said, "When will your meeting conclude? The information I possess is of utmost significance. Please summon a few trustworthy scientists." "What exactly is in your gourd?" Zhang Xianmin inquired with curiosity, well aware that Renji's current line of work had no connection whatsoever to their Ministry of Science and Technology. To suggest even a slight correlation would delve into matters of confidentiality. Renji glanced at the young assistant beside him, Xiao Wang, and replied, "I cannot disclose that at this moment. Just quickly find a few reliable scientists to come over. I have endured considerable hardship to obtain this information, having begged and pleaded to finally get my hands on it." "Xiao Wang, you may return to your tasks," Zhang Xianmin instructed his secretary softly. "Today happens to be a discussion meeting with an expert panel, and the scientists present are all reliable. Come along." Nodding in agreement, Renji followed Zhang Xianmin into the conference room. The attendees looked on with curiosity at the middle-aged man carrying a briefcase, while Renji nervously observed the scientists seated before him. "Minister Zhang, are all these individuals trustworthy? I mean, there are so many. Could you help select a few truly reliable ones? I intend to show the materials to them privately." As soon as Renji finished speaking, the scientists erupted in uproar. "What do you mean, young man? Are you implying that I would leak state secrets? You are slandering my integrity and soul. When I was conducting scientific research for our nation, you were still in diapers, playing with mud. Old Zhang, are you deliberately trying to stir trouble for us? How dare you question my loyalty to the Dragon Nation? I could just as easily end you." Seeing the scientists grow increasingly agitated, Zhang Xianmin quickly intervened. "Professors, please calm down. Renji's materials are indeed of great importance. Even I have yet to see them. His directness is simply a matter of misunderstanding. Let's be understanding. What exactly is this material? Rest assured, everyone here is a battle-hardened veteran. Confidentiality is of no concern." A slightly portly professor rose and stated. Taking a deep breath, Renji replied, "I admit my words were inappropriate. I apologize. You'll understand my perspective once you see this material." With that, he placed the password-protected briefcase on the table, input the code, and opened it, extracting a stack of papers to hand to the closest scientist. The scientist solemnly accepted the documents, flipped to the first page, and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "A tutorial on manufacturing a 1-nanometer lithography machine? Hello, everyone. I'm here to teach you how to build a 1-nanometer lithography machine from scratch." The other scientists exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions shifting to incredulity, as if to say, "Do we appear to be fools? Are you attempting to deceive us with this nonsense? All this talk of confidentiality, and yet the material is so absurd." Feeling embarrassed, Renji rubbed his nose. The initial statement did seem rather farcical, yet the subsequent content should be serious. At least he recognized every word in the following pages, though their combination eluded him. As the scientist perused the second page, his face visibly flushed, and his hands began to tremble involuntarily. The onlookers noticed his peculiar behavior. Zhang Xianmin quickly inquired, "Old Wang, are you unwell? If you're feeling ill, you should rest. Would you like me to call a doctor?" The scientists present were the Dragon Nation's elite talents, and he certainly did not wish for anything to befall them. Others chimed in, urging Old Wang to return home and rest if he was unable to cope. "Silence. Everyone be quiet," Old Wang admonished, and the conference room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Approximately half an hour later, Old Wang slowly placed the documents on the table, surveyed the room, and suddenly embraced the scientist sitting next to him, weeping uncontrollably, mumbling, "I finally understand how to manufacture a lithography machine. I finally know." Initially taken aback, the embraced scientist soon pushed him aside, grasped the documents from the table, and began reading, while the others quickly gathered around to observe. Another half hour passed. Renji stood before the conference table, watching a group of elderly scientists, their hair graying, leap with childlike joy. He couldn't help but smile. All his efforts had not been in vain. It seemed that young fellow was indeed reliable. After extensive discussion among the scientists, it became evident that this tutorial could indeed facilitate the creation of a 1-nanometer lithography machine. Although some technical terms eluded him, the predominant sentiment over the past half hour was that this was a foolproof guide, accessible to anyone with a background in the relevant field. Hearing this, Renji felt reassured. The Dragon Nation's position in the lithography machine domain was secure. Zhang Xianmin, still in disbelief, felt as if he were in a dream. The lithography machine, long deemed more challenging to manufacture than an atomic bomb, had seemingly been effortlessly resolved, and most astonishingly, someone had produced a tutorial on how to create it. Who was this person? What kind of genius was behind this? Did Renji know him? No. He must know him. Otherwise, how could he have acquired such a tutorial? If this individual were persuaded to join the Academy of Sciences, what a monumental occasion that would be. The Dragon Nation would gain a true national treasure. Contemplating this, Zhang Xianmin approached Renji, grasping his hand earnestly. Do you know the person who authored the lithography machine tutorial? I do know him, Renji began, but Zhang Xianmin interrupted, exclaiming with urgency, That's wonderful. You must introduce me to him. I would kneel in supplication if necessary. We must secure him for our Academy of Sciences. Someone like him cannot be allowed to fall into foreign hands. Observing Zhang Xianmin's increasingly flushed face, Renji couldn't help but chuckle. Old Zhang, please calm down. The person who provided me with this information is indeed known to me, but the circumstances are a bit complicated. No matter. We will overcome any complications. Zhang Xianmin waved dismissively. Even if it requires 3 visits to the cottage, I will bring him here. You must lead me to this talent. We must leave at once. This matter cannot be delayed. We cannot allow it to be snatched away by foreigners. Chapter 80. The Predicament of Huawei Company. Calm down, old Zhang, Renji urged, pulling Zhang Xianmin aside. Please don't rush. Allow me to explain the situation. It is truly complex. Realizing his hasty confusion, Zhang Xianmin understood that before approaching the individual, he needed to comprehend the situation thoroughly. He couldn't act recklessly, as that would leave them vulnerable. He guided Renji to a nearby chair, encouraging him to sit, while he took a seat opposite him. Once settled, he said, Please provide me with a detailed introduction to this individual. Renji looked into Zhang Xianmin's eager eyes and sighed inwardly. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. As anticipated, after recounting the entire story, Zhang Xianmin's complexion shifted from red to white, ultimately culminating in a long sigh. So, this young man is merely a businessman? He is not a scientist at all? Indeed, merely a businessman, albeit one who deals in high-tech products, and not just any high-tech products. Therein lies the complexity, Renji explained. Zhang Xianmin furrowed his brow indeed. While the scientists of the Ministry of Science and Technology rejoice over a lithography machine tutorial, Huawei Company finds itself threatened due to chip issues. Ultimately, it all circles back to the lithography machine. Their company faces no design flaws with their chips. The Kirin chip they have developed is internationally regarded as leading edge. However, without domestic factories capable of manufacturing it, they are forced to seek production from foreign facilities. This situation has provided the United States with a golden opportunity. Due to Huawei's global leadership in 5G technology, the United States has attempted multiple times to acquire shares in Huawei, to which the company's CEO, Ren Zhengfei, has naturally refused. In retaliation, the United States has threatened to sever Huawei's chip supply chain. This is not an exaggeration. The United States possesses the capability to do so. ASML is firmly under U.S. control, and should the chip manufacturing plants refuse to comply with U.S. demands, they would find themselves unable to procure photolithography machines from the United States. Without these machines, it would not be long before those factories would face closure. Ren Zhengfei stood by the window of his office, furrowing his brow as he observed 2 foreign representatives from the U.S. Department of Commerce below. This was not their first visit to Huawei. Their purpose, of course, was the so-called win-win cooperation. This time, we are truly in trouble. Hey, sighed inwardly. The United States was tightening its grip on Huawei regarding 5G technology. A final ultimatum had already been issued. If Huawei continued to refuse cooperation, the U.S. would directly cut off the supply of chips to Huawei. The implications of such a move would be devastating. Huawei smartphones, computers, and an array of electronic products would cease production. Such a significant loss, even for a multinational giant like Huawei, would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. A sharp series of knocks on the door interrupted Ren's train of thought. Come in, he called. The door opened to reveal a well-dressed young man who briskly approached Run and said, "Mr. Run, the representatives from the U.S. Department of Commerce are here, waiting for you in the conference room." "Understood. You may leave," Rin replied calmly. After the young man exited, Rin took a moment in the restroom to tidy his attire and hair. Gazing into the mirror, he noticed he appeared somewhat older, hastily tucking away a strand of gray hair. With a renewed sense of determination, he stepped out of the restroom. As he traversed the familiar corridor, Rin glanced at the photographs adorning the walls, each capturing significant milestones of Huawei. The smiling faces in those images seemed to invigorate him, lightening his steps and straightening his posture, instilling a sense of calm confidence as he approached the conference room. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the heavy atmosphere. The acting chairman, Zhao Yong, wore a grim expression, almost dripping with tension, as he whispered with the translator, seemingly oblivious to Ren's arrival. However, the two U.S. representatives stood up first, awkwardly greeting him in halting Mandarin. "Hello, Mr. Ren. It's good to see you again." "Hello, Mr. Run," they repeated. Zhao Yong, realizing Run had entered, leaned in closer and whispered, "This time they're serious." After seating themselves, the U.S. representative stated in Mandarin, "Mr. Run, the final deadline has arrived. Thanks, Yokut. Your Mandarin is improving. If you're here for tourism in our country, we warmly welcome you. However, if this is about discussing share acquisition, then let's dispense with that notion." He glanced at the translator, who hastily conveyed his words. Ren's response did not catch Zhao Yong by surprise. Having worked with Ren for many years, he understood his steadfast character. Ren would never sell the company to the U.S. under any circumstances. The faces of the two U.S. representatives turned pallid upon hearing the translation. The shorter, stockier representative spoke first. "Regrettably, Mr. Ren, due to your decision, we must instruct Qualcomm and TSMC to cease production of chips for you." Ren contemplated the translator's interpretation before responding. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Is it the U.S. way to act so domineeringly? The taller, leaner representative answered, "We are very willing to cooperate. But it is you who refuses to align with us," deftly shifting the blame back to Ren. Before Ren could respond, the stocky representative interjected, "We have visited several times, demonstrating our sincerity. Today is your final opportunity." Faced with the aggressive stance of the two representatives, Zhao Yong's expression hardened, his eyes almost ablaze with indignation, as he perceived their attempt to frame the acquisition of Huawei as an opportunity. Just as he was about to rise and rebuke the shameless U.S. representatives, Ren's piercing glance quelled him. "You may leave," Ren declared firmly. "Huawei would rather relinquish some business than surrender our 5G technology to the United States." Each word was pronounced with unwavering conviction, forthrightly confronting the U.S. representatives, leaving no room for retreat. Ren had resolved beforehand that 5G technology must never fall into U.S. hands. This was non-negotiable. As a wise elder from our land once stated, sovereignty is not a matter for negotiation. 5G technology represents Huawei sovereignty. The two U.S. representatives were taken aback by the resolute stance of this Chinese enterprise's leader, who would rather endure substantial losses than yield. The stocky representative shook his head in disappointment, saying, "Regrettably, Mr. Ren, you will come to regret the decision you have made today." After Ren spoke, it was as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The constant threat from the U.S. to cut off chip supplies had caused him much anxiety, but now, with decisive clarity, he felt liberated from that burden. Chapter 81. The Reward. The two U.S. representatives departed, their haughty demeanor fading as they left. Ren stood by the window of his office, watching their vehicle recede into the distance until it turned a corner and disappeared from view. His thoughts returned to the present as he looked up at the leaden sky and murmured, "The winds are shifting. We can only seek assistance from above now." Zhao Yong remarked, standing beside him. Ren nodded and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. "Hello, is that you, Mr. Ren? What can I do for you?" The voice on the other end was cheerful. "Minister Zhang, we at Huawei are indeed in a predicament. The United States is truly intent on taking action against us, threatening to cut off all chip supplies." Ren spoke solemnly. Laughter erupted from the other end before Zhang responded, "Do not worry. In a week, our nation will also be able to produce chips." "What?" Ren was taken aback. "We can produce chips too? What about the photolithography machines?" He felt as though he were dreaming. "Yes, precisely as you imagined. However, this matter must remain confidential for now. I have many other matters to attend to," Zhang concluded. Disconnecting the call, Ren, hearing the busy signal, muttered to himself, "All right, I understand. It must remain confidential." "Mr. Ren, is there hope for us now?" Zhao Yong inquired urgently. "Yes," Ren affirmed with a nod. This matter should not be publicized. It must remain secret. Understood. I shall return to my work now. I have another meeting to attend. Zhao Yong said, exiting the office with a newfound lightness in his step. At the Ministry of Science and Technology, 10th floor conference room, Ren Ji remarked with a smile. This young man truly comes through in times of need. I believe Huawei should reward him. A reward? Zhang Xianmin pondered. What kind of reward should we offer him? This poses quite a dilemma. Indeed, we have assisted him. But how can our efforts compare to the value of this information? He cannot refuse our gesture. How perplexing. Feng Shi replied. Perhaps we could offer him a monetary bonus? Zhang Xianmin suggested. Ren Ji shook his head. From what we understand, his wealth is substantial. At least in the billions. He is not lacking in financial resources. True. How could someone like him possibly lack for money? I must have been foolish. What then should we offer? Zhang Xianmin mused. Perhaps I should discuss it with the higher-ups, Ren Ji proposed. Zhang Xianmin gestured toward the ceiling. You mean to consult the elder? Yes. This matter must certainly be reported to him, and we might as well inquire further, Ren Ji remarked. Very well. When the time comes that we need to exert our efforts, do let us know. Additionally, devise more strategies to extract valuable resources from him. Were it not for my work obligations, I would wish to reside directly within his establishment, persistently seeking advantageous items, Zhang Xianmin declared with palpable urgency. We are even more eager than you. The items have been delivered. I must take my leave, but confidentiality is paramount, Ren Ji remarked, casting a glance at the scientists present. Absolutely, Zhang Xianmin affirmed earnestly. I stake my head on it. Ren Ji nodded, promptly exiting the office. The emergence of this information had significantly elevated their assessment of Ning Yuan. The invaluable data, which they perceived as priceless, being so freely shared indicated that, in Ning Yuan's eyes, these technologies were of little consequence. He must possess even more advanced technologies. It was imperative to keep a vigilant watch, ensuring that he did not sell these cutting-edge technologies to individuals from other nations, particularly the Lighthouse Nation. Once Ren Ji departed, Zhang Xianmin instructed his secretary, Xiao Wang, to print confidentiality agreements, insisting that each scientist sign one. He emphasized repeatedly the importance of secrecy, underscoring that not a single word of this technical information should be leaked. The scientists expressed their commitment, acknowledging that this was a pivotal moment for Longguo to achieve a significant leap in the domain of photolithography. They would certainly not lag behind. Unbeknownst to Ning Yuan, the seemingly casual sharing of his information had ignited a wave of anxiety among the group. The black technology shop reopened, and he sat leisurely behind the bar, savoring an apple. He had heard on a wellness program that consuming an apple daily could extend one's lifespan. Hence he indulged in 2 each day, striving to prolong his years. Business at the shop had dwindled, adversely affected by recent online attacks, resulting in a sharp decline in customers seeking his advanced computers. Huang Mao, idly leaning against the bar, was scrolling through a social media platform. Ningke, Dell's stock has plummeted, and the CEO has resigned. Did you hear about it? Who cares? I hope I don't run into him. If I do, I would surely make him regret it, Ning Yuan replied, setting down the apple and demonstrating a few martial arts moves. Then you must know what he looks like. Huang Mao retorted, exasperated. Ning Yuan scratched the back of his head, conceding that is a fair point. Do you doubt my ability to make him regret his actions? Of course not. Huang Mao elongated his tone. How could I possibly doubt that? Hearing the skepticism in Huang Mao's voice, Ning Yuan feigned a smile. How has your learning been these days? Not too bad, Ningge. I'll step out to buy some groceries. We're having steamed turbot and stir-fried cabbage for lunch, Huang Mao declared, hastily exiting the shop with a burst of speed. During this time, he had endured considerable torment at the hands of Ning Yuan, who frequently summoned him to recite classical texts under the pretense of cultural enrichment, which Huang Mao deemed nothing short of torment. Ning Yuan pulled out his phone, scrolling through the trending topics, and indeed, Dell's stock decline was making headlines. Various self-media bloggers began to capitalize on the situation, analyzing the reasons behind the stock's fall, suggesting that someone had offended the wrong people, and speculating on the secrets behind it all. The resignation of Dell's CEO, Taylor, was linked to a myriad of conjectures, causing Ning Yuan to nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity. These individuals could certainly spin a tale. It was a shame they weren't writing novels. They wove connections between unrelated events, even linking Taylor's alleged infidelities as a factor in the stock's decline. The subsequent short videos featured experts discussing everything from international finance to the economic conditions of the Lighthouse Nation, eventually meandering back to Dell's stock drop. Ning Yuan couldn't discern any substantial information, yet it felt as though he had gleaned some understanding amidst the confusion. He mused to himself, aren't experts supposed to be rare? Why are there so many now? Can one simply toss a brick on the street and knock down a cluster of experts? Sighing, he muttered, "What nonsense. I might as well watch some historical drama." Recently, he had taken to following a social media account that showcased various ladies in traditional attire, their videos bringing him immense joy. Chapter 82. The successful manufacture of the 1-nanometer photolithography machine. Just as he opened the video, he barely managed to watch for a few minutes before Huang Mao burst in, bags of ingredients in hand. Ningguo, the third lady, is stunning. Her round face and adorable smile. What are you looking at? Can't you move when a beauty walks by? Ning Yuan quipit. You're watching too. Huang Mao countered. You know nothing. Ning Yuan snapped, shutting off his phone. I am studying the traditional culture of Longguo. 250. Hurry down and fetch that book of the analects from upstairs. And bring the ingredients up as well. It's nearly noon. Let us start cooking. Upon hearing analects, Huang Mao's face fell. Ningguo, have mercy. I'll go help pick the vegetables instead. Nice try. Recite the analects properly. Stop daydreaming about beauties, Ning Yuan commanded. Just then, 250 descended, placing the analects on the bar before taking the vegetables from Huang Mao and heading upstairs. Alas, Huang Mao lamented, realizing he had no escape, and began to stumble through the recitation of the analects. It wasn't until 250 called them for lunch that their torment came to an end. Such grueling days persisted for an entire week. On this day, as per usual, the dreaded Ning Yuan summoned Huang Mao to recite classical literature again. This time, the task was to memorize the 1,000-character classic, having already mastered the analects. Ningguo, please spare me. I truly do not wish to study anymore, Huang Mao pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation, as if on the verge of tears. Ning Yuan replied coldly. Don't feign pity for me. If you choose not to recite, I shall claim the braised pork for myself, while the cabbage stew is yours. Upon hearing the mention of the braised pork, Huang Mao panicked. No, I'll recite. Just let me. He began his recitation. Heaven and earth are profound and vast. The universe is boundless. That is more like it. Ning Yuan held the book in one hand and scrolled through social media with the other. Huang Mao had protested before about the volume of the phone disrupting his recitation. But such protests were utterly disregarded. Ning Yuan insisted, I am merely training your ability to withstand distractions. This left Huang Mao speechless. He felt as if he were dealing with a demon. Hello, dear viewers. Today, our self-developed 1-nanometer photolithography machine is set to make its debut at the Beijing Academy of Sciences. This announcement from the official Longguo media, CTV, caught Ning Yuan's attention. Hold on, I'll pause the recitation and see what they're saying. Huang Mao sighed in relief, grateful for the distraction, as he had been on the verge of faltering in his recitation. They sure are quick. They managed to produce it in just a week. Ning Yuan remarked while watching the video. Well, that is thanks to the tutorial you provided. If they had just been sitting there thinking, they probably wouldn't have achieved it in 10 years. Huang Mao seized the opportunity to flatter, hoping to make Ning Yuan happy enough to forget about the 1,000-character classic. As expected, Ning Yuan was indeed pleased, smiling as he replied, of course. Just look at who provided the tutorial. Whenever I take action, there's no task too daunting. Don't mention a mere photolithography machine. Give it some time, and I could even produce a spacecraft for you. Oh, please, go ahead and boast. The cattle outside are probably taking flight at your words. A spacecraft? Why not just ascend to the heavens yourself? Huang Mao thought to himself, internally rolling his eyes, yet outwardly maintaining an attentive demeanor, nodding in agreement with every statement Ning Yuan made. As soon as Ning Yuan finished speaking, Huang Mao promptly began to flatter him. Ningguo, you are the true master. With a mere wave of your hand, you resolve Longguo's significant challenges. How could ordinary mortals ever compare? The wisest decision of my life was to ally myself with you. Huang Mao expressed this sentiment with heartfelt sincerity, his words resonating with conviction. Enough of this flattery. In a moment of contemplation, Ning Yuan found himself unable to recall the latter two characters of the idiom. The young man with yellow hair quickly interjected, Brother Ning, it's words from the heart. Indeed. Ning Yuan responded, with your heartfelt words, I could grant you a week's respite from your studies. Really? The young man was momentarily taken aback, scarcely believing he might escape the rigors of academia for an entire week. What? You don't wish to rest? You prefer to continue studying? Ning Yuan tuklet. The young man hastily replied, No, Brother Ning, I long for rest, apprehensive that Ning Yuan might change his mind in the next instant. Let us commence the ranking matches. Ning Yuan said, shaking his phone. All right. The young man quickly retrieved his device. The news of the Dragon Kingdom's independent development of a 1-nanometer lithography machine temporarily liberated the young man from the burdens of study, eliciting near euphoria from Ren Fei, the CEO of Huawei, and instilling a profound sense of pride among the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, while astonishing the entire world. This news fluttered through the air like the wings of a butterfly, stirring a cascade of reactions. In the Lighthouse Nation, at the headquarters of the CIA, the most advanced intelligence systems in the world were in operation. In light of the Dragon Kingdom's growing threat to its supremacy, a special intelligence division focused on the Dragon Kingdom had been established, staffed exclusively with meticulously selected intelligence experts. Michel stood in his office, fixated on the map of the Dragon Kingdom for over an hour, struggling to comprehend how they could produce a lithography machine overnight without any prior indication. This left him, the head of the Dragon Kingdom Intelligence Division, feeling utterly humiliated in front of his colleagues. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Michel's thoughts. "Come in," he called. The door opened to reveal a woman with slanted eyes, carrying a stack of documents. She approached Michel and stated, "We've identified some suspicious points. You may wish to examine them." Her voice was hoarse and mechanical, as if spoken by a robotic entity. Michel took the documents, glanced through them, and his expression gradually darkened, ultimately resembling a storm cloud. If this technology provided by Ning Yuan is legitimate, we may be in serious trouble. He is not someone to be trifled with. Dell was nearly brought to its knees by him. What should we do now? Should we eliminate him outright? Thus far, our personnel have gleaned no technological insights from that establishment, the woman suggested. Michel shook his head. Unless absolutely necessary, we must avoid using force. According to our intelligence, he has a formidable bodyguard. Continue your investigation. I require precise information rather than mere suspicions. The woman promptly exited the office. Throughout their conversation, they had spoken exclusively in the language of the Dragon Kingdom, a rule established by Michel. All personnel within the CIA's Dragon Kingdom Intelligence Division must be fluent in the language, with a 1-year ultimatum for those lacking proficiency. As he would say, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Chapter 83, The Anti-Cancer Blogger of Bin. In the outskirts of Beijing, at a tech-savvy shop, Ning Yuan sat behind the bar, engaging in ranked matches while bellowing, "Push the tower. In favorable winds, we sail. In adverse winds, we sink. These players drive me to madness." How did this jungler achieve a score of 0-1-2? After a bout of frustration, he flung his phone onto the bar and sighed deeply. Alas, another loss. That's 5 consecutive defeats today. My liver aches with frustration. The young man with yellow hair lounged idly at the bar, scrolling through Douyin, lost in thought. Recently, while shopping for groceries, he had noticed an influx of unfamiliar faces, indicating an increase in foreign operatives. They were surely aware of the situation. He merely wondered what measures would be taken to counteract these individuals. He felt powerless to assist, having been cautioned repeatedly to keep his identity concealed. "Yellow hair, what are you pondering? Considering marriage?" Ning Yuan called, noticing that the young man had been staring at his phone motionless for over a minute. No, nothing of the sort." The young man feigned nonchalance, resuming his scrolling. He came across a video featuring a gaunt young man lying in a hospital bed, saying, "Hello everyone, I'm Bin, the anti-cancer blogger. I just finished chemotherapy, and my condition has improved somewhat." The video tugged at Yellow Hair's heartstrings. The young man clearly struggled to speak, gasping for breath as if his time were short. The comments below indicated that he had dependents, an elderly parent and young children, implying that his demise would devastate his family. The thought was overwhelmingly tragic. A sudden idea sparked in Yellow Hair's mind. Could Ning Yuan save this person? Hadn't he previously rescued Jia? If he could cure congenital leukemia, perhaps he could also combat cancer. With this thought, he presented his phone to Ning Yuan, saying, "Brother Ning, look at this poor soul. He is so young and suffering from cancer. I just watched his anti-cancer video, and I felt the weight of fate's cruelty and the unpredictability of life." Ning Yuan glanced at the video and remarked, "There are many unfortunate souls in the world. Can you extend your sympathy to them all? We should focus on living our own lives well, rather than meddling in others' affairs." Yet, Yellow Hair wished to counter, but found himself at a loss for words. Ning Yuan had a point. There were far too many who deserved compassion. Ning Yuan opened Douyin and stumbled upon a different anti-cancer video, one that diverged from Yellow Hair's. This was a plea for help from Su Yin, the chairman of Dahing Real Estate. In the video, he proclaimed that whoever could cure his son's cancer would receive 1/3 of his fortune. The comment section erupted with excitement. Su Yin's wealth was estimated in the hundreds of billions, meaning 1/3 would amount to over 100 billion. Whoever could save his son would ascend to heights unimaginable. Wealth beyond measure. Some commenters noted that if anyone could cure cancer, they would hardly be in want of money, given the multitude of cancer patients worldwide, all of whom would queue to offer their gratitude. The data algorithms are truly impressive. I just watched an anti-cancer blogger, And now I see this, Ning Yuan mused. Yellow Hair was still fixated on a bin, dismissively responding, let them monitor us. One day, if I'm displeased, I'll simply uninstall the app. Ning Yuan bit into an apple from the fruit basket, pondering aloud, would I profit from that 100 billion? It's a question worth considering. But we're not in dire need of funds. Never mind, it sounds too troublesome. Upon hearing this, Yellow Hair perked up, exclaiming, Brother Ning, are you suggesting you can cure cancer? No, I did not say that. Ning Yuan quickly retorted. I heard you, Brother Ning. Please help a bin. He is so pitiable. I'll wash your sock for a month. No, 2 months. How about it? Yellow Hair implored. Ning Yuan raised 3 fingers. For your sake, I shall assist him this once. But you must wash my sock for 3 months. The young man rejoiced, wonderful. Brother Ning, you are a living bodhisattva, a savior among men. Stop right there. Ning Yuan interjected. This anti-cancer remedy is as rare as a scorpion's excrement. If you encounter another anti-cancer blogger, do not seek me out again. There is but 1 dose. Yellow Hair whispered, you think this is a convenience store where one can casually purchase candy? This is a rare anti-cancer remedy, and I procured it with great difficulty. Ning Yuan asserted. Impressive. Yellow Hair exclaimed, giving Ning Yuan a thumbs up and showering him with compliments. Brother Ning is truly remarkable, able to acquire such a thing. They say saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. By the way, what is a pagoda? Ning Yuan was thoroughly enjoying the massage from the young man with yellow hair, but when the latter abruptly shifted the conversation, posing a question that left him perplexed, he hastily diverted the topic. Why are you rambling so much? Quickly get in touch with that person. I fear the young man won't last much longer. We mustn't delay until it's too late. Indeed, the yellow-haired lad nodded vigorously, promptly sending a private message to the cancer-fighting blogger. Afterward, he expressed his concerns. I wonder if he will see this and be able to come. Whether he comes or not is up to fate, Ning Yuan replied, while munching on apple. He had some ulterior motives in rescuing this Abin. He had heard that by performing good deeds, one's luck would improve. Saving a life would surely bring him bountiful fortune. Next time he entered a lottery, he envisioned winning remarkable prizes such as spaceships or wearable armor, which would grant him the magnificence akin to Iron Man in Hollywood blockbusters, allowing him to vanquish evil and promote virtue. His first task would be to infiltrate the United States and locate the CEO of Dell, delivering a sound thrashing that would leave him in tears and possibly incapacitated. The more he pondered, the more elated Ning Yuan became, inadvertently flashing a smile. This smile appeared somewhat lewd to the yellow-haired fellow, who whispered, Ningguo, are you thinking of getting married? Would you like me to introduce you to someone? With your qualities, finding a wife would be a cinch. Nonsense, Ning Yuan retorted, lifting his chin. Do you really think you need to introduce me? If the girls who fancy me lined up outside the shop, it would stretch all the way to the corner where old Zhang sells fried dough sticks. You should worry about yourself instead. Keep bragging. At least bragging is tax-free. If it were taxed, your shop would be bankrupt in no time, the yellow-haired lad thought to himself. Chapter 84, Good Sisters. Noticing the yellow-haired lad's silence, Ning Yuan inquired, Don't you believe me? Of course I believe you. How could I not? He chuckled. Humph. That's good. Go buy 2 beggars' chickens to tide us over. Tell the boss to take a bit longer roasting them, and make sure they're crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Before Ning Yuan could say another word, the yellow-haired lad had already dashed to the shop entrance. Ningguo got it. I'll ask for some well-roasted chickens, he shouted before sprinting off. The past few days had seen the shop nearly deserted, and Ning Yuan relished the tranquility, enjoying leisurely meals with the yellow-haired lad. He was even close to forgetting the tasks assigned by the system until he scrolled through Douyin and recalled that Longguo had launched a rocket to Mars, triggering a sudden realization about his Mars travel reward. However, he felt no urgency. After all, in business, haste makes waste. He decided to indulge for another month before devising a plan. The yellow-haired lad returned swiftly, having procured 2 beggars' chickens in less than half an hour. Upon opening the box, they revealed their beautifully roasted, golden brown, and crispy exterior. Not bad. You're getting better at selecting beggars' chickens, Ning Yuan remarked while devouring a chicken leg. The yellow-haired lad chimed in. We are loyal customers of that shop. The old man who sells the chickens surely picked the best for us. In truth, the old man had carefully inspected each chicken after hearing Ning Yuan's preference for crispy ones, ultimately selecting 2 from the lot. The yellow-haired lad jokingly remarked that Ning Yuan was almost like his own son. The old man shot back. If you could bring forth technology that rivals photolithography, I'd gladly feed you. As they savored the chicken, the thunderous roar of a motorcycle echoed outside the shop. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired lad suddenly found the beggar's chicken less appetizing. A girl clad in a black leather jacket leapt off the motorcycle and skipped into the shop. Upon seeing Ning Yuan and the yellow-haired lad indulging in chicken, she rushed over, snatched a chicken leg from Ning Yuan's plate, took a bite, and mumbled, "This is so delicious. Oh my, why do you always show up when we're about to enjoy something tasty?" It's as if a master has calculated the exact timing. So uncanny. Ning Yuan does it. Yi flashed a mischievous grin at Ning Yuan and replied, "Oh my, you become even more charming after a few days. Let us be sisters." Uft. Ha ha ha. The yellow-haired lad nearly choked on his chicken at Yi's words, struggling to contain his laughter. Noticing Ning Yuan's changing complexion, he quickly added, "Ninga, I didn't mean to laugh at you. I just couldn't help it." Ha ha. Breathing a sigh of relief, Ning Yuan adjusted his demeanor and said, "I see your cultural knowledge needs some bolstering. You ought to study a bit more." The yellow-haired lad's expression instantly turned somber at the mention of cultural knowledge. With a pained look, he protested, "No, Ningguo, spare me. I truly am not cut out for the scholarly life. Besides, Ningguo, she's just jealous of your fairer skin and youthful glow." As he spoke, he noticed Ning Yuan's expression darkening further. "Starting tomorrow, I will focus on enhancing your emotional intelligence. You must read books on improving emotional intelligence. Otherwise, how will you serve customers properly?" Ning Yuan declared with utmost seriousness. "Ning Yi, I'm sorry. A 1T laugh or speak out of turn again," the yellow-haired lad pleaded, his face a picture of despair. Yi could no longer bear to watch and interjected, "You only know how to bully the yellow-haired lad. Isn't he speaking the truth? What brings you here today?" Ning Yuan redirected the conversation, wishing to avoid any further discussion about skin. "I just happened to pass by," Yi replied. "What? Am I not welcome?" "Of course you're welcome." Ning Yuan elongated his tone. "How can I not welcome you after you just stole my chicken leg?" "Huh, we're sisters." After all, Yi laughed, pulling out her phone to take a selfie with Ning Yuan, one hand making a peace sign while the other swiftly pressed the shutter. After snapping the photo, she looked at it and said, "Not bad. Just add a long hair filter and we'll be true sisters." "Delete that photo." "Who is your sister?" Ning Yuan exclaimed, reaching for her phone. Yi, of course, would not let him succeed. She quickly stuffed her phone in her pocket and laughed. "You dare to steal my phone? Dream on. You little rascal. I'll teach you a lesson today," Ning Yuan said, grabbing Yi's arm and pulling her closer. Startled by Ning Yuan's swift movement, she squealed, and before she could react, her phone was already in Ning Yuan's hands. "Give it back." "Yiya éclaimait in a fuluri. What's the rush? Does your phone contain some unspeakable secrets?" Ning Yuan teased, shaking the phone playfully. Feigning calm, Yi retorted, "Of course not. Just get it back quickly." "I don't believe you. I want to see what secrets lie within," Ning Yuan said as he began scrolling through Yi's phone. "Do as you wish. I have a password. You can't access it," Yi laughed, only then remembering her phone's lock code. Ning Yuan, however, was determined. "What if I crack your password?" he challenged. "If you do, you can look at whatever you want," Yi replied, a hint of confidence returning. "All right, you said it," Ning Yuan declared, pulling out his own phone. "Xiao AI, can you help me crack the screen lock on this phone?" "Certainly. The password for the phone in your hand is 478,569. A serene voice emanated from Ning Yuan's device. Upon hearing her password revealed, Yi panicked, rushing over to reclaim her phone. "Get it back. Hurry. You just said that if I cracked it, I could look at whatever I wanted. Why retract your words now?" Ning Yuan teased, dodging her attempts to snatch the phone. Flushed with urgency, Yi had jumped up, trying to grab the phone from Ning Yuan's grasp while shouting, "I take back what I said. Just give it back, please." Ning Yuan held the phone aloft, grinning mischievously. "Not a chance. You'll have to wait and see what secrets this phone holds." The blonde youth beside them observed the playful tussle between the two and inwardly criticized. How childish. They are both in their 20s, yet behaving like kindergarten children. Fighting over toys. "You won't give it to me, will you?" Yaya exclaimed, resorting to her ultimate tactic, pinching. Unfortunately, ever since Ning Yuan acquired the system's rewards of the all-encompassing restorative pill and invincible combat skills, his agility had increased remarkably, and he had no intention of being caught. Thus, Yao was unable to land a single pinch on him. Chapter 85. The Good Deed Gone Awry. One dodged, the other pursued, racing up and down the stairs for several laps, leaving the blonde dizzy. As Ning Yuan ran, he glanced at his phone, finding an array of photos of Yaya in his gallery. "Yeah, I didn't realize you were so narcissistic. There are so many photos of you." Suddenly, Yaya screamed from behind. "Who told you to look at my pictures? Give me back my phone." Not giving it, absolutely not," Ning Yuan retorted, shaking the phone in his hand and laughing. "Your pictures are so ugly. How dare you call me ugly? I'll bite you." Yaya sped up her pursuit. Ning Yuan made a sudden turn and dashed down the stairs, calling out from behind the bar, "Ha, I found your shower photos. Aren't you ashamed of taking pictures while bathing?" This time, upstairs, Yaya's screams were replaced by the faint sound of crying. Oh no, Ningguo, you made her cry, the blonde remarked. Ning Yuan realized he had crossed the line and hurried upstairs, saying, You're too sensitive. Don't cry. He found Yaya crouched on the floor, burying her face in her arms. He knelt beside her and said, I was just teasing you. Don't cry. You. Yaya remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Ning Yuan placed his phone beside her and reassured, Don't cry. There are no shower photos in there. I was just joking. Oof. Yaya raised her head, crying as she retorted, Go away. I don't want to talk to you. How about hot pot then? Ning Yuan asked. I don't want to eat, Yaya replied, her tears still falling. What about hairy crabs? I can send the blonde to buy some. Is there anything else you want? Ning Yuan presedon. I also want marinated pig's trotters, Yaya said, but immediately realized she was still angry and quickly added, I don't want to eat anything. All right, don't be mad. I was wrong. Ning Yuan pulled her up by the arm, handed her the phone, and said, Come on, good children don't cry. Let us go downstairs for some fruit while we wait for dinner. Who is a good child? Yaya huffed, shaking off Ning Yuan's hand and storming towards the stairs. The blonde watched as the immature duo descended the stairs, thinking to himself, they actually make a good match. Perhaps the higher-ups should communicate with the Yi family to bring them together. Once Ning Yuan and Yaya are married and start family, they won't be easily swayed by foreign forces. Ever since Ning Yuan provided information on manufacturing lithography machines, the blonde had begun to suspect he was developing paranoia, fearing that Ning Yuan might be abducted by spies, leading to his high-tech innovations falling into foreign hands. That would spell disaster. Ning Yuan approached the blonde and waved his hand in front of his eyes, saying, Hey, what are you thinking about? You look so focused. Nothing much. Just wondering what to have for lunch, the blonde replied. Don't bother thinking. By the time you come up with something, I'll be starving. Let us go buy some hairy crabs, a few marinated pig's trotters, and pick up some vegetables, Ning Yuan suggested, turning to inquire, Are you satisfied with this plan? Yaya wiped her tears and said, Let's leave it at that for now. If you dare to make me angry again, I'll bite you. All right, I'm off. The blonde dashed away, eager to leave space for Ning Yuan and Yaya. The meal was a delight for Ning Yuan. The hairy crabs the blonde brought back were exceptionally plump, filled with rich roe. Yaya used a crab cracker to extract a small bowl of crab meat, only for Ning Yuan to snatch it away and devour it in 2 bites. Naturally, this sparked another round of playful chaos. The blonde shook his head while eating crab, lamenting inwardly, Am I really dining with 2 overgrown children? After the meal, Yaya announced, Next time, let us have trotters before speeding off on our motorcycle. The afternoon dragged on, excruciatingly dull, with only a handful of customers trickling in. Ning Yuan wandered around the shop, still full from lunch, trying to digest. Ningke, our business hasn't improved in a long time. Shouldn't we think of a solution? The blonde leaned against the bar, fiddling with his phone. Do you have any good ideas? Ning Yuan inquired. None, the blonde confessed. Then that settles it. Ning Yuan returned to the bar, opened his high-tech notebook, and immersed himself in gaming, postponing business discussions until tomorrow. The blonde internally criticized him for being so distracted and opened Douyin, eager to see if Abin had replied. If Abin did respond, he would quickly devise a plan to bring him over and witness how Ning Yuan could save him. If he was rescued, it would indicate that Ning Yuan might possess a method to cure cancer. Then he could coax Abin into revealing his secrets, ultimately helping more cancer patients. However, fate was not on his side, as Abin had not replied. Upon opening Abin's profile, he found a new distress video. In the video, an elderly man, resembling Abin, tearfully claimed to be his father. He lamented that Abin's wife had absconded with their last 100,000 yuan of life-saving funds, leaving behind only their 8-year-old son and a husband suffering from cancer. The comments section was filled with vitriol, and the blonde added his own condemnation, asserting he had a way to save Abin. After watching the video, he sighed heavily, exclaiming, What a despicable woman. The heart of a woman can be the most poisonous. Ningguo, what do you think? He asked. I'm playing a game while watching, Ning Yuan replied. Ningke, don't you think that woman is utterly loathsome? How could she be so cruel as to take that 100,000 yuan, effectively sealing Abin's fate? The blonde fumed. Ning Yuan paused his game, turned around, and said, What is the big deal? Ning Ping still wants to shoot me, you know that. True. The blonde scratched his head, realizing that in comparison, her actions were indeed not so severe. Has that person not replied to you yet? Ning Yuan asked. The blonde shook his head, sighed, and said, No, it seems I can't even manage to do a good deed. It's me who can accomplish a good deed, Ning Yuan remarked before turning back to the world of gaming. The blonde sighed once more and began contacting Renji, realizing that if he couldn't reach Abin, he had no choice but to resort to this plan. asking Renji to find a bin and bring him over. Little did he know, a bin already had a rival. Su Yin, the chairman of Dahung Real Estate, was aware that Ning Yuan might have the cure for his son's life. At Peking Union Medical College Hospital, in the intensive care unit, Su Yin stood beside his sleeping son, his heart twisted in agony. He could never have imagined his son would develop cancer, let alone reach an advanced stage where the cancer cells had begun to spread. Even the best experts in Longguo were at a loss. What to do? What should I do? The sound of a turning doorknob interrupted Su Yin's thoughts as a doctor in a white coat entered. Dr. Yang, how's my son's test result? Su Yin asked urgently. Dr. Yang shook his head, saying, the situation is not optimistic. We can only proceed with palliative treatment. The cancer cells have spread, rendering surgery largely ineffective. We can only administer chemotherapy to prolong his life, Dr. Yang said as calmly as possible, having witnessed too many cancer patients succumb to the disease over his years in practice. Their families would pray and seek out masters, folk healers, and various remedies, only to find it all in vain, as cancer cells are the grim reapers. When a reaper calls for you at 3 a.m, he certainly won't leave you to see 5 o'clock. Is there really no hope left? Su Yin pleaded, gripping Dr. Yang's arm. I'm over 50. Yes, my only son. I cannot bury my gray hair with his black. Dr. Yang, please think of another way. I'll pay any amount. Su Yin bet get. Sigh. Yang let out a long sigh, fully comprehending Su Yin's sentiments, yet feeling utterly powerless. Just as he was about to console Su Yin, a figure unexpectedly sprang to mind. It was a young man, perpetually adorned with a cynical smile, whose conversations were riddled with nonsensical chatter, devoid of any truth. A quintessential charlatan, adept at speaking to both men and ghosts alike. His name was Ning Yuan. He had been the one to save the young princess of the Yi family. Though it could be argued that it was not his direct intervention, but rather the purchase of medicine by the Yi family's scion that had rescued his sister. Yang had visited that shop once, only to be told by Ning Yuan that there were no medicines left, completely sold out. With the young princess's ailment now cured, he returned to the hospital, where one day the director summoned him to the office and cautioned him never to visit that shop again. When he inquired about the reason, the director merely stated, "It is an order from above." Upon hearing this, Yang realized the gravity of the situation and refrained from returning. Now, as Su Yin lamented, Yang suddenly recalled that perhaps Ning Yuan's shop possessed a remedy for cancer. After all, the medicines there had previously cured congenital leukemia, a seemingly hopeless condition. Su Yin, noticing Yang's exhalation, fell silent, understanding that no matter how fervently he pleaded, it would be futile. Doctors were not omnipotent, and it was implausible that they could cure such universally acknowledged terminal conditions. He released his grip on Yang's arm, sank to the ground, cradling his head, and silently vented his anguish by tugging at his hair. Mr. Su, there is someone who might be able to save your son, Yang said. What? Su Yin halted his actions, raising his head. Are you saying someone could save my son? He instinctively dismissed the word might, as long as a sliver of hope remained. He would exert every effort. Are you familiar with the Yi family in Beijing? Yang inquired. Su Yin nodded. The name was well known, impossible to overlook, although his status had never allowed him to touch such heights. Have you heard about the Yi family princess suffering from congenital leukemia? Yang asked. Perhaps I have. Su Yin replied, rising and stroking his chin in contemplation. I remember, back when my business was just starting, I overheard someone at a dinner party mention that the princess had congenital leukemia. Whoever cures her illness would see their business skyrocket. That was many years ago. Are you implying that? I was the personal physician for the Yi family princess. She encountered a benefactor who cured her illness. Perhaps that person has a solution for your son's condition, Yang stated. Where can I find him? Su Yin asked eagerly. I can tell you, but you must not disclose that it was I who informed you, Yang cautioned, his brow furrowing as he hesitated to continue. Su Yin was no ordinary individual. After years in business, he had encountered myriad people, and his instincts were finely honed. He promptly retrieved a bank card from his pocket and discreetly slipped it into Yang's pants pocket. Yang recoiled as if pricked by a needle. What are you doing, mister? Su, you're trying to lead me astray. Dr. Yang, it's merely a token of appreciation, Su Yin said. Noticing that Yang's frown had eased and realizing he had guessed correctly, he affectionately grasped Yang's arm. I appreciate your care during this time. Please accept it as a small gesture, no wrongdoing involved. Very well, I shall accept it. But this is a one-time occurrence. Yang feigned a serious expression, though Su Yin could clearly see the smile lurking in his eyes. And my son's illness? Just a moment, Yang said, retrieving a small notebook and pen from his coat pocket. With swift strokes, he scribbled down an address, tearing off the paper and handing it to Su Yin. Upon seeing the address, Su Yin's eyes widened in realization. This shop was quite renowned. Previously, his son had spent 500,000 to purchase a phone from there, which he had examined and confirmed to be a high-tech product. It now dawned upon him that if such advanced technology was available, could there not also be a remedy for cancer? The more he pondered, the more hope burgeoned within him. Mr. Su Yang, having accepted the payment, altered his tone and spoke warmly. It would be best if you brought your son along. Not only would it serve as a respite from the confines of the hospital, which is detrimental to his recovery, but it would also compel that individual to sell the medicine. I fear you might not succeed alone. Would offering a high price not suffice? Su Yin queried, reluctant to let his son leave the hospital for fear of complications arising without immediate medical assistance. Yang Kontret, do you think that individual lacks money? True enough. Su Yin chuckled, shaking his head. In my desperation, I momentarily lost my wits. That person could hardly be in want of funds. Are you suggesting we appeal to his sense of empathy? Precisely. How could he stand idly by and refuse to help? Young replied, however, this is merely my suggestion. Ultimately, the course of action is yours to decide. As he spoke, Yang glanced at his Rolex watch. It is nearly time. Your son should awaken shortly. I shall take my leave. Thank you, Dr. Yang, Su Yin said, personally escorting Yang to the hospital door. Upon returning to the ward, he found his son already awake. Son, are you feeling unwell? Su Yin approached the bedside, speaking softly. No, the young man replied, shaking his head with difficulty. The doctor just said I should get some fresh air instead of languishing in this room, waiting for death. At the mention of waiting for death, Su Yin's smile stiffened. He endeavored to maintain a gentle tone. Juanhao, the reason I prevented you from going out was for your own good. But now, I have found a way to save you, and we can go out tomorrow. For my own good? If you truly cared for me, you and T have abandoned my mother. Su Juanhao exclaimed, his weakened voice trembling. Sighing deeply, Su Yin fell at a loss for words, well aware that this was one of the most unforgivable mistakes of his life. Chapter 87. Everyone has arrived. After achieving success in business, the temptations surrounding him multiplied, leading to a swift divorce. Each time he reflected on this matter, Su Yin felt a profound sense of guilt towards his son for having deprived him of his mother from such a young age. In an effort to atone for this, he had never uttered a harsh word, despite Su Juanhao's many misadventures throughout his childhood. Tomorrow, I'll take you for treatment and a little outing, Su Yin said with a smile. Su Juanhao nodded, his mood lifting slightly. Early the next day, Su Yin arranged for a convoy to escort Su Juanhao, accompanied by bodyguards and personal medical staff, as they set forth towards the high-tech shop. Huang Mao sat in the first-floor lounge, enjoying tofu pudding and fried dough sticks with Ning Yuan. Having received word the night before that a bin would arrive early, he had gone out of his way to procure breakfast. He had even opened the shop door in anticipation of a bin's arrival. Why do you keep staring outside? Is there a beauty on the road? Ning Yuan inquired. Notiting Huang Mao's distracted kaze. A bin texted me last night, saying he'd be here bright and early. So I'm just a bit anxious, Huang Mao replied with a nervous chuckle. You're up unusually early today, claiming that early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Who would have guessed you had such a romantic side? If it weren't a man, I'd suspect you two were involved. Ning Yuan teased, raising an eyebrow. At this, he stared at Huang Mao with wide eyes. You wouldn't actually have feelings for men, would you? That would be too dangerous for me. What are you talking about, Ningguo? Huang Mao protested, hastily shoveling tofu pudding into his mouth, his words barely discernible. I, Huang Mao, no, am male and exclusively attracted to females. I'm a completely straight man. Really? Ning Yuan asked, still somewhat skeptical. Really? Huang Mao insisted, stretching his tone. More genuine than gold. More authentic than pure gold. As Ning Yuan was about to finish his sentence, he noticed Huang Mao standing up with a smile and saying, you must be a bin. Welcome to the tech shop. I'm the online friend you contacted. Lonely as snow. Please come in. Ning Yuan, seated with his back to the door, turned to see an elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles, pushing a wheelchair. The young man seated in the wheelchair bore a striking resemblance to the one in the video, though his complexion was notably worse, indicating a marked deterioration in his health. The elderly man managed a stiff smile, revealing teeth darkened from smoking, his eyes reflecting a hint of timidity. Upon seeing Huang Mao invite them in, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, noticing the elderly man's unsteady gait. As if he might collapse at any moment, Ning Yuan rose to assist him, guiding him to a nearby sofa, then positioning the wheelchair beside him before taking a seat across from them. Huang Mao dashed upstairs to fetch 2 loaves of bread, then hurried to the water cooler on the first floor to fill disposable cups with hot water. He placed the bread and water on the coffee table in front of the elderly man, stating, You haven't had breakfast, have you? Here, have some bread. Ning Yuan added. Please do eat something. Thank you. Thank you, the elderly man said as he ravenously devoured the bread, crumbs spilling onto his clothing, which he promptly scooped up and ate. In no time, both loaves had been consumed entirely. Huang Mao, could you check if the roasted chicken shop is open? Please bring back a couple of chickens. Ning Yuan instructed. Just as Huang Mao was about to leave, the elderly man hastily interjected. I've had enough. I've had enough. No need to buy more. Thank you so much. You're kind-hearted people. Thank you, thank you. My father, in order to save money, only ate a few buns on the train, Abin said, tears streaming down his face. This is your father? Ning Yuan exclaimed in shock, having assumed the elderly man was Abin's grandfather. Huang Mao urkenti urket, Ningke. You must find a way to help them. Look how much Abin's father has aged due to this illness. Rest assured, I once cured Yi with a bottle of special medicine. Fortunately, I still have a vial of cancer treatment. Ning Yuan was saying when a row of luxury cars pulled up outside the shop. A group of bodyguards in black suits leaped from the vehicles, surrounding a motorhome in the center of the convoy. Several burly guards swiftly opened the motorhome door, and the first to emerge were a few medical personnel clad in white coats, followed by a middle-aged man with a slight paunch and an air of authority, who stepped out under the watchful eyes of the bodyguards. Junhao, we have arrived, the middle-aged man said, addressing someone inside the vehicle before waving his hand. Several robust security personnel entered the vehicle and emerged carrying a wheelchair. Huang Mao, observing the scene outside, remarked, Ninggu, a big shot has arrived. Are they here to smash our shop? Smash? Nonsense, Ning Yuan retorted, feeling irked at being interrupted. Even the president of a lighthouse country would have to behave himself in my shop. Ask around. Who would dare to vandalize Ning's establishment? Ninggu, stop boasting. Turn around and look. The big shot has entered the store. Huang Mao pointed at the entrance. Ning Yuan turned to see that indeed. A young man in a wheelchair was leading the way. Judging by his appearance, he seemed far from benevolent, his eyes full of levity. The middle-aged man pushing the wheelchair also bore a sinister glint in his gaze, reminiscent of a predatory wolf. The group of cold, indifferent individuals in suits that followed were equally untrustworthy, striding in with an air of arrogance, as if they were above everyone else. Buying computers? Or perhaps a lottery? Ning Yuan inquired. Su Yin, assessing Ning Yuan in return, found his description of the young man to be accurate. He was indeed a scheming businessman. Yet, the businessman was pragmatic. As long as the money was right, he would surely provide assistance for his son. Having prepared before arriving, Su Yin, hearing the mention of computers and lotteries, shook his head and replied with a smile, I am neither here to buy a computer nor to participate in a lottery. I am seeking medicine. My son has been diagnosed with cancer, and I have heard that you possess a special remedy capable of treating it. Upon hearing that the newcomers were in search of anti-cancer medication, Abin's expression grew even more despondent. The luxury cars, parked outside, signaled that these individuals were affluent. How could they compete with such wealthy and powerful people? He cast a furtive glance at his father, his heart aching like a needle prick. Abin's father trembled slightly, his rough hands clutching an empty bread bag tightly, his eyes reddened. A man of resilience, he had survived the battlefield during the Vietnam War, but now he felt as if he were on the verge of collapse. In this economic society, he was no match for the wealthy. The only chance for his son's survival seemed poised to slip away. Huang Mao, noticing Abin's father's plight, sighed inwardly. There is no other ailment in the world. Only one, the disease of poverty. He had felt profound sorrow after reviewing the elder's background the previous night. A veteran who had risked his life for the country. Yet his family was so destitute, and now his son suffered from cancer, while his daughter-in-law had absconded with the life-saving funds. It was a cruel twist of fate, as if the heavens delighted in tormenting the unfortunate. Unaware of the emotional turmoil affecting Abin and his father, Ning Yuan mused, these wealthy individuals have such keen instincts. Do they possess a canine sense of smell? How do they know I have anti-cancer medication? Is there truly anti-cancer medication? Suin et glim asterix. As he had only been probing earlier and never expected it to be true. You intend to treat him? Ning Yuan asked, gesturing towards the young man in the wheelchair. Yes, he is my son, diagnosed with cancer and in urgent need of anti-cancer medication. Regardless of the cost, even if it bankrupts me, I will buy it. Su Yin declared, fully aware that the price for such miraculous medicine would be exorbitant, and he was prepared to be exploited by this businessman. Ning Yuan shook his head, pointing at Abin and his father. Unfortunately, you have arrived too late. The anti-cancer medication has already been given to them. Given to them? Su Yin felt momentarily dazed, as Ning Yuan's words had offered a glimmer of hope, only to plunge him back into despair. Why? he instinctively asked, before Ning Yuan could respond. The young man in the wheelchair interjected, "Dad, why waste your breath on him? Look at those two. They're obviously rural folk, probably from some impoverished backwater. Let us just offer a high price. He isn't foolish and will definitely sell to us." Hearing this, Abin lowered his head. Realizing the truth in the words spoken, the proprietor would not be naive enough to turn down a higher offer. Abin's father, too, bowed his head, unsure how to confront his son or himself. Huang Mao, overhearing the young man's condescending remarks, nearly chuckled in disbelief. This was a grave miscalculation. Ning Yuan was not one to be trifled with. He was gentle in nature, but would not tolerate disrespect. If the young man had approached with humility, perhaps there was still hope for him. Ning Yuan's reaction unfolded as Huang Mao had anticipated. He looked at the young man in the wheelchair and said, "Do you not understand the most basic of courtesies? One should not interrupt others when they have yet to finish speaking. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing Ning Yuan dare to reprimand him, Su Juanhao erupted in anger, shouting, "Who do you think you are to speak to me this way? Do you believe I can have your shop closed tomorrow?" After his outburst, he glared at Ning Yuan, his eyes blazing red. He had never experienced such indignity. Even the school principal had treated him with respect due to his father's status. Yet here was the owner of a small shop daring to reprimand him. It was utterly intolerable. "Enough, Juanhao," Su Yin said, placing a hand on his son's shoulder to calm him. Then turning to Ning Yuan with a smile, "My apologies. My son can be rather blunt. I am willing to offer 3 times the price to purchase the medicine. Do not sell to him." Yichen shouted as he entered the door. "No matter how much he offers, I will pay double." "Why are you here?" Ning Yuan replied, his patience wearing thin. "I have come here for that scoundrel," Yichen exclaimed, pointing at Su Juanhao, who was seated in a wheelchair. Zhao Nin was deceived by his false affections. "I must seek retribution on her behalf. I heard from friends that they were here, so I followed. It seems that his cancer is a form of divine justice." Ning Yuan remarked as he regarded Su Juanhao. "You ought to return and seek treatment for your mind. Have you forgotten who I am? How dare you threaten me? Truly, you must be weary of life to act so recklessly." Su Juanhao, pointing at Ning Yuan and Yi Chun, declared, "You will regret this. I will kill you both." "Juanhao, do not be angry. Please, save your strength for your health." Su Yin gently soothed his son, casting a meaningful glance at the medical staff, who promptly wheeled Su Juanhao out of the shop and towards the RV. Once his son was safely aboard, Su Yin spoke up. "He has been spoiled by me since childhood. I apologize on his behalf, Boss Ning." After extending his apologies to Ning Yuan, he cheerfully addressed Yi Chun. "You must be the 3rd young master of the Yi family, right? I recall seeing you at a banquet 2 years ago. Indeed, you are quite the handsome gentleman. Despite Juanhao's numerous misdeeds, he is now afflicted by terminal illness. We should practice mercy and hope for your forgiveness." Su Yin, seasoned in the business world, deftly diffused the tense atmosphere. "Very well, considering his condition, I forgive him." Ning Yuan was the first to concede. Yi Chen shook his head and added, "In light of your father's presence, I shall refrain from pursuing him further." "Then, can we purchase the cancer medication?" Su Yin quit eagerly. Huang Mao observed how Su Yin skillfully regained control of the situation and now sought to acquire the cancer medication. Frankly, he felt a surge of anxiety. On one hand, through Renji, he learned that Abin's father was a veteran who had shed blood for the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, he would do everything in his power to save his son from cancer. On the other hand, how did Su Yin discover that the shop had cancer medication? This information was far too timely. Even he only learned of it when Ning Yuan inadvertently let it slip. Su Yin's urgency was palpable. He regretted allowing Su Juanhao into the shop, having offended the enigmatic Boss Ning with just a few words. He anticipated that the young master of the Yi family would involve himself in this affair. It appeared that the relationship between the Yi family's young master and Boss Ning was rather amicable, which complicated matters. Nonetheless, no matter the difficulty, he was determined to procure the medication, as time was of the essence for Su Juanhao. Although Yi Chun verbally expressed forgiveness, he felt a lingering discomfort within. He had long pursued Zhao Nan, only to find that she held no interest in him. Just days prior, she had tearfully confided that she had been abandoned by a young man named Su Juanhao. Upon further investigation, he discovered that Su Juanhao was the son of Su Yin from Dehong Real Estate. When compared to the Yi family, they were but insignificant players. He pondered throughout the night, unable to discern where he had faltered. Zhao Nin revealed that she had been rejected by Su Juanhao 6 months ago, and for half a year, she had been engulfed in sorrow and despair. Given that Zhao Nin had suffered for so long, Yi Chen could not genuinely wish for Ning Yuan to save Su Juanhao. Unbeknownst to Ning Yuan, the thoughts of those present were rife with complexities. Without a moment's hesitation, He stated, "We have no medication left. Please return when we have it in stock." The moment those words left his mouth, Huang Mao and Yi Chun felt a wave of relief wash over them. Chapter 89. Why? Hope rekindled in the hearts of Bin and his father. But Su Yin felt as though he were still trapped in an abyss. "Why is there none?" he implored. "There is simply none. Medications capable of treating cancer are exceedingly rare. Now, please leave." Ning Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Su Yin pointed at Bin and his father, questioning. "But why do they have it? There was one. Ningge gifted it to them. Now, please leave." Huang Mao interjected urgently. "I can buy it. I'll pay a high price." Su Yin, see, if I give it to you, won't he be doomed? Ning Yuan gestured toward Bin. "Is my son's life less valuable than his?" Su Yin's words struck a nerve, prompting Yi Chun to interject. "Are you implying that your son's life holds more worth than his?" "That was not my intention," Su Yin quickly clarified, realizing his blunder. "I spoke out of desperation." Ning Yuan interrupted. "Enough. They arrived before you. Naturally, the medication belongs to them. As for your offer of a high price, do you think I am in want of money? Indeed, the owner of this establishment cannot possibly lack funds." Su Yin finally grasped Huang Mao's earlier reminder. The owner's wealth could only be swayed by the life of his son, yet Juanhao had managed to offend him with mere words. What was to be done now? "Enough. Return home. If Ning Yuan says there is no medication, then there is none. Standing here is futile. Go devise another plan," Yi Chun advised, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone as he relished the poetic justice of Su Juanhao's predicament. "No, I cannot go back." Su Yin rushed to Ning Yuan's side, grasping his arm in desperation. "Boss Ning, please save Juanhao. He is my only son." Ning Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. He resented the individual who had leaked this information. Damn it. It now appeared as though he was callous enough to let someone die. He gently removed Su Yin's hand and said, "There is but one pill. They arrived first. That is fate. Do you understand?" "No, I will defy fate." Su Yin, see, pointing at Bin's father. "Give me the medication, and I will offer you wealth beyond measure. You could live in a grand villa, indulge in gourmet delicacies, and drive luxury cars. Surely, you have never experienced such opulence. Just agree, and you shall have it all." Bin's father shook his head resolutely. "I'm already half buried in the earth. What use is money to me? I wish only for my son's health." "And you refuse?" Su Yin's voice grew menacing. "Do you not understand the consequences of offending me? Su Yin, I could crush you with a single hand as easily as one squashes an ant." With that, he stepped menacingly toward Bin, threatening, "If you do not surrender the medication, I will ensure your father suffers." Bin, glancing at his father who had toiled for him all his life, gritted his teeth and said, "Take the medication. Just do not harm my dad. Otherwise, I will fight you to the bitter end." Hearing this, Su Yin chuckled. How could such lowly creatures possibly stand against him? He turned to Ning Yuan and proclaimed, "Boss Ning, I have secured the medication from them, and I will also arrange for the finest burial plot for Bin. Ningge, I will kill him." Huang Mao could no longer contain himself. Is there no decency in bullying the innocent? He rushed to the counter, seizing an empty beer bottle, ready to confront Su Yin. Yi Chun, equally incensed, followed suit, brandishing a beer bottle of his own, prepared to join Huang Mao in confronting the arrogant real estate mogul. "Calm down," Ning Yuan interjected, grabbing hold of both Huang Mao and Yi Chun. "I find your immaturity disheartening. What kind of society do we live in that resorts to violence? We must uphold civility and decorum." "But, Ningge," Huang Mao pointed at Su Yin, "if we are to uphold civility, it must be reciprocated. He is nothing but a scoundrel. What civility is there to discuss?" Yi Chun chimed in, "Indeed, he is merely a bully who preys on the weak. If he dares to threaten me, I shall summon my brother to deal with him." "Enough. Allow me to handle this matter," Ning Yuan asserted. Huang Mao and Yi Chun responded in unison, "Very well." Su Yin recognized that he had indeed acted excessively, but he felt cornered. To save his son, he could only resort to such desperate measures. With a pained expression, he confessed, "I realize my actions were wrong, but I had no other options. Boss Ning, they have agreed to sell me the medication. I will provide them with the utmost compensation." This duplicitous individual has truly broadened Ning Yuan's horizons. In comparison to those weaker than him, they grimace and snarl, while those stronger appear as docile as lambs. It would be a pity if you did not pursue a career in acting. Your talent is deserving of an award. Do you think they would relinquish the medicine to you without any intimidation? Su Yin was at a loss for words, pausing before stating, "That is their choice. In any case, the medicine has been given to me. Boss Ning, please hand it over." "Aren't you being rather unreasonable?" Huang Mao interjected. "Call it what you will, whether it be unreasonable or threatening. The fact remains they have consented to surrender the medicine to me." Su Yin, in a fit of desperation, threw his face to the ground, inviting others to tread upon it, determined to employ any means necessary to procure the medicine. Your tenacity reminds me of someone, but you fall short. You lack both his ruthlessness and his audacity. Ning Yuan chuckled. Indeed, Boss Ning, please sell me the medicine quickly, Su Yin said, nodding earnestly. It seems you do not comprehend one crucial matter. They may have relinquished it to you, but have I? Did I say I would sell it to you? Your recent behavior has conjured some unpleasant memories for me. You might want to prepare a fine coffin for your son, lest you find yourself caught unawares. Ning Yuan replied calmly. What unpleasant memories could he be recalling? Yichen whispered to the side. That is a long story. Do you know how I first met Brother Ning? Huang Mao leaned in to recount his glorious exploits, indulging in a bit of boasting. Why? Su in stinquito inquit. Perplexed as to why this boss had yet to sell to him. Wasn't Yang Cheng correct in labeling him a shrewd businessman? Shouldn't he be solely motivated by profit? He had cleared all obstacles and was prepared to pay a high price for the medicine. So why wasn't it being sold to him? Ning Yuan glanced at the clock on the wall, noting it was already past 11, and said impatiently, Why all the questions? Eat what I give you and be on your way. We're almost approaching noon. I can't let you delay my lunch. Why? Su Yin clutched his head, tearing at his hair in frustration, incessantly questioning why. He felt on the verge of a breakdown. From the outset, everyone had been targeting him. Fine. I shall dissuade you from your hopes. Listen closely. Ning Yuan cleared his throat. That arrogant son of yours, should he be saved, poses a significant threat to society. One could discern his character from his words. Do you understand now? Without waiting for Su Yin to respond, Ning Yuan continued. Moreover, how dare you threaten others in broad daylight? Is there no law? No justice? It is no wonder your son is so brazen. He has learned well from you. I advise you to educate him properly, for if he continues with such bravado, he will not last long. At this point, Ning Yuan slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. Don't bother teaching him. He likely won't live much longer anyway. Let him be. Su Yin, pointing at Ning Yuan, was rendered speechless with anger. Enough of this time wasting. Hurry back and select a fine burial plot for your son, and procure a good coffin. That is the most pressing matter. Ning Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Fine. Su Yin retorted, if my son dies, I assure you, you won't have it easy either. Then pointing at Ah Bin and his father, he added, you too can await your demise. With that, he stormed out of the store without looking back. Huang Mao watched Su Yin's retreating figure and had already sentenced him to death. Anyone who posed a threat to Ning Yuan must be eliminated. Ning Yuan, shall I take action to bring his company to ruin? Let us see how arrogant he remains, Yichen suggested. Ning Yuan scoffed, nonnet. He has already threatened me. He is as good as dead. Yichen was puzzled, but Huang Mao quietly chuckled to himself. Indeed, he was as good as dead. The best outcome for him will be a lifetime behind bars. What individual among them was without sin? A thorough investigation would surely uncover the truth. And once the truth is revealed, well, he could look forward to enjoying his time in prison. Enough of this harbinger of doom ruining our spirits. I will fetch the medicine, Ning Yuan declared, ascending the stairs to his room, retrieving a small black vial from the drawer of his bedside table. Yichen pointed at the black vial, exclaiming, this is the very vial that contained the medicine which saved my sister. Huang Mao, equally curious, observed the vial, pondering. How many more wonders does Ning Yuan possess? The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Ning Yuan twisted the cap open and poured a red pill into his palm, the sweet aroma beginning to waft through the store. Yichen inhaled deeply, dejlading. That's the scent. It's sweet and tickles the throat. Ningguo, I've seen in martial arts films that such sweet medicines are often remarkable poisons. Is that true? Huang Mao leaned closer to examine the pill in Ning Yuan's hand. Remarkable poison, my foot, Ning Yuan exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to Huang Mao's rear. This is a rare and precious elixir, one that I would hesitate to consume myself. Huang Mao rubbed his backside and protested. But Ningguo, you are not even ill. Why would you need to take any medicine? What I meant was to emphasize the significance and rarity of this medicine. Do you understand? You wouldn't comprehend. This is a celestial elixir, Ning Yuan stated, stepping before Ah Bin and instructing him to open his mouth. Thank you, Ah Bin managed to say, struggling to lift his head and part his lips. Ning Yuan directly fed him the pill and inquired, what is the taste? I couldn't taste it, Ah Bin replied, smacking his lips. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it dissolved into liquid, and he swallowed it whole. You are akin to Zhu Beiji consuming the fruit of immortality, Ning Yuan remarked, not losing hope, and asked again, was the liquid tasteless? No, Ah Bin shook his head. If I had to describe a flavor, it was simply the taste of water. Upon hearing it tasted like water, Ning Yuan sighed. How dull. no flavor whatsoever. Let us await the effects. As soon as he finished speaking, he observed Bin's complexion shifting from ashen to a vibrant red. I feel so hot, Bin exclaimed, tugging at his clothing. His father quickly grasped his hand, saying, it must be the medicine taking effect. Bear with it. Is this medicine truly that powerful? Huang Mao wondered. Do not worry. It is a normal reaction. My sister experienced the same when she took the medicine. Just endure it for a bit. Yi Qin's reassurance eased everyone's concerns. However, Ning Yuan felt a twinge of worry. What if something went wrong? After approximately 20 minutes, Bin finally returned to normal, his first words being, is there anything to eat? Ning Yuan sent Huang Mao out to buy 2 bowls of porridge and some steamed buns. Recognizing that Bin had just recovered and was not suited for greasy food, he should start with something light to ease back into it. Bin devoured the porridge and buns in a matter of moments, then stood up from his wheelchair, moving his body and feeling as though he were in perfect health, perhaps even better than before. I'm better. I'm truly better, Bin exclaimed, bouncing about joyfully. Ningguo, this medicine is indeed a celestial elixir. It cured me. Huang Mao quickly fawned over him. It was not mere flattery, but genuine admiration for the extraordinary efficacy of the medicine, which had revived a cancer patient to full vitality, a true miracle. Yi Qin gave a thumbs up, saying, Ning Yuan, this medicine is indeed remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed. Just a drizzle of rain. Ning Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. This is merely standard procedure. There is no need for astonishment. Thank you. Thank you, Bin's father said, approaching Ning Yuan, his legs bending as if he were about to kneel. Ning Yuan swiftly stepped forward to support him, saying, do not kneel. I am but a junior and cannot bear such a gesture. If your son is to be saved, it is Huang Mao you should thank. He was the one who facilitated this. Huang Mao hastily added, it is simply fate. As the saying goes, a household that accumulates virtue will surely have good fortune. You have served the dragon country, made contributions. Now your son's salvation is the result of karmic retribution. Well said, Huang Mao. Your eloquence has improved remarkably. It seems my advice for you to study diligently was indeed wise. Speaking of which, what contributions did Bin's father make to the dragon country during the war? Ning Yuan inquired. Yi Qin interjected. At his age, he must have participated in the counteroffensive against Vietnam. My grandfather commanded some of the battles during that conflict. Alas, Bin's father sighed, reminiscing that those were merely bygone days. At that time, returning alive from the battlefield was a stroke of immense fortune. He never expected to encounter a benefactor now. Truly, he was at a loss regarding how to express his gratitude. Bin approached Ning Yuan and said, Boss Ning, you saved my life. Although I possess little skill, I would traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire at your command. The matter of gratitude could be addressed later. It was noon, and Ning Yuan quickly shifted the topic, not wishing to linger on the subject of repayment. His act of saving Bin was, to be candid, merely an act of kindness with no expectation of reward. Right, I shall go buy groceries. Please wait for a moment, Huang Mao exclaimed before dashing off, as if pursued. More than half an hour later, a sumptuous feast was laid out on the table. During the meal, Huang Mao resolved the employment issue for Bin and his father, arranging for them to work at Yi Qin's holographic cinema, where Yi Qin expressed a warm welcome. Given his connection with Ning Yuan, it was assured that Bin would be considered one of their own in the future. Chapter 91, a grand scene. After the meal, Yi Qin took Bin and his father away, claiming he needed to assign them to their dormitory. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan and Huang Mao commenced a new round of ranking, vowing not to relent until they ascended to the next tier. The following morning, Huang Mao arose early, as was his custom, to wash up before heading out to buy breakfast. Upon opening the small door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A throng of people had gathered outside the shop, stretching endlessly, and he recalled a classic line from a skit. It was a mountain of people, with drums resounding and firecrackers exploding. Upon seeing him emerge, the crowd clamored, "Excuse me, does this store sell anti-cancer medication? Did the anti-cancer blogger Bin take the medicine sold here to cure his illness? How much is the anti-cancer medication?" "Stop!" Huang Mao waved his hand and shouted. "There is only one pill of anti-cancer medication, and it has been given to Bin. We have no more medicine in stock. Please disperse. If we have more, we will notify you." As he finished speaking, the crowd became agitated, realizing that this shop indeed had anti-cancer medication. "Please save my daughter. I will pay any price for the medicine. My son is only in his 20s and hasn't even married yet. Please save him. When will the anti-cancer medication be available again?" The multitude surrounded Huang Mao at the entrance, bombarding him with inquiries. In that moment, Huang Mao fully comprehended their sentiments. The anti-cancer medication in the store represented their last hope. How could they simply disperse at his word? However, the truth remained. The medication was genuinely unavailable. The medicine is truly gone. It is exceedingly precious. I will return and consult the boss. Huang Mao left a message and slipped back through the small door, locking it securely before hastily ascending to the second floor to knock on Ning Yuan's door. What's the matter so early in the morning? A voice from inside expressed impatience. Ninggu, there's trouble. A throng of people is blocking the store entrance, demanding anti-cancer medication. Huang Mao shouted. Damn it. Ning Yuan sprang up from his bed, vexed that he had neglected to instruct Bin not to disclose the existence of the anti-cancer medication. This is troublesome. Ninggu, you need to come take a look. Huang Mao urged. Calm down. You hold them off. I'll freshen up and come down, Ning Yuan replied as he headed to the bathroom. On their way to the dormitory, Bin's father suggested they return to the hospital for another checkup. Initially reluctant, Bin acquiesced, wanting to fully reassure his father. He requested an advance on his wages from Yi Chun and went to the hospital for an examination. The results, of course, confirmed that he was in excellent health, with no issues whatsoever. Yi Chun assigned Bin the role of procurement assistant at the cinema, a crucial position requiring someone trustworthy to oversee the process. Outsiders often lack the knowledge to help the company save costs or might engage in unethical practices. Yi Chun planned to have Bin familiarize himself with the job for a few months before officially replacing the current season buyer. Considering Bin's father's poor health, Yi Chun assigned him a position as a doorkeeper. Once all arrangements were made, that night before bed, Bin whimsically took the examination report from the hospital and recorded his final anti-cancer video, announcing that his battle against cancer had officially concluded. After viewing the video, netizens offered their well wishes to Bin while redirecting their attention to the black technology shop. Soon, some unearthed that the shop had previously sold a special medicine for leukemia when it was in Bain County, although that incident had not garnered much attention. In light of recent events, netizens reevaluated the black technology shop. Those who had previously criticized Ning Yuan and accused the black technology laptop of invading user privacy were exposed by some clear-headed individuals. It did not take long for people to uncover the intricate connections between these critics and certain foreign capital interests. Consequently, netizens realized that the black technology shop was under attack from foreign investors. Coupled with the recent actions against troll accounts in Longguo, a conspiracy orchestrated by foreign capital began to surface. Some speculated that the mastermind behind this conspiracy was Dell, suggesting that Ning Yuan had leaked their trade secrets globally. Even to the casual observer, others held differing opinions, while many inquired about the whereabouts of the black technology shop, as their family members or relatives were afflicted with cancer and urgently needed the anti-cancer medication. Some who lived nearby drove through the night to reach the shop, resulting in the scene where Huang Mao was besieged the following morning. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's instruction to hold the crowd off, Huang Mao's face fell, realizing that the crowd was so eager they might as well consume him. How can I hold him off? Ninggu, hurry up. I'm afraid our store might be torn apart. Ning Yuan hastily wiped his face, rinsed his mouth, donned his clothes, and stepped outside. Huang Mao, seeing Ning Yuan emerge, felt as though he had found a savior and grasped his arm, saying, Ninggu, be mentally prepared. The crowd is vast, and anyone unaware might think something terrible is about to happen. What scene have I not witnessed? Ning Yuan shrugged off Huang Mao's hand, striding confidently towards the staircase. Wait for me. Huang Mao hurriedly followed. Upon opening the door, Ning Yuan admitted he was indeed taken aback. The crowd was overwhelming, shoulder to shoulder, making his shop resemble a popular tourist destination during the National Day holiday. The sheer number of people was staggering. Please do not push, do not crowd. Ning Yuan shouted from the bar, warning that a stampede could occur with so many present. The crowd, however, paid him no heed, incessantly asking if there was any medication left. Huang Mao climbed up to the counter and stood beside Ning Yuan, inquiring, what should we do? You ask me. Who should I ask? Ning Yuan squatted down to retrieve a long and used electronic megaphone from behind the bar, proclaiming, ladies and gentlemen, the medicine is truly gone. If I had it, would I let you suffer? Ning boss, please save my daughter. She is only in her 20s. You're a living bodhisattva. Please save my brother. Save my son. The crowd's pleas instantly drowned out his voice. Ninggu, I think we should call the police with so many people in the store. It could turn dangerous, Huang Mao suggested from his side. What we call the police for? They are far too busy to concern themselves with trivial matters. Ning Yuan retorted as he dialed a number. Please come to my shop and help disperse the crowd. Don't tell me you're not around. Haha, I knew you would call. This is quite the spectacle. The road outside is completely blocked. Hurry, stop reveling in my misfortune. Ning Yuan concluded the call and picked up the megaphone, reminding the crowd not to shove or trample over one another, and to those outside, not to push in further. Ninggu, who did you call? Is it reliable? Huang Mao inquired. It should be. It's that old man who came to pick up something last time, Ning Yuan replied. Huang Mao nearly burst out laughing at Ning Yuan's harsh description of Renji, realizing how mercilessly he spoke. Chapter 92, Mars Tourisme. Renji arrived in less than half an hour, accompanied by a large contingent of police officers. With their assistance, the crowd was gradually dispersed. Ning Yuan instructed Huang Mao to procure a piece of cardboard, upon which he inscribed the words anti-cancer medication sold out in large letters to hang outside the door, thus sparing himself from further inquiries. After dispersing the crowd and exchanging a few idle remarks, Renji departed with his companions, leaving the shop in serene tranquility once more. Following this incident, the business of the black technology shop resumed its normal course. A week later, after dining, Ning Yuan returned to his room early. Securely locking the door behind him, he settled on his bed, and as he moved aside a roll of tissue paper, the electronic voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Task completed. Reward. Lucky spin wheel X2. A trip to Mars. Would you like to claim it? Task. Sell 50,000 units of virtual reality gaming consoles. The Black Technology Notebook vending machine has been transformed into a virtual reality gaming console vending machine. Pricing. 3 million per unit. Special option. Sell at original price for lower profit margins. Bonus. The first customer to inquire about the virtual reality gaming console will receive a low price quota, allowing them to purchase it for 30,000 yuan. This quota is non-transferable and remains valid indefinitely. Completion reward. Lucky spin wheel X2. Promotion to junior supplier. One shop upgrade. Do not ask about the benefits of becoming a junior supplier, young man. Just focus on selling. The journey has only just begun. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan could not help but mentally scoff. If you don't want me to ask, I shan't inquire. I'm not particularly curious. But how does one embark on the trip to Mars? Surely, you wouldn't just magically transport me there. The system remained aloof, only communicating when issuing tasks and otherwise ignoring him completely. After indulging in a bit of venting, Ning Yuan remembered he had yet to claim his reward. The prospect of a lottery did not excite him. After all, he doubted anything good would come of it. He silently affirmed, claim the Mars travel reward. No sooner had the words left his lips than a blinding silver light erupted in the room, prompting Ning Yuan to instinctively shield his eyes with his arm. Approximately 3 seconds later, the brilliance subsided, and as he lowered his arm and opened his eyes, he beheld a massive silver egg floating in his room, roughly 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Goodness, is this an alien spacecraft? Ning Yuan exclaimed, moving closer to examine the silver egg. The exterior was made of an unknown material, appearing incredibly smooth, with irregular black stripes adorning its surface. However, there was no apparent entrance. How was he to get inside? As if responding to his thoughts, the outer shell of the egg slid open, revealing seats within. Fascinated, Ning Yuan peered inside, noting the simplicity of the interior. Most of the space was occupied by seating, alongside which lay a black jumpsuit. Nothing else was present. System, this is rather hasty. I sent it? To visit Mars. I'll surely need a spacesuit. Furthermore, what if I need to use the restroom during the journey? This spacecraft is scarcely spacious enough. Do you expect me to soil myself? Given the vast distance to Mars, shouldn't I prepare more provisions? After voicing a barrage of concerns, the system unexpectedly responded, though not with answers. Instead, it cautioned him that if he did not board the spacecraft within 10 seconds, he would forfeit his opportunity for the Mars trip. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan decisively boarded the ship. Such an opportunity was too precious to squander. As for his myriad concerns, he was confident the system would address them. After all, if he perished, who would sell the merchandise? Before he could fully savor the sensation of being aboard a spacecraft, an electronic voice echoed within. Please don the energy suit located beside your seat. Ning Yuan hastily grabbed the black jumpsuit and began changing. By the time he finished, the hatch above had closed, and darkness enveloped him. He realized he was no longer in his room. The internal system's voice resumed. Greetings, traveler. You have arrived at Mars. You may admire the Martian landscapes from within the curvature vehicle or venture out on a gravity vehicle for exploration. Note, the countdown is set for 5 hours, after which you will return to Earth. So, have we arrived at Mars already? How abrupt. I didn't even get to enjoy the scenery along the way. Ning Yuan lamented. At that moment, the spacecraft had transformed significantly. The interior space had expanded dramatically. Ning Yuan found himself at the forefront of the ship, surrounded by transparent materials akin to glass, affording him a 180-degree view of the Martian vistas. However, he had no intention of merely sitting and gazing. Having made the journey to Mars, he was eager to step out and explore, perhaps even investigate the existence of extraterrestrial life. If he encountered aliens, he could bring them back to Earth and open an exhibition hall for aliens, charging admission to profit from the venture. With this thought in mind, Ning Yuan couldn't help but admire his keen business acumen. He was undoubtedly a natural entrepreneur. Resolute, he rose from his seat, turned around, and spotted a vehicle within the spacecraft that resembled a beach buggy from Earth. "How do I exit?" he called out. As soon as he spoke, an opening appeared at the rear of the ship. Remarkable, this spacecraft responds to voice commands, he thought, mounting the gravity vehicle. However, he soon encountered an embarrassing dilemma. He had no idea how to operate the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the control panel displayed options for automatic driving, manual driving, navigation, energy shield, and other assorted functions. He tentatively pressed the manual driving option and gently turned the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to finally spring to life. As he drove out of the spacecraft, Ning Yuan recalled something. Wasn't he had said that Mars was inhospitable to human life? Why was he outside and seemingly unharmed? Were those scientists merely spouting nonsense? No, he soon realized he was enveloped by a thin membrane, a pale yellow hue that blended with the reddish Martian surface under the sunlight. Without careful observation, one would hardly notice it. As the vehicle moved, the membrane shifted with it, and when he touched it, it felt soft. "Please do not touch the energy shield. Please do not touch the energy shield." The electronic voice suddenly emanated from the gravity vehicle, startling Ning Yuan, who quickly withdrew his hand, muttering, "So it's an energy shield. I'm safe inside it. I thought I had developed superpowers." Just as he finished his quip, he spotted a vehicle approaching from a distance, slowly making its way toward him. No way. Could it be an alien vehicle? Are there truly aliens? Panic surged within him. Should he approach it? He hesitated. During his indecision, he noticed a flag flying from the vehicle, the familiar emblem easing his trepidation. Chapter 93, Curiosity, Mars Rover. It was the stars and stripes of the United States, reminding him of the original world where the United States had launched a rocket to Mars, deploying a rover named Curiosity. It appeared that in this parallel world, the United States had also sent a Mars rover. Ning Yuan steered his vehicle toward the U.S. Mars rover, and as he drew closer, he observed the probe was in a state of disrepair, covered in dust, with one of its four wheels loose and wobbling as it moved. Above the rover was a long mechanical arm, and just as Ning Yuan approached the Curiosity rover, a camera-like device on the arm turned to face him. At that moment, he contemplated whether to pick up a nearby rock and smash the rover. The United States had troubled him repeatedly. Perhaps damaging this Mars rover would serve as a fitting revenge. Unbeknownst to him, however, the U.S. personnel had already spotted him on the distant blue planet. Within the U.S. Space Administration, in a spacious hall adorned with various large screens, people sat or stood, their mouths agape, fixated on the displays. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh my God, our Curiosity has discovered an alien." In the once silent hall, a fervent discussion erupted. Aliens resemble us? Is this truly an extraterrestrial being? I can't shake the feeling that he is human. Hurry, report to the director. This news must be broadcasted globally. Our lighthouse nation space agency has discovered aliens. Seizing an opportunity while Ning Yuan was distracted, Huang Mao stealthily relocated the advanced technology laptop to his room, indulging in a gaming spree. After completing his side quest, he glanced at the time. It was past 10 o'clock, time for bed. He quietly returned the laptop to its original place and was just about to sleep when his phone vibrated. Seeing the caller ID sent a jolt of anxiety through him. It was Ren Ji's number. They had previously agreed that Ren Ji would only contact him for significant matters. Upon answering the call, before he could inquire, the voice on the other end rushed to say, "Check if Ning Yuan is still at the store. It seems he has gone to Mars. Look at the news. There's information about Ning Yuan. Contact me immediately." Mars? Huang Mao was momentarily taken aback. He had just dined with Ning Yuan that evening. How could he have possibly gone to Mars? This must be nonsense. He scolded softly. Are you out of your mind? Such fantastical claims shouldn't escape your lips. Just check the news. The information is coming from the Lighthouse Nation. Go see about Ning Yuan and call me back after. Ren Ji cut him off before Huang Mao could respond and hung up. Huang Mao, affected by Ren Ji's urgency, hastily opened a search engine, looking for news about Mars. The headline blared, Lighthouse Nation Space Agency discovers aliens via the Curiosity Mars rover. Upon seeing the word alien, a nagging suspicion crept into Huang Mao's mind. Could this alien be Ning Yuan? After all, hadn't Ning Yuan boasted about taking him on a trip to a remarkable place? Was it Mars? With these questions swirling, Huang Mao clicked on the headline and was rendered speechless by the accompanying image. Who else could it be but Ning Yuan? After spending so much time together, he could recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. Even the comment section was rife, with people noting how much the alien resembled the owner of the high-tech shop, Ning Yuan. To confirm his suspicions, Huang Mao stepped out of his room and knocked on Ning Yuan's door, but there was no response. Just as he was about to employ some unconventional means to open the door, 250 suddenly appeared at the entrance and stopped him. Having witnessed 250's formidable nature, Huang Mao dared not act foolishly before him and asked helplessly, 250, is Ning Yuan in his room? He's not here. You cannot enter his room. Otherwise, it will be considered theft, and I will take necessary measures. 250 replied in his usual cold and rigid tone. All right, understood. I'll take my leave, Huang Mao acknowledged, aware that this was a long-standing directive from Ning Yuan. No one could enter his room in his absence. He shook his head and returned to his room, dialing Ren Ji's number. It was confirmed. It was indeed Ning Yuan. Yet, how had he ended up on Mars? This was nothing short of a miracle. Huang Mao mused. I understand now, Ren Ji said, hanging up the phone promptly before dialing again to report this astonishing news to his superiors and seek their guidance. Huang Mao paced his room, pondering how Ning Yuan had arrived on Mars. How had he done it? Had a deity transported him there? Or was he, in fact, an alien himself? After all, how could he possess such advanced technology? Even if he was an alien, he must have connections with them. The suppliers must surely be extraterrestrial. The burning question remained. How had he established contact with these aliens? This was a significant conundrum. Huang Mao felt his mind teetering on the brink of explosion, becoming more bewildered by the moment. Just then, a spark of inspiration struck him. He pulled out his phone and opened his contacts, deciding to attempt calling Ning Yuan to see if he could reach him. In the past, he would have dismissed the notion of calling someone on Mars as absurd. But now he thought differently. If Ning Yuan could discreetly travel to Mars, why couldn't he manage to call him there? Finding Ning Yuan's number, he pressed the green call button, and the ringing tone echoed in his ears. Huang Mao perked up, listening intently. The sound indicated a successful connection. Normally, a lack of signal would prompt a not in service message, but now, the ringing meant he was just waiting for Ning Yuan to answer. Meanwhile, on Mars, Ning Yuan contemplated his next move. Ultimately, he refrained from smashing the Curiosity rover with a stone. Instead, he found a large rock to place atop the rover, ensuring that in a few days, it would likely cease to function. The lighthouse nation on the distant blue planet would detect the rover's malfunction, yet be unable to diagnose the issue, leaving them in a state of frustration. With enough anxiety, they would surely become irritable, leading to poor appetite and illness. Ning Yuan's intent was to exact a measure of revenge. After placing the stone, he indeed noticed the rover's reduced speed. He had no desire to squander the precious 5 hours of his Martian adventure on the lighthouse nation's contraptions. So he quickly resumed his journey, eager to uncover the hidden secrets of Mars. After walking a mere few hundred meters, a golden-hued stone caught Ning Yuan's eye. He dismounted and picked it up, only to realize it was a nugget of gold. This was a lucrative find. Just as he was about to thoroughly inspect the surroundings for more gold, his familiar ringtone echoed. What a fortuitous day it was, he thought to himself. Everything was falling into place. When did I even bring my phone? Ning Yuan exclaimed in surprise, pulling the device from his inner pocket. Upon seeing the incoming call, he was even more bewildered. Was Huang Mao not on Earth? How was he calling him here? This was sheer nonsense. Nonsense or not, he had to answer. As soon as he pressed the green button, Huang Mao's voice resonated through the phone. Ningguo, is that you? Well, if it's not me, could it be a ghost? Ning Yuan replied, while fiddling with the gold nugget. My goodness, Huang Mao exclaimed, his excitement spilling over into his regional dialect. Are you really on Mars? I am not your mother. I truly am on Mars, Ning Yuan said, feeling slightly embarrassed about his earlier boast of taking Huang Mao on a trip. But now here he was on Mars. You take care of the shop. I'll bring back some Martian specialties when I return. Ningguo, you really are on Mars? How did you get there? Huang Mao, though 99 convinced of Ning Yuan's Martian whereabouts, still found it hard to believe. This was madness. A living person had gone to Mars. This defied logic. Why are you so chatty today? My time is valuable. I must hang up, Ning Yuan said before ending the call and continuing his search for more gold. Huang Mao, hearing the busy signal on his end, muttered to himself. Could I not have a few more words? I have a plethora of questions. After saying this, he quickly redialed Ren Ji. As soon as the call connected, Ren Ji's urgent voice came through. Is there new information? I just spoke with Ning Yuan. He confirmed he is indeed on Mars. He even plans to bring back Martian specialties for me, Huang Mao stated calmly, without a flicker of emotion. What? Peyton, she gasped. Yes, on Mars. And you're on the blue planet. How is it possible to connect? This is absurd. Calm down, calm down. A living person inexplicably ended up on Mars. Doesn't that make it scientific? Huang Mao chuckled, feeling desensitized by the absurdity of all. At this point, he wouldn't bat an eye if he learned Ning Yuan had just dropped a deuce on the president of the Lighthouse Nation. Upon realizing the situation, Renji promptly hung up the phone and hastily dialed another number. At that moment, Ning Yuan had already discovered 3 pieces of gold nuggets and was driving further afield, hoping to stumble upon some gemstones or similar treasures. His rationale was that if gold nuggets were so readily available, then surely gemstones must exist as well. He envisioned returning with both gemstones and gold nuggets, making his journey to Mars worthwhile. When others inquired about his experiences on Mars, he could proudly showcase his finds, satisfying a tinge of vanity. As he continued his journey, he spotted another vehicle in the distance. This time, Ning Yuan remained calm and turned directly towards it. Upon approaching, he noticed that this vehicle also bore a flag, the bright red 5-star flag representing the Dragon Country, its vibrant hue dazzling in the sunlight. At that moment, Ning Yuan felt a profound sense of pride. Among the myriad nations on Blue Star, only the Dragon Country and the Lighthouse Country had succeeded in sending probes to Mars. The Lighthouse Country, being the world's foremost superpower, needed no further mention. The accomplishments of the Dragon Country, achieved over decades of development, were nothing short of miraculous. Ning Yuan exited his vehicle to closely inspect the probe, which appeared newer than the one from the Lighthouse Country. Its equipment was intact, and it even featured a mechanical arm with a square device resembling a camera attached to it. Should he assist in dusting off the equipment? He pondered aloud, but ultimately decided against it, fearing potential damage. Inside the Dragon Country Space Agency, a spacious hall was adorned with various electronic screens, echoing the layout of the Lighthouse Country's monitoring hall, yet embellished with a few slogans on the walls, exploring the vast universe, advancing space endeavors, building a strong space nation. The hall was silent, all eyes fixated on a figure on the screens, a man clad in black athletic wear, wearing a nonchalant grin, muttering words that were indecipherable. The director of the Dragon Country Space Agency, Hao Jiangwo, was present in the hall, trembling with excitement. He felt that his life had found meaning. In his career, capturing footage of an extraterrestrial being through the probe they launched, the Zhurong Mars rover, was both an honor for him and a triumph for the agency. Just half an hour prior, he had been disheartened, questioning why the Lighthouse Country's Curiosity rover could capture images of aliens while their Zhurong rover could not. Now, with the Dragon Country's probe also having captured an extraterrestrial, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In recent years, many countries had drawn comparisons between the Dragon Country and the Lighthouse Country, one an established superpower, the other an emerging one. He was determined not to be overshadowed by the Lighthouse Country in the field of space exploration. Why does this alien resemble a citizen of the Dragon Country so much? A young technician remarked, prompting discussions among the other staff. I also find him strikingly similar to a person from our country. If this alien were to walk among us, who would suspect he was an extraterrestrial? Another added, don't you all browse the internet? I can't shake the feeling that he bears a resemblance to the owner of that high-tech store. Ning, Hao Jiangwo, overhearing the chatter, couldn't help but think how increasingly similar the alien appeared to their own citizens. Could it be that aliens bore such resemblance to the people of the Dragon Country? Shaking his head, he murmured to himself, I must be woefully uninformed. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone interrupted his musings. He quickly exited the monitoring hall in search of a quieter space, pulling out his phone to check the caller ID. A jolt of alarm coursed through him. Why was someone from that department calling him? Could there be a traitor within the space agency? Had someone leaked state secrets? I must apprehend that person. If caught, they shall face dire consequences. Within a heartbeat, a barrage of dreadful scenarios played out in Hao Jiangwo's mind. The incessant ringing now sounding like a death knell. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. Is this Director Hao? We have a situation that requires your attention. Came a calm voice from the other end. The more tranquil the tone, the more anxious Hao Jiangwo became. He forced himself to remain composed and replied, This is Hao Jiangwo. Please proceed. I will fully cooperate with your requests. The caller seemed to sense his tension and reassured him. Director Hao, there is no need to be alarmed. This is not a matter of confidentiality. Hearing this, Hao Jiangwo exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Then what is it? The extraterrestrial discovered by the Lighthouse Country is actually a citizen of our Dragon Country. The purpose of my call is to inquire if your space agency requires that individual to bring anything back, perhaps samples of Martian soil or rocks. We can study Mars through these materials. However, we are not experts and thought it prudent to consult you. Hao Jiangwo felt his mind descend into a fog of confusion. How could that extraterrestrial be one of our citizens? How did he arrive on Mars? He had no protective gear. How did he survive? Director, we too are uncertain about these matters. We simply need to know what you would like him to bring back, the voice on the other end replied, tinged with exasperation. As they too were curious about how Ning Yuan had made it to Mars. Instinctively, Hao Jiangwo responded, certainly, we need soil and rocks. The more the better. Is there anything else? No, that's all I can think of for now. Very well, this matter must be kept confidential. Understood? I will reiterate this. Confidentiality is paramount. Absolutely. Hao Jiangwo affirmed, nodding. Rest assured, I will maintain secrecy. All right, Director Hao, you may return to your duties. Even after the call ended, Hao Jiangwo remained in a state of shock. The absurdity of the news was staggering. Had it not come from a government department, he would never have believed it. Manned lunar landings were incredibly challenging, with only the lighthouse country having successfully sent humans to the moon. Now, to be told that a citizen of the Dragon Country was on Mars felt like a midnight firecracker, startling and unbelievable. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the fact that a citizen of the Dragon Country had reached Mars was indeed a momentous occasion worth celebrating. The soil and rocks brought back from Mars would greatly benefit their research. He wondered if this individual could also bring their researchers to Mars. That would be even more advantageous. Director Hao, there you are. A voice called out, breaking his reverie. He looked up to see a young technician rushing towards him. What is the matter? Why the haste? Did I not emphasize the need for calm in challenging situations? One must remain composed as an aerospace professional. Hao Jiangwo lectured, walking towards the technician with his hands clasped behind his back, reminiscent of a teacher guiding a student. The young technician reached him, panting heavily, and thrust a phone before him, exclaiming, Director Hao, I cannot remain calm. Look, the alien is live streaming on Douyin. Without needing further explanation, Hao Jiangwo glanced at the screen, where the alien was engaging with viewers, holding something akin to gold. What secrecy can be upheld when he is broadcasting live? Hao Jiangwo internally lamented before asking, when did he start the live stream? I'm not sure, the technician replied, shaking his head. A colleague resting in the dormitory called to inform us that the alien was live streaming. No, this host claims to be a citizen of the Dragon Country. Viewers recognized him as Ning Yuan, the owner of the high-tech store. Understood. Why the fuss over such a trivial matter? Remember, in the face of any situation, maintain your composure. Now off you go. Hao Jiangwo calmly waved his hand, dismissing the technician. Director Hao, the young technician, secured his phone and turned towards the monitoring hall, his heart brimming with admiration for Director Hao. Is this the demeanor of someone at such a high level, in the face of a world-shattering event? Remaining so composed and unflappable is indeed impressive. Little did he know that when Hao Jiangwo first received the news, he was far less composed. His current calmness stemmed from having mentally prepared himself, as well as a desire to maintain appearances. As the young technician entered the monitoring hall, Hao Jiangwo shed his earlier tranquility and dashed into his office at a breakneck speed of 120 miles per hour. He retrieved his phone, opened Douyin, and searched for the channel of the Black Technology shop. And indeed, he found Ning Yuan's live broadcast. At that moment, Ning Yuan was proudly showcasing a large nugget of gold, proclaiming to his viewers, look at this massive nugget. If this were on Blue Star, it would fetch an exorbitant price. And this isn't just any nugget. He deliberately elongated the words, emphasizing this is Martian gold, genuinely mined from Mars. This live stream was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Since Huang Mao could reach him by phone, he wondered if there was internet access on his phone as well. To his delight, there was. Although he was puzzled as to why his phone had service on Mars, it did not hinder his desire to flaunt his fortune. Having the rare opportunity to visit Mars, merely taking photos and posting on social media would not suffice to illustrate his extraordinary experience. He had to go live to let the entire nation know that Ning Yuan was traveling to Mars. This resonated with the adage, a wealthy man returning to his hometown, like a brightly dressed man walking in the night. At such a moment, if he did not show off, when would he? Regrettably, the viewers were skeptical of his claims, with comments flooding in that expressed disbelief, which saddened him. Mr. Ning, please stop boasting. It's late. Even the oxen in the production team need their rest. And when will you have cancer-fighting drugs available in your store? Ning Yuan sighed at the barrage of comments. Why have I wasted my time communicating with you mere mortals? Just wait. Someone will be looking for me soon. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Seeing it was Renji calling, he hung up and set his phone to do not disturb mode. One could surmise that Renji was undoubtedly seeking his assistance, and he did not wish to be disturbed during his vacation. Renji was frustrated. He had hoped Ning Yuan would secretly bring back a batch of Martian soil and rocks, but now that Ning Yuan was broadcasting live, the entire world was aware of his trip to Mars. This would likely complicate their protective efforts. as one could imagine that powerful nations like the Lighthouse Nation would be eager to capture him for research. To make matters worse, he was now ignoring calls. With no other option, Renji could only report the situation to his superiors. In the office of the director of the Dragon Country Space Agency, Gao Jingwo stood upright behind his desk, holding a red landline phone, nodding repeatedly as he spoke affirmatively, assuring the caller. The conversation lasted a good 10 minutes, and once he concluded, he immediately picked up the black landline phone and dialed the propaganda department. "You need to come to my office right away. Speed is of the essence." "Understood, Director Hao," came the prompt response. A few minutes later, there was a hurried knock at the door. Gao Jingwo personally rushed to open it, surprising Lu Ji, the director of the propaganda department. "Director Hao, is there something urgent?" Lu Ji asked, bewildered. The propaganda department was typically a quiet bureau, busy only during special occasions, such as rocket launches, and today they had not heard of any such events. "Have we launched an official Douyin account?" Gao Jingwo inquired. "We just launched it, but it's still in the preparatory phase, and no content has been published yet," Lu Ji replied with a smile, adding that a few young staff members were currently planning content. Times have changed. First it was newspapers, then television, and now short videos. Gao Jingwo had no time for his musings. He urgently replied, "Use our official account to enter the live stream and request Ning Yuan to bring back some Martian soil and rocks." Lu Ji was taken aback. "Director Hao, I don't quite understand what you mean by that. What do you mean by bringing back Martian soil? What do you mean by entering a live stream? You don't use a smartphone? Don't you browse Douyin?" Gao Jingwo asked incredulously. "I haven't even had the chance to use my phone today. I just returned to the dorm of the space agency and was about to sleep when you called me over," Lu Ji replied, still confused, wondering if he should start using Douyin more often to keep up with the lives of the younger generation. Gao Jingwo had no time to explain. He pressed, "Who is in charge of our official Douyin account?" "Xiao Wang, Wang Hui, is the main operator," Lu Ji responded. "Quickly call him and have him come over," Gao Jingwo commanded. "Yes." Lu Ji quickly took out his phone and dialed Wang Hui, instructing him to come to Director Hao's office as swiftly as possible. Gao Jingwo asked, "Is his home far from the agency? Should we send a car to pick him up?" "No need. He's staying in the dorm as well," Lu Ji replied. Approximately a minute later, a voice echoed from the elevator. "Director Lu, I'm here. Something big has happened. It seems our Dragon Country people have landed on Mars. Should we ask him to bring something back from Mars?" Gao Jingwo observed a young man in pajamas rushing down from the elevator. Upon seeing him, the young man's expression shifted from excitement to calmness, his voice diminishing to a whisper, as if caught speaking out of turn in class. Lu Ji had intended to comment on Wang Hui's careless choice of attire, but upon hearing the mention of their country as presence on Mars, he forgot all about it. Connecting the dots with what Director Hao had previously said, he finally understood the situation. Gao Jingwo, too, would have normally reprimanded Wang Hui for his inappropriate attire in the building, as it reflected poorly on their agency. But now is not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. "Wang, quickly use our official Douyin account to contact Ning Yuan and ask him to bring back some Martian soil and rocks," Gao Jingwo urged, grabbing Wang Hui's arm. "Understood. Director Hao." "Just a moment." Wang Hui sighed in relief, grateful that more pressing matters had diverted Director Hao's attention from his attire. Under ordinary circumstances, if he were spotted in pajamas running around the agency, he would have been summoned to the office for a moral education session, which could last all day, with additional assignments for reflection. Some colleagues joked that receiving a beating for a mistake was preferable to enduring the lecture from Director Gao. 10 minutes later, Lu Ji, watching a live stream on his phone, felt as though he were losing his mind. How could someone wander freely on Mars, and even broadcast live while chatting with viewers? What kind of technology could allow for this? It defied the laws of science. Gao Jingwo, however, had no time to be astonished. He had just received a call from a superior informing him of an issue. They could not get in touch with the individual on Mars and needed to find a way to contact him. A brilliant idea struck him to shout directly in the live stream. This approach had to be quick if the person on Mars ended the broadcast. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would slip away. "Director Hao, this one do. The live stream has now attracted over 5 million viewers, and our comments are like mud thrown into the sea, utterly invisible amidst the deluge of messages." Wang Hui's words plunged Hao Jingwo's heart into despair. He watched as Wang Hui's comment was instantly overwhelmed by a torrent of thousands of others. It felt as though all his efforts were in vain. "Perhaps we should leverage some connections and see if the Douyin company can devise a solution," Lu Ji suggested. Wang Hui turned back and concurred. "Director Hao, the Douyin company surely has a way." "Indeed, they must have a strategy," Hao Jingwo replied, retrieving his phone to dial number. "At Douyin's headquarters, Zhang Xiaoming hurriedly made his way to the technical department, which was ablaze with light and filled with people intently focused on their computers, diligently working. As he entered, the department head, Lin Yaodong, approached him. President Zhang, tonight our Douyin servers have come under attack from hackers worldwide. Fortunately, we are not without defenses. They have not succeeded in breaching our system. Why the sudden influx of hacker attacks? Could it be that foreign interests are targeting us? Zhang Xiaoming inquired coldly. Not exactly. Lin Yaodong pondered. I suspect it might have something to do with Ning Yuan. He has gone live on Douyin. Upon hearing Lin Yaodong's analysis, Zhang Xiaoming was nearly driven to exasperation. How could such an unrelated matter be connected? Ning Yuan's live stream could not possibly incite a worldwide hacker assault on Douyin. This was entirely two separate issues. Seeing Zhang Xiaoming's stern demeanor and silence, Lin Yaodong hastily reassured him. President Zhang, please don't be upset. We successfully repelled all those hacker attacks, and they have not inflicted any damage on the company. Sighing, Zhang Xiaoming lamented, I am not angry about that. Rather, I am frustrated with your analytical abilities. What connection does our hacker predicament have with Ning Yuan's live stream? President Zhang, are you unaware of Ning Yuan's recent exploits on Mars? Lin Yaodong exclaimed in surprise. Ning Yuan on Mars. Zhang Xiaoming looked at Lin Yaodong incredulously. Chief Lin, have you been under too much stress lately? Should I grant you a week's leave for some rest? I am perfectly fine, Lin Yaodong retorted, pulling out his phone to open the Douyin live stream and searching for Mars, finding Ning Yuan's broadcast. President Zhang, take a look. This might become a historic event. Zhang Xiaoming, gazing at the live stream, remarked, is this real? How can he be on Mars without a spacesuit? Furthermore, how was there internet on Mars? It must be a hoax. That remains to be seen. My analysis is that these hackers are attempting to contact him through the Douyin platform, Lin Yaodong stated. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoming had an epiphany. Are you suggesting that the hackers wish to reach out to him via Douyin? Precisely. Lin Yaodong nodded. Just as Zhang Xiaoming was about to criticize Ning Yuan, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He pulled out his phone to find the caller was none other than Zhang Xianmin, the vice minister of the Ministry of Technology of Longguo. His heart sank. He had only briefly met Zhang Xianmin at the Internet Innovation Conference, during which Douyin had been recognized as an innovative tech company. They had exchanged contact information, with Zhang Xianmin offering assistance in times of need. He had thought it mere politeness, yet here was the call, late at night no less. Was something serious afoot? In mere seconds, Zhang Xiaoming's mind raced, but overthinking would not alter the situation. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he answered the call. This is Zhang Xiaoming from Douyin, he said. Is this President Zhang? The voice on the other end was polite and warm, instantly easing his tension, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Yes, I am Zhang Xiaoming. You must be Minister Zhang, he replied promptly. Indeed, I am Zhang Xianmin. I apologize for calling so late, but I need your assistance with a matter concerning Douyin. You are too courteous, Zhang Xiaoming responded, surprised by the minister's politeness. As a minister, you could simply inform us, and Douyin would fully cooperate. Could you employ technical means to establish contact with Ning Yuan? Zhang Xianmin's request made Zhang Xiaoming realize the gravity of the situation. Ning Yuan was indeed on Mars. No wonder hackers were targeting Douyin's servers. Foreign forces had already deduced his location. It appeared Lin Yaodong's earlier analysis was correct. They all wished to get in touch with Ning Yuan. Please hold on. Let me consult with my technical team. Zhang Xiaoming quickly turned to Lin Yaodong to inquire about the fastest method to contact Ning Yuan. Lin Yaodong proposed that they use a designated account to send a message in the live stream, granting that account certain privileges to make the text more prominent and larger so that Ning Yuan could easily spot it. This would be the quickest and most efficient method. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianmin agreed, promptly sending Zhang Xiaoming the phone number of Hao Jiangwo, the director of the Longguo Space Agency, to discuss the specifics. In the office of the Longguo Space Agency, Hao Jiangwo, having completed his last call, took a sip of water and remarked, Douyin has said it will take 5 more minutes for the comments to change. Let's hope Ning Yuan doesn't tea in the stream. He shouldn't tea. He is currently busy guiding the viewers on a treasure hunt, Wang Hui observed, eyes glued to the live stream. Wang Hui's conjecture was accurate. Ning Yuan had no intention of shutting down the stream. He was thoroughly engrossed in his endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not boasting, but I have lost interest in the gold nuggets on Mars, Ning Yuan declared, lifting a vibrant green stone. We are now exclusively collecting gemstones, no more gold nuggets. The viewers in the comment section erupted in laughter, chatting excitedly. Boss Ning, when it comes to boasting, I have never met anyone quite like you. Today, I'm thoroughly impressed. Please, let the bragging take a break. Tell us how you are generating those stunning visuals. Has your store released some high-tech product? How can you keep this up for over an hour without tiring? Then, 3 striking red comments flashed across the screen, stunning the over 5 million viewers. Attention! This is the Longguo Space Agency. Ning Yuan, if you see this, please respond. We hope you can bring back some Martian soil and various rocks when you return. This would greatly benefit our research on Mars. As those 3 comments passed through, the already lively live stream erupted into chaos. The barrage of comments became a dizzying flurry, overwhelming the viewers. Wow, Boss Ning, you really are on Mars. Oh my, I'm gonna lose my mind. Boss Ning is actually on Mars. Boss Ning, the country is asking you to bring back soil. Stop collecting gemstones. Ning Yuan, of course, noticed those 3 comments and chuckled. No problem. When I'm getting ready to head back, I'll grab a handful of soil and a rock for you. For now, I'll continue to stroll around and search for gemstones. How Jiangwo, hearing Ning Yuan agree to bring back Martian soil and rocks to the livestream, was nearly elated to the point of jumping for joy. Years ago, when the Lighthouse Nation brought back lunar soil, it was a monumental achievement. Fortunately, Longguo later retrieved lunar soil as well, leveling the playing field. This time, obtaining Martian soil and rocks would surely cause envy among those Western nations. Hao Jiangwo was indeed quite prescient. Since he made that remark, the popularity of Ning Yuan's live stream skyrocketed to over 10 million viewers, including individuals from Western nations. In the Black Palace of the Lighthouse Nation, President Biden sat at his desk, intently gazing at the screen of his Apple phone. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally looked away from the screen and surveyed the experts and professors in the office, asking, "Have you discerned anything?" The individual from the Dragon Nation, without the protection of a spacesuit, has somehow managed to survive on Mars. Experts shook their heads in bewilderment, racking their brains to comprehend how this person, known as Ning Yuan, has endured in such a hostile environment. The technology he possesses poses a significant threat to the national security of our Lighthouse Nation. President Biden cast a glance at a man in the corner of the office, characterized by a prominent hooked nose and a brooding demeanor. "Michelle, can you provide an explanation? You are the most knowledgeable about the situation in the Dragon Nation. Have we received any intelligence regarding this individual?" With an impassive expression, Michelle replied, "Our CIA's Dragon Nation task force has dispatched numerous skilled operatives to monitor him. According to our intelligence, he has remained indoors and has not ventured out. Thus, we are unaware of how he managed to reach Mars." "This is the explanation you offer?" the president of the Lighthouse Nation queried through clenched teeth. "Indeed," Michelle continued, still maintaining her stoic demeanor. "We have exerted our utmost efforts. As for how this individual from the Dragon Nation has survived on Mars, that is a matter for scientists to elucidate." Upon hearing her words, the scientists present in the president's office directed their gazes towards her, their eyes filled with incredulity. Had their glances been lethal, she would have perished 1,000 times over. Suppressing his fury, the president scanned the room of scientists and coldly stated, "Can any of you elucidate this matter? I require a satisfactory explanation." The scientists lowered their heads, resembling ostriches, each too afraid to meet the president's gaze. Akin to school children who had not paid attention in class, fearing they would be called upon. "How did this individual from the Dragon Nation reach Mars?" the president demanded, pointing at a scientist seated closest to him. Seeing no escape, the scientist stammered, "The only explanation is that this person received assistance from extraterrestrials." "Oh, my God." The president of the Lighthouse Nation was momentarily struck with laughter, massaging his somewhat stiff skin, and retorted with a cold smirk, "If we attribute everything inexplicable to extraterrestrials, then what use do we have for you scientists?" This remark ignited indignation among many scientists, and the one who had been questioned vehemently retorted, "Such phenomena, I believe, cannot be readily explained by any scientist in the world, Mr. President. We are not your servants. Do not speak to us in that tone." The president's anger flared, and just as he was about to rise and berate the scientists for their ineptitude, Michelle exclaimed, "Look at the live broadcast." This exclamation momentarily interrupted his rage. He, along with the others, refocused on the mobile screen, witnessing the Dragon National Space Agency requesting this individual on Mars to assist in bringing Martian soil and rocks back to Earth. The president's envy surged, as did that of the assembled scientists. How could it be that they had to toil endlessly to retrieve a mere sample of lunar soil, while the Dragon National Space Agency could simply call out and receive samples from Mars? Was there no sense of justice left? No rule of law? Why was it that the Dragon Nation could produce such a prodigious figure capable of traversing Mars, while the illustrious Lighthouse Nation could not? The president found himself engulfed in deep despair. The rapid advancements of the Dragon Nation in recent years now compounded by such an individual. If this person were to share his technological prowess with the Dragon National Government, What future would the Lighthouse Nation hold? Would they merely languish on Earth while the Dragon Nation dominated the solar system? The scientists, too, were gripped by this realization. Acutely aware of the terrifying implications should the Dragon National Government gain full control over his technology. The Dragon Nation could establish an interstellar empire, exploit the entire solar system, and even the galaxy. At that point, the Lighthouse Nation would be unworthy of even bearing the dragon's shoes. I believe there is no need for such despair, Michelle interjected. Based on my analysis, the Dragon National Government does not possess control over this individual. If they did, why would they be requesting his assistance in retrieving Martian soil and rocks? Mr. Michelle, you are quite right. We should not succumb to despair, the Lighthouse Nation president responded. Realizing that the Dragon National Government could not possibly have influence over this individual, or else they would not be making such public requests. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Michelle's assessment. I think we should discuss privately how to proceed, Michelle suggested. Indeed, the president nodded, addressing the scientists from the space agency. You may take your leave. Without further ado, the scientists rose and departed, eager to distance themselves from a president who seemed to lack respect for others, fixating solely on his interests. To those who benefited him, he greeted with a smile. To those who did not, he scowled and chastised. Once the room was clear, Michelle took a seat at the president's desk and spoke slowly. I believe we should employ some special measures. Are you suggesting we assassinate this individual from the Dragon Nation? The president countered, shaking his head. That is not a prudent approach. Given the technology at his disposal, it is best we avoid direct confrontation. Certainly, we must not engage in conflict. We should first entice him. According to our intelligence, he is not currently in a relationship. We could exploit this aspect. You know, there are three things that are a man's greatest adversaries. Michelle raised three slender fingers. They are wealth, beauty, and power. He lacks wealth. We cannot grant him power at present, which leaves beauty. I am certain a normal adult male would not reject the allure of a captivating woman. The president chuckled lightly. Mr. Michelle, you make an excellent point. Do we have a candidate in mind? Yes, there is a Dragon National Beauty at our disposal, Michelle replied. However, sending one of our own women would likely raise suspicions. We have already placed a pawn amongst them, Michelle said, retrieving a photo of two beautiful women to show the president. The woman on the left is Yiya, whom Ning Yuan saved. She has become his friend and frequently visits his store. The woman on the right, known in the Dragon Nation as Shu Yulan, is our planet operative. The president gazed at the serene and lovely face in the photograph. You intend for her to approach Ning Yuan through Yiya? Exactly. She is an intelligence operative we have secretly cultivated in the Dragon Nation. Originally the child of a parent involved in the Neon Country's entertainment industry. She was abandoned by her family, rescued by us, and raised in the Dragon Nation. Thus, her identity there is entirely legitimate, Michelle stated proudly. Having dedicated decades to intelligence work, he relished the art of planting operatives across nations, ensuring their identities were impeccable, as long as they did not reveal themselves. No security agency could uncover their true nature. Very well, Michelle. Expedite the actions of our pawn. Time is of the essence. We must extract Ning Yuan's technology before the Dragon Nation does, the president urged gravely. Understood. I will get to work, Michelle replied, swiftly departing the president's office. The president then turned to his paperwork, while in the Dragon Nation, in the capital city, Renji, having undergone numerous checks, arrived at a familiar courtyard. Circumventing the shadow wall, to find a young man clad in a Zhongshan suit, standing tall and pacing by the door. The youth, upon noticing Renji Jin's arrival, hurriedly approached him and grasped his arm, exclaiming, Brother Ren, you have finally come. The second elder declared that he would not sleep today if he did not see you. I advised him to rest first, but he threw a tantrum, insisting that a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom has ventured to Mars, making it impossible for him, as a guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, to find any peace in slumber. At this, the youth chuckled and shook his head, remarking on Ning Yuan's remarkable ability to provoke such childish ire from the second elder. Renji also broke into laughter, just as a voice resonated from within the room. Ah, Ren has arrived. Coming quickly. Very well, Renji replied, exchanging a knowing glance with the youth before swiftly entering the chamber. The decor of the second elder's office remained unchanged, still exuding a sense of nostalgia. The only discordant element in the room was the advanced Huawei smartphone he held in his hand. Approaching the desk, Renji inquired, Second Elder, are you also watching the live broadcast? How could I not? This is a moment of glory for our Dragon Kingdom. The second elder paused, adding, hasn't your team yet figured out how he made his way to Mars? Not yet, although we have personnel around him. We must refrain from bombarding him with sensitive inquiries that might arouse his suspicions, Renji explained. You are correct in your approach. What are your plans following this live broadcast? The second elder asked. Renji sighed. He has made his presence known to the world, and now every nation has their eyes on him, complicating our efforts immensely. Perhaps we should invite him over for a thorough discussion. Are you suggesting we audaciously demand his technology outright? The second elder chuckled. That is not my intention, Renji replied, scratching his head. What I mean is, as a fellow citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, shouldn't he contribute to our cause? After all, those with capabilities should shoulder more responsibilities. Where did you acquire such twisted logic? The second elder's expression shifted, growing serious. We absolutely cannot coerce citizens to sacrifice their possessions for our benefit. If Ning Yuan were to develop animosity towards us due to this, it would be a grave mistake. Moreover, do you truly believe that someone capable of reaching Mars could be managed by any individual or nation on Earth? Renji straightened his posture, replying earnestly, yes. I see my error now. Good. The reason I summoned you today was to inquire whether you were facing any difficulties in your work that I may assist with. Be in funding or manpower, the second elder offered. At present, we are managing well, Renji responded. Are you absolutely certain? The second elder pressed again. After a moment of contemplation, Renji stated, indeed, we are currently employing a strategy of stringent vigilance, responding adeptly to any challenges that arise, striving to prevent Ning Yuan's technological advancements from falling into foreign hands. Most importantly, we need to cultivate a positive rapport with Ning Yuan. Very well. The second elder nodded with a smile. This young man is truly astonishing. Who would have imagined he would venture to Mars in the dead of night? It is indeed a remarkable tale. Indeed, when I first heard the news, I thought I was dreaming, Renji concurred. This young man is causing quite the stir again. The second elder pointed at the smartphone screen. Renji hurriedly leaned closer to see. At that moment, Ning Yuan was standing before a land temple, excitedly addressing the online audience. Did you see? This is truly a temple, judging by the attire of the deity being worshipped. It must be one of our Dragon Kingdom's gods. What does this imply, you ask? Let me explain. At this juncture, Ning Yuan paused, bowing to the deity within the temple. This signifies that Mars has been our Dragon Kingdom's territory since ancient times. Otherwise, how could there be a land temple here? Why not a church? The viewers, not blind to the reality, recognize the temple as a land temple dedicated to the Earth God. This land temple, small and dilapidated, stood solitary on the barren expanse of Mars, breathing a hint of life into the otherwise desolate landscape, leaving traces of civilization. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom went into a frenzy, astonished that their ancestors had once resided on Mars. An incredulous revelation indeed. Observers from other nations were left in disbelief, realizing that the Dragon Kingdom possessed such a glorious past and had once inhabited Mars. It was no wonder that the Dragon Kingdom was the sole ancient civilization that had not vanished, enduring from antiquity to the present day. Biden nearly toppled from his chair in astonishment, recognizing that he needed to reevaluate the depth of the Dragon Kingdom's heritage. After lingering beside the land temple for a while, Ning Yuan departed, wary of revealing any inconsistencies. The temple was, of course, a fabrication, a clever illusion created by his high-tech assistant, Xiao AI, utilizing holographic projection to cast the image from afar. He feigned a casual discovery of the temple, fabricating the notion that the Dragon Kingdom had once thrived on Mars. The ultimate goal, naturally, was to claim Mars preemptively. As the saying goes, strike first, then ask questions later. Once the technology of the Dragon Kingdom matured, they could indeed reach Mars. By laying the groundwork now, they would be able to assert their dominion over Mars with legitimacy in the future. Ning Yuan glanced at his phone. The time was nearly up. This journey had been quite enjoyable, showcasing his prowess while simultaneously benefiting his nation. A successful endeavor indeed. It was time to return home. Dear friends, time flies during joyous moments. It is time to sign off and head home. To be honest, I forgot to bring food with me, and I am quite famished. I shall return home to prepare a warm bowl of instant noodles for a comforting meal before bed. The viewers, however, were not buying his act and began to tease him. What do you mean sleep? Get up and party. Only the lazy sleep. Don't end the stream yet. I haven't had enough. Boss Ning, don't log off yet. Remember, the country asked you to bring back Martian soil. Miide, yeah. In her school dormitory, was venting her frustrations. You insufferable Ning Yuan. You went to Mars all by yourself, without even informing me. Ugh, it infuriates me. Tomorrow, I will go to the store and confront you, crush you, and show you just how formidable I am. Are you really going to confront Ning Yuan? He has been to Mars. Her roommate exclaimed in surprise. Tomorrow, you will accompany me, and we shall see if I dare. Yeah, repeat confidently. I still need to go to the library tomorrow, Perhaps you should go alone, her roommate gently suggested. Jag leaped from helvete, pidifully herrumate. Are you not going? A beauty like you should not hide in the library every day. You ought to go out and let the world see what a true beauty is. Giggles erupted as her roommate playfully swatted her hands away. Enough, enough. I hear you. Tomorrow we shall go out. Now that's more like it. Yi laughed, releasing her hold and returning to her bed. Chapter 100. The Return. Ning Yuan, with just 10 minutes remaining, drove the Mars rover back to the spacecraft. He placed the doghead gold and gems beside his seat, stepped out of the ship, casually picked up a stone, and gathered a handful of Martian soil. Everything was now in readiness. The return journey was swift. Once again, there was a flash of white light, and Ning Yuan found himself in a transformed environment. The interior of the spacecraft reverted to its original state upon his departure. With the doghead gold and gems beside his seat, the stone at his feet, and the Martian soil tucked in his pocket. Dear traveler, you have arrived at Blue Star. An electronic voice announced within the spacecraft. As the oval door above opened, Ning Yuan looked up to see the ceiling of his bedroom. To prevent the spacecraft from vanishing immediately upon his descent, he first tossed the doghead gold and gems out, then hefted the large Martian stone before climbing out of the spacecraft. Although the spacecraft was impeccable, the door opened upwards rather than to the side, necessitating a climb to exit. As expected, no sooner had he stepped out than the blinding silver light reappeared in the room. By the time his vision adjusted, the spacecraft had already vanished. Why must that silver light illuminate every time, obscuring my view of how the spacecraft departs? It's so bothersome. Ning Yuan muttered a complaint as he began to tidy up the items scattered on the floor, placing the gold nugget and gemstones into the drawer of the bedside table. The large rocks he had brought back from Mars were positioned in the corner of the room. He found a plastic bag to store the Martian soil from his pockets. Once everything was in order and he was ready to retire for the night, a voice from outside the door interrupted him. Ningguo, are you back? Ningke, are you there? I'm not here, Ning Yuan shouted in response. Ningguo, you returned from Mars. Let me in. I want to hear about your legendary experiences. How did you get to Mars? Mind your own business. Go to sleep. We can talk tomorrow, Ning Yuan replied. But Ningguo, weren't you supposed to bring back Martian specialties for me? Did you? Stop bothering me, or I'll take you down, Ning Yuan warned. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao, with a reluctant expression, retreated to his own room. He had been waiting outside Ning Yuan's door ever since he heard that Ning Yuan would be back. But now he felt quite annoyed. After a while, he tentatively called out a few times. Indeed, Ning Yuan had returned, but he wouldn't let him in, which only added to Huang Mao's frustration. With no other option, he decided to address it in the morning. The next morning, as Ning Yuan was immersed in a dream of conquering the cosmos in his spaceship, Huang Mao's voice brought him back to reality. Ningguo, it's time for breakfast. Got it, Ning Yuan mumbled, groggily getting up to wash his face. He rummaged through the drawer of the bedside table and pulled out a gold nugget before stepping into the dining room. Ningguo, sit down quickly. I specially bought water-fried dumplings and beef pastries today. They smell divine. Huang Mao enthusiastically urged Ning Yuan to take a seat, handing him chopsticks and pouring vinegar into his dish. Ningguo, dip the beef pastries in vinegar. They're not greasy. Hee. Ning Yuan noted, leisurely placing a beef pastry onto his plate, dipping it in vinegar, and taking a bite. It's indeed very fragrant, not greasy at all. Delicious, truly delicious. That's all that matters, as long as it's good, Huang Mao replied with a smile. Ning Yuan remained silent, engrossed in his phone as he scrolled through Douyin while enjoying breakfast. Before long, the table was cleared of water-fried dumplings and beef pastries. He patted his stomach and said, being full is comfortable. Ningguo, are you done eating? Huang Mao asked as he started to clean up. Ning Yuan replied, taking out a toothpick and saying, once you're done tidying up, just open the door. I'll play some games first. Ningguo, did you enjoy your outing? Huang Mao inquired cheerfully. Ning Yuan tossed the toothpick into the trash, stood up, and said, it was all right. You clean up first, I'm off to play. Wait, Ningguo, did you forget something? Huang Mao pressed, anxious not to let Ning Yuan leave without addressing the matter at hand. Ning Yuan, sensing Huang Mao's intentions, fake net ignorance. Forget something? I'm leaving now. Ningguo, you can't leave. Huang Mao insisted, physically blocking his path. Why not? Ning Yuan asked. Ningguo, think again. Did you forget anything? Huang Mao urged. Feigning deep thought, Ning Yuan responded, I haven't forgotten anything. Why don't you remind me? The specialties, Ningguo. You said you'd bring back specialties. Huang Mao reminded him. Oh, the specialties? Ning Yuan exclaimed with an act of sudden realization. Wasn't I asking you to buy some specialties to enjoy a few days ago? You could just go buy them without needing to inform me. No, Ningke. It's not that kind of specialty, Huang Mao said, his face contorted in frustration. Not buying the specialties then. If so, I'll be on my way. Ning Yuan declared, starting to head downstairs. Huang Mao quickly grabbed his arm. Ningge, didn't you say you'd bring back Martian specialties? Have you forgotten already? Ning Yuan shrugged Huang Mao's hand off and said, so that was it. I knew you were so eager this morning, with all the beef pastries and water-fried dumplings. And claiming that the beef pastries dipped in vinegar are not greasy. Clearly, you had an ulterior motive. Huang Mao scratched his head, a sheepish smile on his face. So, are there any or not, Ningge? Of course there are. Ning Yuan sighed, pulling a gold nugget from his pocket and handing it to Huang Mao. With this piece of gold from Mars, you can craft a gold necklace. Once you wear it, you'll feel like the queen herself, understand? Got it. Huang Mao nodded vigorously, clearly excited. All right, look at it tonight when you're cozy in bed. Now go open the door. We've got new products to unveil, Ning Yuan instructed. What new products do we have this time? Huang Mao asked. Virtual reality gaming consoles. 3 million each, Ning Yuan replied as he descended the stairs, heading to the vending machine to purchase a console. Noting that the system was rather stingy and Henti provided him with one for free. Ning Yuan speculated that perhaps it was a precaution against him becoming overly absorbed in gaming and neglecting to sell merchandise. Huang Mao, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Is it truly real virtual reality technology? That's incredible. If this technology matures, humanity will have a second world. People could do things they have never done before in the virtual realm, experiencing lives they have never lived. For instance, those who have been bedridden for years could run, exercise, see the sights, and engage in their passions in the virtual world. This technology could also be adapted for military use, creating realistic battlefield environments to hone soldiers' resolve. In medicine, students could perform their first surgeries in nearly real settings without facing any risks. Chapter 101, Martian Soil Naturally. The most significant battlefield for virtual reality technology remains the gaming industry, with major gaming companies launching their own VR games, heavily advertising immersive experiences, which in reality often turn out to be mere gimmicks, lacking true immersion. Here we go again, yet another storm is brewing. Huang Mao sighed inwardly as he returned to his room, finding a secure spot to stash the gold nugget before heading downstairs. Upon seeing Huang Mao finally descend, Ning Yuan smiled and asked, have you hidden the gold well? Yes, I've secured it for my future wedding, Huang Mao replied, scratching his head. He pointed at the black helmet in Ning Yuan's hand and asked, Ninggu, are you going out? I don't think you need a helmet to ride an electric bike. Not at all. This is for the virtual reality gaming console. You wear on your head to play. Want to try? Ning Yuan explained it. Yes, Huang Mao eagerly replied. Do you want to try everything? Have you memorized the 1,000-character classic yet? At the mention of the classic, Huang Mao's face instantly transformed into one of agony. Ning Yuan was relentless with his teasing, but Huang Mao quickly pivoted the topic. Ninggu, I'll go open the door. He dashed toward the entrance. As he opened the shop door, a young man suddenly sprang out from the side, startling Huang Mao. Geez, scaring people to death. Don't you know how to be more careful? Huang Mao groaned. I'm here today to thank Boss Ning. The young man exclaimed as he stepped into the shop. Thank you so much for the discount quota. Also, I watch your livestream from Mars. I admire you greatly. Hold on. Ning Yuan recognized the talkative young man. You're that guy who spent 20,000 on the black technology computer last time, right? Yes, I'm Li Fei, now a well-known gaming blogger. I came today to see if there are any new products in the shop and to meet you. After all, you're the first human to set foot on Mars. May I shake your hand? I'd love to hug you to catch some of that Martian aura. As Li Fei became more animated, he even lunged towards Ning Yuan for a hug. Ning Yuan was genuinely frightened. This Li Fei seemed a bit off. He quickly exclaimed, No, don't come over. I don't want to be hugged by a man. We just released a new virtual reality gaming console, and you're the first customer to inquire about it. So you've secured a discount. Really? I've earned another discount quota? Li Fei exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. You'd better purchase it before I change my mind. Then go home and enjoy some gaming. Ning Yuan thought only of getting rid of this overly enthusiastic Li Fei as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, Li Fei approached the vending machine, swiped his card, procured a gaming console, and departed. He had an inkling that this time, this gaming console would catapult him to newfound fame. Huang Mao, observing Li Fei's retreating figure, silently lamented, what extraordinary luck this kid has. Every time he visits, he seems to catch a fortunate break. As Li Fei exited, a throng of people surged into the store, led by a middle-aged man who appeared to be around 50. Mr. Ning Yuan, greetings. I am Hao Jiangwo, the director of the Dragon Country's Aerospace Bureau. The man introduced himself as he stepped forward. Ning Yuan, taken aback by the presence of such a high-ranking official from the Dragon Country, scrutinized the man and inquired, Are you here to make a purchase? Not quite. I have come to collect Martian soil and rocks, Hao Jiangwo stated plainly. Oh, is that what this is about? I completely forgot during my return as I was preoccupied with gathering gold and gems, Ning Yuan replied, shaking his head. My memory seems to be deteriorating. Upon hearing that Ning Yuan had forgotten the soil and rocks, Hao Jiangwo nearly collapsed from shock. They had gone to great lengths to secure this meeting, leveraging countless connections to even speak during the live broadcast. After enduring a sleepless night, he had rushed over early in the morning. Now, to be told that they had been forgotten left him at a loss for words. Ning Yuan, noticing the director's face shift between shades of red and white, added with a smile, but my memory is not beyond redemption. How might it be redeemed? Hao Jiangwo realized that Ning Yuan was hinting at some benefit. He scolded himself inwardly for his impatience. Am I supposed to know? Ning Yuan pointed at himself, feigning ignorance. You sincerely apologize, Mr. Ning. We were too eager. We are willing to pay handsomely for Martian soil and rocks. And we would like to invite you to become a senior consultant for our aerospace bureau, Hao Jiangwo said with a smile. How senior is senior? And how hefty is hefty? Ning Yuan queried. As a senior consultant at the aerospace bureau, besides myself, you would hold the highest position. As for the price, we offer 5 million for each gram of Martian soil, Hao Jiangwo explained. Ning Yuan replied indignantly. Now that sounds more reasonable. Stop trying to exploit me. Last time I provided you with lithography machine manufacturing data, I ended up at a loss. Oh no, I've revealed too much. Huang Mao nearly fainted upon hearing this. The lithography machine was classified as a top secret. No one was to know it had originated from Ning Yuan. Otherwise, Ning Yuan's life could be in jeopardy. Huang Mao now wondered if every meal he bought would need testing, lest he be poisoned one day. Are you implying that the successful manufacturing of a 1-nanometer lithography machine was due to your assistance? Hao Jiangwo was astonished by Ning Yuan's admission. The other customers in the store were equally taken aback, realizing that the Dragon Country's lithography machine technology had reached its pinnacle thanks to Ning Yuan's help. They couldn't wait to boast about it over drinks. It was indeed big news. Some individuals with ulterior motives began to spread the word. If Ning Yuan were aware of Huang Mao's thoughts, he would scoff. No one had yet been born who could threaten his life. Some people, some nations, were best left unprovoked. Well, forget it. I'll consider the lithography machine a small gift and not mention it again, Ning Yuan sighed. But it can't be dismissed like that. The small technology you mentioned is monumental in our eyes. Hao Jiangwo was now thoroughly astonished. If a lithography machine was merely small technology to Ning Yuan, what then constituted large technology? Then go back and tell them to send me a lithography machine once they have it ready for use, Ning Yuan declared. Certainly. Do you have any other requests? Hao Jiangwo inquired. Ning Yuan shook his head. Not for now. You may take your leave. Just as Hao Jiangwo was about to exit, he realized something was amiss. Mr. Ning, we still haven't received the Martian soil. Oh, I almost forgot. Just a moment, Ning Yuan said, rushing upstairs to retrieve a plastic bag from his nightstand drawer and a rock from the corner of the room before returning downstairs. Hao Jiangwo's eyes fixated on the stone in Ning Yuan's hands as excitement coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. Huang Mao approached and touched the stone, remarking, So, this is a Martian rock? Aside from its reddish hue, it doesn't appear particularly special. You know nothing. This stone could easily fetch billions on the market, Ning Yuan asserted, placing the stone on the bar. He then opened the plastic bag, pointing at the soil within. And this is Martian soil. Doesn't it seem rather ordinary? The onlookers yearned to reprimand him. How could he be so nonchalant about soil valued at 5 million per gram? Hao Jiangwo exclaimed. This is extraordinarily precious. We will purchase both the Martian rock and soil. Please weigh them. Ninggu, I'll fetch the electronic scale. We've hit the jackpot this time, Huang Mao exclaimed, darting towards the second floor. No need, Ning Yuan called out. What do we need an electronic scale for? I've decided to sell this stone and bag of soil at a discounted price. 100 million it is. Hao Jiangwo's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, while the other patrons in the store contemplated the implications. Why would you do that? We could earn more. We can't continue to suffer losses, Huang Mao protested, his face contorted with concern. What reason is there for such questions? As a citizen of the Dragon Country, one should contribute what they can to the nation, rather than obsess over money, Ning Yuan declared. The customers in the store began applauding in agreement. Well said, Mr. Ning. Your generosity is commendable. I'm glad to support your business. Indeed, Mr. Ning speaks the truth. As citizens of the Dragon Country, we should do our part. Huang Mao grumbled internally, watching Ning Yuan bask in his glory. So now I'm the villain for not wanting to incur losses, while he is the hero talking about national contributions. His ability to change roles is faster than flipping a page. Thank you for the kind words. I merely contributed a small effort for the Dragon Country. Ning Yuan replied with a modest bow. How Jiang Wo chuckled. Mr. Ning, you are far too humble. Your contributions are immense. On behalf of the Dragon Country Aerospace Bureau, I sincerely thank you. He then produced a red-covered certificate from his coat pocket and handed it to Ning Yuan. This is your senior consultant certificate. Ning Yuan took the certificate, opened it, and remarked, with this, am I free to roam around the Aerospace Bureau? Absolutely. You're always welcome to visit. How Jiang Wo replied. Delighted. He would relish the thought of Ning Yuan visiting daily. Who knew when he might reveal another small technology that could elevate the entire Aerospace Bureau? All right, Ning Yuan said, handing the certificate to Huang Mao. Be sure to secure it and provide them with our bank account details. Sure thing. Huang Mao dashed upstairs, soon returning with a piece of paper that he handed to Hao Jiangwo. Here's the account. Please transfer the funds swiftly. Understood, Hao Jiangwo replied, snapping a photo of the paper to send to the finance department. Huang Mao, find a cardboard box to pack the items, Ning Yuan instructed, gesturing towards the Martian soil on the bar. No need to trouble this young man, Hao Jiangwo interjected. We can manage. A colleague behind him produced a large, pre-prepared security case and meticulously packed the Martian soil and rock inside. A group of armed police officers entered, took the case, and swiftly exited the store, loading it into a military vehicle before speeding away. Is all this fuss really necessary for just a handful of soil and a piece of rock? Ning Yuan scoffed. The patrons in the store felt compelled to respond, thinking, to you, they may seem like mere stones and dirt, but to us, they are priceless treasures. Hao Jiangwo sighed. Mr. Ning, your capabilities are extraordinary. We lack the means to reach Mars. Martian soil is indeed invaluable. Enough. I've heard enough about how precious Martian soil is. It's becoming tedious. The next time I visit Mars, I'll use a dump truck to bring back a load of soil for you, Ning Yuan quipped. Upon hearing those words, the crowd nearly toppled over in collective disbelief. Is there any semblance of justice left in this world? After all, we are speaking of Mars, which is a staggering 55 million kilometers away from Earth at its closest approach. Do you treat it as if it were your own backyard? You can simply declare your intent to go. Moreover, you expect to bring back a truckload of soil. What purpose does that serve? Are we to ascertain whether Martian soil can support the growth of vegetables? Hao Jiangwo found himself at a loss for words. Is this what they call a dimensionality reduction strike? They toil ceaselessly to dispatch a single probe to Mars, while others flippantly venture there for leisure. Is there any fairness in this? Brother Ning, what do you need soil for? Isn't their gold on Mars? Let us collect gold instead. Huang Mao's quip shattered the bizarre atmosphere within the shop. Hao Jiangwo mustered a strained smile and said, Boss Ning, we shall take our leave now. We wouldn't want to intrude on your business. Do take care on your way out. Come again, Ning Yuan responded. Before he could utter another word, Hao Jiangwo hastily exited the shop. He had no desire to linger in that high-tech establishment for even a second longer. He feared that if he stayed, Ning Yuan's ostentatious rhetoric would provoke a heart attack. This person is quite strange. Hadn't he even finished speaking before he fled? Ning Yuan remarked, preparing to try out the virtual reality gaming machine. At that moment, he saw Yi enter the shop, accompanied by a demure girl. This is my savior, Boss Ning. Look at him, so fair and clean. If he donned a wig, wouldn't he resemble a little beauty? Yi said to the quiet girl beside her. Why are you back again? Ning Yuan asked, his expression darkening. Why shouldn't I return? I came to repay your life-saving grace, Yi replied. Spare me. Ning Yuan waved his hand dismissively. If you're not here to insult me and cause me grief, then I suppose that's your way of repaying me. Yi approached the bar and looked at Ning Yuan earnestly. I genuinely wish to repay you. Let me treat you to a meal. A meal is all it takes to satisfy you? I'm not interested, Ning Yuan declared. Then what do you want in return? Yeya inwidit. Don't provoke me. Just consider it repayment. Now, tell me, why are you really here today? Ning Yuan preset. I merely wish to treat you to a meal. Yeya elongated her tone, emphasizing her sincerity. Ning Yuan scrutinized Yeya's agile gaze and replied, I refuse to eat. Really, you won't eat? Absolutely not. I'll pinch you. At last, Yeya could no longer contain herself and dashed behind the counter to pinch Ning Yuan. You can't catch me. Ning Yuan svistri totket. Leaping out from behind the counter and inadvertently smudging some dust on Yeya's face. Yeya pulled out her phone and activated the selfie feature, discovering that Ning Yuan had turned her face into a calico cat's. Shu Yulan, help me catch him, she called out. I can't. The quiet girl Yeya had brought along stuttered, glancing at Ning Yuan. Chapter 103. Shu Yulan's thoughts look at how composed she is. While you're acting like a ruffian, making such a commotion, Ning Yuan remarked disdainfully. Ha ha, ruffian. Huang Mao laughed heartily. Ning Yuan, How dare you call me a ruffian? You better hope I don't catch you. Yi hissed through clenched teeth as she charged out from the bar. Sensing trouble, Ning Yuan hurriedly made his way toward the stairs, intent on reaching the second floor. Stand still, Ning Yuan. Yi shouted, hands on head heaps, fuming. Why should I listen to you? You tell me to stop, and I shall defy you, Ning Yuan retorted, sprinting upstairs. With your little short legs. Do you really think you can catch me? Dream on. You're the short one. Just wait. Yi called out as she chased after him. Huang Mao observed the two playfully pursuing one another and thought to himself, aren't they just like two elementary school children? How juvenile. Shu Yulan recognized the rapport between Yi and Ning Yuan, but hadn't anticipated it to be this close. Their playful banter resembled that of a couple, which proved advantageous for her. As long as she could align herself with Yi, she would have ample opportunity to interact with the enigmatic boss Ning. She was determined to seize this opportunity. Seeing Ning Yuan dash past her, Shu Yulan closed her eyes and suddenly leaned toward him. As expected, she felt herself being caught. Leaning against Ning Yuan's chest, his hands gently resting on her arms. Stop chasing. Call 120. Your friend has fainted. Ning Yuan exclaimed urgently. Shu Yulan opened her eyes, her face flushing slightly. No need, I just have low blood sugar. I suddenly felt dizzy and lost my balance. Please help me to the sofa. All right, Ning Yuan agreed. About to assist her when Yi rushed in, snatching Shu Yulan from his grasp and guiding her to the sofa in the lounge area. I've never seen you have low blood sugar before. What is going on today? It's probably because I skipped breakfast, Shu Yulan replied. Here, this is the old-fashioned cake I bought yesterday. Have some. Huang Mao offered a piece to Shu Yulan. Thank you. Shu Yulan accepted the cake and took small bites. Huang Mao observed her closely, sensing something amiss, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. After a moment, he dismissed his concerns as paranoia. What are you staring at her for? Is it appropriate to gawk like that? Ning Yuan boket Huang Mao plaishuli. Haha, no. I wasn't looking. Huang Mao quickly turned his gaze toward the shop entrance. What a lovely day it is. The sun is shining, and the breeze is delightful. Indeed, it is lovely. Let's head out to buy some groceries. Yeah. What shall we have for lunch? Ning Yuan inquired. Anything is fine, Yi replied. Huh? Ning Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you usually quite enthusiastic about food? What is wrong today? You're not truly upset, are you? I'm not upset. I just don't mind whatever we eat, Yi said absent-mindedly. She had just witnessed Ning Yuan holding Shu Yulan, and for some inexplicable reason, her heart felt unsettled. Huang Mao detected the tension and sniffed the air. What's with this sour scent? Did someone spill vinegar? With that, he darted away. Is there a sour smell in here? I can't detect it, Yi queried. No, there isn't. Ning Yuan shook his head. I suspect Huang Mao is just being dramatic. Speaking of which, you should focus on your studies instead of running around aimlessly. It seems I must have a word with Yi Chan to ensure he keeps an eye on his sister. Go ahead and report me. He can't control me, Yi retorted defiantly, raising her chin. I'll deal with you yet. I have your father's number from my last visit to your house, Ning Yuan said with a grin. Go ahead. Report me to that old man. I'll eat my meal without a bowl. Ye pouted, checks puffed out in frustration. Ning Yuan chuckled and said, I won't tease you anymore. Go wash your face. With that appearance, anyone would think you work in a boiler room. Isn't that you're doing? Yi retorted, heading toward the second floor. Seizing the moment when Ning Yuan was caught off guard, she bit his arm playfully. Ouch, Ning Yuan gasped. Are you a dog? Ha ha ha, I'm indeed a dog. Yi laughed as she raced upstairs. Over an hour later, Huang Mao returned to the shop, laden with bags. Ning Yuan was engaged in a game with Yi, while Shu Yulan sat beside her, cheering her on. Ning Yuan glanced at the clock. It was already past 11. He quickly surrendered in the game and called everyone to wash the vegetables. Today they would be having hot pot, sparing them the trouble of 250. Soon, a rich and spicy aroma wafted through the shop, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Just as Ning Yuan and the others were joyfully enjoying their hot pot, Li Fei squatted by the wall, holding a tattered bowl, weakly calling out, Please, give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in 3 days. A young nobleman, dressed in luxurious silks, passed by and, feeling pity for him, tossed a coin from his pocket into Li Fei's bowl. Thank you so much, Li Fei exclaimed, nearly in tears. At last, he had earned some money and wouldn't have to suffer hunger any longer. The nobleman said nothing as he walked past, head held high, entering the restaurant across from Li Fei. Li Fei stared longingly at the eatery, vowing that once he had money, he would treat himself to a splendid meal there. His stomach grumbled, breaking the spell of his unrealistic dreams. Oh my goodness, this game feels astonishingly real. Even the sound of my stomach growling is so lifelike. Li Fei internally lamented as he hurriedly got up, clutching a copper coin he had acquired, and made his way to a nearby bun shop to purchase 5 fist-sized buns, devouring them in a frenzy. After finishing, he finally felt satiated and regained some strength, allowing him to roam the city and gain a better understanding of this world. This game is exceedingly challenging. He almost starved to death within it. Reverting to the morning. After purchasing a virtual reality gaming device from a store of advanced technology, Li Fei hastily drove back home, confident that this gaming machine would reignite his popularity, possibly making him a game blogger with millions of fans. Upon returning home, he leaned back on the sofa, adjusting himself into a comfortable position, and eagerly donned the virtual reality headset. With a chime, he found himself in a grand hall. The surroundings were stark, with a square platform at the center, upon which rested a mirror approximately the height of a person. Cautiously, Li Fei approached the platform, realizing that this mirror was anything but ordinary. A swirling vortex adorned its surface, resembling a time-space wormhole from a science fiction film, while intricate patterns were etched into the frame, with 4 traditional Chinese characters inscribed at the top, Xian Fan World. Suddenly, the vortex emitted an irresistible pulling force, and before Li Fei could react, he was drawn into it. When his consciousness returned, he discovered that he had arrived in a world reminiscent of ancient dragon country. The pedestrians donned long robes, and the buildings lining the streets were constructed of wood. Before him, a character panel materialized, revealing race, human, gender, male, name, Jiang Lunar, occupation, biga, cultivation level, mortal. At that moment, Li Fei comprehended the essence of virtual reality gaming. It was an immersive experience placing oneself in a nearly authentic virtual world, allowing one to live an alternate life. Observing the cultivation level on the panel in conjunction with the inscription Xian Fan World, it was evident that this was a cultivation game. By elevating his cultivation level, he could soar through the skies on a sword, reveling in the freedom of the cosmos. However, a growl from his stomach interrupted his aspirations of becoming an immortal. He then realized his unfortunate profession, a beggar. Was he truly destined to start with nothing but a bowl, relying entirely on scavenging for sustenance? In the ensuing days, he reluctantly ventured down the path of begging, managing to acquire his first copper coin and experience a full meal, setting off a chain reaction from which there was no turning back. This game was far too realistic. The absence of food genuinely left him hungry. Initially, Li Fei found it difficult to swallow his pride and beg. He attempted to exit and re-enter the game, hoping to select a more favorable character, at the very least one with some money to stave off hunger. However, he discovered that no matter how many times he exited, he always returned as a beggar. It wasn't until he noticed a small note at the bottom corner of the character panel that he understood the game's true nature. After reading the instructions, he realized how deceptive the game was. Occupations were not selectable and were entirely random, reliant on luck. The only way to change professions was to have the character die. Li Fei lacked the courage to seek death. This game felt far too real, and dying within it was akin to suicide in reality. The only solace he found was that the game featured live, streaming, and screen recording capabilities. He dubbed his streaming channel with a catchy title, the first virtual reality game streamer on the internet. Thus began his journey of begging in the game. For 4 consecutive days, he begged, and on the 5th day, he overheard passers-by mention that an immortal would come to the city to take the Lord's son as a disciple. The Lord had set up a viewing platform in the city center, inviting notable figures to attend. Without hesitation, Li Fei rushed to the city center, recognizing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should the immortal take notice of him, it could lead to instant success. Upon arriving, he found the area teeming with people. While there were not many on the viewing platform, each exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Suddenly, a deep, resonant horn echoed from the heavens. Li Fei, along with the crowd, gazed upwards to see a massive flying vessel with a dragon's head gliding toward the platform. Although it appeared to move slowly, it approached with astonishing speed, reaching the crowd in the blink of an eye. As it drew nearer, Li Fei discerned 3 figures standing atop the dragon head. A gray-robed elder with a youthful visage, accompanied by a handsome man and a beautiful woman, both radiating an ethereal, otherworldly presence. Is this truly what immortals look like? Li Fei marvelat. The viewers of his live stream erupted in excitement. Are you sure this streamer hasn't crossed into a world of cultivation? Now, that's what celestial being looks like. I'm in love. I just want to know how to play this game. Can someone with big breasts enlighten me? As the audience inundated the chat with comments, the screen suddenly went dark, displaying the message, "The streamer is not at home." Panic ensued. What's happening? The celestial being is about to appear. In the dim night, the streamer was whisked away by the immortal. After approximately 5 minutes, the stream illuminated once more, revealing Li Fei's face. Brothers, this virtual reality gaming device is a scam. You can only play for 5 hours a day, and just now my time expired, kicking me out. I endured humiliation, begging for 4 whole days, and was on the brink of becoming the Immortal's disciple when the game time ran out. The viewers, uninterested in Li Fei's grievances, bombarded the chat with questions about the origins of his gaming device. After expressing his complaints for a while, he noticed everyone was inquiring about where he had purchased the gaming machine. Swiftly, he transformed into a sales streamer, holding up the virtual reality device and proclaiming, "Surely, you've heard of the esteemed Black Technology Store. This establishment has launched cutting-edge products, including smartphones and laptops, and just yesterday, Boss Ning even made an appearance on Mars. I'm sure you all caught that live stream. For all the gaming enthusiasts out there, hurry and buy this gaming machine." Upon hearing that it was produced by the Black Technology Store, most viewers deflated. While the store's products were exceptional, they were exorbitantly priced, unattainable for the average citizen. "Streamer, just tell us the price, so I can give up. I want to play virtual reality games too. I knew it was from the Black Technology Store. I'm devastated. That gaming machine must cost at least several $100,000. I'm beautiful and fair-skinned. Whoever buys me a virtual reality gaming machine, I'll marry them." Seeing the audience lamenting about the cost, Li Fei chuckled. "This gaming device is indeed pricey. $3 million apiece. If you have a fortune, consider acquiring one. Otherwise, don't bother. Click the follow button above, and I'll live stream my gaming sessions in full. Watching my streams can also satisfy your gaming cravings, saving you $3 million. Upon hearing the price of $3 million for a virtual reality gaming machine, the viewers' spirits plummeted. Watching Li Fei flaunting the device in the stream, claiming that viewing his streams could suffice for gaming, ignited their anger. "I want to punch this streamer. This is infuriating, my friends. Streamer, come here. I promise I won't hit you." The virtual reality gaming machine skyrocketed in popularity online due to this live stream, with the phrase products from the Black Technology Store are guaranteed to be top-notch, spreading rapidly across the internet. After Yiya and Shu Yuzhu departed, Ning Yuan also took a turn at the gaming console. His fortune surpassed that of Li Fei, as he was assigned the role of a disciple from a third-rate sect, possessing at least the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage and a low-tier spell, the object manipulation technique. Chapter 105. This game is truly deceptive. Huang Mao also wished to partake, but regrettably, each gaming machine could only be bound to a single user, implying that the enjoyment was solitary and others could not partake. Ning Yuan surmised that this was a deliberate design by the system to encourage additional sales. Otherwise, if one were to purchase a machine, others might use it too, resulting in a significant loss of potential sales. Wang Xikong, a wealthy second generation who relished gaming, would certainly not miss out on such a console. After watching Li Fei's livestream, he hurried straight to the high-tech shop, neglecting to bring along his internet celebrity girlfriend. Upon his arrival, he found a lengthy queue outside the shop. There was no choice but to wait patiently. After more than an hour, he finally acquired the gaming console. Leaning against the bar, Huang Mao remarked, "There are indeed plenty of affluent individuals in Longguo. A 3 million yuan gaming console bought without a blink, yet I still cannot afford one for myself. Do you wish to play games?" Ning Yuan inquired from behind the bar. "Absolutely. After watching Li Fei's gaming videos, I dream of engaging in virtual reality gaming. Alas, I am too impoverished to afford a console," Huang Mao lamented, casting furtive glances at Ning Yuan. "Dream on." Ning Yuan poured a cold splash of reality over Huang Mao. "Have you even grasped the cultural knowledge I taught you?" Upon hearing the phrase cultural knowledge, Huang Mao instantly wilted, forcing a faint smile as he replied, "Brother Ning, to be honest, I don't truly enjoy gaming." "Well, if you have no interest in gaming, then tend to the shop while I explore the joys of the game," Ning Yuan retorted, donning the gaming headset and re-entering the world of the immortals and mortals. After securing his gaming console, Wang Xikong hurried home at a speed of 120 miles per hour. His internet celebrity girlfriend, eager to engage in some good deeds, was met with his unyielding refusal. He could hardly contain his excitement as he lay on his bed, donned the headset, and entered the realm of the immortals. His luck was not lacking. His initial character was that of a wealthy second generation from a cultivation family, with the cultivation level reaching the foundation establishment stage. Hailed as a once-in-a-century talent by his kin, Wang Xikong learned that upon reaching the golden core stage and refining a flying sword, he could soar through the skies to vanquish demons. For 4 consecutive days in the world of the immortals, he remained indoors, diligently cultivating to hasten his ascension to the golden core. Unexpectedly, on the 5th day, trouble arose. The patriarch of a rival clan had broken through to the nascent soul stage and launched an assault. While some clan members fought valiantly to defend, others led him through a secret passage to escape, utilizing 5 precious spirit stones left by their ancestors to activate an ancient teleportation array. Wang Xikong and his clansmen were transported to a valley, just as he was about to lead them in exploring the valley in search of a way out. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Joyful moments are always fleeting. Your gaming time has expired. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was at this moment he realized that the game had time restrictions. As darkness enveloped him, he returned to the real world, removing the headset in frustration. How vexing. Only 5 hours of playtime a day. This gaming console is indeed a scam. Other players who had acquired virtual reality consoles faced the same dilemma. With only 5 hours of playtime per day, the abrupt ejection from the game felt akin to being jolted awake, just as one was about to touch a beautiful figure in a dream. However, players from Longguo fared better than some foreign players, who were utterly bewildered. Locke, an avid gamer and YouTube influencer with millions of followers, was quick to notice the emergence of the virtual reality console. He swiftly booked a flight to the high-tech shop to purchase one. Yet, upon entering the realm of the immortals, he found himself utterly flabbergasted. The game's dialogue was entirely in Longguo's language, and the characters were composed of its square script. There was no foreign language version available. To play, one had to learn Longguo's language and script. Tears brimmed in his eyes. Longguo's language was notoriously one of the most challenging in the world. With no other option, he enrolled in a Longguo language course. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Nintendo in Neon Country, Sanbin Taro sat in his office, watching a video on his computer, his body trembling involuntarily. The advent of virtual reality gaming had arrived without warning, catching him utterly unprepared. If Nintendo could harness virtual reality technology, it would ascend to become the largest and greatest gaming company globally. The pressing question was how to acquire this groundbreaking technology. This epic-making technology had unexpectedly once again appeared at the high-tech shop, a place he had previously sent someone to investigate, returning with a laptop. While an engineer was disassembling the laptop, a peculiar incident occurred. As soon as the casing was pried open, the laptop transformed into a pool of black liquid. With no other recourse, they abandoned the reverse engineering project. The shop's lottery machine had also been sampled. After investing over $100 million, they ended up with a pile of toy cars. He immediately halted the lottery, as their initial thought was to simply throw money at it, believing that with enough attempts, luck would eventually yield something worthwhile. What they discovered, however, was that they were woefully naive. The lottery machine was a money-eating beast, with the high-tech technology merely an illusion, visible but intangible. He suspected that no matter how much money their company poured into it, they would never procure anything of value. A series of knocks interrupted Sanbin Taro's thoughts. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approximately 30 years old, entered the office. Have there been any results? Sanbin Taro inquired, rising. None. The bespectacled man shook his head. We first scanned the gaming console with x-rays, but its internal structure is a complete void. We had to disassemble it manually, resulting in the same outcome. It turned into a pool of black liquid. As the bespectacled man spoke, he lowered his head, unable to meet Sanbin Taro's gaze, fearing an outburst. Most employees viewed the president as a kind and approachable figure, yet only he, the technical supervisor, understood that Sanbin Taro was a wolf in sheep's clothing. While he usually maintained a harmless facade, he would shed his disguise and reveal his true nature when his interests were at stake. As expected, Sanbin Taro approached him, gripping his arms tightly, and growled, "Then what are you still doing here? Go think of a solution." A foul odor assaulted the bespectacled man's senses. He was all too familiar with this stench, Sanbin Taro's unique halitosis, which had tormented him for many years. Whenever an urgent matter arose, Sanbin Taro would stride up to him, grasping his arms as if to assert his authority as president. Chapter 106. The plot to kidnap Ning Yuan. Suppressing waves of nausea, the bespectacled man replied, "Yes, President. I will think of a solution at once." "Go." Sanbin Taro released him, locking eyes as he commanded. "Continue sending people to purchase virtual reality consoles and persist with the reverse engineering project. Do you understand?" "Yes." The bespectacled man bowed to Sanbin Taro and exited the office. How could they acquire virtual reality technology? Sanbin Taro muttered to himself as he approached his desk, intending to continue watching virtual reality gaming videos, contemplating what kind of game Nintendo could develop if they obtained this technology. "Taru, I presume you're troubled by the matter of the virtual reality gaming console." A deep voice resonated from behind. Turning around, Taro Shimamoto beheld a man of slightly portly stature, adorned in traditional attire of the Neon Nation, approaching him. "Ryusuke, you always seem to appear out of nowhere," Taro Shimamoto replied with a smile. This man, Ryusuke Ishihara, held a unique position as a member of the royal family of the Neon Nation and a major shareholder in Nintendo, making him the only individual Taro Samamoto regarded with trepidation within the company. Only he dared to enter the president's office without knocking. Ryusuke Ishihara returned the smile, saying, "Taru, you've become overly focused. Let us converse over tea." Taro Samamoto guided Ryusuke to the tea room at the far end of the office, where they settled down. Taro, adeptly preparing the tea, poured a cup for Ryusuke. After savoring a sip, Ryusuke closed his eyes, relishing the flavor, exquisite tea, with a fragrant aftertaste. Sighing, Taro Samamoto lamented, "Alas, no tea seems to have any flavor for me at present." "Do not fret, Taru. Regarding virtual reality technology, I possess an immature idea," Ryusuke Ishihara remarked, sipping his tea. Upon hearing the phrase immature idea, Taro Samamoto realized that Ryusuke had formulated a plan, one that was likely already in motion. He hastily inquired, "What precisely is this idea?" Instead of answering immediately, Ryusuke countered, "Do you have a plan?" The technical department is currently engaged in reverse engineering the virtual reality console. I, however, have not yet devised a solid plan, Taro Samamoto confessed, awkwardly chuckling. As the president of Nintendo, he felt it was a dereliction of duty to lack a robust strategy. Ryusuke Ishihara finished the last sip of his tea and uttered two words, "Kidnapping." "Kidnapping?" Taro Samamoto exclaimed in astonishment, having expected Ryusuke to propose a more ingenious scheme. To his dismay, the plan was rather foolish. Noticing the incredulity in Taro's eyes, Ryusuke coldly remarked, "Do you consider my plan unfeasible? Is that even a question? A plan that could be conceived by a pig is surely doomed to fail." Taro Samamoto silently cursed, though he maintained a facade of politeness, saying, "This plan seems excessively risky." Pouring himself another cup of tea, Ryusuke leisurely savored a sip, replying, "Where's the risk? We need not act ourselves. We can hire professionals. Such matters should be entrusted to the experts." Taro Samamoto, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, "The owner of that establishment is not easy to deal with. I suspect the leak involving Dell is connected to that mysterious Mr. Ning, who does not wish for this fool to bring trouble upon the company." Ryusuke Ishihara burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Taru, you are far too conservative. The imbeciles at Dell attempted to outsmart Mr. Ning with their convoluted tactics and were utterly defeated. Do you know where they went wrong?" "Where?" Taro Samamoto inquired. "They lost due to complexity and overthinking. They devised a tangled plan to coerce Mr. Ning into surrendering the technology, only to be ensnared by their own cleverness. In truth, it need not be so intricate. The more complex a plan, the more challenging its execution. A straightforward approach of simply kidnapping Mr. Ning and extracting the information would suffice." After contemplating Ryusuke's seemingly reasonable discourse, Taro Samamoto hesitated before asking, "What if we fail? In my realm, there's only success, not failure." "The owner of that shop is akin to a delicate flower," Ryusuke asserted, fixing his gaze on Taro. He raised his arm in a fist, declaring, "If we merely apply a gentle pressure on this flower, it will yield. What we might obtain will likely extend far beyond mere virtual reality technology." "Indeed," Taro nodded, feeling a flicker of temptation. The technology in Mr. Ning's possession was not limited to virtual reality alone. Pondering further, Taro suddenly recalled a pertinent matter and queried, "If we can conceive of kidnapping Mr. Ning, surely others can as well. Why has no one acted thus far?" Ryusuke Ishihara erupted into laughter once more, only ceasing when tears streamed down his face. "That, my friend, is the crux of the issue. Others share your thoughts, pondering why no one has taken action. In this world, there are two types of individuals most likely to succeed. Do you know what they are?" "I do not." Taro Samamoto shook his head, refilling Ryusuke's cup, eager to hear his further sagacious reasoning. Ryusuke took a sip of tea, raising his right hand with the index and middle fingers extended, and smiled. "One type is the exceptionally intelligent, who can discern the essence of matters at a glance, and thus achieve success. The other is the utterly foolish, aware of their own limitations, devote themselves entirely to a single task. Over time, they naturally succeed. The most perilous are those who find themselves between these two extremes. They mistakenly believe themselves clever, yet invariably take the wrong path." "Ryusuke, you speak the truth. What do you consider yourself?" Taro Samamoto inquired with a smile. Ryusuke shook his head. "I'm neither of those two types, nor am I the third." "Then what are you?" Taro pressed. Ryusuke pointed to himself, and then to Taro, stating, "You and I should orchestrate the actions of these three types of individuals. There's an ancient saying in the Dragon Nation, utilize resources to their fullest, and employ individuals according to their talents. For this kidnapping plan targeting Mr. Ning, we must engage the most professional experts, and that requires your assistance. Taru, my assistance? Taro Samamoto pointed to himself, asking, do you need financial backing? Indeed, we require at least $500 million, Ryusuk replied. $500 million? Taro Samamoto exclaimed in disbelief. Are you planning to arm a military force to abduct Mr. Ning? Precisely, Ryusuk declared, lifting his teacup and draining its contents before slamming it down on the table, his voice chilling. I intend to hire a mercenary army to retrieve Mr. Ning from the Dragon Nation. Chapter 107. Wang Xikong wept. You have truly lost your mind. Taro Samamoto stood up, feeling an overwhelming urge to distance himself from this lunatic. Wishing to exit the office immediately, Ryusuk Ishihara looked up at Taro, coldly stating, are you unwilling to assist me? Taro hesitated, afraid to outright refuse, instead deflecting. I need to consider this carefully. The financial commitment is substantial, and I cannot make a decision at present. Very well, I shall return tomorrow, Ryusuk announced, rising to depart. As Taro Samamoto watched him vanish through the office door, he poured himself another cup of tea, sighing inwardly. This man is a complete lunatic. They are businessmen running a company, not brigands brandishing weapons. If the outside world learns that Nintendo is investing $500 million to kidnap a citizen of the Dragon Nation, the consequences would be dire. I must find a way to evade this madman tomorrow. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Taro Samamoto's thoughts. Come in, he said irritably. The office door opened, and a bespectacled man cautiously entered. Having just witnessed the furious departure of major shareholder Ryusuk Ishihara, he knew an unpleasant encounter had occurred between him and President Taro Samamoto. Reluctant to enter the office, he nonetheless had to notify the president about the upcoming launch of Nintendo's latest gaming console, as he served as the technical supervisor. Forcing himself to step inside. President, the launch event for the Nintendo NS gaming console is prepared, scheduled for 2:30 p.m. this afternoon, the bespectacled man stated respectfully. Taro Samamoto waved his hand dismissively, replying, understood, you may return to your duties. Yes. The bespectacled man hastily exited the office. In the Dragon Nation, in the capital, at the high-tech boutique, Ning Yuan removed his gaming headset and cursed. Damn it. I toiled to earn a spirit stone, only for it to be snatched away in an instant. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Ning, who are you cursing? Huang Mao inquired curiously. Do not pry into the matters of society, Ning Yuan declared, his face taut with discontent. He had been severely deceived by the NPCs within the realm of the immortal and mortal worlds. These NPCs were not the simplistic avatars found in games where one could effortlessly dispatch them with a single blow. They were not the foolish figures of Grand Theft Auto 2, who passively allowed players to bully them. Instead, the NPCs here were cunning and crafty to the highest degree. In his diligent service within the sect, Ning Yuan had finally earned a low-tier spirit stone from the elder in charge of the miscellaneous disciples. However, before he could even warm in his grasp, he was struck from behind. When he regained consciousness, he found his arms empty. The spirit stone had long been pilfered. Just as he was about to track down the person who had assaulted him, the game time expired. Was this not enough to drive him to despair? In truth, Ning Yuan was not the most unfortunate victim of the NPCs in this game. That title belonged to Li Fei, who suffered far more. Li Fei proclaimed himself the inaugural player of the immortal and mortal worlds, boasting in his livestream that despite his character being a beggar, he would undoubtedly become a player who achieved the golden core stage of cultivation. Why aim for the golden core? Because only at that level could one soar through the skies upon a sword. Yet in a cruel twist of fate, he was swiftly proven wrong. This was not merely a slap in the face. It was akin to being forcibly pressed to the ground and soundly beaten, leaving his cheeks flushed and aching. On the first day, after his gaming time had elapsed, Li Fei anxiously awaited the arrival of the next day, eager for another 5 hours of play. Rather than diving straight into the game, he opted to engage with his viewers, primarily boasting about his aspirations to be the first to reach the golden core. Naturally, the audience scoffed, having witnessed others endure the brutal challenges of the game. Upon entering the game, he discovered himself frozen in the moment of being expelled, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him, momentarily grateful for the game's autosave feature as he embarked on his adventure. A celestial being descended from a flying vessel to converse with the city lord on the observation platform, accompanied by a strikingly handsome youth. This was not at all what Li Fei had envisioned. Surely the Celestial should have recognized him as an extraordinary talent in cultivation and whisked him away. This script was all wrong. Director, change the script. I am the main character. As the Celestial prepared to depart, Li Fei shouted amid the crowd, Celestial, please take me as your disciple. Do not leave. The Celestial disregarded him entirely, turning his back to Li Fei as he and the youth boarded the vessel and departed. The onlookers around Li Fei began to murmur derisively. Who is this mad beggar? Little beggar, do not dream. How could a Celestial ever notice you? You lunatic, be gone. You are obstructing our view. Enraged by their taunts, Li Fei sought out the individual who had insulted him, only to find himself swiftly countered. His leg was grasped, and he was yanked down, landing unceremoniously. The spectators erupted in laughter. Even children as young as 4 or 5 pointed and jeered. Shameful. Shameful. Feeling a sudden chill between his legs, he glanced down to discover a gaping tear in his trousers. Mortified, he scrambled to his feet and fled the crowd, utterly humiliated. Some viewers munching on snacks while watching his live stream burst into laughter, spewing their food in sheer amusement. Following his earlier bravado, the comments in the chat turned scathingly sarcastic. And this one dares to cultivate? Cannot even defeat a mere mortal. What a noob. Forget cultivation. You should focus on earning some money to buy a new pair of pants. Subsequently, Li Fei indeed took their advice, dedicating himself to begging and ceasing his talk of cultivation. Before long, he managed to gather enough to purchase new trousers, and in that moment of change, he nearly wept. Life in the game was undeniably arduous. Yet his plight was not the most tragic of all. That dubious honor belonged to the wealthy heir, Wang Xikong. Initially, he had a fortuitous start, but tragedy struck as his family was annihilated. However, to Wang Xikong, this was of little consequence. He was merely a player with no emotional ties to his family, and simply sought to escape. The true calamity awaited him on his second foray into the game. After anxiously waiting until midnight to reclaim his 5 hours of gameplay, he donned his gaming helmet and re-entered the immortal and mortal worlds, only to find himself still in the valley, precisely as he had left it. He quickly followed his kin out of the valley, but as they emerged, they were pursued by members of a rival clan. Unsurprisingly, he was slain by one of their clan leaders and promptly expelled from the game. The suffocating sensation of death he experienced in-game seeped into reality, causing him to lose control. His influencer girlfriend, sleeping beside him, was startled awake by the dampness on her leg. Upon investigation, she discovered the unmistakable odor of urine, nearly retching at the scent. Suddenly, someone embraced her from behind and began to weep uncontrollably, exclaiming, "I shall never play this game again." Chapter 108. The Ambitions of Saburo Sanbon. In Neon Country, at the Nintendo Switch press conference, Saburo Sanbon stood on stage, eloquently recounting the history of Nintendo's gaming consoles. Below him, devoted fans and journalists alike struggled to stay awake. Each press conference featured the Nintendo president retelling the company's history, interspersed with anecdotes of his personal struggles, prompting occasional polite applause from the audience before the president would humbly acknowledge their support. This particular conference, however, felt markedly subdued, with only sporadic applause. When Saburo introduced the Nintendo Switch, the fans remained largely unresponsive, still caught in a stupor. One could have mistaken the atmosphere for a hypnotic trance. After completing his introduction of the Switch, Saburo transitioned to the Q&A segment, which momentarily lifted the atmosphere. He pointed to the quickest hand raised, a bespectacled journalist, signaling him to speak. The journalist glanced around to confirm it was indeed his turn, and upon receiving Saburo's nod, he eagerly stood to pose his question. Hello. Recently, a virtual reality gaming console has emerged from Dragon Country. As a world-class gaming manufacturer, when will Nintendo release its own virtual reality console? The audience perked up at the mention of virtual reality, suddenly alert and focused on Saburo, eager to hear if Nintendo might venture into this new realm. These die-hard Nintendo fans, having seen the virtual reality console showcased on YouTube, quickly found their affection for Nintendo waning, yearning to experience virtual reality gaming themselves. However, disheartened by the exorbitant price tag of 3 million Dragon Yuan, they felt despondent. Such a cost was far beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. They now looked to Nintendo, hoping the company might produce an affordable virtual reality console. Caught off guard by the journalist's inquiry, Saburo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The piercing gazes of the audience felt like a barrage of needles directed at him. Reluctantly, he managed to assert, Nintendo will subsequently unveil a virtual reality console. He dared not declare that Nintendo was incapable of producing such a device. To utter those words would undoubtedly lead to a drop in the company's stock price, inciting discontent among shareholders and jeopardizing his position as CEO. Thus, he could only defer, promising a future release. The bespectacled journalist was determined not to let him off the hook, pressing further. How long will it take to launch the virtual reality gaming console? Could you share a timeline? I believe the fans of Nintendo are quite concerned about this matter. The exact timing could not be disclosed. However, Taro Sanbon, who was eager to slap the journalist across the face, thought to himself, why must he stir the pot, using the fans as a shield? It was clear that it was his own curiosity at play. Noticing the journalist's persistence in posing questions, Taro Sanbon preemptively interjected. For more inquiries regarding the virtual reality gaming console, please visit our official website. Due to time constraints, I shall not address each one here. Let us proceed to the next segment. The host, understanding the cue, approached the stage, took the microphone, and Taro Sanbon bowed to the audience before descending. Upon returning to the office, Taro Sanbon erupted in frustration, smashing the flower pot by the floor-to-ceiling window. He simply could not comprehend how a small shop with a foolish owner could possibly unveil a virtual reality gaming console, a product so advanced it transcended the era. It was utterly unscientific. A sinister thought suddenly flickered through his mind. To kidnap the owner and extract the technology. If that failed, eliminating the owner would suffice. If he couldn't have it, he would destroy it. This way, no one could wield the virtual reality console to vex him, nor question when Nintendo would release such a device. Did they not realize that such a gaming console was not something one could fabricate on a whim? Exhausted from his rampage, Taro Sanbon collapsed into his executive chair, retrieving a cigar from the desk drawer and lighting it, inhaling the smoke deeply. In mere 10 minutes, he had finished the cigar, extinguishing the stub in the ashtray, only to take out another one. The thick smoke wafted through the office until the ashtray brimmed with remnants. Taro Sanbon finally resolved to take action. He pulled out his phone and dialed Ryosuke Ishihara's number. Ishihara-san, are you free tonight? I knew you would come around. We must acquire the virtual reality technology. Let us meet at our usual place. Until then, came the reply. The neon-lit night revealed another facet of Japan, wild and uninhibited. After work, the Japanese typically did not head home first, but rather sought a local izakaya to unwind over drinks and relieve their stress. The demeanor of the Japanese transformed dramatically from that of the day. They became animated, shedding the restraint of daylight for the freedom to laugh heartily and speak openly. Taro Sanbon stood at the entrance of the izakaya, watching the young patrons come and go, filled with envy. In them, he saw a reflection of his youthful self, brimming with vitality and exuberance. Now he felt aged, despite possessing wealth that could span lifetimes. Yet his time was running out, and the inability to thoroughly enjoy life and savor his accomplishments was a profound regret. An idea suddenly struck him. How wonderful it would be to achieve immortality. Alas, current technological capabilities rendered that impossible. Regardless of his riches, death awaited. But wait, if that little shop could produce such extraordinary technological marvels. Perhaps the owner possessed some elixir of life or other means of extending life. Even if there were no panacea for immortality, surely there must be something that could prolong life. With this thought, Taro Sanbon's body trembled with excitement. His resolve to kidnap the owner, Ning Yuan, solidified further. Sandong-kun, I apologize for the wait. Ryosuke Ishihara's voice interrupted his reverie from behind. No problem. Please come in, Taro Sanbon replied warmly. Ha ha. You're too kind, Sanbon-kun, Ishihara said as he entered the izakaya, with Taro Sanbon following suit. Chapter 109. The Terrifying God Armed. The two were led by a server to a private room. Seated across from one another, the small table already laden with various appetizers. After dismissing the server, Taro Sanbon poured sake into their cups. Raising his glass with a smile, Ishihara-san, let us toast to the success of our plan. Indeed, Ishihara replied, clinking his cup with Taro Sanbon's, we shall succeed. I have enlisted one of the world's top 3 mercenary organizations. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. Taro Sanbon followed suit, choking slightly as he hastily drank. I will transfer the funds to your account first thing in the morning. Excellent. Let us toast once more in advance celebration. Ishihara filled their cups again, raising his glass to Taro Sanbon. The virtual reality technology will ultimately belong to us. Taro Sanbon raised his glass, downing its contents, before standing and raising his arms, proclaiming, Amaterasu will bless our endeavor. Ha ha, let's indulge tonight. Ishihara laughed heartily, clapping his hands thrice. 3 beautiful women clad in traditional Japanese attire entered, their wooden sandals clacking against the floor. Taro Sanbon, upon seeing the trio, felt a long-lost thrill rekindle within him. He pointed to a slightly chubby woman with a hint of youthful roundness in her face, excitedly exclaiming, You, come here. She lowered her head and obediently approached. Ishihara, noticing Taro Sanbon had made his choice, beckoned the remaining 2 women to his side. Soon, the room was filled with an array of peculiar sounds. The following morning, Ryosuke Ishihara, sore from the previous night's activities, rose, washed up, and had breakfast. He retrieved his laptop, powered it on, accessed the Onion router, and entered the dark web. Typing in a URL, Onion, a password box appeared, and he entered a lengthy string of characters. A dialog box popped up. Ishihara typed, "I have a job for you. Will you take it?" "Yes." Target, specific task, compensation. Ning Yuan, secretly kidnap him to Black Africa, with a reward of 500 million. The risk of kidnapping Ning Yuan is exceedingly high. We require additional funds, at least 1 billion to accept. Ishihara hesitated slightly at the mention of $1 billion, but ultimately typed deal into the dialog box. As per usual, half the deposit is to be paid up front, with the remaining upon completion. I will transfer the funds to your designated account this morning. I trust you will honor your commitment and complete the task promptly. Rest assured, our God armed has never failed, came the response. After reading this, Ishihara said no more, closing the dialog box, exiting the dark web, and retrieving a cigar from his nightstand drawer, lighting it and taking deep puffs. He had picked up the habit of smoking cigars from Taro Sanbon. Whenever the pressure became overwhelming, he would light one to ease his mind. If even the cigar could not alleviate his stress, then he would have to vent his frustrations as he did the previous night. In a small country in Black Africa, a place plagued by perpetual conflict, 80% of the populace endured chronic hunger, with the literacy rate for children plummeting below 5. Healthcare was virtually non-existent. Illness meant suffering, and if one's body could no longer endure, death was the only escape. This was a hell for ordinary people, but a paradise for mercenaries. In a damp, filthy water dungeon, a plump, balding middle-aged man hung by his bound hands in the center of the chamber. The water level reached his chin, and due to the pressure, his breathing became labored, gasping for air. The nauseating stench, overwhelming and putrid, invaded his nostrils incessantly. He felt the urge to retch, but could not. On the very first day of his confinement in the water dungeon, he had expelled every morsel from his stomach. By the following day, he resorted to vomiting bile. And now, even that was no longer forthcoming. Yet, it was not the odor that tormented him the most, but rather the agony inflicted upon his wrists and toes. His captors were meticulous, suspending him in the very center of the dungeon, his toes barely touching the ground. The sole points of support for his body being his wrists and toes. On the first day, he managed to endure, but by the second, his toes were in excruciating pain, as though they might snap, forcing him to dangle helplessly in midair. Consequently, his wrists could endure no longer. The ropes slowly embedded themselves into his flesh. Fortunately, today, he managed to feel around the murky water with his toes and discovered a long object resembling a branch. Placing it beneath his feet afforded his wrists a momentary reprieve. Ernst sat in the monitoring room, indulging in roasted crocodile meat while savoring the sight of his quarry. He had not anticipated that this wealthy businessman could withstand 3 days in the water dungeon. It was an unexpected development, and one that intrigued him greatly. Bring him to the interrogation room. I wish to have some fun, Ernst instructed his subordinate stationed at the door. The subordinate adjusted his firearm and swiftly made his way toward the dungeon. 10 minutes later, Ernst, clad in specially designed combat boots, entered a concrete structure. Rather than an interrogation room, it would be more accurate to label it a bunker or fortress filled with tools of interrogation that sent shivers down spine. A lie detector, a roller bristling with barbed spikes, glowing iron rods, and a saw over a meter long. Ernst surveyed these cherished instruments with a smile before turning his gaze to the middle-aged man being restrained by 2 subordinates. He pointed at the man and commanded, "Remove his belongings. I want him to personally select an item from among these tools." At this, both subordinates shuddered, quickly peeling away the tape from the man's mouth and the black hood from his head. The moment the middle-aged man could speak, he let out a desperate cry. "Please, I beg you, spare me. I have a great deal of money. I can buy my life." Upon hearing this, Ernst's previously jovial expression suddenly froze. After a brief moment, he shook his head and, with disappointment, remarked, "Oh my God, how utterly tedious. Why do you concede? Why not grant me the opportunity to interrogate you? This is indeed a lamentable affair." In uttering these final words, he was genuinely moved to tears. "Please let me go. I truly have a vast fortune. I can pay for my life," the middle-aged man repeated, seemingly oblivious to Ernst's words, mechanically reiterating his plea. "Let him sit and rest for a moment," Ernst instructed, gesturing toward a metal chair positioned beside the saw. The 2 subordinates, upon seeing the chair, shuddered again, dragging the middle-aged man to the chair and securing him, promptly retreating as if the chair were a monstrous entity that might spring to life and take a bite. Chapter 110. Ning Yuan is in peril. Ernst approached the middle-aged man, seizing his hair and pulling back. The man cried out in pain as his previously drooping head was forced upright. "Spare me. I can give you anything," he sobbed, his face contorting in fear as his muscles began to tremble involuntarily. "Boring, truly boring," Ernst declared, releasing the man and instructing his subordinate. "Fetch me a sheet of paper and a pen." The subordinate hurriedly exited and returned shortly with the requested items. "You have stored something in a Swiss bank. Write down the password for retrieving it," Ernst signaled to his subordinate, who presented the paper and pen to the middle-aged man. Upon hearing the mention of the Swiss bank, the man momentarily paused, his eyes reflecting a struggle, but within less than a second, he relented, taking the paper and pen and swiftly scribbling a long sequence of numbers. After finishing, he looked at Ernst and implored, "Let me go. I am of no further value to you." Ignoring him, Ernst retrieved a satellite phone from his jacket pocket and dialed a number, taking the paper from the middle-aged man and reading the password aloud. Within a minute, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he hung up. "You have obtained what you wanted. I truly hold no value for you now. Please, I beg you, let me go." The middle-aged man pleaded once more. "No, no, no," Ernst replied, shaking his head as he approached a switch resembling an electrical panel. "You can still provide me with some entertainment." The subordinate, witnessing Ernst's return to the switch, was filled with dread, while the middle-aged man transitioned from confusion to fury, and finally to despair, realizing his fate was sealed. This man had no intention of sparing him. What further torment would this fiend inflict upon him? "Enjoy yourself," Ernst remarked before pulling the lever down. The middle-aged man emitted a piercing scream that shattered the silence, his body convulsing violently. Ernst gazed upon the man as struggles in the chair with a look of sheer delight. 10 minutes later, the aroma of roasted flesh wafted through the interrogation room. The subordinate, upon catching a whiff, turned crimson, feeling nauseous, yet too fearful to vomit. The last person who had succumbed to such an urge had become mere fodder for the crocodiles. "Enough fun. Toss him into the crocodile pit." "I do not wish for my prized possessions to suffer from hunger," Ernst declared with a grin. The subordinate said nothing, silently untying the ropes binding the middle-aged man and dragging him out of the interrogation room. Ernst inhaled deeply, savoring the scent lingering in the room, a look of ecstasy gracing his features. Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned and briskly exited back to the monitoring room. At that moment, the chef had finished preparing the delectable crocodile meat and set it upon the dining table. Upon seeing the dish, Ernst nodded in satisfaction, sitting down to devour it ravenously. These crocodiles had been fed a special diet, and that middle-aged man had made for an excellent meal. Perhaps it was psychological or due to some other reason, but Ernst believed that the meat from these specially fed crocodiles was exceptionally succulent and flavorful. In no time, the plate was devoid of any remnants of crocodile meat. He licked his grease-stained lips, lifted a glass of red wine from the table, gently swirled the vibrant liquid, then tilted his head back, draining the glass of its contents with a deep sigh of satisfaction. Beep, beep, beep. The satellite phone rang, interrupting Ernst's reverie over the crocodile meat. Impatiently, he retrieved the device, and upon seeing the caller ID, he promptly answered. "Another business opportunity? Thank you for remembering me. Indeed, there is business at hand. Your luck has turned favorably this time. Others are preoccupied, so this lucrative deal has fallen into your lap." Upon hearing of a major deal, Ernst's demeanor shifted instantly. He straightened in his seat, inquiring, "How substantial is the deal?" "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Suffice it to say, upon completing this task, you stand to gain at least $300 million. That was indeed an enticing figure, and Ernst nodded with a smile. "Upon executing this task, I believe I could finally retire." "Ha ha ha, I know you well. You would not truly retire. A life of ease does not suit you. To be precise, you are incapable of adapting to such a life. I have already transmitted the specific task to you. Hurry and fill your pockets with that $300 million. "I will endeavor to adapt," Ernst murmured, a statement directed both at his interlocutor and himself. After concluding the call, he retrieved a metallic briefcase, inputting a code to unlock it. Inside, a laptop was revealed. He powered it on, accessed the Onion router, and entered a specific URL, Jabugasunion. A password box appeared, and after entering a lengthy sequence of characters, he finally gained entry to the task center. The task center is a creation of world-class hackers within the God-S armed organization, accessible to every official member who can view their task details. Ernst entered his identification number, 8, and immediately his assigned mission materialized before him. He then inputted a lengthy password to unveil the specifics of the task. Target, Ning Yuan. Nationality, Dragon Country. Gender, male. Occupation, merchant. Address, Dragon Country, suburbs of Shangjing, high-tech boutique. Mission, secretly abduct to the neighboring Yu country and deliver the individual to the employer. Note: Ning Yuan possesses numerous astonishing technological means. According to intelligence, Ning Yuan's father, Ning Pingyi, once hired Arctic Fox personnel to assassinate Ning Yuan. However, the mission failed, and the operatives were apprehended by the Dragon Country military, with the reasons for failure remaining unknown. Analysis suggests Ning Yuan must have utilized some unique technological methods to evade the assassination. At the bottom of the dossier, several photographs of Ning Yuan standing in his shop are included. Ernst had heard of Ning Yuan. The virtual reality gaming console was immensely popular on YouTube, where he had come across game video bloggers referring to Ning Yuan as Boss Ning. Observing the delicate visage of the young man in the photographs, Ernst chuckled. This truly is an intriguing target. He dared say other factions were undoubtedly watching him too. Yet he was indifferent. How could those fools possibly compare to him? The thought of capturing this delicate target, binding him in his own bedroom, and reveling in his cries of anguish filled Ernst with excitement. He yearned to soar to the Dragon Country at once. However, upon contemplating the Dragon Country, Ernst's exhilaration waned. That realm was no haven for mercenaries like him. The regulations surrounding firearms were extraordinarily stringent, and surveillance cameras were omnipresent on the streets. Such conditions posed significant challenges to his operation. Chapter 111. The Final Mission. Yet, these challenges were mere trifles in his eyes. $300 million, coupled with the chance to indulge in a delightful encounter with this exquisite young master, made the risk worthwhile. Once this task was completed, he genuinely contemplated retirement. This profession was not one for longevity. One cannot tread along the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. No matter how meticulously one plans, unexpected events are bound to occur. And such occurrences signify death, something he was not ready to embrace. He envisioned using his earnings to immigrate to a more developed small nation, seeking a woman to build a family with and spend his later years. Even if he currently had no inclination towards women, it did not preclude him from trying. It was akin to how he initially loathed killing until he murdered his mother's lover, the true perpetrator of his father's demise. The man had writhed and cried before him, and he found immense satisfaction in it. The piercing screams resonated like world-class music. He danced erratically to the sound, laughing hysterically until his throat ached and no sound could escape. Not only was there music, but also the intoxicating scent of blood, the man's blood, flowing from his wounds, cascading down his torso, seeping into his trousers, and staining his pristine leather shoes, turning his white socks crimson. Blood overflowed from his shoes onto the wooden floor, and soon a peculiar aroma began to waft through the air. A salty scent mingled with the fresh fragrance of polished wood, a scent that intoxicated him. Regrettably, over the years, the number of people he had killed had become a blur, and the blood he had spilled was foul and nauseating. That delightful aroma had not graced his senses since. Let us depart to the ancient and mysterious Dragon Country to fulfill my final mission, Ernst murmured. After uttering these words, he rose and exited the surveillance room, where the sky outside was a leaden gray, the air stifling, as if a torrential rain were imminent to quench the parched earth of this impoverished sub-Saharan country. In the Dragon Country, Shangjing Library, Xu Yulan sat in a quiet corner on the second floor, absorbed in a literary work. The sunlight streamed in at an angle from the window, warming her and lifting her spirits. After approximately half an hour, she rose, took the book, and carefully returned it to a nearby shelf. Exiting the reading room, she approached the restroom mirror, retrieved her lipstick from her bag, and touched up her makeup before hastily leaving the library and hailing a taxi to a restaurant nestled within a residential area. At that moment, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, alive with activity. Xu Yulan scanned her surroundings before ascending the stairs to the upper floor, which housed 5 private rooms. She entered the innermost one. As soon as she stepped inside, someone embraced her from behind, and she felt warm breath caressing her ear. Don't make a fuss. She struggled momentarily, but could not free herself. Lon, let me hold you for a while, a husky voice whispered in her ear. There can never be a conclusion for us. If they discover us, you will die, Xu Yulan replied coldly. What difference does it make between living and dying? We are like puppets, controlled by them. I cannot endure this life any longer. I long to find a secluded place where we can live joyfully together. Could you please stop being so childish? Xu Yulan countered, breaking free from his embrace. We cannot escape their clutches, at least not now. The man, standing opposite Xu Yulan, gazed in her eyes, sighed deeply, and said, I was impulsive. Every time I see you, I lose control. Xu Yulan stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him, whispering, we should complete this mission swiftly and strive to return to the headquarters in Lighthouse Country, so we can be together openly. Yes, I fear for you, he began, his voice dwindling until it became barely audible. Do not worry. I can be pragmatic. If sacrificing my body is necessary, I will not hesitate. But I fear you might despise me later. As soon as Xu Yulan finished speaking, the man tightened his embrace around her, saying, Never. In my heart, you will always be the best. Tomorrow, I will use my birthday as an excuse to have Yiya invite Ning Yuan over, facilitating a second meeting, Xu Yulan declared. Agreed. I will do my utmost to create an opportunity for you both to be alone, the man replied. Xu Yulan nodded, extricating herself from his embrace, grabbing a few pre-prepared boxes of food and leaving the private room. In the high-tech boutique, Ning Yuan ripped off his gaming helmet, shouting, 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate a young man's poverty. One day, I will wield my blade and slay all the dogs of the world. This is infuriating. My elixir. He had been bested in the game again, having just completed a task to weed the medicinal herb garden, receiving a first-grade elixir from the elder of the miscellaneous disciples. Such treasures were superior to spirit stones. Using spirit stones for cultivation required refining the impurities within them. And the lower the grade of the spirit stone, the more impurities it contained, thus complicating the cultivation process. However, elixirs were different. Even the lowest grade elixirs contained no impurities. After collecting his elixir, he intended to return and cultivate diligently. But as he exited the elder's cave, he encountered a thug who snatched the elixir from his hand. There was nothing he could do. He was no match for this person. The thief was at the 12th level of Qi refinement, while he was merely at the 2nd level, an insurmountable gap in strength. Moreover, this individual was a relative of an inner sect elder, making him even more formidable. He could only accept his misfortune and aspire to grow stronger for a future reckoning. Huang Mao leaned against the bar, suppressing laughter, internally mocking another defeat. Not going to jump anymore? Bullied by the NPCs again? You really can't handle this game. Customers queued to purchase virtual reality gaming consoles, chuckling at Ning Yuan's furious outburst. Boss Ning, anger can be detrimental to one's health. It's merely a game, after all, and there is no need for such distress. Indeed, do not let anger consume you. If illness strikes, none shall come to your aid. Ha, Boss Ning. Who would have thought there would come a day when you too would be tormented by a game? Ning Yuan stood up, declaring, I consider myself fortunate. I watched a video on Bilibili where a gaming content creator remains a beggar to this day, utterly clueless about how to access the cultivation sect's gate. The customers nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ning Yuan seemed to fare better. Not to mention Bilibili, from the plethora of gaming live streams across the internet. It is evident that most players embody mere mortals, representing various professions, with the most peculiar being the palace eunuchs. Chapter 112. Boys must protect themselves. Yet, despite the relentless torment inflicted by NPCs within the game, players remain undeterred, for it is said, though the game may subject me to countless trials, I shall treat it as my first love. Ning Yuan noticed how captivated the customers were by his discourse, and was about to boast further when suddenly, the shrill sound of his phone interrupted his flow. Glancing at the caller ID, he was irritated to see it was Yiya. This little brat should focus on her studies instead of incessantly calling. He promptly hung up. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not boasting. Ning Yuan set his phone down with a smile, but I shall undoubtedly be the first to reach the golden core stage. As the saying goes, once one swallows a golden core, their destiny lies in their own hands, not dictated by heaven. No sooner had he spoken than the customers began to douse his enthusiasm with cold water. Boss Ning, I saw Wang Xizong sharing a gaming video on Weibo. He has already reached the 11th level of Qi training and is on the verge of foundation establishment. The 11th level of Qi training is hardly noteworthy. I've seen a gaming blogger who is already in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and he has even secured the favor of a powerful nascent soul cultivator. Let us refrain from disheartening Boss Ning. If you ask me, Boss Ning, could you extend the game time a bit? 5 hours is simply insufficient for play. Too short indeed. 5 hours is not short at all. Just as Ning Yuan was articulating his thoughts, his phone rang once more, revealing Yiya as the caller again. He answered, saying, Why aren't you focusing on your studies? Why are you wasting your time on frivolous calls? What is your problem? I've only called you twice. Yiya retorted, visibly annoyed. What do you want? Ning Yuan inquired. It's Xu Yulan's birthday, and since he has few friends in the capital, I thought to invite you too. Consider my treat. Not going. I'm not well acquainted with Xu Yulan, and I suffer from social anxiety. It would be too awkward. I'd rather dig a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes on the ground. The person on the other end of the line clearly found this statement infuriating, taking a deep breath and elongating their tone, asking, Are you going or not? Not going. You and T joined two beautiful ladies for dinner? What beauties? They're just two brats. I have no interest in mingling with children. Who are you calling a brat? I'm talking about you. Fine, I understand, little brat. I'll come pick you up tonight. Hang out, bye. Ning Yuan remarked to his phone. I can't believe I've been tricked. Ninggu, do you have a date tonight? Huang Mao sidled up, grinning widely, aiming to seal the deal in one go. Seal what deal? Ning Yuan raised his chin defiantly. You should see me. With my perfect looks and impeccable charm, I could easily captivate the young maidens on the street. Do you understand why I'm not going out tonight? No, I don't. Huang Mao shook his head in confusion. Fool, if I go out at night, what if I'm kidnapped by those with ulterior motives and taken to their homes? My reputation would be tarnished. Remember, boys must protect themselves outside, Ning Yuan instructed. MHM. Huang Mao nodded vigorously. Ning Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Huang Mao, disdainfully remarking, You needn't bother remembering, with that crooked appearance of yours. No one would look your way. Ha ha. The customers in the shop erupted into laughter at Ning Yuan's words. Huang Mao internally scoffed. Keep bragging, and you'll have the entire capital S cattle flying in the sky. At 6 p.m, the high-tech shop closed its doors punctually. Some who failed to purchase the virtual reality gaming machines grumbled a bit before driving off in their luxury cars. There was no helping it. The game console was immensely popular, and the queue was excessively long. To play, one had to arrive early. Ninggu, if you don't dine in the shop tonight, I'll settle for a single braised elbow, Huang Mao said, ascending the stairs with the elbow in hand. You never miss an opportunity to indulge yourself. I noticed that Shu Yuan who came a few days ago was quite nice. Should I have Yi introduce you? Ning Yuan suggested. No. Huang Mao halted, saying, You know well that last time I was conned out of hundreds of thousands by that woman. I've completely lost interest in women now. Sigh. What is the point of finding a woman to add to life as troubles? Oh, have you become disillusioned? Just then, as Ning Yuan was speaking, his phone beeped again. Upon answering, Yi's voice came through. Ning Yuan, I'm at the shop entrance. Hurry out and don't keep me waiting. Can I say I don't want to go? Ning Yuan repeated. You dare. Hurry. Shu Yuan has already arrived at the restaurant. It's just the three of us. Fine, I'll get dressed. Ning Yuan hung up, rushed upstairs to change, and reminded Huang Mao to keep an eye on the shop before slipping out through the side door. Hey, Yi had jumped out from the side with a smile. Finally out. That took too long. You're just like a past aristocrat, never stepping outside. You'll scare me into a heart condition at this rate. Can't you be a bit more ladylike? Ning Yuan complained. Can a lady eat? Yi pulled Ning Yuan's arm, saying, Come on. This lady will treat you to some delicious food. On the second floor of a small and diagonally across from the high-tech shop, Ernst observed through binoculars as Ning Yuan exchanged a few words with a woman outside the shop before getting into a luxury car and departing. He spoke into his earpiece. Maintain surveillance on the target without being too conspicuous. Switch vehicles and report on the target's situation at all times. Understood. Upon finishing his instructions, Ernst fell into contemplation. Conducting operations in the Dragon Kingdom was indeed fraught with challenges. The security here is exceptionally good, with surveillance cameras dotting the streets. Attempting to abduct Ning Yuan outright would be akin to a fool's errand, an act of self-destruction. The only viable opportunity lies in acting indoors and then secretly transporting him away. Furthermore, the sooner the action, the better. The longer the delay, the higher the risk of exposure. Based on his observations, at least 3 factions were lurking around the high-tech shop. After Ning Yuan departed, Huang Mao pondered for a few seconds before rushing to his room to retrieve the phone that was stuck under the bedboard. He dialed a number. What is going on? I want you to investigate a university student named Shu Yuan thoroughly. I suspect she may be problematic. Yes. Ning Yuan went out with Yi today because of Shu Yuan? Correct. Huang Mao nodded, speaking gravely. This Shu Yuan appeared rather suddenly. I suspect there might be an issue with her. I could be overthinking it, but I can't afford not to consider it. Understood. Thank you for your efforts. Is there any other information? Not at the moment. After relaying the information, Huang Mao turned off his phone, tucked it back under the bedboard, and exited the room. Half an hour later, Yi led Ning Yuan to a high-end restaurant. Chapter 113. Maintaining composure in the presence of beauty. For a birthday celebration, choosing such an extravagant restaurant seems overly ceremonious. I forgot to buy a gift. What should I do? Ning Yuan remarked as he walked. No worries, Yi turned around, saying, You'll sit next to me, understood? Not really. Why must I sit beside you? Ning Yuan inquired. Yi replied exasperatedly, because for scientific reasons. You're acting all crazy. I refuse to sit next to you. Ning Yuan pointed at the box labeled Water Pavilion Cloud Pavilion, asking, Isn't this the place? Without responding, Yi shot him an annoyed glare, seized his arm, and led him into the box. The interior of the private room is adorned in a traditional Chinese style, with a large stone placed directly opposite the door, from which water flows down gracefully. The right half of the space serves as a relaxation area, featuring a tea table, an ancient zither, and a go board, while the left side is occupied solely by an 8 immortals table, at which a stunningly dressed woman in traditional attire sits on its right side. Upon noticing Ning Yuan and Yi entering, the elegantly garbed lady promptly rises and exclaims, "Please, take a seat. We are all friends here. No need for formality." Ning Yuan, ever the sociable one, quickly finds a spot and remarks, "This restaurant has a delightful ambience, with stones and zither aplenty. Ingdate, replies Yi. This is a restaurant and private room I have meticulously selected." "Oh." Ning Yuan nods, gazing at Yi. "Are you hoping for me to shower you with compliments? Well, I shall refrain. Oomph. Who cares?" Yi retorts playfully. "Shall we commence with the dishes?" "Intvet sui ulan." Let's. Both Ning Yuan and Yi chime in unison. 10 minutes later, a lavish spread of dishes is served. After making a wish and extinguishing the candles, Shu Yulan cheerfully announces, "Everyone, dig in." Ning Yuan, without hesitation, places a large shrimp onto his plate, just as he notices Yi adding a chicken leg to his dish. "What's going on?" he inquires, looking towards the window. Yi glances at the window, puzzled, and asks, "What are you looking at?" "I was just checking if the sun is rising from the west," Ning Yuan replies. Yi frowns and says, "How could the sun possibly rise from the west? Then how come you suddenly became so gentle, even serving me food?" Ning Yuan laughs. Realizing Ning Yuan's words carry a deeper meaning, Yi, flustered, retorts, "I was merely being kind, and now you say I'm not gentle? I want to serve you again." Observing the banter between Ning Yuan and Yi, Shu Yulan admits to feeling a tinge of envy. Alas, love, that sweet and delicate blossom, seems beyond her reach. "Are you upset?" Ning Yuan chuckles as he serves Yi a large shrimp. "I concede. You are indeed a gentle girl." "Humph. I'm not upset at all," Yi declares, lifting a drink from the table. "Let us toast again to wish our lovely Shu Yulan happiness every day." "What are we drinking today?" "We shall have red wine," Shu Yulan says, retrieving 2 bottles from beneath the table. "Then let us drink. We want to return until we're intoxicated." "Yeah, ik kaim sweetalaf." Half an hour later, as Ning Yuan observes the 2 girls slumped over the table, he finds himself utterly exasperated. If you can't hold your liquor, then don't drink. After 2 glasses, they have both succumbed to slumber. He shakes Yi's arm, calling out, "Wake up! Wake up! Stop making noise. Let me sleep a bit longer." Yi mumbles drowsily. With no other options, Ning Yuan pulls out his phone and dials Yi Chen's number. "Yi has had too much to drink. Could you come pick her up?" "What's going on? Where's my sister?" comes Yi Chun's voice over the line, mingled with the sounds of loud music and chatter. "I'll send you the location. Hurry." Ning Yuan shouts into the phone. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Approximately 20 minutes later, as Ning Yuan enjoys a lobster at the table, Yi Chen bursts through the door of the private room, exclaiming, "Where's my sister?" "She's right over there." Ning Yuan points to the slumped figure of Yi. "Take her home and give her a good scolding. What kind of girl drinks so much? Why don't you keep an eye on her?" Yi Chen replies, "Somehat irritated. Do you think I can control her?" Ning Yuan responds, continuing to eat. "True enough." Yi Chen scratches his head. "Little Yi is getting wilder. I'll have Mom teach her a lesson." As he approaches Yi, he lifts her arm over his shoulder, preparing to carry her away. "Wait." Ning Yuan gestures to Shu Yulan. "You should take her classmate with you as well." "That is not my concern. You can sort that out." Yi Chen retorts as he leads Yi out of the room. "How am I supposed to arrange that?" Ning Yuan calls after him. "Just find a hotel. It's not that difficult. I'm leaving now. I'll catch up with you another day," comes Yi Chun's voice from outside the room. Ning Yuan feels helpless. Surely he knows how to book a hotel. But what if, following the natural course of events, something were to happen? Would that not be taking advantage of the situation? Yet, if he refrains, would that not be rather unmanly? What would others think if word got out that a beautiful woman lay beside him and he remained indifferent? He smacks his own face, reminding himself that he, Ning Yuan, leads a life of integrity and should not concern himself with societal judgments. With determination, he approaches Shu Yulan, draping her arm over his shoulder while wrapping his other arm around her waist. He half carries, half supports her out of the restaurant, receiving curious glances from the cashier as they settle the bill. Once outside, perhaps due to the breeze, Shu Yulan stirs slightly, murmuring, "So cold, so cold," as she burrows closer into Ning Yuan's embrace. This is tricky, he thinks, observing Shu Yulan clinging to him like a sloth. "Are you trying to make me commit a blunder?" Seemingly hearing his thoughts, Shu Yulan nuzzles against his chest and smacks her lips. Ning Yuan quickly diverts his attention, spotting a taxi approaching and hurries to hail it. As they climb in, the driver immediately recognizes Ning Yuan. "You're the owner of the black technology store, right, Mr. Ning?" The driver exclaims excitedly. No, Ning Yuan quickly denies. Oh, the driver appears somewhat disappointed, then asks, Where to? Where to? Ning Yuan says. How would I know where I'm going? I don't know where you want to go, the driver replies. Ning Yuan glances at the still sleeping Shu Yulan and states, Let us just go to the black technology store. Sure thing, the driver responds while driving. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Ning Boss. No, I'm actually Ning Boss's brother, just visiting relatives, Ning Yuan clarifies. The driver falls silent, internally scoffing. Do you think I'm foolish? Chapter 114. Shu Yulan is at her wit's end. Ernst, clad in a custom black tracksuit, silently crouches atop the second floor of the black technology store, resembling a ghost seamlessly blending into the night. His target is accompanied by a woman, riding in a taxi heading toward the store, bearing the license plate SJ458. The voice in his earpiece sharpens his focus, prompting him to take out a compact, exquisite telescope for a closer look. About a minute later, a taxi with the plate SJ458 comes into view through the lens. The taxi makes a turn and halts at the entrance of the black technology store. A young man exits the vehicle, then leans back inside to retrieve a young woman. After the taxi departs, the young man cradles the woman in one arm while dialing a number with the other. Ernst observes through the thermal imaging device, noting a heat signature moving swiftly downward until it reaches the store entrance. The young man, with tousled blonde hair, opens the small door and spots Ning Yuan holding Shu Yulan at the entrance. He chuckles before speaking, Ninga, impressive. Impressive, my foot. Keep your wicked thoughts to yourself. Ning Yuan shoots a sideways glance at him as he carries Shu Yulan inside and up to the second floor, gently placing her on the sofa in the lounge. This is exhausting. She looks so slender, yet she is so heavy. The blonde-haired youth stands beside Ning Yuan, grinning. Heh, carrying a beauty is tiring. Huh? Of course it is, Ning Yuan replies, pouring himself a glass of water to soothe his throat. Since you're so fond of this lovely lady, why not take her to your room, cook the rice before it's fully done, and snag yourself a wife? Sounds splendid, doesn't it? Wouldn't he be taking advantage of the situation? The blonde-haired youth queries. If you don't take advantage, then go ahead, Ning Yuan laughs. Well, I'm really going for it then, the youth declares as he strides over to the sofa, preparing to carry Shu Yulan to his room. You're really going to take advantage of her? Ning Yuan delivered a swift kick to the rear of the yellow-haired individual, exclaiming, It seems you have taken on the audacity of a bear. You dare to embrace her again? The allure of a woman can be as perilous as a blade. After being duped out of hundreds of thousands last time, you remain unheeded. You will inevitably perish at the hands of a woman. The yellow-haired man, rubbing his backside, replied, Brother Ning, I swear I won't dare again. With a scoff, Ning Yuan retorted, Go back and reflect on your actions. Stop wasting your days playing rank matches. Feigning a pitiful demeanor, the yellow-haired man sauntered toward his room, glancing back surreptitiously at Shu Yulan. He was certain that she was merely pretending to sleep. He had deliberately approached Shu Yulan to ascertain whether she was genuinely intoxicated or merely feigning slumber. It appeared that Shu Yulan was anything but innocent. Her calculated approach towards Ning Yuan suggested she sought to extract from him those avant-garde technologies. Fortunately, Ning Yuan's mind remained clear, unclouded by the temptations of beauty. Nonetheless, this posed a significant risk. One must not grow complacent. Just because he wasn't enchanted now did not guarantee he wouldn't be in the future. The solution seemed straightforward. Find a suitable wife for Ning Yuan. As this thought struck him, a name suddenly emerged in the yellow-haired man's mind. Yi, the granddaughter of Yi Kaishan, a former high-ranking general of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi would be a perfect match for Ning Yuan, especially since Ning Yuan had once indirectly saved her life. From his observations, Yi likely harbored feelings for Ning Yuan, and Ning Yuan did not seem to dislike her. It was settled. He would find an opportunity to present this situation tomorrow. Meanwhile, Shu Yulan was indeed feigning sleep, maintaining her pretense from the restaurant to the high-tech shop. Upon entering the latter, she sensed two pairs of eyes scrutinizing her, one belonging to the seemingly carefree yellow-haired man, and the other she could not discern. Ning Yuan's decision to bring her to the high-tech shop surprised her. According to the usual sequence of events, he would have taken her to a hotel, where they would engage in certain activities, and she would subsequently become his girlfriend. Once she achieved that status, everything would fall into place. What should she do now? Such an opportunity was rare, and she was determined not to let it slip away. In a moment of desperation, she pretended to be somewhat awake, curling up on the sofa and lamenting, It's so cold. Where's my blanket? Hearing her cry of chill, Ning Yuan retrieved a blanket from his wardrobe and draped it over her. During this act, Shu Yulan's arms unexpectedly encircled his neck, and she murmured, Hold me. I'm so cold. Hold what? I can't embrace you. That could lead to misunderstandings, Ning Yuan replied, gently detaching her arms and rising to his feet. Shu Yulan felt exasperated. Mentally chiding, could this Ning boss be a eunuch? No matter how I entice him, it seems futile. Perhaps I should adopt a different approach. I cannot continue with this task, or I might begin to doubt my own allure. Unbeknownst to Ning Yuan, the delicate beauty lying before him harbored such convoluted intentions. He adjusted her blanket and returned to his own room, collapsing into a deep slumber. Ernst observed through the thermal imaging device that all heat sources had ceased their movement, deducing that the occupants of the high-tech shop had likely succumbed to sleep. Checking his electronic watch, he noted that it was 11:23 p.m. He planned to execute his operation around 2 a.m., the hour when people are generally in their deepest slumber. Based on his calculations, Ning Yuan should be in the northern room, a position advantageous for his plans. He had previously surveyed the area and confirmed that the northern room's window did not face the street directly, allowing him to enter without attracting attention. As seconds ticked by, Ernst meticulously monitored the street's activity while assessing his subordinates' readiness. To ensure a flawless retreat, he had positioned 10 vehicles in the vicinity for extraction and had pre-planned 3 escape routes out of the Dragon Kingdom. One route involved taking a small agricultural aircraft to the vicinity of Jinmen, followed by a fishing boat to international waters. A cruise ship flying the flag of the Lighthouse Nation was anchored nearby, and boarding it would guarantee their safety. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's authorities pursued them, they would hesitate to detain or search vessels registered under the Lighthouse Nation in international waters. This route was the simplest and deemed the safest due to its brevity and low visibility. Small agricultural planes were commonplace in the Dragon Kingdom, and even if the military detected anomalies in the air defense identification zone, they would likely dismiss it as a pesticide-spraying aircraft. As for the fishing boats, countless vessels set sail daily, making it impossible for the Dragon Kingdom's authorities to inspect every single one. The cruise ship, of course, was beyond reproach, as it fell under the auspices of their divine armament. Chapter 115. Infiltration at 1:50 a.m. A cloud drifted by, obscuring the moon, plunging the already dim alley into utter darkness. Ernst recognized that it was time to act. He removed the rope tied around his waist and secured it to the railing of the solar water heater, fashioning a classic rappelling not commonly used by special forces for swift descents from rooftops. Once he descended, he could pull on another rope to release the knot, allowing him to retrieve the rope without leaving a trace, thus granting him more time to escape and enabling the rope to be reused effectively. After securing the rope, Ernst crouched low and moved to the northern side of the rooftop, gently lowering the rope. He then tugged at it to ensure that the railing could support his weight. With everything in place, he descended to the window's edge, intending to discreetly observe the interior. However, the curtains obstructed his view, prompting him to mentally question why a man would draw the curtains while sleeping. There was no choice. Time was of the essence. He extracted a device resembling a compass from his pocket, traced a line on the glass, extending its legs to their maximum length. One hand held the large compass while the other pressed against the wall, using friction to maneuver himself to the window ledge. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he bit down on the compass, exerting slight upward pressure to comfortably position his feet on the window ledge. Once prepared, he secured the metal clasp and gradually released his grip on the rope, crouching on the ledge. He removed the compass from his mouth, gripping its legs to etch a circle on the glass. After completing the outline, he pressed a button on the compass to retract its legs, transforming it back into its original form, and stowed it in his pocket. Having executed this sequence of actions, Ernst exhaled deeply. Despite having performed similar infiltration operations countless times, he remained exceptionally cautious, fearing even the slightest mistake could spell disaster in his line of work. Now, he was just one step away from infiltration. He retrieved 2 suction cups with pull tabs from his pants pocket, affixed one to the drawn circle on the glass, and with a gentle tug, removed the circular piece entirely. Adjusting its orientation, he cautiously stepped into the room, ensuring his movements were silent, and then maneuvered his head and body through the opening, carefully placing the circular glass next to the window within the room. Throughout this process, Ernst emitted no sound. Once inside, he untied the rope from his waist, placing it on the window ledge. He donned the small night vision goggle from his pocket and produced a piece of black cloth soaked in high-purity ether from another pocket. Placing it over a person's mouth and nose would quickly induce unconsciousness. Once all was prepared, he gently drew back the curtain before him, revealing the specifics of the room. It was a quintessential bachelor-esque quarters, sparsely furnished with merely a computer desk, a bed, and a wardrobe. The target lay sprawled across the bed in a deep slumber, while the desk bore a laptop and a headset. The wardrobe stood ajar, housing a pitifully scant collection of clothing. Satisfied that there were no anomalies within the room, Ernst cautiously approached Ning Yuan, each step taken with utmost care to avoid making a sound that might awaken the target. With one step, then two, and finally three, he neared Ning Yuan's bedside. However, just as he took the last step, bang, the door to the room was suddenly flung open. A burly man appeared in the doorway. Flee! This was the first thought that flashed through his mind, and his body instinctively followed suit. Yet before he could take that initial step, the man at the door had already advanced towards him. How he had covered that distance was a blur. It was as if he had teleported right beside him. As he approached, there was no choice but to fight. In terms of close combat, he had never feared anyone. Instinctively, he lifted his leg to deliver a kick aimed at the man's groin, a lethal maneuver he had honed through countless real-world encounters. No matter how resilient a person might be, that particular area remained vulnerable. A kick from someone capable of snapping bones like twigs would render any opponent incapacitated if it landed true. Unfortunately, this time he had miscalculated. The robust man before him struck first, with a kick that was incomprehensibly swifter than his own. He merely glimpsed a shadow darting past him, followed by a sharp crack and searing agony. With the bone of the leg supporting his weight shattered, Ernst collapsed to the ground. From the moment the man entered until he fell, barely 3 seconds had elapsed. Ning Yuan, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by a loud bang. Before he could even open his eyes, another bang echoed through the room. Fumbling for the light on his bedside table, he was on the verge of cursing the disturbance, wondering what kind of nonsense was unfolding in the dead of night, when he turned to find 250 standing by his bed. The presence of 250 at his bedside was hardly a trivial matter, ever since the incident where Lu Jia had orchestrated a kidnapping, nearly draining him of his very marrow. He had issued 250 a directive. No one was permitted to enter his room without his consent. Furthermore, if he transmitted the number 1 to 250 via his advanced smartphone, it signified he was in danger and that immediate assistance was required. In retrospect, that directive had proven to be exceedingly prudent. Rising from his bed, Ning Yuan indeed discovered the presence of another individual in the room, an intruder, no less, a foreigner, struggling futilely beneath 250's imposing foot, writhing like a captured caterpillar. "Do you speak the Dragon Kingdom's language?" Ning Yuan inquired as he approached the foreigner. Ernst remained silent, utterly taken aback by his swift defeat. Having weathered countless storms and executed numerous missions around the globe, he had always managed to extricate himself unscathed, irrespective of how cautious or formidable the target's security might be. He had envisioned failure innumerable times, picturing grand, dramatic scenes where he fought valiantly until the last moment, firing the final bullet in the face of his foe's astonished gazes before taking his own life. This kind of failure was beyond his imagination. He had barely registered the encounter before finding his leg shattered and himself at the mercy of another, an ignominious disgrace that he felt compelled to cleanse with blood. Chapter 116. The Professional in Kidnapping and Assassination. "Are you mute?" Ning Yuan kicked Ernst's arm. "Ning Gu, why are you still awake at this hour?" The blonde, having heard the commotion, came to the door, only to halt abruptly upon seeing 250 standing over a man, his words abruptly stifled. "What the hell is going on? My house nearly got robbed," Ning Yuan exclaimed, delivering another kick to Ernst. "Quit pretending. If you don't start talking, I'll make you a eunuch." "Do you believe me?" "Ning Gu, just let me in, and I'll deal with him. I guarantee he'll be completely subservient." The blonde insisted passionately. Ning Yuan, "Eta esperated," replied, "I never said you couldn't come in. Just get in here and stop acting like a statue. Yeah, if I just waltz in, I'd DB the one under 250's foot," the blonde thought to himself, stepping closer to Ernst. "Ning Gu, this guy's a foreigner. Should we call the police?" "Call the police? After all this time, you come up with such a terrible idea?" Ning Yuan retorted. "What should we do then?" the blonde asked. Seeking, Ning Yuan lamented. "At a crucial moment, I have to take charge. Now allow me to demonstrate my other skill, the invincible detective technique. Back in elementary school, a classmate lost 50 cents. And within 10 minutes of recess, I found it for her." "Not this again, Ning Gu," the blonde interrupted. "Just show us the invincible detective technique already." Ning Yuan, enjoying his moment, was cut off by the blonde's interruption. He rolled his eyes and said, "Young people today have no patience at all. Let me ask you, how did this person infiltrate my room?" "I don't know," the blonde replied, furrowing his brow. "Fool, he must have jumped in through the window," Ning Yuan declared, moving to the window and yanking the curtain aside, revealing a rope hanging outside and a circular hole cut in the glass. Upon inspecting the area below the window, he spotted the circular piece of glass lying quietly there. "This is the work of a truly professional operative," he exclaimed. "I thought I had forgotten to close the window, and he took advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. The blonde internally scoffed. Of course it's professional. His hands are calloused from years of gunplay, and his forearms are muscular. He is clearly a close combat expert. If it weren't for 250, you'd be nothing more than a target before him. Imagine if an army were formed with robots like 250. What a spectacle that would be. Ning Yuan, anticipating praise for his astuteness, noticed the blonde lost in thought and asked, "What are you pondering? Did I say something incorrect?" "No." The blonde shook his head. "I was just thinking how incredible you are, Ningguo. How did I not realize this person entered through the window? That's called expertise, understand?" Ning Yuan said, proudly lifting his chin. "Now 250, search this man's gear. Let us see just how professional he truly is." "Understood." 250 responded, squatting down and methodically searching Ernst, retrieving an impressive array of items. Ning Yuan crouched down, picking up a compact and finely crafted binocular, observing Ernst through it. "Goodness, are we in a movie? You must be the legendary spy." Ernst could comprehend Dragon Kingdom's language and even spoke it, having learned it as one of the international lingua francas, preparing for future missions in the Dragon Kingdom. Little did he expect that his first venture here would end in failure. "Ningguo, there's even a night vision device," the blonde exclaimed, picking up a small monocular-like gadget and examining it closely. "This watch is nice too," Ning Yuan noted, strapping it to his wrist. However, it was faulty. It was already past 2 in the morning, yet the watch read only a little past midnight. He gently turned the small adjustment wheel on the side of the watch. Bang! The hands of the watch did not move. Instead, 2 fine steel wires shot out from the side, securing themselves to the wall. "Wow!" Ning Yuan jumped in surprise. The blonde set down the night vision device and said, "Ningguo, let us hold off on playing with this stuff. We should call the police. This person is no ordinary individual." "Of course he is not ordinary. Let us not rush to call the police. I want to interrogate him thoroughly first," Ning Yuan stated, tugging at the steel wires in an attempt to dislodge them from the wall, but they did not budge. It was a futile effort, and he cursed. What a useless watch. Is he really launching steel cables, imitating Spider-Man? Huang Mao reminded, "Ningguo, why not just take off your watch?" Indeed. Ning Yuan removed his watch and approached Huang Mao, saying, "Such a simple matter. How could I not know? Please refrain from reminding me next time. It makes me seem rather foolish. Have you finally realized your own foolishness?" Huang Mao mused silently, pointing at Ernst. "Ningguo, how do you plan to interrogate him?" "Humph. He thinks that feigning silence will spare him. How naive." Ning Yuan pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of Ernst, instructing Xiao AI, "Please help me investigate this individual's true identity." "Understood. Searching now." Completed. Analysis in progress. Transmission complete. Upon hearing the transmission completion, Ning Yuan opened a folder on his phone, and Huang Mao leaned in, exclaiming in unison, "God's armament. Ernst?" The data revealed that this foreigner's true name was Ernst. Although he possessed numerous passports and identities, Xiao AI had seen through them all. He had previously served in a foreign legion in the Western Gaul, where he was known as Ernst. After retiring, he joined God's Armament. The information provided a detailed introduction to God's Armament, the third-ranking private military company in the world, primarily engaged in security, kidnapping, assassination, and various other tasks. Ernst had completed a total of 421 missions within God's Armament, including 258 kidnappings, 5 security assignments, and 158 assassinations, currently holding the rank of 8th. Upon reading this, Ning Yuan could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, this fellow is indeed a professional in kidnapping and assassination, bearing at least 158 lives on his conscience." "Ningguo." Huang Mao grasped Ning Yuan's arm, saying, "Let us report this to the authorities. I'm scared. He is a murderer." Ning Yuan pushed Huang Mao away, retorting, "Calm down. Here, a dragon must coil, and a tiger must lie low. This petty scoundrel dares to assassinate me? I'll teach him a lesson in no time." Chapter 117, Reporting to the Authorities. "Hey, Ningguo, I have an idea to deal with him." Huang Mao scratched the back of his head. Ning Yuan, impatient, urged, "Spit it out quickly. I think we could castrate him. Back in my hometown, I noticed that no matter how fierce a boar is, once castrated, it becomes docile." Huang Mao suggested with a mischievous grin. Ning Yuan took it, joining in the amusement. "You're full of mischief. Why didn't I think of that?" "Hehehe. Ningguo, you were the one who first mentioned turning him into a eunuch. I merely reminded you," Huang Mao said with a laugh. "Did I say that?" Ning Yuan inquired. "Yes, you did at the very beginning," Huang Mao confirmed. "Oh." Ning Yuan nodded, approaching Ernst and giving him a kick, saying, 250, go ahead and castrate him. Let us see how arrogant he is then." "Understood." 250 complied, crouching down and reaching towards Ernst's vulnerable area. This time, Ernst truly panicked, shouting, "Stop." Please don't castrate me. Ning Yuan gestured for 250 to halt, grinning. Why aren't you playing mute anymore? I can't handle you? Quickly tell me who sent you to kill me. Xiao AI had found no information on this, indicating that God's armament was quite adept at protecting their client's privacy, leaving no trace online. I don't know. I only execute tasks. I don't know who my employer is. This mission was to kidnap you, not to kill you. Ernst replied. Kidnap? Where are you planning to take me? Ning Yuan asked. To Vietnam, Ernst responded. Vietnam? Ning Yuan pondered, recalling that he hadn't wronged anyone for Vietnam. Could it be that someone there coveted his skills? Use your brain. He has been doing well with all his skills for so long. Something must be up. Does he really think I'm an easy target? Meanwhile, Xu Yulan lay on the living room sofa, listening intently to the dialogue between Ning Yuan and Huang Mao. She was grateful for her approach towards Ning Yuan, avoiding direct confrontation. From their conversation, she grasped that Ning Yuan held many cards close to his chest. Among them, Xiao AI and 250 intrigued her the most. If she remembered correctly, in this two-story building, aside from Huang Mao, who was easily distracted by beautiful women, the only other person was Ning Yuan, who were Xiao AI and 250. Ning Yuan instructed Xiao AI to investigate the spy's information and asked 250 to conduct a search. These two seemed to be part of Ning Yuan's hidden assets, and she was tempted to sneak a look or feign awakening to get a better view, but prudently decided against it. Now, Ning Yuan's vigilance was at its peak. Her sudden appearance would undoubtedly raise his suspicions, especially since she had just arrived at the high-tech store, coinciding with the appearance of a spy. What a coincidence! Xu Yulan's decision was indeed wise. Huang Mao had already marked her as a primary suspect. How could it be that just as she arrived at the store, Ning Yuan found himself in trouble? Such coincidences are rare in this world. There must be something amiss. As for God's armament, Huang Mao had some understanding of this organization. Its founder had emerged from the Blackwater Security Company in the Lighthouse Country, taking with him a group of elite personnel. Naturally, Blackwater was displeased and issued dire warnings on the international stage. If they dared to compete for business, they would face dire consequences. The founder of God's armament was undeterred, managing to grow and develop under Blackwater's oppression, recruiting retired special forces from various countries, ultimately becoming the third largest mercenary group internationally. So, what's the address of your unit? Ning Yuan suddenly realized he hadn't even asked about the address of this trashy organization. What if you want to draw for some black market weapons? Using high-tech weaponry to obliterate this trashy group would certainly send a message to other mercenaries about the consequences of crossing Ning Yuan. Moreover, he could also inquire with their client relations leader about who had it out for him, unable to sit down for a proper discussion and resorting to kidnapping instead. Why do I know the address? Are you planning to stir up trouble? Ernst kneeled. Ning Yuan replied coldly. You hit the nail on the head. I can tell from you that your organization is no good. I intend to make you lay down your arms and become a better person. Do you understand? Ninke. I've never understood why bad people can become good just by laying down their arms, while good people must endure countless trials to achieve the same, Huang Mao interjected. Ning Yuan was once again taken aback by Huang Mao's question, intrigued by the bizarre thoughts that occupied his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Why are there so many whys? I'm not a walking encyclopedia. It's just how it is, all right? Ha ha. Ernst chuckled derisively. I advise you not to seek your own demise. Huang Mao chimed in. Ningu, we can't go against the odds. It's better not to take risks. Sometimes, patience brings peace, and taking a step back can provide more room to maneuver. Let us report this and get this murderer locked up in a cell. That's what's most important. Shut it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Taking a step back. Fidno, I want to swallow my anger. Ning Yuan kicked Ernst again, demanding, Speak up, or I'll begin the castration now. Ha ha ha. Ernst laughed coldly. You'll never know where God's armament headquarters is. Because I don't know either. Ha ha. Barking up the wrong tree, he laughed endlessly. Don't worry, I will find out, Ning Yuan retorted before turning to Huang Mao, saying, Let us call the authorities. If we delay any longer, I fear this little brat might pull another trick. Huang Mao eagerly awaited this moment. Seizing an opportunity when Ning Yuan was momentarily distracted, he had already conveyed this information to Renji. It was likely that Renji was now scouring the streets for Ernst's accomplices, awaiting the interrogation of Ernst to extract valuable intelligence regarding the exact number of God's armed forces that had infiltrated Longguo. Excellent. Huang Mao retrieved his phone, feigning a casual demeanor as he punched in a few numbers, but in reality, he was calling Renji. Hello, is this Yao Yao Ling? A murderous fiend has broken into a tech shop in the suburbs. Hurry, come quickly. If you delay, it may cost lives. Approximately 10 minutes later, Huang Mao led a group of police officers to the second floor, where Ernst had been transformed into a newly minted mummy, with only his head visible. Chapter 118. Into the police station. Unable to find a rope at home, Ning Yuan, in a moment of desperation, rummaged through the family medical kit and procured a bundle of gauze, instructing 250 to securely bind Ernst. Huang Mao scavenged a few pairs of unwashed, odorous socks from his room and stuffed them into Ernst's mouth, then found some wide tape to seal his lips completely. Ning Yuan questioned, "Is it sufficient to bind him? Why must we also gag him with such foul socks? Do you think he might leap up to bite someone?" Huang Mao provided a compelling rationale, stating that notorious villains in movies often commit suicide before being captured. Thus, to prevent Ernst from biting his tongue in despair, it was only prudent to stuff his mouth with socks. Ning Yuan further inquired, "Why the stinky socks?" Huang Mao replied, "Of course. It is a form of punishment for this murderer. The more he suffers, the more the souls of his victims will bless him in the afterlife. It's an act of accumulating virtue." Ning Yuan expressed that this reasoning was quite novel to him. The officers were taken aback by Ernst's appearance, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. A female police officer, approximately 180 centimeters tall, with a piercing gaze, stepped forward and inquired, "What is going on here?" "Officer, this man is a professional agent attempting to kidnap me." Ning Yuan pointed at Ernst, insisting, "You must imprison him. He is extremely dangerous, based on what I know." "Who is your uncle?" The female officer interrupted Ning Yuan. "You should accompany us to provide a detailed account." "Must I go?" "Officer, I do not wish to enter the station. That place brings bad luck." As soon as Ning Yuan uttered this, the officers nearly burst into laughter but quickly suppressed it, their faces turning crimson as they stifled their amusement. The female officer, her expression darkening at the term "aunt," managed to maintain her composure, patiently explaining, "It is standard procedure for the involved parties to provide statements. Cooperating with the police is the duty of every citizen in Longguo." "Very well." Ning Yuan, realizing he could not evade the situation, acquiesced, turning to Huang Mao, "Keep an eye on the shop. Do not wait for my return. We cannot afford to lose any inventory." "Rest assured, Ningguo, I'll safeguard the shop," Huang Mao assured him, thumping his chest. "Even if I lose something, I won't let the shop's goods be taken." Still unsettled, Ning Yuan pulled out his phone and sent a directive to 250, who had returned to the kitchen, instructing him to protect the inventory from theft. Following this incident, Ning Yuan was eager to complete his task swiftly, seeking the System S assistance to upgrade and transform his shop. The police escorted Ernst away, while Ning Yuan meticulously recounted the events leading up to the incident in his room. They took numerous photographs and collected every piece of evidence, even the circular piece of glass that had been cut out. After finishing his statement at the police station office and preparing to leave, a figure pushed the door open and entered. "Hey, Qin, what brings you here?" "Ha ha, Ning boss. I rushed over the moment I heard you were in trouble." "Quite loyal of me, wouldn't you say?" "Hey, Qin Qiokut. Good grief. Were it not for my clever tactics, I might have been kidnapped to Yuegua. Just let me know who is behind this, or I swear I'll have him castrated." Ning Yuan stood, glaring at Qin. "Do you know who is targeting me? If I knew who was after you, would I have let that mercenary get to your shop?" Qin replied. Ning Yuan nodded in agreement. "True. I should head back. It's nearly 5 a.m., and I've been awake since past 2 a.m. I am utterly exhausted." "Wait a moment." Ren si kraspet Ning Yuan sorm. "Ning Yuan, do you want a wife? If so, we can help you find one." Ning Yuan shrugged off Renji's hand. "Don't be absurd. I can barely manage my own life. How could I possibly seek a wife? That would be ludicrous." With a yawn, he added, "I'm exhausted. I'll head back now. Come visit my shop sometime. I'll tell you how I subdued this agent." As Renji watched Ning Yuan's retreating figure, he sighed inwardly, while a direct attack may be evaded, the subtle threats are more challenging to guard against. After receiving Huang Mao's information, he swiftly gathered his team and apprehended 10 of Ernst's accomplices. Despite the success of capturing Ernst and his associates, this did not bring him joy. Instead, it intensified his sense of pressure. Ning Yuan was akin to a prime cut of meat, with ravenous wolves perpetually watching him. He believed that this kidnapping incident was merely the beginning, and more troubles awaited him. Deep within the jungles of South America, 5 three-story buildings made of reinforced concrete stood in a circle among towering trees. At the center of this formation was a Gothic-style church. A tall man with gentle eyes stood inside the church, reciting the Bible with utmost sincerity, each syllable pronounced with remarkable clarity and precision. Suddenly, the church door creaked open, and a woman clad in camouflage with her face painted in vibrant colors entered. Carrying a folder and announcing, "Father, Mission 8 has failed. The agent was captured." The man, seemingly oblivious, continued his recitation. An hour later, as the chanting ceased, the man, referred to as the father, placed the thick Bible on the stone altar and approached the woman, taking the document from her hands. He examined it while stating, "The owner of the tech shop, Ning Yuan, possesses many advanced technologies." Interesting. Is your knowledge of this Ning Yuan limited to this? Yes. Our intelligence network in Longguo is quite weak, the woman admitted. Focus the intelligence network around the tech shop. I wish to know more about Ning Yuan, the father said calmly. The woman straightened her posture and responded loudly, "Understood. Have you devised an initial response plan for this failed mission?" The father inquired. "Our preliminary plan is to have Agent 7 take over this mission," the woman replied. The father shook his head, stating, "Abandon this mission entirely. The deposit will not be refunded. Have Agent 1 handle this matter. He knows what to do." Upon receiving her orders, the woman exited the church in haste. The father gazed at her departing figure, murmuring, "Ning Yuan is indeed a mysterious individual, capable of causing Mission 8 to fail." In Neon Nation, at the Nintendo headquarters, in the president's office, Ishihara Ryosuke and Sanbin Taro sat, facing each other in the tea room, silent as they sipped their tea. After a quarter of an hour, Sanbin Taro could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Ishihara-kun, how could we fail after investing $500 million and hiring professionals?" Sighing heavily, Ishihara Ryosuke, abandoning his usual arrogance, lowered his gaze and lamented, "I underestimated Ning Yuan." "Do not blame yourself, Ishihara-kun." Sanbin Taro poured him another cup of tea, his voice cold. "We were careless. Who could have anticipated that experts from the world's top 3 mercenary groups would fail? We have squandered $500 million without resolution, and we cannot simply give up." Just half an hour prior, Ishihara Ryosuke received news from Goddess Arm that the mission had failed and their operatives had been captured, with the $500 million deposit forfeited as compensation for the losses incurred by Goddess Armed. Ryosuke Ishihara was consumed by a deep fury. To have failed the mission and be expected to accept it as if it were reasonable, alongside the irretrievable deposit of $500 million, felt nothing short of banditry. He yearned to contact the agents of the Divine Forces to demand the return of that deposit and berate them sternly, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. It would be wiser not to provoke such a heartless organization. "Indeed, we cannot simply abandon this," Ryosuke declared, his fists clenched and teeth gritted. "I must contemplate alternative strategies." A shift in perspective. Taro Sanbin lifted his teacup and took a thoughtful sip before suggesting, "If a direct approach fails, perhaps we could employ a more subtle tactic. We can dispatch a corporate spy to ingratiate herself with Ning Yuan and extract some technological secrets." "Ah, splendid." Ryosuke nodded in agreement. "I propose we send Miss Sasaki. I am confident no man could withstand her allure." With a sly laugh, Taro Sanbin joined in, reveling in the scheme. In the outskirts of Dragon Country, outside a shop specializing in cutting-edge technology, Ning Yuan gazed at the reinforced window bars and remarked, "To gain entry here now would necessitate a cutting machine. Minke. We ought to install additional surveillance cameras to monitor the outside activity," Huang Mao interjected. "Indeed, it seems you have finally exhibited some intelligence," Ning Yuan responded, stepping into the shop, where he spotted Shu Yulan descending the staircase. "Awake, are we? You slept quite soundly last night, despite the ruckus." Shu Yulan blushed, murmuring, "I truly apologize for the inconvenience. Are you hungry? Let us have breakfast before you leave," Ning Yuan offered. "No, no." Shu Yulan waved her hand dismissively. "It's too much trouble. I must be going." "Oh," Ning Yuan noted. As Shu Yulan noticed his lack of insistence to keep her expression stiffened slightly, internally berating. "This isn't how it's supposed to go. Shouldn't he have insisted I stay a bit longer for breakfast? That way, we could strengthen our connection." Huang Mao, observing Shu Yulan's reluctant departure from the tech shop, felt a surge of joy. This vixen, she truly thinks she can charm Ning Yuan into keeping her for breakfast. What a dream. He had deliberately refrained from purchasing breakfast that morning, fearing Shu Yulan might linger, and in the course of the meal, weave some subtle scheme to ensnare the oblivious Ning Yuan. Just as Shu Yulan departed, Yi arrived, bursting through the door and exclaiming, "Ning Yuan, you've ruined me. My mother, father, and brother have all berated me this morning. You must compensate for my emotional distress. You, a young lady, getting so inebriated at a restaurant? If I were your brother, I'd spank you until you couldn't sit down. What were you thinking?" Ning Yuan retorted, eyeing Yi at the entrance. Yi found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. "What? Ning Yuan, why are you so harsh? I despise you," she cried before sprinting out of the shop. "Wait." Ning Yuan dashed after her, grasping her arm. "Stop crying. There are so many cars on the road. It's unsafe. Come back inside." Yi shook off his grip, turning her back to him as she sobbed. "Do you really hate me? Of course not. Ning Yuan insisted, reclaiming her arm. Let us return to the shop. Look at all these people watching us. They might think I've harmed you. Yi glanced around and saw numerous onlookers recording them with their phones. She huffed and, while running toward the shop, shouted, I absolutely detest you. Sighing, Ning Yuan shook his head as he returned inside, wondering, where did Yi go? Upon entering, he noticed her absence. She probably went upstairs to wash her face, Huang Mao speculated. She certainly acts as if this place is her home, Ning Yuan mused. Patting his stomach, I mentioned feeling empty this morning. Whereas breakfast, Huang Mao slapped his forehead. My mistake, I forgot to buy it. I'll go right now. Just as he began to leave, Yi emerged from the staircase, calling out, buy plenty. I haven't eaten either. You two laze about on the sofa instead of sleeping in your beds. That was your friend Xu Yulan who slept here last night. We are not lazy. Huang Mao retorted, hopping onto the electric bike outside and speeding away. Upon hearing that Xu Yulan had spent the night in the tech shop, Yi was taken aback. Rushing to Ning Yuan, why did you bring Xu Yulan back? She was inebriated. I couldn't just leave her at the restaurant, Ning Yuan replied. Did you take advantage of the situation? Yi demanded. Ning Yuan rummaged behind the bar for a half-eaten loaf of bread, responding while chewing. What do you mean by that? You know what I mean. Yi replied, head face flushed. What sort of thing? Ning Yuan asked, feigning ignorance. Yi, losim patience, snatched the bread from his hands, asserting, stop playing dumb. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You really have a peculiar way of thinking, Ning Yuan said, ruffling her hair. As I suspected, not the brightest. Yi frowned, pushing his hand away as she pressed. Did anything happen or not? Certainly not, Ning Yuan declared, reclaiming the bread and continuing to eat. If I intended to do something like that, I could have simply taken her to a hotel. The bed would be large and soft. At this point, Ning Yuan shook his head, lamenting, alas. A gentleman such as myself, wealthy, handsome, would never allow such mundane women to have their way. Yi rolled her eyes at him, exasperated. Can you please tone down the self-adoration? Am I being self-adoring? I merely state the truth, Ning Yuan retorted, puffing out his chest like a proud rooster. Chapter 120, a small anti-gravity stealth aircraft. Seeing his smug expression, Yi felt an overwhelming urge to pinch him. Moments later, Huang Mao rushed into the shop, carrying 3 boxes of dumplings. Ningke. A new dumpling shop has opened nearby. The old man outside said they're quite good. Are they lamb dumplings? Ning Yuan inquired. Yes, the owner is from Ho-Hot, and this is their specialty breakfast. While Huang Mao spoke, Yi had already opened 1 box and started eating. Oh, it's so hot and fragrant. Slow down, Ning Yuan said, pouring some vinegar from the sachet the owner had given him into her box. These lamb dumplings are best enjoyed with vinegar. Otherwise, they can be quite greasy. Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Yi looked up, curious. Ning Yuan, caught off guard by her question, replied, I merely added some vinegar. You're not falling for this handsome guy, are you? Who would fall for you? Yi quickly looked down, her face reddening visibly. Huh, then why is your face so flushed? Ning Yuan looked. I'm just hot from eating breakfast. You should hurry up and eat too, Yi said, trying to maintain her composure. Huang Mao watched the two with a smirk, thinking, Ning Yuan, you've finally gotten the hint. Does she come here just for those 2 meals? This is solidified. Xu Yulan 1T have a chance to intervene now. After breakfast, Yi hurriedly declared, I'm off to school. Before rushing out, Ning Yuan shook his head and approached the tech shop's vending machine, noting that only over 10,000 out of 50,000 virtual reality gaming consoles had sold. Realizing he had a long way to go to complete his task, the system's reward for upgrading the shop was still uncertain. If only he could enhance the shop's security. Suddenly, he recalled that he still had 2 chances to draw from the lottery. The day passed swiftly, and after dinner, Ning Yuan, as was his custom, offered 3 incense sticks to the Buddha, beseeching divine favor for a stroke of good fortune. Ideally, he hoped to draw something akin to a high-tech cannon that could obliterate those who had wronged him, leaving not a trace behind. After completing his prayers, Ning Yuan took the precaution of washing his hands, determined to avoid a repeat of previous occasions when his luck had been abysmally poor, yielding nothing but worthless trinkets. With all preliminary preparations concluded, Ning Yuan returned to his room, securely locked the door, and sat cross-legged on his bed. With a mere thought, he summoned the lottery interface, silently invoking the names of deities, Buddha, Taishang Lao Jun, the Queen Mother of the West, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and Sun Wukong. He recited the names of every celestial being he could recall. Once finished, he willed the lottery wheel to spin and pressed the button beside it. The pointer began to move, initially slowly, then accelerating, gliding over the various genuine high-tech products displayed. Ning Yuan's heart raced with anticipation. However, the starship was gone. The warp ship had vanished. The antimatter cannon was nowhere to be found. The cloaking device had disappeared, and the space elevator was absent. Everything of value had evaporated. As the wheel continued its relentless spin, despair settled in. All that remained were a collection of useless items. Anti-cancer elixirs, anti-gravity skateboards, nuclear batteries, and detailed schematics for personal nuclear weapon manufacturing. What on earth was he supposed to do with nuclear weapon schematics? Construct them just for amusement? Gazing at the pointer, which was gradually slowing, he could hardly contain his disdainful thoughts. The pointer, oblivious to his grievances, continued its lethargic movement, finally pausing after skimming past the planetary annihilator. Ding! Congratulations! You have won an anti-gravity, cloaked mini-aircraft. Would you like to claim it now? That actually sounds rather promising. A flying machine? No less. And a cloaked one at that. Ning Yuan contemplated, and a plan began to form in his mind. Yes, I would like to claim it. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding silver light erupted in the room, forcing Ning Yuan to shield his eyes with his arm to protect his exquisite 24K Cassillon eyes from being dazzled. After approximately 3 seconds, the brilliance faded, and as he lowered his arm, he nearly toppled off the bed in shock. Another silver egg had materialized in his room, reminiscent of the one he had encountered on Mars, albeit this one was slightly more rotund. The previous egg had been sleek and elongated, while this one was short and stout. Ning Yuan suspected it was a defective product that the system had mistakenly awarded him. Oh dear, this is quite the unexpected turn of events, he lamented. Slipping on a pair of flip-flops, he approached the egg to scrutinize it more closely. Noticing a small booklet perched atop it, the silver cover inscribed with the words Anti-Gravity, Cloaked Mini-Aircraft Manual. Ning Yuan picked up the manual and began to read. After perusing a few pages, a grin spread across his face. This mini-aircraft was extraordinarily powerful, equipped with an anti-gravity engine, capable of traversing from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom to the Western Lighthouse Nation across the ocean in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Its energy source was nuclear fusion, featuring a controllable nuclear fusion reactor directly embedded within the aircraft. However, the most astonishing feature was its true invisibility, not merely the radar-evading stealth of supersonic stealth fighters. The system's aircraft, once the cloaking mode was activated, could fly directly into the president's office of a lighthouse nation without anyone being the wiser. Indeed, a product of the system was bound to be exceptional. This aircraft could easily outclass any fighter jet in existence. No, it was not even comparable. It represented a dimensional onslaught. The only drawback was the absence of munitions. However, with the stealth capability and its remarkable speed, Ning Yuan felt empowered to undertake significant endeavors. Xiao AI, can you locate the precise address of the divine armament? Ning Yuan inquired, pulling out his phone. Of course. The CIA servers in the Lighthouse Nation serve as my database. They contain everything you could possibly need. For what I've gathered, the current president has a preference for green underwear, Xiao AI replied. What? Ning Yuan was taken aback, asking, is the CIA truly that idle? Instead of diligently gathering intelligence, they're preoccupied with the color of their own president's underwear. According to their records, if the president wears green underwear, it signifies that he is seeking the company of young, attractive women that evening. Conversely, if he dons a different color, it indicates the opposite. This information has been relayed to the president's personal medical team. Based on my analysis, the president likely has a heart condition and should avoid excessive stress. Ning Yuan interdicted. I see now. They fear the president might perish in bed. Given his age, he ought to prioritize rest and recuperation. Engaging in such activities is a recipe for disaster. I recall reading in the news that he had 2 near-fatal accidents while boarding a plane. Truly, he is aging, yet his heart remains youthful. Chapter 121. The Woes of Immortality. Setting that aside, according to the CIA's records, the headquarters of the Divine Armament is situated on a small island in the Pacific, which is a territory of Great Britain, Xiao AI reported. Great Britain? Isn't that the ancestral homeland of the Lighthouse Nation? Why does it seem that the shadow of the Lighthouse Nation looms everywhere? How unfortunate. Ning Yuan exclaimed. My apologies. I analyzed the data further and found that this is a false address. The actual location lies deep within the South American jungle. Their presence on the dark web has inadvertently revealed their coordinates, which are 34, 46 degrees west and 9 degrees south, Xiao AI clarified. Send a message to 250. Instructing him to come to my room, Ning Yuan commanded. Understood, Xiao AI replied, basking in sunlight. A Gothic church nestled deep within the South American jungle radiated a sense of sanctity, with the cross atop the steeple gleaming brilliantly. Due to the time difference, it was daytime in this locale. Ning Yuan sat within the aircraft, gazing at the cross atop the church, yawning as he muttered. It's remarkable how we've gone from darkness to light in just 10 minutes. Once Xiao AI summoned 250, he prepared for immediate departure. The notion of revenge, for him, was not a matter of waiting a decade. He adhered to the philosophy that the sooner one avenges, the better. Ideally, the same day. If that wasn't feasible, it should not extend beyond a month. At that moment, members of the divine armament began to emerge from the concrete structures surrounding the church, gathering at the entrance as if a significant event were about to unfold. Ning Yuan's aircraft hovered silently above them, unnoticed. As the church doors swung open, a burly man with a serene gaze stepped out, instantly silencing the previously boisterous crowd. The man surveyed the assembly and commenced his speech. Ning Yuan could not comprehend his words, but noted the man's escalating fervor. Eventually, a gaunt young man was dragged before him. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Ning Yuan, lowering his voice, asked, "Xiao AI, could you translate for me what these foreigners are saying? That frail young man appears to be in grave danger. You need not speak so softly. The aircraft's exterior shields their hearing." The man just now said, "I wish you all a pleasant weekend. For our common goal, for our shared dream, we must work even harder next week. Let us now partake of the captive. This individual has undergone our sacred baptism, and his soul has been purified. His blood has become sweet. Wait, this does not bode well," Ning Yuan observed as the emaciated young man was brutally slain, blood gushing from his neck and pooling into a silver basin. This scene triggered memories of his childhood, recalling the grim spectacle of pig slaughter, where a group restrained the animal while the butcher swiftly delivered a fatal blow, the creature's anguished cries echoing as its lifeblood flowed into a prepared enamel basin. The only difference now was that the pig had been replaced by a human. As the pig neared its demise, it let out a few agonizing cries. The unfortunate, frail youth, however, did not even muster the strength to struggle before succumbing to death. Ning Yuan speculated that the so-called sacred baptism they spoke of rendered this young man utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. What transpired next nearly made Ning Yuan regurgitate his previous meal. This group of individuals absurdly formed a queue, each taking turns to drink from the basin filled with blood. And after quenching their thirst, they licked their lips to savor the remnants, loudly chanting syllables that were incomprehensible to Ning Yuan. What are they shouting? He inquired of Xiao AI. "They are invoking longevity," Xiao AI replied. "Longevity?" Ning Yuan furrowed his brow in astonishment. In this 21st century, there are still those who believe in such a notion. Furthermore, if one seeks longevity, one must cultivate one's mind and spirit. What use is drinking blood? It is sheer folly, utterly absurd. But of course, longevity exists. The longevity elixir you consume can extend your life to 500 years. Xiao I exclaimed. "What?" Ning Yuan was momentarily speechless, and after a brief pause, he asked tremulously, "Are you saying I could live to 500? Theoretically, yes. During that time, as long as you eat and sleep regularly, avoid being killed, refrain from suicide, and steer clear of accidents that could jeopardize your life, you could indeed reach 500. Xiao I explained. "Why didn't you mention this to me before?" Ning Yuan pressed. "You never brought it up," Xiao AI replied. Ning Yuan was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. When he initially consumed the longevity elixir, he had jokingly wished to live for 1,000 or 1,800 years. But that was merely jest. What purpose would such an extended lifespan serve? By then, not even a wife or child would remain, let alone a great-grandchild. Friends would be long gone, leaving him utterly alone in this world. How could one endure such solitude? Xiao AI, I must ask, is there a longevity-reducing elixir? Something to revert me back to my previous self, to live until 100 and then pass away? Ning Yuan asked cautiously. "I'm unaware. My database contains no records of such elixirs. You could choose to end your life," Xiao AI suggested. "Don't be ridiculous. With my current disposition, how could I possibly dare to take my own life? I wouldn't even have the courage to kill a chicken." While Ning Yuan conversed with Xiao AI, the congregation outside the church had dispersed. The frail youth, who had been bled out, was taken away, and the church returned to its immaculate appearance. "I advise you to cease dwelling on this matter. Their ritual has concluded, and it is time for action." Xiao AI's words jolted Ning Yuan back to reality. Almost forgetting the task at hand, Ning Yuan maneuvered the aircraft to hover over the church, landing in a secluded corner 100 meters from the headquarters of the Divine Armed Forces. 250, capture that individual from the church, but do so discreetly. No gunfire. If you encounter any danger beyond your capacity to handle, retreat immediately. Understood? Understood, 250 responded, his tone as unyielding as ever. Ning Yuan opened the side hatch and instructed, "Go forth, and exercise utmost caution. Yes, 250 declared, leaping out of the aircraft and vanishing into the thicket. Once 250 had departed, Ning Yuan began to fret. Although 250 was a robot, their lengthy companionship and the many meals shared had fostered a bond of affection. He harbored no desire for anything to happen to 250. What transpired next astonished Ning Yuan, for he saw 250 returning, hoisting a robust man over his shoulder. This was not the crux of the matter. The real question was how he had returned so swiftly. Barely a minute had passed. This was astonishingly impressive. Chapter 122. 250 is remarkably strong. On a mountain peak several hundred kilometers from the headquarters of the Divine Armed Forces, Ning Yuan sat upon a large stone, carefully tearing open a bag of dry noodles. He extracted the seasoning packet, sprinkling it over the noodles before resealing the bag and crushing the noodles within, shaking it to ensure each fragment was coated with flavor. Only then did he open the bag and begin to eat. Halfway through, he took a sip of his sugary soda, exclaiming, refreshing. Atop the mountain, a gentle breeze wafted the fragrance of flowers and foliage, creating a pleasantly soothing atmosphere. The sunlight was soft and not blinding, warming him pleasantly. Were it not for the occasional feral growls emitted by the man beneath 250's feet, Ning Yuan might have considered lying back on the stone for a nap. Checking the time on his phone, he addressed the man beneath 250's feet. You've been growling for 20 minutes straight. Even a donkey from a production team would have taken a break by now. The man ignored him, continuing to bellow with bloodshot eyes, glaring at Ning Yuan with such intensity that if looks could kill, Ning Yuan would have perished countless times. Xiaowai, speak to him in their language and demand to know who hired them to abduct me. If he remains silent, I shall promptly castrate him, transforming him into a woman. Ning Yuan instructed his phone. Understood, Xiao AI replied, utilizing a language Ning Yuan could not comprehend. After speaking, the man finally reacted, responding fluently in the language of the Dragon Kingdom. You will gain nothing from me. Stop wasting your efforts. You speak the language of the Dragon Kingdom. This makes things much easier. I merely wish to know who orchestrated my abduction. This information can secure the safety of all of you, Ning Yuan stated. I have already told you, you will gain nothing from me. Do not waste your efforts, the man reiterated. Ning Yuan took another sip of his soda and sighed. You truly are obstinate. 250, incapacitate one of his hands. Understood? 250 replied, crouching down to seize the man's hand, crushing it as if it were mere dough, rendering it a gruesome pulp. The man, clearly taken aback by the brutality of 250's methods, let out a howl of despair as cold sweat erupted from his forehead, cascading down his face to the ground. To be frank, Ning Yuan was equally astonished by 250's violence. He had anticipated nothing more than the breaking of a few fingers. Witnessing such a grotesque scene instantly diminished his appetite, and he placed the dry noodles on the stone, taking a sip of soda to steady himself before demanding, Speak. Who is behind my abduction? Is that person your father? For you are so protective of him? It is Ryoko Ishihara, a major shareholder of Nintendo from Neon Country. The man replied, enduring the pain with a tremor in his voice. Had you disclosed this earlier, you could have avoided this predicament. Instead, you chose to play the tough guy, and now look at you, what was the point? Ning Yuan quipped, pausing to reflect. But I have not wronged them. There will always be troublemakers seeking to harm me. You now know who wishes to abduct you. May I leave? The man inquired. Not at all. Ning Yuan shook his head. You carry the weight of many lives on your shoulders. You deserve to perish, not just you, but the entire Divine Armed Forces. The man scoffed. Our supporters are the world's strongest nation, the Lighthouse Country. This is merely the headquarters. Our branches span the globe. Should you kill me or any member of the headquarters, you will face endless assassination attempts from both the Lighthouse Country and the Divine Armed Forces. Your ultimate fate is death. It will be best for you to release me. In exchange, I may consider sparing your life if you offer up the advanced technology you possess. How troubling. Ning Yuan furrowed his brow, raking his fingers through his hair as he sighed. From the moment you drank blood, I suspected there was something amiss in your mind. Yet I did not anticipate the severity of your illness. The Lighthouse Country is nothing more than a trifling nuisance in my eyes. You dare to treat it as a prized possession while threatening me with assassination? By all means do come. The more the merrier. I have little else to occupy my time, so I shall entertain your attempts. You will come to regret this. I'm merely a puppet. The true master of the Divine Armed Forces will avenge me. He will flay your skin, dry it, and fashion it into a soft blanket to cover me, while your soul will remain trapped in my grave until it rots and decays. Ha ha! The man erupted into fits of laughter, gasping for breath, only for his mirth to abruptly cease. Was he dead? Ning Yuan approached and gave him a kick, muttering about retribution for his consumption of human blood. "This is the end for you," he remarked, instructing 250 to ascertain the man's condition. "He died from a sudden myocardial infarction," 250 replied, his eyes gleaming with a blue light as he scanned the body from head to toe. "It seems he got off lightly. Let us dispose of him by feeding him to the wolves," Ning Yuan decided, waiting for 250 to handle the corpse before piloting their craft to hover above the headquarters of the Divine Armament. At that moment, the headquarters appeared serene, with groups of people gathered, beer in hand, sharing laughter and merriment. Some couples were even engaging in intimate activities in secluded corners. Ning Yuan winced at the sight, pondering why they would choose to frolic outdoors rather than in the privacy of their rooms, seemingly oblivious to the threat of mosquitoes. Upon completion of his scan, 250 reported, "There are 10 snipers concealed nearby, 50 armed sentries on patrol, and a total of 100 personnel within the 5 buildings. Outside, 43 are leisurely drinking and 10 are engaged in procreation." Ning Yuan contemplated instructing 250 to eliminate them all, not out of cruelty, but because their brutality, drinking human blood, rendered them mere beasts in human guise. He felt compelled to enact divine justice. "Theoretically, I need 15 minutes. Practically, it could extend to 25, 250 stated. "Very well, that's impressive," Ning Yuan acknowledged, maneuvering the craft to a small hillock not far from headquarters. He opened the hatch and commanded, 250, "Go forth and eliminate those individuals." "Understood," 250 replied, leaping from the craft, transforming into a swift shadow as he raced towards the Divine Armament headquarters. Ning Yuan quickly closed the hatch and steered the vehicle to hover directly above, eager to witness the extent of 250's prowess. 250's performance exceeded Ning Yuan's expectations. "Is he truly this formidable? It feels as though he possesses some cheat," he mused, astonished as he observed 250 weaving through the crowd. Only when he paused to snap the necks of his targets could Ning Yuan discern his clear silhouette. The scene reminded him of martial arts films, where a master swordsman confronts a throng of adversaries without a hint of trepidation. He would unsheath his sword and glide effortlessly through the foes, returning to his original position with a flourish, leaving behind a trail of fallen enemies, each clutching their necks in disbelief. Now, the situation mirrored that of the villains facing a legendary master. The hidden snipers felt a sudden, searing pain in their necks before darkness engulfed them, while the sentries on guard were similarly caught off guard, losing their lives before they could react. 250 systematically eliminated threats, starting from the outermost layer, taking out the concealed snipers first, followed by the sentries. He then moved inside, methodically dispatching the personnel within the buildings, and finally targeting the revelers outside. The entire operation consumed 20 minutes, primarily spent locating targets. The members of the Divine Armament, witnessing 250's ferocity, were paralyzed by fear, abandoning their posts and fleeing into the jungle. Ning Yuan sat within the craft, surveying the scene below, where bodies lay strewn about, all facing the ground. 250 had executed his targets with a single technique, a swift twist of the neck. He was a true neck-twisting maniac. "Should I loot the bodies?" Ning Yuan pondered, gazing at the pile of corpses, feeling conflicted. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought, deeming it inauspicious. However, upon reflection, he reasoned that since he had commanded the demise of so many, what did superstition matter? In truth, he was somewhat timid, fearful of ghosts, yet reassured by the knowledge that the deceased were foreigners, and as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, the specters of foreign lands held no sway over him. After wrestling with his thoughts, Ning Yuan parked the craft at the entrance of a church and, under 250's protection, ventured inside. It was the most proper Western-style church he had ever encountered, with a lofty ceiling adorned with depictions of various female angels, plump and naked, their key attributes rendered with striking accuracy. The stained glass windows, vibrant with hues, illustrated numerous figures from Western mythology, casting a kaleidoscope of colors as sunlight streamed through, creating a visually stunning spectacle. This scene reminded Ning Yuan of a church he had visited on Christmas Eve, devoid of any substance. And had it not been for the allure of a free apple, he likely would never have entered. After exploring the church, he proceeded to inspect the nearby concrete buildings, uncovering various documents, most of which pertained to the Lighthouse Nation. The man whose hand 250 had incapacitated had not panicked. The Divine Armament indeed had ties to the Lighthouse Nation, being supported by the CIA to carry out the dirty work they were unwilling or unable to undertake, such as assassinating political adversaries and abducting scientists who posed threats to their interests. One document revealed that the Divine Armament had assisted the Lighthouse Nation's Pfizer in the abduction of civilians from a small African nation, totaling 203 individuals. all robust young men. The purpose of their clandestine abduction was not recorded, but Ning Yuan's mind flashed with the phrase live experimentation. Suspecting these individuals were used as test subjects in a laboratory. Beyond the documents, Ning Yuan found an abundance of weaponry and ammunition. Overwhelmed by the array of firearms, he picked up a handgun, asking 250 to instruct him on its use, then loaded the magazine with bullets, contemplating finding an open space to practice shooting. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. Should any remnants of the divine armament hear the gunfire, he would be in peril, even with 250's protection. Better safe than sorry. Xiaowai, hack into the headquarters account and log into their task platform on the dark web. In the name of the headquarters, issue a mission to every division of the divine armament, including one to assassinate Nintendo shareholder Ryosuke Ishihara, Ning Yuan directed, seated before a row of computers. After abandoning the idea of gunplay, he located the room where missions were issued. The computers were connected to a satellite network, each displaying a forum-like webpage filled with incomprehensible text composed solely of letters. With Xiao AI's assistance, he realized it was the task issuance page, cleverly concealed within the dark web. Thus, a plan to disrupt the divine armament began to take shape. Mission posted successfully, Xiao AI announced. Good. Ning Yuan nodded, exiting the concrete building with 250 and boarding their craft, setting off towards the Neon Nation, determined to seek vengeance against those who sought to harm him. In the Neon Nation, Ryosuke Ishihara, sporting a beer belly, entered his office accompanied by a young girl dressed in a JK uniform. The office appeared modest at first glance, containing only a desk, a sofa set, and a wardrobe, covering less than 10 square meters. However, it was anything but ordinary. Ishihara led the girl to the wardrobe, opened its door, and, parting the hanging garments, revealed a secret door secured with a fingerprint lock. Here lies my secret chamber. We may enter and engage in some activities. Ha ha ha. Ishihara Ryusuk chuckled as he extended his middle finger to the fingerprint recognition panel on the door lock. With a click, the door swung open. He first pushed the young girl inside before waddling in himself, his beer belly leading the way. The world within the secret door was a stark contrast to that outside. Lavishly adorned, the interior boasted a pristine, soft mink carpet underfoot, with a grand bed occupying the majority of the space. To the left of the bed stood an oversized circular bathtub, while to the right was a rack filled with various implements of torture, whips, handcuffs, and ropes. Upon entering the chamber, Ishihara Ryusuk did not immediately close the door. Instead, he meticulously returned the clothes in the wardrobe to their rightful place, shutting the wardrobe doors firmly before finally securing the hidden door. Completing these tasks, he turned to the girl and grinned. Now we shall not be disturbed. I want to go home. I don't want the money, the girl whimpered, her gaze fixed fearfully on the instruments of torment beside the bed. Ishihara Ryusuk, hearing her plea to return home, let out a cold laugh. He retrieved a cigar from the bedside table, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled smoke in her face, sneering. Now that you are here, do you still wish to go home? Impossible. Chapter 124. Ning Yuan has no interest in money. Cough, cough, cough. The girl coughed, choked by the smoke, her voice laced with tears as she exclaimed, I don't want to. I want to go home. She dashed toward the hidden door, only to find it utterly unyielding. Ha ha ha. Ishihara Ryusuk guffawed. Little darling, run if you wish. The more you flee, the more exhilarated I become. The girl, witnessing the veins bulging on Ishihara Ryusuk's forehead, felt as though she were prey in the gaze of a hunter, prompting her to cry out and hide behind the bathtub. Little darling, here I come. Ishihara Ryusuk placed the cigar in the ashtray and ambled toward her with open arms, a smile plastered on his face. Bang! A thunderous noise abruptly interrupted Ishihara Ryusuk's advance, and he turned to find himself in shock as two men suddenly appeared in the room. One was clad in black, wearing dark sunglasses, his physique resembling an inverted triangle, impressively robust. The other had a refined appearance, with fair skin and a hint of sardonic smile gracing his lips. The custom-made alloy secret door lay, crushed beneath their feet, the steel reinforcements that secured it having been violently torn asunder. Ning Yuan retrieved his phone from his pocket. Glancing at the images displayed, then scrutinizing the man before him, he frowned and remarked, aside from the pallor, everything else checks out. This must be Ishihara Ryusuk. In a flurry, Ishihara Ryusuk darted to the bedside table, grasping his phone as he stammered, You've mistaken me for someone else. Please leave, or I will call the police. Still hoping to contact someone? Ning Yuan retorted, his tone laced with incredulity. Though he could not comprehend the neon language, Ishihara Ryusuk's frantic gestures revealed his intentions. 250. Seize this individual and relieve him of his phone. Understood. In less than a second, 250 had Ishihara Ryusuk pinned to the ground, simultaneously confiscating his phone. Ning Yuan was prepared to thoroughly educate this foolish man, convinced he would recognize him, when he suddenly noticed a young girl in a JK uniform cowering behind the bathtub. Upon observing the room surroundings, he grasped the situation. This Ishihara Ryusuk, despite being over 50, still indulged in such activities, oblivious to the danger of excitement, triggering a heart attack that could lead to his demise on the bed. Ning Yuan approached the girl behind the bathtub and said, "Cease your crying and flee swiftly. There are far better pursuits for one so young than to engage in such sordid affairs." The girl suddenly screamed, startling Ning Yuan, who barely had time to react before she bolted from the room. "No thanks offered. If it weren't for me, you would have been ravaged by that beast of a man," Ning Yuan thought bitterly, suddenly realizing a significant issue. The girl likely could not comprehend a word he said. With the girl gone, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Ning Yuan dragged a chair from the corner and sat before Ishihara Ryusuk, stating, "Ishihara Ryusuk, your penchant for play is quite remarkable. To orchestrate a secret chamber within your own office is no small feat, and few would be able to locate you. However, your decision to kidnap me marks the end of your fortunate days." After making his point, Ning Yuan spoke in his phone, "Xiao AI. Translate what I just said in neon for me." "No need. I can understand you. It seems you seek revenge, but I am not your enemy. You have mistaken me for someone else," Ishihara Ryusuk stammered in poor Mandarin, attempting to obfuscate the truth. At that moment, he mentally cursed all of the ancestors of the people involved, exclaiming to himself how utterly doomed he was. Not only would he not receive the return of the $500 million in deposit, but he had also leaked client information. His previous assurances of absolute confidentiality regarding client data were nothing but lies. There were several other matters that puzzled him. How had Ning Yuan arrived in Neon? How had he located him? And why was the man accompanying him so formidable? The secret door's frame had been welded tightly with steel reinforcements. Under such conditions, how could he have dismantled the door and torn the steel apart? Was such a feat humanly possible? So you thought me a fool to deceive? Ning Yuan activated the holographic projection feature of his advanced phone, displaying several pages of information. Pointing at the projected data, he inquired, "Do you recognize the characters of the Dragon Kingdom? This contains your detailed information, including the name of the school you graduated from in elementary school. Is there any chance of error? Not that it matters. The photographs are sufficient." Upon seeing the information, Ishihara Ryusuk could no longer maintain his facade, beginning to plead pathetically. Tears streaming down his face, "The idea to kidnap you was not mine. It was Saburo Tamamoto's. I was merely executing his orders. He is the president of Nintendo. I am but a shareholder. Spare me, and I can compensate you for your emotional distress. I have $10 billion in a Swiss bank account that I can offer you." In a desperate bid for survival, he laid his cards on the table. "You think such a paltry sum will suffice?" Ning Yuan's disdain for money only grew, and his interest in it waned further. "If you wish to prolong your life, contact Saburo Tamamoto and have him come here. Remember, no tricks, and do not toy with your life." 250 given the phone. 250 nodded and handed the phone to Ishihara Ryusuk. Trembling, Ishihara Ryusuk took the phone, fumbling with the screen before holding it to his ear. "Put on speaker." "Are you so ignorant of basic etiquette?" Ning Yuan chided him. Yes, Ishihara Ryusuk nodded vigorously, hastily activating the speakerphone and placing the device on the floor to ensure Ning Yuan could see the screen. Beep, beep, beep. After approximately 5 or 6 seconds, the call was answered, initially greeted by a series of peculiar sounds before someone spoke in Neon. Ning Yuan discreetly requested Xiao AI to assist with the translation. "Ishihara-kun, what urgent matter brings you to call at this late hour? I am currently quite busy. Tamamoto-kun, I've conceived a method to acquire virtual reality technology. You must come to my office at once, the sooner the better." After another round of odd sounds, Saburo Tamamoto finally responded, "Ishihara-kun, I am in the midst of something. Can we discuss this tomorrow?" Ishihara Ryusuk, fully aware of what Saburo Tamamoto was occupied with at this late hour, internally cursed, "Baka, my life hangs in the balance, and you are frolicking carefree." After his tirade, he feigned urgency, stating, "Tamamoto-kun, this matter is exceedingly urgent. Whether we can obtain the virtual reality technology hinges on tonight. Please, set aside your current tasks and come quickly." "All right, I'll be there shortly," Tamamoto responded, realizing the potential for acquiring virtual reality technology tonight. He hastily set aside his work, dressed, tidied his hair, and sped off to the Nintendo headquarters. Chapter 125, Setting an Example. Nintendo headquarters. Ryusuk Ishihara grimaced and said, "You'll be here shortly. Could you please allow me to stand up first? I'm struggling to breathe under this weight." "Very well, you are performing adequately," Ning Yuan replied, as he rose and moved to the shelf on the other side of the bed, retrieving a rope hanging there and tossing it to 250, binding him securely to a chair. All right, 250, remove your feet, he instructed, lifting Ishihara as if he were a mere chick and placing him onto the chair. Swiftly tying him up, Ishihara took a breath, tears in his eyes, pleading, I have done everything you asked. Please let me go. I never intended to kidnap you. Hold on, Ning Yuan interjected. The intention behind allowing you to sit comfortably is not to elicit your pleas for mercy, but to give you time to contemplate how you might atone for your sins. Do you understand? I understand. Ishihara nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. I am guilty. I seek redemption. I happen to have an idea that might slightly mitigate your transgressions, Ning Yuan stated. What is it? Ishihara, relieved at the prospect of atonement, exhaled deeply, realizing that this meant Ning Yuan would not pose a threat to his life. According to the information I possess, you are a member of the royal family of Neon Country? Ning Yuan inquired. Yes, I'm a collateral member of the royal family, Ishihara replied. Good. Ning Yuan nodded thoughtfully. This simplifies matters. Do you have the authority to access the Neon Country Museum? I need to retrieve something from there. Ishihara looked at Ning Yuan in disbelief, wondering if the man was mad. Did he truly intend to steal from the museum? Given its security measures, anyone attempting to pilfer artifacts would be caught in an instant. Yet, this presented a golden opportunity. If Ning Yuan were apprehended, wouldn't that mean his own salvation? I have access privileges, but I must arrange in advance, Ishihara responded hastily. Excellent. Ning Yuan nodded, his visit to the Neon Country Museum being entirely impromptu. Due to historical circumstances, during the decline of Long Country, Neon Country had seized numerous national treasures, and now that he was here, he could not return empty-handed. He must retrieve the heirlooms left by his ancestors. I recall that your royal family possesses 3 heirlooms. Where are they, and where are they located? Ning Yuan asked. Ishihara was taken aback that Ning Yuan had set his sights on the treasures of the great Neon Country. Feeling a surge of greed akin to the saying from Long Country about how insatiable hearts can devour elephants. Yet, this worked to his advantage. If he could lead Ning Yuan to the palace, he would be like a fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. The 3 treasures are the 8-foot mirror, the 8-foot jewel, and the heavenly cloud sword, all housed in the Royal Museum, Ishihara divulged succinctly. Just as Ning Yuan was about to speak, a knock echoed from outside. 250, go bring in the person knocking at the door, but make sure he doesn't shout or make a commotion. Understood, 250 replied, swiftly exiting. Ishihara, hearing the knock, realized he could no longer afford to be concerned for anyone but himself. If he did not betray Sanben Taro, his own life would be forfeit. The paramount issue was his survival. The fate of Sanben Taro was of no consequence to him. Your friend Sanben Taro has arrived. The show is about to begin. Ning Yuan remarked as 250 returned, one hand clasping Sanben Taro's mouth and the other gripping his neck, forcibly dragging him into the room. Upon seeing Ishihara bound to the chair and standing beside him, his longed-for Ning Yuan, Sanben Taro immediately grasped the situation. Ning Yuan, observing Sanben Taro's tuklet. You do have quite the fiery temper, 250. Show him a bit of color. Certainly, 250 responded as he pinched Sanben Taro's waist, causing his face to flush crimson and beads of cold sweat to form. Have you submitted? Ning Yuan inquired. Sanben Taro, muffled, could only emit a series of whimpers, nodding hastily, eager to avoid further torment from the man holding him. So you understand dragon language? Ning Yuan asked. His dragon language is better than mine. He studied it in his youth to create a game about Dragon Country. Ishihara interjected. Excellent. That saves me the trouble of translating. 250, you can release his mouth now. Ning Yuan commanded. As soon as 250 removed his hand, Sanben Taro exclaimed, Ning boss, it wasn't me who planned to kidnap you. It was Ryusuke Ishihara who devised the plot, aiming to obtain virtual reality technology from you. Keep your voice down. If anyone hears you, you will both meet a grim fate, Ning Yuan cautioned. Sanben Taro lowered his voice, reiterating, it truly wasn't my idea. It was Ishihara's plan. Clearly, you were the architect of the plan, even providing the 500 million to arm the deity. The entire affair was orchestrated by you, while I was merely your puppet. Ishihara retorted, glancing at Ning Yuan, hoping for his belief. Sanben Taro insisted vehemently, Ning boss, he is lying. I speak the truth. I speak the truth. Ishihara countered. I am genuine. You are the false one. Enough. Both of you silence. If I did not know better, I would think you were putting on a performance of the Monkey King, Ning Yuan said as he approached Sanben Taro. I have already secured Ishihara's agreement to assist me with a few tasks, which means he is temporarily of use to me. Do you comprehend my meaning? Sanbin Taro quickly responded, I understand. I can assist you as well. I am capable of handling any task. Forget it. Ning Yuan waved his hand dismissively. You are of no use, merely a chicken to be slaughtered for the monkey's entertainment. Upon hearing this, Sanbin Taro panicked, his voice quivering as he pleaded. Please don't kill me. I am useful. Rest assured, I will not kill you. That would be too merciful. 250. Ensure his spine is broken, and guarantee he spends the rest of his days confined to a hospital bed. Ning Yuan's previous statement had rekindled a flicker of hope in Sanbin Taro's heart, but the latter statement plunged him into an abyss of despair. Understood, 250 executed his task with swift precision, and before Sanbin Taro could even scream, he collapsed. Feeling completely numb, his limbs devoid of sensation, he suddenly thought, I am paralyzed. Chapter 126, to the Neon Country Museum. Observing Sanbin Taro's fate. Cold sweat streamed down Ishihara's forehead as he silently prayed that Ning Yuan would not notice him. If there were a crack in the ground, he would wish to burrow into it and hide. Murphy's Law, whatever one fears comes to pass. Ning Yuan ultimately approached him. Ishihara let out a desperate wail. Do not come closer, please do not. Silence. If I did not know better, I would think I intended to do something to you, Ning Yuan said, frowning as he stood before Ishihara. You will contact the museum personnel right now and inform them that you wish to bring someone for a tour. Yes, yes. Ishihara nodded fervently. I need to use my phone. Ning Yuan picked up the phone from the floor and handed it to him, coldly stating, I know what you are thinking, and I can assure you that your thoughts are foolish and laughable. Make the call obediently, otherwise, the fate of Sanbin Taro will become your own. Yes, I will make the call obediently, Ishihara replied, his heart chilling at the mention of Sanbin Taro. He had no desire to end up as a high-level paraplegic. After receiving the phone, he quickly dialed the vice director of the museum, his former classmate. After a brief exchange, Ishihara cautiously stated, Everything is arranged. We can proceed directly. Ning Yuan nodded slightly, reclaiming his phone before stepping before Sanbin Taro and declaring, This time, I shall let it pass, but consider this a minor punishment. Remember, do not provoke me again in the future. At that moment, Sanbin Taro, regaining a modicum of composure, muttered incoherently, I will kill you. I must eat your flesh and drink your blood. He had completely lost his sanity, consumed by the thought that he would spend the remainder of his life bedridden. He longed to dismember Ning Yuan and obliterate him entirely. Oh, you wish to kill me? Ning Yuan scoffed. 250. Release him. I am eager to witness how he intends to murder me. Understood, replied 250, loosening his grip, causing Sanbin Taro to collapse unceremoniously onto the ground. Fortunately, the mink carpet cushioned his fall. Otherwise, he would have surely sustained injuries. Ning Yuan surveyed the pitiful heap that was Sanbin Taro, sprawled on the floor like a puddle of mud, and remarked with a grin, Come on, kill me. I relish the sight of your impotent fury. I will kill you, Sanbin Taro shrieked, only to immediately spew a mouthful of blood before falling silent. Good heavens! Ning Yuan exclaimed, deftly sidestepping the spray of blood. Is it possible he died from rage? Can a person truly perish from anger? He turned to 250 and commanded, Check if he is dead, but be careful not to stain your feet with blood. Very well. 250 navigated around the pool of blood on the carpet and approached Sanbin Taro, his eyes emitting a blue glow as he scanned him from head to toe. He is deceased, having succumbed to heart failure. Ning Yuan murmured, Well then, I cannot be blamed. He brought this upon himself. I had no intention of killing him. This Ning Yuan is a devil, capable of inciting death through sheer rage. The supernatural must flee. Upon witnessing Sanbin Taro's demise, Ishihara Ryoji's complexion turned ashen, and he began to pray fervently. 250, untie the person on the chair and take him to the outer office. Ning Yuan glanced at his phone. It was now past 4 in the evening in the Dragon Kingdom, and he could not afford any further delays, lest he miss breakfast. Understood. 250 swiftly approached and untied Ishihara Ryoji, escorting him to the outer office, where Ning Yuan followed closely behind. My car is parked in the garage below. If we drive, we can reach the museum in 20 minutes, Ishihara Ryoji suggested, desperate to expedite Ning Yuan's arrival at the museum so he could be released. Driving is too slow, Ning Yuan replied, shutting the wardrobe door. Open the hatch. As soon as he spoke, a large silver oval-shaped craft materialized in the office, its side revealing a circular opening that exposed the interior seating. Ishihara Ryoji stood dumbfounded, his mind reeling at the sight of such advanced technology. Is this a scene from a science fiction film? How can a flying machine appear out of thin air in an office? 250. Assist him to the rear seats of the craft, Ning Yuan instructed, stepping aboard the vehicle first. Understood. 250 promptly lifted Ishihara Ryoji into the craft. Before he could take in the interior, he heard Ning Yuan instructing 250 to place him down. When he emerged again, he found the surroundings had drastically changed. Now standing in an artificial grove near the museum, Ning Yuan exited the craft and commanded, "Activate stealth follow mode." Instantly, the craft vanished from sight, its cloaked state ensuring it remained in close proximity. This is excellent. Once inside, I shall seize everything I can, especially the artifacts plundered from the Dragon Kingdom, while creating a bit of chaos. Ishihara Ryoji remained in a state of shock as the craft's appearance bewildered him, and moments later, he found himself transported from Nintendo's headquarters to the vicinity of the museum. The craft's sudden disappearance left him even more astonished. When he caught sight of Ning Yuan's sinister grin, he could no longer contain his fear. "Boss Ning, please don't kill me. You asked me to guide you into the museum, didn't you? I'm of use to you. Who said anything about killing you? Hurry up. My breakfast is at stake, and I might just castrate you," Ning Yuan retorted. "Yes, let's go now." Ishihara Ryoji glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder and added, "To avoid any complications, it's best that 250 doesn't carry me inside the museum." Ning Yuan nodded in agreement and led the way toward the museum. With Ishihara Ryoji's connections, their entry into the museum was seamless. An elderly gentleman clad in traditional neon attire guided the trio through the first floor, commencing a lecture on the artifacts present. Ning Yuan held no interest in the neon artifacts, dismissing them as mere trash: worn helmets, tattered armor, cracked pottery, and a few rusted swords. The most frustrating aspect was that the old man spoke in neon, leaving Ning Yuan utterly perplexed. "Ishihara Ryoji, please send this old man away. We can explore on our own without his commentary," Ning Yuan instructed. Understood. Ishihara Ryoji conversed briefly with the elder in neon, who then bowed to Ning Yuan and retreated. Chapter 127. Recovering the Artifacts of the Dragon Kingdom. Once the elder had departed, Ning Yuan, accompanied by 250 and Ishihara Ryoji, headed straight for the second floor. Indeed, the artifacts displayed on the second floor surpassed those of the first, showcasing an array of porcelain and paintings. Without needing to ponder, it was clear these items were primarily sourced from the Dragon Kingdom. As he examined the exhibits, Ning Yuan remarked, "Just how many treasures did your Neon Nation pilfer from the Dragon Kingdom? None of these were taken by me," Ishihara Ryoji lamented, his expression one of despair. He longed to inquire when Ning Yuan would release him, but dared not voice the thought, feeling utterly miserable. "Even if you didn't take them, your ancestors did. Why are the people of your Neon Nation so deceitful? The mere thought of your people raiding the Dragon Kingdom, committing murder and arson, infuriates me. You must take me to the Yasukuni Shrine later. I need to relieve myself," Ning Yuan declared. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's intention to relieve himself at the Yasukuni Shrine, Ishihara Ryoji nearly fainted. That sight honored the heroes of their Neon Nation, and such an affront was utterly intolerable. Yet, in the face of his own life, the heroes paled in significance. He quickly replied, "Yes, I will take you there." "You truly are a traitor," Ning Yuan chuckled. "I've heard that the Yasukuni Shrine venerates many who committed heinous acts. I have yet to visit. Today, I shall go and take a good look at these wretches." Ishihara Ryoji was at a loss for words, awkwardly chuckling in response. Ning Yuan scoffed, retrieving his phone. "Xiaowai, can you hack into the museum's security system via the network and disable the overhead surveillance?" "Yes, I can infiltrate their security system through the museum's Wi-Fi network." "Commence the operation." "Understood. Infiltrating now. Access complete. The surveillance has been disabled. Security personnel will only see a looping feed and cannot observe your actions." "Should we turn off the infrared sensors protecting the artifacts?" "Yes, disable all electronic devices safeguarding the artifacts." "Done. All systems are offline." As soon as Xiao AI finished speaking, the museum resonated with the sound of machinery whirring, and the protective glass cases slowly descended, revealing the artifacts within. 250. "Get to work and bring down the artifact from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors," Ning Yuan commanded. Understood. In a flash, 250 darted upstairs, and within a minute, an assortment of artifacts lay before Ning Yuan. He casually picked up a piece of calligraphy and, upon closer inspection, nearly leaped in astonishment. It was the lamentation written by the calligraphy sage Wang Shiji. The script appeared hasty, flowing with a dragon-like vigor. Ning Yuan found himself at a loss. He admitted that he was not cut out for a scholarly life and could not discern what made the calligraphy exceptional, recognizing it only from having seen a few treasure-hunting programs. An elderly gentleman recounted a tale, claiming that Wang Shiji's eulogy of chaos was concealed within a museum in the land of the rising sun. even showcasing a photograph to the audience. At that moment, a blonde companion remarked that it had been pilfered from the Dragon Kingdom. Together, they vehemently denounced the land of the rising sun. To their astonishment, the eulogy of chaos was indeed located. Just as Ning Yuan's words faded, a spacecraft materialized within the museum, its circular hatch flung open. He carefully rolled up the eulogy of chaos and placed it inside the vessel. At that moment, Ishihara Ryosuke was utterly bewildered. Was that person named Xiao AI even human? The museum's security system seemed as fragile as paper before him. He watched in a daze as Ning Yuan methodically loaded artifacts in the spacecraft, his mind a blank canvas. Unable to fathom the chaos that would ensue when the public discovered that a substantial number of relics had been stolen from the museum. With the assistance of 250, the loading of artifacts proceeded swiftly, and soon the interior of the spacecraft was brimming with treasures. Ning Yuan meticulously adjusted their positions, squeezing in several Yuan dynasty blue and white jars. A few large vases remained below, but there was no room to take them. He would have to return for them another time. Ishihara Ryosuke gazed at the desolate second floor, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. He planned to escape this calamity and head directly to the Lighthouse Nation, knowing that if the people of the land of the rising sun discovered he had nearly emptied the museum, he would be drowned in a deluge of spit from their indignation. Indeed, Ning Yuan surveyed the spacecraft, which now had only 2 seats remaining, the rest filled with artifacts. A sense of satisfaction washing over him. 250, carry Ishihara Ryosuke aboard first and place him on your lap. Leave a spot for me. Without hesitation, 250 swept Ishihara Ryosuke into a princess carry, maneuvering into the spacecraft and creating space for one more. Ning Yuan quickly followed suit, activating the cloaking mode as they boldly exited through the front door. He engaged the navigation system, directing the vessel to hover above the Yasukuni Shrine, pausing to inquire. Ishihara Ryosuke, do you possess the authority to grant me entry? Entry to where? Ishihara Ryosuke asked, perplexed. Where else could it be but the Yasukuni Shrine? Ning Yuan replied coldly. Hearing this, Ishihara Ryosuke sensed Ning Yuan's displeasure and hastily responded, yes, I do. A classmate of mine works there. I need to make a phone call. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it to Ning Yuan. No tricks. Put on speaker. I'll be watching with the translation software. Dare to scheme, and I'll have you castrated. I wouldn't dare, Ishihara Ryosuke said, taking the phone, dialing a number, and, after a brief exchange in Japanese, ended the call. I've made contact. We can go directly. Ning Yuan parked the spacecraft near the artificial grove adjacent to the Yasukuni Shrine. Once they exited, he activated the stealth mode again. Entering the shrine was equally effortless, and Ishihara Ryosuke's classmate warmly welcomed them inside. The interior of the Yasukuni Shrine reminded Ning Yuan of a village ancestral hall, a grand structure adorned with memorial tablets of varying heights, arranged in neat rows. At the base was an offering table laden with fruits and pastries, alongside a large incense burner, which held 3 sticks of incense. Ning Yuan upbrought, plucking the 3 sticks from the burner and scattering the ash on the ground. He turned to Ishihara Ryosuke, saying, is there a need for a restroom? Go relieve yourself. No, I don't need to, Ishihara Ryosuke stammered, but upon seeing the darkening expression on Ning Yuan's face, he quickly amended, yes, I do. Oof. Ning Yuan thrust the incense burner into Ishihara Ryosuke's hands, coldly stating, as long as you do, that's fine. If not, I'll have 250 extracted from you. I do. Ishihara Ryosuke hastily replied. 20 minutes later, Ning Yuan, holding his nose, gazed at the incense burner placed back on the offering table, nearly bursting into laughter at the thought of what those who came to pay their respects would feel upon seeing its contents. Boss Ning, can I go now? I've done what you asked, can I leave? Ishihara Ryosuke gathered his courage to voice his thoughts, noticing a smile on Ning Yuan's face. You may leave, but there's still one more task. Once that is completed, you may depart, Ning Yuan replied, walking towards the exit of the Yasukuni Shrine. Upon hearing that another task was required for his release, Ishihara Ryosuke eagerly followed, asking, what is it? Just say the word. I can handle it. Where are the ashes of those commemorated here? Ning Yuan turned to inquire. Ishihara Ryosuke felt a sense of foreboding as he noticed a devilish grin on Ning Yuan's lips and instinctively asked, what do you intend to do? What I do is none of your concern. Quickly tell me where they are buried or where their ashes are kept, Ning Yuan commanded coldly. Seeing the sinister expression on Ning Yuan's face, Ishihara Ryosuke dared not ask further and hurriedly replied, they're at the nearby Heroes Cemetery. Nonsense. Ning Yuan spat on the ground, scoffing. Heroes Cemetery? They don't deserve the title of hero, that is a grave insult. Lead me to the robber's cemetery. Ishihara Ryosuke hastily made his way outside the Yasukuni shrine, intent on bringing Ning Yuan to the hero's cemetery as quickly as possible, hoping to secure his release without further complications. Following Ishihara Ryosuke, Ning Yuan traversed through a grove of cherry blossoms, arriving at a cemetery where a large stone stood inscribed with Japanese characters. Ishihara Ryosuke, panting, pointed at the stone. "Boss Ning, this is the hero's cemetery. Can I leave now?" "Not yet," Ning Yuan replied with a smile. "Let's enjoy a good show before you depart." Ishihara Ryosuke bristled with anger, wishing to throw the devil before him to the ground, yet the presence of 250, the formidable figure beside Ning Yuan, quickly quelled his rage. The fury dissipated as if doused by a bucket of cold water. "Yes, of course, let's enjoy the show first," he feigned compliance. Ning Yuan nodded, turning to 250. "Destroy these graves, retrieve the urns, and scatter their ashes." "Understood." 250 transformed into a dark blur, rushing to the nearest gravestone, uprooting it and discarding it aside, extracting the buried urn, and with a forceful motion, scattering the ashes across the ground. Ishihara Ryosuke stood in shock, unable to comprehend that the show Ning Yuan had in mind involved desecrating the ashes of Japan's so-called heroes. What would he do if the people of the land of the rising sun discovered he had led the devil to scatter the ashes of their heroes? They would surely consume him alive. Escape. He could no longer remain in the land of the rising sun. As soon as Ning Yuan released him, he would flee to the lighthouse nation. This was the sole thought occupying Ishihara Ryosuke's mind. Ning Yuan observed as 250 scattered urn after urn, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He had finally avenged the long-deceased citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. These marauders had received such grand honors in death, a blatant affront to the Dragon Kingdom. Since he had come to the land of the rising sun, he must reclaim dignity and strike these individuals a proper blow. 20 minutes later, the ground of the robber's cemetery was blanketed in a layer of grayish-white powder, glimmering ominously under the moonlight. Once 250 finished scattering the final urn, he returned to Ning Yuan's side. "The show is over. Can I go now?" Ryosuke Ishihara spoke with a quivering voice, overwhelmed by the sight of so many heroes from the Neon Nation suffering indignities, a poignant sense of shared sorrow rising within him. "Who said the show was over?" Ning Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. "There is still one last act to behold, and it's all about you." Upon witnessing Ning Yuan's devilish grin once more, Ishihara's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, pleading, "Please don't kill me. Spare me, considering all I've done for you." "Get up," Ning Yuan admonished, delivering a swift kick to Ishihara. "Who said anything about killing you? Have you developed a victim complex? Huh? You're not going to kill me?" Ishihara exclaimed joyfully. Rising to his feet, Ning Yuan batted Ishihara's Supplier resurrecting. "Fear not. Your death sentence can be commuted due to your proactive demeanor. However, your life sentence remains. To prevent you from causing harm to innocent young girls, 250, castrate Ishihara." No, please, I can't endure that," Ishihara cried out, initially relieved at the reprieve from death, but Ning Yuan's subsequent words plunged him into despair. As a man, the thought of such a fate was utterly unthinkable. "How will I live my life?" 250, indifferent to Ishihara's reluctance, swiftly apprehended him as he attempted to flee, pinning him down. With a single hand, he reached for Ishihara's most sensitive area, causing Ishihara to emit a blood-curdling scream before losing consciousness from the pain. Observing the incapacitated Ishihara on the ground, Ning Yuan sighed. He should have learned his lesson this time. Some things are simply off limits. I dare to sell such advanced technology without fearing your retaliation. Open the hatch, 250. We're leaving. In the Dragon Nation, at the entrance of the museum, Ning Yuan pulled his collar up to obscure his face, glancing furtively around while remarking, "This is the only downside of the Dragon Nation. There are too many cameras. You have to conceal your face even when doing something benevolent. Open the hatch, 250. Let us unload. Be cautious with the porcelain. Don't let it chip." "Understood." 10 minutes later, the entrance to the Dragon Nation Museum was piled high with various artifacts. Ning Yuan scratched his head, picked up a beautiful landscape painting from the heap, and tossed it into the spacecraft, thinking to himself, after donating so many artifacts, "Surely I can keep one measly painting for myself." Chapter 129. All were in tears. 250, shout out a few times, then yell fire 3 times, and remember to shout loudly. "Once you're done, hop into the spacecraft," Ning Yuan instructed, being the first to enter the vehicle. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" 250 bellowed, prompting Ning Yuan to hastily cover his ears. The volume was unexpectedly deafening. One might think someone was causing a ruckus with a loudspeaker in the dead of night. After 250's loud cries, he leaped into the spacecraft, and Ning Yuan promptly sealed the hatch and activated stealth mode. Approximately 10 seconds later, the museum doors burst open, and a throng of security personnel, clad in black athletic gear and wielding fire extinguishers, rushed out. Upon noticing the pile of artifacts to the left of the entrance, they stood frozen in shock, their expressions uniform, eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape in disbelief. The leading security officer was the first to regain his composure, shouting, "Team 1. Team 2, immediately inspect the museum's interior for any missing items. The rest of you, guard the artifacts here." After issuing orders, he pulled out his phone and hastily dialed the museum director. Wei Yin, the director of the Dragon Nation Museum, was still lost in slumber, dreaming of an encounter with Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Just as he was about to speak, the ringing of his phone jolted him back to reality. Who was calling at this hour? Wei Yin grumbled, picking up the phone. Upon seeing the security officer's name on the caller ID, his drowsiness evaporated instantly. "This is Wei Yin. What is the matter? Director Wei Yin, we have a major situation. A pile of artifacts has suddenly appeared at the entrance. You need to come see this." Wei Yin exhaled sharply, nearly suffering a heart attack at the mention of a major situation. "Is everything safe in the museum? I've dispatched personnel to investigate." "All right, I'm on my way." 20 minutes later, Wei Yin crouched beside a heap of artifacts at the museum entrance, his flashlight illuminating them as he gasped. "ISNT, this the famed Tianmu Bowl? And this? ISNT at the Shang and Zhou dynasty's tiger-shaped vessel?" He picked up a calligraphy piece, trembling as he scrutinized it. The security officer quickly supported him, asking Director Wei Yin, "Are you all right?" Vine paid no heed to the officer, examining the calligraphy scroll 3 times over before suddenly standing upright and bursting into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha. Director Wei Yin, are you okay?" The security officer, startled by the sudden change, worried that Wei Yin had suffered a mental shock. "Not just okay." Wei Yin approached the officer, grasping his hand with fervor, smiling as he exclaimed, "I'm feeling better than ever. Can you guess what I found?" The officer discreetly withdrew his hand from Wei Yin's grasp, a hint of panic in his voice as he replied, "I have no idea. I've discovered Wang Shiji's calligraphy. I'm certain it's authentic, the Lan Tingyi Su. At long last, I've laid eyes upon you." Overwhelmed with joy, Wei Yin embraced the security officer, tears of happiness streaming down his face. The officer felt quite bewildered, caught in the embrace of an elderly man, a sensation both strange and uncomfortable. At that moment, the sun crested the horizon, a golden ray of light cascading upon the artifacts at the museum entrance, causing them to shimmer and shine, as if welcoming them home, silently whispering, "After so many years of wandering, you have suffered greatly. In the realm of advanced technology." Huang Mao munched on the shumai Ning Yuan had brought back, remarking, "Ningge, I must say, that painting you brought back is quite beautiful. Hanging it in the shop has certainly enhanced the cultural ambience." "Of course," Ning Yuan retorted, finishing the last of his shumai and raising his chin in pride. "A painting selected by someone of my cultural stature undoubtedly exudes a refined essence." "Ningge, where did you acquire this painting?" Huang Mao suddenly pondered, sensing something unusual about the artwork. It resembled an ancient piece, and not just any ordinary one. Ning Yuan nonchalantly picked a toothpick from his mouth and replied, "I found on my way to get breakfast." "I can't believe that." Huang Mao scoffed internally, chuckling as he pressed, "Ningge, where did you really get it? Stop joking with me." Ning Yuan tossed the toothpick aside, standing up as he ascended to the second floor, stating, "It's best not to pry into matters of society too much. Waking up early has its downsides. I'm going to catch some more sleep. After you finish breakfast, tidy up the first floor." "Okay." Huang Mao nodded resignedly, contemplating what Ning Yuan might have been up to so early in the morning. While Ning Yuan rested, chaos unfolded in the Neon Nation. Kazuma Keita gazed at the empty museum on the verge of tears. "It's gone. Everything is gone. The national treasures of the Neon Nation have been practically stolen. Baka Yuru." Kazuma pointed accusatorily at the nearby staff, berating them. "Are you all imbeciles? How could so many artifacts be stolen without you noticing? If I left a pig in the museum, it would grunt if someone entered. You bunch of fools, Baka." As Kazuma grew increasingly agitated, he placed a hand over his heart and collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. The staff rushed to assist him, retrieving emergency heart medication from his pocket and administering it until he slowly regained his composure. "Wah, my artifacts. They're all gone." Once he recovered, Kazuma began to weep profusely, mourning not just the artifacts, but also his own future. As the director of the Neon Nation Museum, he bore an undeniable responsibility for the massive theft. Upon witnessing Kazuma's sorrowful lament, the other museum staff members joined him in tears. In a quaint village, Keita Kimura remained oblivious to the fact that two others shared his plight on this fateful day. At the Yasukuni Shrine, a staff member adorned in traditional Japanese attire approached the offering table, preparing to replace the fruits and pastries atop it. Suddenly, an unbearable stench wafted through the air, causing him to wrinkle his brow and cover his nose as he sought the source of the foul odor. After a prolonged search yielded no results, he finally noticed the incense burner. Moving closer, he was met with an intensified repugnant smell. Rather than recklessly removing the burner, he approached the offering table with reverence, bowing 3 times before gingerly lifting the incense burner. Upon peering inside, he was rendered speechless, his mind blank. After several moments, words jolted into his consciousness. Is this feces? After meticulous confirmation, he realized that indeed, the burner contained excrement. He hastily dialed the head of the Yasukuni Shrine. Naoto Tojo, Chapter 130, The Outrage of the Japanese People. At that moment, Naoto Tojo was indulging in music while savoring a delectable breakfast prepared by his wife. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a series of urgent phone rings. Grabbing his phone and seeing it was a subordinate, he answered impatiently, "How many times must I say it? Unless it's of utmost importance, do not call me so early. Are your ears merely for venting?" Once Tojo finished his tirade, the subordinate quickly interjected, "Tojo-san, something grave has occurred. You must come at once." What could be so urgent? Has the Tokyo Soul Summoning Shrine caught fire? Tojo's immediate thought was of fire, given that the shrine was constructed of wood and susceptible to flames. No, someone defecated in the incense burner on the offering table, the subordinate replied, hastily moving the phone away from his ear. Tojo was momentarily frozen, his hand reaching for the chopsticks meant for his fried egg suspended in midair, as if struck by a spell. After a few seconds, his previously pale face turned crimson at an alarming rate, culminating in a thunderous roar, "Baka! Bakayuru! Baka!" The subordinate, possessing foresight, had wisely distanced the phone from his ear, or else his eardrums would have surely suffered. After venting his fury, Tojo quickly dressed, rushed out, and drove to the Tokyo Soul Summoning Shrine. Upon witnessing the shocking sight within the incense burner, he leapt into the air in outrage. His subordinate stood nearby, observing Tojo's curse-laden dance, reminiscent of a frustrated male monkey seeking a mate. Once Tojo had vented his indignation, he instructed his subordinate to secure the scene. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and, while walking out of the shrine, began making calls. For some individuals in Japan, this day was destined to be extraordinary. Take, for instance, a woman standing in the Hero-S cemetery, gazing at the toppled gravestones, the empty urns, and the scattering of ash-like powder blown by the wind, leaving her mind in a daze. It was only when a gust carrying the gray-white powder struck her face, causing her to cough, that she snapped back to reality and promptly dialed the police. Upon receiving the call, the cemetery director, Yoshio Murano, felt his legs weaken and collapsed onto the pavement, inadvertently knocking his mouth against a nearby trash can, causing his already loose front teeth to be knocked out. Bystanders gasped and quickly called for an ambulance. After regaining his composure, Murano struggled to rise, neglecting to search for his lost teeth, and hailed a taxi to rush to the Hero-S cemetery. 10 minutes later, Murano stood in the cemetery, weeping uncontrollably, with others joining him in sorrow. Here lay the heroes of Japan, and it was unfathomable that someone had desecrated their ashes. Is this still humanity? Murano wept for the heroes and for himself, realizing that he was utterly finished. The public's disdain could drown him in their contempt. After his tears subsided, Murano ordered the remains to be gathered and placed back into their urns for reburial of the nation's heroes. It was a mere case of damage control. Completing this task, he took a deep breath, summoned his courage, and dialed the Prime Minister's residence. In the Prime Minister's office, Akio Yasuda sat behind his desk, sipping coffee while listening to his advisor analyze recent international developments. The white desk phone rang, interrupting Yasuda's train of thought. Annoyed, he answered, "What is it?" "A grave situation has arisen. Nearly 90 of the museum's artifacts have gone missing." "What?" Yasuda's scalp tingled upon hearing this news, prompting him to rise and inquire, "When did this happen? Have the culprits been apprehended?" "The details are still unclear. An investigation is underway," Yasuda urged. "You must recover the stolen artifacts at all costs and apprehend the thieves. I await your good news." As soon as Yasuda hung up, the phone rang again. He felt a wave of dread. Could it be another piece of bad news? Steeling himself, he answered, "Prime Minister, a serious issue has arisen at the Tokyo Soul Summoning Shrine." Yasuda's first instinct was to fear a fire, as the shrine held profound significance for many Japanese, including his own grandfather. If it were to catch fire during his tenure, How could he face the outraged populace? Is it on fire? Yasuda's voice trembled with anxiety. No. Someone defecated in the incense burner on the offering table. What? Yasuda could scarcely believe his ears. Someone had dared to soil a sacred place in the hearts of the Japanese people. A surge of fury ignited within him, and he vowed to see the perpetrator punished severely. The caller, sensing Yasuda's disbelief, reiterated, Prime Minister, someone defecated in the incense burner at the Tokyo soul-summoning shrine. We are currently seeking the culprit. Suppressing his rage, Yasuda seethed. Has the media been informed of this? I cannot allow this to reach the press, especially not those hostile outlets. If they exploit this incident, my reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Murphy's Law. What one fears most often comes to pass. The caller cautiously replied. Prime Minister, the media is already aware of the situation. Upon hearing this, Yasuda felt as though his heart might burst from anger. The recent theft of artifacts had already troubled him, and now this debacle pushed him over the edge. He raged into the phone. Then why are you not hastening to uncover who defiled the incense burner? I demand you identify the perpetrator within 3 days. Do you understand? If you cannot ascertain the culprit within that time frame, you will all be dismissed. Yasuda sighed heavily, hung up the phone, and reached for his coffee to soothe his throat. Just as he was about to take a sip, the phone rang once more. Chapter 131, a national treasure-level landscape painting. Startled by the phone ringing again, Yasuda felt a jolt of fear. He dreaded answering the call. It was only morning, and already he had been struck by 2 thunderclaps of calamity. Who could endure such a day? Fearful though he may be, the phone must be answered. Ayada Koyu tremulously picked up the receiver and placed it to his ear. The first utterance he heard nearly sent him crashing beneath his desk. Your Excellency, a grave incident has transpired at the Heroes' Cemetery. Steadying himself against the desk, Ayada cautiously inquired, what has happened now? Following his question, he silently prayed to Amaterasu, hoping that the situation was not overly dire. Perhaps a fire in the vicinity of the cemetery would suffice, as it would at least allow for some room to maneuver. His expectations had already sunk to a low ebb. Yet, as Murphy's Law dictates, what one fears is precisely what one encounters. Your Excellency, someone has vandalized the graves within the Heroes' Cemetery, exhuming the urns and scattering the ashes indiscriminately. Upon hearing that the ashes of the nation's heroes had been desecrated, Ayada's thoughts momentarily halted, his mind a blank canvas. After 5 seconds, he sank into his chair, eyes vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling like a fool. Your Excellency, we also discovered Ryosuke Ishihara, a shareholder of Nintendo, at the scene. He is currently unconscious. We intend to use him as a pivotal point to uncover the true perpetrator of this atrocity and deliver the most severe punishment. Upon hearing the phrase, uncover the true perpetrator, Ayada's halted thoughts finally resumed their course. He queried, what is the situation with Ryosuke Ishihara? Why was he found unconscious at the Heroes' Cemetery? According to the hospital's feedback, the primary cause of Ishihara's unconsciousness was a sudden and excruciating pain. His lower body had been violently mutilated, rendering him forever unfit to be a man. As for who perpetrated such cruelty, all would be revealed once Ishihara regained consciousness. I suspect that the individual responsible for the vandalism at the Heroes' Cemetery is the same as the one who inflicted harm upon Ishihara. After processing this analysis, Ayada reached his own conclusion, suspecting that the theft from the museum, the defilement of the Yasukuni Shrine's incense burner, the desecration of the Heroes' Cemetery, and Ishihara's permanent loss of manhood were all acts committed by the same individual. At any cost, we must identify the true culprit. I shall have him ground to dust. Ayada bellowed into the phone. After his outburst, Ayada's hand trembled as he hung up the phone. The shocking revelations of the morning had left him with a tingling scalp, and the final blow nearly rendered him a victim of Parkinson's. His hand involuntarily shook. It simply could not be stilled. Observing the Prime Minister's trembling hand, his advisor rose and inquired, Your Excellency, are you unwell? Should we summon a physician? No need, Ayada replied, taking a sip of his now-cold coffee, the bitter taste slightly reviving his spirits. Let us conclude for today. I wish to be alone. The advisor bowed deeply to Ayada and turned toward the office door. Just as he was about to push it open, a loud thud echoed through the room, and upon turning around, he saw Ayada lying on the floor. The advisor gasped and hurried outside to summon a doctor. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not universally understood. Prime Minister Ayada Koi was engulfed in grief, while Ningyuan's mood was surprisingly buoyant. At this moment, he was admiring a painting on the wall, reveling in the cultural elevation it brought to his establishment. Huang Mao, do you not agree with my assessment? Indeed, Huang Mao replied absently while engaging in an online game. Ever since acquiring this painting, Ning Yuan had lauded it numerous times. Huang Mao had grown weary of hearing his praises. Ning Yuan, discerning Huang Mao's disinterest, approached him and snatched his phone. You, my friend, have been neglecting your responsibilities, consumed only by gaming. Have you even read the book I assigned you? Have you forgotten to study? Hee. Huang Mao chuckled nervously. Ninga, how could I? I read before bed every night. Really? Ning Yuan inquired, eyebrows raised. Absolutely. More genuine than gold. Huang Mao vowed earnestly. Very well then. Ning Yuan leaned against the bar. Let's put your claim to the test. Recite the memorial of the army for me. Upon hearing the request, Huang Mao's face fell, and he stammered. Must I really? Can we postpone until tomorrow? No. Did you not assert that you read before sleeping each night? You cannot even recite the memorial of the army? Just then, an elderly man with white hair approached, clasping his hands together, and smiled. Good day, Boss Ning. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Ning Yuan mirrored the gesture. Do you enjoy playing Xinfan World as well? Ha. Boss Ning, there has been a misunderstanding. I'm merely accompanying my grandson on a stroll. The old man chuckled. Ning Yuan scratched his head. I see. It's hard to imagine you gaming. Feel free to wander. There's a prize machine over there. Feel free to try your luck. You might find something delightful. Actually, I have a request. The old man hesitated. What is it? The special cancer cure is indeed gone. It's true. More genuine than gold. Ning Yuan replied sincerely. Boss Ning, you misunderstand. I am not here to purchase medicine. The old man gestured towards the painting on the wall, but rather to inquire if you would be willing to part with this painting. Rest assured, I can offer a generous price. Ning Yuan shook his head. Not for sale. We are not in need of money. At that moment, a middle-aged man with round glasses and an air of scholarly demeanor approached Ning Yuan. Boss Ning, you truly possess remarkable acumen. A national treasure such as this painting hangs casually in your establishment, unafraid of theft. He then shifted his gaze to the old man, clearly implying something. The old man discerned the insinuation and retorted coldly, I am offering a high price. Humph. The middle-aged man scoffed. This painting, a masterpiece from the Southern Song period, crafted by Li Gonglin, rivals the dwelling in the Fujian Mountains. Such a national treasure cannot merely be measured in monetary terms. Your attempt to acquire it through financial means, while underestimating its true value, is utterly disgraceful. The old man, reddening in embarrassment, stammered, Indeed, I simply adore this painting. That is why I resorted to such desperate measures. My apologies. I told you, this painting is truly exquisite. Its origins are extraordinary. Ning Yuan remarked with a smile to Huang Mao. Look at him. This is what it means to be cultured. One can expound so much about a painting. It seems I must enhance my studies. Indeed, Huang Mao quickly concurred, his mind racing with thoughts of how Ning Yuan had come into possession of such a national treasure, fearing it might lead to another scandal. Chapter 132. The true culprit is Ning Yuan. The middle-aged man, hearing Ning Yuan's praise, smiled bashfully and said, Boss Ning, you flatter me. I only possess a superficial understanding. Pausing for effect, he continued, if my memory serves me correctly, this painting was seized by the Japanese and is currently housed in their national museum. You truly are remarkable, Boss Ning. Ha. Ning Yuan took it awkwardly. I found this painting on my way to breakfast. It has no connection to the Japanese. The white-haired old man gasped. Found it? Yes. Ning Yuan noted. This morning, on a whim, I set out to buy breakfast, wandering aimlessly on the street, unable to decide what to eat. I must have strolled for half an hour, and a street sweeper was eyeing me suspiciously, probably thinking I was a thief. Just then, you won't believe what happened. He glanced around at the gathered crowd. Ninggu, did you see a painting at your feet around that time? Huang Mao interjected. Ha. Ning Yuan laughed and nodded. Finally, you've had a moment of brilliance. At that moment, I noticed something rolled up on the ground. It was the painting, and, out of curiosity, I picked it up, unrolled it, and found it to be quite lovely, so I brought it back to hang in the shop. The middle-aged man with glasses and the white-haired old man exchanged incredulous looks, internally mocking. Do we appear to be fools? Isn't this treating us like fools? Going out for breakfast and stumbling upon a national treasure-level landscape painting on the way. This is pure fantasy. Ning Yuan shook his head, declaring, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Enough of this. I'm off to play some games. You can entertain yourselves. The middle-aged man and the white-haired elder exited the high-tech shop, deeply wounded by Ning Yuan's ostentatious language. Huang Mao stood thoughtfully at the bar. In the innermost office on the second floor of the Longguo Museum, two elderly men sat across from each other, a chessboard set between them. The elder on the left stared at the board, his face etched with distress, clearly perplexed. while the elder on the right wore a smirk, leisurely savoring his tea, exuding an air of confidence. As a cup of tea passed, the elder on the left, in a fit of irritation, shuffled the pieces on the board and grumbled, "This doesn't tea count. Accidentally fell into your bait. Let's start over." "I say, old way, you're great at everything except when it comes to chess. You always play tricks," the elder on the right chuckled while sipping his tea. "I'm just unsettled by that pile of artifacts. Who could have placed items from the Neon Kingdom Museum right at our doorstep?" Wei Yin had meticulously examined the artifact that had suddenly appeared at the museum's entrance and concluded they were all genuine. None were forgeries. An expert who assisted him in the appraisal noted that these artifacts seemed to belong to the Neon Kingdom Museum. Of course, Wei Yin was aware they were indeed from there, but now they had found their way into Longguo's possession. Could they really be returned? To take a step back, these artifacts originally belonged to Longguo, having been pilfered by the Neon Kingdom. Now that they had returned, it was merely a case of rightful ownership restored. Yet, with so many artifacts missing from the Neon Kingdom Museum, chaos was inevitable. The sudden appearance of items reported lost from the Neon Kingdom Museum could potentially tarnish Longguo's reputation and provide ammunition for Western nations, a pressing concern. Some suggested temporarily sealing the artifacts, but Wei Yin promptly refused, reasoning that any concealment would lead others to believe that Longguo had plundered the Neon Kingdom Museum. He reported the situation to his superiors, who merely responded with a terse understood, leaving him in a state of agitation, akin to being clawed by a cat. Deep down, he yearned to exhibit these cultural treasures, allowing more of Longguo's citizens to witness the legacies of their ancestors. Feeling increasingly restless, he summoned Deputy Curator Lu Dahua for a game of chess to soothe his nerves. Lu Dahua, a man of deliberate pace, took a sip of tea and remarked leisurely, "You simply wish to exhibit those artifacts soon to show off, don't you?" "Not at all," Wei Yin retorted, launching a direct attack. "I want the people of Longguo to see the treasures left by our forebears. Even in haste, one must not rush," Lu Dahua replied calmly, executing a knight-esque move. But who could possibly have taken so many artifacts right under the Neon Kingdom's nose?" Wei Yin countered, advancing his pieces with determination, intent on a legitimate offensive strategy to overcome Lu Dahua. "You're like an emperor in a hurry while the eunuchs fret. I wager news from the Neon Kingdom will break by afternoon. Let us merely observe the unfolding drama," Lu Dahua said nonchalantly, preparing to counter Wei Yin's aggressive move. Wei Yin nodded, focusing intently on the chess match. Neon Kingdom, 3 p.m. After urgent medical attention, and Tianxia returned to his office, with doctors diagnosing his unconsciousness as a result of cerebral congestion. Essentially, he had been infuriated to the point of fainting. Ringing. The sudden sound of the phone startled Tianxia. Gathering his courage, he answered, bracing himself for more bad news. "First and foremost, we have identified the true culprit through Ishihara Ryosuke," the voice on the line declared. Upon hearing that the perpetrator had been found, Tianxia felt a surge of energy, eager to know. "Who is it?" "It is a Longguo individual named Ning Yuan." Here's the story after absorbing the details, and Tianxia's intent to retaliate against Ishihara Ryosuke crystallized. "What business did you have provoking him? If he can reach Mars, wreaking havoc in the Neon Kingdom is child's play." "I see. Once Ishihara recovers, we must hold him accountable for that incident at the Yasukuni Shrine." After hanging up, Tianxia was struck by a sudden notion. Could the Neon Kingdom acquire some technology from Ning Yuan through unconventional means? Recently, the lithography technology in Longguo had reached an unprecedented level, and intelligence operatives suspected that the Longguo government had received Ning Yuan's assistance. Once this idea took root, it became an inescapable obsession. He began to understand Nintendo's rationale. It was not that they were foolish. Rather, the technology in Ning Yuan's possession was too alluring, and its value was incalculable. Chapter 133. A new plan. How could they procure some technology from Ning Yuan? This was indeed a conundrum. Purchasing it with money would surely be futile. Otherwise, Nintendo wouldn't have resorted to such desperate measures as attempting to kidnap him. As Tianxia pondered, he pressed the green button on his desk, seeking counsel from the think tank members for a viable strategy. "Knock, knock. Come in," Tianxia said in a low voice. The advisor who had summoned the doctor the previous day entered, bowing before Tianxia as he approached the desk. "Prime Minister, I trust you are in good health? Please, sit." "I'm perfectly well," Tianxia replied. The advisor nodded, taking a seat opposite Tianxia, sitting upright. "I trust you are aware of the events that transpired in the Neon Kingdom yesterday. If we wish to obtain technology from Ning Yuan, what viable methods can we employ?" Tianxia addressed the matter directly. The advisor adjusted his posture, responding, "Our think tank has long analyzed Ning Yuan, And the conclusion is that we can only extract his technology through espionage. All other avenues are impractical. Espionage? Are you suggesting we send a female spy to extract his technology? And Qin Shi Huang inquired. Indeed, the advisor affirmed, his technology cannot be bought with money, nor can it be coerced through violence. Nintendo's violent approach has resulted in significant trouble. The most reliable method is to send a female spy to get close to him. Understood. And Qin Shi Huang nodded, a brilliant plan gradually taking shape in his mind. In the high-tech shop of Longguo, Ning Yuan reclined in a chair behind the bar, leisurely munching on an apple while watching videos on Bilibili. Someone has reached the Golden Core stage? He refreshed the page, captivated by a video titled The First Golden Core Cultivator on the Internet. Upon opening it, Ning Yuan couldn't help but exclaim a curse. Damn it, it's that little brat, Li Fei again. Li Fei had taken advantage in his shop twice. And now he was reaping rewards in the game, having experienced a fortuitous encounter in the city and acquiring a jade pendant containing unparalleled cultivation techniques, the liberation method, allowing him to cultivate at an astonishing pace. Within days, he had reached the Golden Core stage. Now, both in-game and in reality, Li Fei was enjoying remarkable success. In the game, he was a guest of honor to the city lord, being addressed as Master Immortal, while outside the game, he had surpassed 10 million followers online, with various businesses clamoring to collaborate with him. As Ning Yuan watched Li Fei soaring through the skies on his sword in the game, he felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. What kind of luck is this? I'm constantly bullied in games, while others find treasures at every turn. The disparity is simply staggering. Unable to bear it any longer, Ning Yuan switched off the video, stowed his phone away in the drawer, and was just about to head upstairs to retrieve the virtual reality gaming console when Huang Mao approached, holding his phone, a smile stretching across his face as he clutched his stomach in laughter, leaving Ning Yuan utterly perplexed. Have you ingested something foul? Ha ha ha, Ning Ge. You must see this on Douyin. Someone has left a rather unsightly deposit in the Yasukuni Shrine in Neon Country, and it's absolutely hilarious. Isn't it akin to defecating on the heads of the Neon citizens? Huang Mao exclaimed, chuckling uncontrollably. I thought it was something of great consequence. What, merely a bowel movement? Ning Yuan retorted, making his way upstairs for the gaming console. Wait a moment, Ningguo. Huang Mao halted him, gazing at his phone. There's a new update. According to reports from Neon Media, their museum has been robbed. Excrement was found in the Yasukuni Shrine, and the heroic cemetery has been desecrated, ashes scattered, attributed to a certain Ning Yuan, a citizen of Long Country. Ningguo, could they possibly be referring to you? Need I even say? Ning Yuan casually picked up a half-eaten apple from a bar, taking a bite. It's certainly not me. Just as well. It would be quite troublesome if they sought you out, Huang Mao responded, deliberately feigning a look of terror. Fear of what? If they dare approach, I'll make mincemeat of them, Ning Yuan declared, only to realize he had misspoken, hastily adding, moreover, this ISNTR doing. My name is as common as dirt. There must be countless others in Long Country who share it. Huang Mao nodded, pondering. Ah, I see now. These incidents are indeed your handiwork. I've been wondering about that precious landscape painting. It must have been pilfered from the Neon Museum. This matter needs to be reported at once. Seeing Huang Mao's silence, Ning Yuan prodded. What's the matter? You don't believe me? I absolutely believe. Huang Mao quickly replied, fearing that any delay would lead Ning Yuan to scold him about his lack of academic pursuits, which had ultimately led him to join this scheme. It seemed he was still expected to hit the books after all, which felt like a trap. Just as well, Ning Yuan said, retrieving his phone from the drawer, opening Douyin, and searching for news regarding Neon Country, curious about the public's opinion on the matter. As anticipated, the most liked comment read simply, deserved it. The second most popular comment proclaimed, I know who did it. It was Ning Yuan, the owner of the black technology shop. Upon reading this, Ning Yuan sighed, alas. I wish to remain low-key, yet my capabilities simply do not allow for it. After this lament, he opened another short video platform, eager to see how others were reacting. Just then, one video caught his attention. A heroic D-miner, Duke Zhangwo, had received first-class honors. Huang Mao, also watching the video on Douyin, remarked, so tragic. He has lost his eyesight due to the explosion. Ning Yuan lamented in agreement. It is indeed a pity. He is so young, and now blind. How will he navigate life henceforth? Ningguo, I believe we should buy 2 beggar-esque chickens to honor this hero, wishing him peace and health in the future. Huang Mao suggested. Indeed, Ning Yuan nodded. You are right. Don't forget to grab a few bottles of soda, as we must wish the hero joy in his future. Absolutely, Huang Mao exclaimed, hastily departing the black technology shop, crossing the street to the beggar-esque chicken establishment. The cook acknowledged him with a nod. and Huang Mao returned the gesture, pushing aside the curtain to enter the back room. Ren Ji, upon seeing Huang Mao enter, quickly extinguished his cigarette and greeted. You've worked hard. You've worked hard. Oomph. Smoking again? Huang Mao waved a hand to disperse the smoke within the room, inquiring, what is the upper management planning to do about the situation in Neon Country? Ren Ji widened his eyes. Have you confirmed that these incidents were all perpetrated by Ning Yuan? Currently, there hangs a painting from the Neon Museum in our shop. If not him, then who else? Why provoke him of all people? Isn't that inviting trouble upon oneself? This has thoroughly embarrassed us on the international stage, Huang Mao remarked with a glimmer of amusement. As for this matter, the higher-ups have stated that they will handle it, Ren Ji replied. Did they not specify how? Huang Mao pressed. She replied, somewhat exasperated. What else can they do? Minimize the situation, sweep it under the rug. Are they truly going to return the artifacts and have Ning Yuan apologize? That's just fine. I was worried some might misjudge and offend Ning Yuan, Huang Mao said. Rest assured, matters concerning Ning Yuan are of grave importance. No one will be flippant regarding such issues, Ren Ji stated solemnly. Good. Then I shall take my leave, Huang Mao said, turning to exit with 2 beggar-esque chickens and 2 bottles of cola, returning to the black technology shop. In a military hospital, Du Jiangwo lay on his hospital bed, gently caressing his military medal resting beside his pillow. He had no regrets regarding his choices, given the chance. He would once more throw himself into danger to save his comrades. Today marked his discharge from the hospital. However, he couldn't escape the harsh realities. His eyesight was gone. What of his mother? Her health had suffered over the years from relentless toil. Who would care for him now? The sound of a doorknob turning interrupted Du Jiangwo's thoughts. Du Jiangwo, your mother has come see you, announced the instructor, leading in a woman with a wrinkled face and a slight hunch. Mom, Du Jiangwo softly called, attempting to say more, but words failed him. His throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force. His mother grasped his hand without a word, tears streaming down her face. The instructor, witnessing this poignant scene, stepped out to allow the 2 heroes, mother and son, a moment of privacy. In Beijing, at the black technology shop, Ning Yuan placed a virtual reality gaming console on the bar, muttering in frustration, damn this wretched game. If I play it again, I'll be a fool. He had just been bested by an NPC in the game after laboriously completing tasks to earn 2 spirit stones. As soon as he exited the task hall, they were stolen from him. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Huang Mao leaned against the bar, relishing Ning Yuan's furious outburst. Reveling in the irony of his recent misfortune. This is what you get for playing games. How does it feel to be bested after you snatched half of my beggar-esque chicken at noon? This is karma. What are you laughing at, Huang Mao? Have you consumed something vile? Ning Yuan roared, noticing Huang Mao's suppressed laughter, which ignited his fury further as he seethed over the NPC's torment. Huh, Ningke. How was he laughing at anything? Huang Mao feigned innocence. Very well, go fetch 2 braised pig's trotters. I need something to gnaw on to soothe my temper. I've been infuriated all afternoon. Ensure they are tender. Also, grab 2 bottles of courage to venture forth. Ning Yuan commanded. On it, Huang Mao replied, speeding off on the electric scooter parked outside. After Huang Mao departed, Ning Yuan opened his phone and browsed Bilibili, seeking gaming strategies or tips about treasure chests hidden in specific locations. He was met with disappointment. Thus far, only Li Fei had managed to strike it rich through sheer luck. Others languished in their struggles. Some had played for ages yet remained mere mortals, opting to abandon their cultivation pursuits altogether to venture into business. A devoted player of the immortal and mortal world, Wang Xikong, lamented, "This game is nothing short of a trap. After dying last time, the system reassigned me to a new cultivation family. And just as I reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, I was assassinated by a rival clan as assassin. After that death, my luck soured. The system relegated me to the role of a servant in tavern, and I could not endure such humiliation. I was expected to serve those NPCs. What utter nonsense. I quit on the spot, and the tavern owner settled my wages, merely saying, 'Take care of yourself,' before walking away. Upon emerging from the tavern, he encountered a group of ruffians who obstructed his path and demanded money. Naturally, he refused to comply, and the outcome was predictable. His fists were no match for their numbers. He was dragged into a narrow alley and subjected to a brutal beating. Had it not been for the timely arrival of a few constables, he might have suffered broken ribs. The ensuing days were dire. He found himself without funds, unable to afford even a meal. After enduring 2 days of hunger, he finally managed to secure a job chopping firewood and boiling water at another tavern, which alleviated his immediate concerns for sustenance. While he faced humiliation within the game, the same fate awaited him outside it. When he stumbled upon a video from a gaming influencer named Li Fei, he was almost driven to exasperation. What kind of absurd fortune was this? Simply wandering around the city and stumbling upon treasures to acquire unparalleled cultivation techniques. How were ordinary players like himself supposed to survive? Ning Yuan felt a profound jealousy towards Li Fei's extraordinary luck. After 6 o'clock, the high-tech shop closed its doors promptly. Ning Yuan, gnawing on the braised pig trotters he had purchased from Huang Mao, watched gameplay videos from the Xianfan World game, venting his frustrations at Li Fei. So what if he has reached the golden core stage? What is there to flaunt? What do you mean, Brother Ning? Huang Mao interjected as he savored his trotters. I meant you should read more, yet you chose to raise pigs instead. Listen closely, Ning Yuan said, clearing his throat deliberately. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. One day, with a knife in hand, I will slay all the pretentious fools. When I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll post a video just to gloat and irritate Li Fei. ISNT it one day, with a knife in hand. Slay all the ungrateful dogs. Huang Mao regretted his words immediately. But before he could correct himself, Ning Yuan pressed on. Are you implying that I am incorrect? Brother Ning, you are right. Huang Mao quickly replied. It seems you harbor significant doubts regarding my gaming prowess. Hurry up and eat. Once you finish, we shall climb the ranks together. I'll show you my true skill, Ning Yuan declared as he continued to eat. As soon as Huang Mao heard the words climb the ranks, he appeared distressed, stammering, Brother Ning, I'm in the middle of reading a novel. I'd like to catch up on it tonight. Ning Yuan scoffed. Are you engrossed in some web novel? Like the war god of Huaxia returns home, discovering his 5-year-old daughter living in a doghouse, and with one command, 100,000 warriors return? Don't you ever tire of such mindless fluff? I recommend you read the high-tech Supplier. You won't need to think while reading it. It's a delightful mix of thrill and absurdity. Chapter 135, The One-Time Cellular Regeneration Medical Pod. All right, I'll check it out shortly, Huang Mao replied dismissively. Not so fast. First, accompany me for a few ranked matches. I need to regain my confidence, Ning Yuan insisted. Fine, Huang Mao replied weakly, genuinely reluctant to join Ning Yuan for ranked matches, as he was notoriously inept, yet still loved to play. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, after a series of 9 consecutive losses, Ning Yuan, panting heavily, uninstalled the game. He vowed never to play again. Whoever dared to play next would be a fool. Though the game had been uninstalled, his frustration and resentment lingered. Ning Yuan tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, plotting to track down those teammates who had betrayed him in the game and deliver a sound thrashing, warning them never to play again and refrain from causing harm. Unable to sleep, he took out his phone and began watching game videos, observing how streamers dominated their opponents. Engrossed in the spectacle of others being defeated, his spirits lifted momentarily. After finishing one video, he felt drowsy and was about to set his phone aside when a thought struck him. He remembered the task completion that granted him a chance to draw from the lottery system. He had already drawn once. Should he draw again now? This was a dilemma. After some consideration, he decided against it, reasoning that today had been unlucky and whatever he drew would likely be worthless. Yet, reflecting on his 9 consecutive losses, he reasoned that his streak of bad luck must have ended, leaving only good fortune ahead. It was time to seize this opportunity for a draw. With determination, Ning Yuan turned on the lights, positioned himself cross-legged on the bed, summoned the lottery wheel with his mind, and muttered, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Primordial Heavenly Venerable, and all the celestial deities, grant me the fortune to draw something extraordinary. After reciting his unique incantation, Ning Yuan pressed the draw button with his mind. The wheel spun rapidly, passing over an array of coveted items. A Star Destroyer, Dark Matter Generator, Dyson Sphere, Energy Battery, Anti-Gravity Device, S-Type War Robot, S-Type Family Doctor Robot, and others, before gradually coming to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a one-time cellular regeneration medical pod. A flash of silver light illuminated the room, and a rectangular black box, approximately 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, appeared. Ning Yuan's immediate reaction was disbelief. Was this not a coffin? He was still alive? Yet the system had presented him with a coffin. Was this not a cruel joke? His already troubled mood sank even lower. Nevertheless, despite his discontent, he felt compelled to investigate the coffin's peculiarities, considering it had cost him a draw opportunity. He approached the box, inspecting it for an opening mechanism. Upon examining the lid, he discovered a small black booklet resting atop it. Picking it up, he realized it was a user manual filled with technical jargon he could not comprehend, except for the part that explained its use. To operate it, one must lie inside, close the lid, and press the red button beside it, which would automatically repair damaged cells. Truth be told, Ning Yuan remained baffled by the utility of repairing damaged cells. Would it cure ailments or serve some other purpose? This coffin seemed utterly useless. Alas, luck has truly abandoned me. I am utterly cursed, Ning Yuan lamented before extinguishing the light and collapsing onto his bed. In a state of half-sleep, he imagined a beautiful woman beckoning him with a flirtatious smile. Just as he was about to approach her, a sudden urgency to relieve himself struck, and he began searching for a restroom. Despite his efforts, he could not find one and was about to resolve his predicament by the roadside when a series of knocks jolted him back to reality. Upon waking, he heard Huang Mao shouting from outside, "Brother Ning, hurry and get up. I bought 2 bowls of pork knife-cut noodles. Absolutely delicious. I'm gonna eat them now. You better hurry, or they'll congeal." "Did you have meatballs?" Ning Yuan inquired, springing from his bed at the mention of noodles. "Of course. Hurry and freshen up. If you're slow, I'll finish your meatballs. If you dare eat my meatballs, I'll chop you up," Ning Yuan retorted, slipping on his flip-flops and rushing to the bathroom. He splashed some water on his face with a towel and reached for his toothbrush, only to discover he had run out of toothpaste and forgotten to buy more. Never mind, rinsing will suffice. After rinsing his mouth, he became aware of an uncomfortable sensation. Something felt sticky in his lower region, which was quite embarrassing. He hurriedly changed his clothes, tossing the soiled ones into the washing machine and sighing in relief as he exited the room. Seeing Ning Yuan take an unusually long time to emerge, Huang Mao, while eating his noodles, asked, "Brother Ning, what were you doing? Why so slow?" "Nothing much," Ning Yuan replied, sitting down and stirring his noodles to separate the clump strands before devouring them eagerly. "These noodles taste fantastic. You've really developed a taste for good food." Hee hee. Huang Mao grinned sheepishly. "When it comes to other pursuits, I may fall short, but when it comes to eating, I'm second to none. No one dares claim the top spot. I know this street as culinary landscape inside out. For fried dough sticks, you must go to Old Zhang S on the 3rd intersection. For Xiaomai, you must visit that restaurant run by the folks from Ho Hot. For Beggar S chicken, the shop diagonally across from ours is the place to go. As for knife-cut noodles, it's undoubtedly the Shishan knife-cut noodle house at the 1st intersection. So you spend your days doing nothing but researching food?" Ning Yuan guipet. The young man with blonde hair fixed his gaze on a mobile phone beside the bowl of noodles and exclaimed, "Ninggu, let us set that aside for now. Quickly, open Douyin and watch the live stream of the mine-clearing hero, Du Jiangwo, returning to his hometown. It's utterly heartbreaking. His family is still residing in a dilapidated mud brick house from the 1950s. Is it really that dire?" Ning Yuan inquired as he retreated to his room to fetch his phone, open Douyin, and search for the mine-clearing hero. He soon discovered that the official media of Longguo, CTV, was broadcasting Du Jiangwo's homecoming journey. At that moment, Du Jiangwo was seated in a courtyard, engaging in conversation with several individuals dressed in white shirts, exuding an air of authority. The crumbling mud brick house in the background appeared precariously unstable, while millions of viewers flooded the screen with the same message: "Welcome home, hero. Hey, what do you think about donating some money to Du Jiangwo? At the very least, we could help him rebuild his house. I fear it might collapse while he's being interviewed," Ning Yuan proposed. "Ninggu, I doubt donations will be necessary. The government will surely take care of Du Jiangwo and his family," the blonde-haired youth replied. Alas, Ning Yuan nodded in agreement, continuing to slurp his noodles. The urgent matter at hand is to restore Du Jiangwo's eyesight. After uttering this sentence, an image of a black coffin suddenly flashed through his mind. Could the disposable cellular regeneration medical chamber he had extracted yesterday possibly heal Du Jiangwo's eyes? Chapter 136. Can't I just keep a low profile for once? Ning Yuan, drawing upon his scant medical knowledge, began to analyze the situation. Du Jiangwo's blindness, a consequence of his eyes being damaged by an explosion, must involve cellular destruction, right? The disposable cellular regeneration medical chamber should be capable of remedying this. Oh well. Regardless, let us give it a shot. Ning Yuan resolved as he searched for Rinji's contact number and dialed. "Hello, is this Ning Yuan? What can I do for you?" The voice on the other end was tinged with excitement. "Are you aware of the mine-clearing hero, Du Jiangwo? He works in the military, just like you," Ning Yuan inquired. "Of course. His heroic deeds are known far and wide. Could you possibly get in touch with him?" "What for?" "I have a medical chamber that might be able to heal his eyes." "What? You can cure his eyesight?" "Hang on. I'll contact him right away and ask him to come over immediately." As Ning Yuan listened to the busy signal, he muttered, "Why didn't you wait for me to finish? I said it might help, not that it definitely would. What if it doesn't work? That would be quite awkward." After hanging up, Rinji quickly dialed another number. "Hello, is this Rinji? What trouble has Ning Yuan stirred up this time?" "No trouble at all. It's actually great news. Ning Yuan claims he can heal Du Jiangwo's eyes. Contact him immediately and tell him to take the high-speed train here. Got it. I'll reach out right away. That Ning Yuan always keeps us on our toes. In the northern regions of Longguo, in a small village consisting of merely a dozen households, a remarkable commotion unfolded today. Villagers from both the village of brick houses and nearby communities gathered outside a particular home, eager to witness the spectacle. Amidst the crowd, an elderly man smoking a pipe lamented, "Jiangwo is a good lad. If not for his family's poverty, he would have already been accepted into university. Now he serves in the military and has earned accolades. Alas, alas." His sighs resonated with the others, who joined in the collective lament. Inside the courtyard, the village chief incessantly handed out jujubes to the town mayor, county mayor, secretary, and political commissar, while reiterating the hardships Du Jiangwo's family faced. The leaders, fully aware of the underlying message, promptly assured him that the state would provide assistance. The county mayor immediately pledged that the county would address Du Jiangwo's mother's employment issues and that they could relocate to the county, where living conditions would undoubtedly be superior. Other officials echoed the sentiment, promising that any future difficulties could be brought to their attention. Upon hearing this, Du Jiangwo felt a slight alleviation of his worries. Just as political commissar Wu Zhe was about to make a statement on behalf of the military, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he recognized it as an internal number. His commander was calling. He hastily stepped aside to answer. "Quickly, take Du Jiangwo to the high-tech shop and seek out Boss Ning. He can heal Du Jiangwo's eyes. The detailed address has been sent to your phone. You must hurry. High-tech shop? Understood. I'll take Du Jiangwo there at once." Political commissar Wu Zhe suppressed his astonishment as he ended the call and approached Du Jiangwo, urgently pulling him aside. "Come with me. There's hope for your eyes." "Hope for my eyes?" Du Jiangwo was taken aback, struggling to believe it. The doctor had told him that the cells in his eyes were dead and beyond repair. The crowd, equally bewildered by Wu Zhe's announcement, shared confused glances. Wasn't he had said that Du Jiangwo's eyes were irreparably damaged by the explosion? With current medical technology, how could he possibly be healed? A CTV reporter rushed forward to inquire. "Commissar Wu, are you saying that Du Jiangwo's eyesight can be restored?" "Indeed. I just received a call from the regiment, stating that Boss Ning from the high-tech shop can heal Du Jiangwo's eyes." Wu Zhe began to explain, but before he could finish, two soldiers had already helped Du Jiangwo into a military vehicle. "Commissar, let us move quickly," the soldier urged. "You two little rascals are incredibly swift." Wu Zhe chuckled as he boarded the military vehicle. The roar of the engine filled the air as the vehicle sped off like an arrow, swiftly disappearing from view. The CTV reporters and cameramen were not far behind, hastily climbing into their off-road vehicle to follow the military truck. This was undoubtedly a monumental story not to be missed. The leaders exchanged smiles of satisfaction, knowing that the prospect of healing Du Jiangwo's eyesight was a cause for universal celebration. Since CTV was live-streaming the event, viewers online soon became aware of the news. When they heard the phrase high-tech shop, the comment section erupted in excitement. "The high-tech shop strikes again. Incredible. Aside from their products being exorbitantly priced, they're flawless in every other aspect. I knew someone would complain about the prices at the high-tech shop. But think about it. Is that really a problem? Boss Ning is truly remarkable." After finishing his lunch, Ning Yuan could not resist the temptation and donned the virtual reality headset. Immersing himself in the world of Xianfan for rigorous training, he vowed to reach the pinnacle of mastery, determined to confront those malevolent NPCs who had once bullied him, teaching them that the sky is blue, the earth is dark, and that Ning Yuan is not to be trifled with. Around 4 p.m., Ning Yuan once again removed the headset in frustration. This time, he had not been robbed by NPCs, but the damage inflicted upon him was far worse. His fellow disciple, who had been a mere handyman, had advanced to an outer disciple, no longer needing to toil. This was a devastating blow to his fragile self-esteem. The customers in the shop, overhearing Ning Yuan's expletives directed at the world of Xianfan, erupted in laughter. They had seen numerous videos before purchasing their game machines. Fully aware of the game's notorious difficulty, often likened to hellish levels of challenge, they had not anticipated that even Boss Ning, the seller of the machines, would face such relentless trials. One customer in line called out, "Boss Ning, calm down. I saw Li Fei's video. He has already reached the late stage of Golden Core. You could do it too. Stop it. Please just stop." Ning Yuan lamented, biting into an apple in despair. "I admit it, I'm terrible at games. I'm just a novice, and I've only reached the 5th level of Qi training." The blonde-haired youth beside him munched on a banana, mentally scoffing, as he finally realized how bad he is. He is not just bad, he is atrocious. Another customer chimed in, "Boss Ning, don't play games for now. I'm watching the CTV live stream. It seems Du Jiangwo is about to arrive. We must prioritize saving the hero. Once we VE rescued him, I'll bring Li Fei over to give you a good beating, so you can vent your frustrations." Oh, I had completely forgotten about that. Wait a moment. How did you know I was going to save Du Jiangwo? Ning Yuan, idiot. The customer looked bewildered and replied, "This news has spread all over the internet. You didn't know? I had no idea. I was too busy gaming." Ning Yuan exclaimed as he pulled out his phone and opened Douyin, watching several short videos about Du Jiangwo. This is so frustrating. Can I just keep a low profile for once? Why does it always have to become public knowledge? Chapter 137. The Humble Ning Yuan. Upon hearing those words, the customers nearly fainted collectively, their minds echoing with disbelief. Do you truly know how to be modest? When has any of your escapades not stirred the entire Dragon Kingdom? The last time you went to Mars, it created a global sensation, as if summoned by the very mention of his name. A military vehicle and an off-road car screeched to a halt at the storefront. Four soldiers disembarked from the military vehicle, led by a middle-aged man adorned with 2 stars on his shoulders, while the remaining 3 were privates, one of whom donned sunglasses and was supported by the other 2. 3 individuals emerged from the off-road vehicle, 2 men and a woman. The woman held a microphone, while the 2 men each carried a camera, capturing footage from 2 different angles. Wu Zhe glanced up at the sign above the entrance, confirming that this was indeed the legendary black technology shop, and entered with Du Jiangwo. The interior was spacious and somewhat empty, with 2 machines resembling ATMs stationed on the right-hand side, where people were queuing at one of them. A beautiful landscape painting adorned the wall on the left, exuding charm and elegance. Below the painting, a set of sofa and coffee table rested. Directly opposite them stood a glass bar, behind which a youth with tousled blonde hair lounged casually, while a fair-skinned young man with a subtle smile attended to the bar. "Greetings, are you Mr. Ning?" Wu Zhe approached and initiated the conversation. "Indeed, that would be me. It was Renji who sent you, correct?" Ning Yuan inquired. "Pei Shi." Wu Zhe, unfamiliar with the name, quickly deduced that it pertained to an intermediary between the 2 parties, and promptly affirmed, "Yes. Renji is the one who called us here." Ning Yuan nodded, stating, "I've discussed with Renji that I cannot guarantee a cure. Consider this a precautionary warning. Do not be overly disheartened if the treatment does not yield results, for I am no deity." "No problem. If you can heal him, that would be wonderful. If not, it's of little consequence," Wu Zhe replied, forcing a smile on his face. He had arrived brimming with confidence, believing that Du Jiangwo's eyes would finally be healed, leading to a joyful outcome. However, he was unexpectedly doused with a bucket of cold water upon arrival. Du Jiangwo, upon hearing that success was not assured, felt a heaviness in his heart. He stepped forward and saluted Ning Yuan with a crisp military gesture, resolutely stating, "Mr. Ning, I sincerely appreciate your benevolence. If my eyes can be healed, that would be splendid. If not, matters not." It was Ning Yuan's first encounter with such selfless heroes, rendering him somewhat flustered as he returned a less-than-standard salute, saying, "There is no need to be anxious. The probability of successful treatment is still quite high. Should it not succeed, do not lose heart. Once I acquire more advanced medical technology, your eyes will undoubtedly be treatable. It is merely a matter of time." Millions of viewers watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement upon hearing this statement. "Mr. Ning, could you not deliver your message all at once? My heart can hardly take this." They were exasperated, having initially assumed the treatment had a low probability of success, only to learn it was quite the opposite. When did Mr. Ning become so humble? Oh my, the worry I was holding onto has finally dissipated. Not just the viewers, but everyone in the shop felt their faces shift from pale to flushed, realizing that the concern had been over the possibility of failure. How could there be so many uncertainties? If there were, the lottery odds wouldn't be so dismally low. The blonde youth gazed at Ning Yuan in disbelief, internally grumbling. "Aren't you the one who usually boasts? Why are you suddenly so cautious today, accounting for all these uncertainties? When shall we commence treatment?" Wu Zhe inquired with a smile, feeling equally helpless, his strong heart forged through years of military service, now fluttering anxiously at Ning Yuan's words. "Let's start now," Ning Yuan replied, leading the blonde youth to his room to bring down the disposable cell regeneration medical chamber to the first floor. He opened the lid and said to Du Jiangwo, "Just lie down in this chamber." "All right," Du Jiangwo nodded as the 2 accompanying soldiers assisted him into the chamber, helping him recline comfortably. Just as they were about to leave, Ning Yuan called out, "Wait. First, close the lid and press the red button on the side." The two soldiers promptly followed Ning Yuan's instructions, swiftly covering the black lid and pressing the red button. Ning Yuan consulted the instruction manual, stating, "The treatment duration is somewhat lengthy. You must wait for an hour. Looking at the clock, it will conclude at approximately 5:50 p.m. Don't just stand there. Why don't you all take a seat in the leisure area?" Wu Zhe approached the medical chamber and remarked, "No worries. We've been sitting in a vehicle for a while. Standing for a bit is fine." His heart, however, was racing with impatience, eager to see if Du Jiangwo's eyes would indeed be healed. The sentiments of the others mirrored Wu Zhe's. They fixated on the medical chamber, longing for time to accelerate, hoping to witness Du Jiangwo's eyes restore to health. Millions of viewers on the live stream echoed the same sentiment, sending messages of encouragement for Du Jiangwo. Old Master Yi Kaishan held Yi Chen's phone, exclaiming, "Du Jiangwo, you can do it! Du Jiangwo, you can do it! Grandfather, please don't be so excited. Your heart won't be able to take it." Yi Chen interjected, "Nonsense. I've traversed snow-capped mountains and crossed grasslands, battling foes amidst the bloodshed. How can my heart fail me? Look at Du Jiangwo. He has achieved first-class merit at such a young age. Then look at you, merely running a shabby cinema, dawdling daily, without even a semblance of seriousness." Yi Kaishan seized the opportunity to lecture Yi Chen. Yi Chen, looking forlorn, pleaded, "Grandfather, shouldn't you also show some concern for your granddaughter? Stop fixating solely on me. What is wrong with Xiaoya? Is she in a relationship? What does that young man do? As her brother, you must protect your little sister well. Understand?" Yi Hitong chimed in. "Dad, why are you here too?" Yi Chen asked, feeling aggrieved. Yi Hitong retorted, "What is this? Have you opened a cinema, and now you think you're all grown up? Can I not care for you anymore? Quickly tell me what is going on with Xiaoya. Don't you think Xiaoya has been acting strangely lately? She often stares at her phone and giggles to herself at home." Yi Chen replied. Yi Hitong recalled that his beloved daughter, Yi had indeed been acting that way and grew alarmed, insisting, "Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me directly, or I shall discipline you." "Grandfather, look at my dad. I'm already grown, yet he still wants to hit me." Yi Chen began to complain, hoping Yi Kaishan would side with him. Yi Kaishan coldly stated, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll be the one to hit you." Chapter 138, Restoring Light. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Chen cleared his throat, saying, "I meant to say that it seems Xiaoya has developed feelings for Ning Yuan." Yi Kaishan stroked his sparse white beard, pondering for a moment before replying. "That is a good thing. Just the other day, someone mentioned to me what Xiaoya's feelings for Ning Yuan might imply. Ning Yuan has such low emotional intelligence. He is as dense as a log. He cannot possibly perceive Xiaoya's affections." Yi Chen lamented. "Is that how you speak? That is not low emotional intelligence. That is loyalty. If Ning Yuan were a notorious playboy, I certainly wouldn't consider entrusting Xiaoya to him." Yi Hitong retorted. Yi Chen, glancing at the two formidable figures before him, summoned his courage and declared, "There is no certainty yet. You both wish to marry off my sister. How can you act as a father and grandfather like this? I'm leaving. I don't want to discuss this." With that, he stood and fled. "Come back here, you little rascal. You're becoming increasingly outrageous." Yi Hitong shouted. "Xiao Chun, ensure that you spend more time with your sister and Ning Yuan," Yi Kaishan advised. "Understood." In the black technology shop, as time ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on the rectangular, black medical chamber. And even the customers who had been queuing to purchase items gathered around. Millions of viewers watching the live broadcast began counting down: 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50. As the time arrived, the medical pod emitted a chime, and the black lid above slowly opened, revealing Du Jiangwo lying within. Ning Yuan approached for a closer look, nearly bursting into laughter. What on earth was this? Du Jiangwo's once bronze skin had transformed into a fair and tender complexion, surpassing even the most radiant of television actresses. The onlookers displayed expressions of bemusement, particularly some of the women whose eyes sparkled with admiration, thinking to themselves, "The beauty treatment was simply extraordinary." Huang Mao glanced between Du Jiangwo and Ning Yuan, finally realizing the secret behind Ning Yuan's flawless skin. He must have been lying in there every day. Perhaps he should also give a try, transforming into a beloved young heartthrob to charm the ladies. Wu Zhe, however, was preoccupied with one pressing question. He wanted to ascertain whether Du Jiangwo's eyesight had indeed improved. Softly, he called out, Du Jiangwo, wake up. Can you see anything now?" The crowd's attention was swiftly drawn back to Wu Zhe's inquiry, and a palpable tension filled the air. Millions of viewers watching the live stream were equally eager to learn about Du Jiangwo's vision. Du Jiangwo had been lost in a lengthy dream, one in which he envisioned rising through the ranks in the military, marrying, having children, and witnessing his mother grow older until one fateful day she departed from this world forever. Fortunately, he had his wife and children by his side. As time passed, he noticed the increasing wrinkles on his wife's face, a poignant reminder that he too had aged and was nearing his own departure from this life. In his final moments, as light faded and darkness loomed, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Du Jiangwo, Du Jiangwo. The voice was familiar. It belonged to his former leader, Wu Zhe. Summoning all his strength, he opened his eyes. Light flooded back, and a crowd of smiling faces surrounded him, including his old leader, Wu Zhe. Du Jiangwo, you are awake. Can you see? Wu Zhe asked, already sensing the answer in Du Jiangwo's eyes. There was nothing resembling the vacant stare of a blind man, but rather bright and lively eyes that were unmistakably those of a normal person. Nonetheless, he needed confirmation to feel at ease. Ning Yuan, growing anxious, waved his hand in front of Du Jiangwo's eyes and urged, please tell us. Can you see? Is our eyesight restored? You're driving everyone mad. His sentiments echoed those of the gathered crowd and the millions of viewers online. At this moment, Du Jiangwo finally regained his composure, recalling that he had come here for the treatment of his vision, and indeed his sight had returned. He surveyed the onlookers with keen attention, nodded, and exclaimed with excitement. I can see again. My eyesight is back. It's truly back. Tears of joy streamed down his face. Fantastic. The hero's eyesight is restored. What a blessing. Boss Ning, you are incredible. I adore you. The customers in the store erupted in applause and cheers, more thrilled than he was. The millions of viewers online were equally ecstatic, with the comments flooding in. Take programmer Xiao Wang, for instance. He had finally managed to take a day off, originally intending to go on a blind date, but instead found himself captivated by the live stream while taking a moment in the restroom. The thought of his date was swiftly cast aside. Throughout the afternoon, he held his phone tightly, fixated on the live stream, terrified of missing the pivotal moment of the hero's restored vision. When Du Jiangwo announced that he could see again, Xiao Wang's excitement propelled him into an impromptu backflip. Huang Mao was equally exhilarated, wrapping his arms around Ning Yuan, saying, Ninga, you are amazing. You are now my idol. Ning Yuan, visibly annoyed, pushed Huang Mao away, exclaiming, the TV station is broadcasting live. If you cling to me like that, people will think I'm fond of men. And how will I find a partner and marry in the future? A plump girl in the store, overhearing Ning Yuan's mention of finding a partner and marrying, shouted, Boss Ning, if you're looking to get married, you must choose me. I am your greatest admirer, and I want to bear your children. Puffed. Huang Mao, tracing the source of the voice, glanced at the girl, initially intending to laugh heartily, but suddenly felt two icy glares directed at him. Turning, he saw Ning Yuan staring him down, and the laughter he was about to unleash instantly died in his throat, leaving his face flushed and trembling. While Ning Yuan could silence Huang Mao, he could not quell the voices of the many customers and the millions of viewers online. Laughter erupted throughout the store. As a bold female customer chimed in, Don't worry, Boss Ning, with your looks, countless young ladies will surely be enamored with you. You need not fret about finding a wife. The cameraman from CTV expertly captured a close-up of the plump girl, eliciting laughter from millions of viewers. With comments flooding in, dumplings should be eaten hot, and wives should be plump. To gauge a family's prosperity, just look at the wife size. Just as Ning Yuan was awkwardly contemplating creating a metaphorical 4-bedroom apartment in the ground, Wu Zhe stepped forward to rescue him. Boss Ning, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom's military, I express my gratitude. Salute. As these words left his lips, from members of the Dragon Kingdom's military, including the now-recovered Du Jiangwo, stood in unison to salute Ning Yuan. The customers in the store and the millions of viewers online were instantly struck with respect. Since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, there has been a tradition of supporting the military, encapsulated in songs that sing of the last grain of rice reserved for military provisions and the final yard of cloth crafted into uniforms. These are not mere words. In modern times, the Dragon Kingdom faced dire poverty and weakness, yet it was this very force, embodying resilience and fearlessness, that traversed the land, securing a space for the people amidst a world of peril. The people affectionately referred to them as the People's Soldiers. Even for someone as seasoned as Ning Yuan, witnessing such a scene was unprecedented, and he promptly returned a somewhat clumsy salute, stammering, "In no problem. It was nothing, it was the least I could do." Huang Mao, watching Ning Yuan's nervous demeanor, internally scoffed, "Aren't you fearless? So you didn't know how to feel nervous." The viewers and customers alike were amused by Ning Yuan's anxious expression. Seizing the opportunity, CTV's charming reporter Wang Bing approached Ning Yuan with a microphone, sweetly saying, "Hello, Mr. Ning Yuan. On behalf of the viewers in the live stream, I extend my regards. They all say you are remarkable. What are your thoughts?" She dare not say more. Her superiors had instructed her not to pose any technical questions on the way here. Ha ha ha. Ning Yuan shyly smiled and replied, "Not remarkable, not remarkable. Just somewhat impressive. One must remain low-key, absolutely low-key." Upon hearing the term low-key, Huang Mao began to internally ridicule. Do you even know how to write low-key? If this is considered low-key, then what would be high-key? This sentiment resonated with the crowd and the viewers, all eager to voice the same question. When have you ever been low-key? Each time you create a stir, it reverberates across the nation, even the world. Mr. Ning Yuan, our identities are special, so we won't linger, Wu Zhi interjected. Ning Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Let me see you off. No, it's unnecessary, Wu Zhi insisted, waving his hands. Oh, come on. Let me see you to the vehicle, Ning Yuan insisted, leading the way to the door. The throng of people parted like the Red Sea, creating a pathway. Wu Zhi, accompanied by Du Jiangwo and 2 other soldiers, followed suit. Before boarding the military vehicle, Du Jiangwo said, "Mr. Ning Yuan, I will come to see you when I next have leave. I am immensely grateful. I truly do not know how to repay you." His eyes brimmed with tears once more. Big men Shun-Ti weep so often. Serve diligently in the military and defend our homeland. That is the best way to repay me. Ning Yuan replied sternly. Understood, Du Jiangwo nodded, stepping into the military vehicle. Until next time, Wu Zhi waved goodbye from inside the vehicle. With a roar of the engine, the military vehicle drove off into the distance. As the military vehicle made a turn and vanished around the corner, the crowd revealed their amused smiles, each silently wishing for Du Jiangwo's continued prosperity and the flourishing of Longguo. Just after the military truck departed, a CTV vehicle followed suit, and the beautiful reporter Wang Bing waved at Ning Yuan through the car window, calling out, "See you next time." Her smile was truly sweet, a testament to CTV's discerning aesthetic. "Ningguo, could it be that Wang Bing has taken a liking to you?" She waved goodbye and mentioned seeing you again, teased the blonde-haired companion as he sidled up to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan chuckled. How do you know she was specifically saying goodbye to me? Perhaps she was waving to you and saying she'll see you next time? What? The blonde's eyes widened in delight. Did she really wave at me and say goodbye? Could it be that she has fallen for me? Dream on, Ning Yuan retorted. Of course, that is absurd. She is a graceful swan soaring in the sky, while you're just a toad at the bottom of a well, completely different species. How could she ever fancy you? With that, he strode into the tech shop. Toad. The blonde's expression fell, and he grumbled. What is wrong with toads? They are now protected animals after all. The customers at the shop were amused by the banter between Ning Yuan and the blonde, and they began to chime in. Hey, I can introduce you to someone. How about it? I've got a friend whose niece is perfect for you. What do you think of me, handsome? I might consider you. The blonde, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance after Ning Yuan's jibe, was further teased by the customers. To his dismay, a rather hefty woman, possibly weighing over 300 pounds, approached him with the same intent. He shot her a disdainful glance and remarked, "This toad of mine is not worthy of a beautiful swan like you." Unperturbed, the hefty woman stepped closer, producing a Rolls-Royce key from her designer handbag. "If you come with me, this car will be yours, and so will I," she said, gesturing to herself and a luxurious vehicle parked nearby. "Come on, you're working in the shop earning mere pennies. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Take the key," urged the onlookers. "I'm terrified of you all." The blonde dashed into the shop, hiding behind the bar. Ningguo, a customer is trying to make improper advances. How is she making improper advances when she is offering you a luxury car? Ning Yuan replied, casually while munching on an apple. Seeing Ning Yuan's lack of support, the blonde fled to the second floor to hide. After a few unsuccessful calls from the hefty woman, she left a final remark, "I'll come back another day," before strutting out of the tech shop and driving off in the Rolls-Royce, disappearing around the corner. The next morning, as the shop opened, officials from the local street office arrived with drums and gongs, presenting Ning Yuan with a commendation for being an exemplary citizen. Once they departed, the blonde began to grumble. "It's all just show. They never bring anything of substance." Just then, a bin entered with 2 chickens and a basket of eggs. "Isn't that a bin?" the blonde remarked, taking the basket of eggs and the chickens from him. Ning Yuan shot him an annoyed look. "You're not even being polite. He hadn't even spoken yet, and you've already taken his things." A bin waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, Boss Ning. I came to deliver these. The chickens are free-range, exceptionally tasty, and the eggs are organic. Now that I've delivered them, I'll be on my way." "Wait," Ning Yuan called him back. "Stay and have a meal with us. It's rude to let you leave just like that." Since you're here, let us have lunch together and try my cooking. Just then, Yi entered with bags of ingredients. Today, let me show you my culinary skills, she said sweetly to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan yelled. What has this sudden urge to cook? What has gotten into you? Why? You don't want my cooking? Yi Chen chiming. Of course I do. But I have a question, Ning Yuan replied. What question? Yi asked as she headed toward the stairs. I was going to ask how someone as clumsy as you can manage to cook, Ning Yuan teased, laughing. With those little arms and legs. Can you even lift a pot? Hey, you're finished. How dare you call me clumsy? Yi exclaimed, dropping her ingredients and charging at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan retreated while saying, I'm just speaking the truth. Why are you so fierce, you crazy woman? With those little short legs, you think you can catch me? Dream on. Ning Yuan, stop right there. How dare you call me short-legged? You better not let me catch you. Yi shouted. The blonde and Yi Chan watched the playful chase upstairs and downstairs, internally rolling their eyes at their childish antics. Amid the commotion, a sumptuous lunch was laid out on the table, featuring dishes like cucumber salad, sweet and sour tomatoes, cold tofu skin, shrimp in oil, chicken stew with mushrooms, scrambled eggs with scallions, sweet and sour ribs, and the essential candied pork knuckle. Let us start with the pork knuckle skin, Ning Yuan declared, grabbing a piece and savoring its rich, succulent flavor, full of collagen. After finishing with the skin, he moved on to a piece of tender meat, seasoned to perfection and bursting with flavor. His next target was the chicken stew with mushrooms, with the chicken being firm and juicy, the free-range variety living up to its reputation. The mushrooms soaked in broth were the essence of the dish, offering a delightful blend of tastes. The scrambled eggs with scallions and the sweet and sour ribs were equally delectable. Ning Yuan devoured 3 pieces of ribs, relishing the perfectly balanced sweet and sour sauce with a hint of saltiness. Just as he was about to try the oil-braised shrimp, he spotted a peeled shrimp on Yi's plate, swiftly snatching it and exclaiming, delicious, absolutely fresh. You actually stole my food. Yi began to protest, but her phone rang. Hello? I thought you were at the library. What do you want? I'm inviting you to go shopping this afternoon. Where are you? I'm at the tech shop. I'll be there soon. Bye. Minutes later, the table welcomed a new guest, Shu Yulan. The blonde observed her intently, suspecting something was amiss despite not being able to pinpoint exactly what it was. According to intel from Renji, Shu Yulan was the daughter of a wealthy businessman. Her social connection straightforward, spending most of her time reading in the school library. This made him question whether he was just being paranoid, seeing issues where there were none. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Shu Yulan was approaching Ning Yuan with ulterior motives through Yi. Since Shu Yulan's arrival, the previously lively atmosphere at the dining table turned somber. Everyone was engrossed in their meals, the chatter fading away. Shu Yulan, sensing the odd atmosphere, first offered a piece of sweet and sour rib to Abin, cheerfully saying, don't just eat, have some vegetables too. Abin, taken aback, hadn't he expected such kindness from the stunning beauty, hastily expressing his gratitude. Next, Shu Yulan warmly served each person, even peeling a shrimp for Ning Yuan and placing it on his plate. The initially somber atmosphere gradually transformed into a lively one thanks to Shu Yulan's efforts. The crowd resumed their chatter and laughter, engaging in friendly banter. However, Yi remained somewhat despondent, her heart heavy as she observed Shu Yulan peeling shrimp for Ning Yuan, which stirred feelings of discomfort within her. The shrimp were her purchase, and it irked her that Shu Yulan had taken it upon herself to peel them. Earlier, Yi had deliberately placed an unpeeled shrimp in the serving dish, hoping Ning Yuan would come over to snatch it up. Yet now, with Shu Yulan's arrival, she felt overshadowed and invisible. She vowed that the next time she visited the black technology shop, she would avoid conversing with Shu Yulan altogether. Yi Chan discreetly glanced at Yi, inwardly chuckling. Now you know the urgency, don't you? Huang Mao, witnessing Shu Yulan's overly attentive demeanor, felt an innate dislike, yet refrained from expressing it, aware that one should not retaliate against a smiling face. As he pondered how to ensure Shu Yulan would never return to the black technology shop, another spy from Neon Country approached Ning Yuan. At the Prime Minister's residence in Neon Country, and Tian Xiaoxiong scrutinized a photograph for a moment before exclaiming, Ah, Ms. Kawashimi Yumi is truly a stunning beauty. She will undoubtedly enchant Ning Yuan and bring him to his knees beneath her skirts. He continued, we plan to open a shop next to the black technology store, with Ms. Kawashima adopting the alias Lu Wei, becoming the proprietress. A strategist seated across from Tian Xiaoxiong smiled, clearly pleased and confident in this plan. What kind of shop are we talking about? Will it sell? And Tian Xiaoxiong inquired. Adjusting his posture, the strategist replied earnestly, based on our intelligence. Ning Yuan has a particular fondness for gourmet food, Hence, we intend to establish a restaurant specializing in Dragon Country's culinary delights. So far, we have considered a spicy hot pot restaurant and a braised food shop. Indeed, and Tian Xiaoxiong nodded, feeling optimistic about this venture. After a moment's thought, he added, I believe the braised food shop would be more advantageous. From what I know, men from Dragon Country enjoy purchasing braised delicacies while drinking. The strategist stood, bowing to Tian Xiaoxiong, and asked, Do you have any further instructions? If not, I will return to make specific arrangements for this matter. Go ahead. And Tian Xiaoxiong replied with a smile. The strategist quickly exited the office. In the black technology shop in Dragon Country, after lunch, a bin was the first to leave, citing work commitments for the afternoon. Soon after, Yi Chun, and Shu Yuan departed as well. Ning Yuan seized the opportunity to don his virtual reality gaming headset, diligently practicing in hopes of surpassing Li Fei. Only Huang Mao remained, tidying up the workspace. While taking out the trash, he suddenly noticed the neighboring shop was moving. This shop sold solar water heaters and bathroom products. Chapter 141, Upgrade to Level 1 Store. Huang Mao approached with a smile, asking, Did the landlord raise the rent again? Why are you closing down? We're from Qianlima Moving Company. A young man wearing a baseball cap replied. Oh. Huang Mao nodded and re-entered the black technology shop. The following morning, when Huang Mao went out to buy breakfast, he saw that the sign for the neighboring shop had changed to Wei Braised Meat Shop. A large pressure cooker was placed at the entrance, hissing as steam escaped, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. A woman, clad in a plaid apron and possessing a voluptuous figure, stepped out. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old and smiled at Huang Mao as she said, Hello, are you here to buy braised meat? Our shop is newly opened, and we have a promotion. Buy 2 pounds of pig head meat and receive 2 ounces of braised pig liver for free. Ah, I'm from a neighboring shop, just browsing, Huang Mao stammered, feeling flustered. The woman's beauty and grace were utterly captivating. Her eyes seemed to pierce through to one's soul, and her smile revealed dimples that added a touch of charm. Her voice soft and warm, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze that caressed the heart. Even with Huang Mao's considerable self-control, he found himself utterly entranced. You're from a neighboring shop? Then we shall be neighbors from now on. My name is Lu Wei, she said, extending her hand. Huang Mao hurriedly shook it, noting her slightly rough yet strong grip, indicative of someone accustomed to hard work. This somewhat alleviated his concerns, given that a shop had suddenly opened next door, accompanied by such a delightful beauty. Huang Mao, you carry on with your work. I have something to attend to, Huang Mao quickly said before making a hasty exit, the enchanting fragrance lingering in the air, compelling him to flee lest he succumb entirely to her allure. Lu Wei watched Huang Mao's retreating figure and murmured softly to herself, Huang Mao, what a peculiar name. In the dining area of the black technology shop, Ning Yuan approached Huang Mao and sniffed the air before sitting down to eat a bun. What are you up to? He inquired. Nothing much, Huang Mao replied, looking bewildered. Ning Yuan's gaze turned icy as he remarked, If you did nothing, why does it smell so heavily of perfume? I could smell it from 2 miles away. Don't tell me you were buying buns and got the scent from the shop owner's perfume. Did you go to meet some young lady? Let me tell you, those women are to be avoided. Be careful, or you might meet your doom. Ningo, I didn't tea. Huang Mao protested, his face a mask of innocence. It's the perfume from the female owner of the braised meat shop next door. Huh? What did a braised meat shop open next door? I wasn't aware of it. Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow. Huang Mao sighed. It just opened today. I exchanged a few words with the owner while buying breakfast. A few words? And you got her perfume on you? Ning Yuan took it. Huang Mao cleared his throat and bashfully admitted, I even shook her hand. Her grip is quite strong. She seems like a diligent and frugal woman. Most importantly, you haven't mentioned, is she exceptionally beautiful, captivating you to the point of distraction? Ning Yuan does it. He. Huang Mao chuckled, scratching his head, choosing to remain silent. Time flew by quickly, and a month later, after finishing the last piece of pig head meat and the final sip of beer, Ning Yuan returned to his room, ready to pull out his phone for some ranked matches to educate the unruly youth. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind, followed by the long-awaited electronic voice of the system. Task completed. Reward: Lucky Spin X2, promotion to junior supplier, store upgrade and renovation. Task: overall store revenue must reach 50 billion. New product: all-purpose nanny robot. Price: 5 million per unit. Special options: none. Discount: none. Completion reward: Lucky Spin X3, a moon villa, and a 7-day, 7-night trip to the moon. Store upgrade commencing. Store renovation in progress. Store upgrade completed. Upgraded to level 1 store. Specific renovation items: exterior walls, glass, doors, signage, addition of 4 black technology claw machines, for black technology blind box machines, 1 black technology automatic redemption machine, 1 black technology juice machine, 1 black technology soda machine, and 8 black technology vending machines. Note, for this upgrade renovation, the host bears 50 of the costs. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Thinking, what does this mean? Isn't this a reward? What must I pay? The system, however, remained unfazed, continuing its monologue. Store level. Level 1, lowest. Level 10, highest. Each store upgrade will increase corresponding facilities. Supplier level. Novice, junior, intermediate, advanced, special, top tier, stellar, cosmic. As levels rise, access to higher tech products will gradually be unlocked. Young man, diligently sell your goods, swiftly elevate your store and supplier ranks, and become the most enigmatic and illustrious supplier in this universe. As the system's final words echoed, Ning Yuan hastily retrieved his mobile phone to check his bank account balance. The more he looked, the colder his heart became. Eventually, he collapsed onto his bed, clutching his chest, utterly overwhelmed by the harshness of reality. Unable to accept it for a moment, all his money had vanished, including the over $1 billion he had extorted from Ningping. To be fair, it wasn't entirely gone. He still had $1 million left. Yet, in comparison to his former wealth, this paltry sum was akin to a drop in the ocean, rendered practically worthless. After about 5 minutes, Ning Yuan finally composed himself, exhaling a long sigh. Decades of hard work, and I've returned to square one overnight. Who can fathom the anguish within my heart? I rise early and toil late, running a small shop, engaging in minor trades. Was it truly so easy for me? In one fell swoop, they've drained my finances. Is this not akin to robbery? Is there no law? No justice? At this juncture, Ning Yuan, unwilling to accept the grim truth, meticulously rechecked his bank account balance, only to be met with the same cruel reality. His funds had indeed diminished to a mere $1 million. I can't go on like this. I might as well end it all, Ning Yuan lamented, as he repeatedly slammed his head against the pillow. After several attempts, he rolled off the bed and unleashed a series of wild punches, exclaiming, "Isn't it just money? Must I seek death over this? Money is but a nuisance. I can earn it again. What's the big deal?" Yet it seems there is indeed something significant. My money, it's all gone. With that, he began to feel sorrow once more. Chapter 142. A dramatic transformation in the store. Though he felt dejected, Ning Yuan was still eager to witness the fruits of his investment. After all, he had spent a considerable amount in renovations. Stepping out of his room in flip-flops, he harbored a flicker of hope, only to find that the second floor remained unchanged, devoid of any signs of renovation. This only deepened his despair. After spending so much, there's no difference at all? Is this not a scam? The second floor may have been stagnant, but surely the first floor must have undergone some transformation. Ning Yuan rushed down the stairs, and upon reaching the first floor, he was left utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. This was beyond absurd. Had they conjured this from thin air? The first floor had transformed to such an extent that he could scarcely recognize it, were it not for the landscape painting hanging on the wall. He might have thought he had entered another establishment altogether. Goodness! Ning Yuan gasped in astonishment, embarking on a tour of the space. After a cursory inspection, he noted that the first floor had been divided into 3 distinct areas: an entertainment zone, a relaxation zone, and a shopping area, each separated by sleek silver-black frosted glass. The entertainment zone featured 4 claw machines, 4 blind box vending machines, and a towering prize redemption machine. True to the system's tradition, all the machines were black, with the exception of the redemption machine, which also operated using a bank card. Initially, Ning Yuan contemplated trying his luck at the claw machine, but upon glancing at the price displayed on the electronic screen above, he promptly abandoned the idea. A single attempt cost a staggering 100,000. What madness is this? Why not just rob a bank? He thought incredulously. Unable to afford the claw machines, he shifted his attention to the blind box vending machines, rationalizing that a mere blind box might sell for a few thousand. Given his current worth of $1 million, he could still purchase one for a bit of fun. Yet, upon checking the price displayed above the blind box machine, he nearly cursed aloud. It was also priced at 100,000. Who in their right mind would spend that much on a blind box? One must be utterly deluded to do so. The same goes for the claw machine. Who would pay 100,000 for a single attempt unless they had lost their wits or suffered a grievous blow to the head? Ning Yuan concluded that this entertainment zone was undoubtedly a failure, unlikely to generate any significant revenue for the store. It seemed the system was squandering his funds on frivolities. In the shopping area, 8 colossal vending machines reached toward the ceiling, all in the same obsidian hue. Ning Yuan noted that the operating procedure remained unchanged. Insert the bank card, enter the password, then align one's face with the electronic screen. The product ID would be bound to one's facial recognition and iris, rendering it impossible for anyone else to utilize the stolen item. The system had set a daunting task: achieve a revenue of 50 billion, with each multifunctional nanny robot priced at 5 million. He calculated that he would need to sell 10,000 units. The challenge was that a single nanny robot cost 5 million, an astronomical figure for the average person. Only the wealthy could afford such luxuries, and they were but a minority. It would take ages to reach that sales target. The promised reward was a lunar villa and a week-long trip to the moon, a tantalizing prospect. He envisioned arriving with various ingredients, hosting a barbecue on the balcony of the lunar villa while gazing at Earth, live-streaming the experience for viewers as they indulged in skewers. The thought alone filled him with bliss. Alas, the arduous task loomed, and his dream of a lunar getaway seemed distant and uncertain. As for the 3 lottery chances, Ning Yuan had completely disregarded them, having lost faith in the potential rewards after countless attempts yielded nothing of value. The only worthwhile prize had been a miniature, invisible anti-gravity aircraft, while everything else remained utterly useless. Regardless, Ning Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction with the shopping area. The once small and shabby vending machines had been replaced with 8 towering giants, and just from the size and appearance alone, he felt his money had been well spent. In the relaxation zone, he was equally pleased to find an expansive black circular sofa. Whether sitting or reclining, it offered remarkable comfort. The landscape painting he had salvaged from the Neon Country Museum was now encased in a transparent glass frame above the sofa, allowing him to appreciate the artwork while resting. The opposite side of the sofa featured a sleek black L-shaped bar, with 5 circular adjustable black stools placed around it. A rocking chair was nestled within the bar, and Ning Yuan decided that he would enjoy playing virtual reality games from this chair in the future. On the bar, 2 machines reminiscent of those found in self-service restaurants awaited. These machines followed the system's customary design, all in pure black, each equipped with a bank card slot and a touchscreen for password entry. The only distinction was that one machine was labeled juice while the other read soda. Ning Yuan initially intended to grab a soda to sample the system's beverage offerings, but upon seeing the price displayed on the electronic screen, he nearly fainted. 1 cup of soda cost 1,000. This was tantamount to daylight robbery. The juice machine bore the same price, 1,000 for a single cup. Ning Yuan simply could not fathom who would be foolish enough to pay such an exorbitant amount for a drink. Once again, he thought, unless one had lost their mind or suffered a severe blow to the head, who would spend 1,000 on a beverage? After surveying these areas, Ning Yuan redirected his attention to other aspects of the renovation. The system had mentioned improvements to the exterior walls, glass, doors, and signage. He first examined the walls closely, feeling their surface. Aside from a new silver-black hue, which exuded a sense of technological sophistication, they felt somewhat akin to a matte phone case, with no apparent extraordinary features. The glass was much the same. He ascended to the 2nd floor to scrutinize the windows in his room, only to find that they were, indeed, just windows. Frustrated by the sense of being swindled by the system, he returned to the 1st floor, ready to voice his outrage if the doors had not changed significantly. After spending so much, he expected at least some noticeable alterations. Fortunately, the doors had undergone a transformation. The original door was divided into 2 sections. The outermost part was equipped with a retractable iron roller shutter, serving as a security measure, while the inner part consisted of 2 glass doors. However, the situation has changed. The glass doors remain, but the outer roller shutter has been replaced by a solid black iron panel. Ning Yuan opened the glass door and approached the iron panel, upon which a pair of silver eyes materialized, followed by an electronic voice announcing the completion of a scan. Identity information has been recorded, including facial recognition and iris data. Please provide fingerprint and voice print authentication. Chapter 143. The exhaustion of the blonde-haired boy. What does it mean? How can I authenticate my fingerprint and voice print? Ning Yuan inquired. Voice print information has been recorded. Please provide your fingerprint, came the reply. Understood. Ning Yuan raised his arm and placed his entire palm against the iron panel. Fingerprint information has been recorded. You have been granted the highest level of access. Astonished by the enchantment of the door, Ning Yuan was interrupted by the exclamation of the blonde-haired boy behind him. Wow. Ninggu, when did the store acquire so many things? When did they get added? The walls had transformed into a dark hue, the door had changed to black, and numerous machines had appeared. How did everything change so drastically? Turning back, Ning Yuan spoke mysteriously. Do you wish to know how all this came to be? The boy nodded eagerly. But how could it change? There was no indication of change when we closed up this afternoon. Are you truly curious? Ning Yuan asked once more. The boy nodded again, his face serious. I really want to know. Never mind. Ning Yuan shook his head. The truth is rather frightening. I fear you might not be able to accept it. So let us leave it unsaid. Ningguo, please tell me. You can't leave me hanging like this. If you don't say it today, I want to be able to sleep tonight. The blonde-haired boy pleaded with a pained expression. All right, I suppose I shall divulge, Ning Yuan said. Do you believe in ghosts? I don't. The blonde-haired boy shook his head. Actually, all these items were brought in by ghosts, Ning Yuan stated, his expression darkening. After a pause, he added, these ghosts took 10 years from my lifespan and 15 years from yours. Huh? The boy gasped. Ningguo, are you serious? Does that mean I'm destined to die in another 10 years? Ning Yuan's face grew solemn as he patted the boy's shoulder and sighed, of course. That's a lie. You actually believed such nonsense? How adorably foolish. Ningge, the boy lamented, you nearly scared me to death. I'm not even married yet. If those ghosts took away 15 years of my life, how will I manage to live? Enough. A grown man shouldn't be whining like a child, Ning Yuan remarked disdainfully. Yet the boy remained undeterred and leaned closer to ask, Ningguo, what is truly going on? It's a secret. Refrain from prying into matters of society, Ning Yuan replied, walking back to the iron panel and placing his hand upon it. The electronic voice chimed again. Fingerprint authentication successful. Iris verification successful. Facial recognition successful. Please proceed with voice print verification. Open the door, Ning Yuan commanded. Voice print verification successful. As soon as the electronic voice concluded, the iron panel slowly ascended. The blonde-haired boy was once again astonished, having been baffled by how everything had transformed within mere hours since they had last closed up. Though he found it perplexing, he promptly reported the information, leaving the higher-ups to grapple with the implications. He was utterly exhausted. Stop standing there foolishly. Come out and see the store that I painstakingly renovated, Ning Yuan called, jolting the blonde-haired boy from his stupor. He hurried outside and followed Ning Yuan's gaze, only to be mesmerized by the sight before him. The sign that once read Black Technology Store had been replaced with the 6 silver characters Black Technology Supplier, and the previously pinkish-white exterior walls had turned a gleaming silver-black, reflecting a metallic sheen under the streetlights. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Ning Yuan asked with a smile, suddenly feeling that the money spent was somewhat justified. Ningguo, this is incredible. It resembles the architecture from a sci-fi film. The blonde-haired boy exclaimed. Indeed, I invested billions, pouring 99% of my assets into this. Could it not be impressive? Ning Yuan declared, lifting his chin. Billions? 99% of your wealth? Will you still be able to pay our salaries next month? Shouldn't we lower our food standards? The boy inquired cautiously. Had you not reminded me, I would have forgotten. Next month's salary will likely be tight, and our food standards will indeed have to decrease. No more lavish feasts. Breakfast will be just a bun each, a single vegetable dish for lunch costing $250, and for dinner, a bowl of plain noodles each. You have no objections, do you? None at all, the blonde-haired boy replied with a pained expression as he entered the store. As long as there are no objections, that's good, Ning Yuan said, standing at the entrance. He ordered, closed the door, and like the iron panel, the door slowly descended. Ningguo, you must leave me a key. How will I fetch breakfast tomorrow? The boy protested. What breakfast? Didn't I just say 1 bun each? Ning Yuan retorted. The boy looked reluctant. Ningge, you are like a starving camel that's still larger than a horse. Once we open tomorrow, we can sell our goods and earn back the money, right? Life is about enjoying food and drink. If we deprive ourselves in that regard, what is the point of living? Fair enough, Ning Yuan noted. Your words today are quite profound, akin to a pig wearing a bra, layered and compelling. I shall heed your counsel this time. He. The blonde-haired boy scratched his head and smiled shyly. Increase a person's access rights, Ning Yuan instructed the door. Please verify. He quickly pulled the blonde-haired boy to the front of the door. Scanning. Complete. Facial recognition recorded. Iris data recorded. Please authenticate fingerprint and voice print. Quick. Place your hand on the door and say something, Ning Yuan urged. Oh, the boy hurriedly complied. Registration successful. Minimum access level granted. With this access, you may open the door twice each day. All right, let us sleep. Tomorrow, make sure to entice visitors to play the claw machine and the blind box. Your salary next month depends on it, Ning Yuan stated before heading upstairs. The blonde-haired boy rushed back to his room to relay the information to Renji, urging him to check the surveillance footage to uncover how the exterior of the 2-story building had changed so drastically. It couldn't possibly have transformed out of thin air. Such phenomena were beyond scientific explanation. It was utterly absurd. Upon receiving the blonde-haired boy's message, Renji was equally taken aback and promptly reviewed the footage. Not for the sake of monitoring Ning Yuan, but rather, it had been installed for Ning Yuan's protection following the previous kidnapping incident. After pulling up the footage, Renji dragged the progress bar to the time just after the black technology store had closed and began to watch intently. After reviewing it several times, he found himself bewildered. At 9:05:15 p.m., the store's exterior remained pink and white. At 9:05:16 p.m., a dense white mist suddenly enveloped the black technology store. By 9:05:17 p.m., the mist dissipated, revealing a dramatically altered facade. Chapter 144. The Authoritarian Iron-Headed Boy. This was truly astonishing. Renji found himself at a loss for words. He watched the footage several more times, but could not discern any logical explanation. He subsequently submitted the video footage to his superiors, leaving those leaders to grapple with the headache. He was utterly exhausted. The following morning, after Ning Yuan and the blonde-haired boy finished their congee and baked cakes, they both descended the stairs and approached the store entrance. Ning Yuan uttered the command to open the door, and the iron panel slowly ascended, allowing customers to trickle in. With simultaneous smiles, Ning Yuan and the blonde-haired boy greeted. "Welcome. What is going on? Has the sun risen from the west?" Even Boss Ning is enhancing service quality now. The store has undergone a remarkable transformation, boosting a futuristic ambiance. When I last visited to purchase a cutting-edge laptop, the establishment was in disarray, with only 2 machines on display. However, upon my return yesterday to acquire a virtual reality gaming console, I found it to be quite different. Ning Yuan. Upon overhearing some customers mock the quality of service and deride the former dilapidated state of the store, felt compelled to teach these individuals a lesson, believing it would be a disservice to his wounded spirit not to do so. Dear esteemed patrons, both new and returning, Ning Yuan cheerfully announced, our store has been upgraded, now featuring claw machines and blind box dispensers. With just a modest expenditure, you can obtain genuine cutting-edge products. Huang Mao eagerly chimed in. Our boss has invested a monumental sum in this upgrade. Today marks the first day of operations post-renovation, and the odds of winning are exceptionally high. Skeptical yet intrigued, some customers ventured toward the entertainment area, most of whom were referred by friends who had specifically advised them to merely purchase items and leave, cautioning against playing the lottery machine, which was said to be a trap. You may want to play once or twice, but don't get carried away. That lottery machine is a scam, and you won't win any high-tech products. Where's the virtual reality gaming console? One customer called out from the shopping area. I'm afraid we have very limited stock of the gaming consoles and have temporarily ceased sales. We now have an all-purpose nanny robot available for viewing, Ning Yuan replied. Disappointment washed over the customers upon hearing that the virtual reality gaming consoles were unavailable, as they held little interest in the nanny robot, having real-life maids at home. When will the virtual reality gaming consoles be back in stock? One customer inquired desperately. If you're eager to play, try your luck at the claw machines. I must now dedicate myself to training, as Li Fei has been increasingly arrogant, claiming in gaming videos that no one will ever reach his level, Ning Yuan said as he made his way to the break area. Customers shook their heads in dismay. Ning Yuan remained unchanged, indifferent to their feelings, providing no advance notice of the stock depletion. Had they known, they would have arrived earlier to make their purchases, leaving them only to salivate over gaming videos. Their only hope now rested on the claw machines. Many customers were determined to snag a gaming console through the claw machines, and the entertainment area quickly filled with eager participants, each machine surrounded by clusters of people. Huang Mao, ever the opportunist, stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the excitement. Inside the claw machines were a collection of black teddy bears, each adorned with a silver tag detailing various products, including virtual reality gaming consoles, cutting-edge laptops, and high-tech smartphones. Customers, seeing the 100,000 yuan per attempt price tag, felt it was manageable, reasoning that with a gaming console priced at 3 million yuan, capturing a bear tag with it within 30 tries wouldn't be a loss. Huang Mao, however, held an entirely different perspective, recalling the previous disappointment with the lottery machine. He considered both the claw machines and blind box dispensers to be mere money traps. While one might make a small profit, Ning Yuan would always come out ahead. His suspicions were soon validated. A well-dressed young man attempted to win for over 10 tries without success. Each time, the mechanical claw would grasp a bear, only for it to slip away just before reaching the exit. Frustrated, he shielded his view with one hand while inputting his bank card password with the other, continuing this cycle until he was alerted to insufficient funds. He had already spent over 5 million yuan. Onlookers regarded the young man with a mix of sympathy and ridicule, akin to observing a fool. Originally intending to leave, he was incensed by the mockery and called home to request an additional 2 million yuan, re-entering the fray. He was determined that with over 7 million yuan invested, surely he would yield a worthwhile reward. Could this claw machine truly be more deceptive than the lottery system of Penguin Company? If he could just snag a bear with a virtual reality gaming console tag, he could regain some semblance of dignity. Alas, aspirations prove grand, while reality remains stark. After 19 attempts, the young man emerged empty-handed, wiping the sweat from his brow. He took a deep breath, steadied his resolve, and maneuvered the joystick, positioning the claw directly above the nearest bear. His hopes had diminished to merely wishing to capture any bear. After confirming the claw was precisely aligned, the young man inhaled deeply and pressed the button. The claw descended slowly, capturing a bear, and he anxiously guided it toward the exit. Just as it neared the opening, the bear, slippery as an eel, wriggled free, plummeting back into the machine. A collective gasp of disappointment echoed from the spectators. Huang Mao stifled a laugh, remarking, "This is truly a case of a stubborn fool. If you can't win, why keep trying? Why engage in a battle with it?" At that moment, the young man's mind buzzed. He was utterly bewildered. Over 7 million yuan squandered. After a brief stint at the claw machine, his funds evaporated. This was his allowance for the next 3 years, and with it gone, he pondered how he would manage his future. In a fit of rage, he imagined smashing the claw machine and exacting revenge on the detestable Ning Yuan. Yet, this thought was quelled by his father's warning. When shopping at the cutting-edge tech store, never offend the owner or cause trouble. If you do, you'll no longer be my son. Ultimately, the young man exited the tech store under the pitying gazes of the crowd. A few undeterred individuals attempted the claw machine once more, only to leave empty-handed, solidifying the notion that it was merely a money pit. Thanks to the prior experience with the claw machines, the blind box dispensers did not extract as much money from customers. Most patrons purchased a single blind box in a gamble for luck, only to find a silver note reading, "Thank you for your patronage." At last, the customers understood why their friends had warned them against playing the lottery machine. The experiences with the claw machines and blind boxes illuminated just how unscrupulous the cutting-edge tech store truly was, dark and devoid of integrity. A few customers, having lost 200,000 yuan in the entertainment area, sought respite in the break area, hoping for solace. They noticed 2 self-service beverage machines at the bar, feeling a flicker of comfort, believing that at least there were free drinks to enjoy. Alas, they were mistaken, as they reached for the disposable paper cups beside them. Eager to indulge in a complimentary beverage, they were suddenly struck by the realization conveyed in the silver lettering above the vending machines. Each cup cost a staggering 1,000 yuan. Upon closer inspection, they noted the card slot beside the machine and the small electronic screen above it for entering passwords. Everything became clear. These 2 vending machines were yet another scheme to extort money. The establishment was riddled with traps. Huang Mao, observing the pained expressions of the customers, who looked as if they had been constipated for a week, almost burst into laughter. He had not noticed the vending machines' pitfalls until that very morning. Earlier, feeling parched after purchasing breakfast, he had recalled the self-service beverage machines at the bar and decided to quench his thirst. Upon entering, he had shared the same expression of disbelief as the current patrons when he saw the outrageous price. Charging 1,000 yuan for a drink was clearly a ploy to ensnare the gullible. Among the customers, Wu Junjie maintained a clear perspective. He never engaged with claw machines or blind boxes, avoiding such games of chance entirely. His intention today had been to acquire a virtual reality gaming console for relaxation. Although a businessman, he seldom ventured out beyond necessary social obligations and daily work. At home, he preferred to spend time with his wife and children or enjoy single-player games. He had previously purchased a high-tech laptop from a boutique known for its cutting-edge technology. It performed admirably, rendering even the most demanding single-player games with cinematic quality through its advanced hardware and software optimizations. However, the advent of virtual reality gaming rendered the laptop somewhat obsolete. Regrettably, he had not succeeded in purchasing the virtual reality console today, but he found solace in the prospect of acquiring a multifunctional robotic nanny. Such a device would undoubtedly alleviate his wife's burdens, granting her more time to rest and enjoy personal moments. Having built his fortune from the ground up, he cherished the unwavering support of his wife, who had always been against hiring help, deeming it an extravagant expense. Although manageable at first, her responsibilities had grown significantly with the arrival of their second child. Thus, purchasing a robotic nanny today felt like a timely decision, one that would lighten her load. At 5 million yuan per unit, the robotic nanny was not exorbitant. Given his wealth in the billions, this acquisition was a mere trifle. He planned to tell his wife he had purchased it for 500,000 yuan. With this thought in mind, Wu Junjie retrieved his crocodile leather wallet, extracted his bank card, inserted it into the slot, entered his password, and confirmed the transaction. The electronic screen flashed, indicating successful binding of his personal ID. With a hum, a door above the vending machine opened, and a stunning young woman clad in a sleek black dress leaped down, her figure strikingly alluring. As the door closed behind her, she spoke first. "Master, my name is Xiaohei. I am capable of cleaning, cooking, caring for children, singing, and protecting you and your family." Wu Junjie was taken aback by the revelation that the robotic nanny was such a beautiful girl, nearly indistinguishable from a real person. He felt the 5 million yuan was well spent for such an impressive high-tech product. The other customers, witnessing the appearance of the attractive robotic nanny, exchanged mischievous glances and chuckled lewdly, inserting their own bank cards in the slot, eager to procure their own robotic companions for further exploration. Huang Mao, upon seeing the robotic nanny, contemplated suggesting that Ning Yuan acquire one for their store. As the atmosphere was too heavily male-dominated with just the two of them and the muscular 250 robot, a female presence will be a welcome change. Meanwhile, Lu Wei from the adjacent deli approached Huang Mao with a smile, saying, "Huang Mao, I made too many dumplings for lunch. You should come over and eat." Startled, Huang Mao turned to see her and quickly responded, "No need, we'll cook for ourselves." Yet, Lu Wei's insistence, claiming she had too many dumplings to finish alone, was almost enchanting, and he ultimately nodded with a shy smile. The customers in the store noticed Lu Wei's presence, teasing Huang Mao. Ning Boss's charm is formidable. A beautiful woman is offering him dumplings. Her name is Lu Wei. She runs the deli next door, and her delicacies are delightful. Anyone fond of marinated dishes should pay her a visit, Huang Mao added. Lu Wei, hearing this, greeted the customers with a radiant smile, leaving them quite captivated, as they vowed to purchase some of her culinary offerings. As noon approached, Ning Yuan, having just slammed down the virtual reality gaming console in frustration, found himself in a predicament. Not due to NPCs, but because he had failed to advance in the assessment to become an outer disciple. "Ninggu, don't be upset," Huang Mao consoled. "Lu Wei from the deli invited us for dumplings." "Why would she invite us for dumplings?" Ning Yuan inquired. "She said she made too many and can't finish them alone," Huang Mao replied earnestly. "That's not right." Ning Yuan rose, shaking his head while pondering. "Is it possible that Lu Wei is enamored with my handsome visage, hence the invitation?" Huang Mao coughed awkwardly, unsure how to respond, internally critiquing. "Must you be so vain? Lu Wei merely wants to share a meal. Why are you coughing? Are you unwell? Am I right?" Ning Yuan preset noticing Huang Mao silence. "Ning Ge? How would I know? I'm not a mind reader," Huang Mao retorted, suddenly remembering he needed to relay this news to Yi Ya, claiming Ning Yuan was about to be snatched away by another. Ning Yuan nodded, lifting his chin. "Let us go, dumplings await." Huang Mao, witnessing Ning Yuan smoke demanor, felt a strong urge to kick him playfully, imagining the sound of a donkey braying, but he refrained, knowing better than to provoke him. After ushering out the remaining customers, Ning Yuan closed the store door and accompanied Huang Mao into the deli. It was his first time entering a restaurant owned by such a beautiful proprietor, while Huang Mao frequented the place for its marinated dishes. The decor of the deli astonished Ning Yuan, exuding a vintage charm with old photographs adorning the walls and antiquated furniture, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an art gallery rather than a deli, were it not for the visible array of marinated delicacies in the transparent display case. Emerging from the kitchen, Lu Wei cheerfully called out, "You're here. Please sit. The dumplings will be ready shortly." Ning Yuan nodded in response, taking a seat at a square table beneath the photo wall, with Huang Mao quickly following suit. "Why sit next to me? I prefer not to be close to men," Ning Yuan remarked disdainfully. Huang Mao lowered his voice. "Ninggu, there are only 2 long benches. If I sit across, Lu Wei will be on the other side. You don't want her next to you, do you?" "True, but keep your distance," Ning Yuan replied, just as Lu Wei emerged with 2 plates of dumplings. Huang Mao promptly retrieved 3 sets of chopsticks from the kitchen. "Enjoy. I'll prepare more dumplings." Lu Wei placed the plates on the table, but was halted by Ning Yuan's urgent call. "No need to boil more. This is sufficient." Lu Wei chuckled and said, "You 2 big men can't possibly be satisfied with such a small amount. Don't be shy. Go ahead and eat. I'll be right back after I finish what I have to do in the kitchen." Indeed, how considerate of you," Ning Yuan remarked, picking up his chopsticks. "Ning Ge, you wouldn't have taken a liking to Lu Wei, would you?" Huang Mao inquired from the side. "And what if I have? What if I haven't? What business is it of yours?" Ning Yuan retorted, lifting a dumpling and taking a bite, savoring the rich broth within, filled with his favorite lamb and carrot filling. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's response and observing his expression while eating, Huang Mao thought to himself, "This is not good. Lu Wei has truly captivated Ning Yuan. I must urge Yi to act swiftly, ideally to pin Ning Yuan down today, finalize matters, and secure the marriage certificate to eliminate any lingering thoughts. Eat up. What are you daydreaming about? Ning Yuan exclaimed as he noticed Huang Mao staring blankly ahead, as if enchanted. What? Have you developed feelings for Lu Wei? Huang Mao snapped back to reality, hastily grabbing a dumpling and saying, even if I did have feelings for her, she would never look my way. I'm just a penniless nobody. What woman would be interested in me? What nonsense are you spouting? Rest assured, when it comes to you finding a wife, I will take care of it. We may lack in many areas, but we certainly aren't short on money. Spend more time with Lu Wei and strive to win her over quickly. Don't embarrass me. Ning Yuan's words almost caused Huang Mao to twist his waist in surprise. What's going on? Ninggu, weren't you just saying you like Lu Wei? Huang Mao asked, bewildered. Who told you I liked Lu Wei? Ning Yuan replied, while continuing to eat. But you just praised her for being so considerate. Huang Mao exclaimed. Ning Yuan set down his chopsticks, sighed, and said, our paths are different. I likely shall never marry in this lifetime. Upon realizing he could live for around 500 years, he had decided to forego marriage entirely, unwilling to endure the heartache of watching loved ones pass away one by one. Right now, it's quite satisfactory. I've traversed into this parallel world, devoid of any relatives, with no burdens. One person's satisfaction ensures the entire household is fed. Lu Wei emerged from the kitchen, a plate of dumplings in hand, smiling as she said, with such a fair and handsome appearance, wouldn't it be a pity not to marry? Ha ha. Ning Yuan chuckled awkwardly. After all this fuss, let's just sit down and eat. Yes, let's eat, Huang Mao chimed in. Lu Wei smiled as she placed the dumplings on the table, neatly folded her apron, hung it on a nearby rack, stretched lazily, sat down, and poured a little vinegar into each person's bowl. She picked up a dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and said while eating, delicious, the seasoning is just right. Yes, yes, yes. Huang Mao laughed in agreement, recalling how Lu Wei's stretch had revealed her alluring figure, nearly captivating him once more. Ning Yuan remained silent, focusing intently on his dumplings. He perceived Lu Wei as a bewitching enchantress, akin to the seductress Daji by King Zhou's side, her every smile and gesture evoking the most primal desires within a man. I can no longer frequent this delicacy shop. Otherwise, my vitality will inevitably be siphoned away by this enchantress. Observing the two men's awkwardness, Lu Wei mused, it appears this task will be completed swiftly. The difficulty seems minimal, far simpler than previous endeavors. Though this boss Ning possesses astonishing high-tech capabilities, he remains a man, and no man can escape my grasp. I am confident that within 6 months, I will have this man wrapped around my finger, much like the previous unsavory men who fell at my feet, eager to offer everything in hopes of earning a smile from me. Chapter 147. An overwhelming sense of jealousy. In the San Juan area of the capital, within the Greenland Villa district, Wu Junjie led his newly acquired robotic maid into his villa. Daddy, daddy. A little girl with pigtails ran towards him, exclaiming, hug me, hug me. Wu Junjie lifted his daughter, smiling. Have you been listening to your mother at home? I have. This morning, I recited a Tang poem. Who is this sister? The little girl asked, pointing at the robotic maid. She is a robot named Xiao He. Wu Junjie replied with a smile. Hello, my name is Xiao He. It's a pleasure to meet you, the robot said, making a funny face that sent the little girl into fits of giggles. As Wu Junjie carried his daughter towards the living room, he continued speaking. Her name is Xiaowen. You will play with her from now on. By the way, how often do you need to recharge? I am equipped with an internal energy battery, theoretically requiring a charge every 3 years. I can convert solar energy into electricity, and if I am often outdoors, my charging time will extend based on the circumstances. I have already bound my secondary privileges to your daughter. I will play with her, protect her, and take care of her, Xiao He said cheerfully. Very good. Wu Junjie nodded, marveling, truly a product of cutting-edge technology. This is a genuine intelligent robot, a world apart from those artificial intelligences on the market. Daddy, I want to play with Sister Xiao He, the little girl declared, struggling to escape Wu Junjie's embrace. Wu Junjie set her down with a smile. Go play, but don't run too fast. Be careful not to fall. Just as he finished speaking, the little girl tripped over a toy on the floor and was about to fall when Xiao He swiftly caught her. Impressive, Wu Junjie observed, pleased by Xiao He's quick reflexes. She is indeed remarkable. Not only can she play with your daughter, but she can also entertain you. Descending the stairs was a woman of graceful appearance and ample figure, her phoenix eyes fixed intently on Xiao He. Darling, you've misunderstood. Wu Junjie approached the woman with a smile. She is a robotic maid. She cooks, cleans, and looks after the children. I brought her home to lighten your load, so you have more time to rest and pursue your interests. If she can do everything, then you might as well live with her. After all, I'm already a faded flower, the woman retorted angrily before turning to ascend stairs. Wu Junjie hurried after her, saying, "She's just a robot. Why are you so jealous?" "Am I jealous?" The woman halted and replied, "Even if you bring home a real person tomorrow, I wouldn't care." Wu Junjie grasped her arm and said, "Xiaoyan, don't be upset. I'll sell the robot later. If you sell the robot, your daughter will be upset." Zhao Xiaoyan observed her daughter playing happily with the robot in the living room, and her jealousy subsided a little. She pulled Wu Junjie towards the bedroom, saying, "You owe me a proper compensation today." Wu Junjie lowered his voice. "Isn't it inappropriate to do this in broad daylight? Our daughter is still here. It's fine. Our daughter is having a great time with the robot. We haven't been intimate for half a month. Today, I expect you to deliver on all fronts. Lest you wander elsewhere," Zhao Xiaoyan said, disregarding Wu Junjie's protests as she led him into the bedroom, locking the door behind them. Afternoon. Ning Yuan lounged in a rocking chair, digesting his meal while scrolling through Douyin. The dumplings he had consumed at midday had left him quite stuffed, as Lu Wei had persistently piled them onto his plate, and he had indulged without restraint, resulting in a pleasantly bloated belly. "Ningge, get up and exercise." Huang Mao called from outside the counter as he walked by. "You ate too much at noon, and now feel uncomfortable. Exercise? I prefer to sit rather than stand, and to lie down rather than sit. I'll take a quick nap. You can work out by yourself," Ning Yuan replied, adjusting his position and closing his eyes. "What a lazybones," Huang Mao muttered under his breath about Ning Yuan, then began to exercise. 10 minutes later, he gave up. Working out was certainly not as comfortable as sitting, so he settled on the sofa and resumed scrolling through Douyin, where one particular video about robotic maids caught his attention, surprisingly trending on the hot list. The trending topic on Douyin was ignited by Wu Junjie, who, after an exhausting afternoon, was finally released by his wife, who had been thoroughly satisfied. She had even placed a pot of yam and old hen soup, along with Lu Wei Di Huangwan, on a nightstand for him to savor while it was still warm to replenish his strength. At the moment he was enjoying the soup, Zhao Xiaoyan had already departed with their daughter and the robotic nanny. "Xiaoyan, do you prefer Xiaohong or your mother, Zhao Xiaoyan?" she inquired, driving while glancing at her daughter. Although she was aware that Xiaohong was merely a robot, she couldn't shake off her discomfort. It resembled a human too closely, and she felt an unsettling fear that her husband, daughter, and son, who was at school, might develop an affection for Xiaohong. Initially, she had intended to leave Xiaohong behind, but her daughter insisted on bringing it along. This incited a profound sense of crisis and jealousy within her. She recognized that her jealousy was irrational and unfounded, yet she could not help it. Ultimately, she was terrified that her daughter, husband, and son would grow fond of Xiaohong and gradually drift away from her. "Mom, of course. I love you, and I also like Xiaohong. She tells many stories." Xiaoyan's words eased Zhao Xiaoyan's anxious heart slightly. She inwardly chastised her excessive jealousy, feeling ridiculous for competing with a robot. Regardless of how remarkable this robot was, it could never usurp her place in her daughter's heart. "Remember, once we arrive at the amusement park, do not run off. Be cautious of strangers who might take you away, and you may never see your mother again," Zhao Xiaoyan cautioned while searching for a parking spot, as today was the day she had promised her daughter a trip to the amusement park. Xiaoyan nodded eagerly, chirping, "I'm the best baby. I want to ride the carousel." Just as Zhao Xiaoyan was about to respond, the screeching sound of tires against the pavement pierced the air, instinctively drawing her attention. A rugged SUV was hurtling toward the side of her car at an alarming speed. The sharp noise had captivated the attention of bystanders, who turned to witness the black SUV rampaging through the streets like an enraged bull. After colliding with a young man on a shared bicycle, it continued its reckless path toward a Porsche. "Oh no," the onlookers lamented, understanding that at the current velocity of the SUV, the occupants of the Porsche would be severely injured, if not worse. Zhao Xiaoyan screamed in terror, momentarily paralyzed, her mind blank as she stared at the approaching vehicle. In those fleeting moments, she suddenly snapped back to reality, flooring the accelerator in a desperate attempt to evade the collision. Alas, it was too late. As she caught sight of the middle-aged man's grim visage behind the wheel, despair engulfed her. Just then, Xiaohong unexpectedly appeared in her line of vision, miraculously shielding her from the impending crash. A deafening screech echoed as the SUV finally came to a halt, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning rubber. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyan had already driven far from the SUV. The bystanders stood in stunned silence. "Who is that? A superhero?" they murmured, astonished at how a mere individual managed to halt a rampaging SUV with her bare hands. Some quickly pulled out their phones to capture the extraordinary scene. After watching the footage on Douyin, Huang Mao felt a chill run down his spine. He contemplated the implications of repurposing such a nanny robot for combat. Who could withstand that? Excuse me, is it possible to purchase such a robot here? A balding middle-aged man approached Huang Mao, pointing at his phone. One like that superhero robot in the video. Wow, news travels fast. I just watched the video, and you're already here. Your speed rivals that of Chow Chow. Huang Mao exclaimed in astonishment. The balding man chuckled. I happened to be passing by. Oh, Huang Mao nodded, gesturing toward the shopping area. You can buy robots from the vending machine over there. Before he could finish, the balding man dashed toward the shopping section. It wasn't that he didn't want to hear the young man's words. Rather, a large group of people had suddenly surged into the store, and he had no desire to wait in line. The robotic nanny sold at the high-tech store had inexplicably surged in popularity due to the incident. Anyone with a bit of wealth sought to acquire a nanny robot, if only for the assurance of being saved in critical moments. Zhao Xiaoyun's attitude towards Xiao Hong underwent a dramatic transformation. Upon returning home, she even chose a piece of her clothing for Xiao Hong to wear. Grateful that Xiao Hong had saved both her and her daughter from peril, to express her gratitude to her husband for bringing home such a remarkable robot, she resolved to reward him generously later that evening. Ning Yuan awoke to the raucous sounds emanating from the store, observing the bustling atmosphere akin to a marketplace, and murmured, "There are certainly many wealthy individuals in Longguo. It seems achieving our sales targets won't be too challenging." "Ningguo, what are you talking about? What sales targets?" Huang Mao inquired as he approached. "Stay out of societal matters," Ning Yuan replied, retrieving a bottle of cold cola from the bar, taking a few sips before asking, "Why have so many people suddenly come into the store?" "The nanny robot is trending," Huang Mao replied. "Of course. I was asking why it's trending again." Ning Yuan retorted, "Someo hat irritated." Huang Mao stepped behind the bar, grabbed a bottle of cola, and said while drinking, "It's all over the internet that a nanny robot single-handedly stopped an SUV and successfully rescued a mother and daughter." Ning, you should keep up with the news instead of being immersed in virtual games all day. For instance, can I borrow your gaming console for a few days? Hee. Is that why you're circling around, hoping to play the virtual reality console? Ning Yuan remarked, picking up his phone to search Douyin for the nanny robot. And indeed, it had climbed the trending charts again. Ahem, Huang Mao cleared his throat, bashfully saying, "Ningguo, you've been playing for so long. Can you let me play just once?" "Shoo." Ning Yuan raised a finger to his lips, signaling Huang Mao to be quiet, as he was watching the testimonial of the nanny robot from the person involved. In the video, Zhao Xiaoyun sat alongside the robotic nanny, detailing the entire ordeal of how the robot had saved her and her daughter, while also showcasing its various functions and advantages. The viewers were once again astonished by the products launched by the high-tech store, and the comment section was filled with iconic remarks. "Enough talk. Let us discuss the price. Please let me die in peace. My monthly salary is 1,800. When can I purchase a beautiful nanny robot? I'll ask my friend, is this beautiful nanny robot realistic?" The emergence of the nanny robot inevitably attracted attention from various quarters. Ren Ji, upon witnessing the robot's ability to single-handedly halt a speeding SUV, felt momentarily stunned before two words sprang to mind: war. If the nanny robot's programming were altered and it were equipped with a firearm, it would become an unmitigated killing machine. At a military weapon research institute in Longguo, a dozen top scientists gathered in a conference room, repeatedly watching a segment of the video. Approximately half an hour later, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a square face, clad in military attire, entered the conference room, drawing the attention of everyone present. "Comrades," he addressed the assembled scientists, "what thoughts arose after watching this video?" "I thought about the future of warfare." "What about you?" The scientists exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Upon first viewing the video, their initial reaction was disbelief. Surely, with the current level of technology, such a robot could not exist. Even for the world's leading technological nation, the lighthouse country, producing such an advanced robot would be impossible, to put accurately. They couldn't even create the materials for such a robot's exterior. Yet the truth remained undeniable. A robot with such immense strength had indeed been brought into existence. After a brief silence lasting several seconds, someone finally spoke. The first utterance was not concerning the robot itself, but rather about a peculiar shop. What manner of establishment was this so-called black technology shop? What accounted for the plethora of advanced technologies, nay, black technologies, within its walls? And who was the enigmatic proprietor behind it all? This inquiry resonated with the crowd. They had devoted lifetimes to the study of robotics, yet yielded no results. Suddenly, a domestic robot emerged, boasting a flawless array of functionalities, precisely the robot they had long desired. Just when they presumed it to be the product of a renowned research institution, they were informed that it originated from a modest shop. Upon hearing this revelation, they instantly recognized the shop in question. Undoubtedly, it was the Black Technology Shop. This establishment was nothing short of a game-changer. The previous time the proprietor, Ning Yuan, had ventured to Mars, they had watched the entire event unfold via live stream. It was rather embarrassing, for many in the research institute had insisted that producing a mature robot would require no less than a century of dedicated research. And yet, here appeared a domestic robot that left them all feeling thoroughly humiliated. Now, they were eager to uncover the true nature of the Black Technology Shop. What made it so formidable? As the middle-aged man heard the words Black Technology Shop, he let out a rueful smile and said, "Comrades, I empathize with your sentiments. Let us not engage in a futile comparison of whose technology is more advanced. That would be self-defeating. Furthermore, let's not allow the presence of the domestic robot in the video to skew our perspectives." Indeed, a bespectacled, slender, and seemingly gentle young man stood up and declared, "We must rally and pursue these advancements with fervor. How can we justify the enormous annual investments made by our country otherwise? I propose we acquire a domestic robot for our research endeavors." His suggestion was met with unanimous approval. As many echoed, "We must procure a robot post-haste for reverse engineering. The technologies encapsulated within it are exceedingly advanced. Mastering even one of them would yield tremendous benefits for us. Let us seek approval from our superiors swiftly. We must accelerate our research efforts." The middle-aged man, observing the fervor with which they sought to study the domestic robot, smiled wryly once more. Based on his knowledge, anything emerging from the Black Technology Shop was nigh impossible to disassemble, let alone study the underlying technologies. In a secret laboratory within the infamous Area 51 of the Lighthouse Nation, the unfolding events echoed his thoughts. The domestic robot lay quietly on a bed while a group of golden-haired, blue-eyed citizens stood nearby, their eyes filled with delight as if beholding a piece of art. "Oh my, what a perfect robot!" exclaimed a tall man with an aquiline nose. "Let's begin. I wish to examine its internal structure, hoping it is as impeccable as its exterior." Before him stood two young men, each equipped with a small cutting tool. Ready to proceed, one of the more robust youths hesitantly gestured with the cutter against the robot's arm, saying, "Given that we have found no dismantling points despite employing various methods, I intend to cut off one of its arms directly. Please forgive my crude approach." The crowd turned their gaze toward him, offering affirmations. Taking a deep breath, the young man activated the cutting tool. The abrasive wheel whirred to life as he gazed upon the lifelike robot, momentarily paralyzed by hesitation. He switched off the cutter, awkwardly chuckling, "I can't do it. It looks too human for me to harm." "Well then, allow me," stepped forward a slender young man with the cutter. Without further ado, he activated the tool and directed it toward the robot's arm. The onlookers fixated on the whirring wheel. As soon as the wheel made contact with the robot's arm, an alarm blared, followed by a robotic voice. "Please cease all current actions immediately. Please cease all current actions immediately." Ignoring the warnings, the young man pressed on with determination. Applying greater force, the abrasive wheel screeched against the robot's skin, yet the seemingly delicate exterior remained unscathed, leaving merely a faint black mark. After several minutes, he finally halted the cutting tool, wiping the sweat from his brow, and remarked, "We should switch to laser cutting. The robot's outer skin is exceptionally resilient. Ordinary cutters cannot penetrate it." Unspoken, the crowd recognized the truth in his words. They had not anticipated that the robot's skin was composed of an unknown high-tech material, soft to the touch, yet impervious to their tools. If they could unlock the secrets of this material, it would undoubtedly lead to immense wealth and fame. Merely selling this material could easily elevate one to the status of a billionaire. The man with the aquiline nose, filled with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Every technology embodied in this robot surpasses contemporary understanding. If we can decipher even one of its secrets before anyone else, riches, beauty, and power shall be ours." He erupted into cheers, as did the others, caught up in his fervor. Moments later, the robot was positioned on the laser-cutting platform. At the command of the aquiline-nosed man, a red laser beam ignited and began its slow approach toward the robot's arm, the crowd's anticipation palpable. As the laser drew nearer, their excitement mounted. Previously, numerous methods, including X-ray examinations, had failed to reveal its internal structure. Now, they were on the verge of discovery. However, what transpired next would haunt the aquiline-nosed man for the rest of his days. As the laser reached the robot's arm, it emitted a stern warning. "Please immediately cease all acts of intentional destruction, or self-destruct protocols will be initiated." "Should we pause?" someone queried. Observing that the scorching laser had failed to sever the arm, leaving merely a deep black mark, the aquiline-nosed man, agitated, retorted, "No. Continue cutting." I refuse to believe a mere robot can withstand my efforts. When the laser passed over the arm a second time, the robot uttered 4 fateful words, initiating self-destruction. What followed was an unforgettable moment that would fill the aquiline-nosed man with regret for all eternity. The robot's body suddenly split apart, revealing a transparent orb crackling with electricity, which floated out and emitted a series of sizzling sounds. Before the onlookers could comprehend the unfolding events, the orb burst forth with an overwhelming brightness. The aquiline-nosed man instinctively shielded his eyes, and an earth-shattering explosion followed. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital, the nurses exclaiming the news of his awakening to the attending physician. From the doctor, he learned that his survival was nothing short of miraculous. When he had been brought to the hospital, he resembled a charred log, with his legs and arms missing, leaving only the upper half of his body intact. Had it not been for the detection of vital signs, no one would have believed he was alive. Gazing at the hospital's ceiling, a profound sense of regret enveloped him. If granted another chance, he would keep as far away from that damned robot as possible. Chapter 150, The Blinding White Light. The explosion of the military's secret laboratory in Area 51 of Lighthouse Country was handled with remarkable discretion. Curiously, on the very same day, several clandestine laboratories across the world's major powers experienced similar explosions, resulting in varying degrees of casualties. Notably, the Dragon Country was not among them. Thanks to the intelligence provided by Huang Mao, the information relayed to the higher-ups stated, "I understand your anxious sentiments, as I too feel the urgency. However, these matters cannot be hastened. Based on my current observations, the caretaker robots, like other products, are unbreakable. And I even suspect that attempting to breach their security carries a certain degree of peril. Ning Yuan's dedicated robot, 250, is particularly dangerous, and the caretaker robot is presumably a simplified version of 250. Should any anomalies arise during the hacking process, cease immediately. This is imperative. Lastly, please investigate an individual named Lu Wei, who has opened a braised food shop next to the Black Technology store. I have my reservations." Ning Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that the emergence of the caretaker robots had led to the loss of several scientists in various nations. Had he known, he would have surely laughed heartily, mocking those who, lacking the means, ventured into precarious endeavors, only to meet their demise. At that moment, he stood at the entrance of the shop, munching on sunflower seeds offered by customers while enjoying the spectacle. On the opposite rooftop, a delivery boy was perched atop an advertisement. Firefighters, police, and ambulances had arrived, and an air cushion lay below. "Ningke, this has been going on for nearly half an hour. When will this person come to his senses? My neck is getting sore," Huang Mao remarked while peeling an orange. "Can't you hear?" Ning Yuan exclaimed, snatching the orange from Huang Mao's hand. "He insists on seeing his girlfriend. He says he will only come down if she arrives. Another lovesick fool, who will end up with nothing. Ningge, let him be. Why are you stealing my orange?" Huang Mao replied, exasperated, just as he had finished peeling it. "What? You're displeased that I took your orange? It seems I must remind you about the story of Kong Rong sharing pears," Ning Yuan retorted. No, not learning. You're scaring me," Huang Mao stammered, hastily changing the subject. "Ningge, I didn't hear anything from that distance." "How did you? You can't hear?" Ning Yuan questioned, postflet. "Not at all. A normal human wouldn't hear anything from this distance," Huang Mao replied. Ning Yuan concentrated, straining to listen, and indeed, he could hear the delivery boy lamenting, recounting his struggles of working 3 jobs daily, scraping together 100,000 as a dowry, only to have his girlfriend of 5 years run off with a wealthy heir, set to marry someone else the next day. A police officer, just 5 or 6 meters away, was urging the delivery boy to see reason. "You can find another girlfriend. If you lose your life, you lose everything." After hearing this, Ning Yuan could only think, "Brother, your girlfriend was kind enough not to take that 100,000. You should be laughing under the covers at night. And talk of suicide? With that money, treat yourself at a spa and forget all your troubles." "Ningke, you really heard that? Don't tell me you're just boasting." Huang Mao expressed disbelief. "What do you mean, again? I've noticed you've been increasingly cheeky." Ning Yuan was about to educate Huang Mao when a gasp from passersby interrupted him. The delivery boy on the rooftop, without warning, leapt from his perch. "Whoa!" Huang Mao gasped beside him. Ning Yuan watched as the delivery boy executed a rather clumsy dive, landing on the air cushion, bouncing back up, and repeating this 3 times before finally coming to a stop. Just as he was about to critique the boy's dismal landing style, he felt someone grasp his arm. Looking down, he noticed the delicate, fair hand gripping him was unmistakably feminine. As he followed the arm upward, he nearly lost his composure. So pale. Two perfectly rounded spheres were strikingly white. A soft, enchanting exclamation echoed in Ning Yuan's ear, followed by a hand blocking his view. He reluctantly shifted his gaze upward, still met with an astonishingly fair neck, slender like that of swan. However, the real distraction was the alluring collarbone that held his attention captive for a moment longer than he intended. Have you had your fill of gazing? A soft, melodious voice whispered in his ear. If you don't mind, perhaps you could remove your hand so I could take a closer look, Ning Yuan replied. Fixing his gaze on Lu Wei, she flashed a coy smile and said, Come, let us head back to my shop. We can take our time. Huang Mao, witnessing Lu Wei's flirtation with Ning Yuan, muttered a curse under his breath, calling her a seductress, and interjected, Ninggu, look, the guy is rolling around on the ground again. ISNT, he just wasting public resources? Let him be. It's not like we have anything better to do. Ning Yuan said, subtly extracting Lu Wei's hand from his arm, only for her to reassert her hold, pressing closer. In broad daylight. Why do you cling to my arm? Ning Yuan could not contain his curiosity. Lu Wei replied with a triumphant grin, You've seen me completely. What is wrong with me holding your arm? Who saw you completely? Don't speak nonsense, Ning Yuan admonished in a lowered voice. Lu Wei chuckled. You looked at all the right places, and even some that weren't meant to be seen. Are you going to deny it? Are you trying to lead me to commit a crime? Be careful, or I might act on this, Ning Yuan said, inching closer to Lu Wei, hoping to intimidate her. To his surprise, she showed no fear, lifting her chin defiantly. Come on, if you don't take action, you're not a man. Ning Yuan exhaled deeply and whispered into Lu Wei's ear, You wishful thinker. Remember, I'm the man you will never possess. For a moment, Lu Wei was a loss for words, pausing before exclaiming, Everyone, look over here. I have an important announcement to make. Listen to me. The crowd, previously focused on the delivery boy's antics, turned their attention to Lu Wei. Seizing the moment, she continued, From this day forth, I will pursue Ning, the owner of a neighboring store, until he becomes my husband. As soon as the words left her lips, the crowd erupted in cheers. Ning, just give in. Be together. Be together. What are you waiting for? Quickly agree. Chapter 151. The Arrogant Song Yulong. Ning Yuan was taken aback by Lu Wei's audacity and whispered, Have you lost your mind? I haven't lost my mind. I genuinely like you. I've liked you since the first time I saw you, Lu Wei confessed. Just as Ning Yuan was contemplating his next move, Huang Mao stepped in to rescue him. Hold on for a moment. The brave soul who jumped from the building is coming over. From his expression, it seems he intends to cause trouble, even with 2 lifetimes of courage. He wouldn't dare, Ning Yuan replied, extracting his arm from Lu Wei's grasp and hastily entering the shop, genuinely concerned about Lu Wei's seriousness. As he fled, Lu Wei watched him go, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. The first step of her plan had succeeded. She knew these men far too well. They may say no, but their bodies often betray them. With a smirk, she returned to her shop. Huang Mao, observing Lu Wei's retreating figure, muttered another curse, seductress, and shifted to block the entrance for the delivery boy, saying, Buying things? Welcome. Causing a ruckus? Not welcome. I'm not causing a ruckus. I want to buy a black technology phone, the delivery boy replied. Didn't you just jump off a building? Why not take a rest instead of seeking out a black technology phone? Huang Mao expressed his profound bewilderment at the delivery boy's absurd behavior. Just moments ago, my girlfriend sent a message via WeChat, stating that if I were to purchase her a cutting-edge smartphone, she would consider reconciling with me. The delivery man, his expression taut, remarked, Brother, let me offer you some advice. Take the money you've saved, lead a modest life, and show filial piety to your parents. Abandon these frivolous pursuits. I was unwilling to accept this. I had treated her with such kindness, yet she had run off with the son of a small businessman. Was it not all about money? Just as I was contemplating this, a sleek Porsche pulled up outside, and a young man with slick back hair and sunglasses emerged from the vehicle. He approached the delivery man and lowered his sunglasses slightly, revealing half of his eye. Grinning as he said, Well, if at ISNT, the worthless Tang Hao. My apologies, let me correct myself. It's delivery man Tang Hao now. Your girlfriend has been calling you worthless Tang Hao in my presence, so I momentarily misspoke. No, let me clarify further. She isn't your girlfriend anymore. She is mine. Song Yulong, I swear I will kill you. Tang Hao, his eyes aflame with rage, shouted, losing all semblance of reason as he lunged at Song Yulong. Murder! Officer! Someone is trying to kill me. Song Yulong shouted as he ran away, the very police officer who had just advised Tang Hao against despair, not far off. Quickly rushing to the scene, Ning Yuan stood inside the shop, shaking his head at the unfolding melodrama, and called out, 250, restrain that Tang Hao. We must avoid a situation that spirals out of control. A shadow darted down from the upper floor and swiftly pulled the unhinged Tang Hao back into the shop. Let me go. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. Tang Hao screamed, struggling against his captor. Ning Yuan stepped before Tang Hao and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, exasperated as he remarked, "Where is your sense? Someone set a trap for you, and you didn't even think to look before leaping in." Just then, the police entered the shop. "Tang Hao, what is going on?" One of the officers inquired. Nothing at all. I was just shouting in frustration," Tang Hao replied, now regaining his composure. The thought that had flickered through his mind, that if he had truly struck Song Yulong, he would likely face imprisonment, calmed him. "Officer, he was just threatening to kill me." Song Yulong rushed in to play the victim. Unable to bear it any longer, the delivery man stepped forward and said, "Murder is not a trivial matter. You stole someone's girlfriend and now wish to imprison him? What a vile heart you possess. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" Song Yulong retorted angrily, infuriated that someone had dared to disrupt his plans. Seeing Tang Hao not succumb to despair, he promptly sent a WeChat message urging Tang Hao to buy the cutting-edge smartphone, hoping to keep him occupied and prevent his escape. He then made his entrance, keen to provoke Tang Hao, reigniting his previously quelled emotions. He thought to himself that if Tang Hao dared to lift a finger against him, he would hire the best lawyer to ensure Tang Hao faced a lengthy prison sentence. The delivery man, equally incensed at the audacity of Song Yulong's words, longed to unleash his fury upon this wealthy, second-generation brat. Yet, he refrained, recognizing that this was a society governed by law. Besides, he had a mission to fulfill and could not afford to jeopardize it over a trivial matter. "Can't afford it?" Song Yulong pointed at himself, boasting, "I could buy 3 or 5 robotic maids without batting an eye. Unlike you, a mere delivery boy who can only watch from the sidelines. Tell me, does that not make you envious?" The delivery man smiled disdainfully, retorting, "How audacious of you to boast when you can't back it up. If you truly possess such wealth, prove it. Show everyone your prowess instead of merely talking big." Chapter 152. This is a scam shop. Just because you tell me to buy it, I should? Why would I heed your words? Song Yulong scoffed, surprised that this wealthy second generation had a semblance of wit and was not easily provoked. The delivery man thought quickly and devised a scheme to ensnare him. But Ning Yuan intervened. "Enough, delivery man. Don't stoop to his level. It's as if we're forcing him to buy something," Ning Yuan coldly stated, glancing at Song Yulong. "In my establishment, playing the claw machine costs 100,000 per round. This place is not suitable for you. Perhaps you should take your business elsewhere." "Ning boss, are you implying that I cannot afford to spend here?" Song Yulong shot back. Hearing the exorbitant price of the claw machine, Tang Hao seized the opportunity to attack Song Yulong, stepping before him and declaring, "Isn't your father merely running a factory? You strike me as someone merely pretending to be affluent, all talk and no substance. You probably can't even afford to play the claw machine." "Ha ha ha." Song Yulong erupted in laughter at Tang Hao's assertion that he could not afford the claw machine, doubling over in amusement. "Everyone disperse, disperse. This so-called wealthy second generation can only laugh foolishly and boast. There's nothing to see here," the delivery man called out as he approached the bar. The onlookers shook their heads and gradually left. Song Yulong, stung by the delivery man's words, felt the sting of being ignored, an affront he could not tolerate. He swiftly approached the delivery man and said, "Is it merely 100,000 for a round of the claw machine? I could play all night long if I wanted. Do you believe me?" Sure, the delivery man replied impatiently. "If your actions are as impressive as your words, I will gladly call you Brother Song." "Humph." Song Yulong huffed, declaring, "Lead the way. I am eager to see what wonders your claw machine possesses to warrant such a price." "Right this way." The delivery man gestured grandly, leading him to the entertainment area. Ning Yuan watched Song Yulong with a slight shake of his head, silently hoping he would not end up in tears shortly. As patrons heard that someone was about to play the claw machine again, they quickly gathered around, eager to witness how much this arrogant, wealthy second generation would ultimately be swindled for. Standing before the claw machine, Song Yulong turned and surveyed the crowd behind him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He relished the attention, knowing that wherever he went, he must always be the center of attention. "Allow me to introduce the products available in our store," the young man with yellow hair began. Yet Song Yulong remained unhurried, exuding an air of calm authority as he permitted the introduction to proceed. The young man flashed an OK sign and cheerfully continued, "These are the new additions following our store's renovations." Before he could elaborate further, Song Yulong interjected, "Why not start from the primordial era? Get to the point, do you understand? If you were an employee of our company, I would have dismissed you by now." With a nod, the young man suppressed his rising ire and replied with a smile, "The crux is that with an investment of 100,000, You might just secure a cutting-edge smartphone, a high-tech laptop, or a virtual reality gaming console. Of course, it's not guaranteed every time. It requires a blend of skill and luck. Song Yulong scoffed. The odds of success are exceedingly low, aren't they? You simply wish to swindle my money. I am well aware of your little schemes. Our store operates with integrity, treating all customers fairly. If you're fearful of spending, then perhaps you should refrain, the young man retorted, maintaining his composure despite being exposed. Fearful of spending? Song Yulong sneered, pulling out a bank card from his jacket pocket and raising his chin defiantly. Insert my card, and I shall show you what true skill and luck entail. With me here, your store is destined to incur losses. You won't swindle my money. The young man swiftly took the card and inserted it into the slot. Grinning as he said, let us be clear. If you lose, don't blame anyone. Rest assured, you may profit slightly, but I shall never incur a loss. Song Yulong asserted, entering his password and successfully completing the transaction. He commenced manipulating the claw machine, first swaying the joystick to make the mechanical arm oscillate among the toys, gradually increasing its momentum. Seizing the right moment, he pressed the black button beside the joystick. The arm descended, wobbling as it descended, ultimately grasping a small black bear positioned closest to the opening. A silver tag dangled from the bear, inscribed with the words virtual reality gaming console. The young man inwardly cursed, silently praying that the black bear would not be retrieved. Perhaps his prayers were effective, as the bear slipped from the claw the moment it was captured. The onlookers expressed their dismay in unison. Interesting, Song Yulong mused, re-entering his password and initiating another attempt. He employed the same strategy of making the claw sway back and forth. He had nearly succeeded in securing the bear previously. Once again, he targeted the same bear. Waiting for the opportune moment to slam his palm down on the black button, the claw descended rapidly, securing the bear once more. Surely this time, it's secured, he thought, and indeed, the claw began to ascend steadily. However, just as he attempted to maneuver it over the opening, the bear plummeted yet again, eliciting another chorus of lamentations from the crowd. Perhaps it's time to call it quits, the young man suggested. You've already spent 200,000. This claw machine may not be suitable for you. Just a little more. I refuse to believe this. Song Yulong's face darkened. Teeth gritted in frustration as he continued his attempts. Inputting his password once again, he plunged back into the fray. Unfortunately, his subsequent 3 attempts ended in failure, each time narrowly missing the target. Finally, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, "This machine is undoubtedly rigged. This is a fraudulent establishment, an outright scam." Before the young man could retort, Tang Hao stepped forward, mocking, "If you can't handle the game, perhaps you should refrain. Aren't you wealthy? How can you be infuriated after just spending 500,000? I have merely 100,000, but I can play once. Let me show you what it means to truly play." Youthful exuberance can lead to rash decisions. Earning that 100,000 ISNT easy. Ning Yuan interjected, cautioning him. Rash? Is that what defines youth? Tang Hao strode confidently toward the claw machine, inserting his card and entering his password seamlessly. Turning to Song Yulong, he declared, "I have just 100,000, but I'm willing to play. Even if I lose this 100,000, I can earn it back, unlike some who have to beg their families for money." At this moment, Song Yulong teetered on the brink of losing control, his face a shade of iron, teeth clenching audibly as he glared at Tang Hao. If looks could kill, Tang Hao would have perished countless times. Tang Hao, noticing Song Yulong's silence, decided to provoke him further, grinning, "I'll grab the bear you failed to secure, and you'll see what luck and skill truly look like." Song Yulong remained silent, his eyes fixed on Tang Hao, patiently waiting for an opportunity. The moment Tang Hao faltered, he would relish the chance to humiliate him thoroughly. Tang Hao, fully aware of Song Yulong's intentions, pressed on, knowing he had to proceed with his plan. If he failed, he would simply retreat, but humiliating Song Yulong for a mere 100,000 would be worth it. Watch closely. Simply maneuver the claw without any unnecessary theatrics, Tang Hao remarked, skillfully controlling the joystick to position the mechanical claw directly over the black bear that Song Yulong had previously failed to secure. He gently pressed the black button. The claw descended slowly, capturing the black bear, and as Tang Hao moved the joystick, the claw gradually shifted over the prize outlet. Just then, the bear slipped from the claw's grasp. Impressive. Remarkable. Wow, this young man has extraordinary luck. The spectators exclaimed in astonishment. The young man beside them was taken aback, pondering. Is it truly that simple to secure a virtual reality gaming console? Is this the fabled gamble that transforms a bicycle into a motorcycle? To stake 100,000 for a 300,000 000 product is utterly absurd. Song Yulong was utterly bewildered, his mind swirling with a singular thought. Why? Why did he capture the bear so easily while I struggled? Tang Hao, too, was astonished by his success, only coming back to reality when the claw machine emitted a sound indicating a prize could be claimed. Upon seeing the silver slip of paper in the prize outlet, he picked it up and read the words virtual reality gaming console. Don't just stand there. Go claim your prize, Ning Yuan urged, pointing to the redemption machine nearby. All right. Tang Hao nodded, extracting his bank card and approaching the machine. Following the instructions, he inserted the silver slip, and the machine chimed, "Congratulations. You have won a virtual reality gaming console. Would you like to bind your ID now?" "Wait, hold on. I'll offer 2 million for that gaming console." A customer shouted. 2 million? Do you have no shame? The console is worth 3 million. I'll pay 3 million. I'll offer 5 million. Young man, please sell it to me. I truly desire to play the virtual reality games. Desire to play, but unwilling to pay a premium? I'll offer 8 million. I am claiming this gaming console. With the proclamation of 8 million, an eerie silence fell over the crowd, no one daring to bid further. The young man approached Tang Hao, saying, "What are you waiting for? Quickly sell the gaming console." Yes. Tang Hao note that, VP Tang. His focus now entirely on the potential windfall of 8 million. "Bring me your bank card. Let me check the number. I'll call someone to transfer the funds." The tall, slender customer who had made the 8 million bid stated. Tang Hao hastily handed his bank card to the tall, slender customer. The customer dialed a number, recited the card number, and returned the card to Tang Hao. Just as he hung up, a message arrived on Tang Hao's phone. He glanced at it and silently counted in his mind. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Indeed, 8 million had been credited. An overwhelming sense of unreality washed over him. Do I really have 8 million? This can't be a dream, Tang Hao thought to himself, still somewhat incredulous. After toiling for so long to save a mere 100,000, now he had 8 million in an instant. It felt too surreal. The tall customer bypassed the dazed Tang Hao and approached the prize redemption machine, stating, "Bind ID." Upon completion, a mechanical voice announced, "Binding complete, please collect your prize." As soon as the electronic voice finished, a square prize outlet at the bottom of the machine opened automatically, revealing a virtual reality headset lying quietly within. The tall customer swiftly retrieved the device and exited the high-tech store amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. "Damn it, I want to grab a virtual reality headset too. I refuse to believe I can't get one." The other customers, spurred on by Tang Hao's unexpected windfall, flocked to the claw machine. Song Yulong was the most influenced. Without a moment's hesitation, he began furiously trying to grab dolls. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He had to win at least one doll. Why should Tang Hao, a so-called loser, succeed where he could not? He felt indignant. Tang Hao's mindset had completely shifted. He approached Song Yulong and said, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, how could I have earned 8 million so quickly?" "Haha, thanks a lot. Don't get cocky, you loser." Song Yulong spat through gritted teeth. "Ha!" Tang Hao chuckled. "I'm a loser, but what does that make you? Even I, a so-called loser, managed to grab a game machine, while you haven't caught anything and lost tens of thousands. No, at this rate, you might have lost over 100,000. Song Yulong could no longer contain himself. He let out a furious roar that startled nearby customers. Huang Mao quickly stepped forward, saying, "I told you, don't get all worked up when you lose." "Why are you yelling?" "Exactly, you scared everyone." Tang Hao chimed in. "Are you all ganging up on me?" Song Yulong pointed an accusing finger at Huang Mao. "Especially you. From the start, you've been targeting me. I suspect you were sabotaging me while I was trying to grab the dolls, which is why I couldn't win." Huang Mao retorted, "I'm more wrong than Do-E. You can't pull your own weight and want to blame the small pit. Why did Tang Hao manage to grab something while you couldn't? If you don't reflect on yourself, blaming me is useless." Chapter 154. Song Yulong wept. Song Yulong, I'll say it again. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Hurry home to find your mother and stop embarrassing yourself here, all right? As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, laughter erupted among the customers present. Ning Yuan joined in the laughter, surprised that the seemingly honest Tang Hao had such a sharp tongue. "I can't afford to play," Song Yulong shouted, his eyes reddening. "Today, I will show you what it means to afford it." After declaring this, he dove back into the fray, vowing to win something and prove himself to the group of losers. "Young man, don't be too hot-headed. It can lead to losses. If luck isn't on your side today, perhaps you should try again another day," Ning Yuan advised from behind. While grabbing dolls, Song Yulong shouted, "Don't distract me. Can a young person not be hot-headed? Good advice is wasted on the stubborn," Ning Yuan thought to himself, shaking his head, waiting for Song Yulong to break down. The ensuing moments saw Song Yulong obsessively trying to grab dolls, repeating the same mechanical actions, inputting passwords, making payments, maneuvering the joystick, pressing the black button, failure, again and again. With each failure, his grip on the black button tightened, eventually resorting to pounding it with his fist until it was bruised. Tang Hao watched, shaking his head in disbelief, fearing he might break the claw machine. If Ning Yuan knew what Tang Hao was thinking, he would have said, "Smash away. If you can break the machine with your fists, I'll close my shop immediately." The cacophony of banging sounds drew more and more customers into the entertainment area. With each of Song Yulong's failures, the onlookers erupted in boos. His jaw clenched, veins bulging in his hands gripping the joystick, his bloodshot eyes locked onto the black bear. He resembled a desperate gambler, pouring every ounce of strength into a final attempt for a dramatic comeback. Yet the chasm between dreams and reality remained vast. It felt almost within reach, yet he consistently fell short. No matter how hard he tried, he could not snag that cursed little bear. Failure after failure, 50,000 gone, 80,000 lost. Tang Hao stood among the crowd, silently counting Song Yulong's failures until he became so confused he gave up, focusing entirely on Song Yulong's attempts. Huang Mao wanted to say, "Brother, how about we call it quits? If you lose all your money, you'll end up on the rooftop across the street, contemplating life. And then the police will have to rescue you. They're already busy enough. Let them have a break." In the end, he held his tongue. Ning Yuan had warned him, and if Song Yulong squandered all his money, it was his own fault. The battle for the dolls continued for over 3 hours, until Song Yulong input his password for payment one last time, only to be met with the dreaded message, "Insufficient balance." Those 3 words felt like a bucket of icy water poured over him from a third-floor balcony, completely awakening his rage-clouded mind. It dawned on him, the money was gone. That card held over 18 million, his father's entrepreneurial funds, and now it was all vanished. The only thought in his mind was, "It's over. Give me back my money. Give me back my money." Song Yulong cried, rushing to Tang Hao and clutching his arm, repeatedly demanding, "You owe me money." Tang Hao shrugged him off, saying, "What does this have to do with me? You insisted on playing, and now that you've lost, you want to blame me? Get away from me." He pushed Song Yulong aside to maintain some distance. At that moment, Song Yulong had completely lost the arrogance he had when entering the store. With tears and snot running, he turned to Huang Mao, pleading, "It's all your fault. You lured me into playing the claw machine. Now I've lost over 18 million. Compensate me, quickly. I told you, if you're afraid of spending money, don't play. You insisted on playing. Can you blame me? I'm more wrong than Do-e." Huang Mao replied helplessly, "I don't care. Refund my money. Quick, give me my money back." Song Yulong shouted as he charged towards Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan quickly signaled for 250 to restrain Song Yulong, as he did not want the snot and tears to stick to him. "Let me go. Let me go. You're infringing on my personal freedom. I'll sue you." Song Yulong yelled, wiping his tears. "Calm down," Ning Yuan said as he stepped in front of Song Yulong. "I can't calm down. Give me my money back, or I'll burn your shop down." Song Yulong roared. Huang Mao shook his head, thinking, "You must be out of your mind, threatening to burn down a place. Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare say such crazy things." The onlookers could no longer stand by in silence, chiming in, "Go home. This isn't a place for you to act recklessly. Ning, you warned him. If he has bad luck, he shouldn't play. He insisted on playing. Who can he blame? Young man, just go home. Stop crying." As Song Yulong heard the crowd reprimanding him, he clenched his fists and bellowed, "What business is it of yours? Get the hell away from me. Ning Yuan, are you going to return the money or not? If you don't, I won't let this go." Ning Yuan, koklet derisibeli, repling. "Now let it go. I'm curious to see how you plan to do that. You think I won't find someone to cripple you?" Song Yulong shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. "Oh, I believe you will. But the question is, in your current state, how will you manage that?" Ning Yuan responded with a smile. Perceiving Song Yulong as nothing more than a capering jester, merely a source of amusement, posing no threat to him, Song Yulong struggled with all his might, only to discover that the burly man holding him was surprisingly strong, rendering him incapable of breaking free. "Calm down," Ning Yuan gently advised. "If you do, I'll let him release you. Go home to your mother. This is not your playground, and no one here indulges you." Song Yulong's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, but instead of shouting again, he spoke calmly. "Let me go. I want to leave." "That's the spirit." 250. "Let him go," Ning Yuan instructed. After 250 released Song Yulong, he shot Ning Yuan a piercing glance before hastily exiting the tech shop, getting into the Porsche parked outside. Huang Mao sidled up to Ning Yuan and said, "Ning, that kid's definitely harboring ill intentions. You should be cautious. Who knows when he might strike." Ning Yuan dismissed the concern. "Let him come. I will eat when I need to eat, drink when I need to drink, and sleep when I must. If trouble comes, we shall face it together. Worrying about this and that hinders business. If he wishes to harm me, I shall make him regret it. With that, he strolled to the bar, retrieved a chilled bottle of cola, and after a few hearty gulps, exclaimed, "Refreshing." Chapter 155, Three Women in a Play. Within the tech shop, someone was engrossed in the claw machine, having won a virtual reality gaming console, which quickly sold for 8 million, spreading like wildfire. The following day, as the doors opened, a throng of eager youths rushed in, dreaming of striking it rich overnight. Unfortunately, reality proved to be harsh, as no one managed to snag a prize by 5 p.m. Today, Ning Yuan unusually refrained from playing games, choosing instead to mingle with the crowd, hoping to witness a lucky winner. Huang Mao leaned against the bar, munching on an orange, occasionally glancing towards the entrance. He had already informed Yi Chen about someone pursuing Ning Yuan, thinking, Yi should have shown up by now. Yet, there was still no sign of her. How vexing. It's 5:50. We're about to close. Did Yi Chen not relay the message to Yi? How unreliable. Huang Mao grumbled internally. Just then, a pink beetle pulled up at the entrance. Yi emerged, retrieving bags of groceries from the trunk, and walked into the tech shop. Huang Mao, where's Ning Yuan? Yi demanded fiercely. Huang Mao pointed towards the entertainment area, remaining silent. At that moment, Ning Yuan was intently watching a chubby boy trying to grab a toy when he was startled by someone calling his name. Turning around, he found Yi standing right behind him. Why aren't you studying properly at school? What are you doing here? Ning Yuan inquired. None of your business. Yi retorted defiantly. If it's none of my business, how do you expect to grow taller? Ning Yuan chuckled, observing the numerous bags of groceries in her hands. Is the sun rising from the west? Is the esteemed young Miss Yi about to showcase her culinary skills? I'm making dumplings for you, lamb and carrot filling. Yi declared angrily as she stormed up the stairs. Lamb and carrot? Ning Yuan murmured to himself, wondering how she knew of his fondness for that filling. Just as he was about to ascend to see if Yi could indeed make dumplings, someone else called his name. Following the voice, he spotted Shu Yulan standing at the entrance with her arms laden with bags. Come in, Ning Yuan said, looking at her with curiosity. Is Yi here? Shu Yulan asked as she stepped inside. Oh, you're looking for Yi? She's upstairs, Ning Yuan replied. Then I'll go find her. Shu Yulan said before heading to the second floor. Upon seeing Shu Yulan arrive, Huang Mao mentally grumbled. She really is persistent, always showing up everywhere. No sooner had he finished that thought than Lu Wei also appeared. Lu Wei approached Ning Yuan, affectionately wrapping her arms around his, and asked tenderly, Have you missed me today? Can you act normally? Ning Yuan extricated his arm from hers, lowering his voice. There are so many people watching. So what? Lu Wei exclaimed. I want the whole world to know that I like you. Several customers gave Lu Wei a thumbs up, cheering, Beautiful lady, I support you. Quickly win over Boss Ning. Well said, beautiful boss. I support you too, beautiful boss. Hurry and claim this charming man. Yi rushed down from upstairs, brandishing a kitchen knife, and shouted, Ning Yuan is mine. I dare anyone to touch him. At this declaration, the playful banter in the shop abruptly ceased, and customers stared, bewildered, at the fierce little beauty wielding a knife, thinking, this one is even more formidable. Boss Ning is indeed extraordinary. Not only are the products in his shop exceptional, but his girlfriends are equally impressive. Who is this little sister? Lu Wei broke the silence. Just as Ning Yuan was about to respond, Yi interjected, declaring, Ning Yuan's girlfriend. Who are you? You're Ning Yuan's girlfriend? Lu Wei asked with a smile. Yi feigned composure, clearing her throat and asserting, yes, I am Ning Yuan's girlfriend. Huang Mao, observing from the side, sighed inwardly. You really can't lie at all. It's obvious from the moment you speak. My judgment was spot on. Lu Wei easily saw through Yi's facade. Lu Wei chuckled. Little sister, lying is not a good habit. Who lied? Ning Yuan is my boyfriend. Yi stammered, fudustered. Ha ha ha. Lu Wei laughed. Little sister, are you trying to steal my man? It's you trying to steal my boyfriend. Yi retorted, indignant. Onlookers reveling in the drama chimed in, Boss Ning, why not just take them all? Boss Ning, each of these beauties has their own charm. Who do you truly favor? ISNT, there's still another beauty upstairs? I say, why not take all three at once to avoid trouble? 2 beauties would suffice. I fear Boss Ning might not handle 3, someone joked. Just as Ning Yuan pondered how to navigate the unfolding chaos, Huang Mao stepped in to save the day. It's 6 o'clock, time to close. Everyone, please head home for dinner. I'm starving. The 6 o'clock closing time was a long-standing rule at the tech shop. Seeing the lively atmosphere dissipate, customers voiced their complaints but reluctantly exited. Once the last patron had left, Ning Yuan swiftly locked the door, relieved to escape the barrage of teasing remarks. Where's Lu Wei? Ning Yuan suddenly remembered, realizing she had not been among those who left the shop. She went upstairs with Yiya, Huang Mao replied as he ascended. What are you going upstairs for? Ning Yuan asked. I'm going up to wait for dinner. Didn't you see Yiya and Shu Yulan bring a bunch of delicious food? Huang Mao grinned. Eat, eat, eat. That is all you think about. Ning Yuan sighed. Exasperated. Let us go see what they've prepared. Huang Mao thought to himself. You claim to want to eat. Don't you also want to eat? Upon reaching the second floor, Ning Yuan heard Yiya and Lu Wei bickering, with another voice supporting Yiya. Lu Wei was holding her own against two challengers. When I met Ning Yuan, you didn't even know where you were. Exactly. Ning Yuan indirectly saved Yiya's life. Their bond is extraordinary. Ha ha, dear little sisters. You're still too young. In my view, Ning Yuan merely sees you as younger sisters and has never considered anything beyond that. Huang Mao overheard three girls in the kitchen still bickering over Ning Yuan, and he approached Ning Yuan, lowering his voice to say, Ninggu, I think you should just accept them all. That way, they won't pester you every day. What are you thinking, you rascal? One woman is already enough trouble. Can you imagine three of them together? It would be chaos. Ning Yuan replied helplessly. Indeed, Huang Mao nodded. Ningge, why don't you go into the kitchen and see what delicious dishes they've prepared? Why don't you go in? Ning Yuan retorted. Huang Mao scratched his head and replied, they're all going to be my future sisters-in-law. What do I need to go in for? Hey, you little rascal. Huang Mao's comment left Ning Yuan momentarily speechless, and he could only sit at the dining table, pulling out his phone to play ranked games while waiting for dinner. Over an hour later, a lavish spread was ready, and the three lovely ladies took their seats. Ning Yuan glanced over the table, which boasted deep-fried meatballs, clear stewed lamb, soy sauce ribs, oil-braised prawns, steamed hairy crabs, and of course, his favorite sweet and sour pork knuckle and lamb and carrot dumplings. The cold dishes were equally abundant, including marinated jellyfish, smashed cucumbers, meat jelly, and sugar-dressed tomatoes. Huang Mao gulped nervously and cautiously asked, Can we start eating? Not yet. The three beauties replied in unison. Yiya picked up a dumpling and placed it on the plate in front of Ning Yuan, smiling. This is a dumpling I made myself. Give it a try. Let us eat together, Ning Yuan said as he picked up the dumpling and took a bite, the rich flavor of meat mingling with the fresh aroma of carrots. Perfectly seasoned. Delicious. Just as Huang Mao was about to reach for a dumpling, Yiya shot him a glare that sent him back. As soon as Ning Yuan swallowed the dumpling, Lu Wei placed a deep-fried meatball on his plate, softly saying, This is my homemade deep-fried meatball. I hope you like it. Let us eat together, don't just watch me. Ning Yuan urged. Exactly, Huang Mao added, feeling aggrieved. I haven't had a single bite yet. Yiya picked up a piece of soy sauce rib and placed it on Huang Mao's plate, saying curtly as she began to gnaw on it. Go ahead and gnaw. Huang Mao muttered under his breath, attacking the rib with gusto. This is my oil-braised prawn. Thank you for carrying me back that day and letting me stay overnight. Shu Yulan said, placing a prawn on Ning Yuan's plate. Feeling the three beauties' intense gaze upon him, Ning Yuan felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if sitting on pins and needles. He served each of the beauties some food, smiling, Let us all eat. Don't just stare at me. It's quite unsettling. Go, Ning Yuan. How did you know that I love lamb? Lu Wei exclaimed, taking a piece of lamb while chatting. We both love lamb. We're simply a match made in heaven. I beg to differ, Ning Yuan said, placing a piece of sweet and sour pork knuckle on her plate. I adore sweet and sour pork knuckle. So it stands to reason that I must prefer it to you, Shu Yulan chimed in. Yiya turned to Shu Yulan and asked, Are you trying to compete with me for Ning Yuan? I'm sorry, but the moment Ning Yuan carried me home, I fell for him, Shu Yulan confessed, looking down. Can you all pause for a moment? I'd like to ask if I can have another piece of soy sauce rib? Huang Mao interjected. The three beauties retorted in unison, Shut up. Ning Yuan admired Huang Mao's courage for daring to speak up, as he silently recited, Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, burying his head in his food. Murphy's Law. Whatever you fear will happen. Lu Wei posed a critical question. Ning Yuan. Among the three of us, who do you like the most? It seems I can safely say that I don't particularly like any of you at the moment. Ning Yuan responded cautiously. Did you hear that? Lu Wei turned to Yiya. Ning Yuan doesn't even like you. You're not his girlfriend at all. Yiya's face flushed with anger, and just as she was at a loss for a rebuttal, Huang Mao timely intervened to rescue her, while also providing a reprieve for Ning Yuan. I say, ladies, since you all are fond of Ninggu, why not take turns? Each of you can accompany him for 2 days a week, leaving 1 day for rest. That should work. With that, Huang Mao successfully redirected the attention onto himself. Ning Yuan sighed. If you're going to speak, don't expect anyone to treat you as mute. Let us just eat. Food should not be discussed. The three beauties nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere grew quiet as they began to eat. This peculiar dinner concluded under an odd ambience. After the meal, Ning Yuan found himself with a headache. None of the three beauties seemed willing to leave, having settled in the living room. Ning Yuan brought a plate of watermelon to the coffee table, smiling. It's getting late. Let us finish the watermelon and head home. We're not going home. I'm staying here tonight, Yi replied playfully. Lu Wei chimed in. My home is just next door. I'm in no hurry. I don't want to go home either, Shu Yuan added. What a predicament. Ning Yuan realized he was facing a situation he had never encountered before. Three beauties refusing to leave and insisting on staying at his home. It was quite troublesome for him. Little did he know that his customer, Liang Zhangwo, was in an even graver situation. At that moment, Liang Zhangwo was bound tightly by thugs. A sharp knife held dangerously against his neck, with the only glimmer of hope being the arrival of the police. Time rewound to 3 hours earlier. Just past 7 in the evening, Liang Zhangwo was humming a tune as he drove to his jewelry store, having ordered a 2-tier cake in advance for his daughter's birthday, along with a mysterious gift. However, a sudden errand forced him to return to the store to retrieve the cake and the gift. He took out his keys and unlocked the door. But as soon as he stepped inside, he was grabbed from behind, his mouth covered, and he was dragged to a windowless area on the right. He struggled briefly, but gave up when he saw a strong man with a masked face holding a sharp knife, threatening to kill him if he moved. Liang Zhangwo decided to surrender, allowing the thug to drag him to the bar area, where his hands and feet were bound with rope. The thug, still not satisfied, used duct tape to seal his mouth shut and tied him to the radiator behind the bar. We're here for money. Just stay put. And we won't harm you. Do you understand? One of the taller thugs said coldly, gripping Liang Zhangwo's hair. The pain in Liang Zhangwo's scalp was intense, but he had no time to think about it. He nodded vigorously, focusing on surviving. The thug sneered, released Liang Zhangwo, and slapped him hard across the face, cursing as he joined the other 4 thugs in stuffing gold from the counter into bags. Liang Zhangwo knew better than to believe that they would let him go after taking the gold. He was certain that once they finished, it would be his demise. He discreetly shifted his body, extending a finger into the gap of the radiator and pressing the hidden alarm button. This alarm had been installed at the advice of a friend who had said it's best to have alarms in every corner of your store. They might just save your life in a critical moment. Chapter 157, Hostage Situation. Looking back, his friend had been absolutely correct. Without that alarm, he would have been doomed. The 5 thugs worked quickly, filling their backpacks with various types of gold in less than 10 minutes. Observing the situation, Liang Zhangwo surmised that the tall thug who had grabbed him was the leader. A smaller thug approached the leader, holding a black hard drive, and said, "Boss, how about the hard drive with the surveillance footage?" "Good," the leader nodded, suddenly glancing over at Liang Zhangwo. Liang Zhangwo felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the murderous intent in the thug's gaze. "Someone please save me. Police, come save me. I'm really going to die." Liang Zhangwo silently cried out, praying in his heart, but it was of no use. Murphy's Law. Whatever you fear will happen. A burly man drew a sharp knife from his shirt pocket and handed it to a man of average build standing to his right, whose forehead bore a tattoo of an eye. Calmly, he instructed, "Go and kill him. From this moment forward, we shall be allies." The tattooed man accepted the knife and swiftly approached Liang Zhangwo. Grasping his hair with one hand, he yanked it back to tilt his head upwards, exposing his neck, while his other hand poised the blade, ready to slit his throat. In a desperate instinct for survival, Liang Zhangwo struggled fiercely, but the ropes binding him were too tight. Regardless of his efforts, they proved futile, leaving him to helplessly witness the assailant's knife poised against his neck. As the keen edge of the blade brushed against his skin, a shiver coursed through him, and warmth spread below as he involuntarily urinated. Just as the tattooed man was about to sever the gold shop owner's carotid artery, the blare of police sirens echoed from outside. The tattooed man froze, a hint of fear crossing his face as he queried, "Why are the police here?" The sirens grew louder, a sound to Liang Zhangwo that was akin to celestial music. There was no other sound so exquisite in the world. He had narrowly escaped death. Salvation was at hand. "What is the panic?" the burly man asked, maintaining his composure. "Have all the doors and windows been secured?" "Yes, brother," replied a younger accomplice with scars on his hand, speaking in a hushed tone. "All the windows are shut, curtains drawn, and the door is locked." The burly man nodded and, stepping before Liang Zhangwo, struck him fiercely across the face, coldly demanding, "Did you call the police?" "Not if you did. Shake your head if you didn't. Do not lie, for if you do, I shall make your life a living hell." Dazed from the slap, Liang Zhangwo's ears rang, and upon hearing the threat of a fate worse than death, he instinctively nodded, confessing that he had indeed alerted the authorities. "You called the police?" "I told you not to," shouted the tattooed man, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Liang Zhangwo, and after his rage subsided, he brandished the knife, poised to stab him. Enough. If you kill him, how will we escape? The burly man interjected just as a series of knocks resounded at the door. What should we do, brother? The tattooed man inquired, his voice low with panic. Clearing his throat, the burly man called out, "Who is it? It's late. Come back tomorrow if you wish to purchase something. I'm the police. We received a report of an incident at your shop and have come to ascertain the situation." A deep voice responded from outside. "My apologies, officer," the burly man feigned innocence. "I have not called the police. It must be a malfunction of our alarm system. We have several alarms, and it's not uncommon for them to misfire. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Open the door. We need to investigate," came the authoritative voice of Dong Gang, who, drawing from years of experience, sensed that something was amiss within. He gestured to his colleagues to call for backup. "Officer, I assure you, there is nothing to concern yourselves with," the burly man persisted, making a final effort to maintain the facade. If that failed, he would have to come clean. Moments ago, he had discreetly instructed his accomplice to check for any back exits, but alas, none were found. "Open the door. If you do not comply, we shall force our way in. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. We have you completely surrounded. Come out now, and you may receive leniency," Zhou Gang shouted, deducing that the person he was addressing was a thief inside the gold shop. "What should we do, brother?" The tattooed man was now thoroughly panicked, and the other three criminals shared his trepidation, glancing expectantly at the burly man for guidance. "Do not panic. We have hostage. The police will not dare to enter." The burly man reassured his subordinates, then shouted towards the door, "We have the gold shop owner. If you wish for him to live, you must come inside." Zhou Gang's heart sank upon hearing these words. He had not anticipated that the gold shop owner was inside. This escalated a simple burglary into a hostage situation. "Quickly report the current situation to headquarters," Zhou Gang instructed his colleague beside him. "Understood, Captain." Inside the shop, the burly man summoned his 4 accomplices, instructing 2 of them to crouch by the window and monitor the situation outside, reporting any anomalies, while the other 2 continued to search for alternative exits within the shop. Once the arrangements were made, the burly man approached Liang Zhangwo, retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket, powered it on, opened WeChat, and found a contact labeled wife. He initiated a video call. After approximately 5 seconds, the call was answered, revealing a woman holding a small girl in the frame. The burly man directed the camera towards Liang Zhangwo, coldly stating, "Prepare 1 million cash to be delivered to your gold shop. You'd best make haste, or your husband may never see you again." "Who are you? Please, do not harm my husband." "Zhangwo, are you all right?" The woman on the other end, her face pale, spoke incoherently, her voice laced with tears. "One last time, prepare 1 million cash to be delivered to your gold shop," the burly man concluded his demand, ending the video call and switching off the phone, delivering another harsh slap to Liang Zhangwo. The tattooed man, peering from the window, exclaimed, "Boss, it's bad. The SWAT team has arrived. Do not panic. As long as we have a hostage, they will not act recklessly." The burly man maintained his composure. "You are surrounded. Resisting will yield no favorable outcomes. Come out voluntarily, and you may receive leniency. I am Captain Wu Shi of the SWAT team, and I assure you that should you dare to harm any innocent person, you will face the most severe consequences." A robust man, armed and more imposing than the burly man, shouted through a loudspeaker, "Do not attempt to negotiate with us. We will not bow to your threats. Your only escape is to emerge from the shop and seek leniency." The burly man retorted with a mocking laugh, "Psychological tactics will not work on us. Save your breath. We are but lost souls. Worst case, we perish together. If you wish for the hostage to survive, you will heed my command and retreat 20 meters from the shop." Chapter 158, Stalemate until dawn. "We can withdraw 20 meters, but we must confirm that the hostage is still alive," Captain Wu Shi called out. "You seem to be oblivious to the gravity of your situation. If you do not retreat 20 meters within 1 minute, I shall sever a finger from the hostage." The burly man bellowed, pacing irritably. The psychological pressure exerted by the SWAT team leader was evidently having an effect. The scrawny thief, who had previously taken the hard drive, approached the burly man and whispered a few words. A smile spread across the burly man's face as he walked into a small storeroom, gazing in awe at a stunning woman. The product from this high-tech shop truly live up to their reputation. "This robot is remarkably lifelike. Boss, this robot alone is worth 5 million. We've hit the jackpot." The scrawny thief rejoiced. The burly man patted his subordinate's shoulder, saying, "You all continue searching for an exit." After issuing his orders, he stepped out of the small storeroom and approached the window, inquiring, "Have the police retreated?" "They have. A large crowd has gathered outside, and it seems even the media is here," the tattooed man reported. At that moment, the scene outside was abuzz with activity. a veritable sea of humanity. In recent years, public safety in Longguo had been exemplary, making such heinous kidnapping incidents exceedingly rare. Major media outlets and social media personalities had flocked to cover the story, naturally attracting a crowd of onlookers. Nearby, elderly men and women had abandoned their square dancing, drawn to the commotion. Young people were glued to their screens, watching live broadcasts of the grave situation unfold. Make way, make way, a woman cried, dragging a suitcase and desperately pushing her way through the throng. Her frantic shouting quickly garnered attention as nearby residents recognized her. Isn't that the shop owner's wife? An older lady with permed hair remarked. Indeed, it is the shop owner's wife. Another elder chimed in. Oh dear, how tragic. Zhou Gang noticed the stir in the crowd and hurried over to assess the situation. The woman, seeing the police approach, pleaded, Please, you must save my husband. You are Su Qing, Liang Zhangguo's wife, correct? Please, remain calm. Do you have the money? Su Gong inquired. Su Qing nodded. Yes, I have it, she said, handing her suitcase to Zhou Gang. Zhou Gang summoned the two female police officers to ensure Su Qing's safety, then, pulling his suitcase, he stepped over the cordon and approached Wu Shi, saying, The money has arrived. Shall we seize this opportunity to make a breakthrough? Negotiation expert Wang, who interjected, I will take the money inside to negotiate with the assailants while discreetly observing their positions, preparing for Captain Wu's incursion. Wu Shi nodded, instructing, Put on your bulletproof vests and exercise caution. Once Wang Hu donned his vest, he grasped the suitcase with one hand and an electronic megaphone with the other. Advancing to a position approximately 5 meters from the shop's entrance, he shouted, The 1 million cash you requested is here. Prepare a fully fueled SUV. Place the money in the trunk and drive the vehicle to the entrance. Should you attempt any tricks, I assure you the hostage will meet a grim fate. A brawny man's voice boomed from within the store. Wang Hu furrowed his brow and retorted, We have satisfied one of your demands, but we, too, have a request. We must confirm the hostage's well-being. Rest assured, the hostage is alive. If you comply with my instructions, I will not harm them. You have 20 minutes to prepare everything. No tricks. I am making it abundantly clear, I will not allow anyone inside. If anyone dares to enter, the hostage will undoubtedly perish. Wang Hu was taken aback by the cunning of the assailants, who had anticipated their strategy. He realized that the only option left was to buy time, gradually wearing down the perpetrators. As the back and forth continued, time slipped by swiftly, and the once pitch-black sky began to brighten. In the high-tech shop, Ning Yuan emerged from his room, yawning as he made his way to the dining area. He picked up a fried dough stick, took a bite, and lamented, That woman is a tiger. She's terrifying. Yesterday, I exerted tremendous effort just to persuade those 3 beauties to return home. Ningguo, you're just being coy. 3 beauties are pursuing you, and you're still hesitant? Just accept their affections, remarked Huang Mao, seated across from him. Can you not be so useless? Don't let every woman render you immobile. Listen carefully. Ning Yuan stood and walked a few circles before leaning conspiratorially toward Huang Mao, saying, I must share a monumental secret with you, but you mustn't divulge it to anyone. Huang Mao set down his dough stick, his face alight with curiosity. Ningge, what is this secret? The secret is that women are like tigers. They are not to be trifled with, Ning Yuan declared with a laugh, descending the stairs. Huang Mao's expression of anticipation abruptly froze, internally grumbling. What kind of nonsense is this? Half an hour later, the high-tech shop buzzed with activity once more. The entertainment area was packed, with voices of encouragement and lamentation ringing out in unison. Don't drop it, don't drop it. Oh no, it fell again. Can we even play this game? Step aside. I'm here. I consulted a master yesterday, and he foretold that today I would enjoy good fortune. A shifty-eyed, sharp-chinned man squeezed his way to a claw machine, shoving aside another frustrated player cursing his failures. He handed over his bank card and inserted his own. You little rat. How dare you take your grandfather's card? Are you tired of living? The aggrieved player, already seething from his failure, erupted upon being further provoked. Let us keep it playful. No fighting. Ning Yuan called out from the crowd. Oomph. The frustrated player, hearing Ning Yuan, felt his anger subside slightly. He gestured in the air, declaring, I curse you. May you never grasp a high-tech product. If you do, I will stand on my head and defecate. You wait. Today, I will ensure you stand on your head and defecate. The rat-like man retorted, focusing intently on the claw machine. He targeted the nearest black bear, pressed the button, and watched as the mechanical claw descended and grasped the toy, smoothly lifting it upward. Just as the claw hovered over the opening, the black bear slipped from its grasp and fell. The process was astonishingly smooth. The rat-like man retrieved a silver slip labeled black tech phone from the prize chute, exclaiming, Which boss wants to buy a black tech phone? Anyone interested? I'll offer 200,000. I'll pay 500,000 at full price. I still don't have a black tech phone. I'll bid 800,000. Ultimately, the rat-like man sold the black tech phone for 1.2 million, creating yet another myth of fortune through claw machines. The onlooker's eyes turned red with envy, igniting a new round of competition. The player who had threatened to stand on his head and defecate discreetly slipped away unnoticed. Ning Yuan, now merely a spectator, was savoring his snack when Huang Mao's voice suddenly broke through. Ningguo, what's so fascinating about the claw machine? Come watch the kidnapping case. Kidnapping case? Ning Yuan turned, inquiring what kidnapping case. Huang Mao held his phone before Ning Yuan's eyes, stating, Ningguo, look. It's live coverage. The assailants and police have been at a standstill all night. How intriguing. It's been years since such a case occurred in Long Country. Ning Yuan mused, moving to the leisure area to watch the live stream. After a moment, he exclaimed, what the hell? Huang Mao echoed his surprise, what the hell? At the crime scene, after a night of standoff, the assailants finally snapped. The brawny man shouted in fury, approaching Liang Jiangwo, brandishing a sharp knife to sever one of his pinky fingers, which he flung out of the window. The crowd of onlookers and media reporters panicked. Liang Jiangwo's wife, Su Qing, fainted at the sight. Oh no, the fingers are connected to the heart. Liang Jiangwo, racked with excruciating pain, howled in despair. I have lost all patience with your games. If you continue to delay, I will sever a finger every 10 minutes. This was the first. The brawny man roared from within the store. Wu Shishir stepped forward to collect the severed finger and handed it to the medical personnel for safekeeping. Gritting his teeth, he shouted in a megaphone, do not harm a hostage. I can meet all your demands. After this declaration, he parked an SUV at the entrance. Retreat. I need you all to retreat. A voice thundered from within the store. Everyone fall back. Wu Shishir commanded as he turned. The officers, responding to the order, began to withdraw. Zhou Gang glared at the store entrance, slowly stepping back, astonished at the stubbornness of these assailants. Several negotiation experts had taken turns, yet to no avail. The assailants remained obstinate, refusing even the most basic confirmation of the hostage's safety. Inside the store, a tattooed man approached the brawny man with excitement, saying, Big brother, we've made contact. We can leave now. Let those foolish police wait. Excellent, the brawny man replied, a smile breaking across his face as he entered the restroom, where a foul odor assaulted his senses. He pinched his nose, observing the open sewage system, asking, Are you sure we can escape from here? The tattooed man whispered. The monkey has already scouted the route, and the barrier has been sawed through. The nearest exit from this sewer is on an adjacent street. We can escape from there. Hearing that the assailants planned to flee through the sewer filled Liang Jiangwo with despair. If they escaped through the front door in the SUV prepared by the police, he might still have a chance, but fleeing through the sewer would surely lead to his death. After a night of contemplation, he devised a self-rescue plan, uncertain of its viability, but in such dire circumstances, he could only gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. He would seize any opportunity to execute his plan. The brawny man exited the restroom and entered a small storage room. Running his fingers over the face of a nanny robot with a sinister grin, looking at the safe before him and declaring, Drag that useless thing over here. Let open the safe. There must be treasures inside, and we'll take what we need and leave. The tattooed man swiftly approached Liang Jiangwo, delivering a sharp slap to his face as he said, Quit playing dead. Once we complete the final task, you shall be freed. Liang Jiangwo nodded fervently, tears welling in his eyes. The tattooed man let out a cold laugh, untied the ropes binding him to the radiator, and seized the cords entangled around Liang Jiangwo's legs, dragging him into a small storage room. Brother, this useless waste reeks of urine. It's unbearable. The tattooed man complained, pinching his nose. Oof. I fail to comprehend how such a worthless individual has amassed so much wealth. Why must we brothers endure poverty? The burly man remarked, kicking Liang Jiangwo. He then opened the safe, warning, Don't try any tricks, or I'll make you wish you were never born. Liang Jiangwo gritted his teeth against the pain, nodding desperately. This was his opportunity for salvation, hinging on this very moment. The tattooed man pulled Liang Jiangwo's clothing, forcing him to sit up, swiftly unbinding his hands while still holding his nose. Hurry, open the safe, he commanded. Liang Jiangwo nodded, refraining from any hasty movements as he quickly spun the combination lock. With a click, the safe swung open, revealing rows of neatly stacked gold bars. These were the products of their store's gold recovery efforts, melted down into ingots. The tattooed man shoved Liang Jiangwo aside, retrieving 2 gold bars from the safe and clinking them together, relishing the melodious sound. Brother, this haul is worth it. Quickly, pack the gold. We must make our exit. Taking advantage of the two criminals' focus on the gold, Liang Jingwo tore off the wide tape, stuck to his mouth, and shouted frantically, Xiaohei, carry me outside. Xiaohei, carry me outside. He exerted all his strength, repeating the call 3 times. By the third shout, Xiaohei had scooped him up, racing towards the window. Liang Jingwo smiled at the astonished expression on the burly man's face. The burly man let out a roar, lunging at Xiaohei. However, the two criminals observing the scene were quicker. One grabbed Xiaohei's arm, while the other wrapped around his waist, attempting to restrain him. Alas, human strength could not compare to that of a machine. Xiaohei disregarded their hold, cradling Liang Jingwo in one arm and flinging open the window with the other. Leaping out, the two criminals, realizing they could not hold on, let go at the last moment. Otherwise, they would have been dragged out with them. Suddenly, the window burst open, and a beautiful woman emerged, cradling Liang Jingwo, stunning everyone present. The onlookers gasped in unison, exclaiming, "No way." Even the police were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a woman rescuing Liang Jingwo. Media outlets erupted, and netizens quickly recognized that the woman was not human, but a state-of-the-art robotic nanny sold by the tech store. The comments flooded in, "Impressive. This robotic nanny might be pricey, but it has no flaws. I'm booking a flight to the capital this afternoon to buy one. I wish I could have a robotic nanny, but alas, I am too poor." Watching the live broadcast, Huang Mao and Ning Yuan were equally astonished. Ning Yuan had been pondering how to rescue someone, only for Liang Jingwo to be brought out by a robotic nanny. This is like a cow doing a handstand. Unbelievably impressive. Chapter 160. The Arrival of Ma Huating from Penguin Company. Huang Mao leaped up, flailing his arms in excitement. Ninggu, this is incredible. Ning Yuan fakenet in difference, Yavning. This is all standard procedure. Stay low-key. We must remain discreet. Huang Mao looked at him incredulously, mentally scoffing. Low-key? When have you ever been low-key? At the crime scene. Wu Shi, dazed for a few seconds, shouted charge. The SWAT team members leaped through the open window like agile cheetahs, and within half a minute, 5 criminals were subdued and escorted to the police vehicle. Liang Jingwo, alongside his wife Su Qing and the robotic nanny, was taken by ambulance to the nearest top-tier hospital. After over 2 hours of surgery, the little finger severed by the assailants was successfully reattached by the doctors. Liang Jingwo did not forget his daughter's birthday. He instructed his wife to buy another birthday cake and brought their daughter to the hospital to celebrate her 8th birthday in the ward. Xiaoyu, Liang Jingwo said, pointing to the robotic nanny, "This is your birthday gift from Dad. She is a robot, named Xiaohei." Liang Xiaoyu timidly greeted, "Hello, Sister Xiaohei." "Hello. Xiaoyu, it's a pleasure to meet you," Xiaohei replied. "From now on, you will play with Xiaoyu, take care of her, and protect her," Liang Jingwo instructed. "Of course," Xiaohei said, gently patting Liang Xiaoyu's braid. "We shall be friends." Liang Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Su Qing watched this heartwarming scene with a smile, grateful for Xiaohei's assistance. Had it not been for her, the outcome could have been dire. The incident involving the robotic nanny's heroic rescue quickly gained traction, marking the second time after the previous incident where a nanny robot intercepted a vehicle to save someone. Wealthy individuals from Long Country flocked to the tech store, as all products required ID binding and personal presence for purchase, no matter how wealthy or influential. Even the president of a lighthouse nation had to visit in person to acquire items from the tech store. Early in the morning, as the store opened, Huang Mao, munching on a banana while tidying up, was startled when a familiar figure entered. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "No way. This man looks just like Ma Huating, the CEO of Penguin Company." Once, he had printed a photo of Ma Huating to post on his computer case, bowing to it before each game in hopes of drawing good skins. This made him all too familiar with Ma Huating's face. "Excuse me." Huang Mao approached the man resembling Ma Huating. "You look remarkably like Ma Huating, the chairman of Penguin Company." Ma Huating stared at the yellow-haired youth in disbelief, surmising he must be the only employee of the tech store, Huang Mao, and chuckled, "I am Ma Huating, the chairman of Penguin Company." "You are Ma Huating," Huang Mao exclaimed, shaking his hand vigorously before calling upstairs. "Ninggu, stop whatever you're doing. Ma Huating from Penguin Company is here. Can you say something sensible? If Ma Huating really comes, I'll smack his backside into 8 pieces. That game he made is horrendous. I lost terribly in ranked matches yesterday." Ning Yuan's voice echoed from upstairs, laced with frustration. Huang Mao cleared his throat awkwardly, glancing at the visibly stiff Ma Huating. Unsure what to say, it was all too embarrassing. The customers in the store overheard Ning Yuan shout, glancing at Ma Huating, nearly bursting into laughter, thinking, "Ning boss is formidable. He voiced our collective grievances. Ma Huateng felt helpless. He merely wished to purchase a robotic nanny. What had he done to deserve such treatment? Can you blame me for your gaming losses? Shouldn't you reflect on your own skills? Mr. Ma Huateng, Huang Mao said apologetically. Ninggu is just blunt. Please don't take offense. If you're here to shop, head to the shopping area. For entertainment, go to the entertainment zone. For rest, the rest area is available. Ma Huateng nodded, internally grumbling, take offense? Doi dare. After the last collaboration attempt by the fools from the rice company, there were multiple warnings from above to avoid any dealings with the tech store, especially to steer clear of Ning Yuan. He understood the sentiments from the higher-ups. This time, he arrived with the singular intent of purchasing a housekeeping robot for personal defense. Yet unexpectedly, an awkward situation unfolded. Murphy's Law. What one fears is precisely what occurs. He had scarcely taken a few steps and had not yet reached the shopping area when he was met with Ning Yuan's startled exclamation. Damn, it really is Ma Huateng. Ning Yuan, clad in flip-flops and clutching an apple, rushed down the stairs in a few swift strides. Approaching Ma Huateng with an appraising gaze. You put on a bit of weight. Back in my DNF days, I would bow to your photo several times before enhancing my weapons. Who would have thought I'd encounter the real deal? A pleasure to meet you. Extending his hand, he offered Ma Huateng a beaming smile. A pleasure, indeed, Ma Huateng replied, shaking Ning Yuan's hand and awkwardly forcing a smile. I came to purchase a housekeeping robot. Oh, right this way. Ning Yuan enthusiastically led Ma Huateng to the vending machine, personally demonstrating its operations. Huang Mao observed Ning Yuan's unusual demeanor, thinking to himself, you usually ignore customers, yet you're so cordial with Ma Huateng. There's something amiss here. This must be a scam. Ma Huateng is likely to be duped. His premonition proved correct. After acquiring the housekeeping robot, Ning Yuan guided Ma Huateng to the entertainment section, fervently introducing him to the claw machine. Ning Yuan's enthusiasm was overwhelming, rendering Ma Huateng powerless to resist. He obediently inserted his bank card into the slot and began to play under Ning Yuan's direction. Impressive. I shall dub you the supreme boss. Huang Mao silently commended Ning Yuan, who had always exploited the Penguin Company's game raffles to swindle others. Today, however, the high-tech shop's claw machine was ensnaring none other than Ma Huateng, the chairman of the Penguin Company. The onlooking customers, of course, silently applauded Ning Yuan, as around 70 to 80% of them had previously fallen victim to the Penguin Company's raffles. Finally witnessing their chairman, Ma Huateng, being scammed was immensely satisfying. They thought, as expected of Boss Ning, this time he must thoroughly swindle Ma Huateng and avenge us, allowing him to experience the bitter taste of a supposed 99 winning probability that yields nothing. Alas, the subsequent developments were entirely unforeseen, utterly beyond anyone's imagination. Chapter 161, All Sour. Ma Huateng manipulated the mechanical claw, emerging victorious with a high-tech smartphone. The spectators nearly collapsed in disbelief. Ning Yuan spamming Smidethrose, and he internally questioned, is there any hope left for us? Could it be that Ma Huateng is indeed the legendary king of games? Will I forever remain unable to best him? Huang Mao, witnessing Ning Yuan's expression of acute discomfort, nearly burst into laughter. The absurdity of the situation escalated. Ma Huateng entered his password again, completed the transaction, and deftly maneuvered the claw to retrieve a small black bear, which was accompanied by a silver slip indicating a high-tech notebook. The crowd watching was on the verge of tears. Is there no justice? Being bested by the Penguin Company's games is one thing, but now, even a claw machine? Where's the fairness? Where's the law? They even began to suspect the claw machine was malfunctioning. Why could they never snag a prize, while Ma Huateng caught one after another? Truly, competition makes one envious. Ning Yuan stood in stunned silence, mirroring the crowd's disbelief. Could it be that this claw machine is defective? How could it be so easy for him? This defies all logic. He discreetly inquired of the system, wondering if the machine was indeed faulty, but the system remained uncharacteristically silent, ignoring him entirely. Huang Mao was equally astonished by Ma Huateng's skill, nearly dropping the half-eaten banana he held. Ma Huateng turned to the crowd, flashing a shy smile before once again entering his password, making the payment, and commencing another round of clawing. This time, surely he won't catch anything. If he does, how will anyone else survive? Someone might just turn sour right here. Ning Yuan thought, his internal monologue rife with skepticism. The customers collectively willed, please don't catch anything. Don't catch anything. We curse you with circles drawn in the air. Regrettably, reality proved unforgiving. Their already battered spirits were dealt another blow. Ma Huateng successfully snagged yet another black bear, this time accompanied by a silver slip for a virtual reality gaming console. Ning Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that Ma Hua Tong is a distant relative of the system? 3 attempts. 3 successes. How are those who spent millions, yet caught nothing supposed to cope? The customers felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness, akin to consuming 2 pounds of lemons, so sour it made their mouths water. Those who had spent substantial amounts, yet caught nothing were on the brink of tears, lamenting inwardly, "My heart is heavy, but I shan't speak of it," only to choke back a sob. Huang Mao dropped the remaining half of his banana, leaving only the peel in his hand, oblivious to his surroundings as he fixated on Ma Hua Tong's retreating figure, pondering, trust in Ma Guo for everlasting life. No wonder every time I prayed to his photo while drawing skins, I'd always receive good ones. It all makes sense now. Ma Hua Teng, clutching 3 silver slips emblazoned with prizes, approached the redemption machine to claim his rewards, including the housekeeping robot, before departing. As he left, he invited Ning Yuan to visit the Penguin Company. Ning Yuan readily agreed, planning to request that his internal personnel elevate his rank to the highest tier, sparing him the arduous grind of competitive play. The claw machine Ma Hua Tong play became the hottest attraction, with customers firmly believing it was faulty. Not that Ma Hua Tong was simply fortunate. Unfortunately, reality delivered yet another harsh slap. Tang Renjia was the swiftest, immediately positioning himself at the claw machine the moment Ma Hua Tong departed, inserting his bank card and attempting to snag a black bear, yet failing miserably. What had obediently yielded to Ma Hua Tong transformed into a rebellious entity in his hands, refusing to heed his commands. The black bears seemed to evade capture with uncanny agility. After 3 failed attempts, he conceded, muttering to himself, "Perhaps this is just fate." Despite relinquishing the claw machine, Tang Renjia felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Having spent 300,000, he had secured nothing. He resolved to observe for a moment longer, should someone else procure a prize. He would give another go, otherwise, he would let it be. Reality often proves merciless, delivering a sharp slap at the most critical juncture. After watching for a while, he noted that others were in the same predicament. They too failed to snag a prize. The black bears seemed to possess a life of their own, eluding capture at the most opportune moments. Disheartened, Tang Renjia shook his head and exited the crowd, heading to the rest area to take a break and purchase more insulin at the hospital. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enjoy lunch. He eyed the self-serve juice and soda machines on the bar, swallowing hard as memories of his pre-diabetes days flooded back, when he could indulge freely in food and drink. Now, it was a different story. He couldn't even sip a drink, let alone consume any sugary foods. For a food lover like him, this was akin to torture. Diabetes, often dubbed the cancer that never dies, is essentially incurable, meaning he would have to bid farewell to culinary delights for the remainder of his life. Contemplating this, Tang Renjia felt a wave of despair wash over him, wishing to leap from a height. At every gathering, while others feasted heartily, he could only watch, swallowing hard. I must not dwell on this. If I do, my mood will sour, Tang Renjia resolved, lamenting how the 2 self-serve beverage machines had rekindled his sorrow. It was best to steer clear of such temptations in the future. Tang Renjia, disinterested in thoughts of diabetes, was suddenly struck by another idea. Wasn't there a machine selling blind boxes at the high-tech shop? Everyone was fixated on the claw machines. Perhaps if he purchased a few blind boxes, he might uncover something worthwhile. Resolute, he approached the blind box machine, inserted his bank card, and bought 1 blind box to test the waters. As expected, upon opening it, he discovered a silver slip of paper that simply read, "Thank you for your patronage." Such occurrences were commonplace for him. Throughout his life, he had been a veritable pariah of luck. During elementary school, when he spent a dime to draw a prize at the local shop, other children would often win toys, while he remained perpetually empty-handed. Determined, he decided to buy 8 more, bringing his total to 9. If he failed to obtain anything from these 9, he vowed never to engage with such games of chance again. After mentally establishing this rule, Tang Renjia began his quest for blind boxes. The second yielded nothing, nor did the third, and the fourth followed suit. By the 8th box, despair began to creep in, and he lamented internally, "Is my luck truly this abysmal? No. There's still the 9th blind box. I refuse to believe that I have never won anything in my life." After a moment of fervent prayer, he entered his password, successfully completed the transaction, and retrieved the blind box from the dispensing slot. Taking a deep breath, he opened it, and upon seeing the words on the silver slip inside, he nearly fainted from exhilaration. A special medication for diabetes. Could this be fate? He felt no doubt regarding the authenticity of the diabetes medication, as the high-tech shop had previously offered effective treatments for leukemia and cancer. Thus, it was indisputable that this diabetes remedy was genuine. His hand trembled uncontrollably, as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease, as he envisioned a future free from his ailment. He could indulge in barbecues and drink milk tea without a second thought, no longer needing to administer insulin before meals. But then a wave of self-reproach washed over him. How could he have considered such indulgence? Wasn't his diabetes a consequence of overindulgence in the past? Once cured, he vowed to embrace a healthy diet and a life of joy. Huang Mao had long been observing Tang Renjia, the chubby boy boldly attempting to purchase blind boxes alone, quite clever for circumventing the claw machines in search of better fortune. However, witnessing the boy's subsequent actions, opening 8 blind boxes to find nothing, made Huang Mao shake his head in disbelief. The most astonishing moment came when the 9th box brought forth a goofy smile and tremors of excitement. It was as if the boy could not fathom the reality of his luck and was mentally overwhelmed. Huang Mao approached Ning Yuan and tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Ningge, it's over. That chubby boy is losing his mind over blind boxes. What's going on?" Ning Yuan, engrossed in the commotion, turned to Huang Mao, perplexed. How could someone go mad over a blind box? "Look at that chubby boy," he asked, grinning so widely that drool is spilling out. Huang Mao exclaimed, gesturing toward Tang Renjia. Ning Yuan followed his gaze and indeed saw the boy standing before the blind box machine, grinning foolishly, utterly bewildered. "Let us go see what is happening," Ning Yuan remarked as he approached Tang Renjia, with Huang Mao trailing closely behind. At that moment, Tang Renjia was lost in his daydreams of a healthier future, utterly oblivious to the attention he was attracting from Ning Yuan and Huang Mao, who were pointing and whispering about him. Upon concluding his reverie, Tang Renjia eagerly approached the redemption machine, following the prompts to insert the silver slip. An electronic voice announced, "Please collect your prize." The prize slot opened to reveal a small rectangular black box, roughly the size of a palm, resting quietly within. He hastily retrieved the box, examining it closely but unable to decipher its contents. Upon opening it, he found a small black vial and an instruction manual. The manual read, "Diabetes, special medication, oral administration. Effective within 24 hours. This straightforward yet exhilarating statement nearly propelled Tang Renjia into a fit of joy. This was nothing short of a miraculous elixir. Carefully unscrewing the cap, a sweet aroma wafted from within, revealing a small red pill. Satisfied with his curiosity, he promptly sealed the vial, keeping it close to him. For this pill was his lifeline, absolutely irreplaceable. As he prepared to leave the high-tech shop to commence his treatment, 2 voices startled him. "Oh, I see now. This kid has struck gold and can't stop smiling. I thought he was losing his mind." Huang Mao stood behind him, having gleaned the information from the instruction manual. Ning Yuan, spotting the red pill in the black vial, murmured, "Familiar taste, familiar formula." Turning around, Tang Renjia saw Ning Yuan and Huang Mao and exclaimed, "Boss Ning, you are my savior. Without the high-tech shop, my illness would never have been cured. Thank you so much." His excitement escalated, culminating in an astonishing act. He embraced Ning Yuan and, before the latter could react, planted 2 quick kisses on his cheeks. Realizing the impropriety of his actions, Tang Renjia bolted from the high-tech shop, hastily retreating to his car. Huang Mao stood there, dumbfounded, dropping the orange he held as he stammered, "Ningge, you were just kissed by a man. What now?" Other customers, witnessing the explosive scene, were also taken aback. One particularly flashy patron, adorned with a gold chain and a flamboyant shirt, exclaimed, "Oh no, Boss Ning just got kissed by a man." The onlookers, captivated by the revelation, erupted in excitement, bombarding each other with questions. "What? Boss Ning was kissed by a man? When did this happen? Who was the man? Is he more handsome than me? Could it be that Boss Ning is?" In that moment, Ning Yuan could only echo in his mind, "I've been kissed by a man. I'm no longer pure." "Ningge, are you all right?" Huang Mao prodded him. "You mustn't let this get to you. Don't do anything rash." As he spoke, he could no longer contain his laughter, tears streaming down his face. The other customers joined in the laughter. Even those who had been preoccupied with the claw machines paused to chuckle. Ning Yuan, overwhelmed by humiliation, dashed upstairs, his usually thick skin faltering in the face of such embarrassment. How could he ever show his face again after being kissed by a man? Once upstairs, he rushed to the restroom, scrubbing his face vigorously with soap 5 times, discarding both the washcloth and soap into the trash. Standing before the mirror and gazing at his handsome visage, he thought, "There, now I'm clean. Ning Yuan, oh Ning Yuan, how is it that you possess such striking handsomeness? One wonders which fortunate woman will eventually benefit from your charms. It is indeed a source of vexation. Being handsome can be quite the burden." Chapter 163. The revenue reaches 25.8 billion. In the capital, within the upscale residential district of Sanjiang, Tang Ranjia parked his vehicle and ascended to his abode via the elevator. Eagerly, he retrieved a small black vial from his pocket, poured himself a cup of warm water, and settled onto the sofa, cautiously unscrewing the vial. A cloyingly sweet aroma wafted into the air, somewhat piquant to the throat. Coughing a few times, Tang Ranjia took a deep breath, raised the vial to his lips, and poured the red pill in his mouth, preparing to wash it down with water. To his astonishment, the pill dissolved instantly, transforming into liquid and flowing down his throat into his stomach. Is that it? Is my illness to be cured so easily? This is simply unbelievable. Tang Ranjia mused to himself. He glanced at his phone to check the time. It was 11:35, 25 a.m. Dragon Country time, which meant that by this time tomorrow, his ailment would be resolved. All he could do now was bide his time, waiting until tomorrow to visit the Beijing Concord Hospital for a checkup with Dr. Sun, the physician who had diagnosed his diabetes. Since his diagnosis, he had frequently visited Dr. Sun for health assessments. While Tang Ranjia anxiously awaited the passage of time, Ning Yuan, whom he had inadvertently hurt, quickly regained his composure. Immersed in his virtual reality gaming, he delved into his cultivation journey, adopting the illustrious name of Shi Huang within the game. Though the name may seem commonplace, it bore significant weight. Reminiscent of a protagonist from a web novel he once read, where Shi Huang triumphed over all adversaries and was heralded as the Emperor of the Wasteland. Ning Yuan felt he was not worthy of such a name. While Shi Huang was invincible, he himself had been subjected to constant bullying. Far from achieving the status of an emperor, he had yet to reach even the foundational stage of cultivation. Fortunately, today he had completed a quest and earned 2 low-grade spirit stones, which he managed to keep from being stolen. With these stones, he finally advanced to the 11th level of Qi training. Once he reached the 12th level, achieving perfection and acquired a foundational pill, he would be able to establish his foundation. As the gaming time dwindled, Ning Yuan concluded his session, not wishing to be forcibly ejected by the system. Just after removing his headset, Huang Mao approached with his phone in hand. Ningguo, big news. The Jade Rabbit lunar rover launched by Dragon Country has captured a series of photographs, and one of them shows a square object that resembles a building. A building? Huang Mao's words triggered a thought in Ning Yuan's mind. He had completed a quest that rewarded him with a lunar villa and a week-long trip to the moon. Could the photos taken by the Jade Rabbit be of his villa? Where are the photos? Ning Yuan inquired, eager to see what the system had bestowed upon him. Huang Mao pointed to a blurry image on his phone, saying, I find it puzzling that during such crucial moments, the photographs always turn out unclear. Ning Yuan glanced at the picture. Indeed, there appeared to be a square object in the distance. But the image was too indistinct to ascertain whether it was the villa prepared for him by the system. It seemed he would have to wait until he completed the quest to investigate further. After dinner, Ning Yuan returned to his room and summoned the system panel to check his task progress, which had surged to 25.8 billion. He calculated that this equated to the sale of 160 housekeeping robots. Naturally, this revenue did not solely stem from robot sales. Claw machines and blind box machines contributed a small fraction as well. His wallet had swelled, and according to the 1:9 split ratio, he had received 25.8 billion. While money was not the paramount concern, he had made substantial progress towards completing his task. This was largely due to the positive impact of the housekeeping robots saving lives. Affluent individuals in Dragon Country were eager to purchase a beautiful housekeeping robot, whether for protection or simply for companionship. Perhaps they desired the robot to prepare their meals or clean their homes, or even to engage in activities they enjoyed during the night. Regardless, Ning Yuan felt elated, already envisioning his lunar adventure. Tang Ranjia, too, was lost in thought, imagining the scenario once his health was restored. It was now 11:30 p.m. Dragon Country time, and he lay restlessly in bed, unable to fall asleep. He decided to pick up his phone from the bedside and, opening the browser, entered a mysterious URL, www.fankyexyashukum, to find a film he enjoyed, donning his headphones to watch intently. As dawn approached, around 4 a.m., fatigue finally overwhelmed him. He put away his headphones, discarded a tissue in the trash, and cleared his browser history. Once everything was in order, he drifted off to sleep. This slumber was deep and dreamless. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already past 1 p.m., well over 24 hours since taking his medication. Tang Ranjia hurriedly got up, washed up, and hastily consumed a snack before heading out to Beijing Concord Hospital. After a series of examinations at the hospital, Tang Ranjia entered the consultation room of Dr. Sun, the chief expert in endocrinology, with various test results in hand. Dr. Sun, here are the test results, Tang Ranjia said cheerfully, placing the documents on the doctor's desk. Doctor, Sun picked up the results, glancing through them as he said, "Please have a seat." "Thank you," Tang Ranjia replied, taking a seat on a small round stool beside the desk. His heart raced, palms sweaty as he anxiously scrutinized Dr. Sun's expression, hoping to glean some information. Despite the miraculous healing effects of the black market pharmacy's medication, he remained apprehensive. Only a thorough examination at the hospital could truly assuage his fears. He needed to hear the doctor declare him free of illness before he could fully relax, releasing the heavy weight that had pressed upon his chest. As Dr. Sun perused the test results, he suddenly furrowed his brow and sighed, causing Tang Ranjia to panic. "Dr. Sun, what is it? Is there a problem?" "Everything is fine." "Everything is fine," Dr. Sun replied with a smile, placing the test results down. He retrieved a glasses cloth from his pocket and wiped his spectacles, saying, "I'm getting old. After staring at things for a while, my eyes start to blur." "Do you realize that a doctor's sigh can be terrifying? Just don't let me develop a heart condition now that my diabetes is cured." After cleaning his glasses, Dr. Sun resumed examining the test results meticulously. Surely his health must be restored. Tang Ranjia began to silently pray. "Normal, normal, all is normal, Dr. Sun muttered as he scanned through each test result, his calm demeanor evolving into a tumultuous storm of astonishment. Upon finishing the review, he scrutinized the names on the results, confirming that they indeed belonged to Tang Ranjia. Still uncertain, he took a moment to observe the middle-aged man seated beside the desk. With small, gleaming eyes, a flattened nose, and a round, chubby face, he bore a pimple on his chin, which made Dr. Sun, who had a compulsive urge to pop zits, yearn to squeeze it. This was undoubtedly Tang Ranjia, the same man who had wept in his office years ago upon being diagnosed with diabetes, leaving a lasting impression on Dr. Sun, as he had consistently returned for checkups over the years. However, the various values on the test results indicated that Tang Ranjia's health was exemplary. He was in no way diabetic, or rather, it appeared that Tang Ranjia's diabetes had miraculously vanished. What could this mean? Had someone cured his ailment? That seemed impossible. Diabetes may be likened to an incurable cancer, an affliction that seems impossible to remedy. In a brief span, Dr. Sun pondered deeply. Tang Ranjia, noticing Dr. Sun's silence and his unwavering gaze, felt an unsettling chill creep into his heart. Summoning his courage, he inquired, "Dr. Sun, how is my condition?" At the mention of his ailment, Dr. Sun paused momentarily, then picked up the lab results for another meticulous examination. He needed to verify that he was indeed seeing correctly, that his eyes were not deceiving him. As he scrutinized the test results one by one, he found no discrepancies. Meanwhile, Tang Ranjia felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Was he cured or not? He craved a definitive answer, his anxiety mounting. "Come, follow me, Dr. Sun instructed, clutching the lab reports as he swiftly exited the consultation room, heading for the elevator with Tang Ranjia hastily trailing behind. Dr. Sun guided him to the laboratory, where he thoroughly questioned the staff before returning to the consultation room. "Tang Ranjia, your health shows no signs of any issues. In other words, your diabetes has miraculously healed," he began. However, before he could elaborate further, he was interrupted by Tang Ranjia's exuberant query. "Dr. Sun, am I truly cured? I have examined the lab reports with utmost care, and they indeed reflect no problems. I also consulted the laboratory staff, who confirmed that the specimens were accurately matched to you. Your condition is genuinely resolved." Upon hearing these words, Tang Ranjia burst into tears, exclaiming through his sobs, "It has been so hard. Ever since I was diagnosed with diabetes, my life has been shrouded in darkness. Now that I am healed, I am overwhelmed with joy." His excitement escalated, culminating in an exuberant embrace of Dr. Sun, who urged him to calm down. After 10 minutes, Tang Ranjia finally regained his composure and settled onto a small stool, ready to divulge the information Dr. Sun was eager to learn. "My diabetes recovery is actually linked to a remarkable establishment known as the Black Technology Store. Are you familiar with it, Dr. Sun?" Upon hearing those words, Dr. Sun's expression shifted to one of realization. He was well aware of the Black Technology Store, having heard of its miraculous cures for congenital leukemia and cancer. The hospital administrators had discussed procuring medications from the store for research purposes during meetings. However, for reasons unknown, that topic had faded from discussions, with whispers suggesting that higher authorities had advised against any dealings with the store as proprietor. Now, another fortunate individual had emerged, having consumed the remedies from the Black Technology Store and achieved a cure for diabetes. Dr. Sun could only silently acknowledge the extraordinary stroke of luck. Tang Ranjia, misinterpreting Dr. Sun's silence, as ignorance of the store, was about to elaborate when Dr. Sun interjected, "Very well, Tang Renji, return home and adopt healthier lifestyle habits. Avoid excessive indulgence in high-calorie and sugary foods." "Understood. Thank you, Dr. Sun," Tang Renji replied, leaving the consultation room, perplexed as to why Dr. Sun had not inquired further about the black technology store. He had hoped to share his exciting news. Upon exiting the hospital, Tang Renji drove to a nearby convenience store to purchase a bottle of his beloved soda. Carefully twisting off the cap, he took a sip, relishing the familiar taste that had eluded him since his diagnosis. Once, he had taken for granted a bottle of soda placed before him, but now, years later, a single sip nearly sent him soaring with joy. After savoring a few more sips, he capped the bottle, retrieved his phone, and began calling friends to celebrate his recovery, eager to boast of his extraordinary fortune. Later that evening, Ning Yuan was engrossed in food review videos, his stomach growling incessantly. Those food bloggers seemed to post videos only at night, which felt like a cruel joke. "Huang Mao, do we have anything to eat at home?" Ning Yuan called out, knocking on Huang Mao's door. Huang Mao opened the door and replied, "There seem to be a couple of buns left in the fridge." "Who wants buns?" Ning Yuan retorted, rummaging through the kitchen and uncovering leftover lamb skewers from a previous barbecue. He quickly ignited the grill to roast the skewers. Half an hour later, the tantalizing aroma of grilled lamb wafted through the second floor. Ning Yuan perched on a small stool in the kitchen, indulging in skewers while watching food review videos. Occasionally, sipping on some beer, reveling in the moment. Huang Mao, unable to resist the sizzling skewers, promised to wash Ning Yuan's socks for a week in exchange for a share of the feast. Meanwhile, Tang Renji was enjoying a barbecue with friends. As the server placed the skewers on the table, he eagerly grabbed one, leaving a friend currently administering insulin in shock. "Are you out of your mind? Just eat it," the friend exclaimed, insulin pen in hand. Others chimed in, "Tang Renji, do you wish to meet an early demise? Stop eating and finish your insulin first. What gives? Are you trying to throw your life away?" They laughed. Tang Renji chuckled heartily, declaring, "Not only do I want to eat, but I also want to drink soda." He reached for the bottle on the table, opened it, and gulped down 3 hearty swigs, belching contentedly. This reckless display nearly sent his friends in a shock, questioning whether he was courting disaster. Chapter 165, Such is Fate. Wu Xiaobo, seated across from Tang Renji and also afflicted with diabetes, stood up and snatched the soda, exclaiming, "What on earth has gotten into you?" "Stimulus, pure stimulus," Tang Renji replied, munching on a lamb skewer. "I have some exhilarating news for you all." Curiosity piqued. His friends fell silent, eager to learn what could possibly be so thrilling as to elate Tang Renji to this extent. Rather than divulging immediately, he played coy, glancing around mysteriously. "I won't say just yet. Take a guess. Whoever guesses correctly will receive a jade pendant from me." Knowing Tang Renji dealt in jewelry and possessed many fine pieces, their interest was instantly ignited as they began to speculate. "Did you come into a fortune recently?" One friend ventured. "No." Tang Renji shook his head. "Has your business made a breakthrough?" "Negative." "Did you find a girlfriend?" "Not that either." "None of those." "Enough with the suspense. Just spill it." Wu Xiaobo urged impatiently. Tang Renji shook his head again, munching on skewers as he remarked, "You lot are too mundane, utterly predictable. You think only of money and women. Can't you exercise a bit of creativity?" "All right, we're mundane. Now, do enlighten us with your grand news." Wu Xiaobo retorted, pouring Tang Renji a cup of tea. Tang Renji chuckled, taking a sip of the tea, suddenly bursting into laughter, tears streaming down his face. His friends exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused by Tang Renji's abrupt shift to mirth. Wu Xiaobo waved his hand in front of Tang Renji's face, perplexed. "Old Tang, what is wrong with you? Should we take you to the hospital?" "Not at all." Tang Renji waved Wu Xiaobo's hand away, grinning. "Everyone, settle down. Old Wu, you better brace yourself. My news might just knock you off your feet." Wu Xiaobo shook his head, but slowly sipped his tea, eager to hear what news could possibly be so astonishing. The others were equally intrigued. Tang Renji, noticing that all eyes were upon him, decided not to keep them in suspense any longer. He stood up and exclaimed, "Tang Renji, have cured my diabetes. From now on, I shall no longer need to inject insulin before meals." "Ha ha ha, what?" Wu Xiaobo, caught off guard, sprayed his tea across the table and asked urgently, "Old Tang, are you serious? How could it be otherwise? I underwent a comprehensive examination at Peking Union Medical College Hospital, and the doctor confirmed that I am well. Today, I'm treating you all to celebrate my recovery." Tang Renji replied, pride evident in his demeanor as he lifted his chin. "Old Tang, where did you receive treatment?" Wu Xiaobo inquired eagerly. He, like Tang Renji, had been afflicted with diabetes, but his suffering had lasted far longer, over a decade. Are you familiar with the Black Technology Store? Danzenzi Boset. Of course. It's a well-known establishment among the people of Longguo. Wu Xiaobo recalled, suddenly connecting the dots. You got the medication from the Black Technology Store? Absolutely. The only place on the entire Blue Star that can provide a cure for diabetes is the Black Technology Store. Tang Renjia recounted the incredible tale of how he procured the miraculous medication. After hearing this, Wu Xiaobo sighed deeply and said, Old Tang, take me to the Black Technology Store tomorrow. I want to try my luck with the blind boxes too. At the Black Technology Store, Huang Mao set 2 servings of jianbing guizi and 2 cups of soy milk on the table, calling out, Ninggu, hurry out for some jianbing. Ning Yuan, yawning as he approached the table, asked, did you add grilled sausage and spicy strips to my portion? Of course. It's all included. Even the soy milk has sugar. Huang Mao replied while munching. Impressive, you're improving. While Ning Yuan enjoyed his breakfast, Tang Renjia had already brought his friend Wu Xiaobo to the entrance of the Black Technology Store. By the time it opened at 9, a throng had gathered outside. With luxury cars lining the street, Tang Renjia guided Wu Xiaobo into the store, directly to the blind box machines, where they began purchasing and unboxing. Huang Mao, munching on a bag of spicy strips, sidled up to Tang Renjia and remarked, Ninggu, that guy who kissed you yesterday is back. Be careful. Ning Yuan, preparing to don his virtual reality headset for intense practice, felt his composure waver upon hearing this. More accurately, he nearly lost his cool, taking several deep breaths before gritting his teeth and threatening, if you mention that again, I'll turn your backside into 8 pieces. Naturally, Tang Renjia heard this exchange and chuckled shyly, addressing Huang Mao. Mr. Huang, I must apologize to Boss Ning for yesterday's indiscretion. Who asked Mr. Huang? My surname is Gao. Just call me Brother Gao. If you're apologizing to Ninggu, you should do it in person, not to me, Huang Mao replied, exasperated. As Ning Yuan's daily jest left others believing he truly bore the surname Huang. Mr. Gao, I shall refrain from approaching directly, for I fear that if Boss Ning sees my face, he might become dispirited again. Please convey my apologies, Tang Renjia said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Huang Mao scrutinized Tang Renjia closely, noting his rotund figure resembling Zhu Beiji, and without further comment, he shook his head and ambled toward the lounge area. He finally understood Ning Yuan's plight. Who could endure a kiss from Zhu Beiji? Wu Xiaobo's journey with the blind boxes was not going smoothly. He had invested 2 million, but had only opened 20 boxes, yielding nothing of value. Perhaps today's just not my luck. Maybe I'll come back occasionally. After all, winning with blind boxes is entirely a matter of fortune, Tang Renjia consoled. Alas, Wu Xiaobo sighed, maybe this is fate. Even the heavens do not wish for me to recover. It seems I must engage in more good deeds henceforth. Some regular customers in the store had taken note of Tang Renjia and Wu Xiaobo at the blind box machines. They did not perceive them as mere patrons, but rather as potential sources of profit. Excuse me, gentlemen, may I inquire if you have had any luck with the blind boxes? A tall, slender customer approached with a smile. Wu Xiaobo pointed at Tang Renjia, saying, he opened a medication that can cure diabetes. A medication that can cure diabetes? The tall customer was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, such a medication must be immensely valuable. Valuable? It's beyond measure. I would wager that such a drug could easily fetch billions on the international market, a shorter, stocky customer exclaimed, as if he had already unearthed such a remedy from a blind box. Chapter 166. The Black Technology Store truly is extraordinary. Then what are we waiting for? Let us dive into the blind boxes. The customers declared, decisively abandoning the claw machines to invest their money in the more lucrative blind boxes. However, high returns imply high risks, and, after more than an hour, they had yet to uncover a single item, merely receiving the customary, thank you for your patronage. The patrons lamented, what a scam. Just as Tang Renjia and Wu Xiaobo departed, an old customer entered the store, and Huang Mao instantly recognized him. Wasn't he this the nation's darling, Wang Xikong? Indeed, a beautiful woman was following closely behind him. Upon entering the store, Wang Xikong paused, exclaiming, what a significant transformation. It's so much more upscale and stylish than before. Boss Ning has finally invested in renovations. Cousin, I heard from my friend that the Black Technology Store has claw machines. I want to give it a try, the beautiful woman said, her voice laced with excitement. Hold on a moment, Wang Xikong said, making a beeline for the shopping area to purchase a housekeeper robot before wandering the store with his girlfriend. They tried both the claw machine and the blind box machine, which he deemed to be money traps. Although he was wealthy, he wasn't foolish. He resolved never to engage with such machines that required paying an intelligence tax again. Cousin, I'd like something to drink, the beautiful woman said, pointing to the self-service beverage machine at the bar with a playful tone. Huang Mao, leaning against the bar, felt goosebumps rise at her inflection. Ning Yuan, reclining in the rocking chair behind the bar, shuddered as well. Wang Xikong approached the beverage machine and, upon seeing the prices, thought he might be experiencing dizziness from playing too late the previous night. Rubbing his eyes and taking a closer look, he confirmed the price. A single drink cost a staggering 1,000 yuan. Is this a joke? Is this drink made of gold? What could possibly justify such a price? The exorbitant cost ignited Wang Xikong's curiosity. He purchased a juice for his girlfriend and a soda for himself, sipping cautiously. As the soda touched his lips, he contemplated giving Ning Yuan a good beating. Wasn't this merely the taste of a 3 yuan bottle of Sprite? He felt utterly insulted for having spent 1,000 yuan on a drink that tasted no different. Customers lounging in the relaxation area watched as Wang Xikong spent 2,000 yuan on 2 drinks, internally exclaiming, "What a spendthrift." Huang Mao gulped nervously and cautiously asked, "Young Master Wang, what does a 1,000 yuan drink taste like? You work here, haven't you tried it?" Wang Xikong retorted, 1,000 yuan a cup? How could I afford that?" Huang Mao replied, and Ning Yuan stood up to inquire about the flavor of the 1,000 yuan drink as well. "None of you have tried it?" Wang Xikong felt like a complete fool, realizing he had consumed a 1,000 yuan Sprite while others hadn't even tasted it. Ning Yuan chuckled, saying, "I could afford it, but it just feels like such a waste to spend 1,000 yuan on a single drink." The patrons present nodded in agreement, alluding to their ability to afford it, yet recognizing it was unnecessary. After all, for 1,000 yuan, one could purchase a considerable quantity of drinks elsewhere. Wang Xikong remained silent, his face darkening as he hurriedly left with his girlfriend and the housekeeper robot, feeling as though everyone in the store was silently mocking him, branding him a fool. The blonde-haired youth gazed at the Ferrari that had just vanished through the shop's entrance, murmuring, "How splendid it is to possess wealth. Even a drink priced at 1,000 yuan can be purchased. Yet I wonder what such an extravagant beverage could possibly taste like. You wish to indulge as well?" Ning Yuan inquired. The youth nodded in affirmation. "Well, that's quite simple. Just have it. I shall deduct it from your salary for this month." Ning Yuan replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing the mention of salary deduction, the youth's expression fell dramatically, and with a grimace he lamented, "Ning, you are far too stingy. Can't you treat me to a drink? As if I have money to burn. 1,000 for a single drink. One could enjoy a sumptuous seafood feast with that sum. This evening, let us have seafood. You should head out early to procure the ingredients," Ning Yuan proclaimed grandly, waving his hand as if to emphasize his point. The youth cheered, "All right. Ning, you are magnificent. Ning, you are generous. Good news seldom leaves the house, while bad news travels far and wide." Wang Xikong, in a bid to elicit a smile from a beautiful woman at the tech-savvy little shop, spent 2,000 yuan on 2 beverages, and this incident was promptly shared online, catapulting it to trending status. In a 5-star hotel in Beijing, Wang Xikong lay in bed scrolling through Weibo, casting a derisive glance at the news surrounding him. Are these people truly so idle? I merely bought 2 drinks, and here I am trending. As he perused the comment section, he found countless remarks branding him a spendthrift, which annoyed him greatly. He abandoned his phone and, turning to his girlfriend seated beside him, pinned her down and engaged in fervent activity. For reasons unknown, he felt an extraordinary surge of vigor that night. The following morning, his girlfriend roused him, exclaiming, "Xikong, look at me. My skin is transformed. I feel even more beautiful. Dare to stir my slumber?" Wang Xikong retorted, pulling her into an embrace and resuming their vigorous endeavors. After over an hour, he remarked, "You seem to have improved in appearance since before. I told you I was becoming more beautiful, but you ignored me," she protested, yet before she could finish, Wang Xikong pinned her down once more. After yet another hour of exertion, Wang Xikong pondered aloud, "When did my stamina become so formidable? Something must be amiss." His girlfriend, blushing, suggested, "Could be those 2 drinks? After drinking them, my skin improved, and your capabilities seem enhanced too." Wang Xikong contemplated her words. "You may be onto something. Now I understand why those drinks cost so much. The merchandise from the tech-savvy little shop is indeed extraordinary. Gong, I am posting on Weibo right now to clarify things for you," his girlfriend declared, snapping several photos and directly uploading them without any edits. Accompanied by the caption, "Checked in at the tech-savvy little shop. A successful man should treat his woman to 1,000 yuan juice. The beauty benefits are remarkable. I've decided to forego makeup. Natural beauty is the truest form of beauty." Wang Xizong's girlfriend, also a social media influencer known as Xiaoxue, boasted over 500,000 followers. The moment this post went live, it created a sensation within mere hours. Women went into a frenzy in the comment section, inquiring if she had indeed become more beautiful after drinking the beverages from the tech-savvy little shop. Upon seeing this, Xiao Xue shared another Weibo post detailing her experience of Wang Xikong treating her to juice, effectively silencing those who labeled him a spendthrift and flaunting her allure to competitors. Wang Xikong had a multitude of women around him, yet it was he who treated her to juice, a testament to his charm. Chapter 167. The Frenzied Rich Women. At the tech-savvy little shop, Ning Yuan found himself bewildered. As he opened the door, a throng of women surged in. Given that the shop had recently been selling housekeeping robots, specifically attractive robotic maids, 99 of the customers had been male. Why was there suddenly a rush of women today? Their subsequent actions only deepened Ning Yuan's confusion. They neither sought to purchase robots nor engage with the claw machine and blind box. Instead, they clamored to buy the 1,000 yuan drinks. Ning, what is the secret behind these drinks? Why is everyone so eager to drink them? The blonde youth inquired. If you seek answers from me, who should I consult? Ning Yuan retorted, gesturing towards a voluptuous woman in her 30s amidst the crowd. Go ask her what's going on. Why don't you inquire? The youth countered. Hey, you little rascal, listen here. These women are mostly affluent. You must seize this opportunity. Ning Yuan pushed the youth forward, urging him to find out more. I'll pass on that and go fetch the roasted chicken, the youth replied before darting away. Make mine extra crispy. Ning Yuan called after him, then leaned on the bar, cradling his chin as he asked the women, Ladies, why are you so keen on our drinks? You must be the owner, Ning. You're so fair and adorable, exclaimed a woman with cascading waves and a beauty marked by her lips, gazing intently at Ning Yuan. Do you have a partner? As soon as she spoke, the other women in line began to tease him as well. Ning, are you free tonight? Let me treat you to dinner. Ning, do you find me beautiful? Want to have some fun together? Ning, come with me shortly. I can hardly wait. Ning Yuan had never encountered such a scene and, feeling overwhelmed, retreated to a rocking chair behind the bar, scrolling through Douyin. He stumbled upon a video about Wang Xikong and learned that the juice from the self-service beverage machine could enhance beauty. No wonder these women were rushing into the shop. The explosive popularity of the self-service beverage machine took Ning Yuan by surprise. He had underestimated women's desire for beauty. The first group of women who drank the juice found their skin noticeably improve the following day, and the first thing they did was post selfies on social media. Hence, the news that the juice from the tech-savvy little shop could enhance skin spread rapidly among wealthy circles. The next day, as Ning Yuan opened the door, a multitude of women surged in, nearly knocking over the youth standing nearby. The air was soon filled with an array of perfume scents. Ning, it's too fragrant. My mouth is parched, the youth remarked, covering his nose. Cough, cough. Ning Yuan coughed a few times, sighing, These women are utterly wild. Ning, why is there a limit of one drink per person? I plan to take several back for friends, shouted a wealthy woman with a voluminous hairstyle. Ning Yuan squeezed his way through the crowd to the bar, exclaiming, Of course, it's one per person. Such an extraordinary drink must be limited. If you buy it all, no one else can. This statement resonated with many affluent women, who understood that such a miraculous drink would have limited production. The woman with the voluminous hair shouted back, Ning, you're so fair-skinned. How many drinks have you secretly consumed? What do you mean secretly consumed? My handsome looks are purely natural. I don't need any drinks. Ning Yuan replied, brimming with self-admiration. The woman responded, Ning, you're so striking. Would you like a wife? If you do, I'll be your wife right now. Ning Yuan, sensing the playful danger of their advances, fell silent, intimidated by the prospect of having so many women vying for him. A male customer in the shop voiced what everyone else was thinking. You lot think you could be Ning's wives? Dream on. In dreams, anything is possible. The moment he uttered this, he regretted it deeply, for he felt the collective gaze of the women upon him. If looks could kill, he would have perished 100 times over. Ladies, let us get him, someone shouted, and a horde of women surged toward the male customer. The first among them, weighing over 200 pounds, shouted, a crow flying a plane, and promptly knocked him to the ground. Immediately following, the female customer unleashed her ultimate skills, the monkey stealing peaches, directly striking the delicate flower, and the black tiger extracting the heart. 10 minutes later, the male customer managed to rise from the ground with great difficulty, his legs trembling and pressed together. Pointing at the group of women before him, he declared, I refuse to accept this, before staggering away. The blond man shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, Indeed, women are like tigers. The ancients were not mistaken. A week later, Wang Xikong returned with his girlfriend, heading straight for the self-service beverage machine. As before, he purchased a cup of juice for his girlfriend and a soda for himself, settling back on the sofa to savor his drink, observing Wang Xikong indulging in a beverage. The patrons in the leisure area chuckled. Wang Xikong merely shook his head, disdainfully remarking, You people are seated on a treasure mountain, yet remain oblivious. How lamentable. Does this drink possess other benefits? Inquired a middle-aged, somewhat greasy man seated across from Wang Sikong. Assessing the man, Wang Sikong smiled and responded. When you are with your wife at night, do you sometimes find yourself lacking the strength? Who said that? The greasy man retorted, taking a sip of goji berry tea from his thermos, feigning composure. Do not be deceived by my age. My vigor remains undiminished. Oh, Wang Sikong nodded. Gentlemen, you may purchase a soda, for it harbors a miraculous power at night, if you catch my drift. Those who do not understand, please refrain from asking foolish questions. Being men, they all comprehended Wang Sitsong's implication, and the patrons, all in their 40s, grew restless. Their virility had long since waned, and they were accustomed to steeping goji berries in their thermoses. Now, with the promise of rejuvenation through a mere drink, they felt compelled to partake. After finishing, they would eagerly test the effects at home. The greasy man, noticing others purchasing sodas, discreetly bought one himself, retreating to a corner to sip it in secret. The blond man, overhearing the rumors surrounding the soda, has extraordinary abilities, turned to Ning Yuan and asked, Brother Ning, aren't you going to have a cup? Not on your life. My health is just fine, and I have no need for such nonsense, Ning Yuan replied curtly. Chapter 168. The Wealthy Woman, Shun Yu. The beverage machine's popularity inadvertently boosted the shop's revenue. From Wang Sikong, Ning Yuan learned that the drink's effects could last up to a week, which was splendid. He began to admire the system's strategic planning. Customers would frequently visit the tech-savvy shop, and perhaps they would purchase other products, accelerating the growth of revenue and hastening the realization of his lunar travel ambitions. Shun Yu epitomized this phenomenon. She was a quintessential career woman, 35 years old, unmarried, and running a fashion design company, with 5 properties, 10 storefronts, and over 50 million in savings. She indulged in the beverage before trying her luck at a claw machine and blind box dispenser, ultimately purchasing a housekeeping robot. Gazing at the robot, which resembled a young girl, Shun Yu inquired, Can you transform into a handsome man? Apologies, but the program does not support that function. Sighing, Shun Yu lamented. If only the robot were male, it would be perfect. She silently cursed her thoughts as she dared not linger on them. Little Black, can you help me prepare a meal? Shun Yu asked. Of course, Little Black replied, heading into the kitchen. An hour later, Shun Yu beheld a table laden with an aromatic and visually appealing feast of 5 dishes and soup. She felt that spending $5 million on such a housekeeping robot was an absolute bargain. Previously, she either dined out or ordered takeout, never enjoying the health benefits of home-cooked meals, as she lacked the culinary skills and time to cook. She had hired several housekeepers, but they all left due to her temperament. Shun Yu understood that her single status at 35 stemmed from her assertive nature. At 27, a relationship ended because of her temper, and although she wished to change, she found it nearly impossible. She ultimately dedicated herself to her career. As she enjoyed her meal, an acrid smell of smoke wafted through the air. Turning to Little Black, she asked, Is something burning in the kitchen? No. Scanning. Scanning complete. The heat source originates from the 23rd floor, Little Black reported. Are you telling me there's a fire on the 23rd floor? Shun Yu exclaimed, setting down her chopsticks in shock. Yes, as you're on the 18th floor, calculations indicate the fire poses no threat to you, Little Black reassured her. For safety's sake. Shun Yu wiped her mouth with a napkin, donned her clothes and shoes, and hurried outside with Little Black. Upon reaching the ground floor, she found a throng of people gathered. Nearly all the residents of her building had evacuated. The structure stood 33 stories tall, with 1 household per floor. Shun Yu looked up. The fire on the 23rd floor was substantial, thick smoke billowing outward. A couple clutched their child on the balcony, the child's cries and the couple's desperate pleas resonating through the air. Has anyone called the fire department? A man shouted from the crowd. Yes, it was reported long ago, came the reply. Where are they? This is infuriating. Ah, it's rush hour. They must be stuck in traffic, Shun Yu mused, her anxiety mounting. She was all too familiar with Beijing's congestion. Once, she had nearly missed a flight due to traffic from the 3rd Ring Road to the airport. The child's cries grew louder, and the man's shouts grew more frantic. The onlookers were helpless, and a resident from the 22nd floor called out, Can a few young men help? I'll find a rope. We can let them down to my apartment. Several young men dashed into the building, following the resident from the 22nd floor. As anticipated, the fire truck was indeed stalled in traffic. Despite other vehicles yielding, its progress was painfully slow, and the firefighters were filled with urgency. Captain, let's coordinate with the other units to clear the traffic. Our pace is unacceptable. By the time we arrive, the fire will have consumed everything, a firefighter in the passenger seat reported urgently. You're caught in a traffic incident ahead. The police are dealing with it. A calm voice on the phone relayed. "We're stuck on Qin Shi Road." The firefighter replied, exasperated. "Tell them to expedite their efforts." "I understand," the captain said, disconnecting the call to reach out to the traffic police. At the other end of Qin Shi Road, two vehicles were entangled in a rear-end collision, with the occupants arguing vehemently. The police stood between them, explaining the relevant laws. The crux of the dispute lay with the driver of the rear-end vehicle, who had suffered a heart attack and died on the spot. The deceased's relatives insisted that the rear-end collision was the cause of the heart attack, and thus the driver of the other vehicle bore some responsibility and must pay compensation. The driver of the lead car, upon hearing this, was nearly apoplectic and quickly called for reinforcements. This bizarre situation was a first for the police, a heart attack resulting from a rear-end collision, with blame shifted onto another party. After receiving instructions from headquarters, they swiftly called for a tow truck to remove the two cars and restore traffic flow, allowing the fire truck to proceed. As the fire truck raced toward the scene, the rescue attempt from the 22nd floor ultimately failed. When the young men found a rope and opened the window to throw it from the balcony, they discovered no one was responding on the 23rd floor. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed, and a fierce blaze erupted from the balcony, startling them. The crowd below was equally taken aback, erupting into chaos. "It's over, it's over. This family is doomed. Alas, what will happen to that little child? With such a raging inferno, it is likely that the child has perished." The residents of the 22nd floor did not abandon their rescue efforts and, accompanied by several young individuals, rushed to the 23rd floor in a desperate attempt to save lives. Unfortunately, the security door was utterly unyielding, and they had no choice but to return to the crowd, disheartened. Listening to the murmurs of the onlookers, Xinyu felt a profound anguish. Though she outwardly projected a strong and temperamental persona, her heart was tender, particularly when faced with the tragedy of life and death. She had always averted her gaze from such scenes on television, but now she found herself experiencing it firsthand. The mere thought of that child, so young and already lost to the world, filled her with immeasurable sorrow. At that moment, a thought suddenly sparked in her mind. Would a nanny robot fear the flames? Could it venture inside to check if anyone remained alive? If so, could it rescue them? Chapter 169. The military comes to purchase robots. Xinyu turned to the small black robot beside her and inquired, "Can you go to the 23rd floor and bring someone out? Do you have the necessary functions?" Scanning. Scan complete. There are signs of life in the restroom on the 23rd floor. Do you wish to initiate a rescue? The robot responded. Upon hearing that there were still signs of life, Xinyu hurriedly urged, "Quickly, save them." As her words fell, the robot dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, employing both hands and feet to leap into the 23rd floor. The onlookers outside the building were taken aback. What was this extraordinary being, a superhero? An elderly gentleman removed his reading glasses, wiped them with a cloth, and grumbled, "I'm getting old. My eyesight is failing me. I can't believe I just saw a young girl scaling the 23rd floor." "Grandpa, your eyesight is just fine." A sister jumped in through the window from the 23rd floor. A young boy standing beside the elder remarked. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "I know who that sister is. She is a nanny robot. My classmate has one at home." The crowd suddenly recalled the previous news about a nanny robot saving lives, enlightened by the boy's words. Approximately 3 minutes later, the small black robot emerged from the building, cradling a child in its arms, and promptly returned to rescue the couple as well. At that moment, fire trucks and ambulances finally arrived with blaring sirens. Thanks to the swift medical attention, the family was no longer in danger, and the flames were quickly extinguished by the firefighters. The nanny robot, standing beside Xinyu, became a star, and people gathered around to curiously observe the small black robot. It greeted the crowd with a smile. Residents of the community, all of whom were well off, expressed their intentions to visit the high-tech store the following day to purchase a nanny robot. They envisioned having a caretaker during leisure time and a lifesaver in emergencies. What a remarkable utility. The heroic actions of the small black robot quickly made headlines, further elevating the popularity of nanny robots. At the high-tech store, Ning Yuan leaned against the bar, scrolling through trending videos, and smiled as he watched the news about the nanny robot's heroic rescue. The incident had significantly boosted sales, and profits surged rapidly, bringing him closer to his dream of traveling to the moon to see if Chang'e and the jade rabbit truly existed. "Ningguo, we have a serious problem." Huang Mao's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts, yanking him back to reality. "What is it? Is Blue Star about to explode?" Ning Yuan replied impatiently. Huang Mao approached and said, "Ningguo, look outside the door." Ning Yuan, accustomed to exaggerations, lifted his gaze, and the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. What's going on? Are we on the verge of war with the Lighthouse Nation? Outside the high-tech store, a convoy of military vehicles had gathered, and soldiers armed to the teeth marched in two lines, chanting slogans as they passed by. The customers inside the store abandoned their purchases to witness the spectacle. Let us go see what's happening, Ning Yuan suggested. And as soon as he spoke, a squad of soldiers entered the high-tech store in perfect formation. The lead colonel approached Ning Yuan and introduced himself. Hello, I am Meng Hu, the commander of a border defense regiment stationed in the snow mountains of Long Nation. I am here to procure 10 robots. Commander, it's an honor, Ning Yuan said, straightening up and shedding his casual demeanor for a more respectful posture. However, I must inform you that I only sell nanny robots, not combat robots. It seems unlikely they would serve any purpose in military operations. Meng Hu was taken aback. He had seen videos of the nanny robots, capable of single-handedly stopping off-road vehicles and scaling the 23rd floor to rescue individuals from captors. The notion of referring to such a machine as merely a nanny robot was beyond his comprehension. Equipping these robots with firearms would yield the finest soldiers. In recent years, the rapid development of Long Nation had drawn the ire of the world's leading power, the Lighthouse Nation, which feared that Long Nation might threaten its status as an international hegemon. Consequently, the Lighthouse Nation had been pressing down on Long Nation, while the neighboring ASEAN country frequently dispatched troops to harass Long Nation's borders in hopes of gaining support from the Lighthouse Nation. Meng Hu's border defense regiment was stationed at the forefront, facing the highest casualty rates. After witnessing the nanny robots' rescue, his immediate thought was that equipping such robots within the military could significantly reduce casualties. For instance, during a recent skirmish with ASEAN soldiers, a young soldier who had only been enlisted for just over a year fell into a turbulent river and was swept away in seconds. Had a robot been present, it could have rescued him from the water, preventing his sacrifice. When Ning Yuan noticed the colonel's silence, he quickly added, I apologize if I overstepped. I understand this may involve military confidentiality. I want to pry further. Follow me. The vending machine for the nanny robots is over there. Meng Hu led the soldiers in the store to the vending machine, instructing them to line up and purchase the nanny robots one by one. When they reached the 10th robot, Ning Yuan placed his hand over the slot and declared, I will personally sponsor one. Huang Mao, please fetch my wallet from beneath the counter. Right away. Huang Mao, who had been watching the scene unfold, swiftly retrieved the wallet and handed it to Ning Yuan. Ning boss, we are disciplined. We cannot take anything from the public, Meng Hu remarked. Ning Yuan, aware of the strict discipline within the Long Nation's military, remained silent as he quickly inserted his bank card, inputting his credentials to purchase and bind the ID of the robot to the soldier standing in front of the vending machine. Seeing this, Meng Hu hastily stated, Ning boss, I will arrange for the payment to be transferred to your store's account shortly. We cannot simply take your valuable items. Consider it a donation to support Long Nation's border defense efforts. Without your protection, I could not operate my store in peace. Ning Yuan replied. Meng Hu waved his hand dismissively and insisted, this is a different matter. We truly cannot accept it. We have already secured sufficient funding for our needs. Sighing, Ning Yuan pulled out his phone and called Renji. Upon connecting, he inquired, are you aware that Commander Meng Hu is here to purchase robots? Yes. I facilitated the arrangement. What is up? Are you looking to thank me? Actually, I wish to donate a robot, but the commander insists it violates regulations and cannot be accepted. Ning Yuan began, only to be interrupted by Renji. This is a good deed. Please hand the phone to Meng Hu. I will speak to him. Ning Yuan passed the phone to Meng Hu, and after a conversation that left him uncertain of its contents, Meng Hu hung up and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Ning Yuan, shaking his hand fervently.